Family, who can believe it? I actually punched Whitebeard and blew half his head off, leaving the whole arena stunned. The truth is, I soul transmigrated into Akainu, and just as I logged in, I happened to catch the Marineford War, completely clueless about any plans. Luckily, the tattoo on my chest gave me some memories, which kicked off my insane operations on the battlefield. Family, who understands? I just blasted half of Whitebeard's head off. Just now, in front of the whole world. That iconic crescent mustache snapped, and now it's just half left. Let me tell you, the entire battlefield went silent at that moment. Everyone looked like chickens with their necks grabbed, their eyes nearly popping out. Wait, this needs to be explained from the beginning. When I opened my eyes, I realized something was off. I tell you, at that moment, my head was buzzing, just like after an all-night rave. I opened my eyes and saw a crowd of people. It was a chaotic scene, like a comic convention, all clanging and banging together. And then a warship fell from the sky, where a straw hat kid was yelling, "Ace, I'm here to save you." Ace. Whitebeard. Why do these words sound so familiar? Just as I was confused, I looked down at myself, and I was literally an old man on the subway looking at my phone. Over 3 meters tall, a body full of muscles, way more intimidating than those tech geeks at the gym, dressed in a flashy red suit, and wearing a white cape with the words "Justice" written on it. Then I heard someone beside me respectfully calling me Admiral Sakazuki. I was dumbfounded. I soul transmigrated, and I became the top-tier workaholic in one piece. The embodiment of absolute justice, Akainu. Family, I was panicking inside. Just think about it, the Marineford War. A divine battle scene. I, an ordinary person for the 21st century, suddenly became one of the 3 admirals. Isn't this just asking for death? What's worse, the Admiral Sengoku on the execution platform was yelling at me. "Sakazuki, act according to the plan." Plan? What plan? Dude, I just logged in, and there's no beginner's tutorial. What's the script? I only remember that Akainu seemed to be smashing Whitebeard's crew the whole time and ultimately sent Ace off himself. But how exactly did that happen? How would I know? Just as I was about to panic, I suddenly felt a warmth in my chest. It was the cherry blossom tattoo on my chest, which suddenly flashed red. The next second, a massive wave of memories slammed into my brain. The 4K HD remastered version of Akainu's first half of life played in my mind in fast forward. From losing his family and vowing to become a Navy officer, to rising through the ranks to admiral, it was nothing but iron-blooded and pure. I instantly understood that this guy wasn't a villain. He was just an ultimate straight man who had justice ingrained in his DNA. All right, since I became you, let me carry out this absolute justice today. With the memories, I instantly understood Sengoku's plan. It was just that scheme to sow discord. Without a second thought, I slipped to the rear of the battlefield and found Whitebeard's foolish son, Squard. I directly started to deceive him, almost putting "I am Qin Shi Huang, VME 50 on his public screen. I said, "Bro, you've been sold out. Whitebeard is in cahoots with our Navy, using you guys as cannon fodder just to save his godson, the child of Pirate King Roger." That guy really wasn't too bright upon hearing this. His eyes turned red, and he grabbed his sword to go find Whitebeard for an explanation. Incredible. After handling that, I returned to the main battlefield, and it was chaotic. My hawkish vice admirals, like Doberman and Ghost Spider, were getting beaten up by several pirate captains. Can I just watch this? I charged in, unleashed a great eruption, and the boiling magma instantly cleared the field, saving my admiral and conveniently collecting a wave of admiration from the little followers. Just then, a roar came from a distance. Marco shouted, "Squard, what the hell are you doing?" It worked. The plan was successful. Squard's knife stabbed deep into Whitebeard's chest. Although he was backstabbed by his own son, Whitebeard was still Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Just after comforting his sons, an unseen giant vice admiral rushed forward with a massive sword, shouting, "You've shown a weakness, Whitebeard." I was standing by and couldn't help but laugh. "Dude, which of your eyes saw him show a weakness?" Sure enough, Whitebeard countered with a punch, shattering the space. That giant vice admiral, along with his sword, was sent flying, fainting on the spot. Seeing this, I realized I couldn't let those 2 old foxes, Kizuru and Akiji, slack off. It was time for me, the real main force, to step up. I slowly took off my gloves, my gaze hardened, and I directly locked on a Whitebeard in the distance. He sensed it too, turned around, and looked at me coldly. We stood across the entire battlefield, our auras clashing, causing the nearby soldiers to panic and quickly clear space for us. "Lava brat," Whitebeard growled. I couldn't be bothered to waste words. I transformed my hands into rolling magma, and, like a volcanic eruption, instantly crossed the battlefield to appear in front of him. Great eruption. I punched out. Whitebeard didn't hold back. Either he punched back with the force to shatter space. Boom. A huge sound erupted, shaking the entire Marineford. We exchanged punches, magma against vibration, pounding each other for over 10 minutes. Yet neither of us could take the other down. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had no idea that Whitebeard was already at the end of his strength. Taking advantage of his weakness, I aimed for a moment when he swung his sword, leaped up, and directly stepped onto the massive blade, face-to-face with him. Hellhound! This punch gathered all my strength and smashed down onto his old face. Whitebeard was battle-hardened in a critical moment. He used his Conqueror's Haki to protect his vital spots, but it was still a moment too late. Boom! As the smoke cleared, the scene from the beginning reappeared. The left half of Whitebeard's head, along with that iconic mustache, was completely burned away. Good grief, now I've stirred up a hornet's nest. Whitebeard completely went mad. His eyes turned blood red, indiscriminately releasing Conqueror's Haki, stunning a large number of people. Then he grabbed the air with both hands and violently tore Downcrack. The entire Marineford, the entire Navy headquarters island, was directly twisted. The ground cracked, buildings collapsed, and tsunamis soared. If I hadn't yelled for Akiji to freeze the waves quickly, the Navy would have had an early banquet today. This old man really wanted to bury everyone here. I was furious. My entire body was boiling with magma, and I unleashed my ultimate move, Meteor Volcano. Countless lava fists rained down on him. And guess what? This old guy didn't dodge or evade. He took my move Heaton, swung a knife at me, and immediately followed up with another punch, bringing earth-shattering power right at my face. He was trying to trade lives with me. I had just unleashed my ultimate move and had no time to dodge. I could only take it Heaton. Boom. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt like I was smashed into the ground. My bones felt like they were falling apart. The surrounding Navy was stunned, including Kizaru and Akiji, their eyes filled with terror, probably thinking, it's over, Admiral Sakazuki, won't he be done for? What's the result? Let me tell you, I sat at the bottom of that big pit for a while, and guess what? Nothing happened. Besides my military uniform being torn to shreds like a beggar's, my insides just felt like they were vibrated by a phone. It didn't even count as a serious injury. I was shocked at the time, thinking this body can really take a beating. That old man with the white beard unleashed a full power strike in rampage mode. And it was just this? Just this? I was so exhausted that I thought about just lying down in the pit and waiting for the war to end. But that sense of justice in my head wouldn't allow it. I hadn't even exerted myself, yet how could I fall down? Just when I was about to lose heart, something bizarre happened. The cherry blossom tattoo on my chest suddenly lit up. A flash of red light surged, and I got a cyber charge. In an instant, I was back to full health and energy, all fatigue gone. Family, who knew this tattoo was actually a mobile power bank. I had only one thought at that moment. Whitebeard, you're finished. Today I, Sakazuki, am going to bring the intensity. I suddenly exerted my strength, and with a bang, I erupted like a volcano, bursting out of the ground wrapped in a sea of lava. The old man probably sensed the killing intent. His expression changed, and he tried to run, but it was too late. I instantly flashed in front of him, delivering a magma fist filled with flowing cherry blossom power directly to his chest. Boom! The old man immediately spat out blood. With pieces of internal organs mixed in, the scene was thrilling. I retracted my fist and looked at him propping himself up with that big sword, casually saying, Whitebeard, you're old. He coughed up blood but still tried to be tough. I'm a remnant of the old era, yeah, I know you were trying to show your value. Suddenly, he forced out a breath, and the way he looked was like he was about to shout that classic line. One Pavud, I let you finish that? I dashed forward in an instant, delivering another magma fist that hit him directly with a chilling sensation. Still talking about One Piece? I leaned in close to his ear and told him, that thing doesn't exist. After hearing this, the light in the old man's eyes instantly vanished, and he completely ran out of energy, standing there facing the execution platform before he breathed his last. A generation's hero was thus personally ended by me. Dad! Marco was crying like his father had just died. Oh wait, his father actually did die. He let out a howl and wanted to rush over to fight, but was stopped by Kizaru's laser. It's so scary. That old trickster is shooting lasers while also paddling with Marco. I looked at the dead but unyielding white beard, and my heart was completely calm. Old man, rest easy. You are just the first stepping stone on my path to justice. The Navy side instantly exploded, cheers ringing out like thunder. But just then, I turned around, and to my surprise, Ace had already been rescued by that little brat Luffy. I looked again, and that old man Carp was lying in the ruins pretending to be dead, while Sengoku smashed down with a Buddha palm, turning the execution platform into rubble. Yet Luffy and Ace were completely unharmed. Does anyone understand this? Are these actors putting on a show for me? The Oscars owe each of you a little golden statue. They want to use my hand to take down Whitebeard, yet they're totally letting things slide throughout. really treating us frontline fighters like fools, huh? I rushed up without a second thought, turning around and charging towards Ace. This guy is the fuse of this war. If I let him escape, what face will the Navy have left? He must die. You privileged ones are afraid to take action, so I'll do it. Just as I moved, Akiji suddenly appeared from nowhere, blocking my way and pretending to be righteous. Sakazuki, leave Ace to me. You go after the remnants. Do you think I'm blind? Is that how you deal with Ace? You're here to deal with me, aren't you? Looking over at Kizaru, a flash of golden light appeared, and with a kick that looked fierce, he directly sent Luffy back into the group of pirates. Good grief, so you two are just here to play support, huh? I cast a cold glance at Akiji, too lazy to waste words, and turned around pretending to chase after other pirates. After making a circle, I accelerated and appeared right behind that Straw Hat Kid. Luffy. Straw Hat Kid. I unleashed a barrage of attacks on him. For your own selfish desires, you released so many criminals. Do you know how many innocent lives will be ruined because of this? That kid dared to turn around and argue with me. I want to save Ace. It's the Marines who are trying to stop me. Fine, so you're stubborn, huh? Then don't blame me. I rolled my right hand, magma swirling, and launched a magma fist towards his back. He actually dared to use his rubber rocket cannon to block it. What a foolish move. I suddenly increased my power, and his defense instantly collapsed, looking like I was about to melt him. Just then, a shadow flashed by, and with a bang, an iron fist directly shattered my magma fist. As the smoke cleared, the old man Carp stood in front of Luffy. I knew it. I couldn't be bothered with him at all. With a quick movement, I bypassed him from an extremely tricky angle and aimed another punch at Luffy's head. But my wrist tightened, and he caught it with his hand, which was as strong as a vice. All right, I get it. With you here today, this bastard can't be killed. Vice Admiral Garp, what do you mean by this? I deliberately raised my voice to the maximum, and the surrounding Navy instantly looked over, all confused. How could a Navy hero be protecting a pirate? That old man didn't dare to look at everyone, lowering his head to plead with me. Sakazuki, for my sake, let Luffy go. I was so angry that I laughed. Your face? You raised a son who is a Revolutionary Army soldier and 2 grandsons who want to become the Pirate King. Look at the brothers who have fallen around you. They were also raised by their parents. Can you let your grandsons go and still face them? Can you face the 2 words justice on your back? Huh. With a roar, I unleashed my full momentum and directly shook off his hand that was grabbing me. I won't waste any more words with him and directly shout, "Where is the—" As soon as I finished speaking, Major General Robert rushed out with the team. Those are my people. I pointed at Luffy and coldly said to Carp, hand him over to the supervision team. And you should also come along. Carp hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not resist, watching helplessly as Luffy was put in Sea Prism stone handcuffs. Just after dealing with this, a laugh that was extremely arrogant rang out. Ha ha ha, looks like I'm late. Goodness. Blackbeard Teach had already appeared beside Whitebeard's corpse with his gang of misfits, pulled out from impel down, I didn't even know when. As soon as Ace saw Blackbeard, his eyes turned red, and forgetting that his brother had been captured, he turned to confront Blackbeard. Blackbeard smirked and said, "Captain Ace, you should focus more on your brother." Only then did Ace realize, and seeing Luffy being taken away, he panicked and turned into a ball of fire to try to rescue him. "You're asking for death." I coldly snorted, moving faster than him and instantly blocking his way. "Get out of my way." He came at me with a fire punch, but I didn't even lift my eyelids. With a casual wave, his flames dispersed like nothing. Unwilling to back down, he directly prepared a big move. Flame Emperor, a fireball comparable to the sun, came crashing towards me. Ridiculous. I met it with a massive breath of fire. My magma clashed with his flames. It was a complete dimensional suppression. In an instant, I swallowed his Flame Emperor, and the residual force struck him directly. Bang! Ace now on both knees. His chest a bloody mess, clearly not going to survive. Ace! Luffy was struggling wildly over there, and Carp's eyes turned red, the string in his mind snapping. Sakazuki! With an angry roar, Carp turned into a shadow, charging towards me with a devastating momentum, his dark fist even wrapped in purple lightning. The old man was serious. I couldn't afford to be careless either, gathering all my strength into my right fist, muscles bulging top-tier armament hockey, covering it. I used my newly realized move to meet him. Great Fire Breath Super. Boom! With a huge explosion, the entire Marineford shook 3 times. We both retreated half a step, and the ground beneath us had cracked into a spiderweb. This old man's punch was no joke. Just when he wanted to go again, Ace used his last breath to smile and say, "Old man, take care of Luffy." Then his head tilted, and he completely lost consciousness. Ace. Carp completely went mad, raising his fist to fight me. Carp, stop. At the critical moment, Sengoku finally did something, transforming into a giant Buddha and pressing Carp down to the ground. Carp was pinned down, still crying as he yelled at me, Sengoku, hold me down. Otherwise, I'm really going to kill Sakazuki. I sneered inwardly, as if he could actually kill me. My gaze sharpened, and just as I was about to take advantage of his being restrained and throw a punch, Sengoku hurriedly urged me to pursue the remnants of Whitebeard. Wait, Whitebeard. Blackbeard. My heart sank, and I couldn't care less about that old man Carp. I immediately turned and charged towards the direction of Whitebeard's corpse. By the time I arrived, I found Blackbeard's subordinates, like Shiryu of the Rain and the Evil King, fiercely battling with Marco and the others, seemingly stalling for time, while Blackbeard himself was nowhere to be found. I glanced over and saw a huge black cloth covering the old man's body, tightly wrapped. Goodness, my heart skipped a beat, and I immediately understood. This guy must be hiding in there trying to pull some tricks, wanting to steal the old man's tremor fruit. How could I tolerate that? What a joke. I thought to myself, let's treat this like a dead horse being used as a live one. Even if I can't kill you, I have to ruin your little schemes. So without saying a word, I aimed at that black cloth and unleashed a meteor volcano blast. Countless magma fists rained down, and with a loud boom, the black cloth was instantly reduced to ashes. Immediately after, a heart-wrenching pig-like scream came from inside. Hot, hot, hot. Which bastard did this? The next moment, that fat pig Blackbeard rolled out, his whole body on fire, rolling on the ground while howling. Ouch. It hurts, it really hurts. Does anyone understand this pain? This scene is just a large-scale ancestral return. The dark fruit doubles the pain sensation. It looks truly tragic, but in fact, it's not a big deal, mainly because it has tough skin and thick meat. This guy rolled on the ground for over 10 seconds, got up as if nothing happened, and didn't feel embarrassed at all, grinning at me with that broken tooth. Haha, I almost died. What a joke. Looking at your expression as if your parents just died. I knew you failed to steal the skill. You dare to challenge us without succeeding? Magellan and the Warring States could take you down in seconds. Who gave you the courage? As soon as our eyes met, the tension instantly escalated. He suddenly shouted, Akainu, and slapped the ground, causing a black hole to spread towards me, along with a complete dark tunnel. I thought to myself, are you playing Genshin Impact with me? Just a trivial skill. I was too lazy to dodge, so I just threw a casual punch, and a big fireball hit him right in the face. The black hole was shattered on the spot, and my fist landed solidly on his big belly. That guy took off again, perfectly connecting with the unfinished roll from before, continuing his intimate contact with the ground. It hurts like hell. He howled while rolling. His subordinates, including that Yuji Shilyo, were all dumbfounded. When Shilyo saw his boss get taken out in one hit, he quickly abandoned Marco and charged at me with a knife. I shot him a sideways glance and sent him flying with a punch. Is that it? You think you can fight me? I'd have to take it seriously if Hawkeye showed up. Who do you think you are? Just as I was about to go over and finish off Blackbeard for good, suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed across the battlefield. Everyone stop. Don't fight anymore. I turned around, and lo and behold, a little sailor with pink hair was crying, tears and snot all over the place, putting on some kind of performance of youthful pain literature. The entire audience was stunned. Everyone stopped to look at him. Once this kid realized he was the center of attention, he seemed to get even more into it, took a deep breath and shouted, You are wasting your lives. Every soldier has family waiting for them to come home. At that moment, I felt as disgusting as if I had eaten a fly. What is this called? Overflowing maternal instincts? A single mouse droppings ruins a whole pot of soup. My hot-tempered General Doberman couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed over in a flash, slapped that pink-faced guy hard, and raised his knife to chop. You coward who fears death. You don't deserve to live. Doberman shouted. Just as the knife was about to fall, suddenly there was a clang, and a western sword blocked Doberman's knife. Then, a voice came, You did well, young sailor. I focused my gaze, and there he was, red-haired Shanks. That guy appeared out of nowhere like he had just used a teleportation ability, followed closely by his crew. The Yonko crew directly descended onto the battlefield, and all the power of Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess was unleashed. Shanks, leaning on his straw hat, spoke in a low voice. Can you give me some face? Let's end this war here. Here it comes again, the ability of the face fruit activated. If anyone still wants to fight, our red-haired pirates will accompany you to the end. I sneered coldly in my heart, a hypocritical scoundrel, a descendant of the celestial dragons, pretending to be the mediator of the sea. And then the explosive moment came, taking advantage of the red-haired guy's moment of arrogance. Berman suddenly pulled back his knife and slashed at the pink-haired guy next to him. I almost wanted to applaud him. So brave, my brother. This move was really cool, but it was useless. The red-haired Vice Captain Beckman reacted faster and blocked it with the butt of his gun. The red-haired guy turned pale. Abbott just made a fierce remark only to be slapped in the face, trembling with anger. Navy, are you declaring war on the red-haired pirates? Berman was unfazed and retorted. The red-haired pirates are nothing. Your face means nothing. Whitebeard is dead here. What are you? Well said. I gave him 1,000 thumbs up in my heart. That's my soldier. The red-haired guy was completely enraged and swung his sword at Berman. I had long anticipated this move, instantly appearing in front of Berman, my magma fist directly clashing against his sword. With a loud bang, we exchanged blows, neither of us retreating an inch. Just then, that old man Sengoku shouted for us to stop. As a result, that pink-haired brat, perhaps feeling emboldened by the red-haired guy's presence, stood up again and shouted at me. Yeah, let's not fight anymore. I suddenly fired up and directly opened my mic, shouting at the entire Navy. Shut up. What qualifications do cowards have to speak? If we, the Navy, retreat, who will protect the innocent civilians? For absolute justice, we fight to the end. The entire Navy was instantly ignited by my words, with their eyes turning red and morale skyrocketing. I saw that the effect was almost there, and turned to coldly look at that pink-haired guy. You coward, you are simply insulting justice. As soon as I finished speaking, I couldn't be bothered to say more. With a swift punch, the furious magma engulfed him, leaving no time for him to scream in agony. The world became tranquil. The red-haired man instantly exploded with anger, his overwhelming conqueror's haki crashing towards me like a tsunami. Damn, this pressure. I felt like the air around me had solidified. I knew that the gap between me and this strongest Yonko lay in this haki. Plus, after fighting with Whitebeard, I still had injuries on me. If it came down to a real fight, the outcome was uncertain. Fortunately, Sengoku intervened in time. Red-haired, stop. I agreed to a ceasefire. Then he shouted at me, Akainu, I am a fleet admiral now. Stand down. In the end, the war ended abruptly. The red-haired man took away the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace. Watching those pirates sail away, I felt a deep sense of frustration. We should pursue the retreating enemy. But looking at my teammates who were slacking off, I sighed. It seems that establishing my own Navy force must be prioritized. A week after the war ended, I was training in the courtyard. I discovered that the tattoo on my chest had some significance. As long as my faith in justice was strong enough, it could provide me with power. Right now, the main focus was on restoring my stamina. This was practically a super power bank. Moreover, my observation haki had also broken through, and I could now easily cover the entire Marineford. Uncle Sakazuki, it's time to eat. A clear female voice came from inside the house. I returned home after finishing my training, and a girl with long hair was standing by the dining table. Her name is Yinshe. Speaking of this girl, I picked her up 20 years ago on a whim. At that time, I was still a lieutenant general, just back from executing the extermination order in O'Hara, feeling frustrated. So I returned to my hometown in Beihai to clear my mind. On the way, I encountered a slave trader's ship. Among the kids on board, she was the only one without a home, about 6 years old, begging me to take her in. I didn't know what got into me at the time, but I brought her back. Now, this girl has become a major and has been instilled with absolute justice since childhood. Her personality is even more ruthless than mine. She reported to me that a few days ago, she went with Zephyr to eliminate pirates and complained that Zephyr didn't execute the pirates on the spot, but instead sent them to impel down. I nodded, thinking that that's right. She has my old style. It seems that the old man Zephyr still needs to go through a few more things before he completely turns dark. But that's not urgent. The priority now is to seize the position of Marshal. It looks like I can avoid a confrontation with Akiji. A month later, a high-level meeting at Navy headquarters. Sengoku sat in the main seat and first called Brand New to present a PowerPoint, which summarized to 3 words. We lost badly. The elite of the Navy suffered 70 casualties, and the headquarters was 90 paralyzed. Whitebeard's last words reignited the heat of the Great Pirate era. The Navy's face was dragged through the mud. After the summary, Sengoku revealed his true intentions. I take responsibility for this war, and I'm stepping down as Marshal. I recommend Akiji for the next Marshal. Goodness, that operation left me baffled. Karp was the first to raise his hand in agreement, saying he also wanted to retire. Vice Admiral Tsuru and the old fox Kazuru both claimed to remain neutral. These old geezers are trying to form a small clique to sideline me, right? Sakazuki. Once he let that happen? Of course not. Let me tell you, my people are not pushovers either. My number 1 fan, Doberman, jumped up from his chair and pointed at them, exclaiming, I oppose. No one but Admiral Sakazuki should become marshal. Now that was imposing. He was practically my internet spokesperson. What he meant was that Sengoku and Akiji, one is a foolish ruler and the other a lazy bum, are simply not fit for the position. Right after, the hawkish brothers, like Gecko Moria and Fire Fist Ace, all stood with me. Our side was like a raging tide. Who understands how it feels to have the support of the masses? On the other hand, Akiji had only a few old connections with Sengoku, and with his lazy demeanor, he didn't even have a strong buddy. The two sides were arguing in the meeting room like a market. Sengoku noticed the situation was getting out of hand with so many supporters on my side, and quickly called for a stop, saying this matter had to be reported to the world government for the 5 elders to decide. TCH, I know his little tricks. He just wants Akiji, that soft-footed shrimp, to take the position. But it's okay. I know those 5 elders very well. They like obedient and useful dogs like me. This marshal position is secured. After the meeting, I immediately went to pursue someone. This was a key figure that I must win over. I dashed up. Vice Admiral Tsuru, please wait. I was very sincere at that moment, almost bowing. I hope you can continue as Chief of Staff. The Navy needs you. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked confused, probably wondering what scheme I was up to, fearing I would sideline her in the future. I made it clear, Vice Admiral Tsuru, I trust your character. I believe you would never do anything to harm the Navy. This wasn't flattery. This old lady is genuinely impressive, a rational person, just like Zephyr, someone who truly cares for the Navy. Moreover, I had my own calculations. Keeping her would effectively bind her friends, Taudu and the tea-loving Tantata, who were both candidate admirals. One move to secure 3. This was a huge win. Vice Admiral Tsuru is also a smart person. As soon as she heard this, she immediately understood. She had wanted to retire because she feared I would marginalize her once I rose to power. Now she saw that I had opened my horizons. She agreed on the spot, saying in the end, she couldn't let go of the Navy. Let me tell you, this kind of wisdom from old generals means she already realized that the marshal position rightfully belongs to me. After securing Vice Admiral Tsuru, I felt quite relieved. However, before I could even settle down, Akiji came knocking. Upon entering, he immediately accused me. Sakazuki, you're too extreme. You're not fit to be marshal. I couldn't help but laugh and shot back. Not fit? Then who is? Are you going to lead the Navy into collective napping? I had long been annoyed with him, always slacking off. Confused? If you're confused, go kill those evil pirates. Lying around like that is unacceptable. As a result, this guy suddenly got bold today, yelling at me. Sakazuki, this time I won back down. Let us have a fight. The winner becomes marshal. Oh, so you're getting fired up? Just what I wanted. I was just thinking of testing my current strength. It wasn't satisfying to fight against the old, weak, and sickly Whitebeard. This time, fighting against Peak Akiji would serve as a perfect gauge for my combat capabilities. Moreover, magma beats ice. The advantage is mine. Oh, I'm really bad. This experience package just dropped into my lap, and I let it go to waste. Half a month later, the appointment from the 5 elders arrived. Although they recommended me, Sengoku and Carp, those 2 old geezers, were fiercely protecting Akiji. In the end, they decided, let us 2 fight it out, and the winner takes all. The location was set at Punk Hazard in the New World, a gas island ruined by Caesar. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. Dozens of warships surrounded that island. Not a drop of water could pass through. If you didn't know better, you'd think another battle with the 4 emperors was about to start. Sengoku, Garpu, a bunch of vice admirals, they all came. It was like watching a concert. The front row VIP seats were all filled. Kizuru, that old sly fox, stayed at headquarters to watch over things. Even my teacher Zephyr brought his students, including Hawk, to secretly watch from a distance. Hawk, that girl, even though she looked expressionless, I knew she was extremely nervous inside. In the center of the island, it was just me and Akiji. No need to say anything. Our years of brotherhood would be settled with our fists today. As soon as we unleashed our conqueror's haki. Wow, the clouds in the sky were dispersed. I went straight into my hellhound form, and he unleashed his Ice Age technique. The battle was about to begin. The fighting was deafening. Magma versus ice. Bang, bang, bang. Half of the island was a sea of fire, the other half a glacier. The sky split into red and blue, just like a special effects blockbuster. The Navy outside was dumbfounded, jaws dropping to the ground. We fought from day to night, and from night to day, for a full 7 days and 7 nights. Our stamina was like it was free, outputting like crazy. By the end, the entire island was almost level by us. We even created a huge lake in the middle. I felt it was about time, so I unleashed a new move. Meteor Strike. A massive ball of magma fell from the sky. smashing through Akiji's ice wall and causing him to spit blood. For those who understand, at that moment, the direction of the battle was set. Outside, Doberman and the others started popping champagne early, each one flushed with excitement, shouting that a new era was about to arrive. Looking at the panting Akiji opposite me, I didn't pursue him. As a man, you have to give him some face. I said directly, "Let's settle this with the last move." Akiji knew he had reached his limit, but he was unwilling to give up, mustering all his strength for one last Ice Age attack. I didn't hold back either, awakening my devil fruit powers, meteor volcano, countless magma, fire dragons gathered into a giant lava beast, charging towards his Ice Age. Boom! The explosion lasted for several minutes. As the smoke cleared, Akiji lay on the ground like a burnt chicken, covered in burns, barely hanging on. My killing intent surged, and I walked over step by step. He closed his eyes, looking resigned. Just as I was about to strike, an outrageous thought popped into my head. This guy was the only admiral during the Marineford War who didn't cross his legs. So I broke his legs? Wow. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, my killing intent vanished. I just sat down next to him. I asked him, "Akiji, have you found your justice?" He stubbornly coughed up blood and said that as a general, he would lead the Navy into the abyss. I couldn't help but laugh. This world is already an abyss. How much worse can it get? As I spoke, I threw a punch filled with magma, directly taking out a CP lackey hiding in the shadows. The dogs of the world government are truly everywhere. Akiji was stunned. Aren't you their most loyal dog? Heh, the cards are on the table. No more pretending. I told him that I had long been haunted by the incident in O'Hara. I blew up that ship, not because I lack humanity, but because I knew that even without the explosion, the scum of the world government would eventually kill all those civilians. Just like they slaughtered pregnant women to find Roger's son. How many people did that old man Gar protect, ace, and indirectly cause to die? What I did was to choose the lesser of two evils. Then I directly told him my ultimate goal. Those celestial dragons, I will eventually make them pay. The 5 elders, those old geezers, need to be replaced too. Akiji was completely stunned, his CPU overheating. He asked me why I was telling him all this. I looked at him seriously and said, "Because I need you. I can't topple the world government on my own." I pointed at the tattered justice coat behind him and started my lesson. We shout about justice every day, but what exactly is justice? Is it the kind of justice that protects those pig-like celestial dragons, or the kind that protects civilians? Is it Sengoku's authoritative justice, Garp's carefree justice, or your lazy justice? So now, what is your justice? A series of questions left him bewildered, and his confused little eyes finally began to clear up. Seeing him still hesitating, I directly took out my treasure from my pocket, a small booklet that I had written by hand, with the help of Yunk in organizing it. I shoved the booklet into his scarred hands. "This is my understanding of justice. Take a good look." Then I stood up and left, not giving him time to react, and went to meet Sengoku and the others. When Akiji looked down, he saw the 4 big characters on the cover. Absolute justice. He trembled as he opened the first page, and the first sentence shook his pupils. Absolute justice means absolutely standing on the same side as the broad masses of the people, and absolutely opposing the exploiters, such as the world nobility, slave owners, and celestial dragons. Anything that benefits the common people is justice, and anything that harms the common people is evil. So, attacking pirates to protect civilians is a just act, while maintaining the nobility's oppression of civilians is an evil act. He suddenly closed the booklet, his hands trembling, but he carefully stroked the edges of the booklet, noticing that some places seemed to have traces of being wet by rain and then dried. Let me tell you, after reading this thing, Akiji immediately understood what it means to kill not just physically, but also mentally. What's written in this booklet isn't some theory of justice. It's simply a manifesto against thieves, directly targeting the world government. Akiji was shocked, realizing that Sakazuki was the one hiding the deepest as a werewolf. He turned to see that Sakazuki was chatting with Sengoku over there, surrounded by a few sycophants, like the strange spider and Doberman, who had already started calling him Marshal. Doberman was even holding a brand new Marshal's coat, his eyes burning with eagerness, almost ready to drape it over Sakazuki himself. Who understands this, right? Sengoku's face turned green while he was still there. And guess what? Sakazuki didn't even lift an eyelid, directly took the coat and tossed it over his shoulder, almost hitting Sengoku in the face with the hem, and swaggered over wearing it. Sengoku snorted angrily and said something about the appointment ceremony in a week, implying that Sakazuki's position was hard to sit in before dragging Carp away. In the blink of an eye, a week later, the appointment ceremony took place. and the scene was packed with people. The first item on the agenda was a speech by the former Marshal Sengoku. My goodness, it was long and tedious. The old man read his PPT for 2 hours, and the audience was almost asleep. I seriously suspect that the thunderous applause at the end was just to celebrate that he finally finished. Sakazuki looked dark and probably thought to himself how this old guy could drone on so much. Then came the handover segment. Sakazuki walked onto the stage with a blank expression, received the marshal's badge, and clipped it onto his chest. At that moment, I felt the entire atmosphere of the Navy headquarters change. He scanned the crowd. Grandma Crane, Kizaru, and others were there, but Carp and Akiji were nowhere to be seen. His old mentor Zephyr was also present, looking quite pleased. Oh, right, the girl next to him, named Yunxiao, was the one who helped him write the speech, and it was said that her hands were shaking like she had Parkinson's when she wrote it. People almost thought Sakazuki was going to unleash a devastating move, showing how explosive this speech was. Then, Sakazuki subtly nodded towards a corner of the crowd. The next second, all the live broadcast screens around the world lit up. Wow, this guy directly went for a global live broadcast. Even that news guy Morgan was invited. This was a full display of power. When he started speaking, he first painted a picture for the entire Navy, saying how everyone had worked hard and that they were the backbone of the Navy. Then he shifted gears and began to talk about his dream. Let me share it with you. Basically, he said, I have a dream that one day there will be no pirates in the world, and everyone will live in peace, turning the new world into an oasis of justice. It was delivered with such passion that the audience was mesmerized, completely immersed in the vision he painted. Then came a climax. He suddenly shouted and announced 3 major events. First, he said that from now on, all Navy personnel who sacrifice for justice will be considered heroes. We will erect a monument in the square and engrave their names on it. At that moment, I understood. This move was brilliant, directly diluting Carp as personal brand into a collective honor for the Navy, emphasizing decentralization. The Navy personnel below cheered. Who wouldn't he want to be remembered in history? Second, he announced that the Navy would conduct a massive recruitment drive, starting today, with a 3-month recruitment period. From admirals to foot soldiers, the capable will be chosen. Now, it was the turn of the people around the world to get excited, thinking they could join in too. Then he paused, and the whole venue was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Third, he spoke word by word. The world has long suffered from pirates. Here I stand to make a military pledge. Within 3 years, eliminate all 4 emperors. Within 5 years, clear the new world. I was sitting in the audience. My jaw dropped. Dude, your KPI is a bit too intense. The whole place went dead silent, and then it exploded. That Birdman Sakazuki took off on the spot, feathers falling all over, shouting big news. The headline was shocking. Navy slaughters 4 emperors in 3 years. Sengoku beside him turned pale, probably thinking, I took 10 years to take down a half-dead one. And you did 4 in 3 years? Just then, let me tell you, a fantastical scene unfolded. I don't know what happened, but the beliefs of countless people seemed to transform into tangible energy, all rushing towards Sakazuki. His aura surged, and with a boom, a force shot up to the sky, darkening everything. Sengoku and the other masters were dumbfounded, exclaiming, is this Conqueror's Haki? Sakazuki didn't care about that. He raised his arm and shouted, the Navy will win. Justice will prevail. Simply stunning. The ceremony ended, but this wasn't over. That night, the 4 emperors of the New World received the newspaper. On Shank's side, he was jolted awake from his drunken state by a shout, and his face turned dark after reading the paper. Big Mom went crazy on the spot. Kaido was even more direct, knocking the newspaper delivery person away with club. Blackbeard was overjoyed, laughing heartily, ready to take advantage. Back to Sakazuki. That night, he was alone in the marshal's office, replacing Sengoku's plaque of supreme justice with his own absolute justice. He was smoking a cigar, pondering his newly awakened Conqueror's Haki, which seemed different from others, activated by collecting others' belief points like a game. He was worried about the marshal's workload, delaying his leveling up when the door opened, and Akiji came in. Akiji immediately stated, I'm in, I'll follow you, and handed back that little booklet. But Sakazuki stunned him with one sentence. No, you must leave the Navy now. Akiji was taken aback. Sakazuki then laid out his entire plan. Let me tell you, this operation is all about a top-level information gap. He wanted the Gorosei to think that he, Sakazuki, was now a lone wolf. Akiji had run off, Kizaru was slacking, and the new admiral definitely wasn't on his side. This way, the Navy would appear full of internal contradictions, a scattered mess, and the world government wouldn't guard against him, allowing him to secretly develop, stockpile resources. and prepare to claim kingship. Once he cleaned up the internal pests of the Navy, he would turn it into his own independent kingdom, and by that time, who was the dog would be uncertain. After hearing this, Akiji suddenly understood this vision is far ahead. Sakazuki then assigned him his first task, to go to Fishman Island. That place is the entrance to the New World, strategically crucial, and the ancient weapon, Princess Shirahoshi, is there too. It must be controlled in his hands. Akiji didn't even know this intel and knelt before Sakazuki's tactics on the spot. Sakazuki then pulled out a secure transponder snail and handed it over. Akiji took it and was about to leave. Wait, Sakazuki called him back, pushing the book Absolute Justice on the table towards him, saying, "This book is a gift for you. Until we achieve complete success, this will be our driving force forward." I tell you, after shoving that damn book to Kazan, the guy got so excited, treating it like a treasure and tucking it under his arm, he ran away overnight. The next day, wow, the entire Navy headquarters was in an uproar. Admiral Akiji quit the Navy, and this news spread around the world like a virus. Some said they saw him at the port, riding a rusty old bicycle, all alone heading out to the deep sea. Who can understand that? The imagery is just something else. As for me, I didn't have time to deal with his trivial matters. As soon as it got light, I set off for Mary Geos. Because a new official needs to show some enthusiasm and report to those old folks. Let me tell you, that place, the Red Earth continent, is ridiculously high. Even taking an elevator takes forever. I really don't know how that fishman tiger managed to climb up there barehanded back in the day. He must have some extreme sports talent. Following the commander-in-chief Kong, I entered the shabby castle where the 5 elders were holding a meeting. As soon as I walked in, I got angry. Those old guys were already sitting there waiting for me. Goodness, the 5 elders were lined up in a row, looking like they had just been dug out of the ground. The curly-haired guy with a flat hat is called Saturn, with a scar on his face said to be from when Roxman attacked him in God Valley. Now he has to walk with a cane, and just looking at him is unlucky. There's also the golden-haired St. Peter, the bald St. Wokuli, the tall and thin St. Moss. And the last one is St. Nasuger, who wears a kimono and carries a sword. That sword is probably the original Demon Slayer. Totally impressive. I know what's going on in my mind. These 5 old guys are no pushovers. All of them are so-called martial gods, at least at the level of major generals. I'm thinking about how to take them all down in one go while still pretending to be submissive. But with my temper, I can't pretend at all. I completely ignored them and walked straight over, plopping down on the sofa across from them. The brows of those 5 old geezers instantly knitted together. That big ball guy, vulgarly Saint, pretended to congratulate me on becoming the marshal, then changed the subject. The guy with the knife, Nasisha Lang Saint, chimed in, "Sakazuki, how dare you announce a global conscription without our permission, and say you will eliminate the 4 emperors within 3 years? Who gave you the guts?" I tell you, that feeling of oppression came instantly. The 5 of them came at me with full force like 5 giant mountains, trying to give me a warning. I was afraid of them. I laughed at that moment. I leaned back on the sofa and immediately switched to a pitiful mode. Gentlemen, you can't blame me. After the Marineford War, the Navy was almost wiped out, and there are no personnel left to catch pirates. Moreover, the government's military budget hasn't come through yet, and my brothers are about to starve. I said this while making exaggerated facial expressions. My acting was so good that I wanted to give myself an award. Besides, the Navy's authority is the authority of the world government. Now that the authority has been trampled, I'm to try to regain face by taking down the 4 emperors, right? Otherwise, where would my face, the Navy's face, and the world government's face go? Guess what that big ball guy said? He directly replied, "What does your face matter?" Damn, at that moment, my fists clenched. These old geezers really haven't changed at all. But I held back, for the sake of the military budget and my grand plan. I endured. I need to take their money and then come back to deal with them later. There's nothing wrong with that logic, right? Maybe that old man felt he had been too harsh, so he softened his tone and said he would allocate 100 billion berries to us. 100 billion sounds like a lot, but divided among millions of Navy personnel, it's barely enough for a meal. Then he tossed me a pile of documents, saying they were candidates for the new 7 warlords, and asked me to recruit them. I flipped through them, and to my surprise, there were names like Buggy the Clown and Whitebeard too. Weevil, just a bunch of oddballs. After chatting for a long time, I finally got out of that hellhole. They really thought I was just a figurehead who couldn't stir up any trouble. Hey, just wait and see. I didn't go directly back to Marineford, but changed direction and flew straight to the Shambody Archipelago using the moonwalk. I disguised myself, casually took out a few careless little pirates, and then pulled out a black encrypted transponder under a secluded tree root. Shambody Island number 1, come quickly. I said that one sentence and hung up. It wasn't long before the person I was waiting for arrived. That guy had an X mark on his chin, wore an eye patch, and was armed with an axe and a sword, dressed like a medieval swordsman. As soon as he saw me, he was so excited that he almost knelt down, giving me a standard military salute. "Marshal, what brings you here?" I took off my hat and looked at him. "Drake, long time no see." "That's right. It's Red Flag X Drake." Outside, everyone thinks he has defected from the Navy to become a pirate, but in fact, he's my man. The captain of the Secret Special Forces sword that I established, specifically doing the dirty work for me as an undercover agent. "I just finished a meeting and stopped by to see you to assign you a new task." I got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Drake's expression immediately became serious. "Go to the New World and join the Beast Pirates. Find a way to get the red poneglyph from Kaido, and in the meantime, weaken their strength as much as you can." Drake gasped at that moment. This was going to be a direct strike against one of the 4 emperors, but he didn't hesitate, his gaze firm. "Understood." I was just about to encourage him when a special phone bug for the marshal in my pocket suddenly exploded. Usually, when this thing rings, it definitely means trouble. I hurriedly answered it, and the phone bug directly simulated a face full of panic. "Marshal, the red-haired Shanks has attacked Advanced City. Hannibal and Director Magellan are seriously injured, and Straw Hat Luffy has been rescued by the red-haired pirates." I was furious at that moment, and I almost roasted the phone bug in my hand. "Red-haired Shanks, it's you again. You really know how to put pressure on people. Every day, you wave the banner of maintaining balance, but what you're actually doing is breaking it." I immediately called Kazuru and told him to hurry to Advanced City for support. As for me, I'm not going. After Red-haired and his crew rescue the people, they'll definitely be long gone. If I go now, it would be a wasted trip. Besides, I have something more important to do here in Sabaody. I turned to Drake and said, "Now, here is a little task for you. Use your people to find the location of Rayleigh, the king of the underworld." That's right. Luffy was saved, and I can't touch him. Can I not do anything to his teacher? Try to find Rayleigh to learn hockey? No way. Today, I'll first take care of his teacher. Drake's people were very efficient, and I directly brought Drake to the entrance of a rundown bar called Shack, located on Sabaody Archipelago, number 13. I explained to Drake, the owner of this place is Rayleigh's old flame. If we control her, I'm not worried about Rayleigh not complying. We swaggered in just like that. The bar was empty, with only a short-haired woman wiping glasses at the counter. Without saying a word, as soon as the woman sensed something was off, my right hand, which was in my pocket, instantly turned into magma, and I punched through the bar, sending her sprawling and causing her to spit blood on the ground. One punch was enough to deal with this washed-up pirate. Drake understood immediately and stepped up, bringing his axe down to completely incapacitate her, placing his sword against her neck. I just sat there, lit a cigar, and waited leisurely. Sure enough, before long, boom, a terrifying wave of Conqueror's hockey exploded from outside the door, shattering all the windows and doors of the bar. That man had arrived, the right hand of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh. He saw the kidnapped Shucky. His eyes turned red, and he drew his sword, pointing it at me. "Akainu, release Shucky now." I let out a cold laugh. "If you want her to live, throw the sword in your hand over here." Drake, being perceptive, pressed the sword against Xiaqi's neck, and blood immediately flowed out. Ray was so angry that his whole body shook, cursing me for being despicable. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. 3 seconds, if you don't throw the sword, I'll collect your lover's corpse. That old guy was indeed sentimental. Before I even started counting, he threw the sword over. Did he think he could exchange one life for another? How naive. I took his sword, handed it to Drake, then took off my gloves, and in a flash, I was in front of him, launching a massive fire attack right away. Rayleigh dodged awkwardly and angrily smashed his hardened fist towards me with armament hockey. I went head-to-head with him, fist against fist, and the two of us were fighting fiercely, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to shake, with dust and debris flying everywhere. Drake stood by, dumbfounded. This was the scene of a royal-level battle. We fought from day until dusk, and that old guy Rayleigh was clearly out of breath, panting heavily. As for me, I had just warmed up. He knew that if we continued fighting, he would definitely lose. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed an even stronger Conqueror's hockey, and that invisible force surged towards me like a shockwave. I took the hit and wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth. Looking at the exhausted Rayleigh, I smiled. Who understands, family? I learned his move on the spot. In the next moment, a force more terrifying and violent than his erupted from me. Rayleigh was stunned, his eyes nearly popping out. Conqueror's hockey. How do you have it? But it's not over yet. My Conqueror's hockey condensed in the air into a giant lava dragon engulfed in red lightning. roaring as it swallowed the still-shocked Rayleigh in one bite. With a thunderous roar, the entire Sabeti archipelago trembled. I not only have the Conqueror's hockey, but let me tell you, as soon as I got started, I was using the highest level of play, Conqueror's rapping, striking from afar. Goodness, Rayleigh was completely stunned. Probably never figured out how a hound of the world government could possess such royal qualities. I slowly walked up to him, stepped on his chest, and looking at his gasping for breath, I felt not a shred of sympathy. What is there to pity about a scoundrel who aids the wicked? His expression was like he had seen a ghost, still in shock. I didn't waste words. I raised my right hand, and with one punch, the Dark King Rayleigh was taken down. The old lady Shaki next to us completely broke down, screaming. I shot a look at Drake, sent her on her way to reunite. Drake understood, and with one swift strike it was done. I cracked my neck, as if I had just handled a small matter, finally resolving a minor inconvenience. Drake, standing beside me, looked pale, probably thinking, goodness, the vice captain of the Pirate King is just a small hassle to you. I told him to hurry up and take his people to the New World, while I needed to make the most of my time. When I arrived at the Navy base in Chambord, I threw the bodies of Rayleigh and Shaki at the entrance, exchanged a few words with the guard, and turned to leave. The vice admiral of this base, Smoker, is a complete sycophant, always currying favor with the celestial dragons. Engaging in slave trading, a disgrace to the Navy. If it weren't for the fear of delaying my business, I would have stormed in and twisted his dog's head off, right there. Just wait, whether it's scum like you or those celestial dragons. Death is not far away. I directly stepped on the moonwalk and flew across the sea to impel down. Can you believe it? But just crossing the ocean with their own body. If it were someone else, they would have run out of stamina and been fish food by now. But me? Let me tell you, my stamina bar is way ahead. After flying for several hours, braving the storm, I finally arrived at Impel Down in the middle of the night. To be honest, I was exhausted. As soon as I landed, the warden Domino came to greet me. This girl was also injured, her whole body wrapped in bandages. Knowing I was close to Magellan, she wanted to take me to see him. I said, never mind, it's too late, just take me to rest first. As soon as we reached the second level of the beast hell, those rascals in the prison actually dared to make fun of me. They whistled at Domino and pointed at me, saying something like that Navy guy seems to be in poor shape. Don't let him get drained. Family, who understands? I rushed all day, tired as a dog, and you make jokes like this? My face darkened on the spot. They say I'm weak. Do you think my magma isn't hot enough? Before I could make a move, a woman in revealing leather, little Suddy, swung her whip and scolded those pirates for being blind. She shouted my name, and those pirates who were just arrogant instantly peed their pants. The nickname Akainu is a death sentence among pirates, especially for a one-eyed dragon, who seemed to be a captain under Whitebeard before, upon seeing me. It was like seeing the enemy of his own father, fearful and hateful, trembling like a leaf. I can't be bothered to waste words with them. Am I weak? I can just throw a magma dragon in there, and the whole cell, along with the people in the iron cage, will instantly melt into sludge. The ones in the surrounding cells, who were about to complain, didn't dare to say a word when they saw this scene. I coldly glanced at them. These trash. Do I keep them alive for the new year? After spending a night in the lounge of the third layer of the Hunger Hell, I went to see Magellan the next day. My old buddy was lying on the bed like an emo Satan, and he actually told me he wanted to die to atone for his sins. I was furious at the time. Who would clean up the mess if you die? That is selfish. I directly scolded him until he woke up. This guy is just too sensitive inside, deserves a scolding. Seeing him regain his spirits, I finally revealed the truth to him. I took his hand and wrote a few words in his palm. Just those few words. Magellan's pupils trembled, and he even stopped breathing. He understood. He hoarsely asked me, have we really reached this point? I didn't speak, just looked at him. He saw the answer in my eyes. All right, he made up his mind. Wasn't that what I valued about you in the first place? Done. I then asked him about his subordinates, whether Hannibal, Domino, and the others were reliable, and he said no problem. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly remembered something. I asked Magellan if there was a pirate who helped Luffy escape from prison by mimicking others. Magellan said yes, his name is Bon Clay, a transvestite who ate the clone fruit, and he is still locked up in the second layer. I immediately became interested and asked to take a look. That she-male had quite a bit of backbone and refused to cooperate. I directly threatened him with his idol Ivankov and his family's she-male kingdom, and he immediately caved in. He turned around on the spot and, with a duong, transformed into Magellan. I took a look and clicked my tongue. He only had the appearance but not the spirit. Clearly a counterfeit. He still needed practice. I said, I'm taking this person with me. Let Magellan erase his file. With his tool, named Foam Keelii, I boarded the warship and headed for Marineford. On the way, The news of me taking down the Dark King Rayleigh had already spread all over the world. The civilians were cheering, while the pirates were scared stiff. As for Shanks, let me tell you, he was so furious that his Conqueror's hockey leaked out, and his ship was even cracked. But surprisingly, he didn't think of coming to seek revenge on me. Instead, he arranged for Luffy to train first. I couldn't be bothered with him anyway. An arrogant guy, thinking he can definitely win against me? Dream on. Back at headquarters, I had Hibari secretly take phone Keeley back to my house and lock him up while I went to the office. Goodness, when I pushed the door open, the documents were piled up like a mountain. My face turned dark. I really wanted to burn them all. There was no choice but to grit my teeth and review them all afternoon, and I finally got it done. Lighting up a cigar, I thought I needed to find a secretary, otherwise I would be exhausted. When I returned home in the evening, Hibari had already prepared dinner. This little girl was becoming more considerate by the day. During dinner, I asked how that shemale was doing. Hibari said at first he wasn't honest and even tried to use some shemale martial arts on me. After I gave him a good beating, he became obedient and is now locked up in the basement. I nodded in satisfaction. My adopted daughter's strength was more than enough to handle a phone Keeley. I casually asked how Teacher Zifa has been lately. Guess what happened? That girl Yin Xiao instantly put on a look of great grievance, as if she had a lot of complaints about Teacher Zifa. I'll tell you, once she opens her mouth, it's like hitting the rapid fire button. Non-stop complaints. Teacher Zifa is too much. He dumped all the paperwork on me and I. And what about him? Every day, he's either hanging out with the rookies or off to some dingy pub getting drunk. Goodness, the more she talks, the more fired up she gets. And in the end, she even puts her foot on the chair, stretches out those long legs, rolls up her sleeves, and is almost ready to perform a live hand tearing of Zifa. Family, who understands? I'm listening to her chattering away, and suddenly ding, inspiration hits. I was originally considering putting her in the sword team. Although it was dangerous, at least she would be one of our own. But now, I looked at her, and the more I looked, the more something felt off. No, I'm not saying her bold style is wrong, but isn't this exactly the secretary to the marshal that I've always dreamed of? Capable and efficient, handling documents like a pro, and most importantly, someone I can trust completely. Safe, reliable, and I don't even have to personally go through those dense, tedious documents. I was just figuring out how to lure her away from that old man Zephaniah, and suddenly she stopped talking. I looked up, and wow, the girl was blushing and staring at me. All her previous arrogance vanished, and she seemed shy. She probably thought I was stunned by her unladylike image and was regretting it in her heart. I wanted to laugh. I was actually thinking about serious matters, okay? I cleared my throat and almost blurted out, "Little brat," but when I saw the look in her eyes, I quickly changed my words. Ahem, Lark, come be my secretary in my office. Stop wasting time with those trivial documents. Lark was momentarily stunned, and then her eyes lit up like searchlights. Although she complained about paperwork, once she heard it was my request, she was all in. Uncle Sakazuki, leave it to me. Her voice was strong and resolute. This girl understands me. She knows how frustrating it is for me to be a marshal and how much pressure I'm under. Seeing her agree so readily, a huge weight lifted off my chest. Now I can freely go out to do what I want. As for the idea that a marshal must stay at headquarters, please, do you think I brought that freak Von Krieger here as a mascot? I said to Lark, that guy in the basement, you gotta train me hard these days. Make sure he mimics my tone and actions perfectly, so I can get on the job soon as my AI stand-in. AI stand-in literature has become reality. Lark nodded heavily. Now she understood everything. All right, it's settled. I stood up and said, now, let us go grab 2 bottles of good wine, and we'll pay a visit to Teacher Zephyr. Lark looked confused, not understanding why I wanted to disturb the old man in the middle of the night. I won't explain much. Just looking at the moon covered by clouds outside the window. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. As soon as we arrived at Zephyr's place with the wine, the lights inside suddenly went out right in front of us. Playing tricks on me, I exchanged a glance with Lark, and without saying a word, we went straight to the door and shouted, Teacher Zephyr. The next second, bam, the lights came back on. I smirked, hey, what a coincidence. Zephyr wasn't asleep after all. Once inside, I got straight to the point and told Zephyr about Lark's reassignment. The old man's face fell as if it were a mountain in Chombai, muttering under his breath, clearly unwilling. After all, such a useful tool had just been taken away. Then we started drinking and chatting, with Lark pouring us drinks on the side. After a few rounds, both Zephyr and I were feeling spirited. Sakazuki, Zephyr set down his cup and looked sharply at me. You didn't come to find me just for Lark, did you? As expected of Teacher Zephyr, his insight was still so sharp. I didn't hold back any longer. I pulled out a few recruitment notices from my pocket and slapped them down on the table. Teacher, Brace yourself. Don't get too excited after reading them. Zephyr took them with suspicion, looking at each one. I could see his expression change from normal to gloomy, then to ashen, at an observable speed. When he flipped to the last one, let me tell you, that killing intent surged up in an instant. The wine bottles and cups on the table shattered all at once. The whole room felt like it had been thrown into an ice cellar. My heart sank. This old man had suppressed his anger for so many years, and now it was about to explode. "Teacher Zephyr," I shouted, unleashing a hint of conqueror's hockey, instantly dispersing his momentum. Come on, in my peak state, how could I let an old man with asthma suppress me? The recruitment order was swept away by the shockwave, and one just happened to float under Lynx's feet. She looked down and understood. It depicted a guy resembling Whitebeard, with the name Edward Weevil written on it. This grandson is the one who cut off Teacher Zephyr's arm and killed all his students back then. Conqueror's hockey. Impressive, Sakazuki. Zephyr regained his composure, his voice hoarse and filled with heavy sarcasm. Teacher, this isn't my decision. It's the 5 elders' appointment. I have no authority to intervene. I spoke honestly. Zephyr sighed, and it felt like he aged 10 years in an instant. He certainly knew I wasn't lying, but rationality aside, who could bear such emotions? The enemy who killed his students was now being invited by the government to become a legitimate pirate? Sakazuki, you can leave. I am tired. The old man issued an eviction order. But how could I leave? I watched as the kindness in his eyes faded, replaced by a madness and desire for destruction. I knew the moment had come. Teacher Zephyr, you're not really thinking of quitting the Navy over this, are you? I asked lightly. Lynx gasped beside me, and seeing Zephyr's shocked expression, I knew I was right. How did you know? Zephyr shouted in disbelief. I ignored him and continued to stab at his heart. Once the youngest admiral in the Navy, how glorious he was, revered by thousands. But ever since his family was killed by pirates. Shut up, Zephyr shouted out in pain. I just want to uncover his scars. Throughout his life, the first half was that of a hero, while the latter half was filled with tragedy. His family was brutally murdered, his students were wiped out, and he lost an arm. Now, the last straw that broke the camel's back has come. His so-called nonsensical principle of not killing has finally shattered, and he is completely disillusioned with the Navy. He wants to go solo and form a new Navy to eliminate all pirates. Wow. The old man has directly conjured up an entire political drama of enduring hardship and seeking revenge in my mind, primarily focusing on the information gap. I watched as Zephy's expression gradually changed to one of realization. To fuel his fire further, I pointed in the direction of Mary Geos. Abolishing the Shichibukai system is just the first step. The source of the system is the root of the world's evil. At this moment, Zephyr completely understood. He looked at me with an expression as complex as if he were staring at a monster. He didn't expect that my true goal, as a madman of absolute justice, was to overturn the celestial dragon's table. This was a path that no previous admiral had ever taken. His tone was filled with concern. I laughed, the fire in my eyes burning. If there's no road ahead, then I'll carve one out. If there's no light ahead, then I'll be that lamp. As soon as these words were spoken, Zephyr was ignited. He looked at me and sighed heavily. Sakazuki, I'm not as good as you. The entire Navy is not as good as you. I can't do it alone. I shook my head. We need the entire Navy to unite. Zephyr understood immediately, his eyes shining, no trace of despair left. What do you need me to do? Spread the doctrine. I uttered 2 words. Seeing his confused expression, I directly pulled out a book from my pocket, a copy of Absolute Justice, and handed it over. The old man opened it, and his breathing grew heavy. Good, 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 he exclaimed 3 times, excited to the point of trembling. Teacher, I want you to spread the ideas of this book to all the trustworthy Navy. The great recruitment of the world is about to begin. Newcomers, new leaders, the ideology must keep up. All of this has to be done by you. That night, I chatted with Zephyr until dawn, laying out the plans for the next few years, exhausting the old man's CPU. It was only at dawn that I took Yunxia home, leaving a revitalized Zephyr, filled with passion, standing at the door facing the rising sun. In the following days, Yunxia officially began her role as my secretary, working much more efficiently than I did. In the basement, Phone Cly's special training was also proceeding at an accelerated pace. My plan to slack off is just around the corner. One day, I had just received intelligence and found the whereabouts of that kid, Weibel. He was in a new world hunting down the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Speaking of the remnants of Whitebeard, it's truly tragic. They were brutally beaten by Blackbeard in the final battle, with many dead and many injured, and even their captain, Marco, has gone to become a village doctor. I was pondering who to send with Zephyr to deal with Weevil when a guard came to report. Report, Marshal, Captain of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar Law, has brought 100 pirate hearts and wants to exchange them for a warlord position. Law. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. And a brilliant idea instantly popped into my mind. Bring him over, I told the guard, then turned to Hibari and said, call Zephyr here and tell him I have a surprise for him. A quarter of an hour later, Law and Zephyr entered my office at the same time, staring at each other. Sakazuki, what's this surprise? Zephyr asked first. Don't worry, teacher, we have news about Weevil, but the surprise is something else. I reassured him, then turned my gaze like a searchlight, scanning Law from head to toe. The kid was getting nervous under my scrutiny, but still mustered the courage to say, I took the hearts of 100 great pirates as a token of allegiance. I secretly laughed and thought, wanting to be one of the 7 warlords? No way. Oh, I leaned back in my chair and said leisurely, just with 100 hearts, that's not enough. Luo was instantly baffled. Then what else is needed? I pointed to Zephyr beside me, then to his cold mechanical arm, and gave him a friendly smile. I also need your help to perform surgery, and to assist the Navy in taking down a pirate. I paused, looking at Luo's increasingly tense face, and said word by word, is it possible to attach someone else's arm after chopping it off? As soon as I said this, everyone present was stunned. Zephyr was the first to react, quickly waving his hand. Sakazuki, no need. I'm used to this mechanical arm. He was afraid that I would give the order to chop off someone's arm the next second. I smiled and said to him, teacher, don't worry, I didn't say now. And if we're going to remove it, it must be the arm of the enemy. As soon as Zifa heard this, he instantly understood what I meant, and his expression changed drastically. Are you saying that we have to attach Weibel's arm to me? Impossible. Let me tell you, Zephyr is as stubborn as a stone in a latrine, refusing to budge. He says something about having his arm linked to an enemy's, which is just disgusting to think about. Akainu is being so sincere, almost to the point of kneeling, desperately selling him the value. Teacher, the Navy needs you, not just for your teaching ability, but also for your combat power. Just think about Weibel's arm. It's like a younger version of a white-bearded man. After much persuasion, they finally managed to convince this old, stubborn man. Ro, who had been silent all along, like a technical director, pushed up his glasses and calmly spoke. Marshal, we can change the arm, but there are a few technical points. First, during combat, try not to break the arm. Second, it must be attached immediately after removal. We can't afford any delays. Does anyone understand? What Ro meant was that he had completely grasped Akainu's plan to take out Weibel and, no, to take his arm. Upon hearing this, Akainu felt relieved, but then thought of something. By the way, that guy Weibel has a body like a deformed potato. His upper and lower body are uncoordinated. Will that have an impact? Ro looked at him with an expression that seemed to question his professional judgment. Minor issue. When the time comes, I'll just make a micro-adjustment with my knife. As soon as this was settled, Akainu's eyes suddenly caught sight of Ro's trench coat, which had Corazon printed on it. He casually asked, this coat, it's named after Corazon, right? My goodness, let me tell you. Ro's expression at that moment was like an earthquake in his pupils. Corazon is a code name he used in the Don Quixote family. How could the Navy possibly know? That old fox Akainu, seeing his reaction, began to speak seriously and nonsensically. Razanani, he used to be a lieutenant commander at Navy headquarters, someone I led. He was an upright and kind-hearted good Navy officer. Just that one light remark made Ro fall silent, planting a thorn in his heart. Akainu didn't say much, just left it at that, and turned to call for Momonosuke. Yes, he directly sent a Vice Admiral-level combat force to accompany Zephyr and Ro. Zephyr was not pleased and complained. Don't you trust me? Last time I was careless and got ambushed by that kid. Akainu thought to himself, I trust you? You old man even has asthma. But he spoke grandly. Teacher, your health can't withstand prolonged battles. Sending Momonosuke is to provide support and prevent any interference from others. Besides, with Ro, this pirate present, if Weibel dies later, the blame can be put on him, saying it's pirate infighting. The world government won't be able to pick on us. Poor Ro, just like that, was clearly arranged, becoming the scapegoat reserve. When Momonosuke heard they were going after the 7 warlords, he was so eager. In the past, Sengoku, as the marshal, had various compromises with the 7 warlords. And the hawkish faction in the Navy had long been pent up. Now, with the new boss leading the charge, she was the first to respond. Do you think that's all Akainu planned? Think bigger. After making arrangements, he turned around and secretly set sail with his confidant, Doberman. The target, the Grand Line, Sabaody Archipelago. 3 days later, on a warship, Doberman looked at the vast sea in confusion. Marshal, is the Sky Island really here? Akainu pointed to the sky, looking incredibly cool, right above us at 10,000 meters. I'm telling you, Akainu is on a discreet visit this time, and the Admiral can't just leave headquarters. So he still has a shadow clone in his office. Why'd he come to Skypiea? It's simple, to recruit. He's looking to recruit the so-called strongest Logia user, Enel. If that guy is trained properly, he would definitely be a Vice Admiral level powerhouse. They quickly found a guide to Skypiea, an uncle named Kurokai. This guy is a descendant of the protagonist from the great liar Rolando, and he has spent his life trying to prove that his ancestor wasn't lying, diving every day to find the land of gold. Akainu's men pulled him out of the water, and he was still a bit unconvinced. Akainu couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and directly revealed his trump card. I remember you helped the Straw Hat Pirates, right? Kurokai immediately caved and obediently led the way. When they arrived at the designated sea area, they were puzzled, and suddenly the sky darkened, and a giant sailing ship fell from the sky like dumplings. The Navy soldiers were dumbfounded, and Kurokai screamed in fear, "Run!" But what happened? The Navy didn't move at all. Are you kidding? The Admiral is here. They're not afraid of the sky falling. Kurokai, in despair, closed his eyes, and with a loud bang, he almost wet himself. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the warship was completely fine, surrounded by burning shipwrecks. And Akainu was standing at the bow, calm and composed. Kurokai immediately knelt down, wondering what kind of deity he had encountered. Akainu confirmed the location. Turned to warn Kurokai, "Your task is complete. Since you haven't done anything heinous, go back and disband the pirate crew. Change it to an adventure team. If you get involved with pirates again, you'll end up like that ship that fell from the sky, turning to ashes." Kurokai didn't dare to say a word of dissent, nodding repeatedly and cautiously reminded, "Sir, the upward current won't come for another 2 weeks." Akainu waved his hand. "No need to wait. I have to tell you, the next second's action left me dumbfounded." This guy finished giving Doberman instructions about his affairs, instructed him to clean up the pirates in Magic Valley Town. And then, with a bang, it was as if rockets were installed under his feet, and he shot directly into the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Moonwalk? The moonwalk is just a younger brother in front of him. A series of sonic booms were left in the air. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the clouds, leaving only that Kuroka, disoriented in the wind, with his worldview shattered into pieces. Dozens of minutes later, Akainu crossed the White Sea and directly descended into the Kingdom of God, Sky Island. He had a clear target, heading straight for the golden city of Skypiea. As soon as he landed, his powerful observation haki spread out like radar, and instantly, another powerful haki swept over. Found him, before Akainu could even move. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck him directly. "Mortal, accept the judgment of this god." Yahaha! A loud, arrogant laugh echoed from the sky, followed by countless electric lights converging, and a guy with earlobes like noodles carrying a few drums on his back and holding a golden stick made a dazzling entrance. Enel. And what happened next? As the smoke cleared, Akainu brushed off the dust from his body as if nothing had happened. Enel's laughter suddenly choked, as if he had seen that straw hat kid who couldn't be budged a few months ago. He panicked, directly activated his ultimate move, Judgment of God, and a giant lightning column crashed down. Akainu couldn't even be bothered to look, directly elementalized, turning into a pool of magma that merged with the ground. Enel thought he had instantly taken out his opponent, but just as he was about to turn around, a sense of deadly threat surged over him. The next second, a fiery red magma fist appeared before him, without warning, and slammed into his face. With a scream, Enel was sent flying like a broken sack. He was stunned. It was the first time in his life he had seen another elementalized ability user besides himself. Struggling to get up, he transformed into lightning and flew in front of Akainu, tentatively asking, "This, godly friend?" Akainu looked at him with disdain. "I'm not a god." Then came a round of mockery. "What's wrong? After being beaten by the Straw Hat Kid, you're still dreaming your ridiculous godly dreams?" As soon as the Straw Hat was mentioned, Enel instantly exploded with rage, but when he heard that Akainu was capturing Luffy, he immediately changed his face. "Yahahaha! The enemy's enemy is a friend. Will you come with me to the infinite continent?" Akainu looked at him as if he were an idiot. Enel was completely broken. Furious, "You've angered this god." He used his last bit of strength to conjure up his ultimate move, Thunder God. The sky instantly darkened with thick clouds, and a giant lightning ball with a diameter of dozens of meters slowly formed. That thing could blow an island away. Just as he was about to launch his attack, Akainu moved. "Hellhound, A massive lava fist shot into the sky, colliding with the lightning ball. With a loud bang, the entire sky island shook, and the lightning ball exploded like fireworks. Enel was so scared he froze and turned to run. Oh, is the frog at the bottom of the well going to retreat? Akainu's voice came slowly. Enel was provoked and said stubbornly, I'll stand right here and fight you. Can you hit me? He thought that as long as he paid attention to elementalization, he would be fine. Really? As soon as the words left his mouth, Akainu's figure vanished in an instant. The next second, a fist wrapped in black hockey slammed solidly into Enel's stomach. Family, who understands? With that punch, Enel was instantly knocked back to his original form, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, collapsing on the ground, not even having time to elementalize. He looked in horror at Akainu's black fist, his mind blank. How about it? There are countless people in the world who can do this. How will you respond? Akainu flicked the hockey off his hand. Enel was completely subdued, filled with despair and reluctance. Looking at him, Akainu began the ultimate PUA. Enel, are you really willing to escape to some unknown place and continue your ridiculous dream of being a god? How do you know my name? Enel was completely shocked. I came specifically to find you. You destroyed your hometown, forced Kuro, right? Akainu's words hit Enel's deepest pain point. Enel roared in agitation, crying about his childhood being bullied for not having wings. Akainu, however, coldly said, I know, that kind of discriminatory place, if it's gone, it's gone. But when you later enslaved the residents of Sky Island, how were you any different from those who bullied you back then? Enel was left speechless. Am I executing you now, just like you executed them? Do you have any complaints? Enel closed his eyes, seemingly resigned. Are you going to kill me? Akainu looked down at him, his gaze profound. I've already killed you. What I've killed is the once proud Enel who claimed to be a god. Now, this life of yours is given by me. Do you have any objections to that? Enel forced a smile. Do I dare to have objections? So, you want me to submit to you? No. Akainu shook his head. It's to assist me. In the Blue Sea, there are countless people oppressed like you were as a child, ruled by a bunch of trash called celestial dragons. I want you to help me overthrow them. Then, Akainu explained the situation in the Blue Sea to him. After hearing it, Enel realized how narrow-minded he had been before. So you are the boss of the strongest overlord in the world, the Navy. No wonder you are so powerful. He lost with complete willingness. Akainu solemnly extended his hand. Let me formally introduce myself. I, Sakazuki, current Admiral of the Navy. Enel paused for a moment, then extended his hand to shake it. Then let me introduce myself. I, Enel, current, am Navy third-class soldier. I tell you, Sakazuki pulled me up right then and there. His grip was so strong, like a pair of iron pliers. He patted me on the shoulder, and his gaze was like that of a father looking at his own son, directly painting a grand vision for me. With me around, just 1 year, I guarantee you'll be a middle general. The position of a future great general will definitely have you. Our hands were clasped together, almost like we were swearing brotherhood on the spot. Then, I took him to see my proud creation, the Ark of Proverbs. I was so proud, puffing out my chest and saying to him, Boss, look at my ship, ISNT it awesome. As long as there's food, I can make it fly forever in the sky, wherever it wants to go. Sakazuki walked around the ship, his eyes filled with satisfaction. I tell you, he knew very well in his heart that the value of this ship was simply off the charts. Other ships either had good wood or a ship's spirit, but this ship could conjure thunderclouds. Combined with my abilities, with one shot, it could wipe a small island off the map, comparable to legendary ancient weapons. Moreover, it had unlimited power. Generating electricity with love couldn't compete with this. I was generating electricity with thunder, flying as fast as I wanted, much stronger than those Navy ships just swaying on the sea. However, the boss was a detail-oriented person. He looked at the shiny golden character at the bow of my ship, frowned, and said, That character is too eye-catching. Change it quickly. Otherwise, if those dragon people below see it, they'll start complaining. I thought about it and agreed. When under someone else's roof, one should bow their head when necessary. Right then, I used my thunder metallurgy, and with a zap, melted the character and reshaped it into a character for thunder. Once it was done, I was itching to push him. Boss, shall we head to Qinghai now? Guess what? He waved his hand and said, Not in a hurry. Let us make money first. Then, the dignified naval marshal jumped off the ship like a demolition team leader and started tearing down that golden clock tower. I was stunned. Boss, you're such a high-ranking official. Do you really need this little bit? Seeing me in shock, he shouted directly, What are you looking at? Come help. Well, I had no choice but to set aside my doubts and return to my old profession, becoming a gold mover. By By the time we stuffed the entire Arc of Proverbs full of gold and nearly overloaded it, his pocket phone bug suddenly started buzzing. I tell you, as soon as the phone was picked up, it cut straight to a scene from a day ago in the New World. That scene was incredible. Teacher Zifa was there with Tontada and a pirate named Law, facing off against a grotesquely ugly fat man. That fat man was called Weevil, claiming to be the biological son of Whitebeard, and next to him was a sneaky old woman with beady eyes, his mother Miss Backen. Weevil was just a simpleton, not very bright, but his combat power was truly fierce. When Zifa saw his enemy, his eyes turned red, and without a word, he charged forward, swinging his mechanical arm to smash down on Weevil's head. Meanwhile, Law rushed at the old woman with a knife. Guess what happened? Law actually couldn't defeat that old woman. I tell you, this old hag was hiding her strength, mastering two-color hockey with incredible skill, forcing Law to gasp for breath. Just at that critical moment, Tontada, who hadn't made a move until then, took action. Family, who understands? This lady was incredibly strong, unleashing a tens of meters long purplish-red sword aura. Law was so scared that he quickly dodged with his ability, but Miss Backen wasn't so lucky. She was turned into dumpling filling on the spot, not even able to utter a complete last word. Law, watching from his side, was sweating coldly, definitely thinking to himself, these Navy folks are crazier than us pirates when they go all out. On the other side, when Weevil saw his mother gone, he went completely insane, his momentum skyrocketing as if he had gone berserk, actually pushing Teacher Zifa back by 2 steps. Seeing this, Tontada realized it was bad, called out to Law, and the three of them directly launched a 3-man battle against Elbu. Let me tell you, Law is quite a ruthless character, always looking for opportunities. In the moment when Weibel was suppressed by Zephyr and Peach Rabbit, he used a rune to completely cut off Weibel's arm and directly transfer it away, stuffing it into the refrigerator of the talking white bear on his ship. This operation was all about precision surgery. With his arms severed, Weibel's combat power plummeted, and in the end, he was pinned down by Zephyr, who pounded his head into the ground over and over again, smashing his brains out. The scene was brutal and extremely satisfying. With the big revenge fulfilled, Zephyr felt completely relaxed and refreshed. That night, Law performed a transplant surgery on Zephyr using Weibel's fresh arm, bringing him back to life with a new limb. The next day, as they were preparing to return, guess who showed up? The immortal Marco. He also came to trouble Weibel, but arrived too late and found that his head had been taken by the Navy. Zephyr saw this and thought, oh, the vice captain has delivered himself to my doorstep. He immediately called Akainu to report. When Akainu heard Marco was there, his mind raced, and he had Zephyr pass the din mushy to him. What was he going to do? He was going to online PUA. He started mocking Marco, saying that the Whitebeard remnants were cowards who didn't dare to seek revenge on Blackbeard, and that Whitebeard died with his eyes closed, and so on. Marco was provoked by a few of his words, roaring back that it wasn't that they didn't want to take revenge, but that they couldn't win. Going would just be sending themselves to death. At this moment, Akainu revealed his true intentions, casually saying, what if the Navy is willing to help you? Let me tell you, this move by Akainu is called a sunshine strategy, setting a trap in broad daylight, betting that Marco couldn't swallow his anger. He spoke harshly, suggesting that they should exhaust Blackbeard's stamina and wait to reap the benefits. But for Marco, this was the only opportunity to avenge his father. In the end, under the temptation of Akainu promising to deploy 2 Admiral-level forces, Marco took the bait. After hanging up the phone, I was all fired up and asked the captain, are we going to fight Blackbeard soon? He gave me a glance and poured cold water on me. You in your current state? Going to scratch the 4 emperors? Back to the headquarters, he said he would find a teacher for me to train properly. When I heard teacher, I thought, is it the captain's teacher? That must be amazing. I didn't take the suffering comment to heart at that moment. Then, the 2 of us set off on the polar arc, diving from 10,000 meters high into the Qinghai Sea. Let me tell you, I was so excited at that moment, like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Seeing a giant sea creature felt novel. I transformed into lightning and dashed over to electrify fish, focusing on a physical intimidation tactic. And the big fish screamed as I zapped it. Akainu had a black line on his face, using observation hockey to find Admiral Doberman's warship, calling me back. I was still feeling cocky, and when I saw Doberman, I thought the Admiral he mentioned was nothing special. So I beckoned with my finger. Come on, let's compare skills. What happened next? As expected, I got a beating from our Navy elite admiral. Let me tell you, I was beaten so badly that I had a bruised face, flying out of the lightning and crashing onto the deck, unable to get up for a long time. At that moment, I finally understood that the captain was right. There were too many monsters in the Qinghai Sea, and my strength really wasn't enough. Doberman was also hit by my lightning, his hair all frizzed up, looking like a super scion, but the look in his eyes towards me had completely changed, filled with recognition. Just as we finished fighting and were preparing to return, a big incident occurred at Navy headquarters. In the Marshal's office, let me tell you, it was chaos. With Akainu's face, Vice Admiral Fong Klai was bickering with Yamakaze when suddenly there was a loud knock on the door. A personal soldier rushed in urgently to report. Marshal, the 4 Emperor's red-haired pirates have suddenly attacked the Sabaody archipelago. There are celestial dragons on the island. I tell you, at that moment, Xiao Feng's face turned pale all of a sudden, and he soaked Sakazuki's martial uniform with sweat, almost collapsing in his chair. Yin Xiao remained relatively calm and quickly instructed him to follow the boss's earlier orders, sending Kizaru over to stabilize the situation. After sending the person away, Xiao Feng completely lost it, wailing in the office. I don't want to face the 4 emperors. I want to go back to my country of ladyboys. Yun Xiao slapped him to calm him down and hurriedly called Sakazuki for help. At that moment, I had just finished a grilled Sea King meal on the warship with the boss, who was leisurely smoking a cigar when the phone rang. After Yun Xiao explained the situation, Sakazuki frowned, but the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, as if everything was under control. He calmly commanded, "You guys go over and hold them off. I'll fly over right away." After hanging up, he made another mysterious call, saying just a few brief sentences. Then he stood up, adjusted his uniform, looked at me, and his eyes were filled with the spirit of battle. I already threw away the apple and hoisted the golden stick onto my shoulder, excitedly asking, "Red-haired, is it the strongest of the 4 emperors?" The boss smirked. "That's right. Have you eaten enough? If you have, let's set off, full speed ahead. I'll take you to experience another peak of this world." As soon as I heard this, without saying a word, I jumped onto the ship and unleashed a storm of lightning into it. In the next moment, our ship transformed into a golden flash of lightning, tearing through the sky and disappearing without a trace. All that was left was the poor Doberman, standing there dumbfounded, staring at the empty sky, probably still wondering if he was hallucinating. I'll tell you, we just ran away, and the situation in Sabaody is already chaotic. Red-haired Shanks, the user of the face-face fruit, has surrounded the naval base with his whole crew. The leading rear admiral, Shumir, is sweating so much that his uniform is almost soaked, shaking like a leaf in front of Shanks. It's no wonder he is scared. After all, Akainu is ruthless, right? Didn't he deal with Rayleigh before? The boss directly ordered Rayleigh's corpse to be hung at the entrance of the base to serve as a warning. The effect was tremendous. There were fewer pirates. But now the main character has come knocking. When Red-haired saw his respected senior being humiliated like that, his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Shumir is clever and, driven by survival instinct, immediately sold out his boss. It wasn't me. It was all Admiral Sakazuki's idea. Upon hearing the name Sakazuki, Red-haired's killing intent almost became tangible. He waved his hand, and his subordinate, Rockstar, rushed to take down Rayleigh's corpse. Shumir didn't dare to utter a word, just thinking about getting this deity out of here as soon as possible. He weakly asked, "You got the corpse? Can we leave now?" Guess what Red-haired said? "Leave? Dream on. You insulted my respected senior, and you'll pay with your lives." As he spoke, his supreme blade griffin was instantly unsheathed, ready to level the entire base. He learned from his old captain, Roger. He wouldn't hesitate to destroy a country over a disagreement. A dark red sword aura, over 10 meters long, slashed towards them, about to obliterate the base along with its people. At this critical moment, a golden light flashed, and a cheeky voice rang out. "Oh dear, how scary. Damn it, Kizaru." This old guy suddenly appeared from nowhere, conjuring a light sword and blocking Red-haired's sword aura with a clang. The Navy in the base was about to cry out, cheering that Admiral Kizaru had arrived to save them. But they celebrated too early. Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, raised his gun and aimed at Kizaru. "Kizaru, don't move." Kizaru, the old sly fox, immediately raised his hands, looking all surrender-like. But his little eyes behind the sunglasses were darting around. Who knows what he was thinking? Beckman didn't waste time with him, seeing him about to pull a trick. Bang! A shot. A bullet wrapped in top-grade hockey directly blew apart Kizaru's upper body. The Navy side was dumbfounded. The Admiral was taken out in an instant. But the next second, Kizaru's cheeky voice rang out again. "Beckman, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" His lower body turned into light particles, instantly reassembling in front of Beckman, and he kicked out. Beckman was also tough, blocking it with the butt of his gun. Just as they clashed, another shot rang out from afar, a sniper shot from Jesus Burgess. It blew Kizaru apart again. Kizaru reassembled in midair, pouting and saying, "What a terrifying bunch of guys." Then he spread his arms, and a rain of light bullets fell like rain, the eight-handed jewel. Now the red-haired crew was in dire straits, getting blown up and howling like ghosts. Seeing his crew being bullied like this, Red-Haired was completely enraged. His face was so dark it seemed like he could squeeze out water. Enough of this. He roared, a suffocatingly powerful aura bursting forth. Conqueror S. Haki. The surrounding navy fell down and rose like wheat being cut, not even making a sound. Red-Haired walked out of the smoke, holding his sword, pointing at Kizaru in the sky. "Kizaru, I'm here to fight you." Kizaru, scared by his gaze, kept muttering scared, scared, scared. Just as the tension was rising, suddenly a navy shouted, "Admiral Sakazuki is here." Kizaru immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to fight the enraged red-haired. It would be a thankless task. And guess what? The Sakazuki that arrived was actually transformed by Fonklai. He was accompanied by Hyoko. I tell you, Fonklai's legs were shaking. Red-haired as Conqueror S. Haki almost scared his soul out. Hyoko threatened him softly. "Don't blow your cover. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your idol Ivankov and your home country of the Okama Kingdom will also be buried with you." This was more effective than anything else. Fonklai steeled himself and walked forward, facing Akainu. When he reached Red-haired, he mimicked his boss's tone and coldly said, "Red-haired, what do you want?" Red-haired was puzzled. Why didn't Akainu have that scorching magma feeling today? But he still angrily questioned, "Akainu, you killed Mr. Rayleigh. Why do you still insult his corpse?" Fonklai was also a good actor, having been trained by Hyoko beforehand. He immediately began to rant. "Just a mere pirate. What dignity do you want? Don't say Rayleigh. Even you, red-haired, have none. That guy Roger started the great pirate era, talking about treasure. It's simply ridiculous. Did he have a celestial dragon father or something? How many people did his words ruin? Rayleigh was his biggest accomplice." Goodness, this kid was getting more and more agitated, more and more into character, acting as if he were the admiral of the Navy himself. This performance, I can only say, was something. The emotional value was off the charts. Kizaru, standing next to him, was confused, thinking, when did Sakazuki change his personality? Now, he's playing the mouth game? When Red-haired heard that Roger had a celestial dragon father, his pupil shook, but he was still provoked by Fonklai's words. "Akainu, stop talking nonsense. Today, the Navy in Sabaody must be buried with Mr. Rayleigh." Saying this, another wave of Conqueror S. Haki pressed down. Fonklai couldn't hold up anymore, his head spinning, almost losing his balance. Red-haired's eyes were sharp. He immediately noticed that this Akainu was not in the right state and thought to himself, "Take advantage of your illness to kill you." He raised his sword, about to cleave down. At that moment, a dazzling lightning bolt descended from the sky. "Thunder welcome. It's me, Enel." I directly smashed a small lightning ball into the crowd of red-haired pirates. With a loud bang, lightning flashing everywhere, creating chaos on the scene. Taking advantage of this moment, I teleported over, grabbing Fonklai with my left hand and Hyoko with my right, and flew straight to our ship. When we landed on the deck, Hyoko finally reacted and yelled at me. "Who are you?" I immediately struck a pose, hands on my hips in my most godly stance. "You ask who I am? I'm a god." "Yeah." But before I could finish my moment of glory, my boss, who appeared out of nowhere, punched me on the head. "Hyoko, are you okay?" Seeing the boss, Hyoko looked as if she saw a family member, almost in tears. "Uncle Sakazuki, you finally came." The boss patted her shoulder and shot a glare at Fonklai, who was still trembling on the ground. "Fonklai, don't embarrass yourself by using my body. Turn back." Looking at the boss's face paired with that cowardly look, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. The boss couldn't be bothered with me, instructed Hyoko and the others to stay on the ship, then turned to me and said, "Let us go. We're going to meet Red-haired. If I don't take down a few of his subordinates today, I would be disrespecting all my efforts on this journey." We flew directly back to Shambaudi. At this moment, Red-haired looked at his subordinates, who were all burnt and charred by my lightning, and his fury had reached its peak. After being one of the 4 emperors for so many years, he had never endured such humiliation. He completely erupted. His conqueror's haki was more terrifying than ever before, changing the color of the heavens and the earth. In the Navy, apart from Kizaru, even the vice admirals couldn't withstand it, and all fell. Just as he was about to clear the field with his haki, in the sky, another conqueror's haki, equally powerful as his, descended. The The captain stood in the air with his moonwalk, his white justice coat billowing, and his gaze sharp as a knife. The whole place was stunned. Kizaru's sunglasses were almost knocked off, and Beckman looked incredulous. The most bewildered was red-haired, who could clearly feel that the captain's conqueror haki was on the same level as his. How could this be possible? Red-haired frantically increased his output, trying to suppress the captain's momentum, but the two forces collided in the air, and neither could overpower the other. Red-haired finally accepted this reality, withdrew his haki, drew his sword, and pointed at the captain in the sky. The captain also retracted his momentum, leisurely adjusted the roses on his chest, and then commanded, "Kizaru, hold Beckman and Jesus Burgess." He then pointed at me. "Enel, you deal with that fat guy with the meat." As soon as he finished speaking, his hands transformed into magma, meteoric volcanoes. Countless lava fists rained down from the sky. Red-haired roared and swung his sword to shatter the magma. Seeing my chance, I shouted to the captain, "Capture the thief first, capture the king," and transformed into a bolt of lightning charging towards red-haired. But he just glanced at me, and an invisible force sent me flying out, directly embedding me into a tree thousands of meters away. I felt dazed. What the hell was that? I flew back to my boss's side in a hurry, and he gave me a speechless glance. "You can't capture this king for now. Go deal with that little thief." After saying that, he and the red-haired one moved at the same time. Hellhound, divine escape, the magma giant dog, and the overlord slash collided with a loud bang. My boss didn't pause for a moment and instantly charged in front of the red-haired guy, smashing his magma fist, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, right down. The red-haired one raised his sword to block. The sound of metal clashing was extraordinarily piercing. My boss grabbed the red-haired guy's sword with his left hand and delivered a fierce punch to his chest with his right. The red-haired one took the punch hard, feeling a severe, burning sensation in his chest. He quickly retracted his sword and retreated violently. After backing off for dozens of meters, he looked down at the charred spot on his chest, and when he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with a scarlet glow. Those eyes were filled with a scarlet glow. But let me tell you, the battlefield on the other side was also in chaos, and I didn't have time to care about him at all. My newly recruited little brother Enel was playing cat and mouse with that fat guy Lockie from the red-haired crew. Enel was shooting electricity from the sky, like a giant electric fly swatter, but guess what? That fat guy, despite his size, was as agile as a rat and dodged every single hit. Enel was a bit embarrassed at that moment, and the fat guy even mocked him about it. My little brother, who is quite a genius, directly shouted, "Look at the chicken leg in your hand." The fat guy looked down, let out a loud scream, sounding like a pig. His bone meat, bigger than his face, was instantly turned into a piece of charcoal. Goodness, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. He was truly furious and started chasing Enel all over the place. On the other side, Grandpa Kizaru was slacking off at work, focusing on not being able to be hit or hit anyone. He was being pressured by Beckman and Jesus Burgess, occasionally getting blasted into particles of light, then slowly coming back, mumbling, "Young people really have a lot of energy, huh?" It was simply unbelievable. Even the Oscars owed him a little golden statue. After dragging on for a day and night, we were all a bit tired. I thought, my delivery should be arriving soon, right? I had already contacted people before I came, and calculating the time, it was about right. Sure enough, just when I exchanged another blow with the red-haired guy, and both of us were a bit out of breath, a loud roar came from a distance. "Sakazuki, I have come to assist you." I told you, at that time, the red-haired guy's face turned green. He looked at Teacher Zephyr, who was flying over with a moonwalk, his face full of disbelief. In his intel, Teacher Zephyr had lost an arm and was supposed to be retired at home as an instructor, right? How had this old man come back to life? In the next moment, Teacher Zephyr landed next to me. The red-haired guy finally saw clearly that the teacher's arm was indeed gone, but his aura was even more terrifying than before. Shortly after, Peach Bunny and Law arrived. Without saying a word, Peach Bunny drew his sword to help Kizaru out. As for Law, good grief, this guy just found a tree root to sit on, hugging his sword, crossing his legs, looking like he was in the VIP front row of a movie theater. I wanted to say, "Dude, what did you buy that ticket?" I nodded at Teacher Zifa and asked, "Teacher, can we still fight?" Teacher Zifa laughed directly, raised his intact left arm, and scolded, "You little rascal. Who do you look down on? Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, we charged forward from both sides. I threw a magma punch at his face, and the scalding magma made his famous sword, Griffin, sizzle. Just as Red-Haired was about to push me away with his strength, Teacher Zifa's iron fist came. His fist, wrapped in top-level haki, was pitch black and slammed towards Red-Haired's head. Red-Haired was so scared that his pupils shook, and he quickly retreated. but still got hit on the shoulder with a punch, causing him to gasp in pain. Now he was completely stunned. I was already enough for him to handle. And now here came Teacher Zifa, who he thought was a useless number, but turned out to be a trump card. I have to tell you, Teacher Zifa really understands body techniques. The red hair guy only has one arm to block the left side, leaving the right side unprotected. After the teacher noticed this, when his fist was blocked, he immediately countered with a whip kick, slicing through the air and directly kicking the red hair guy's ribs. The red hair guy could only awkwardly lift his knee to block. With a loud bang, it sounded like metal colliding. Next came Teacher Zifa's personal show, using fists, legs, knees, and hands all at once, treating the red hair guy like a punching bag. I was standing nearby, waiting for the opportunity, and occasionally threw in a magma punch to let him experience what it means to be caught between ice and fire. Oh no, it was like adding fuel to the fire. The red hair guy was completely thrown off his rhythm, struggling to keep up with his breathing, and his mind was filled with one thought. Run. I must run. Can I let him run? As soon as I saw that it was almost dark, I unleashed everything. Breathing fire, summoning the hellhound, and the dog biting the red lotus, attacking him as if it were free. Teacher Zephyr was dumbfounded while dealing the finishing blows. He wondered if I was on drugs. Finally, taking advantage of the moment when red-haired was blocking Teacher Zephyr's punch, I gathered all my strength in my right fist and delivered a meteorite strike right on his already charred chest. With a loud wow, blood mixed with internal organ fragments spewed from red-haired, and he swayed, barely able to stand. The people on his ship went into an uproar, shouting Shanks. Captain, in unison. Red-haired, barely holding himself together, shouted with the last bit of strength. Retreat. Retreat now. After saying that, he led the charge back to the ship at the shore. Beckman and the others quickly followed. Want to leave? I transformed both hands into magma and wildly hammered the sky. Meteor volcano. Countless magma fists rained down from the sky, exploding right behind them like a rain of fire. I deliberately controlled a massive magma ball, tracing a bizarre arc, and smashed it directly onto the back of Rockstar, who was carrying Riley's corpse. With a thunderous roar, both the person and the corpse were sent flying, charred blacker than coal. Redhead turned around, his eyes reddened, letting out a beast-like roar, so furious that he spat out blood and drew his sword, wanting to fight me to the death. However, he was in such a weak state that the sword energy he unleashed was feeble, like a little stream, easily dissipated by a casual punch from me. Seeing this, Beckman realized it was not going to work. If they didn't leave soon, they would be wiped out. He had no choice but to drag Redhead towards the ship. Just as they were about to board, I chased to the shore and launched a held dog towards their ship. If this hit, the ship would melt. At that moment, a figure flashed between the ship and the magma, forcefully taking the hit. But it only withstood it for a moment before collapsing and never getting back up. It was Jesus Boo. Redhead on the ship was nearly bulging his eyes out, howling and ready to jump down a fight, but he was tightly held back by Beckman, and the ship immediately powered up, disappearing into the night. I walked to the shore and looked down at the lifeless Jesus cloth. Let me tell you, I have no respect for such people. For the sake of the so-called pirate flag, they abandoned their wives and children, and now they're dying for this group of brothers. What kind of hero is that? Just a selfish person. I expressionlessly took out a cigar from my pocket, squatted down, and lit it using the still, flickering flame from Jesus' corpse. I took a deep puff. When I returned to the center of the island, lo and behold, Kizaru, Zephyr, Trafalgar Law, and others were all sitting there watching the show. Only Enel was still engaged in a back-and-forth battle with that chubby Locky Lou. Zephyr, seeing me come over, was delighted and said, "Where did you find such a treasure? We want to see what his limits are." Kizaru, standing beside him, remarked sarcastically, "He's as fast as me." How terrifying. As soon as I saw Enel's disheveled appearance, I couldn't be bothered to wait any longer and called out directly. The four of us surrounded Locky Lou from four directions. Who understands my family? This fat guy turned pale at that moment. For Emperor subordinates? Time to experience the Admiral package. In 5 seconds, magma, laser, iron fist, and sword energy, that fat guy went to meet Jesus. Enel crawled out of the pit, looking at me with a resentful expression. "Boss, you finally decided to make a move." He looked like a little thug, with a bruised face and torn pants. Seeing this, Zifa-sensei got excited and went up to scold him for being unruly. Enel dared to retort, and as a result, he got a punch from the teacher that taught him a lesson. The armed color hockey directly made him see stars, and he became obedient on spot. I quickly introduced, "Teacher, this is Enelu, our new recruit." You'll be in charge of training him from now on. When Zephyr heard that he was an untrained gem, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered an extraordinary treasure, making Enelu feel a bit uneasy. At that moment, Rorinoa, who had been a background character, cautiously approached me and asked about the 7 warlords matter. I nodded, reassuring him that the Navy keeps its promises and will take care of it tomorrow. Then I gave Enelu a look, signaling him to handle his personal matters. The kid understood immediately and disappeared in a flash of lightning. When we returned to the headquarters on the warship, I settled Rorinoa in and went straight home. As soon as I opened the door, sure enough, the lights were on. Enelu was already back, lying on the sofa and munching on an apple. Hibari was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Seeing me, Hibari became extremely nervous and rushed over to check if I was injured. Enelu chimed in from the side. Don't worry, the red-haired guy isn't a match for the boss. He was immediately shot down by Hibari with a retort. Shut up, you pervert. I told Skylark that I was fine, and Enelu was still a bit unconvinced, saying it was a pity that red-hair got away. I glanced at him and said, he took you out in one move. Even if he didn't run, what could you do? He immediately became awkward and scratched his head. I told him that this would be his home from now on. Who understands what family means? This guy was completely taken aback, standing there in silence for a long time, probably because he had never heard those 2 words before. I didn't pay him any mind and let him go to the backyard to park his spaceship, the Ark of the Covenant. During dinner, the atmosphere was unexpectedly warm. I chatted with Lark about work, while Ainulu quietly focused on his meal, occasionally glancing at us with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. After dinner, I asked Lark to give Ainulu a copy of Absolute Justice for him to study while I went into the study. I have one last thing to do. I walked to the window, pulled out a black transponder snail, and dialed. The call was quickly connected. Akiji, I said slowly. On the other end, Kazan, far away on Fishman Island, seemed a bit surprised. Sakazuki? So late? Is there a mission? I'll get straight to the point. How's the progress with the Mermaid Princess? He said it's going smoothly, and they've already dealt with Vanderdecken 9, initially gaining King Neptune's trust. I nodded and directly dropped a bombshell on him. You need to go to Fishman Street and find someone named Hody Jones. He's the real culprit behind the murder of Princess Odoheim. If you bring him before Neptune, you will gain complete trust. Kazan fell silent on the other end of the line, likely shocked by my intelligence capabilities, and after a long pause, he said, How long have you been planning this? I didn't answer him, staring out at the moon, my tone turning cold. The red-haired pirates attacked Sabeti yesterday and were severely defeated by me, but tonight, they managed to escape. But let me tell you, this isn't over yet. That guy Sakazuki is like a master chess player. The red-haired pirate escaped? Just right. He immediately called Akiji. His tone was cold and decisive. The red-haired is heading back to the New World, and he must pass Fishman Island. So you go wait for him there. Find an opportunity and give him another hard hit. Goodness, I was shocked just listening nearby, and Akiji probably felt a jolt in his heart too. Sakazuki really intends to take down all 4 emperors within 3 years. Akiji didn't waste any time either, simply replying that he understood, and it was very straightforward. I'm telling you, the Navy's reputation absolutely cannot be tarnished now. Before Sakazuki hung up, he added, There's one more thing. Find a former warlord, Jinbei. Figure out a way to bring him in. The soldiers from Fishman Island are quite a fighting force. Make sure it's clear. After hanging up, Sakazuki directly picked up the book Navy Management Framework and started studying it all night, truly a king of volumes. Meanwhile, Akiji jumped out of the bathhouse, quickly packed his things, and rushed toward the entrance of Fishman Island. Family, justice, and Iron Brothers, let's act separately and shine in our own ways. At the same time, 10,000 meters deep in the sea, where one couldn't see a thing, a coated pirate ship was quietly sinking, with the surrounding giant sea kings keeping their distance, as if there was some plague on board. Inside the ship, the weak voice of the red-haired floated out. Beckman, how much farther? Almost there, just 3,000 meters to Fishman Island. Hold on. Beckman looked at red-haired's face, which was as pale as paper, and his brows furrowed in worry. I tell you, the red-haired crew is in a state of desolation right now. The hustle and bustle of the parties is all gone. Only Shanks and Beckman are left in the core team, along with a navigator and 2 deckhands. A big ship with just 5 people. The others all perished in Sabeti. Even that fat guy, Lucky Roo, was said to have been entangled by Akainu during the retreat, and his fate is also uncertain. Shanks sighed, feeling that this time he really suffered a great loss, not even managing to retrieve Rayleigh's body. He was reflecting on life, thinking that ever since he got a trophy from the Summit War, he had been experiencing a streak of bad luck. First, he was injured by Magellan's poison. Then Rayleigh was harmed, and on the way to meet Luffy, he was intercepted by Kaido, and now he was beaten down by Akainu. He couldn't understand why he had gone from being a rookie pirate to one of the 4 emperors, yet never experienced such misfortune before. What exactly went wrong? Just as he was lost in thought, the ship was almost at Fishman Island. However, the feeling of unease in his heart grew stronger. I tell you, a strong person's sixth sense is truly accurate. As soon as the ship landed, Shank's pupils constricted, and he shouted at Beckman, "Run." But it was too late. Ice Age. With a loud shout, the cold air instantly swept across the scene. The sea behind them, along with their precious ship, the Red Force, was directly frozen into a massive iceberg. Following that, a lazy voice came from the coral. "Oh, since you're here, don't rush to leave." Akiji, with his hands in his pockets and wearing an eye patch, strolled over like a sleepy neighbor. Shanks looked at him, then at the towering ice behind them, his face turning pale. This was bad. They might really meet their end here. Beckman had already reached for his gun, staring intently at the opponent, Admiral Akiji. Akiji stopped, looking at the listless Shanks and bandaged Beckman, surprised. Goodness, how badly did Akainu beat these guys? In this state, isn't it a sure win for him? He took his hands out of his pockets, and his demeanor changed instantly. He was no longer the lazy version. "Former Admiral, please call me Kazan." Shanks was even more confused. "You're not even in the Navy anymore. Why are you stopping us?" "The Navy may have withdrawn, but justice still remains." As soon as Akiji finished speaking, the killing intent exploded. Bang! Before he could finish, Beckman raised his hand and fired a shot. The Sea Prism stone bullet shot straight for Akiji's forehead. What happened? He is a Logia user, and he just shattered the ice into pieces. The next moment, Akiji's figure reformed in front of them, his right hand transforming into an ice bird, and he unleashed an ice bird attack towards the injured Shanks. Beckman stepped in front of Shanks, using the gun's handle to absorb the blow. Shanks realized this wouldn't do and gritted his teeth, drawing his sword to fight back. But Beckman turned and shouted, "Shanks, you go man the ship, I'll hold him off." Family members, who understands? This is what true brotherhood is. After Beckman shouted, he charged at Akiji to engage in combat. Shanks gritted his teeth and turned to run towards the ship, slashing through the ice on board. But when he got on the ship, his heart sank. The 2 deckhands and the navigator had already been frozen to death in the cabin. Over there, Akiji and Beckman were exchanging blows, sparks flying. Akiji thrust an ice blade, and Beckman had no time to dodge, only able to brace himself with his armed hockey-wrapped arms, which were soon cut and bleeding. Truly, the Vice Admiral is tough. Beckman took the opportunity to create some distance, leveraging his marksmanship advantage, and fired several shots, turning Akiji into shattered ice. But just as he sighed in relief, he immediately sensed something was off. Where was Akiji? He shouted in his heart that it was bad and turned to run towards the ship. It turned out Akiji was fainting. His real target was still Shanks. At this moment, Shanks had already started the ship and was slowly rising. Suddenly, he felt an extreme chill coming from behind. Without thinking, he swung his sword back, and the 100-meter-long dark red sword energy shattered dozens of ice spears. "Shanks, don't think about escaping." Akiji's figure had already landed on the deck. Shanks stared at him, trying to talk. "Kazan, you've left the Navy, why bother? We have no enmity with you." He was puzzled. This guy didn't seem to work this hard when he was in the Navy. Why was he acting like he was on steroids after quitting? Akiji didn't waste any words, his eyes cold enough to kill. He had heard from Akainu that Shanks wanted the entire Navy in Sabaody to accompany Rayleigh to the grave. For someone like that, he would show no mercy. Ice time capsule. A wave of ice surged towards Shanks, while an ice wall rose behind him, blocking Beckman from coming over. A loud bang. The heavily injured Shanks couldn't even muster 30 of his strength and instantly fell at a disadvantage. He knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. He could only fight back. Divine escape. Shanks roared out this move, swinging his sword with all his might, causing his wounds to ache painfully. A torrent of sword energy erupted, and Akiji got serious, unleashing another ice age. Although most of the sword energy was frozen, a few strands of Conqueror's hockey sword energy still tore through his coat, leaving a few blood streaks on his skin. On the other side, Shanks was already completely frozen into an ice sculpture, unable to move. "Shanks!" At that moment, Beckman finally appeared. He didn't know from where he had circled around, but he fired a shot that precisely shattered the ice on Shanks without injuring him at all. This marksmanship is incredible. Immediately after, he fired several shots at Akiji for cover. By the time Akiji blocked the bullets and turned back, there was no trace of anyone. It turned out Beckman had been blocked by the ice wall and hadn't engaged directly, Instead, he had gone around, forcefully creating a passage through the ice in the sea. Now, he was carrying Shanks, abandoning the ship and jumping into the sea, desperately swimming along that waterway. Akiji saw this and quickly used his ability to create an ice tunnel in the sea to pursue. But he was still a step too late. Just as the two were about to disappear into the darkness, Akiji decisively swung his right arm forward. A dozens-meter-long ice dragon roared and lunged at them. Beckman sensed the danger and immediately turned. But no matter how fast he was, Shanks on his back was still bitten by the ice dragon's fangs, firmly clamping down on his left leg. Beckman turned around and saw that the ice could not be broken free. He gritted his teeth, his expression turning fierce. I tell you, the real tough guy is still the Vice Admiral. He struck back with a hockey-covered hand chop, and with a crack. In less than a second of hesitation, he directly severed Shanks' completely frozen left leg. The unconscious Shanks groaned in pain, almost waking up. From today onward, the one-armed, one-legged Emperor is born. With one leg missing, Beckman swam faster and disappeared into the deep sea in the blink of an eye. Akiji arrived at the spot, only to see the frozen little leg in the ice dragon's mouth. He frowned and took out the shivering transponder snail to call Akainu. Sakazuki, Shanks escaped again. However, I left his left leg behind. At 2 a.m., Akainu was still awake. Upon hearing the report, he merely frowned. The four emperors are not that easy to kill. If they escape, they escape. Now he has lost his entire crew, and with his own arm and leg missing, he poses no threat anymore. I have to tell you, this wave of PUA is simply textbook level, truly showcasing the value of high-end play. Sakazuki, with just a few words, clearly laid out the subsequent tasks for Akiji. Win over Jinbei, control the mermaid princess. After hearing this, Akiji instantly felt a sense of direction in life, full of motivation, and decided to work through the night. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, after hanging up the phone, began his next big move. The red-hair pirates are not a concern, but Luffy is a hidden danger. He quickly calculated in his mind. He knows exactly where Luffy's friends are, aside from Zoro being in a tough spot with Mihawk. The rest can be captured or killed. On Blackbeard's side, let Marco be the cannon fodder and arrange for Garp to take the lead. On Kaido's side, there's an undercover agent, Drake. The only headache left is Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. By the time he finished thinking, it was almost dawn. Once this news spreads, the entire sea will explode. The Navy first wipes out Whitebeard, then defeats the red-haired crew. The world is truly about to change. The scene shifts to the Navy headquarters, the Marshal's office. The atmosphere is so tense it could freeze. Law, that exceptionally handsome surgeon, is slamming the table at Sakazuki. His face is pale. Marshal, is this your so-called promise? What about my warlord position? Sakazuki, puffing on a cigar, calmly looks at him. Not giving it to you is for your own good. Do you want to become a warlord only to be eliminated by the Navy in a few days? Law is directly stunned. What do you mean? Aren't the warlords the Navy's partners? The nearby Hibari couldn't help but laugh, looking utterly disdainful. Colluding with officials and pirates? Ridiculous. Uncle Sakazuki came to power to eliminate you toxic elements. Sakazuki looked at the bewildered Law and asked leisurely, what do you think is the purpose of the warlord's existence? Law thought for a moment and confidently answered, to balance the four emperors and maintain stability in the sea. Then which of them has actually balanced the four emperors? Which of them can fight against the four emperors' crew? Sakazuki immediately burst out, criticizing the warlord system from top to bottom, from Crocodile to Doflamingo, then to Blackbeard and Moria, naming and criticizing them one by one, saying they're just a bunch of scum using their titles to commit crimes. Law was left speechless. Then, the most intense moment came. Sakazuki shifted his tone. Your purpose is to take revenge for that warlord in the New World, right? Law's eyes widened like saucers. How do you know? He felt like he was transparent in front of this man. As for Corazon, also known as Razanandi, I regret his fate. He was a hero of the Navy. Sakazuki affirmed, then suddenly changed his tone sharply. Unfortunately, he defied military orders to save you. Law's expression instantly turned pained. Sakazuki looked at him, speaking with piercing words. Corazon saved you from the brink of death so you could live well. Yet you went and became a pirate? His lifelong enemy. Do you think he would be proud or sorrowful seeing you take revenge in the name of a pirate? These few sentences left Law in silence. Sakazuki didn't let up, adding fuel to the fire. He defied military orders to save a pirate like you. It's truly a pity he died. Saying he is a hero is an overstatement. What did you say? Law exploded, drawing his sword and pointing it at Sakazuki. Sakazuki slowly stood up, leaning on the table with both hands, staring at him intently. Then let me ask you, what are you doing now with the path Corazon paved for you? Was his wish for you to become a pirate? Law's sword drooped weakly, his voice hoarse. Then what should I do? The Navy won't act against the warlords. This is the only way I can think of. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly stunned, as if realizing something, looking at Sakazuki in disbelief. Sakazuki's lips curved slightly. He knew the fish was hooked. Don't let me down. Your current pirate crew is a great cover. He paused and said to Hibari, go, bring that thing over. Hibari took a black box from a cabinet. Opening it revealed a very old-fashioned Navy uniform. Sakazuki took the old uniform, solemnly smoothing out the wrinkles, and slowly spoke. This is the new uniform given to Corazon when he was promoted to colonel at headquarters. He barely wore it before leaving the Navy for the Don Quixote family, and never wore it again. I tell you, as soon as he finished speaking, he solemnly presented the significant military uniform to Luo. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Sakazuki held it up steadily, without rushing. Luo first sheathed his knife, then hesitantly raised his hand, but stopped halfway, wavering. The lark beside him probably had their heart in their throat, thinking, please don't refuse. And guess what happened? Luo lowered his hand and vigorously wiped it back and forth on his own coat, which had Corazon printed on it. Family, who understands? That gesture was as if he wanted to wipe off all the blood and darkness he had ever touched, to prove he deserved this legacy. Sakazuki quietly watched as Luo finished wiping his hands, then confidently extended his hand again, firmly accepting the military uniform. I tell you, the moment Luo's hand touched the military uniform, he couldn't hold it together anymore. A tear plopped down onto the collar, and then, like a dam bursting, he cried uncontrollably. Mr. Corazon's words, like I'm not in pain at all, you should live with a smile, feel the warmth and justice of the world, surged up in an instant. That warmth in the freezing cold once again overwhelmed him. Once Luo's emotions stabilized a bit, Sakazuki sat back down and directly started assigning him KPIs. Your next task is to take down Don Quixote da Flamingo and Buggy, the two warlords of the sea. As for the Empress and Mihawk, I'll send someone else. Luo was stunned at that moment and interrupted him directly. Wait. I understand da Flamingo, but Buggy? That red-nosed guy? How did he become a warlord of the sea? Are you kidding me? Sakazuki smirked, but didn't explain, pulling out a few documents from under the table and pushing them over. Luo picked them up and was dumbfounded. Good heavens, it was a warlord recruitment notice. Not only was Buggy on it, but even that weevil was on the list. Luo exploded directly. Since you want to recruit him, why do you still want me to kill him? Aren't you afraid the world government will hold the Navy accountable? Sakazuki responded with a look that said, what are you talking about? Wasn't Weevil killed by you? Our Navy hasn't sent a single warship to pursue him. I told you, and Luo instantly understood. His gaze towards Sakazuki changed, filled with both shock and fear. This old fox had planned everything from the beginning, using his knife to eliminate those in the Navy who were inconvenient to move against. Sakazuki sneered and laid it all out. Don't look at me like that. Our Navy and the world government are destined to be on different paths. You only need to follow the orders of me, the Marine Admiral. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo felt a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Different paths? Just follow your orders? The weight of this information was too much for him, and he didn't dare to ask any further questions. Sakazuki didn't continue on this topic either, instructing Yunka to bring him a Navy internal hockey training guide and handed him a black transponder snail. The remaining few recruits who were insignificant were also handed over to him as practice. As for Doflamingo, when the time comes, I will notify you, and someone will help you then. Now, take these things and go train. You're still too weak, so don't go to your death. Before he left, Sakazuki added, in the center of the square in front of the building, there is a monument with Corazon's name on it. You can go take a look. Luo held the heavy military uniform, didn't look back, and simply left with a light okay, Admiral Sakazuki. Once he was gone, Sakazuki turned to Yunka aside and assigned her a task to train with Zifa and Enel. Because he was preparing to handle the finishing touches regarding Doflamingo, he intended for Yunka to participate personally, to settle the blood feud from when she was 6 years old. That's right, the slave trader who captured Yunka back then was linked to the Don Quixote family. Sakazuki had remembered this debt for over a decade. Just as he was contemplating this, the transponder snail on the table suddenly rang. I tell you, it's unbelievable. It was the five elders calling. As soon as the call connected, the legal warrior with the birthmark on the other end started ranting. Sakazuki, is this how you handled the red-haired incident? Sakazuki feigned innocence and, looking bewildered, said, oh, so you guys are blaming me for not killing him completely, right? I get it. The other side was so angry they could barely contain themselves. Sakazuki, stop playing dumb. We sent you to dissuade him, not to start a war. Don't you know the Navy can't just fight the four emperors? Sakazuki, more defiant, replied, I didn't know that. Before Fleet Admiral Sengoku stepped down. He never taught me how to be a coward. Should I gather people now and go surround red-haired in the New World? The other side fell silent. The five elders must have been dumbfounded, thinking, did Sengoku have such a big feud with this guy? Didn't he even tell him this unspoken rule? After a while, they managed to say, red-haired has a special identity. He cannot be killed. Be more careful in the future. Don't disrupt the balance of the sea. Sakazuki sneered inwardly, thinking disrupting your rule is the real deal, right? Special identity? No matter who his father is, his ashes will be scattered sooner or later. Then, another five elder asked about recruiting the seven warlords. Without blinking, Sakazuki started rambling. Oh, don't mention it. The New World is in chaos right now. Everyone is fighting for Whitebeard's territory. That Weevil had a conflict with Trafalgar Law from the Heart Pirates not long ago and unfortunately got killed. We're still looking for the others. The five elders actually believed him and finally instructed, quickly gather the seven warlords. Oh, by the way, that Trafalgar Law, the one who ate the Ope no Mi, try to recruit him into the seven warlords or capture him alive if you get the chance. Once the call ended, Sakazuki began to ponder. Eternal life, surgery? Imu has lived for 800 years. What kind of monsters are these old guys? Nearby, Kiku anxiously asked, Uncle, the five elders don't want us to go to war with the four emperors. What about our plan? Sakazuki grinned, his smile chilling yet instantly reassuring Kiku. He spoke slowly. Then let us create chaos inside Mary Geo's first, so they can't pay attention to us. After saying that, he immediately ordered for the Ghost Spider to be transferred to Sabaody Archipelago as the base commander, preparing to thoroughly cleanse that place and give the Celestial Dragons a bloody lesson. On the other side, Law had already arrived at the plaza of the Navy headquarters. There stood a massive black stone monument, the Navy Heroes Memorial. It was covered in names, thousands of them, all heroes who sacrificed their lives in the Marineford War. Law raised his head in the crowd and quickly found the name, Don Quixote Rosinante. Corazon's smiling face resurfaced in his mind, and holding the military uniform, his eyes turned red again. At that moment, Vice Admiral Doberman also came over to offer flowers. After laying down the flowers, he headed straight to the Fleet Admiral's office. Upon seeing Sakazuki, the scar-faced tough guy immediately saluted sharply, his eyes filled with admiration like a starry-eyed fanboy. Sakazuki didn't waste time and directly got to the point, discussing the plan for Sabaody Archipelago. When Doberman heard they were going to take action against the Celestial Dragons, he wasn't scared at all. Instead, he got excited and stood up, making a slitting throat gesture, asking, does the Fleet Admiral mean? Sakazuki subtly nodded. Doberman instantly understood, feeling a rush of blood all over. This was the absolute justice he followed. Sakazuki then gave him detailed instructions. You assist Ghost Spider. There are CP0 beside the Celestial Dragons. Ghost Spider can't handle alone. I'll let Magellan release some pirates from Impelled Down who have a grudge against the Celestial Dragons. You'll secretly coordinate, using them to deal with the Celestial Dragons. Got it? Remember, injure them first, don't kill them. Those pigs are still useful. The plan was immediately set in motion. A week later, the entire New World exploded. News spread everywhere. Extra. The red-hair pirates had their leg broken by Fleet Admiral Sakazuki in Sabaody. Now the entire crew is left with just him and Ben Beckman. This operation was a high-end business war, often employing the simplest methods of rumors. Once the news broke, some were shocked, some were skeptical, but more were exhilarated. The Navy is awesome. The Haven-T even started the world conscription and are already this powerful? I'm not saying anything, but I'm definitely going to enlist next month. The people's confidence in the Navy was at an all-time high, and the whole world saw hope. This was exactly the effect Sakazuki wanted. Another week passed, and when you looked at Sabaody Archipelago, it was as clean as if washed with water. The streets were full of patrolling Navy officers. Upon seeing pirates, without a word, they executed them on the spot. The pirates were scared out of their wits and hurriedly fled to Fishman Island. In the island-esque restaurants, civilians could finally eat in peace. Ah, this is the good life, a man exclaimed, patting his belly. Someone next to him quickly replied, I assent it. Last week was a mess. The gunfire never stopped, and the streets were full of corpses. This time the Navy is serious. Speaking of which, the old Navy used to avoid pirates. Why have they suddenly become so tough? Well, let me tell you, There's a reason for this. I heard the Navy base here got a new head. The last unfortunate guy died in that big news about the red-haired's broken leg. This new one, wow, he has airdropped from Navy headquarters. A real tough character who has participated in the demon-slaying order. Moreover, let me tell you some insider information, but you can't leak it. Some say this new head is a close confidant of the current fleet Admiral Sakazuki. Just think about it. What kind of person is that Akainu? The people under him can't be good, right? How can these pirates have a good life? Speaking of the red-haired broken leg, I just heard a guy next to me explain it. He said not long ago, the red-haired crew ambushed Sabati and killed the previous base commander, a vice admiral named Shumir, on the spot. Originally, the red-haired wanted to continue partying, but Akainu personally led the support and wiped out the red-haired crew, even breaking red-haired's leg. You say, isn't that a sensational headline? Actually, I heard that the version is that red-haired's leg was broken by that Kuzan guy who took advantage of the situation, but with red-haired's personality. Would he explain that everywhere? Oh, I wasn't broken by Akainu. I was ambushed by a subordinate. That would be so embarrassing. So now, the whole world thinks it's Akainu's achievement, and his prestige has skyrocketed. While we were chatting, suddenly the restaurant erupted. Someone shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, why is he here again?" Instantly, I tell you, the whole restaurant fell silent. Everyone buried their heads low like quails. The street outside, which had just been noisy, was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Those who couldn't run in time all knelt down in unison. I peeked out through the crack of the door, and good gracious, that scene is something I will never forget in my life. At the end of the street, a man as tall as a mountain was actually crawling on the ground. He had a black metal collar around his neck, and his body was covered in wounds. Whip marks, knife cuts, and burns densely packed, with a gaze as hollow as a dead person. The most ridiculous part was that there was a person riding on his back, a fat-headed, big-eared idiot with lips like sausages, curly hair, and 2 lines of snot running down his face, looking utterly clueless. But can you believe it? This guy is the legendary world aristocrat, the celestial dragon, Charlos Saint. Hey, crawl faster. Haven't you eaten? If you go any slower, I'll kill you. The idiot whipped the slave beneath him while leering at the crowd of kneeling people by the roadside, as if picking out cabbage. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he pointed at a girl in a white dress. "Hey, that lowly one, lift your head for this saint." The girl was so frightened that she froze in place, and the old man next to her, who looked like a steward, was about to move to grab her, when suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, 2 gunshots rang out. One bullet headed for the steward, and the other aimed straight at Charlos. The steward fell to the ground, but suddenly a CP-0 appeared in front of Charlos, blocking the bullet. "Ha ha! Damn celestial dragon, come and face death." 2 pirates, looking vicious, charged out from a narrow alley, howling as they rushed forward. What happened next? The CP-0 hadn't even had time to move when a Navy Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider, arrived with his men. I barely saw it. I just noticed his weapon, which looked like hair, swung, and the 2 pirates were instantly cut into several pieces. Then he respectfully said to Charlos, "Charlos Saint, we received news that powerful pirates are causing trouble on the island. For your safety, please come with us to the warship immediately." Upon hearing this, Charlos was so scared he nearly wet himself and scrambled to leave. But just after taking a step, the lecherous guy turned back, pointing at the girl. That woman. Can I take her with me? Family, who understands this? Even at a time like this, he's still thinking about that. Ghost Spider probably cursed 1,000 times in his heart, but still maintained a respectful demeanor. "My lord, there's no time. Have you forgotten the last time when that straw hat kid sent you flying with 1 punch? This hit the mark." Charlos shuddered and immediately quieted down. But after taking a couple of steps, he turned back again. "All right, my father and sister are still at the auction venue. Let us go pick them up together." I was thinking at the time, could this Ghost Spider really be acting as a babysitter? And guess what? He smiled so brightly. "No problem, sir. We're a family. We need to be neat and tidy, right?" Charles even sniffed and foolishly said, "Yeah, this Navy, you are quite nice." Goodness, I felt something was off at that moment. Isn't this just a package deal for sending someone to their doom? Sure enough, when we arrived at that so-called human auction site, it was completely empty. The host named Disco was still bowing and scraping, reporting to the Ghost Spider. The Ghost Spider nodded in satisfaction. "You've worked hard. Now please go die." Just a second ago, Disco was still shocked and flattered, and the next second, a sword pierced right through his heart. His eyes widened, probably never understanding until his death. Next to him, the celestial dragon elder, Saint Roswald, asked with a confused expression, "Navy, why did you kill this lowly one?" The Ghost Spider turned around. and the respect on his face instantly vanished, his gaze cold as ice. Of course, to send him to hell, to scout the way for you. As soon as he finished speaking, another sword struck directly on St. Roswald's head. The headgear cracked on the spot, and blood flowed down his forehead. The three celestial dragons let out screams like pigs being slaughtered. The two CP0 members beside them finally reacted, rushing to stop the ghost spider. Are you crazy? You dare to assassinate a celestial dragon. The ghost spider casually wiped his sword on Disco's corpse. Just killing some pigs, what's there to be excited about? Just as CP0 was about to take action, another group of Navy soldiers arrived at the entrance, led by another Vice Admiral, Doberman. The CP0 members shouted like they had seen a savior. Hurry, there's a Navy defector here. Help us capture him. Doberman pretended to be clueless as he walked over, saying, "Oh, is there such a thing?" When he reached the CP0 members, suddenly, a long sword pierced through the back of one CP0 and out through the front. At the same time, the ghost spider's sword stabbed into his belly. Another CP0 member was dumbfounded, with a face full of disbelief. The next second, Doberman and the ghost spider struck at the same time, and he instantly met his end. After everything was settled, Doberman stepped on St. Roswald's head and directly dialed the transponder snail. Marshal Sakazuki, mission accomplished. On the other end of the phone, I could imagine Akainu's satisfied smile. He ordered the ghost spider to stay behind, publicly declaring that the celestial dragons had been captured by a great pirate. Then he had Doberman take the three pigs straight to the Sabati archipelago. After hanging up, Akainu acted swiftly, directly seeking out Zifa, and summoned that so-called god, Enel, who flew away on the golden ship, the Ark Maxim, disappearing into the sky above the Navy headquarters. When they flew to the Sabati archipelago and met up with Doberman's warship, the real show was about to begin. At first, Zifa didn't know what was happening until he was taken to the temporary prison in the ship's hold. Inside, the three pigs had already been beaten to a pulp, groaning and whimpering. Zifa initially thought they had captured some pirates and casually glanced. But the more he looked, the more familiar they seemed. And he suddenly leaned forward to the iron bars, his eyes nearly popping out, his lips trembling for a long time, and finally exclaimed, "Aren't these the celestial dragons?" I tell you, at that moment, Teacher Zephyr's expression was like his worldview had collapsed. Later, after Akainu explained, the old man slowly recovered, exclaiming that his heart couldn't take it. That kid Enel didn't care about any of this. He was just enjoying the show, quietly sneaking over to the cell, picking up his golden staff, and aiming it at St. Charlos's crotch. Zap. Just like that. That scream was just unbelievable. His father, St. Rosward, was startled awake, and seeing his son's miserable state, he shouted outside, "Commoners, do you dare to lay a hand on a celestial dragon? Don't you know that the marine admirals we raise will tear you to shreds?" Enel, digging in his ears, cheekily said to Akainu, "Boss," he said, "Marine Admiral." Akainu sneered and ordered the door to be opened. He squatted in front of St. Rosward, who still couldn't see clearly, and continued to shout, "I tell you, the admirals are dogs raised by us, celestial dragons. Hurry up and release us." Akainu's expression changed instantly. He grabbed St. Rosward and slapped his face hard. One slap for each word, turning that face into a real pig's head. Then, he punched St. Rosward's left leg with magma. The excruciating pain of his leg melting made St. Rosward's eyes widen, and finally, he could see the person in front of him clearly. Go. Sakazuki. He trembled in fear, unable to speak clearly. "Marine Marshal, how is this possible?" After saying that, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Akainu disdainfully tossed him on the ground like trash, and then expressionlessly asked the person next to him, "Did you record that scene with a Den Mushi?" As the warship approached Amazon Lily, they saw the 9 snake pirates led by Empress Hancock from afar. With her temper, when she saw the Navy warship approaching, without a word, she directly shot her capturing arrow, and hundreds of thousands of pink heart-shaped arrows flew over. Akainu was too lazy to do it himself, directly telling Enel, "You go." Enel was incredibly arrogant, swinging his golden staff, Thunderbird. A giant bird made of thousands of lightning bolts charged into the rain of arrows, instantly obliterating those flashy arrows, and without losing momentum, exploded on the 9 snake pirate ship. With a loud bang, as the smoke cleared, good heavens. The pirate crew of the world's most beautiful woman was almost blown apart, and the crew looked like they had just crawled out of a coal pile, their hair all frizzed up. Hancock herself was also covered in dust, furious, and unleashed her conqueror's haki on the spot. What happened next? Akainu stood on the warship, not even blinking, and a more terrifying, domineering conqueror's haki directly pressed down, instantly dispersing Hancock's haki. Only then did the Empress see that it was Akainu, and her expression turned serious. Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged at her for a one-on-one fight, while Akainu, uninterested in watching, had the remaining 2 celestial dragons dragged out and took 2 fishing rods. He said to Teacher Zephyr, "Teacher Zephyr, are you interested in a fishing contest? Let me tell you, these people really know how to play." They tied St. Charlos and his sister St. Shalulia, 2 living celestial dragons, to the tops of fishing rods and directly used them as bait thrown into the sea. The rules of the game are as follows. They must not let the sea kings swallow the bait in one bite. They must control it precisely to let the fish slowly tear at the flesh on their bodies and see who attracts the most sea beasts. So, on the warship, the Navy soldiers are cheering and applauding. In the air, there are the terrified and desperate screams of the celestial dragons. On the surface of the sea, the hungry roars of the sea kings. This scene is simply a harmonious painting. The joys and sorrows of humanity indeed do not resonate with each other. When night fell, the 2 fishermen finally satisfiedly reeled in their rods, leaving only 2 bloody human skeletons, with a few shreds of flesh still hanging on them. Akainu asked again, "Did you record it?" After receiving a positive response, he unleashed magma and burned the 2 skeletons to ashes, scattering the ashes. After handling this, he turned his attention to Hancock, who was still entangled with Enel. At this moment, the Empress looked nothing like a beauty. Her entire body was charred and in a miserable state. Akainu saw that Enel seemed to be unable to take her down anytime soon, and, seemingly, he was also losing patience to wait any longer. I tell you, this guy really doesn't show any mercy. In the next second, he flew right up to Hancock's face with a moonwalk. Wow. He didn't waste any time talking. With a fist engulfed in magma, he aimed right at Hancock's face. The Empress was so shocked that she couldn't even think about dodging. She could only instinctively cross her arms in front of her chest, activating her haki to the max. But what good did that do? Akainu's punch sent her flying like a cannonball, crashing through the cabin and collapsing half the ship. Her 2 sisters and the remaining crew went crazy, shouting for their sister, trying to rush forward, but they were all stopped in their tracks by Enel's glare. Unable to move. After a while, Hancock finally crawled out of the wreckage, swaying. I tell you, it was a tragic sight. Her cheepow had a big tear, and her stomach was a bloody mess. She wanted to say something fierce to save face, but instead, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale. Akainu just looked at her expressionlessly and said, "Hancock, understand your own identity. The Navy called you here, not for you to show off." The Empress, however, was still tough, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Akainu, I will never surrender." Stubborn and unyielding, Akainu snorted coldly and stepped right in front of her. Hancock tried to resist, kicking out with a fragrant leg, and guess what? Akainu easily blocked it and then kicked her down to the ground. I'm going to tell you, the most intense operation is coming. Akainu looked at Hancock, who was on the ground still trying to struggle, suddenly bent down and softly whispered in her ear, in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. "You wouldn't want your people to know about the celestial dragon's mark on your back, would you?" Boom. Family. Who understands this sentence is even hotter than the magma fruit? Hancock's pupils instantly trembled. Her whole body shook like a sieve. And the most painful and humiliating memory in her mind, the memory of being enslaved by the celestial dragons, exploded in an instant. She stammered, "Why you?" "How do you know?" Akainu completely ignored her fear and despair, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up like a chick, flying directly back to the Navy's warship. Once on the ship, he casually threw Hancock on the ground, right next to the half-dead celestial dragon, Roseward Saint. Just as Hancock snapped out of her shock, she turned her head and saw that face, terrified to the point of losing her soul, crawling backward until she stopped at the edge of the ship. "So now you're scared?" Akainu asked her with a cold smile. Hancock's voice trembled. "Celestial. Celestial dragon. Why are you here?" Akainu didn't explain, turning directly to Zifa and the others to say, "Just a pirate who has been persecuted by the celestial dragons." Then he started discussing serious matters with Zifa, saying he planned to turn Amazon Lily into a new Navy training camp. He said the women on that island are naturally warriors, all capable of using armament haki, which is just ready-made combat power. Moreover, there's an uninhabited island called Rusukai nearby, with unpredictable weather and packs of ferocious beasts, making it an excellent place for training haki. "You mean we can train troops here and also incorporate the Kuja tribe?" Zifa stroked his chin, thinking this was a feasible plan. Exactly. Akainu's plan was coming together, recruiting these female pirates, whether as cannon fodder or to specifically annoy the world government. For instance, ambushing and beating up celestial dragons, was a brilliant move. After they finished discussing, Akainu turned back to the still-dazed Hancock and shouted, "Hancock, are you awake?" The Empress's mind was completely in chaos. She looked at this man and then at the celestial dragon on the ground, completely confused. This man is the second person, besides Luffy, who knows her secret. Yet he dares to treat the celestial dragon like this? This is way more serious than what Luffy did. Akainu looked at her expression. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he whispered like a devil, gently guiding her. "Can't you see? I'm helping you take revenge. Come, I allow you to take this pig back to your ship, call all your surviving crew members, and together, kill him. What?" Hancock's eyes widened. Her mind completely crashed. "Don't waste time. Do what you have in mind. Otherwise, your sister and crew will die here today." Akainu pointed at the two younger sisters who were knocked out by Enel, his tone devoid of warmth. I told you, Hancock's feelings at that moment, anger, fear, confusion, and hesitation, were all mixed together. In the end, she still lifted the unconscious celestial dragon and returned to her pirate ship. She woke all her crew members and then, in front of everyone, began to crazily execute the celestial dragon. She stomped on him with her high heels, as if she had gone mad. The scene was simply unbelievable. Just then, Akainu made a gesture to Enel in the sky. Enel understood and took out a recording snail, capturing the entire brutal and bloody process frame by frame. After they threw the dismembered body into the sea, Hancock was completely drained, laughing and crying, as if she had gone insane. But after a while, she wiped her tears, stood up, looked at the moon, and felt that the boulder that had pressed down on her heart for over a decade had finally been lifted. The sense of relief was simply unparalleled. Just when she thought everything was over, Akainu appeared beside her like a ghost. "Have you avenged your grievances? Then we should talk about what your Amazon Lily will need to pay in the future." Hancock, now carefree and with her obsession with Luffy faded, said, "I will follow your orders alone. Don't involve Amazon Lily." Akainu laughed. "Oh, you think too highly of yourself. First, take a look at the sky." Hancock looked up and saw Enel pull aside a curtain, revealing the high-definition video of all of them dismembering the celestial dragon. "You." Hancock was both shocked and furious, but there was nothing she could do. Now, the entire Kuja tribe had become the murderers of the celestial dragon. This crime cannot be cleared even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Akainu pulled out a small booklet and threw it to her. "Give this to your former empress, that old Lady Nyan. She knows what to do." Then he took out a new snail phone, telling her not to use the previous warlord's snail phone anymore. "Tomorrow, you will publicly announce that you are giving up the title of Warlord of the Sea. In the future, the Kuja pirates are not allowed to rob. And you will also need to regularly eliminate pirates. The specifics will be handled by Zifa." After this series of combinations, even Hancock understood that she and her country were firmly in the grip of this man. This was no longer something she could solve. She had to go back and find Nine immediately. Watching the Kuja pirate ship retreat in defeat, Akainu coldly smiled to himself. Another desperate thug was in his hands. Whether you were a Yonko or the world government, just charge ahead. When he returned to Marineford and entered his office, sure enough, the Gorosei's phone rang. It was late at night. Didn't these old men need to sleep? As soon as the call connected, they urgently asked, "Sakazuki, have you found the whereabouts of the celestial dragon?" Akainu didn't even raise his eyelids, and replied, "Gorosei, the Navy is doing everything to pursue. Reports say it was a notorious pirate who escaped during the chaos and impelled down. That guy's hometown was destroyed by the celestial dragons, so he holds a grudge. As for now, he is probably not going to have a good end." His tone was unreservedly gleeful. The Gorosei on the other end exploded. "Outrageous. Sakazuki, stop making jokes. The celestial dragon has been captured, and the Navy has an unshirkable responsibility. You want to see them alive or dead?" Akainu sneered inwardly. "See the body? You might as well ask for ashes." But he only replied blandly, "I'll try." After saying that, he hung up the phone with a snap. In the following days, the whole world was in an uproar over the kidnapping of the celestial dragon. The Navy outwardly dispatched hundreds of warships for a search, but in reality, it was all Akainu's order to use this pretext to crazily eliminate various pirates and reap achievements. As for finding the celestial dragon, that was a joke. He even symbolically sent Admiral Kizaru to patrol the Grand Line. The result was that Kizaru came back every day complaining about his hard work. One day, Kizaru came again, slumping on the sofa as soon as he entered. "Oh, Sakazuki, my old bones can't take this kind of tossing." Akainu, smoking a cigar, glanced at him. "Monkey, you don't need to work so hard. Just take a few laps." Kizaru was stunned, looking at him with a puzzled expression while holding a cigarette. That doesn't sound like something you'd say. In his impression, Akainu was an absolutely obedient soldier. How could he openly say he wanted to be lazy? Akainu looked at Kizaru's thoughtful expression and said leisurely, "Monkey, you will never find the celestial dragon." Kizaru took a deep puff of smoke, as if he had grasped a key point. "Never find them? You mean?" Akainu didn't speak, signaling the nearby nightingale to close the door. Then, leaning slightly forward under Kizaru's shocked and confused gaze, he moved his lips and slowly uttered a few words, "Because I captured them." I tell you, the air froze in that moment. Kizaru suddenly sprang up from the sofa, his cigarette dropping to the ground, his eyes behind the sunglasses wide open, completely breaking down. He asked in disbelief, "Sakazuki, do you know what you're saying?" Akainu watched as Kizaru, who usually maintained a calm demeanor and took everything lightly, lost control like this, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Then he slowly spoke, beginning to recount their past, from serving together in the North Sea to their subsequent ideological differences. "Monkey, you should know me best. You know what my absolute justice really is." Akainu's voice began to deepen. "I have endured for so many years, climbing step by step to the position of Fleet Admiral. Do you think it was just to kill a few pirates? My goal is far beyond that." Kizaru felt somewhat moved. Indeed, if it were just to kill pirates, wouldn't it be more freeing to be a Vice Admiral? Why come and take on this position of frustration as Fleet Admiral? This world is already rotten to the core. Sakazuki stood up, his hands instantly transforming into scalding magma, the dark red glow illuminating his face, which was now flushed with excitement. "It turns good people into demons and ordinary citizens into pirates. Why do those worthless beings born in the Holy Land get to be gods? Why can they trample on life at will? For most people, this world is hell." The magma on his arms churned more violently, as if it would erupt at any moment. "I just want to punish the root of evil. I want to redeem the scorned souls." In the end, he almost roared out the deepest words from his heart. "This world is sick, terminally ill. It needs a surgeon who dares to wield a knife. And I will be that doctor." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire office fell into a deathly silence. And in the corner, the suppressed sobs of a lark could even be heard. Kizaru stood there stiffly, unable to say a word. His ambiguous sense of justice, his philosophy of taking it easy and lying flat, was shattered into pieces in the face of Akainu's rebellious declaration of heartfelt words. He may never have been so shaken in his life because he suddenly remembered that long, long ago, he too had once possessed a burning heart for justice. I tell you, Akainu didn't give him a chance to lose focus at all. He directly shouted out Kizaru's name, "Borsellino." Goodness, that voice nearly shook the ceiling down. His expression was so serious, as if he was about to go to the guillotine, and every word he spoke came out with force. This world must have new rules. There must be ironclad laws that can restrain everyone, and the celestial dragons are no exception. Are we wearing this code of justice just to muddle through? Kizaru just listened, not saying a word. He glanced at the fire in Akainu's eyes and felt that if it burned any longer, it would set the entire Marineford ablaze. Then he took another look at the bubbling magma on Akainu's arm and thought to himself, "This temperature is really no joke." And guess what? This old guy suddenly seemed to come to a realization, plopped back down on the sofa, and transformed back into that annoying, sleazy look of his. He smirked and, in his usual sarcastic tone, said, "Oh dear, how terrifying, Sakazuki, you really put me in a tough spot." I was stunned at that moment. The speed of the face change was just too fast. Akainu's brows instantly twisted into a knot as he looked at this old sly fox. He also retracted the magma and sat back in his office chair. He stared at Kizaru's broken sunglasses, trying to see something from them, but unfortunately, he couldn't figure anything out. Did this guy agree or disagree? Just when the atmosphere became tense, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Akainu's mind. Probably recalling some online jokes from before his time travel, he decided to try something capitalist. He tentatively asked, "Monkey, how about a double salary? Who understands, huh?" Just a second ago, Kizaru was all troubled, and the next second his mouth stretched all the way to his ears, grinning brightly. "Oh, Sakazuki, that's not fun. Old man is all about justice." After saying that, he sprang up from the sofa and sauntered toward the door. When he reached the door, he paused, not looking back, and casually shouted, "Don't assign me any too tiring tasks." Then, with a whoosh, he transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. Akainu stood there dazed for a long time. He swore he had definitely seen that smug grin at the corner of Kizaru's mouth. Good guy. He got played by this old fellow. Clearly, he was already overjoyed inside. However, Akainu wasn't really mad. He shook his head and smiled. What was this little bit of money? Being able to bring this deity onto the battlefield was worth it. At that moment, behind the office door, the little girl, Hiyori, finally dared to come out, her eyes still glistening with tears. She excitedly said to Akainu, "Uncle Sakazuki, that's great. We have another helper, but we still need 2 more admiral positions." Akainu nodded, his gaze becoming profound. "It's time. World conscription begins now." He immediately gave Hiyori an order. "You, go notify the intelligence department. Keep a close eye on all the conscription points. If a blind swordsman with a cross scar on his forehead comes to sign up, no matter what, send him straight to headquarters." Let me tell you, Akainu's mind is simply a talent database. The person he's talking about is the future Admiral Fujitora, a top expert from the civilian world. Akainu knows very well that as long as he presents the idea of abolishing the 7 warlords to Fujitora, this guy will definitely be on his side. Next comes a series of deployments, rallying the world and recruiting soldiers. And Akainu is so busy that he can't even catch his breath. What about the Gorosei? They haven't even made a peep. Of course, their home has been stolen, and the celestial dragons are still missing, so they have no time to deal with the Navy's trivial matters. Just as Akainu was planning how to take advantage of the situation to make a big move, the black transponder snail in his pocket suddenly rang. He took it out to see that it was Kuzan calling from Fishman Island. Once the call was connected, Kuzan's lazy yet somewhat helpless voice came through. "Sakazuki, the mission is complete. I've infiltrated Ryugu Palace and met Princess Shirahoshi, but, well." Upon hearing his hesitation, Akainu asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Kuzan lowered his voice on the other end, sounding like a thief. "I mean, are you sure this is really Poseidon? This Princess Shirahoshi is really tall, but she's more timid than a rabbit, fragile like glass. If I speak a little louder, she starts crying. This combat power, can she really summon sea kings?" At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh. The one who could give Akiji such a headache was probably this crying princess. Before Akainu had a chance to explain, a delicate, sobbing voice came from the other end of the phone. "Lord Kuzan, who are you talking to? Do you find me annoying? Boo-hoo." Following, there was a flurry of flustered sounds from Akiji. "Sakazuki, wait a minute." After a long while, the transponder snail finally mimicked Akiji's awkward, twisted face. Akainu stifled a laugh and teased him. "What's wrong? Our Sea King is right next to you?" Akiji sighed. "Yeah, after I dealt with that Vanderdecken 9, she doesn't have a hide in the hardshell tower anymore and clings to me every day. Sigh, it's a headache." Akainu then revealed, "She hasn't awakened yet. Once she truly awakens, she will be able to command countless sea kings. And then you'll know what it means to cause destruction on a global scale." He continued to escalate, saying that in this world, which is 90 ocean, imagine an army made up of thousands of deep-sea behemoths thousands of meters long. What concept would that be? Akiji fell silent, clearly shocked by the imagery. He took a breath and reported some good news. "By the way, Jinbei has agreed to team up with me. Thanks to Big Mom after Whitebeard died. She sent people to Fishman Island wanting to take advantage of us and collect protection fees, but I turned her down on the spot. Now King Neptune has no choice but to cling to our navy." Well done. Akainu was very pleased with Akiji's decisive action. The Big Mom pirates would definitely not let this go easily, and they would probably send cadres over soon. As Akainu said this, a cold smile crept onto his lips. "Send cadres over? Perfect. I was just worried about finding a reason to deal with those pirates. Taking down a Yonko crew while the world government is preoccupied and the world conscription is in full swing. I wouldn't mind using one of them as a sacrifice to stir things up for the world." Time flew by, and it was October 1st. The largest-scale world conscription in naval history officially kicked off. Young people with aspirations from all over the world were eagerly signing up. The scene shifted to Alabasta in the Grand Line. Princess Vivi was standing on the palace balcony, looking at the sea of people at the conscription office below, feeling very complicated. She was happy about the Navy's growth, but worried about her partner, the Straw Hat crew. In the crowd, a burly man looked at a young boy of about 10 years old, who was holding a broken wooden sword, and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, have you grown up yet? You want to join the army too?" The boy glanced at him warily and coldly replied, "None of your business." The burly man quickly explained that he was a veteran and meant no harm. Only then did the boy relax a bit and said, "My parents died. They were swept away by a sandstorm a few months ago." Sandstorm? The burly man's pupils constricted. Was it crocodiles doing? The boy shook his head. "I don't know. I just saw someone with a straw hat running around screaming in the sandstorm, and then the storm hit our house. My parents buried me in a sandpit to keep me alive." As he spoke, there was no expression on his face, as if he were talking about someone else's affairs. The burly man was filled with rage, gritting his teeth and growling. Damn pirates. It's all these bastards' fault. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner, a tall man with his eyes tightly closed used his powerful observation haki to see all of this. He slowly opened his eyes, which were a grayish white. The man murmured softly, "The Shichibukai." "Huh? I see. Yes, this man was Fujitora." The next day, at the conscription office in Alabasta, Major Tina was directing the work. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and everyone's gaze focused on a man who had just come sign up. It was the blind swordsman, Fujitora. The soldier in charge of registration asked the uncle 10 times if he was sure he wanted to enlist and received a positive response each time. Tina felt something was off and came over personally. Just one glance made her feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. She immediately became serious. "May I ask your name?" "Just call me Fujitora," the man replied amicably. When Tina heard this name, her heart skipped a beat. It matched the secret order sent from headquarters. She immediately changed to a respectful expression. "Fujitora, please follow me." Saying this, she personally led Fujitora into the office. This caused an uproar outside, with people speculating about what kind of background this blind man had. Shortly after, a Navy warship docked, and Smoker, with 2 cigars in his mouth and accompanied by Tashiji, kicked open the door to Tina's office. "Tina, where is he?" As a result, only Tina was there, angrily slamming the table. "That uncle. He said it was too boring here and wanted to go play a few hands at the casino. What's worse, he even took an advance on a month's salary from me. If his position dares to be higher than mine in the future, I will make him pay back double." Hearing this, Smoker broke out in a cold sweat and quickly found an excuse to leave. "Huh, what an interesting person. I'm going to the casino to find him." Sure enough, at the Rain Banquet Casino, Smoker immediately spotted Fujitora surrounded by a crowd. The scene was simply tragic. Fujitora was playing dice and losing every round, almost losing his pants. Smoker walked over, looked at the empty chips in front of him, and coughed lightly. "Looks like Mr. Fujitora's luck isn't too good." Fujitora awkwardly smiled. "Sorry, I just want to play a few millions casually. It's hard for you to come find me." Tashiji looked at the cane sword in Fujitora's hand and curiously asked, "Sir, is your sword a famous sword?" Fujitora touched the sword and casually said, "Just a cane." He paused and asked, "May I ask, where are we going next?" Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke and replied solemnly, "To the Navy headquarters, Marineford." A day later, at the Navy headquarters, Fujitora followed Smoker as they walked in the square when he suddenly stopped. He looked toward the massive stone monument in the center of the square and asked, "What is that?" "I feel a very strong energy field." Smoker's expression instantly became extremely solemn as he replied in a deep voice, "That is the Navy Hero Monument. It was ordered to be built by Admiral Sakazuki, and it is inscribed with the names of all the Navy heroes who sacrificed themselves for justice." Upon hearing this, Fujitora was stunned. He recalled Akainu's deafening declaration during the live broadcast. He leaned on his cane and walked step by step to the monument, closing his eyes. But it seemed he could see the iron wall made up of countless heroic souls. At that moment, this man who had destroyed his own eyes for the sake of others actually felt the impulse to open his eyes again for the first time. He wanted to see this monument with his own eyes. In the end, he took a deep breath, raised his right hand towards the monument, and performed a military salute that, though not very standard, was incredibly solemn. Smoker, standing nearby, also silently performed a standard military salute. Meanwhile, in the Admiral's office, Akainu, who had received the news, had been waiting for a long time. Hibari rushed in to report, "Uncle Sakazuki, Smoker has brought Mr. Fujitora." Akainu, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes. Just moments ago, with the start of world conscription, countless currents of justice from around the world surged into his body like a tide. His spiritual power was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed, and along with it, his observation haki broke through to a new realm, easily covering the entire sea area around Marineford, and he could even vaguely sense the deeper, farther sea. And this was just the beginning. I have to tell you, the feeling of this power surging in is simply amazing. I was just closing my eyes and savoring it when the office door creaked open. Well, I was just thinking about how impressive Fujitora's observation haki is, and then he appears right in front of me. Isn't this what they call thinking something and having it come true? He was brought in by Smoker, that old chain smoker. This guy just drops people off and thinks he's done, but no, he sits down on a sofa, crosses his legs, pulls out 2 cigars from his pocket, puts one in each side of his mouth, and lights them up. Does anyone understand? Ever since I took a few of his cigars last time, now, when he sees me, he acts like I'm a thief, afraid I'll take advantage of him again. He's so stingy, It's ridiculous. I couldn't be bothered with him, and my gaze was completely focused on the newcomer. Fujitora smiled, slightly shorter than me, wearing a purple kimono, wooden sandals on his feet, and leaning on a cane sword. The most striking feature was the cross-shaped scar over his eyes. Although he couldn't see, I knew his observation haki had swept over me inside and out. In the next moment, I felt a distinct pause in his aura. I guessed that when he used his observation haki to look at me, he was stunned, realizing that what he saw was not a person at all, but a freaking volcano ready to erupt at any moment. That fierce energy, wanting to burn the entire world clean, probably scared him. He even tried hard to open his blind eyes, his expression contorting, but in the end, he shook his head and gave up. I know he's been intimidated by my strength. This guy must be wondering to himself, what kind of monster is this? As I saw the timing was right, I cleared my throat and directly launched into my persuasion tactics. With a grin, I forced what I thought was a friendly smile and said, Mr. Ishiao, I've long admired your name. The guy was clearly taken aback, probably not expecting me to be so polite, and asked me with some confusion, Marshal, do you know me? Of course. I immediately started spinning a tale. Back when I was a general, I often heard people talk about a blind swordsman who loved to gamble, was incredibly strong, and had a penchant for chivalry. When I heard that, I thought, isn't this exactly the righteous partner I've been looking for? I wanted to recruit you for a long time, but I just couldn't find you. This time, with the world's conscription, seeing your name, I can finally say that the regret in my heart has been fulfilled. With this set of combo moves, I directly left this guy speechless. Look at his touched expression. A soldier would die for a true friend. He probably has never heard such high praise in his life, especially coming from an admiral. His hand holding the knife started to tremble, as if he was about to kneel and become my disciple in the next second. The admiral is too flattering. He seemed a bit embarrassed. I pressed on with my advantage. You're being too modest. A strong person like you, who has both strength and integrity, is now as rare as an endangered species in this world. I then changed the subject and asked him why he wanted to join the Navy. As I guessed, he couldn't stand the 7 warlords of the sea, those legal robbers recruited by the government. He thought this system was simply a joke, which is why he wanted to join the Navy and dismantle it from inside. Wow, clear goals. He's someone who aims to achieve great things. I nodded inwardly and directly threw the question at him. With your strength, Mr. Ishiao, which position in the Navy do you think suits you? Vice Admiral or Admiral? You can choose freely. As soon as I said this, the meaning became very clear. It was to give him the highest. So guess what he said? He slightly adjusted his expression, and in a tone that was particularly humble and considerate of you, he said, the position of Admiral cannot be vacant for too long. In order to relieve you, Marshal, and for the overall situation of the Navy, I will reluctantly accept and settle for the position of Admiral. At that moment, I was like, the cigar in Smog's mouth almost fell out. This guy looks so serious with his thick eyebrows and big eyes. Yet how can he speak with such technical depth? This is simply something only a seasoned professional would know about upward management, right? What does it mean to just want a general? Listening to him, if I weren't sitting here, would he even want to negotiate for the marshal position? Although I originally planned to give him the general role, hearing him say it so proactively made me feel completely different about it. I suppressed my inner shock and complimented him. What great ambition. However, being a general requires not only strength but also military achievements. You need to earn the respect of those below you. I'm just setting the stage for him to perform. I thought for a moment and deliberately asked the Lark next to me, Lark, what month is it now? It's October, Uncle Sakazuki. Oh, it's October. I pretended to sigh dramatically, saying that it's almost the end of the year. According to the customs of my hometown, during the new year, we have to visit relatives and friends and give big gifts. How about this? Let's pull off a big score before the new year and take down a Yonko pirate crew. Then present the Yonko's head as a New Year's gift from the Navy to the whole world. What do you think? As soon as I said this, the atmosphere in the room froze. Smoker's eyes widened like saucers, and I bet his heart rate shot up to 180. Meanwhile, Fujitora was completely stunned, probably thinking, wow, starting off with a peak match? They really think highly of me. His voice trembled with excitement as he asked me, which Yonko is the marshal targeting? The Big MOM pirates. I replied without hesitation. A mad woman who can destroy a country just for food, a monster who only knows how to breed and have children. Yet talks about an ideal nation? It's utterly ridiculous. I wanted to kill that scum for a long time. I looked at Fujitora, who was already fired up, and continued to arrange. I'll lend you 1,000 soldiers and 5 warships. You go to the New World first to practice against some small pirates and get familiar with leading troops in a battle. I handed him a din mushy and reassured him that follow-up support would keep coming. From today on the path of justice, You are not fighting alone. Family. I was once again impressed by my own eloquence. Look at Fujitora, how moved he is. His hand trembles as he takes the den mushi. Feeling not just the den mushi, but the trust of the entire Navy and the hope for the future. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished, he shouted with conviction. Just as he was about to leave, I called out to him and added in the deepest voice, Mr. Smoker, I have only one requirement for your actions. Kill them on the spot, pursue them afterward, and never show mercy. To these scumbags, if you show even a moment of leniency, it is a disrespect to those good people who are harmed by them. After Fujitora left with great enthusiasm, I turned my attention to Smoker, who had been holding back in the corner for a long time. What about you? What are you trying to do by lingering? This kid Smoker was also ignited by the earlier atmosphere, stood up and said, Marshal, I want to apply to be transferred to the G5 branch in the New World. I originally just wanted to capture Straw Hat Luffy, but now my target is not just him. I want to take down both Straw Hat and the Big Mom Pirates. I thought to myself, are you feeling like the chosen one after reading some light novel? With your little strength, do you really think you can take them all down? But having that kind of spirit is a good thing. I smirked and said, all right. But I have a condition. You have to use your own strength to take down the current G5 base commander, Virgo. Smoker was dumbfounded and asked, why? Can't I just work under him? Why do I have to kill my own people? I emphasized, not just defeat him, but kill him. I gestured for Hibari to bring over the information and tossed it to him, because that Virgo is an undercover agent that Doflamingo has planted in the Navy for over a decade. What? Smoker exploded on the spot, dropping the 2 cigars from his mouth onto the ground, just like that monkey Kizaru back in the day. He snatched the information, and the more he read, the darker his expression became, with veins popping. After finishing, he shouted, I'm going to kill him right now. With that, he dashed out like a gust of wind. Watching his hurried back, I shook my head helplessly. Then I took out another black transponder snail and dialed it directly. On the other end, I heard Law's breathless voice, mixed with the sounds of cannon fire. Admiral, Captain, is there something wrong? As soon as I heard it, I knew he was fighting, and he was doing well. This time, I have good news for you. I'm not keeping you in suspense. The undercover agent for Don Quixote Doflamingo has been found. Corazon from the first generation, Virgo. He is now the base commander of G5, and I've already sent someone to clean up the mess. I've left a piece of your enemy for you. Do you want to take revenge yourself? It's up to you. The breath on the other end of the phone instantly became rapid, and he fired off questions like a machine gun. Where is he? I'm going right now. By the way, Admiral, I've taken out everyone on the Warlord's recruitment list except that red-nosed buggy. That guy is unbelievably lucky. Like a chosen one, no matter what I do, I can't kill him. Once I take care of Virgo, I'll deal with him. After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone, probably not wanting to wait even a second longer. I hung up the phone, Are you moved? I was just finding a strong ally for that fool Smoker. And I'm really tight on funds right now. Just after hanging up, Yunxia slapped the bill in my face. Goodness, those numbers look like some programmer's code, all jumbled up, making my head hurt. The Navy's war machine is just an insatiable money pit. At this rate, I might have to pawn my marshal's underwear. So I have to make money. Immediately, a name popped into my head, Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro. Let me tell you, this guy is practically a walking ATM. He holds 20 of the world's berries. Can you imagine? Moreover, he has a little secret. This guy used to be a slave of the celestial dragons. ISNT, that just a handle handed to me on a silver platter. It's a piece of cake to manipulate him. I immediately had Dauberman go scout out that money pit called Gland Tesoro, while I would take a detour through Fishman Island and meet up with him later. Making money is one thing, but I also have to handle business. I boarded Admiral Robert's ship and dove down to 10,000 meters, arriving at Fishman Island. This was mainly to get a head start on the Big Mom situation and survey the terrain. Guess what? Family, who understands? The current Fishman Island is like a whole new ball game. There are 2 massive military fortresses standing at the entrance, with dark cannon mouths glaring at us like big eyes. A group of Fishman soldiers directly intercepted us, being quite aggressive, shouting, and asking what we were here for. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. My troops from the oversight team aren't pushovers. In an instant, 2 rows of soldiers lined up neatly, guns raised high, and the scene silenced the fishmen across from us. They were just shouting a moment ago. Now, they looked like quails. The leading fishman, Captain, immediately backed down, stuttering that their boss would be here soon and asked us to wait. Waiting is fine, since the person I'm waiting for is about to arrive anyway. Before long. Wow, the main force really did arrive. The leaders were a sea warrior named Jinbei, and another I was dumbfounded. ISNT that Kazan, that lazy guy? What's he doing here? My troops were in an uproar, shouting Admiral Kazan. One after another. I shot a look at Robert, and he understood instantly, turning around and shouting at the soldiers. Pay attention. Where did Admiral Kazan come from? It's just a fishman who looks somewhat like him. Ha! The soldiers were clever. They immediately quieted down, indicating they understood. Kazan came over, scratching his messy hair, looking at me with a face full of complaints about why I didn't call ahead. Am I supposed to say I'm here for a surprise inspection to see if you're slacking off? I didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly dropped a bombshell. Next month, we're preparing to go to war with Big Mom's pirate crew. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, asking if he should come to help. I casually waved my hand, saying it's unnecessary. It's just a Big Mom pirate crew after all. Let me tell you, that Jinbei next to me had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He probably thinks that we have been fighting to the death for the position of marshal every day because he reads those unscrupulous media reports, and that we are already enemies. Now seeing us here chatting like good buddies, joking about taking down the 4 emperors, his worldview must have collapsed. On the way to Dragon Palace City, I deliberately pretended to conspire loudly with Kazan in front of Jinbei. Hey Kazan, those pirates passing by, just take them out. Don't waste the gold and silver treasures on their ships. Bring them all to me. The Navy is currently broke as a joke, and we can't rely on the world government. We need to make our own money, and only when we're strong enough can we have the capital to flip the table. As soon as I said that, the cold sweat on Jinbei's forehead came pouring down. His little eyes were darting around, and I could tell that in his mind, a grand drama titled The Admiral's Conspiracy to Rebel was unfolding. He must have been thinking, wow, these two are actually in cahoots, putting on a show together. This so-called struggle for the admiral position is all just for the 5 elder stars to see. The way he looked at me changed. Instead of seeing an admiral, he was now looking at a madman ready to overturn the world. Exciting. The main focus is on overwhelming the information gap. When we arrived at Fishman Island and met King Neptune, I didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. From today onwards, Fishman Island is under my protection and officially under the jurisdiction of the Navy. The old king was stunned at that moment, reminiscing about his struggles and sacrifices, telling me how his wife had risked her life to have the world government accept the Fishman race, and it ended up being of no use at all. I interrupted him directly. Who told you to join the world government? I'm talking about letting Fishman Island join the Navy. This completely left him baffled, with a face full of question marks. Does the marshal mean joining the Navy is the same as joining the world government? Seeing his confused expression, I was about to give him a good lesson when Kazan suddenly spoke up, shouting a large pillar beside him. Princess Shirahoshi, no need to hide, come out. To my surprise, a huge mermaid emerged from behind the pillar, looking truly beautiful, but with a timid personality, ready to cry at any moment. That old man Neptune was a complete daughter slave, doing everything he could to comfort her. I didn't have the patience for that and directly addressed Shirahoshi. Your Highness, as long as Fishman Island is willing to help the Navy, then the Navy is also willing to help you fulfill the dreams your mother couldn't complete in her lifetime. Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up, but she immediately started to cry, mumbling about her mother. I was infuriated at that moment and sternly shouted, Princess Shirahoshi, have you forgotten your mother's instructions? You must live strongly. Hey, surprisingly, that worked. She managed to hold back her tears. She looked at me curiously and asked in a sweet voice, Marshal, how do you know that my mother said this to me? Do you know my mother? The opportunity had come. Let me tell you, I immediately channeled my inner Oscar-winning actor. I cleared my throat, wore a sorrowful expression at a 45-degree angle, and began to speak in a deep voice reminiscent of reminiscing. To this day, I still remember that quadrennial world conference. As soon as I started my story, not only Shirahoshi, but even Kazan, Jinbei, and King Neptune were all ears, listening intently. I subtly nodded and continued. After the conference ended, I still vividly remember that solitary figure sitting alone on the steps outside the conference room, lost in thought. She had wavy golden hair, big blue eyes, and wore an orange crown-shaped hairpin, with her long hair tied back. She was dressed in that orange fish scale robe, sitting there all alone, looking a bit disheveled. Let me tell you, as soon as I said that, King Neptune, Jinbei, and Shirahoshi immediately exchanged glances. Goodness, they were all nodding like crazy, just sure giving me a thumbs up, saying yes, yes, that's her. They've already imagined my backstory, thinking that I must be the Princess Odoheim who met the celestial dragon Muskarud when he set sail at that time. I secretly felt delighted, but had to keep acting on my face. I continued to speak in an extremely sorrowful tone, for such a brave lady, who advocates for the peaceful coexistence of fish people and humans. I truly admire her from the bottom of my heart. So I took the initiative to step forward and communicated with her for a long time. I paused for a moment, brewing my feelings of sadness, and then let out a heavy sigh. The last time I heard from her was when she was assassinated while giving a speech in Square. I tell you, the way I sighed, even the Oscars would have to give me a little golden man. I told them that I was devastated when I heard the news, and I had been secretly investigating the truth behind the assassination of the princess. In the end, I found out that the murderer was that Hody Jones. As soon as I said this, the whole place fell silent. White Star's tears came pouring down like they were free. The way they looked at me was one of admiration. They thought I was the embodiment of justice, having endured humiliation for many years, and only becoming a marshal to uphold fairness openly. Even Kazan beside me had a look of realization, probably thinking, no wonder I was so well informed about the matter of Fishman Island. King Neptune's eyes were moist, and he stood up, solemnly saying to me, Marshal Sakazuki, the future of Fishman Island is entrusted to the Navy. But he hesitated a bit and added, however, Marshal, about White Star being the ancient weapon Poseidon, we actually can't be completely sure. The opportunity came. I smiled inwardly, but feigned indifference on my face, as I was very skilled in the art of language. I cleared my throat and continued to bluff. Your Majesty, Shirahoshi can summon sea kings. You've all seen that, right? I lowered my voice to make it sound mysterious. When I came to Fishman Island for an investigation, I vaguely heard some sounds in the deep sea. It was a few gigantic sea kings chatting, saying that their king would be reborn every few centuries in the form of a mermaid princess. And Shirahoshi is the king they've been waiting for centuries. Family, who understands? I was making this up, and I almost believed it myself. When they heard this, everyone was shocked, and their gazes towards me elevated to another level. Probably thinking I was a monster like GOLD. Roger, able to hear the voices of all things. Now, King Neptune had no more doubts. Shirahoshi also clenched her little fist and said firmly, Admiral, I will definitely work hard. I looked at them, my voice becoming extremely serious. So, we absolutely cannot let those ambitious people, especially those from the world government, know White Star's identity. Otherwise, not just Fishman Island, but the entire world will face disaster. King Neptune was taken aback, grasping the key point. Marshal, do you mean the Navy is the Navy and the world government is the world government? Here it comes. This is the sentence I've been waiting for. My expression turned serious, and my voice was strong. The world government? It has long been rotten. I told him that those arrogant celestial dragons, for 800 years, have transformed from dragon-slaying warriors into evil dragons plus. They are now a decaying monster, dragging their broken bodies and biting people all over the sea. And who can put an end to all of this? I scanned the room and said emphatically, only we, the Navy. I suddenly stood up, full of momentum. The Navy has gathered all the warriors of justice from around the world. When the time comes, I, Sakazuki, will personally lead the Navy with thunderous force to sweep all these trash of the sea, the world government, the celestial dragons, the pirates, into the dustbin of history. My sharp gaze seems to penetrate the depths of the 10,000-meter deep sea, reaching Marineford. I adjust my military cap and coldly declare, the celestial dragon regime, led by the world government, will ultimately collapse with a thunderous crash amidst the towering waves stirred up by the Navy. I tell you, after I finished speaking, the entire Dragon Palace City Hall fell into a deathly silence. Jinbei and King Neptune were sweating profusely, and goosebumps covered their bodies. Even Kuzan silently lowered his head, took out his treasured eye mask from his pocket, and as a chill ran through his hand, it was instantly frozen into bits. Just then, a sudden rush of footsteps came from outside the door, and a fisherman's soldier screamed in panic. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The big MOM pirates are attacking. Before he finished speaking, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Half of the huge stone door came crashing towards us like a cannonball. Without a second thought, Jinbei stood up, rushed over in a flash, and with a tang grass-tile fist, he knocked the door back. But then, the tall guy at the entrance was even fiercer, with a casual lift of his leg. He kicked it back again. I was speechless at that moment, wondering if they were just playing kick the shuttlecock here, just when Jinbei was about to throw another punch. The stone door finally couldn't hold up anymore and shattered with a loud bang. As the dust settled, two figures stood at the entrance, one tall and one short. The shorter one spoke first, arrogantly shouting, Hey, who provoked our big MOM pirate crew before? Come out and face your death. I took a closer look and, good heavens, isn't that Baron Egg and Bachmus? Baron Egg was quite pretentious. He first elegantly bowed, took a sip from the teacup he removed from atop his head, and then slowly said, "May I ask which friend killed our people? Please give an explanation, or else we can only die." Before he finished speaking, Bachmus beside him was already trembling like a leaf, his voice cracking. Brother, can we not say that?" Bachmus looked at me and Kuzan. His legs were weak, and a chill rushed from his soles to the top of his head. It was only then that Baron Egg sensed something was off. He squinted and looked carefully inside, and then, poof, he spat out a mouthful of red tea, and the teacup crashed to the ground. He trembled as he pointed at us, stuttering, Am I seeing things? I seem to see an admiral." Bachmus next to him jumped up on the spot and yelled, "What the hell are you seeing? Damn it, that's Akainu and Akiji." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and ran. Let me tell you, that scene was just like a real-life version of me, the mouse, about to bolt. Baron Egg didn't care about his gentlemanly demeanor anymore and took off running with his long legs. King Neptune and Jinbei grabbed their weapons and chased after them. I slowly followed Kuzan to watch the show. Before long, Baron Egg and Bachmus were knocked down to the ground. The main reason was that the two of them saw us and had no fighting spirit at all. Baron Egg was still stubborn, lying on the ground and making threats. "Akainu, don't be arrogant. Mom won't let you get away with this." I let out a cold laugh, slowly crouched down, and without saying a word, unleashed a lava punch that directly burned off one of his long legs. That scream was absolutely devastating. I coldly said to him, "Take out your phone bug and call Katakuri." He was in so much pain that he was dazed. What? I don't have patience, so I threw another punch, directly creating a magma-sized hole in his chest. Next life, pay more attention to your ears. I stood up, shook off the magma on my hands, and it just happened to fall beside Pakmuse, scaring him so much that he rolled back in fear. I cast a cold glance at him, and he trembled all over, immediately pulling out the phone snail from his pocket. "I can't hear you. I'll call Lord Katakuri right away." The call was quickly connected, and Katakuri's voice came through. "Pudding, have you resolved the issue at Fishman Island?" Pudding stammered and couldn't say a word, so I snatched the phone snail away, smirking slightly, and called out softly, "Katakuri." On the other end, Katakuri was clearly taken aback, but still forced himself to remain calm. "Akainu, what do you want?" I laughed directly and said, "Get it clear. Do you pirates dare to meddle in our Navy's territory? As if the Navy doesn't exist? When did Fishman Island become part of the Navy?" Katakuri was quite puzzled. I answered naturally, "Who killed Whitebeard? It was us, the Navy. So, his territory is naturally our spoils, right?" Katakuri was directly silenced by my pirate logic. I then added, "Once the world conscription ends and the Navy's strength is at its peak, the first to be wiped out will be your Big Mom pirates." I directly poke his lung tube. "You and that old witch are certainly not afraid, but what about your dozens of brothers and sisters? Once the war starts, do you think that old witch will drain their souls and lifespans to heal herself?" I can feel that Katakuri on the other end of the phone is breathing unevenly. I continued to put pressure on him. "As their backbone and pillar, you must find a way out for your brothers and sisters before the Big Mom pirates are finished. This is your responsibility." There was silence on the other end of the line for a long time, and finally Katakuri spoke, his voice hoarse. "The Navy will leave us a way out? Just this once." I said coldly, "Our Navy's target is that old witch. If you betray us in the heat of battle, I will let your brothers and sisters leave safely. As for what happens afterward, do whatever you want, but if I see you on the sea again, I want to hold back. This is my stance. You could decide how to handle it." After saying that, I hung up the phone with a snap. The rest, let that smart guy figure out himself. I told you, as soon as the call ended, the lazy Akiji came over with a puzzled look and asked me, "Sakazuki, are you really letting Katakuri go? That guy's the strongest in the Big Mom pirates besides Big Mom herself. Letting a tiger return to the mountain will bring endless troubles." Goodness, can you believe this? Is this really the lazy Akiji I know? Ever since he read that book I gave him, Absolute Justice, he has been like a different person, all fired up. Now he feels uncomfortable just seeing me let a pirate go. I couldn't help but laugh. Back in the Marineford War, he was slacking off. And now he is turning around to teach me how to do things? I sneered and said to him, "Who said we would let them go?" What I meant was to give them a way out. I paused, looking at his eager little eyes, and continued, "After I deal with the old lady, I'll go back and beat Katakuri and his gang half to death, then pack them up and throw them into the deep sea. Whether they can swim back to shore depends on their own luck." After hearing this, Jinbei's fish face turned pale with shock, and I could tell he was internally complaining. "Is this what you call a way out? Most of these people are devil fruit users. Falling into the sea means death, not to mention being half-cooked by my magma. This way out is faster than a direct train to hell." Akiji, on the other hand, looked relieved, and nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a weak voice came from beneath our feet. "Excuse me, gentlemen, can I leave now?" We looked down and remembered that there was a half-dead mink named Pudding lying on the ground. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, watching him with great interest. "Is that how you want to leave? Your buddy Baron Dandon's body hasn't even cooled down yet. Aren't you partners? You're just going to throw him away like this?" And guess what happened? The lion was almost crying, shouting, "Sir, I'm not familiar with him." As soon as I heard that, my anger surged. What happened to the Pirate Brotherhood? They usually call each other brothers, but when it comes to life and death situations, they sell out their teammates faster than anyone else. I can't stand these traitors. Without a second thought, I unleashed a move, Canine Bite of the Red Lotus, and a burst of magma erupted from the ground, instantly engulfing him. He barely let out a few screams before evaporating, leaving no trace behind. I also took the opportunity to cremate the body of Baron Egg, who had a severed leg, focusing on being environmentally friendly. After dealing with these two pests, Akainu came over, particularly eager. "Sakazuki, do you really not need my help with Big Mom? I've arranged things here on Fishman Island. Let me tell you, he's just eager to prove himself. Wanted to make up for his lack of effort during the Marineford War. During that time, on Fishman Island, he was killing pirates left and right, practically embodying the king of competition." I shook my head, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, "I've made arrangements for Auntie. Your current task is to train Princess White Star well, so she can awaken quickly and control those Sea Kings. There will be a tough battle ahead that requires your effort." I gave him a knowing look, aiming for an air of mystery, and then turned to leave. Akiji watched my back, probably puzzled, but he could sense that I was much stronger than I was during the Punk Hazard incident. Of course, I've been pushing myself every day. How could I not be strong? He then turned his focus to Princess White Star. The little girl was huge, and Akiji was probably pondering how to train this mermaid, staring intently. Then, folks, the most awkward scene in history unfolded. Princess White Star blushed and timidly said, "Lord Kazan, why are you looking at me like that? Although you are very nice, you're not my type." Puffed. I almost laughed out loud at that moment. Akiji was instantly petrified, his face darkened, not saying a word, and turned to head back to Dragon Palace City, looking quite dejected. This time, the pure love battle god fell at once. White Star was still behind, aggrievedly asking her father, "Father, did Lord Kazan get rejected by me? Is he very sad?" King Neptune and Jinbe next to them were directly playing dead, and Jinbe was probably still thinking, isn't this a new type of CP? Having dealt with Akiji, I certainly couldn't be idle either. Now that I was here, I had to visit a popular check-in spot on Fishman Island. I took my aide Robert and headed straight for Madame Charlie CF. She was a highly accurate fortune teller, said to predict the future 100. As soon as I walked in, I got straight to the point. "I'm looking for your owner, Madame Charlie." Soon enough, I met the legendary mermaid fortune teller. She was quite striking, with short black hair and long legs. Oh no, long tail, holding a smoking pipe, exuding a "don't approach me" aura. When she saw me, the Marine Admiral Akainu, her pupils shrank slightly, but she quickly composed herself. I exchanged some polite words, expressing that I had long admired her reputation, and asked her to do a divination for me. At first, she was quite aloof and said she had washed her hands of it. I teased her, "What's wrong? Are you not confident in your skills? Or do you just not want to see the future of the Navy and the world government? This concerns the direction of the entire world." She fell silent, but eventually agreed. And guess what? She took out a crystal ball, did a series of operations, and then told me, "In the coming years, nothing will happen, everything will remain the same, and life will be peaceful." At that moment, I was like, did I just add a class for nothing? I was planning every day to poke a hole in the sky, and you tell me there's nothing happening? I don't believe it. I said, "Do it again." This time, I didn't let her do it on her own. I directly reached out my hand, slapped it down on the crystal ball. I said, "All right, let's start now." Sherry was stunned by my action, but she still followed through. She closed her eyes and wow. This time the commotion was huge. She trembled all over, suddenly opened her eyes, and her expression was full of terror, like she had just returned from the gates of hell. She shakily pushed my hand away, looked at the crystal ball, her voice trembling. I saw fire, the blazing flames of war, starting from the Red Earth continent, igniting the entire world. Many people died, the Navy, the world government, all dead. She took a breath, stared at me intently, and continued. I heard the roar of all things and also heard the wailing of the gods. I also saw light, countless lights gathering from all over the world. In the end of the scene was a giant straw hat flying up to the sky, burned to ashes by a blazing flame. After saying that, she collapsed directly onto the sofa, her face as white as paper. Got it. This is my script. That damn straw hat must be burned by my own hands. My little sidekick Robert was taken aback, and when Sherry recovered, she actually dared to mutter that my brain and strength didn't match. Robert exploded right then and there, pointing at her and shouting, "What are you talking about? You fat fish." Sherry wasn't one to back down either. She shot back with a height insult. "I have a big build. Which of your eyes sees me as fat? You, a big man, aren't even taller than me. How embarrassing." She left my little sidekick speechless. It was hilarious. I couldn't be bothered to deal with their argument and got up to leave. Just before I left, Sherry shouted from behind, "Hey, what do you want to do in the future?" I stopped to not look back and casually dropped the sentence. Didn't I say before when I made the military pledge? 3 years to eliminate the 4 emperors, 5 years to clear the seas. She was not satisfied. You know that's not what I was asking. I let out a light laugh and stepped out the door with big strides, my voice floating in the air, just acting on behalf of the people and following the will of heaven. My status is high, concealing both merit and fame. Later, I heard that she actually saw the scene of me falling alongside that so-called god in the end, but she didn't dare to say it. Silly girl. Some things just have to be done by someone. Leaving Fishman Island, my warship charged directly into the New World. Goodness, as soon as we emerged from the water, the sky changed. Clear skies were instantly filled with dark clouds, and hail rained down like falling meteors. I raised both hands, and magma surged into the sky, creating artificial rain in no time, while also providing high-temperature sauna to melt all the hail. Basic skills, no need for extra. As the weather cleared, I looked at the boundless sea and asked Robert behind me, "Has the Doberman reached Ceylon, Tesalo?" "Report, Marshal. They've arrived and are probably negotiating with Tesalo's people." I nodded. Relying solely on Doberman wouldn't be enough to handle that golden emperor. I just needed him to make a statement. It seems that I still need to talk to that casino owner in person to show him what the cruelty of the sea really means. I asked, "Can we arrive today?" Robert shouted in response, "I guarantee we will arrive today." Then he yelled towards the cockpit, "Full speed ahead." I tell you, we are moving forward at full speed here, but over at the G5 branch, it's a complete mess. At that time, the leader of G5, named Virgo, was there supervising. Let me tell you, this guy's no good. On the surface, he is a rear admiral in the Navy, but behind the scenes, he is the top henchman of Doflamingo, a real top-level double agent. He was directing his men to move the Navy headquarters weapons, box by box, onto a black ship with no markings. ISNT, that a slick operation? It's like stealing from oneself. He emptied the Navy's coffers and sent everything to aid his little master, S. Rebellion. As for how his Navy brothers would fight pirates without weapons, he couldn't care less. Their lives and deaths had nothing to do with him. He even made up a flimsy excuse, saying it was to support the G1 branch. Who understands this? The excuse sounded as if my homework had been eaten by a dog, but those rough men from G5 actually believed it, working hard one by one. Just as this batch of black goods was about to be loaded and set sail, suddenly, a warship came out of nowhere, forcing that pirate ship to stop. The pirate disguised as a sailor on board was quite bold, relying on Virgo's backing, and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Get out of the way." I tell you, if he had looked just one more time, he would have known who was standing on the opposite warship, Smoker. That old Smoker squinted his eyes into a slit, glaring at the sneaky cargo ship, and his anger shot up to the sky. The intelligence was indeed correct. That traitor Virgo dared to do such things in broad daylight. This was no longer sneaky. This was shitting on the Navy's face. Smoker, with his violent temper, couldn't stand for it, waved his hand, and without a second thought, directly ordered, "Fire. Leave no survivors." Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the gunfire rang out, the few fools on the opposite ship who were still shouting didn't even have time to react before they were riddled with bullet holes and fell to the ground. Virgo on this side of the port sensed something was wrong when he heard the gunfire, and dashed to the shore just in time to lock eyes with Smoker on the warship, the air crackling with tension. As soon as Smoker landed, his gaze was like he wanted to eat Virgo alive, staring him down fiercely. Smoker's men were not pushovers either, and in an instant, dozens of guns were aimed at Virgo. That old fox Virgo, still pretending, felt utterly disdainful inside, but politely asked, "Excuse me, Rear Admiral, what seems to be the problem?" Smoker couldn't help but laugh in anger, directly firing back, "Virgo, how long are you going to keep pretending? Surrender now." At this moment, one of Virgo's officers couldn't hold back any longer, jumped out shouting, and the G5 soldiers raised their guns, confronting Smoker's men. I tell you, although these G5 soldiers had a bad reputation, they were truly united internally. When their boss was challenged by outsiders, they had to stand up for him. Seeing this situation, Virgo couldn't help but grin widely. thinking that these fools who didn't even realize they were sold by him were quite useful. But the next second, Daz Bones pulled out a piece of paper and, as if reading a decree, exposed Virgo's true identity in front of everyone. After investigation by the Navy headquarters, Virgo is a pirate undercover. Under orders from Admiral Sakazuki, we are here to arrest him. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be killed without mercy. As soon as the name Sakazuki was mentioned, the entire place fell silent. The G5 soldiers, who had just been protecting their boss a second ago, quickly turned their guns around, ready to listen to reason. In an instant, Virgo became a lonely outcast. Smoker sneered, "Virgo, surrender, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse." The facade was completely torn apart. Virgo's face darkened to the point where water could drip from it. He knew he had been exposed and had to fight his way out today. He raised a bamboo stick in his hand, his eyes venomous. "Navy, I've tolerated you for too long. And please, call me Mr. Virgo." Smoker exploded in anger. "I was born before your damn self." As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker transformed into a white smoke and charged forward, delivering a punch straight to Virgo's face. But what happened? Clang! Virgo, wielding a broken bamboo stick wrapped in hockey, effortlessly countered the attack. Smoker, not willing to accept defeat, circled behind and struck with sea stone. But Virgo didn't dodge. He took it head on. When the smoke cleared, good grief, he was entirely blackened, looking like he had just come out of an ink tank, his hockey fully charged. Virgo retaliated with a move called Ghost Bamboo, the force creating a 2 to 3 meter deep pit in the ground. If Smoker had dodged even a moment slower, he would have been seriously injured. Then came a one-sided beating. After about 10 minutes, Smoker was knocked down, spitting blood. Daz Bones panicked and shouted, "Fire!" Countless bullets rained down like a storm. Virgo was extremely annoyed, bracing against the bullets with an iron block, his figure flickering, appearing in front of Daz Bones like a ghost, delivering a punch that sent her flying, then sweeping down hundreds of soldiers in one motion like autumn winds sweeping away leaves. This guy truly acted like a monster. And he even stepped on the unconscious Daz Bones, gritting his teeth and saying each word slowly, "Call me Mr. Virgo." Smoker, witnessing this scene, turned red with rage, roaring "Virgo," and forcing himself to stand up. Just at that critical moment, Law arrived. He used his ability to swap out a Navy soldier who was about to execute Virgo for a block of stone. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Law's gaze was filled with hatred. "Virgo, long time no see." Upon seeing Law, Virgo actually smiled, thinking that capturing this kid would be a great achievement. He deliberately raised the bamboo stick in front of Law, about to smash it down on an injured Navy soldier. Just as he was about to strike, Smoker surprisingly appeared in front, blocking the blow with 10 hands. And let me tell you, something strange happened. Smoker's hockey suddenly surged, as if he had opened up the meridians, and his strength escalated to a whole new level. Virgo was dumbfounded, thinking this was unscientific. Breaking through in the heat of battle? Who do you think you are? But while they were fighting fiercely, Law seized the opportunity, expanded a room, and with a snap, Virgo's precious bamboo stick snapped in two. Smoker took the chance to unleash a flurry of attacks. Finally, Law delivered a high-frequency scalpel strike, slicing Virgo in half. But it wasn't over. With a flick of his hand, he extracted Virgo's heart and crushed it on the spot. Blood splattered all over Law's face. What a scene. Exhilarating and thrilling. Virgo's upper body was still writhing on the ground, and he glanced at the sky, mumbling, "Da Flamingo, I tried my best," before completely dying. Law tossed the mangled heart to the ground and stepped on it twice before walking toward Smoker. Smoker, looking wary, asked why a pirate would help. Law simply replied, "I have a grudge against him too," then hopped onto his submarine, leaving without looking back, telling his subordinates to hurry and find Buggy's whereabouts. Smoker watched Law's disappearing figure, unable to make sense of it, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, the traitor was gone, and his hockey had leveled up double happiness. He immediately announced the takeover of G5, preparing to unleash his plans, but one of his subordinates weakly reminded him, Admiral Officer Daz Bones is still lying on the ground." Smoker's face turned pale instantly, and the next second, a scream echoed. Daz Bones, while the New World was in the heat of battle, I, alongside Admiral Sakazuki, had already arrived on a blinding golden giant ship. I tell you, that place is called Girin Tezelo, and the entire ship is made of gold. Even the street lamp covers are pure gold. It's simply extravagantly wealthy. Walking down a resplendent golden corridor, special glass on both sides allowed us to see the outside casino, which was truly a dizzying display of wealth. Admiral Sakazuki originally had a blank expression, but after casually glancing outside, his brows instantly furrowed. Robert followed his gaze and immediately burst into flames, rushing to the glass wall, shouting at the outside. Hey, why are the Navy mixing with pirates? But guess what? The people outside couldn't hear a thing. They continued dancing and drinking. The nearby VIP guide remained calm, telling us, "Oh, at our boss's place there are no enemies, only guests." My hot-tempered brother Robert exploded on the spot, grabbing the collar of that guy like he was picking up a chick, pointing at his Navy uniform and shouting, "It's only natural for the Navy to catch pirates. Do you understand?" Sakazuki just raised a hand, signaling him to calm down. He turned to the terrified guide and said one thing, "Lead the way, find Tezulo." I glanced at Sakazuki, and wow, that look in his eyes was so cold. I figured those G1 Navy guys outside would be taken for electroshock therapy when they got back. The guide scrambled ahead of us, leading us to an office that had no door. A guard, resembling a big-headed doll, stood at the entrance. His name was Tanaka, and he was a user of the fruit ability. He was quite polite, saying that the boss had been waiting for us for a long time. I asked him where Vice Admiral Doberman was. He said, "Oh, that gentleman is having a great time with our boss." Great time? I wouldn't believe you for a second. We followed that big-headed doll and went straight through the wall. Let me tell you, the wall is thick. This Golden Emperor is really afraid of death. As soon as we went in, we heard a hearty laugh. In the office, Doberman was gambling around a lucky roulette with a guy dressed flashy and covered in gold chains. When Doberman looked up and saw us, his expression, who can understand it? Family? It was as if he saw a savior. He jumped up and rushed over, saying, "Marshal, you've come." I bet him that if I went around, he would sponsor the Navy's military expenses. As soon as I saw his frustrated expression, I understood that this guy must have been badly tricked. Sure enough, Sakazuki glanced to the side, and I followed his gaze. Wow, standing next to Tezulo was a hot girl, clearly that lucky fruit user, Baccarat. With such a cheat around, it would be a miracle for Doberman to win. He probably doesn't even have his underwear left. That guy named Tezulo was sitting on a golden chair, legs crossed, not moving an inch, looking at us as if we were just two subordinates come to collect a debt. Incredibly arrogant. Sakazuki wasn't even angry. He patted Doberman on the shoulder and slowly walked over to sit down. Only then did he take a good look at that flashy guy and said, "It seems Mr. Tezulo really enjoys gambling. Are you interested in a bet with me?" Upon hearing this, Tezulo laughed. I saw his little move. He secretly touched Baccarat's hand onto the table, probably giving himself a lucky buff. Then, with an air of certainty, he asked Sakazuki, "What does the Admiral want to bet on? This roulette?" Sakazuki shook his head, his tone so cold it could freeze ice. "The bet is whether you could take a punch from me today." I tell you, that scene was simply lightning fast. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sakazuki reached out, so quickly that there were after images, and grabbed Tezulo's slick back hair, slamming his head onto the lucky roulette wheel on the table. It was so solid, the roulette wheel shattered immediately, and then with a crack. The more than 1 meter thick pure gold table was split in half. Tezulo collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. In less than half a second, the whole place was stunned. Baccara and Mr. Tanaka screamed and rushed forward, only to be easily restrained by Doberman and Robert, each with a knife to their necks. Doberman, that kid, is quite the character. He turned around and subdued those two little brothers, boasting, "Do you know the 4 emperors, red-haired? Last time, he acted just like your boss in front of our marshal. And guess what? Now he has a broken leg, nicknamed Cripple Emperor. Does your boss want to try it too?" I can't help but laugh. This guy knows how to put pressure on people. Sakazuki, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened, clapping his hands and sitting back down, even mimicking Tezulo's earlier pose by crossing his legs. Tezulo, lying on the ground, groggily woke up, blood all over his face. When he looked up and saw Sakazuki's expressionless face, he immediately lost control and shouted, "Unforgivable." With a wave of his hands, all the gold items in the office, the tables, chairs, and chandeliers, melted into gold liquid, which then rushed towards him. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering golden giant, several dozen meters tall, breaking through the ceiling. He stood there, looking down and roaring, "Don't underestimate me. I am the Golden Emperor." After saying that, a massive fist covered in hockey, with a lava-like effect, smashed down towards Sakazuki. What was the result? Sakazuki didn't even move, allowing the punch to turn him into a mass of magma. Tezulo initially laughed maniacally, claiming that here he was a god. The next second, Sakazuki's voice floated up from beneath him. "Still have the face to call yourself the Golden Emperor? Hitting someone is like not having eaten. Tezolo looked down and saw that Sakazuki was completely unharmed. This drove him completely insane, summoning all the gold on his body to converge into a massive black and gold missile head, descending from above. That move was called Golden Divine Punishment, and it looked quite intimidating. But Sakazuki merely raised his right hand expressionlessly and punched out. Hellhound, a three-headed dog made of magma, charged forward, disregarding the Golden Divine Punishment and instantly tearing it apart. The terrifying magma shockwave engulfed the golden giant, causing Tezolo to plummet from the sky, landing like a broken rag doll, his body in tatters. Lying in the ruins, his gaze was vacant, murmuring, "How can the gap be so huge?" Only then did Sakazuki slowly walk over, looking down at him, ready to conclude the physical confrontation and begin the heart-wrenching phase. He coldly said, "Do you feel the same helplessness you experienced over a decade ago? How's that feeling?" I saw a huge star-shaped scar on Tezolo's back, where his clothes were torn, which was meant to cover the mark of the Celestial Dragon slave brand. Tezolo was stunned at that moment, completely dazed, yet he still stubbornly said, "What do you mean?" Sakazuki directly stripped him of his underwear. "Life in Marineford isn't easy, huh? Does the brand on your back still hurt? Back then, Fisher Tiger saved you from hell, and you turned around and sent countless people to another hell." Once those words were out, Tezolo completely broke down, lying on the ground, covering his face, laughing and crying, as if he had gone mad. When he finally managed to stop his tears and forced himself to sit up, trying to save a bit of face and throw out some harsh words, Sakazuki didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, delivering a final blow straight to his head. "Your lover Stella, your benefactor Tiger, if they knew you were like this now, what would they think of you?" Tezolo's face instantly froze, the expression more terrible than death, trembling as he asked, "How do you know everything?" "Let me tell you." Old Sa doesn't even bother to respond. He just leisurely melted the gold on the ground with my magma, built himself a throne, and sat down with a thud. That posture was so arrogant, as if to say, "Talking to you is exhausting even while standing." Goodness, this move left Tezolo completely dumbfounded. He thought he was about to be incinerated on the spot, but it turned out Old Sa just wanted to sit more comfortably. Just as he relaxed, Old Sa pulled out a mini phone bug from his pocket and tossed it over like throwing out garbage. Tezolo, with a confused expression, caught it and opened it. Let me tell you, his eyes bulged bigger than copper bells, and he nearly stopped breathing. His expression was as if he had just witnessed someone live streaming a hand-tearing of Gundam. In the distance, his two lackeys, Bakera and Tanaka, were also stunned, wondering what kind of B-movie the Marshal had shown him to scare their boss like this. Little did they know, in the video, Old Sa was using a celestial dragon as bait, actively fishing and enforcing the law. This operation was simply explosive. Tezolo was completely stunned, his worldview shattered. He felt the deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons within him instantly ignited by the video. He suddenly sprang up from the ground, his lips trembling as he asked, "Are you planning to rebel? What do you want? Just to get my military funds? It can't be worth playing this big, right?" Old Sa sneered, stood up, and his gaze was as deep as the Mariana Trench. "You still have some self-awareness. Celestial dragons? What the heck are they?" He changed the subject and dropped a bombshell. "Do you really think that over a decade ago, just because of a Fisher Tiger, such a big stir could be caused in Mary Geos?" I tell you, this sentence directly burned out Tezolo's CPU. He was instantly stunned, his mind buzzing as he began to replay memories. 14 years ago, that fisherman adventurer climbed up the red Earth continent with bare hands, set the Holy Land on fire, and led their group of slaves in a victorious escape. Looking back now, there are too many doubts. Why did that fire spread so quickly? Why was the escape route so smooth? Why was the Navy headquarters support so delayed? Who understands, family? Tezolo's mind was racing, and he looked at the man in front of him. A terrifying thought suddenly formed. That fire that day was fueled by magma. That road that day was cleared by this guy in the dark. The Navy that day was held back by this guy. That's right. It must be so. Tezolo plopped down, tears streaming down his face again, but this time it was not despair. It was excitement. He had found his organization. The way he looked at Old Sa was fiery, and his heart was shouting wildly. "Benefactor, after Fisher Tiger, another god who pulled me out of hell. So you started planning this more than a decade ago." Beside him, Dauberman and Robert also had expressions of understanding, looking at Old Sa with admiration and fervor, as if they were witnessing a living legend. Only Tezolo's two little brothers, Bakera and Tanaka, were still confused, completely unable to understand this encrypted conversation, thinking to themselves, What's wrong with the boss? Why is he crying again? And let me tell you the most outrageous part. Old Sa watched this group of people automatically deify him, attributing value to himself. He was clear in his heart. I didn't say anything, I just casually guessed. And this is all your own imagination. But on the surface, he still pretended to be profound, with an expression that said you understand, and said, so, you should know how much military funding the Navy will need in the future, right? Tizzolo couldn't care about anything else and immediately pounded his chest to guarantee. Don't worry, Marshal. I will support you. Support the Navy with all my wealth. Old Sa was overjoyed in his heart. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted money, and he wanted your people and hearts. He waved his hand. You don't have to go bankrupt. Just manage your business well for me, and the money should flow steadily. In the future, the pirates on your ship, after you deal with them, dispose of them conveniently. Don't leave any survivors. When Tizzolo heard this, he felt a bit hesitant and said, Marshal, ordinary pirates are fine, but some are backed by the 4 emperors. This. Old Sa directly rolled his eyes in disdain and laughed. The 4 emperors? Impressive? After a while, the new world will change to 3 emperors. After saying that, he tossed over a black snail phone, saying if there is something you can't handle, call this, and I'll send a general to help you. At this moment, Tizzolo was completely at ease. Having this sentence was more useful than anything. Although he used to be reckless, he was also cautious, afraid of provoking the unreasonable monsters like the 4 emperors. Unexpectedly, the most unreasonable one turned out to be the Navy Marshal. Just thinking about Old Sa's fist made him shiver. Now, he believed it. Not to mention one less emperor. Even if Old Sa said he wanted to take down the Gorosei, he would believe it. He would definitely be the first to wave the flag and shout in support. Old Sa saw his expression and added another layer, painting a picture for him. By the way, there is an island in the vicinity of Gaia Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters, full of gold. You can go get it. Consider it my gift to you as startup capital. Tizzolo was directly moved to tears, feeling so warm inside. What kind of divine boss is this? Slapping me and giving me a sweet date? Always thinking of me. I was truly blind just now to dare challenge the Marshal. After finishing these instructions, Old Sa let them arrange rooms to rest. Big matters are at stake. Tomorrow, they still need to plan how to take down the Big Mom pirates. Segment break. Meanwhile, in the mid-seas of a new world, a shabby pirate ship was desperately fleeing, followed closely by 5 Navy warships, chasing tightly. Pirate Captain Franca was about to curse. Damn it, when did the Navy have such a blind monster? Frankie, a powerful figure with nearly 100 ships under his command, found himself in disbelief as he was defeated by a blind old man, leaving him with only this one ship. He couldn't understand why, in this new world, which was supposed to be a pirate paradise, such a formidable enemy had suddenly appeared. As he realized he was about to be caught, Frankie, being ruthless himself, transformed into a massive rhinoceros man over 10 meters tall and roared, "Stop the ship. Let's fight them. Do they think I'm a pushover? On the warship." The old man's aide approached to ask, "Mr. Ishao, should we fire the cannons?" Ishao, the blind old man, waved his hand and casually replied, "Don't waste the cannonballs. It's just a matter of a few meteors." The aide's eyelids twitched at this, thinking, you make it sound easy, but summoning meteors is not something we can do. At that moment, the rhinoceros man had already leaped over from the pirate ship, charging towards the warship with a devastating force. Ishao slowly drew his staff sword, and with a flick of his wrist, a burst of purple gravitational waves erupted, colliding directly with the rhinoceros man. With a loud bang, the once mighty Captain Frankie was sent flying back like a basketball, crashing through his own ship. Just as he crawled out of the wreckage, thinking he'd scared off the Navy and feeling pleased, he looked up to see the sky darkening. It wasn't clouds. It was a massive meteor engulfed in flames descending from the sky. Frankie didn't even have time to scream before he and his pirate ship were physically sent back to his hometown, obliterated by this delivery from space. Just as Ishao sheathed his sword, his phone insect rang. He answered cautiously, "Marshal Sakazuki, is there a new mission?" Old Sakazuki got straight to the point. "Good job. Take a few days off. In a week, we will launch a full-scale attack on the Big Mom pirates." After hanging up, he turned to Robert and ordered, "Go to Cake Island now and scout the terrain, while also clearing out CP's eyes and ears." Then he looked at Tizzolo. "Immediately shut down all your businesses in Big Mom's territory. Let's make their internal economy collapse." Tizzolo understood at once. In the past, he would have jumped at the chance to profit from war, but now, it was all about following the Marshal's orders. Next, old Sakazuki made another call. "Teacher Zifa," he said with a steady voice, "next week we will launch a full attack. Bring over 100,000 elite troops to serve as the temporary commander. After a moment's thought, he added, bring that kid Jones with you. Let him use his powers to shield Mary Geo's perception and publicly declare it as military training. On the other end, upon hearing Jones's name, Zifa began to complain, Sakazuki, get that disciple you picked up from outside away from me. That kid is constantly using sound wave attacks here, torturing the pirates to the brink of death. I'm about to go crazy from the noise. Listening to this veiled praise, old Sakazuki smiled. That Jones was one of his hidden trump cards. He had saved a young man back in the day who had eaten a mythical zoan fruit, the Bat Dragon. His most impressive ability was to emit a special ultrasonic wave that could not only daze enemies, but also interfere with their observation haki. Just think about it. When two armies face off, we activate full map hacks while your side has its signals jammed. Even the radar is useless. How can you fight? It's practically a dimensional strike. And let me tell you, Sakazuki understands what it means to have overwhelming equipment superiority. After finishing the call, he immediately dialed Zifa again, starting with a bombshell. Teacher, your old asthma needs to be cured. I've arranged for Law to wait for you at the entrance to the new world. Once the scalpel is out, I guarantee you'll be in top shape. Zifa was taken aback, feeling a warmth in his heart. From getting a new arm to curing his old ailments, his student had become a marshal and still thought of his old bones. It was simply heartwarming. The old man was excited. He had initially thought he would just be a commander in the rear during this great war. But now it seemed he could go back to the battlefield. Nearby, Vice Admiral Doberman was also fired up, shouting, "That's great, Marshal! If Teacher Zifa is fully revived, along with you and that new blind powerhouse Ishao, the three giants will directly drop on a Cake Island, and that old hag Big Mom will be done for." Having secured his own people, the next step was to stir up some major trouble. Sakazuki's actions were quick, precise, and ruthless. He directly called Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily, and spoke to her with the utmost authority, skipping any pleasantries. Hancock, no matter what you're doing right now, drop everything and get to Sabeti Archipelago immediately. Stay there and take down any celestial dragons you see. If you don't see any, find a way to fish them out from Mary Geos. For the family, this order was like inserting a straw into the lungs of the celestial dragons. Hancock was left speechless. Just as she was about to say he was crazy for targeting the celestial dragons, the call was already disconnected. Furious, she nearly crushed the phone insect, but thought better of it and reluctantly put it away. Her two younger sisters were dumbfounded, wondering when their sister became so mild-tempered. This matter was too big, and Hancock couldn't make a decision on her own, so she quickly summoned the former Empress, Granny Nine. Granny Nine, a seasoned veteran and once a fierce figure on the Rocks Pirates, was immediately worried upon hearing this. She circled around, trying to persuade Hancock, "Snake Princess, think carefully. Sakazuki's ambitions are too great. We are gambling the fate of our nation here. If he intends to overthrow the world government and become king himself, our Amazon Lily will be doomed." But you know what? After hearing this, Hancock laughed instead. It was a laugh of relief, as if she had shed all her burdens. For her, the celestial dragons were a nightmare she had lived with all her life, a fear ingrained in her bones. Before, she could only use pride and indifference as a mask to hide her inferiority and fear. Now, Sakazuki had given her a chance to crush her nightmare. Let alone gambling the fate of the nation, she would be willing to gamble her own life. She directly told Granny Nine about her plans. "Granny, if I don't come back, please take care of the next generation of leaders." Then she turned to her sisters and ordered, "Notify everyone. The Kuja pirates are setting sail." At that moment, she felt she was not walking towards the abyss, but towards a new beginning. Just as the Empress made her decision to lead the fleet towards Sabaody, on the other side in Wano, chaos ensued. In the palace of Cake Island, an officer rushed in, pale with fear. Mom, bad news. The Golden Emperor Tezelo has cut off all our businesses." Big Mom, sitting on her throne like a mountain, was immediately displeased. She grabbed a handful of desserts and mumbled with her mouth full, "That kid wants to die." The officer trembled and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, whispering, his subordinate said, "Our pirate crew's assets will soon be eaten up by you alone." Good grief. This was like throwing a firecracker into a barrel of gunpowder. Big Mom's hefty body shook violently. Her crimson eyes widened, and a wave of conqueror's haki erupted. The unfortunate officer didn't even have time to plead for mercy. His body crushed by an invisible hand, bleeding from all orifices and dying on the spot. Katakuri next to her felt utterly exhausted. His observation haki had long predicted this scene, and he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Big Mom smashed the table and angrily said to Katakuri, Send Pekalika? Give that gold emperor a taste of his own medicine. Make him see blood. Remember, don't kill him. His business mind is still useful. Katakuri agreed verbally, yes, mama. But in his heart, he was clear as day. He knew this matter was definitely not that simple. Recently, several pirate ships responsible for patrolling their territory had mysteriously disappeared, and the Navy was definitely behind it. The memory of Akainu personally calling to incite rebellion against him was still fresh. It seemed that guy was not joking when he said he was going to start a war. Seeing Katakuri hesitate to speak, Big Mom impatiently shouted, "What's wrong? Don't be so wishy-washy." Katakuri felt a chill in his heart, realizing he was just a tool in his mother's eyes. He took a deep breath, made up his mind, and decided it was time to put an end to this. He calmly lied, "Mama, the Navy headquarters is currently preparing for a large-scale military exercise. According to our spies, Akainu has been stationed at Marineford handling official business, with no movements." Little did he know, at that moment in the Marineford office, Akainu was actually their top undercover agent, Fong Klai. This guy was currently engrossed in a pile of naval ideological works, such as on the necessity of the Navy killing pirates, which had become his spiritual electronic pickled vegetables, making him almost forget he was a pirate and about to debut with a theme of justice. Big Mom felt relieved upon hearing that Akainu was not moving. No matter how crazy she was, she knew that taking on the entire Navy headquarters with just her Yonko crew was asking for death. What she didn't know was that her most trusted intelligence source and her strongest son had completely sold her out. At the same time, the real main fleet of the Navy, hundreds of warships, had gathered like dark clouds at the entrance to the New World. Zephyr stood on the flagship's deck. Exuding en incredible aura. Vice Admiral Stalaberry approached to ask whether to slow down, but just as Zephyr was about to speak, suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning struck the deck, and Enel's arrogant face appeared. Now, Enel was dressed in a full naval uniform, crackling with electricity, looking quite imposing. As soon as he appeared, he shouted, "Old man, why bother? Let's charge straight to Cake Island and strike at the heart. With our combined strength, capturing that Big Mom will be a huge victory." Zephyr couldn't even be bothered to look at him. He suddenly stepped hard, and in an instant, he was above Enel's head. His iron fist, larger than a pot, wrapped in hockey, came crashing down with the sound of thunder. However, guess what? Enel, that kid, actually didn't dodge. He also raised his hockey-wrapped fist and unhesitatingly countered. Clang! A deafening metallic clash erupted, and the deck beneath Enel's feet cracked inch by inch. He was knocked back 5 or 6 steps, but his fist was completely unscathed. He shook his arm and grinned, old man still so strong. Meanwhile, Zephyr looked at the slowly dissipating black light on Enel's arm. A hint of undisguised satisfaction and admiration flashed in his eyes. Good guy, this student that Sakazuki gave him. This talent is on the verge of taking off. This talent, let me tell you, given time, forget about being a substitute admiral. Directly defeating a Yonko is not a dream. But this kid is a bit too cocky now. I need to knock him down a peg, so he doesn't forget how high the sky is. I cleared my throat and jokingly scolded him. Have you forgotten the lesson of being one-shot by Big Mom at Sabaody? Still dreaming here? Enel's face instantly stiffened. Hey, it actually worked pretty well. I was about to give him a lecture about humility and patience when suddenly my gaze sharpened. Something was off. There was movement on the surface of the sea. The next second, the scout on the lookout tower shouted, as if sounding the alarm. Report. A pirate ship has been spotted ahead. No, wait. It's a submarine. I felt a jolt in my heart. Wow, it's finally here. I shouted directly at Enel. Go. Come work with me. After saying that, I stepped on the moonwalk and shot out. That kid Enel was even more outrageous. With a loud yaha, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared, leaving a whole ship of people, including Stoloberry, all dumbfounded, probably wondering in their hearts, what is going on? What kind of great pirate needs both a former admiral and a future admiral to team up? On the other side, in the submarine, let me tell you, the crew with Law was almost scared to death. When the submarine surfaced, good grief, all around were the Navy's steel behemoths. The spectacle was something they would probably never forget in their lives. His crew member, the giant Bear Beepo, kept hiding behind Law, trembling and asking Law, "They won't wipe us out, will they?" Law also had a blank expression, thinking to himself, how did I end up with such a bunch of clowns? Just as he was about to comfort them, he looked up and saw me approaching with Moonwalk, ready to greet me, when suddenly his face went pale. Why? Because behind me, that fool Enel had somehow conjured up several lightning birds, each dozens of meters long, and they were raining down on Law's submarine. In the air, his arrogant shout echoed, lightning 1,000 birds. This time, Not only was Law stunned, but I was too. Damn, I didn't tell you to attack. Law reacted incredibly quickly, startled awake by the crew's screams, and cursed out loud, damn. This isn't what the Admiral said it would be. He pulled out his sword, the Kikoku, and opened a room, wielding his high-frequency scalpel and slicing fiercely at the sky. I have to say, Law really has some skills, but Enel's lightning is over 100 million volts. The first lightning bird tore through his sword energy and came crashing down. Law fought desperately, slashing multiple times before finally shattering that bird in midair. But the explosive aftermath still left his entire crew charred on the outside and tender on the inside, their hair sticking up like super scions. Beepo turned into a huge black bear, wailing, Law, the Navy is going to kill us to silence us. Run. Law shouted back at him, calm down, don't panic. Then he started to comfort himself, thinking this must be Admiral Sakazuki's test. Yes, it must be. Just as he finished reassuring himself, he saw me suddenly accelerate, charging in to punch and kick the remaining lightning birds to pieces. Then he vaguely heard my conversation with Enel in the sky. After hearing it, Law's face, let me tell you, was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Quietly walking to a corner to wash his face, probably wanting to die with some dignity. I was so angry at that moment that I just wanted to punch Enel down from the sky. Enel, what the hell are you doing? Did I tell you to attack? If you kill Law, who will treat my asthma? Then Enel innocently asked me, huh? Didn't we agree to kill pirates? Have you turned back into that kind-hearted old man again? As soon as I heard that, my anger subsided by half. Well, it's my fault for forgetting to tell him that this person is one of us. I had no choice but to explain while flying. Look carefully. That's one of us. He the Dr. Sakazuki brought in to perform surgery on me. Only then did Enel realize, as if he remembered having seen this person in Sabaody. When we landed on the deck, this guy's face instantly lit up with a big smile, and he shouted loudly at the dark-faced Luo, hey, you Haven T passed away, have you? Goodness, I thought to myself, why does this guy have to talk like that? The rest was simple. Luo, with his dark face, quickly fixed the problem in my lungs. The results of his surgery were truly miraculous. He opened me up without a single drop of blood flowing. Enel watched in amazement from the side, and even asked if they could install a pair of wings for him. Luo completely ignored him, clearly still holding a grudge. I just felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, and Enel's battle-crazed energy came back. He leaned over excitedly and said, old man, you're better now. Let's go take down Big Mom again. You take the lead, I'll follow. The smile I had just put on instantly disappeared, and I barely restrained myself from slapping him to death. I walked straight out of the ship's cabin and casually threw the asthma medication from my pocket into the sea, then returned to our own fleet. We had everything sorted out, and the large force coming from Fishman Island also arrived. Let me tell you, the scene was overwhelming, with warships filling the area, scaring the fish guarding Fishman Island so much that they probably almost lost control of their bladders, thinking the Navy was coming to crush them. But in reality, King Neptune had already received the notification. He reassured everyone over the broadcast, saying we were just passing by for military exercises. Only then did the residents of Fishman Island breathe a sigh of relief. But they didn't know that in Ryugu Palace, King Neptune was watching the live broadcast with Kazan, also known as Akiji, and they were both astonished. Kazan, with a cigarette in his mouth, lazily told him that this was only half of the Navy's strength. I bet Neptune's jaw nearly dropped in shock. As we moved forward, everyone was stunned. Before us was a massive ice wall, resembling the Red Earth continent, with just a hole big enough for our fleet to pass through. Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately realized this was definitely Kuzan's handiwork. Once we all passed, that guy Kuzan strolled out again, waved his hand, and snapped, the hole was frozen over again. How does anyone understand this? This level of flair is practically textbook material, discreetly leaving behind accomplishments and fame. Soon, the two armies met victoriously in the waters near the United Nations. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Sakazuki's ship also arrived, and let me tell you, this time he brought a tough guy, a blind warrior named Ishao. As an old hand, I could tell at a glance that this guy's internal energy was unfathomable. He was definitely a monster of the Emperor level. But then he opened his mouth and completely threw me off. He came right out with, I've long heard of your great name, and I am deeply pained by your unfortunate encounters. My smile froze on my face. Wow, are you good at chatting or not? You just had to bring up the shortcomings to my face, huh? Luckily, Doberman was quick to smooth things over beside us. Once everyone arrived, we held a meeting immediately. The conference room was filled with stars shining brightly. Sakazuki sat at the head, next to me, Tsuru, and Ishao, with a row of elite vice admirals below. Even Smoker had snuck in. Sakazuki stood up, pointing at the map with an imposing aura. Everyone, Big Mom's pirate crew has 34 islands, 55,000 kilometers of coastline. All have been locked down. 850 warships, 150,000 Navy personnel, ready at any time. Tonight at midnight, we launch a full-scale attack. I was so fired up at that moment. All right, damn it. The task division was quick. He smiled and went to the meeting alone, directly targeting the main goal. Going after Big Mom herself. I sat with Old Crane on Enelu's golden ship, the Arca Phronesis, providing aerial support, specifically targeting the enemy's officers. The remaining vice admirals each took an island, and I told them to hit hard. As soon as the meeting ended, everyone rushed out like they were on adrenaline, each one filled with killing intent. Sakazuki nodded in satisfaction, just as he was about to leave when suddenly, a figure dashed right in front of him. Who was it? That kid Jones, the one with wings on his back. Teacher, wait for me. You're so cool. As always, so mighty and imposing. The flattery was as smooth as silk. As soon as you make your move, that crazy woman Big Mom will definitely kneel and beg for mercy within 3 days. Sakazuki's face darkened. I remember over a decade ago this kid had him helpless with that same tactic, and he ended up passing it on to me. He straightened his face and told Jones to hurry up and get to work. And guess what? That kid immediately started acting, hunching over with a pitiful expression. His acting was so fake, I could smell it from 800 meters away. He was there pretending to be innocent, saying, "Teacher, I've been working hard," while pointing at his big, flapping ears, which were shaking like crazy, afraid I wouldn't see his effort. He even cheekily leaned over and said, "Teacher, I'll be there cheering you on." This is the heartfelt intention of a student. Let me tell you, I can hear his little schemes and calculations from the East China Sea. Isn't it just fear of death? He thinks being with me is safe. As a result, that naive guy Ainalu couldn't take it anymore and stood up to pledge his loyalty on the spot. "Boss, I'll go with you. Watch me strike that old hag with a lightning bolt." I looked at these two characters, one slippery like an eel, specializing in sneak attacks. The other is reckless as a bull, just charging mindlessly. I thought to myself, fine, one is cunning and the other is bold. The Navy needs these kinds of hidden talents. When midnight struck, the grand show began. On my side, over 800 warships like ghosts stealthily approached the coastlines of all the islands of the world. A poor pirate, who had gotten up in the middle of the night to fertilize the sea, looked up and was greeted by a sky full of fireworks. No, it was a sky full of cannon fire. Fire. Full-scale attack. With a command from Zephyr. The cannons of over 800 warships instantly spewed flames, illuminating the entire world sea. It was a barrage of cannon fire, and the pirate screams nearly drowned out the explosions. Those pirates on the island who were still dreaming didn't even have time to put on their clothes. They grabbed their weapons and rushed out the door, only to be sent to meet the sea god by stray bullets the next second. Want to call for help? No way. That kid Jones had already blocked the signals, focusing on a physical disconnection. Over at Cake Island, it was even more heavyweight. I personally took command, and dozens of warships unleashed a round of saturation bombing on the port. Big Mom's precious cake ship, the Queen Mama Chanter, didn't even have a chance to hum before it was blown to pieces and sank into the sea. I stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the flattened Cake Island, suddenly feeling a terrifying aura awakening. I immediately ordered all the warships to retreat and support other islands, then directly took a step with a smile, stepping on the moonwalk, and flew towards the center of the island. In midair, I sneered at Yixiao. "Mr. Yixiao, give that old hag a luxurious funeral. Let her make a wish before she goes." As soon as I finished speaking, my hands turned into magma, and I shot out hundreds of magma shells into the sky. These things soared into the clouds and then crashed down, creating a scene that no family member could comprehend. The entire night sky looked like a meteor shower. However, my meteor shower came with a deadly wish. In the palace at the center of the island, the old hag was directly awakened by the explosion, her hat instantly transforming into a large sword, which she used to slash through the ceiling and fly out. She looked up and saw the grand gift I sent, her eyes turning red. "Akainu." That voice was so loud it made my ears hurt. She immediately summoned her son, Prometheus, which opened its huge mouth and spewed out a torrent of flames, turning into a gigantic fireball several hundred meters in diameter, directly meeting my rain of magma. Boom! Boom! The fireball and magma collided in midair, causing the sky to crumble and the earth to shatter. Although the largest ones were intercepted, the smaller magma chunks rained down like rain, instantly turning her fairy tale kingdom into a scorched earth. I just finished setting off fireworks, and with a laugh, that old guy wasn't willing to back down. He let out a low growl. "I'll join in too." Then he drew his staff and started wildly waving it at the sky. Good grief, he wasn't setting off fireworks. He was actually pulling down the stars from the sky. Dozens of fiery meteors, trailing long tails, came crashing down. The surviving pirates on the island were dumbfounded. Hey, this can't be a dream, right? These are meteors. Who fights like this? This wasn't just a fight. It was playing with a whole new astrophysics. Big Mom was also stunned, but her hands were quick, summoning thunderclouds for Zeus to strike and wildly swinging her sword Napoleon to chop apart the dozens of meteors above her. I couldn't help but exclaim beside me, "Monster!" But she could protect herself. She couldn't protect her subordinates. Those meteor fragments fell like petals from a celestial maiden, causing chaos all over Cake Island. At this moment, Katakuri and Smoothie finally arrived. Big Mom's eldest son, Perispero, the candy user, shouted at Katakuri while smashing the meteors above him. Katakuri, how did the Navy get to our doorstep? Where's our intel? Katakuri's poker face showed no expression, but he was well aware in his heart that we were surrounded, with no chance of escape. He didn't answer, only saying, "First, help Mom. Akainu brought a very strong guy over." When they gathered together, I slowly landed with a laugh. Big Mom's gaze was as if she wanted to swallow me whole. I completely ignored her and instead mocked. "TSK, the old lady is still alive? It's the end of the year. Let me gift you a fireworks show as a celebration. Aren't you happy? No waities. Even if the foundation is gone, it can be rebuilt. The most important thing is that you're alive." This directly set Big Mom off. Her terrifying conqueror's haki surged into the sky, scattering the clouds above. My gaze sharpened, and I retaliated with an even more domineering conqueror's haki. The dark red shockwave collided with her haki in the air, and with a crack, the sky shattered. We were locked in a standoff across the air for several minutes. In the end, the old lady seemed a bit overwhelmed and wanted to back down. Could I let her? I directly increased the power, and with a bang, I sent her flying. Watching her plump figure roll through the air, I sneered and pretended to be polite, saying, "Forgive me, old lady. I couldn't control my strength just now, right? A smile, sir." A smile was almost dumbfounded beside me, probably thinking how my marshal was so lacking in martial ethics. The old lady steadied herself, her face filled with anger, just about to rush over in a fit of rage when Katakuri and the others arrived just in time. Only then did she suppress her anger and land in front of Katakuri, raining down a barrage of scolding. "Katakuri, didn't you say Akainu was at the Navy headquarters? Now they're fighting right in front of us. Give me an explanation." Katakuri was also helpless and could only brace himself to say, "Mom, the intel was correct. But the Navy might have some special devil fruit abilities." I was so fed up listening to them hold a family meeting that I interrupted directly. "Hey, old lady, are you busy educating your son?" That long-tongued Perispero jumped out and pointed at me, cursing, "Akainu, were you even? Well, my mom was out conquering the seas. You were still playing in the mud. I didn't even raise an eyebrow, and your mother didn't say a word, so why are you butting in?" As soon as I finished speaking, I curled my finger, and a surge of magma erupted right beneath his feet. If he hadn't reacted quickly and wrapped himself in a layer of armor made of candy, he would have turned into a puddle of syrup by now. I couldn't be bothered with these useless people and focused my gaze directly on Katakuri. I looked at him and slowly spoke, "Katakuri, the whole Cake Sea has been completely surrounded by the Navy, and your brothers and sisters are still on those islands." The words brothers and sisters pierced Katakuri's heart like a needle, and his expression changed instantly. Big Mom also sensed something was off and immediately stepped forward, blocking her hefty body in front of Katakuri, her back unguarded against her own son. I watched the scene with a faint cold smile, giving a direct glance to Katakuri. The meaning was clear. There is only one chance. Katakuri's body trembled slightly, but he remained composed, quietly adjusting the direction of the trident in his hand. I saw that he understood, and immediately withdrew his gaze. His fists were wrapped in magma and dominance. He shouted at Big Mom and Yixiao simultaneously, "Make your move." Yixiao thought it was directed at him, and without a second thought, he swung his sword, unleashing a 100-meter-long purple sword energy. Big Mom also let out a cold snort, raised Napoleon, and similarly struck out with a terrifying sword energy to meet it. Goodness, when those two sword energies collided, it was unbelievable. The entire ground seemed to be plowed, and with a loud rumble, everything within a kilometer was flattened. Let me tell you, this was just their warm-up, a mere exchange of glances. Big Mom's children, like Perispero and Smoothie, turned pale. They must have been thinking, where did this fierce Navy guy come from? Just as Perispero was about to complain to his most capable brother Katakuri beside him, He turned his head and nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Family, who understands? In that fleeting moment when Big Mom and Xiao clashed, Katakuri, the man revered as the pillar of the Charlotte family, made his move. I watched as the aura around him suddenly exploded, and I didn't even notice when he had added his trident, the Earth Dragon, to his hand, spinning it like a fan. Then, he channeled all his dominance into the tip of the spear. Without saying a word, he thrust it into his mother's back with a puff. The main focus was on giving his mother a strong experience. Katakuri, are you crazy? Perispero shouted in shock. Everyone was dumbfounded. Smoker and Daifuku's eyes were nearly popping out, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg, watching that trident gleaming as it pierced into Big Mom's kidney, blood streaming down. Big Mom also wore a face of disbelief, slowly turning her head back. Her expression complex, 3 parts dazed, 3 parts angry, and 4 parts want to kill. She probably never imagined that the day she laughed at Whitebeard for raising a good son while watching a live stream would become her own fortune today. Gritting her teeth, she squeezed out a few words, each one pronounced clearly, this, unfilial. So, taking advantage of her daze, Katakuri quickly retreated, shaking the blood off the trident, and said with his head lowered, Mom, I'm sorry. Let me tell you, that old dog Akainu doesn't care about martial ethics at all. He doesn't have time to watch this family drama. As soon as he sees an opportunity, he rushes in with a leap. NES observation Haki just sensed the danger and wanted to turn around to defend, but it was too late. Akainu's devil-like voice rang in her ear. Hellhound, a scorching old punch, infused with magma and dominance, gave her no time to react, and with a bang, it smashed into NES' chest. She was sent flying like a cannonball. If it weren't for her Zeus catching her, she would have probably been launched out of Cake Island. Akainu stood there, evaporating the blood on his fist, and began to unleash a frenzy. Old hag, the times have changed. Go down and accompany Roger. Annie looked down at the charred area on her chest. The stab from Katakuri had already hurt enough, and now she had taken a heavy hit from Akainu. The string inside her was about to snap. Let me tell you, what really broke her defenses wasn't these things. It was Akainu not giving her a moment to breathe, bombarding her face with magma bullets as if they were free. Big Mom was trying to block them while her hair was being scorched by the high temperature, and the smell of burnt protein wafted through the air. Who understands this, my friends? A Yonko, a ruler of the seas, ultimately ignited by a tuft of burnt hair. She touched her bald spot. Her eyes instantly turned blood red, her mouth open to the limit, and then, ah. That scream, my goodness. That was no longer a sound a human could make. The terrifying sound waves, carrying the Haki of conquerors, exploded in circles, and the entire world could hear it. Nearby pirates dropped to their knees, covering their ears and howling. Bleeding from all 7 orifices was mild. Just when we were about to go crazy from the noise, the Charlotte family started fighting among themselves. Perispero pointed at Katakuri's nose and yelled, and Katakuri simply replied, I saw the future. Our family is finished, and Mom lost. Perispero didn't believe this at all. He was still dreaming of inheriting the family business. He was about to make a move. Smoker couldn't stand it any longer, thinking Katakuri was a traitor, and transformed into a juice giant and charged at him. Daifuku quickly sided with Katakuri, and the brothers went at it right there. The scene turned into complete chaos. Just as Big Mom was still crazily emitting noise, a figure suddenly flew down from the sky. Guess who it is? Jones, the one with the bat fruit. He flew into the middle of the battlefield and shouted at Akainu. Teacher, I can handle this thing. This wave is the BGM counter. I watched as Jones' ears suddenly swelled up bigger than his head and began to vibrate wildly. An invisible ultrasound shot toward Big Mom's monstrous noise. You couldn't see it, but the air was shaking. On one side was the deafening noise, and on the other was the high-frequency counter. The two were clashing for a good 10 minutes. Akainu and Luffy took this opportunity to sneak around to Big Mom's back and unleash a furious attack. Finally, with a loud bang, the sound wave duel came to an end. Jones' legs went weak, almost kneeling on the ground, but Big Mom's noise also stopped. She was brought back to her senses. As soon as she woke up, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at her injuries in disbelief, as if asking, Who am I? Where am I? How did I become a bloodied person? Akainu and Luffy didn't give her time to ponder life. Taking advantage of her daze, they went in for 2 more strikes. Big Mom was completely back to her senses this time. Just as she was about to yell at them, she opened her mouth. Kowa, Nungmin Zhao 11. Good heavens, even her speech was leaking air. She touched her mouth and found only a few teeth left, and she must have been thinking, It's over. How am I going to eat dessert in the future? This old lady was truly angry, throwing away her tattered Napoleon sword. Her arms instantly became as thick as pillars, wrapped in shining black conqueror's haki, and she punched towards the nearest blind Luffy, smashing forward. Elbaf spear. That punch, let me tell you, carried the force to pierce the heavens, mercilessly smashing down on Luffy's blade. With a loud clang, Luffy's sword was bent from the impact. I tell you, this time almost broke Ishiao's arm. He was blown away like a rocket, and man, that force was like having a mountain dropped on your face. Seeing Ishiao take such a big hit, could my brother Sakazuki just stand by? He launched a magma cannon from the side, spewing fire. With a loud bang, it exploded right on Big Mom. Now it was a complete 2-on-1 situation. Let me tell you, the scene was like gods fighting, no? It was like gods fighting for their lives. There was no chance to catch your breath. Every move aimed for the vitals. They fought for a full 6 hours, turning the night into day. Just as dawn broke, Sakazuki seized an opening and landed a powerful punch right in Big Mom's stomach. With a wow, she coughed up something that even had bits of her internal organs in it. But guess what? That old lady didn't care about the magma on her. She grabbed my brother's wrist and tossed him to the ground with a shoulder throw. Then she slammed a punch down towards the ground. My brother, being tough, didn't block it. He countered with a punch wrapped in magma and haki, and with a crack, he shattered her shin bone. It was all about trading injuries. Who was afraid of who? Now Big Mom was unsteady, and Ishiao seized the chance to launch a flurry of attacks, forcing her hefty body to roll several thousand meters on the ground. Family, who understands this? A Yonko rolling on the ground. The sight was too beautiful for me to look at. Sakazuki didn't forget to add insult to injury, spouting off that even her son was ashamed of her and wanted to kick her trash self off the ship. Who could take that? Big Mom immediately broke her defenses and summoned Thundercloud Zeus. Strike him down. And guess what happened? A giant flamboyant voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Yahaha! Who is summoning me? I, the god, have felt the call of thunder. Damn, it was Enel. This guy turned into a bolt of lightning and zoomed over to my brother's side. He glanced at my brother's injuries and mockingly teased, "Boss, you're losing your edge." Then he saw the thundercloud in the sky. His eyes lit up. "Don't move. Let me handle this. This is my specialty." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot into the sky. Big Mom S. Zeus was still spitting out little black lightning, and Enel shouted, "A mere trick. 500 million volts, Thunder Dragon." A lightning dragon several hundred meters long roared and swallowed Zeus. With a boom, the dark clouds in the sky exploded, and sunlight poured down. Damn, professionals are different. Big Mom let out a terrible scream, her soul torn apart, and she started bleeding. With Zeus gone, she summoned Prometheus, the sun. But in front of my brother's magma, that was just a power bank, and it was burned away in no time. Now, with all three of her trump cards gone, Big Mom had completely turned into a live target. The three of them surrounded her and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Magma, lightning, gravity, playing a symphony of death on her. They fought from day to night, and Sakazuki, closing in, delivered a magma-infused punch with Conqueror's haki that smashed into Big Mom's chin. This blow brought her down to her knees, breathing heavily. Just when my brother was about to go in for the kill, his transponder snail rang. Let me tell you, this was an emergency line. He immediately stopped, turned to Ishiao, and said, "Ishiao, the kill is yours. By the way, take care of those ungrateful children of Katakuri too." Then he stepped aside to answer the call. Ishiao was stunned, probably thinking, "Boss, weren't you the one who planned to rebel against Katakuri?" But then he realized, the marshal trusts me. He has given me the Yonko's head. Enel saw him not moving and thought he was scared, so he threw a lightning ball at Big Mom. The result? That old lady countered, smashing the lightning ball back. At a critical moment, Ishiao reacted quickly, swinging his broken knife to break the punch wind, then stepped in front of Big Mom and politely said, "Lady Lin, allow me to send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, the flash of the blade appeared, and the once mighty Yonko was gone. Before she died, she was still mumbling about Roger. One Piece. But alas, her dream ended today. Now, back to Sakazuki. As soon as he connected the call, Hibari's anxious voice came through. "Uncle Sakazuki, the Gorosei have discovered us and want us to get out of the new world immediately. But that's not the main issue. The main issue is the Empress has fallen into a trap. The despicable celestial dragons set a trap. And one of the commanders of the God Knights has made a move. Damn, this is serious." The scene shifts back to this morning at Sabaody Archipelago. Empress Hancock, along with her two sisters, was looking for trouble with the celestial dragons. Oh no, They were preparing to take out the celestial dragons. They found a mansion belonging to a pig-headed celestial dragon named Charlemaco Saint, and Hancock kicked open the door, only to see the pig so scared it wet its pants. Even though her observation hockey was going crazy, Hancock didn't care, taking down 2 CP0 agents in an instant, and then delivered a whip kick towards the celestial dragon S-Dog head. But the next second, her ankle was firmly grabbed by a hand. A chilling voice echoed. "Finally caught you." Hancock's heart sank. She knew they had fallen into a trap. Facing her was a guy wearing a terrifying sheephead mask, exuding the aura of death. As soon as they clashed, Hancock knew she couldn't win. This guy was definitely from the legendary God Knights, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away at the Navy base, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider heard the commotion. His subordinates wanted to take the opportunity to deal with the celestial dragons, but Ghost Spider shook his head. They couldn't win. That aura was too strong. Just then, the celestial dragon's butler came running to the base, shouting for the Navy to save them. The Vice Admiral pulled out his gun and pointed it at him. Ghost Spider glanced coldly and left a line as he walked out. "Shoot him." Bang! The gun fired. This is the style of our Navy. The scene cuts back to Navy headquarters. Fong Kurii was mimicking my brother, sitting in the office with Hibari. Suddenly, the Gorosei's call came in. Fangshan took the script prepared by Hibari, took a deep breath, and answered the phone. "Gorosei-sama, what can I do for you?" On the other end, Saint Satan immediately started scolding. "Sakazuki, stop playing dumb. Zephyr took hundreds of thousands of Marines to deal with Big Mom. Do you dare say it wasn't authorized by you?" Fangshan, without missing a beat, began to shift the blame. "Oh, I just let him train a bit. Who knew he had such a grudge and went straight for it?" Saint Satan was so angry he laughed. "Do you think we're fools? A dozen vice admirals. Those are new recruits." Finally, he ordered Sakazuki to call everyone back immediately. Fangshan pretended to agree, then followed the script and asked, "By the way, what about the situation at Sabaody?" Saint Satan disdainfully replied, "You Navy are too useless. You can't even catch one person. We set a trap ourselves." And the commander of the God Knights made a move, easy peasy. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Fangshan was left dumbfounded, asking Hibari, "What the hell is the God Knights?" Hibari's face turned pale as she briefly explained the terror of this group. "Damn, these are the celestial dragons' last resort, capable of going toe-to-toe with any top-tier force. Fong Kurii gasped. Ah? Then the pirate empress is done for." Hibari didn't care much about Fong Kurii's rabbit sad fox expression. Losing Hancock, a warlord-level fighter, was a bit regrettable, but it wouldn't significantly affect the overall strength of the Navy. After thinking for a moment, she had an idea. "Let Uncle Policelino go over and stall for a bit. If they can save her, that would be best. If not, then let us see if the pirate empress has what it takes to survive." Then he ordered the guards at the door to relay a message to Admiral Borsalino downstairs. The Lark always adhered to Sakazuki's teachings. As long as he was around, Borsalino was the first person to consider when an unexpected incident occurred. In the office of the Admiral on the second floor of the Navy headquarters building, Borsalino was leisurely sipping tea on the sofa, while the documents on his desk were piled high, clearly having accumulated for a long time without being processed. Borsalino completely ignored the newly added documents on the desk, basking in the midday sun, squinting his eyes as he took a sip of rich health tea, about to marvel at how wonderful life was. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Admiral, the Marshal has a task for you." Upon hearing this, Borsalino immediately put down his teacup, instantly transforming into a photon and disappearing from the sofa, reappearing in the chair in front of the desk the next second. He casually picked up a stack of documents and pretended to be deep in thought while responding towards the door. "Come in." After entering, Sakazuki's guard politely saluted Borsalino, glancing at the seemingly busy admiral and secretly noting the dust-covered documents on his desk, feeling a bit embarrassed. Borsalino vaguely noticed the guard's gaze and couldn't help but cough lightly. He had to maintain a pretense in front of Sakazuki's guard. Otherwise, if Sakazuki caught him and used this as an excuse to cut his salary, it wouldn't be good. Borsalino waved his hand lightly, instantly making the dust on the documents disappear, then pouted and said, "Ever since that kid Kazan left, he has dumped all the work on me. I'm really busy. Now what task do I need to exert myself for?" The guard closed the office door, looked around cautiously, and then carefully replied, "Admiral, there has been an incident involving the celestial dragons at Sabaody Archipelago. The Knights of God have subdued the perpetrator, and the Marshal wants you to go check on the situation." The guard paused slightly, continuing under Borsalino's somewhat suspicious gaze. The Marshal specifically instructed you to act according to the situation, and if conditions allow, to be a bit friendly towards our people. Upon hearing the cautious message from the guard, a glimmer of subtle light flashed in Borisolino's eyes. Could the perpetrator this time be the same guy who helped Sakazuki capture the 3 celestial dragons? Has he reemerged so soon? It should be Sakazuki specifically instructing him to deal with the celestial dragons. What a bold guy, but the Knights of God are indeed a bit tricky. Sigh. What hard task. I got it. As soon as Borisolino finished speaking, he immediately transformed into a stream of light and completely disappeared from the office, appearing above Marineford in the blink of an eye. He took a deep look in the direction of a marshal's office, then swiftly flew towards the Sabeti archipelago. At this moment, the mansion next to the Navy base at Sabeti archipelago had completely collapsed after several hours of fighting. The pirate Empress, Hancock, was covered in injuries and had clearly fallen into a disadvantage. TSK, the pirate Empress? I didn't expect it to be you. The man in the goat head mask from the Knights of God took advantage of Hancock blocking his powerful punch with both hands and swung his left-hand sickle, shattering the snake-shaped mask on Hancock's face, finally revealing her true appearance. So you announced your withdrawal from the Warlords of the Sea just to secretly hunt celestial dragons? How reckless! Although the goat-headed man was not often active at sea, he recognized this former warlord of the sea, known as the world's most beautiful woman. Hancock glanced at the shattered mask on the ground, shocked, and immediately struck a heart-shaped pose with both hands, releasing a heart-shaped beam of light towards the man in the goat head mask. Sweet, sweet wind. Since her identity had already been revealed, Hancock naturally no longer hesitated to use her devil fruit powers. The sweet, sweet fruit's ability activated instantly. Anyone struck by the heart-shaped beam and mesmerized by the Empress's beauty would be immediately petrified. However, it was ineffective against someone like the goat-headed man, who had no lustful intentions. A gust of pink wind blew past the goat-headed man's cold, lifeless eyes, not stirring a single ripple within. Is that all you can do? The goat-headed man sneered. He then swung his enormous black sickle viciously towards Hancock's heart-shaped hands, finding joy in destroying beautiful things. Boom! The hard, sharp sickle continuously slashed at Hancock, showing no mercy. Although Hancock was a master proficient in all 3 types of hockey and could barely hold her ground against the goat-headed man for a short time, it was clear that she was beginning to struggle. With a loud bang, Hancock was struck in the abdomen by the goat-headed man's punch, the violent blow causing her abdomen to spasm uncontrollably. It seemed she could no longer withstand the intensity of the continuous attacks. Spit! Hancock suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the crimson liquid running down and instantly staining her snow-white neck red. Her figure swayed, clearly heavily injured. However, the goat-headed man did not cease his assault. He gripped the sickle tightly with both hands, slowly raising it above his head, paired with his menacing goat head mask and dark robe, as if he were truly a death god come from hell to collect souls. He poured all his arm's strength into the blade, and a 100-meter-long pitch-black beam of light violently streaked across the sky. Then, it rapidly descended in Hancock's despairing gaze. Sizzle. As the sickle's sharp light made contact with Hancock, it viciously carved several horrific, crimson gashes into her abdomen. Sister. Seeing Hancock's tragic state, Sandersonia and Marigold, who were held back by the CP organization, were furious, their gigantic serpentine bodies twisting wildly, but they could not shake off the deadly entanglement of the CP organization. Major. This. The base officer watching from a distance hesitated to look at the nearby ghost spider. If the pirate Empress died, Charlemagne would be able to live safely. Ghost Spider frowned slightly, then sighed, feeling powerless regarding this former warlord of the sea he had just captured not long ago. Previously, under the orders of Admiral Sakazuki, he had personally sent intelligence about the celestial dragons to the pirate Empress, hoping she would succeed. He never expected that even the commander of the Knights of God would be sent to Marineford. It seemed they were determined to eliminate anyone who offended the celestial dragons. The aura of death spread around Hancock. She felt an extreme cold penetrating from her head to her toes, no longer harboring any hope of survival. Just as Hancock was about to be completely engulfed by the sharp blade light, suddenly, a golden, radiant light appeared in the sky above the Sabeti archipelago. It rapidly struck the weakened Hancock, sending her flying dozens of kilometers away, even directly landing on another numbered island. With Hancock no longer obstructing him in an instant, unparalleled golden power collided with the goat-headed man's pitch-black blade light. Bang! Bang! The violent explosion reverberated throughout the space, stirring up a fierce hurricane, causing the branches and leaves of the red trees to rustle and sway precariously. As the acrid smell of gunpowder gradually dissipated, a leisurely and lewd voice slowly emerged. "Yo, Pirate Empress, how terrifying." The familiar opening and tone immediately attracted the Navy watching from a distance. "It's Admiral Kizuru coming." "It's the Admiral." The ghost spider quickly walked forward, bowing solemnly to Borsellino. The adjutant beside him exclaimed in an admiring tone, "Admiral Kizuru is really impressive. He completely took care of the Pirate Empress with just one kick." Borsellino nodded at the ghost spider and, hearing the adjutant's praise, humbly responded, "The Pirate Empress is still quite formidable as one of the 7 warlords. I only came to assist that esteemed gentleman from the God Knights over there." The man with the ram's head glanced at Hancock, who had already disappeared from sight, his expression turning extremely grim. He could sense that Hancock's presence had not completely vanished, and was even rapidly distancing from the island. This indicated that Borsellino's kick just now was merely a feint, completely harmless. The ram-headed man coldly stared at the yellow monkey in front of him, who was joking around with the Navy, and questioned in a low voice, "Borsellino, what do you mean by this? Are you obstructing the God Knights from doing their job?" Borsellino, unfazed by the ram-headed man's cold words, continued to act as he pleased. Looking at the commander of the God Knights, he pouted and replied in a serious tone, "Lord Roz, I'm just seeing that you couldn't take down the Pirate Empress in a timely manner. Also, the Pirate Empress is so powerful, I was worried you might get hurt, so I couldn't help but lend a hand. Moreover, capturing pirates is such dirty work, I think it's more appropriate for the Navy to handle it." Borsellino paused for a moment, then continued with a teasing tone. "After all, dealing with such dangerous matters could lead to sacrifices at any time. We can't have the celestial dragons risking themselves again." The yellow monkey's entrance was a performance, seeking everyone's support. The man known as Roz, the ram-headed figure, let out a cold snort upon hearing Borsellino's words, clearly very displeased with the Admiral's appearance. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Are you blind and can't see that I was about to kill the Pirate Empress? Injured and sacrificed. As if I would lose to a mere pirate? If I get angry, I'll take you down with me." Roz stole a glance at the tall Borsellino, secretly sneering to himself. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he could always call for Grand Saint to handle you. Although they were merely ordinary commanders leading thousands of God Knights, they couldn't match a top-tier admiral like Kizuru. However, as the supreme commander of the God Knights, Grand Saint could definitely surpass this laid-back admiral in front of him. After all, Grand Saint's strength was incredibly formidable, once rivaling the peak Whitebeard, and even left a permanent scar on his chest. Remembering Grand Saint's power made Roz feel a sense of admiration. He was a born king, perfectly inheriting the god bloodline and talent. He gently adjusted his ram's head mask and spoke without reservation to the Admiral. "Borsellino, I will honestly report today's events to your fleet, Admiral. You don't need to concern yourself with matters here. Hurry up and get lost." Roz carried the inherent arrogance of the celestial dragons, and even though he couldn't match Borsellino in strength, he still dared to speak disrespectfully, even giving orders. Moreover, he had long disliked Borsellino's style. The ram-headed Roz was actually a commander of the God Knights selected from the Rosward family. Since the 3 missing celestial dragons were all from the Rosward family, he came personally to lure the fish to the hook. Just as he was about to kill the culprit, this yellow monkey suddenly barged in, causing the duck that was about to be caught to fly away, which naturally infuriated him. Additionally, he had heard that when Straw Hat Luffy attacked the celestial dragons from his family, it was also due to Borsellino's incompetence that the Straw Hat pirates managed to escape, which made him seethe with anger. However, Borsellino showed no fear of Roz, a confidence brought by being a top power of the sea. Even if faced with a celestial dragon of comparable strength to a candidate admiral, so what? If pushed to the limit, he could simply kill this guy and escape to the sea to live freely. What could the world government do? This is also why celestial dragons only dare to talk big, but wouldn't actually do anything to an admiral. No celestial dragon would be that foolish. Not to mention Roz, an elite among the celestial dragons, the commander of the God Knights. Truly, the God Knights are terrifying, able to take on the great pirates who have killed celestial dragons alone. "If you don't need help, just say so. I'm very busy." Borsellino spoke in a leisurely tone, looking as if he couldn't be bothered. As for Roz's claim of reporting to the Navy Fleet Admiral, he could hardly suppress the corners of his mouth from curling up, even though he had been pouting all along. Hearing the sarcasm in Borsellino's tone, Roz's anger boiled over, and a frightening red light flashed in his eyes beneath the ram's head mask. Unable to contain his inner fury any longer, his aura surged. and he forcefully swung the black scythe, unleashing a terrifying blade of energy. However, it wasn't aimed at Borsellino, but completely targeted at Hancock's two sisters. Sandersonia and Marigold were instantly enveloped by the extremely sharp blade energy, and with two screams, their snake-like bodies collapsed into a pool of blood, lifeless. The brave strike in anger targets the stronger. The cowardly strike in anger targets the weaker. Roz was clearly of the latter type. Yet he didn't care about the scornful looks from the Navy. He quickly instructed the surviving CP members and then pursued the direction where Hancock fled. Roaring with a thunderous voice, "Pirate Empress, you will not escape." This proud celestial dragon, Roz, certainly could not tolerate Hancock escaping from him. As the commander of the God Knights, personally intervened. If the culprit managed to escape, he would be a laughingstock upon returning. Dozens of kilometers away, Hancock heard Roz's furious roar that nearly echoed throughout the Sabati archipelago. Her heart skipped a beat. She tore off her outer garment and tightly wrapped it around her abdomen, which was covered in cuts, and frantically ran towards the pirate ship hidden in the remote sea. At the same time, she glanced at the two life papers that had already burned to ashes, suppressing the sorrow in her heart and putting the grayish-white remnants into the pocket of her clothing. Filled with intense sadness, unwillingness, and anger, Hancock moved swiftly, disappearing from the vicinity in an instant. The ghost spider withdrew his gaze from Roz and glanced at the CP members who were helping Charlemagne saint towards Mary Geos, then asked, "Admiral Borsellino, what should we do now?" Borsellino casually brushed off the fine dust on his pants, looked at the darkening sky, and then took out the transponder snail from his pocket, saying to the ghost spider, "Whether the pirate empress can survive depends on her own fate. Let's report the current situation to headquarters first." He fiddled with the transponder snail in his hand, and after a moment, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Is this transponder snail broken?" The ghost spider stepped forward, carefully inspecting the mini transponder snail in Borsellino's palm. Instantly feeling embarrassed, he quietly reminded, "You took the wrong one. This is a listening transponder snail." Borsellino suddenly realized something, and while casually pulling out another den mushy from his pocket, he asked the ghost spider, "Are there still pirates in Sabati archipelago? Let's take this opportunity to deal with any troublesome big pirates." The ghost spider quickly recalled and immediately locked onto a target. Currently, there is a pirate with a bounty of 200 million hiding on the island, the captain of the Caribou Pirates, a user of the Logia-type swamp fruit. He is treacherous and cunning, known as the Hypocrite, making him relatively tricky to handle. Since the ghost spider arrived in the Sabati archipelago after several major purges, there are hardly any pirates left. However, there are still some reckless ones who sneak in a scout, and just yesterday, Wet Hair Caribou came, planning to deal with him today, but this matter has delayed that plan. Oh, a Logia-type user? What a terrifying pirate. Borsellino briefly informed the headquarters about the situation and then led the ghost spider and other marines to locate Caribou's position. Meanwhile, in a remote corner, Caribou, still dreaming of heading to Fishman Island to capture some beautiful mermaids, was lost in his delusions, unaware that he would soon face an admiral's attack. Sakazuki listened patiently to the report from the Skylark, and after gaining a preliminary understanding of the situation in the Sabati archipelago, he pondered for a few seconds before slowly speaking. So Hancock is being pursued by Saint Rose, and Saint Charmac happened to survive by sheer luck. In this case, we can't divert Mary Ahua's attention. It seems not all celestial dragons are that foolish. After all, the celestial dragon regime has ruled the world for 800 years. It can't be that simple. Sakazuki briefly instructed the Skylark before hanging up the den mushy. He put it away, sighed deeply, and gazed into the distance. The sun at the horizon was slowly setting, and the blackness of the sky gradually spread, biting away the remaining light like a silkworm emerging from its cocoon. The boundless darkness was about to completely envelop the sun. However, at that moment, the sun turned increasingly red, like a blazing fire illuminating the darkness. The glow of the setting sun fell on Sakazuki's face, which was marked by uncertainty. As he stared intently at the fiery red remnants of the sun hanging above the sea, and an extremely terrifying plan began to form in his mind. The afterglow of the sunset, though mercilessly declaring the beginning of darkness, also heralds the rise of hope when day and night alternate. This is the darkness before dawn, Sakazuki. After repeatedly simulating this plan in his mind and ensuring its feasibility, he secretly made up his mind. Since 100,000 elite soldiers have been mobilized, it cannot be so simple to withdraw from the New World. Since Saint Charmac, an ordinary celestial dragon, failed to be eliminated, Why not shift the target to the highest-ranking celestial dragons? With this thought, Sakazuki immediately took action. He pulled out another personal Den Mushi from his pocket for office use. He then dialed the Gorosei, thousands of miles away. When the call connected, Sakazuki wasted no time, directly speaking in a low and serious voice. Gorosei, I have new intelligence. The Sea King Poseidon has appeared. And Mary Geos, Saint Sadan, who was in a meeting, was somewhat displeased by the sudden personal Den Mushi interruption. However, upon hearing Sakazuki's report, his pupils constricted sharply, and he stood up from the sofa with a trembling voice full of disbelief. What did you say? The other four Gorosei also heard Sakazuki's intelligence and were equally shocked, quickly gathering around the Den Mushi. Saint Sadan exchanged glances with them before continuing to ask, Sakazuki, are you sure? Where is it now? Hearing the sounds from the Den Mushi, Sakazuki's lips curled into a slight cold smile. Then he responded with a serious demeanor. It is currently at Fishman Island, 10,000 meters below the deep sea. According to reliable sources, the Sea King Poseidon is currently an unawakened mermaid. The atmosphere in the Panga City Hall became extremely silent, with the Gorosei exchanging glances. The financial martial god, Saint Nezushiro, holding the first-generation ghost slash, frowned and asked after a moment of thought, where did this information come from? Has its authenticity been verified? This matter was of great importance, so the Gorosei had to repeatedly confirm to ensure the reliability and accuracy of the news. Sakazuki had anticipated that the Gorosei would not be so easily deceived. Therefore, from the moment he decided to call, he had already constructed a complete story in his mind. And this time the audience for his story was the pinnacle of world power. The Gorosei, after weighing his words, Sakazuki answered Saint Nezushiro's question with great seriousness. Do you still remember the mermaid princess Odoheim from the Ryugu kingdom of Fishman Island? Upon hearing Sakazuki mention Odoheim, the Gorosei were puzzled, but they quickly searched their memories for this character. They had been in power for hundreds of years, and their memory capacity was immense. But they quickly locked onto the mermaid who yearned to relocate all the residents of Fishman Island to the land. Is she the one who asked Don Quixote Moose Galud to sign a friendly relationship agreement between fishmen and humans? She seems to have died long ago. Sakazuki nodded and, in the eyes of the confused Gorosei, stated solemnly, during my tenure as an admiral, I had several encounters with Princess Odoheim while exterminating pirates in the waters around the Sabeti archipelago. She was extremely eager to ease the tense relationship between fishmen and humans. So she implored me, as a naval admiral at the time, to suggest some measures to the world government. Sakazuki was well aware that Odoheim had formed a rescue team to alleviate human discrimination against fishmen, frequently surfacing to rescue humans who accidentally fell overboard. It was entirely normal for fishmen to help humans only to be hunted by ungrateful pirates and then rescued by the righteous navy, right? Sakazuki's story had no logical errors, and therefore the Gorosei had no doubts at all. At that time, I was busy with my mission and naturally had no time to pay attention to her. But Princess Odoheim was unwilling to give up. She seemed to have resolved to approach me. Later, she privately sought me out, wanting to make an astonishing deal. She said that if I helped Fishman Island see the light of day again, then Fishman Island would be willing to repay the Navy's kindness by helping to strengthen the Navy's military power, and the reward would be. Sakazuki paused for a moment and then said with utmost seriousness, the ultimate power hidden in Fishman Island, the Sea King Poseidon. As soon as Sakazuki finished speaking, the faces of the Gorosei changed dramatically. They never expected that Princess Odoheim would secretly approach the Navy as a springboard for her dream behind the world government's back. Although they hadn't interacted directly with Princess Odoheim, the CP organization spies were spread all over the world and were omnipresent, so they naturally knew that Sakazuki was not lying. Given Odoheim's determination, it was indeed possible for her to do so. However, they still had a lingering doubt. And Saint Sadan quickly digested Sakazuki's information before immediately asking, how did Princess Odoheim know of the existence of Poseidon? Seeing that the Gorosei were gradually falling into his trap and beginning to follow his rhythm, Sakazuki couldn't help but let out a cold laugh inwardly. After taking a glance around at the distant figures of Smile and Enel, who were preparing to slay Katakuri and others, Sakazuki slowly dropped a bombshell to the five elders. Princess Odoheim's observation haki is extraordinarily powerful, seemingly innate. She has spent many years on Fishman Island and can sense the tremors from the ultra-giant sea kings in the deep sea. Moreover, she mentioned that ever since marrying King Neptune, she often hears the whispers of the Sea Kings, seemingly engaging in some unknown communication with a certain mermaid on Fishman Island. During those years, the shipwrecks around Fishman Island have also decreased significantly. According to the secret teachings left by the ancestors of the Fishman Island Kingdom, she is well aware that this is the power of the Sea King Poseidon. Upon hearing this, Sadan Saint and Nezushiro Saint's pupils trembled. It was indeed an astonishing piece of news regarding the observation haki that perceives all things in the world. They knew that the Sea King Poseidon could control the Sea Kings, and in its awakened state, could even command all Sea King creatures across the world's oceans. Such an existence naturally arises from the deep sea, but they did not expect it to be right above Fishman Island. However, why didn't Sakazuki personally accompany Princess Odoheim to Fishman Island to find the Sea King? And why not immediately report such important information to them? Regarding these questions from the five elders, Sakazuki had prepared answers. I originally planned to go to Fishman Island to control the not fully awakened Sea King in advance. But before I could take action, Princess Odoheim was inexplicably assassinated. After that, I could only secretly investigate various situations on Fishman Island. As for not informing the world government, it was out of concern that it would alert the enemy. You all know that once the Sea King awakens, it will be a catastrophic disaster. The five elders nodded in agreement, feeling quite satisfied with Sakazuki. Although this guy is more warlike than Sengoku and not as obedient, he is both brave and resourceful. A true commander. This is one of the reasons they are willing to support Sakazuki for the position of admiral, while they hoped the sea would not remain too calm. They also did not want to see a chaotic world. Therefore, they needed a strong-willed military person like Sakazuki to suppress this increasingly tumultuous era as much as possible. Sakazuki was unaware that the five elders were praising him in their hearts. Even if he knew, he would not care much, as he still had to continue weaving his story. Seeking support, Sakazuki quickly organized his words and continued to affectionately recount his diligent past to the five elders. After Princess Odoheim's death, I spent several years investigating. However, there were no results, as the prejudice of Fishman Island against humans is deep-rooted, making it difficult to make contact. Moreover, at that time, the Whitebeard pirates were guarding Fishman Island, which made it even harder to delve into their inner workings to obtain useful information. The scientific defense warrior Sadan Saint and the other five elders patiently listened to Sakazuki's hardships over the past few years, growing increasingly satisfied with this dedicated admiral. However, out of caution, they timely asked, "How did you confirm that information just now? Where exactly is the Sea King on Fishman Island?" Sakazuki pressed his dry lips together. He had been fighting Big Mom without eating or drinking for an entire day and night. But thinking of the unprecedented action ahead, his heart became active, and he felt not a trace of fatigue from fighting Big Mom, but rather an overwhelming excitement. Sakazuki answered the five elders' questions leisurely, appearing calm and unhurried, as if what he was narrating was indeed happening. The information just now was personally confirmed by the former warlord of the sea, Jinbei, who hails from Fishman Island. Since the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates, Fishman Island has lost its protection and has faced rampant plundering by countless pirates. Especially in the face of the large pirate factions in the New World, Fishman Island is simply unable to defend itself. Sadan Saint nodded in agreement. Fishman Island is indeed a treasure trove for many pirates, while the fishmen lack the ability to protect their homeland. Not long ago, Jinbei sought the Navy's help to protect Fishman Island, and I readily agreed to his request. However, in exchange, he must gather information about the Sea King Poseidon on Fishman Island to receive the Navy's support. The five elders suddenly realized they all knew Jinbei's character. In short, he is a rough man with a chivalrous spirit, having an extraordinary affection for Fishman Island, and is also quite respected there. The five elders invited him to join the warlords of the sea, not only for his strength, but also to strengthen the harmonious relationship between the fishmen and humans. Although this was just a facade for the public, if Jinbei serves as an insider, it would indeed be possible to quickly gather the ultimate secret of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Seeing that the five elders understood his motives, Sakazuki's lips curled up slightly as he continued to narrate. Through Jinbei's recent explorations and inquiries, it has now been confirmed that the Sea King is indeed in Dragon Palace City, although the exact identity is unknown. As long as we catch them all in one net, we can eliminate future troubles. This matter is of great significance, so I suggest that the five elders personally go to Fishman Island to avoid any unexpected incidents. After all, if some ambitious individuals, especially the Revolutionary Army, were to learn of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sakazuki's tone was filled with seriousness and caution, fully considering the interests of the world government. This made the 5 elders feel gratified. Saden Saint and the other 4 exchanged glances and, after a few seconds of thought, decisively said, "Tomorrow morning, I will personally lead the forces of the Holy Land to Fishman Island and have Jinbei prepare for our arrival." As soon as he finished speaking, he excitedly hung up the phone and then looked at the other 4 companions, feeling emotional. "After many years, we are going back to the sea." The financial warrior Nazashura Saint placed his demon sword, Ghost Slash, on his lap, gently stroking it as if cherishing a beloved one, while slowly speaking to everyone. "Should we report this to Lord M?" The legal warrior Wakuli Saint stroked his mustache and shook his head in response. "There's no need to disturb Lord M yet. Let's give him a surprise after we capture the Sea King." "I think so too," Sadan Saint nodded, thinking that once he captures the Sea King, Lord M will surely be pleased. This would mean that the Holy Land possesses both a Heavenly King and a Sea King. Just thinking about it is exciting. The others seemed to have thought of this point as well, their eyes glowing with enthusiasm, eager to rush to Fishman Island and capture the Sea King. Sakazuki looked at the now closed phone worm, a rare satisfied smile appearing on his face. After all the groundwork, the ultimate goal was to lure one of the 5 elders to Fishman Island. If it is the scientific defense warrior Sadan Saint personally taking action, then careful planning is necessary. That old guy can transform into a monster with a spider-like lower body and a bull's head, capable of teleporting through a magic circle. Additionally, he possesses a mysterious power that can render others immobile. Therefore, it is essential to be fully prepared to ensure he is completely buried in the deep sea. Thinking of this, Sakazuki immediately pulled out another black encrypted phone worm and dialed. "Fishman Island, Dragon Palace City." Kazan stopped his training with Princess Shirahoshi, puzzled as he pulled out the ringing phone worm from his army green coat pocket. Shouldn't Sakazuki be busy attacking Big Mom's pirate crew right now? How can there still be free time to call oneself? Could it be that something unexpected occurred in the war, requiring one's assistance? The thought of Sakazuki anxiously waiting for his aid in the new world made Kuzan's expression turn serious. Ignoring Princess Shirahoshi beside him, he quickly connected the call and said without hesitation, "Sakazuki, don't worry, I'm heading to the new world right now." This straightforward statement caught Sakazuki in the new world off guard. Why was he rushing over before he even spoke? However, the following actions did seem to be somewhat urgent. Although Sakazuki didn't understand why Kazan was so agitated, he briefly explained the situation regarding Cake Island. Hearing that Big Mom had been successfully defeated and that other members of the Charlotte family were also being eliminated, Kazan let out a sigh of relief. Scratching his head awkwardly and saying, I thought, Sakazuki couldn't help but chuckle. If such a grand lineup couldn't wipe out the Big Mom pirates, he might as well give up his position as Fleet Admiral and retire in the North Sea. Cutting to the chase, Sakazuki narrowed his eyes, his tone gradually turning cold. "Do you remember the battle I mentioned before that requires your participation? Get ready, it's coming." Kazan's heart skipped a beat. He naturally remembered the important battle Sakazuki had mentioned twice, which required him to take seriously and give his all. Could it be against one of the emperors? Was it the new Emperor Blackbeard, who had completely taken over Whitebeard's territory, or the world's strongest creature, Kaido of the Beasts, who had long occupied Wano? Sakazuki shook his head slightly, indicating that it was none of the above. Then, with a straight face, he slowly revealed a shocking name that left Kazan dumbfounded. Sakazuki, the scientific defense war god saint. Please support in every way. Thank you very much. Upon hearing the name mentioned by Sakazuki, Kuzan's hand holding the transponder snail trembled violently. His eyes filled with disbelief, as if he had heard the most absurd thing in the world. He used his observation haki to scan the surroundings, then slightly opened his trembling lips and cautiously asked with uncertainty, "Sakazuki, if I didn't mishear you, are you saying my opponent is the Gora CI?" After receiving a confirming reply from Sakazuki, Kazan took a few deep breaths to calm his tumultuous emotions. The air fell silent for nearly half a minute before Kazan's steady voice finally came through. "Is it starting so soon? When and where?" For Kazan, who had been influenced by the ideology of absolute justice, taking action against the world government and the celestial dragons was only a matter of time. So he quickly accepted the shock brought by Sakazuki. Tomorrow morning, Saint would depart from Marineford War with troops. Sakazuki quickly briefed Kazan on his earlier conversation with Saint, and finally inquired about Princess Shirahoshi's situation. After learning that she could barely control large sea kings of a kilometer in size, he nodded slightly in satisfaction. "Make sure to set up a suitable battlefield next to Fishman Island. And remember, Not a single person must escape. This matter absolutely cannot leak out. I will set off immediately and will bring someone to completely relocate Fishman Island to another place. In short, this battle must be conducted in secrecy, eliminating all threats. Kuzan nodded hurriedly. He was well aware of the seriousness of this matter. This would be a crucial battle after he left the Navy, and there could be no mistakes. Moreover, the strength of Saint was worth giving his all. Even if they couldn't deal with him in a short time, they could temporarily control him with Jinbe, King Neptune, and others until Sakazuki arrived, and together they could completely sink Saint to the bottom of the sea. Kazan, with a heavy heart, hung up the phone and began to contemplate the specific actions to take next. Lord Kazan, you and Fleet Admiral I. Princess Shirahoshi lowered her eyes, looking quite aggrieved. The pure and innocent girl had secretly listened in and seemed to understand that a group of formidable villains was coming to Fishman Island to capture her, and that Lord Kazan was going to help deal with those bad guys, which made her feel a bit guilty. Of course, if she knew that the cause was Fleet Admiral's initiative to expose himself to the enemy, she would probably have a completely opposite emotion. Kazan slightly comforted Princess Shirahoshi, his eyes flickering for a moment, then immediately called Jinbe and King Neptune to discuss the upcoming actions. In the conference room of the Ryugu Palace, King Neptune wore a worried expression. Why did Shirahoshi's secret leak out? Which rascal is behind this? It was truly infuriating. Princess Shirahoshi was King Neptune's heart and soul, like holding something fragile in his arms, and now, with Vanderdecken 9 previously obsessing over her and now facing malice from the world government, it had left King Neptune distressed. Kazan cleared his throat slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with King Neptune's words. He glanced at everyone, his expression serious as he pointed to the topographic map of Fishman Island on the table. Our battle with the Gorosei absolutely cannot take place on Fishman Island, or will be a huge disaster. Jinbe looked at the small island on the map, weighing the top-tier destructive power of the Admiral in his mind. And couldn't he help but shake his head? There was no way to withstand it. Then where should we fight? King Neptune scratched his orange beard, looking at Kuzan in confusion. After thinking for a few seconds, Kazan marked a circle next to Fishman Island on the map. This circle was the breakthrough point he was looking for. It was about 40 to 50 kilometers away from Fishman Island. If combined with the thick ice walls created by Kazan to block the impact, it could basically avoid being affected by the battle. I will build a large frozen island there overnight, and I need the entire Sea King army of the Ryugu Kingdom to help cover it with a thick membrane to provide sufficient oxygen. Everyone was shocked at this statement. Creating an island out of nothing with human power was simply unimaginable. Was this the might of the highest combat power of the Navy, the world's top powerhouse? It was truly astonishing. Looking at the red circle that Kuzan had highlighted on the map, Jinbe and King Neptune were speechless, staring blankly at the map. This red circle, located in the dark and terrifying depths of the sea, was drawn by Kuzan after careful consideration. It would serve as bait to lure the Gorosei. Not only would it protect Fishman Island, but it would also provide a geographical advantage for himself in battle. Truly a win-win situation. Jinbe, according to internal information, the Gorosei will set off in a team tomorrow morning and should arrive near Fishman Island by evening. You are one of the relatively trusted individuals by the Gorosei, so you will be responsible for bringing them to the frozen island I build. Kazan's words snapped Jinbe out his daze. Huh. Jinbe's eyes widened. It wasn't he that he was afraid to face the Gorosei. After all, he wasn't he afraid of the emperors. He just couldn't he understand when he had become someone the Gorosei trusted. So he just stared blankly at Kazan for a while. Kazan glanced at the incredulous Jinbe, then quickly shifted his gaze, explaining as if it were a matter of fact. You were personally invited to be a warlord by the Gorosei, and you are also from Fishman Island. Making an appearance to welcome the Gorosei, one T raised suspicion. Jinbe retracted his gaze from Kazan, nodding in a daze, seemingly finding some sense in it, but still feeling that something was off. Kazan glanced at the contemplative Jinbe from the corner of his eye, and to prevent him from discovering anything, he immediately shouted sternly, Jinbe, this mission is crucial. It even concerns the survival of Fishman Island. We cannot afford any mistakes. Huh? Oh yes. Jinbe was startled by Kuzan's loud shout, quickly shaking off the distractions in his mind. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel guilty. At such a critical moment, while the Navy was doing their utmost to help Fishman Island through this crisis, he was still distracted by various thoughts, truly shameful. The chivalrous Jinbe silently slapped himself a few times in his heart. Kazan looked at Jinbe, who had suddenly realized and nodded in satisfaction, knowing that the authority of a former admiral still held weight. Moreover, he couldn't tell Jinbei the truth that he had become the undercover agent planted by Akainu in Fishman Island, right? King Neptune, you go arrange for some reliable sea kings and relevant craftsmen to gather enough materials and prepare for the coating. Shirahoshi, you are responsible for dispelling the sea kings and large sea beasts in the nearby waters. And also try to communicate with the super giant sea kings lurking at the bottom of the sea. They might come in handy for tomorrow's battle. Kazan methodically assigned tasks, while he himself immediately headed to the designated area to start creating an island. New World, Whole Cake Island. After Akainu ended the call with Kazan, he did not rush to see Katakuri for the last time before his death. Instead, he moved his fingers slightly, attempting to call the Pirate Empress. Unexpectedly, the call was successfully connected. With such a strictly encrypted den mushi, there was no need to worry about the other party being captured by enemies and the connection falling into someone else's hands, leading to a leak. However, there was a long silence on the other end. Only the sound of hurried breathing and the roaring waves could be heard. Akainu coldly asked, knowing full well, Hancock, are you dead yet? In the waters near Sabeti Archipelago, Hancock was desperately maneuvering the pirate ship, narrowly dodging the towering sword energy, slashing towards her from behind. After a moment, she viciously responded to the den mushi nestled against her collarbone. Not dead, but south getting close. Now, the entire Kuja pirates were left with only Hancock, so she had to personally pilot the ship. It had been a long time since Hancock had suffered such humiliation, and she couldn't help but speak with immense resentment and anger. What do you want with me? Are you here to send me off to my death? Akainu's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he replied without any courtesy. Hancock, mind your attitude. Your life was spared by me back then. Now, your death wouldn't be a loss. Moreover, don't forget, you've already been exposed. The world government 1T let Sabeti Island off easily. Issuing the extermination order is the least they do. Hancock's expression froze. She indeed had no reason to blame Akainu. This man not only spared her life, but also granted her spiritual liberation. However, thinking of her tragically dead sister and the crew of the Kuja pirates, as well as the residents of Sabeti Island who were about to face danger, she couldn't help but feel angry, but still had to rely on this man in front of her to resolve everything. She slightly softened her tone, but still said coldly, I know what to do. So, is there anything urgent now? Upon hearing Hancock's concession, Akainu nodded slightly and then addressed the main issue. Find a suitable opportunity to pass false information to Roses, who is hunting you, saying that you have secretly collaborated with Shiki the Golden Lion. Since escaping from Impel Down, Shiki has been trying to overthrow the world. So he has started to secretly gather various forces, and you are just one of them. Akainu briefly explained to Hancock how to pin the blame on Shiki, making subsequent actions easier. Hancock immediately pondered a lot upon hearing Akainu's instructions and understood his intentions. After all, the Navy couldn't afford to leave any stains right now. However, she still had one lingering question. But Shiki wouldn't really help lift Sabeti Island to a safe place? Did you secretly collaborate with Shiki? That would indeed allow them to escape the world government's retaliation. Hearing Hancock actually put her hopes on Shiki, Akainu couldn't help but laugh disdainfully with a slight smirk. He said leisurely, who said only Shiki can float islands. There will be someone responsible for helping Sabeti Island escape this calamity. Hancock's pupils trembled. She hadn't heard of anyone in the Navy who could do what Shiki's float fruit could do, lifting an entire island into the air. Could it be that there was another unknown powerhouse in the Navy similar to that Thunderfruit user from before? However, hearing that the Navy had a way to resolve the subsequent troubles, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as she would have no worries now. Although she couldn't defeat Roses, she could still manage to escape. Besides, it was just shifting the blame. Hancock had always liked to shift the blame to her subjects in the Navy, so she was naturally not inexperienced in such matters. After all, the most beautiful woman in the world would not make mistakes. If there were mistakes, it would be the world's fault. Akainu, having temporarily finished what he was working on, finally let out a sigh of relief. He felt as if he was becoming a messenger. Without the den mushi, it would be like becoming mute, unable to convey any orders. Boss, we have completely dealt with those guys from the Charlotte family. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the dim sky, and Enel's voice came from afar. Ishido quickly followed Enel. The old and the young appeared in front of Akainu in the blink of an eye. Admiral Akainu, as promised. I've sent Katakuri and the others to accompany their mother, but Katakuri. Ishido first reported the results of the battle, but then hesitated, seemingly having a hard-to-speak secret. Akainu looked at him with confusion. Wasn't he this guy usually straightforward? Why was he suddenly so hesitant? Before Akainu could ask, Enel interjected loudly. No problem. The boss wouldn't care about Katakuri's curses before he died. It's just betrayal. Insidious and ruthless, cold-blooded, hypocritical scoundrel. Akainu. Enel didn't notice Akainu's slightly stiff expression and was about to continue when Ishido, who was rarely perceptive, interrupted him. Ahem. Don't worry about the last words of a dead man. Admiral, what are we going to do next? Go support other islands? Ignoring the loud Enel. Akainu pondered for a moment after hearing Ishido's words, then asked solemnly, Mr. Ishido, your main purpose for joining the Navy is to abolish the Shichibukai system, right? Ishido, although puzzled by Akainu's sudden question, still replied seriously. Indeed, that's my long-cherished wish. The Shichibukai is the bane of this world, a filthy product of this twisted era. Therefore, I will definitely propose the abolition of the Shichibukai system as a Navy admiral. Akainu nodded in agreement, turning to gaze at the endless night sky, and spoke slowly with a thought-provoking tone. Mr. Ishido, have you ever considered that there's actually no need to propose it to the world government? As long as one is strong enough, we can directly eliminate all the Shichibukai secretly. Ishiao was taken aback by Sakazuki's bizarre words. After fully understanding the meaning behind Sakazuki's statement, he was shocked, his eyes widening in horror. The marshal's implication was disobedience to orders? Hearing Ishiao's cautious tone, Sakazuki subtly shook his head and corrected him. It's not disobedience, it's saving lives. Saving the countless civilians oppressed and harmed by pirates in this world. Ishiao was momentarily speechless, secretly muttering to himself. Isn't that the same thing? No wonder he was the highest commander of the Navy. Not only was his combat power extremely formidable, but he also possessed excellent rhetoric and speaking skills, far beyond Ishiao's capabilities. Sakazuki glanced at Ishiao, who was lost in thought, and continued. Moreover, the world government recently issued a recruitment notice for the 7 warlords. The pirates on that list have mostly been secretly dealt with by me. Currently, the only visible 7 warlords left are Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Night Demon, and Dracul Mihawk, the Hawkeye. As long as we eliminate these 2 troublesome guys, and if the world government recruits another, we simply take them out, and your long-cherished wish will be completely fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Ishiao's breathing grew heavy. He didn't expect such a tricky matter could be handled so simply by the marshal. However, there was still a question. Ishiao furrowed his brows, running his mind wildly, and after serious contemplation, he raised a question. But the strength of the 7 warlords is not weak. If the Navy sends strong fighters to confront them, won't it be easy for the world government to discover the flaw? Sakazuki was unfazed by Ishiao's question, a vague smile appearing on his face as he replied lightly. Among the countless pirates like fish crossing the river, there might not be people from us, whose strength is not inferior to that of ordinary pirates. Fighting to the death among pirates is a common occurrence. Upon hearing this, Ishiao's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded in realization, no longer confused. At the same time, he admired the simple yet effective way this marshal was fulfilling his own aspirations. He was truly a confidant and role model. Things that others hadn't thought of, he not only conceived but also implemented. Things others wanted to do but couldn't, he was silently working hard to achieve. In short, for things other navies dared to do and could do, Sakazuki did them even more perfectly. For things other navies dared not do and could not do, he still executed them flawlessly. Ishiao stared at the blurry outline revealed by his observation hockey, a towering body containing a great soul, like a towering mountain. Whether facing torrential assaults or being covered by dark clouds, nothing could diminish his sharp brilliance. Under the shelter of this great mountain, the air of the world would become fresh, washing away all the filth and murkiness of the human world. When the beliefs of the mountain spread throughout the world, the storm would eventually end, the clouds would disperse, and light and hope would arrive as promised. It is precisely such a great, noble, and passionate man who deserves the following of hundreds of millions of navies across the world. Ishiao had roamed the seas for decades, wasting much of his life. Although he harbored grand ambitions, he felt like a hero without a place to fight, rarely encountering righteous people. Now, heaven had opened the eyes of this wandering blind man, finally finding a wise leader. From now on, even if it meant going through fire and water, Ishiao would not hesitate. However, the path that great men often tread is the most difficult in the world. So, Mr. Ishiao, the next action is to take down the head of the world government. one of the five elders, Saint Satan. Sakazuki clearly sensed the power gradually boiling within Ishiao. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately stated the follow-up action plan. Upon hearing this, Ishiao trembled, his feelings of reverence and excitement instantly freezing, his mouth twitching visibly. He seemed to be struggling to keep up with the marshal's thoughts and pace. Since he first met Marshal Sakazuki, Ishiao's staff sword had not stopped, as if he had entered hell mode. Just after joining, he was assigned to deal with one of the four emperors, and now another five elder was coming. It was truly unceremonious to use him as labor. Sakazuki saw through Ishiao's shock and confusion and patiently explained, "The five elders just ordered us to leave the New World and stop military actions against the Big Mom pirates. Those high and mighty celestial dragons will not allow the Navy to completely eradicate the pirates. What they want is a world with stability amidst chaos and order amidst disorder, which is beneficial for solidifying the invincible regime of the celestial dragons." Ishiao was jolted back to reality, following Sakazuki's gaze, and focusing on the infinite darkness at the end of the sky. Sakazuki continued to look into the distance, his deep-set brows and weathered face, marked by a cold wind like a blade, showing no expression. The celestial dragon regime had already decayed and no longer had the ability to manage the world and the Navy. This ocean needed a major transformation, a roaring fire. And we are the reformers, the torchbearers igniting the seeds of hope. At this moment, Ishiao finally realized that Sakazuki was looking at the Holy Land, Marineford, atop the red line. His expression suddenly darkened, his eyes burning with anger, a vein twitching at his temple. Had the world government fallen into such a deep abyss? It turned out that the root of the world's evil ultimately lay with the ruling celestial dragons. How infuriating that he had previously wandered around, hoping to find answers behind the chaos at sea. Now, Ishiao realized how ridiculous his past actions were. He had even blinded himself, appearing aloof, but it was merely self-deception, an escape from reality. Now he had to rely on this man in front of him to enlighten him to grasp the true meaning of justice. The reason why the civilians in this world suffer and endure is that the regime established by the celestial dragons is the culprit. Because of this regime's existence, the world had completely collapsed, and civilians lived under the oppression of noble powers, struggling to breathe. Sakazuki slightly raised his eyes, his distant gaze sharp as a knife, piercing and cold. It seemed to penetrate the very essence of the world. He said with conviction, "If we want to completely change this world, we must completely overthrow the world government and the celestial dragon regime. We must break the old order with absolute force and rebuild a new order with absolute justice. This is the only correct choice. This world has rotted to the core. If we do not reshape a brand new world, the Navy's justice will ultimately devolve into an empty slogan." Upon hearing Sakazuki's powerful speech, Ishiao's heart shook violently, as if something had awakened within him. He gently touched his broken staff sword, silently resolving that from now on, he would use the knife in his hand to defend the concept of absolute justice with his life. And he would do everything in his power to eliminate all obstacles blocking Marshal Sakazuki's path. Ishiao pressed his lips together, filled with determination, and respectfully said to this great man, "Marshal Sakazuki, forgive my bluntness, but you are the hope of the world. Though I am blind, I have already seen the dawn of light in you." Sakazuki sensed Ishiao's resolve and turned his head, his hawk-like sharp gaze scrutinizing Ishiao, who was resolute. Then his gaze lingered on Ishiao's broken staff sword, and he gently spoke, "There are many high-quality swords in the Navy headquarters armory. When you return, you can choose a suitable sword to modify, or you can have the craftsman repair your current cane sword." Sakazuki no longer referred to him as Mr. Ishiao, because the powerful warrior before him had completely become his loyal subordinate. Ishiao nodded heavily, glancing at the broken sword in his hand. He still preferred the cane sword that had accompanied him for decades. It needed a good repair, as it was a solid weapon to guard absolute justice. However, thinking of the future where he would fight for justice until death, he couldn't help but feel admiration and passion, filled with ambition and excitement. Meanwhile, Enel stood by with his mouth agape. Although he didn't quite understand the exchange between the two, he was greatly shocked to see the powerful blind uncle bowing deeply to Sakazuki. He slightly turned to look at Sakazuki and saw a sudden cold smile flash across Sakazuki's face, like a red spider lily blooming on the other side of the afterlife, sending chills down his spine. "Boss, you're really impressive." In the waters of the world, on Toast Island in the Bounty Town, this is the place where Big Mom's fourth son, the Minister of Baking, Charlotte Oven, is stationed. Charlotte Oven is a paramecia-type heat fruit user, and he is a triplet with his younger brothers Katakuri and Daifuku. He has a fiery temper and is extremely loyal to his family, taking his responsibilities very seriously, even fighting on the front lines despite being injured. At the same time, Oven trusts Katakuri greatly and dotes on his sisters, but he clearly distinguishes right from wrong. On one hand, he is very fond of his sisters Brile and Pudding. On the other hand, he cannot forgive family members who have betrayed them. At this moment, Oven used the power of the heat fruit to heat his fists and struck forward with a powerful high heat fist, but couldn't help but kneel on one knee, gasping for breath as he looked at the navy surrounding him. Doberman swung his sword hard to counter Oven's scorching punch, then twisted his wrist and slashed several more times, which Oven barely managed to block while propping up his body. Doberman gently touched his chest, which was burned by the high temperature, then raised his two swords, his gaze piercing as he stared at the struggling Oven. Oven's strength is considerable. He can transfer heat to any object he touches, instantly heating it, and he can also heat himself to burn anyone who comes into contact with him. He can even transfer heat over large areas of the sea, causing it to boil and cooking many marine creatures in the process. Most ships would be damaged due to the excessive temperature. Additionally, Oven can heat targets from a distance, burning his opponents. Doberman initially came to the island to prevent Oven from escaping and damaging the Navy's warships, and he has been fighting ever since. Pirates, your pirate crew is doomed. Why resist stubbornly? Oven wiped the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, roaring unwillingly, "Damn Navy, you act without honor, too cowardly to strike openly. Yet you come to deceive and ambush our pirate crew." The information he had received earlier stated that the Navy had mobilized a large army to the New World only for training, but he never expected them to come right to his doorstep. Wasn't this blatant deception? Doberman snorted coldly, not bothering to waste more words on Oven. He stepped forward, gripping his twin swords tightly, his haki wrapping around them as he instantly unleashed his strongest move. Moments later, under the assault of Vice Admiral Doberman and several rear admirals, Oven's body fell to the ground, breathless. Doberman cast a cold glance at Oven's corpse. The Navy would not engage in fair fights with ruthless pirates. Suddenly, a phone bug rang, and Doberman's subordinate, a rear admiral, rushed over with it. Upon hearing it was the admiral's call, the coldness in Doberman's eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by endless heat and reverence. He carefully took the phone bug, excitedly saying, "Admiral Sakazuki, everything is going smoothly here. I will definitely complete the mission perfectly. That old hag is dead, right? Great. Just as expected of Admiral Sakazuki. Now prepare a warship to Fishman Island? All right, I'll arrange it immediately." Doberman excitedly hung up the phone. Since Big Mom was dead, this battle could be considered a preliminary victory. He couldn't help but feel happy, especially after receiving affirmation and encouragement from his idol, making him feel more motivated, and all the fatigue from a day's battle instantly vanished. Looking at the mountain of pirate corpses, Doberman sternly commanded the Navy soldiers, "Half of you continue to patrol the battlefield to ensure no pirates survive, while the other half return to the warship to rest. After 5 hours, we will switch tasks. Once we completely eliminate the pirates on this island, we will support the next location." In another, slightly larger island in the world, the atmosphere was also filled with the smoke of battle, with corpses everywhere and the cries of pirates echoing endlessly. This is the island managed by the Minister of Fried Food, Snack, with Rear Admiral Smoker leading the Navy in the main attack. Although Snack had already withdrawn from the ranks of the Sweet Commander after being defeated by the Monk Urki before the Navy's main force arrived at Cake Island, he had strong enough power to qualify for that rank. Thus, dealing with him was still quite challenging for Smoker. However, once Zephyr arrived to survey the battlefield, the situation turned dramatically, and in an instant, Snack was slain here. "Teacher Zephyr, give me a little more time. I can handle him," Smoker complained slightly, retracting his sea stone weapon. Zephyr laughed and scolded, "You brat, this merciless war should end as quickly as possible. By the way, you've improved quite a bit. I see you've made significant progress in your hockey during this time." Smoker pulled out his shiny black fist and smirked defiantly, attributing it to that undercover gentleman. Zephyr scanned the battlefield, wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by the sound of the phone bug in his pocket. He quickly took it out, thinking it was an urgent situation from some battlefield needing his attention, but found it was a call from Sakazuki. This likely meant the battle at Cake Island had ended. Zephyr thought, "Sakazuki, what's the matter? Indeed, the old hag is dead. So next, all right. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll take care of things here." After a few affirmations, Zephyr hung up the phone. Meeting Smoker's eager gaze, he smiled brightly and said, "The Big Mom pirates are basically collapsing. Once we completely eliminate the remnants, I will lead 100,000 troops on behalf of Sakazuki to continue sweeping the pirates in the first half of the New World for a month. This will be a protracted battle. What a tough job." Although Zephyr complained, he was actually quite happy. A month of fighting, if all went well, would be enough to significantly reduce the number of pirates in the New World. Even if interrupted by the 4 emperors along the way, with his and Crane's strength, they could still hold their own against them. Moreover, Sakazuki and Smoker were nearby Fishman Island, not far away. Therefore, this large-scale operation didn't pose much danger. Upon hearing this, Smoker became even more excited. Becoming the commander of the G5 branch in a new world was definitely the best decision of his life. This time, he was going to go on a killing spree. After Sakazuki finished explaining the follow-up matters for this battle, he prepared to set off for Fishman Island. It was much further for him to depart from Cake Island compared to Sudden Saint departing from Mary Geos, so he would arrive much later. Thus, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Although Kazan, Jinbi, King Neptune, and Princess Shirahoshi, who could initially control Sea Kings, should be enough to deal with Sudden Saint and his army. If Sudden Saint was determined to escape, it would be quite difficult for Kazan and the others to stop him. It seemed that Sudden Saint's devil fruit ability was just as resistant to seawater as Kaido's, which was quite abnormal. To ensure everything went smoothly, Sakazuki and Smoker still needed to go to Fishman Island. At that time, with 3 top-tier powers attacking Sudden Saint, even Jesus appearing in the sky wouldn't be able to save his life. Of course, Sakazuki also wanted to personally teach the always high and mighty Gorosei a lesson. He had to let them taste the magma fire that carried the will of the world. Although Sakazuki and Smoker were injured in the battle with Big Mom, their remaining strength should not be underestimated, and it was impossible for Sudden Saint to take advantage of them. "Boss, if you let me go, I could definitely turn that old man into coal." Enel chattered beside Sakazuki, seemingly insisting on going to Fishman Island to confront Sudden Saint. Sakazuki strode towards the port without accepting Enel's request at all. "Your speed is fast, and your mobility is strong. The battlefield here still needs you. For the next month, stay here with Teacher Zifa and work hard to improve your strength. Strive to develop your hockey and devil fruit abilities to the utmost. There are still 2 peak 4 emperors, 1 fallen emperor, several pirates not weaker than the 4 emperors, and 4 powerful martial gods. You will have your chance to shine in the future." Enel laughed and began to imagine his future moments of kicking the 4 emperors, punching the martial gods, and zapping Emu with lightning. The 3 quickly arrived at the shore, where the warship arranged by Doberman was already docked. At that moment, a Batman flapped its huge wings and appeared beside Sakazuki. "Teacher, where are we going? Take me with you. It's too dangerous here." Jones looked at Sakazuki with a flattering face, wanting to stick to this top-tier powerhouse for life. Enel was awakened from his wonderful fantasy by Jones and couldn't help but sneer. "Hey, I say, aren't you too cowardly? Following the boss like this is just embarrassing him." Jones was displeased to hear such words from his junior. "Kid, this is called knowing the right timing. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. You're still too young. You haven't grasped the principle of resting in the shade of a big tree." Jones glanced at Enel and clicked his tongue, indicating that the young man was too arrogant. As for Enel, he was confused for several seconds, unable to understand what Jones was saying, clearly suffering from a lack of education. Sakazuki walked straight onto the warship, casually tossing the confiscated Napoleon sword from Big Mom to a soldier, then expressionlessly rebutted Jones's suggestion. "You stay here on the battlefield and help out. Kill more pirates and strive for an early promotion to Rear Admiral." Jones immediately let out a wail, but then his eyes lit up. Since the 4 Emperor Big Mom and her subordinates were nearly wiped out, it seemed he wouldn't encounter any danger. As for the remaining pirates, it wouldn't be a problem for him to bully them with his strength. With this thought, Jones's mood instantly improved, and he couldn't help but whistle. This left Enel in shock. Are cultured people all this strange? Sakazuki didn't want to pay attention to these 2, calling for Smoker to set sail immediately. As the warship slowly moved away from Cake Island, Sakazuki and Smoker went to the equipped medical room in the cabin, where professional medical staff tended to their serious injuries with simple bandaging, and then they each returned to the lounge to rest and recuperate. As darkness faded and the morning sun rose, on the 3rd day of the war between the Navy and the Big Mom pirates, the news of the 4 Emperor Big Mom's death spread completely, creating a storm across the seas. The New World, the Grand Line, and the 4 Seas. Everyone around the world was shocked by the Navy's thunderous action. Civilians everywhere were excited and thrilled, crazily spreading the news in their hometowns, rushing out of their homes to share it. In the first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta, a worker at the port was the first to receive the newspaper sent by the newsbird. After quickly browsing it, his gaze instantly fixed on the bold black and thick lines in the center. 100,000 Navy troops launched a total attack on the nations. The big MOM pirates have completely collapsed. For Emperor Charlotte Lin has died. The worker's pupils suddenly constricted as he reached out to rub his eyes, thinking he hadn't woken up properly that morning. But looking at the glaring bold letters on the newspaper, his body couldn't help but tremble, and he unconsciously shouted from his throat, "What the hell?" His face was filled with disbelief as he looked around, eager to share the news with others. Finally, he saw a man in a white hat who seemed a bit familiar, sitting in a reclining chair, eating breakfast while enjoying the sunrise. Seeing the other person so relaxed, the worker rushed over, snatched the bun from his hand, stuffed it into his own mouth, and violently slapped his head, almost knocking off his white hat. "Hey, stop eating. Look at the latest newspaper," the worker shouted, directly throwing the newspaper onto the face of the man in the white hat. The man in the white safety hat was stunned for a few seconds, then tore the newspaper off his face, glanced at the bun that had gone into the worker's mouth, and immediately shouted angrily, "Hughes, do you want to get fired, or what?" The man named Hughes's face changed as he heard that familiar voice. He slowly looked down at the angry face of the man in the white hat, feeling a sudden jolt in his heart. "Boss, why is it you?" Hughes forced a bitter smile, feeling incredibly unlucky. No wonder he thought the figure was somewhat familiar. He had thought it was a co-worker. Who would have thought it was his own boss? It was also his fault for getting too excited about the newspaper. Otherwise, he could easily distinguish between his boss in a white safety hat and a worker in a yellow safety hat. He could only hope his boss wouldn't fire him. Hughes prayed silently. The white-hatted boss glared at Hughes fiercely, as if he was about to fire him immediately. But he unintentionally caught sight of the bold black and red headline in the center of the newspaper, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes, filled with shock. The Four Emperor pirates were destroyed by the Navy. The boss instantly stood up from the chair, his lips trembling as he repeated the headline, feeling an overwhelming shock. He looked at the newspaper from different angles and realized he could only see the words "awesome." This newspaper does not overly embellish emotions, but straightforwardly depicts how the Navy unexpectedly defeated the Big Mom pirates, making it far more authentic than previous newspapers that hypocritically boasted about the Navy's achievements. The boss tightly gripped the newspaper in his hand and paced back and forth. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly instructed Hughes beside him. "Quick, get moving. Former Admiral and current Chief Inspector of the Navy, Mr. Sengoku, is about to arrive in our country. Their task this time is to set up a high-standard reception passageway, which is necessary to demonstrate the Alabasta Kingdom's respect for the personal inspection of the former Admiral by the Navy. The so-called formalism and facade projects must be done thoroughly, and with the Navy currently in a position of strength, there can be no mistakes." Hughes quickly nodded. He realized that the important figure coming over was Sengoku, the former Admiral, and he understood why his boss had come in early. Upon receiving the boss's orders, the engineering team got busy immediately. Moments later, the sound of a warship siren was heard at the horizon. Sengoku, the chief inspector, had arrived. The warship quickly docked, and a bright red carpet was laid out on the exclusive passageway. An elderly man with graying hair, wearing black-framed frog-eye glasses and holding a bag of senbei, slowly walked down the ship's exit. At this moment, not only did the welcoming team from Alabasta step forward, but the boss also respectfully approached, looking at Sengoku, who was eating senbei, with a fawning expression, and said, "Lord Sengoku, welcome to the Alabasta Kingdom." Sengoku glanced at him and casually nodded. He still somewhat missed the days when he served as Admiral, when he only needed to stay at the Navy headquarters, unlike now when he had to run around. Now, as the newly appointed Chief Inspector of the Navy, he had been assigned tasks by Akainu. His responsibilities included not only monitoring corruption within the Navy branches worldwide, but also supervising the internal order of various kingdoms and assessing the living standards of civilians. Sengoku started from the first half of the Grand Line, munching on senbei and enjoying the scenery, and eventually arrived in the great nation of Alabasta. Seeing that the chief inspector seemed distracted, the boss thought Sengoku was dissatisfied with the welcome ceremony they had prepared. He became flustered and quickly pondered a way to remedy the situation. In his panic, he reached into his pocket, where he had the newspaper from that morning, and, with a quick thought, came up with an idea. "Lord Sengoku, the Navy is truly becoming stronger and stronger. Ever since Admiral Akainu took office, the number of pirates has significantly decreased. Even the red-haired pirates and the Big Mom pirates, these top-tier Emperor-level pirate forces couldn't escape a calamity. Everyone believes that under the leadership of this admiral, the Navy will become unprecedentedly powerful. The Navy has produced such a brave and capable admiral thanks to your strong support. Hearing the boss's words, Sengoku's mouth twitched, and his previously indifferent expression turned grim. He had also seen the news about the downfall of the Big Mom pirates, and was surprised that Akainu actually dared to strike at the four emperors right under the world government's nose, and that the operation had successfully eliminated the Big Mom pirates. Although Akainu's actions were indeed beneficial to the people, Sengoku still disagreed with his methods. Believing they were too extreme, maintaining the existing stability of the sea should be the Navy's priority. The purpose of the Navy's existence is to uphold order, not to destroy it. Killing the four emperors may seem powerful and imposing, but it will only lead to greater chaos. If the suppressed pirates were to rebound completely, it would be an unimaginable disaster for the Navy and the world's civilians. While Akainu has the strength to take down one or two of the four emperors, does he really have the ability to suppress the millions of pirates around the world? Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at the boss, who was still babbling and flattering him, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. What does it mean that the Navy seems unprecedentedly strong under Akainu? Sengoku himself had the capability to eliminate the four emperors. Didn't he see that he had taken down the strongest of them, Whitebeard, during his tenure? Sengoku snorted coldly, no longer wanting to engage with these people, and walked towards the city center. The boss scratched his head in confusion, wondering why this Navy leader was harder to please than King Cobra of Alabasta. In the New World, Wano country, Onigashima, Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates, casually sat on the floor, a copy of the latest newspaper from that morning in front of him, the headline glaringly announcing the death of Big Mom. As he frantically poured alcohol into his mouth, he wept uncontrollably. Reflecting on his experiences with Big Mom, Kaido cried even harder. They had known each other since the Rocks Pirates, sharing decades of emotional ties. Kaido vividly remembered the woman who warned him to be cautious of rocks, and even gifted him the Azure Dragon fruit. Old hag, Lin. Not only was it due to their deep bond, but Kaido also intended to ally with Big Mom to seize the ultimate treasure. Now, with her fallen, those plans were shattered, and he was left alone. Navy, if you have the guts, come kill me. Bullying a woman is no skill. In a fit of extreme rage, Kaido suddenly unleashed a terrifying conqueror's haki, incinerating the newspaper before him into ashes. He tossed aside the wine gourd and instantly transformed into a massive azure dragon, soaring into the sky. Onigashima was immediately shrouded in the dragon's vast shadow, and the pirates of the Beast Pirates looked up in terror at the dragon, fearing their captain might lose control and unleash a breath of fire down on them, which could be deadly. Fortunately, Kaido maintained some semblance of reason, only roaring in the sky without randomly attacking the islands below. At this moment, outside their base on the ground, all the core members of the Beast Pirates had gathered. Most members of the Beast Pirates were Zoan-type Devil Fruit users, and the crew comprised tens of thousands of members, making it a colossal force second only to the Big Mom Pirates. There were clear hierarchies among the members of the Beast Pirates, ranked according to the order of Governor All-Stars, Toby, Rappo Numbers, Gifters, Pleasures, Waiters, following the principle of strength-based ranking. Among the strongest representatives of the Beast Pirates, aside from Governor Kaido, were the three All-Stars, Flame Calamity, King, Plague, Queen, and Drought, Jack, along with six of the strongest Toby Rappo, known as the Flying Six. Now on the Flying Six, Drake looked at the soaring dragon in the sky with a hint of inexplicable emotion in his eyes. Since the Big Mom Pirates had been taken down by the Admiral, the next targets would likely be Blackbeard, Teach, or Kaido. They needed to speed up. They could not be a hindrance to the Admiral. I appreciate everyone's support. Thank you so much. Drake thought about the mission and tasks assigned by Akainu and slowly approached King, who was vaguely known as the second-in-command of the Beast Pirates. Then, under King's puzzled gaze, he pretended to be confused and asked, Lord King, what happened to Lord Kaido? Jean looked up and down at the newcomer who had recently joined the Beast Pirates and quickly advanced to the Flying Six, feeling the immense dragon power within Drake. He nodded with satisfaction. He then patiently explained the bond between Kaido and Big Mom. Drake nodded in realization and pretended to ponder for a moment before continuing. Lord Jean, ever since that dog of the world government, Akainu, took office as Admiral, the New World has not been as peaceful as it used to be, especially since he made a vow to eliminate all four emperors within 3 years in front of the world, and according to his promise. He has almost taken out 1.5 of them. Therefore, Lord Jean, we must prepare in advance. If that unreasonable guy Akainu comes to attack our pirate crew with the Navy, we won't end up like Big Mom's crew, completely wiped out. Drake, in order to complete his mission, dared to speak casually about his superior, which showed his dedication. Jin was taken aback by Drake's suggestion and looked at him again seriously. Realizing that the Beast Pirates had recruited a talent, he immediately became very interested in Drake and asked with a hint of consideration, "What do you think we should prepare?" Drake, feeling disdainful about Jin's consideration, smiled inwardly. As the captain of the Navy's secret unit sword, and a former rear admiral before becoming an undercover pirate, he was naturally well-versed in some strategies and tactics. Moreover, as a trusted confidant of Sakazuki, he was quite adept at persuasion, and he immediately spoke at length. Right now, Lord Kaido is deeply infatuated and cannot extricate himself. But a leader is necessary for the dragons. As Lord Kaido's loyal subordinate, we should do our utmost to help him solve his problems. Therefore, I suggest, Drake went on and on, elaborating on his plans so vividly that Jin was left speechless, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. When Drake finally stopped after becoming parched from talking, Jin suddenly slapped his shoulder, nearly triggering Drake's hybrid dragon form. That was excellent. Lord Kaido will definitely become the king of the world, and we will assist him in ascending to the throne. From now on, you'll be the leader of the Flying Six, the fifth in command of the Beast Pirates. Mark my words. Upon hearing Jin's excited words, Drake immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy slap made him think he had accidentally exposed himself. But having gained Jin's trust would make things much easier. Furthermore, Kaido's daughter Yamato, I will be coming for her. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Drake's mouth. While Drake was pondering, a furious roar from Kaido suddenly echoed through the sky. He seemed to feel that merely venting his emotions was not enough. So he quickly flew out of Onigashima, heading towards the waters of the land of Wano, leaving behind a lingering sound in the air. I'm going to personally confront that bunch of bastards in the Navy. Let's see if they can kill me. In the New World, Hive Island. This is the origin of the pirate games and the residence of the fourth emperor of the New World, Marshal D. Teach, and the Blackbeard Pirates. Inside the Blackbeard Pirates base, Teach sat high on the throne, tightly gripping the newspaper from that morning, his eyes filled with arrogance and pride. After reading the information on the newspaper, Teach turned his gaze to the Rain Shiryu, Burgess, and Lafitte below, then burst into a big laugh. Let the world descend into chaos. Seeing that everyone was still immersed in the shock of Big Mom's defeat, Teach sneered, then stopped laughing, gazing out at the vast sky beyond the door, and couldn't help but murmur to himself, "A person's dreams are endless. Navy, Akainu, can you extinguish all pirates' dreams?" At the same time, the red-haired Shanks received the news of Big Mom Pirates' annihilation in his territory. He stared at the content of the newspaper with a very dark expression, as if it could drip water. Indeed, without his intervention, the sea would fall into chaos. Previously, with the red-haired pirates stationed in the New World, the Navy wouldn't dare to launch a large-scale attack on this pirate paradise. Shanks glanced at his broken leg, and the resentment in his eyes deepened. Now that the red-haired pirates were essentially non-existent, only he and Beckman remained. He had pinned all his hopes on Luffy, hoping that the kid would grow up quickly. Shanks, the Navy's pace is getting faster. Are we just going to sit here and wait for Luffy to get stronger? Beckman took a deep drag from his cigarette and frowned at the pensive Shanks. Hearing this, Shanks paused slightly in his distant gaze, a strange crimson light flashing in his eyes. If the Navy dares to come knocking, they shouldn't blame him for using his last trump card. The sun slowly rose to its zenith, and the news of Big Mom Pirates' destruction continued to ferment and escalate. In a stormy sea somewhere in the New World, Law casually threw the beautiful head of buggy Pirates Officer Alvida into the surging waves, and the beautiful head was instantly swallowed by the giant waves. Alvida, the clownish buggy roared angrily, looking at Law, who was nonchalantly wiping his knife, the Oni Kuri. This woman had been with him since the East Blue. To die so easily in the New World, and at the hands of this pirate with whom he had no enmity at all. Alvida had originally been a very fat woman wielding a large iron rod as a weapon. However, after accidentally eating the slip fruit, she gained an incredible ability. Not only did she become exceptionally beautiful, but her skin was also particularly smooth, causing anything that touched it to slip away. Her small frame contained magical power, but it still couldn't escape Law's surgical knife within his designated field. Law didn't care how beautiful Alvida was now. He was face-blind and didn't recognize beauty. To him, death was the only thing that could be considered beautiful. Red Nose, perish. Being a pirate has no future. Law coldly stared at the furious buggy, completely unconcerned about the hatred in his eyes. Buggy took a deep breath. He had been relentlessly pursued by this kid for months. Who knows why someone he had never interacted with before would harbor such deep-seated murderous intent against him, as if they wouldn't rest until he was dead. Seeing Buggy silent, Law didn't waste words either and immediately unleashed a wave of white, high-frequency surgical energy. Buggy quickly split his body, watching in horror as this terrifying blade energy sliced through his subordinates like cutting vegetables. He immediately exploded with rage, unable to help but curse. Who the hell did I provoke? Did I kill your father or your mother? Why are you trying to wipe us out completely? Buggy was truly a loss. As fellow pirates, why must they kill each other? The last time he felt this repressed was due to Shanks, which led him to accidentally eat a devil fruit. Despite his deep resentment, facing Law's mad onslaught of strikes, Buggy could only hurriedly organize the remaining officers to defend. The polar bear Beppo, using his martial arts-like moves, faced off against Mocha. This beast tamer from the Buggy Pirates could communicate with animals and command them to do his bidding, making them submit. He usually controlled ferocious beasts to attack during battles, believing that there wasn't a single animal in the world he couldn't control. Moji, who seemed to possess abilities similar to the observation haki of listening to all things, was unable to withstand Beppo's powerful martial arts due to his fur tribe origins and was quickly defeated. Split fruit, clown flying knives. Seeing his subordinate about to be crushed by Beppo's paw, Buggy immediately used the powers of the split fruit to detach his arm, holding the flying knives to attack Beppo. Law, who was fighting Buggy, sneered as he saw Buggy throw his arm. Transfer. Buggy's flying arm was instantly transferred to a specially made sea prism stone container, which was quickly sealed by the members of the Heart Pirates and submerged into a prepared tank of seawater. Buggy widened his eyes, which had 2 blue scratches, and clenched his teeth in anger, realizing how much effort these guys were putting in to deal with him. He had no choice but to give up on rescuing Moji and focus on fighting Law. Boom! With no one else to interfere, Beppo landed a heavy punch on Moji's chest, instantly breaking his ribs and stabbing the broken bones into his heart. Moji clutched his chest in pain, spitting out a large amount of blood, and fell to the ground, convulsing a few times before dying. Moji. The swordsman Kabeji's eyes turned bloodshot upon seeing Moji's tragic death at Beppo's fists. Acrobatics, summer night fireworks. Kabeji jumped into the air, raising his long sword, and fiercely stabbed at the wound that was faintly visible on Beppo's back. Wheel's ultimate move, thrust. The acrobatic sword attack unleashed tremendous power in Kabeji's hands. Although Kabeji held the position of chief strategist in Buggy's crew, he was also a swordsman and a despicable swordsman who wielded a sword while riding a unicycle. This despicable and cunning swordsman specifically targeted wounds and would even use his own crew to block bombs from enemies. Known for his use of various underhanded tricks, he was accustomed to attacking opponents with a series of moves, earning him the title of disgrace among swordsmen from Zoro. Just as Kabeji's long sword was about to stab the defenseless Beppo, a tall man suddenly blocked it, unafraid, and firmly grasped Kabeji's sword. Despite the deep wound that cut to the bone, he did not let go. Kabeji was shocked to see this suddenly appeared man. Strongpar, enduring the pain in his hands, forcefully seized Kabeji's sword. Then, in Kabeji's terrified gaze, he swiftly slashed his throat, and Kabeji fell before Strongpar and Beppo with a strong sense of unwillingness. Strongpar was originally the captain of a pirate crew, but later became a slave to the Celestial Dragons. He was saved by Law during the human auctioning incident at Sabati Archipelago, and since then, he vowed loyalty to Law. His strength was not weak, easily dealing with Kabeji. In an instant, only the clown Buggy was left in the Buggy Pirates. Buggy widened his eyes, scanning around, suppressing his inner anger while thinking of a way to escape. At that moment, Law took advantage of Buggy's distraction and quickly unleashed a terrifying sword aura wrapped in armament haki. Buggy was startled awake by the sword aura that spanned several meters, but he remained calm, knowing that his fruit abilities were not afraid of slashing attacks. Split fruit, emergency escape. Just as the sword aura was about to hit him, Buggy used the split fruit's ability to disperse his body parts, successfully dodging Law's slash. But before Buggy could feel pleased, Law's attack followed closely. Ultra-high frequency scalpel. In Law's special surgical space, Buggy's body was instantly cut into strands, but did not cause him any substantial harm. I'm the bane of swordsmen. Even my hawk can't do anything to me. As Buggy reassembled his body and fled, he laughed wildly. Law frowned tightly as he watched Buggy escape. When he saw Buggy running towards the ambush he had set up earlier, a trace of disdain flickered across his face, and a chilling, killing intent spread throughout the space. Room, object transfer. Seeing the opportunity, Law lightly curled his finger, and the white surgical space enveloped that area. With a scream, Buggy's head was instantly transferred to a semi-enclosed container that could just fit an adult's head. Pekin, Law shouted, and a man named Pekin rushed forward at lightning speed to press a sea prism stone lid over the container, instantly locking it in place. Buggy's head thrashed wildly inside. Feeling the breath of death, Law did not relax. Instead, he immediately tossed the container into a tank filled with seawater, then wrapped armament haki around his sword, Onigiri, before stabbing it fiercely into Buggy's head amid his terrified and desperate expression. Crack! The side of the container shattered, and Onigiri accurately pierced the center of Buggy's head, entering through his forehead and exiting through the back of his skull, completely penetrating him. A mixture of red and white liquid flowed out from Buggy's head, filling the seawater, appearing extremely bloody and horrifying. Buggy's head struggled a bit before being completely submerged in the seawater, his pupils fading into darkness. Law, recalling Buggy's previous extreme luck, felt it was still not enough, so he forcefully pulled out Onigiri and quickly stabbed dozens of holes into Buggy's head. Only when he saw the tank filled with head fragments did he stop. Now that we've eliminated all the candidates for the warlords of the sea, should we go after the current ones? Beepo asked clumsily, wiping the blood off his fur as he stepped forward, seeing Law in a contemplative state. Seemingly really considering whether to take out those two guys, Beepo became anxious. But that's the night demon and my hawk. It could cost us our lives. Law glanced at the disheveled crew, shook his head slightly, and then said leisurely, my hawk is not our target. As for the night demon, Doflamingo, the Navy will naturally send someone to assist us. Let's take a break. We've been busy chasing the pirates on the warlord recruitment list for a while now. Law paused for a moment, thinking for a few seconds before continuing. By the way, let's train properly. After the new year, we can scout around Dressrosa to gather some information. We'll wait for the right moment. Hopefully, we can completely deal with Doflamingo next year. After Law finished speaking, he couldn't help but look towards Marineford in the distance. Having completed the task assigned by that man, he wondered which strong person would be sent to assist him later. Below the Holy Land, Marineford, Saint Satan was taking a dedicated elevator down from the top of the Red Line, preparing to lead a fleet of 10 large warships to Fishman Island. Saint Satan stood at the forefront of the fleet, gazing into the deep sea, his eyes seemingly piercing through thousands of meters, deep and shadowy. Sir, the big MOM pirates have been wiped out by the Navy. At that moment, a CP-0 subordinate approached respectfully to report the latest news. Saint Satan briefly glanced over the intelligence before snorting coldly. We'll settle the score with the Navy when we get back. Big MOM is truly useless, getting taken out so easily by the Navy. They had previously ordered Sakazuki to quickly withdraw the 100,000 Navy from the New World, but it seems he didn't follow the orders at all. Once the current matter is settled, no matter what, even if Sakazuki provided the extremely important intelligence about the Sea King, he must still give the Navy a lesson. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Satan Saint glanced at the troops behind him, ready to go, and nodded slightly. 10 large warships, nearly 10,000 elite soldiers, were enough to deal with the Sea King's army of Fishman Island's Dragon Palace Kingdom. Moreover, the warships were equipped with weapons developed by Vegapunk, the pacifista robots. So this mission was almost guaranteed to succeed. Additionally, Vegapunk mentioned that a new type of pacifista was close to being developed, which would also facilitate a certain degree of suppression and counterbalance against the Navy. Compared to the duplicitous Navy, the obedient clones were much easier to control. Set sail. When Satan Saint saw that the timing was right, he immediately ordered everyone to drive the warships, which had already been coded, to begin submerging. By evening, Satan Saint and the others had already submerged to a considerable depth. The pitch-black seawater completely enveloped the warships they were on. In this nearly 10,000-meter deep sea, only the faint light emitted from the warships provided the soldiers with a bit of a sense of security. Except for Satan Saint, CP-0, and the emotionless pacifista, everyone else anxiously looked at the deformed hull membrane, pressed by the water, fearing that it would rupture and bury them at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, a beast-like roar echoed in the darkness, and soon after, several 100-meter-long sea kings appeared in front of the fleet. The soldiers on the warships instantly panicked. If they were hit by such a massive creature, the ship would be destroyed and lives would be lost. Sir, this. A CP-0 officer looked at Satan Saint, seeking his opinion. With the strength of this CP-0 member, Dealing with such a large Sea King was not a problem, so there was no need to panic. Satan Saint's expression was very calm, his eyes casually glancing at the Sea Kings surrounding the fleet. Just as the Sea Kings opened their huge mouths filled with fangs, ready to bite down fiercely, a trace of disdain flashed across Satan Saint's face, and a subtle aura began to emanate from him. This aura was ancient and profound, as if it had settled for hundreds or thousands of years. However, it did not seem earth-shattering, nor did it cause the slightest commotion on the warships. The aura slowly radiated from Satan Saint, like a small stone thrown into the vast ocean, creating not even the slightest ripple. Yet this rapidly spreading invisible aura seemed to contain a chilling, killing intent, causing the Sea Kings around the fleet to come to a halt, their gazes slightly shifting toward the leading Satan Saint, surprisingly showing a hint of human-like fear in their eyes. They emitted low whimpers, as if communicating in their own language in the dark, then reached a consensus and swiftly swayed their massive bodies away from the area. The soldiers on the fleet immediately cheered, continuously praising Satan Saint's powerful deterrent. How dare mere fish dare to shout in front of the Sir? The CP0 officer hurriedly flattered him as well. He vaguely sensed the immense power within Satan Saint's body, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Satan Saint withdrew his gaze, appearing nonchalant, as if nothing had happened. However, just a few seconds later, he frowned, his expression slightly tightening, and he suddenly shouted, "Beasts! How dare you?" The CP0 officer was taken aback, thinking that Satan Saint was scolding him, and couldn't help but wonder if he had said something wrong. Just as he was privately reflecting on himself, a loud explosion came from behind the fleet, completely waking him up. It wasn't over yet. Satan Saint's angry shout seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with several explosions occurring one after another from behind, accompanied by the soldiers' panicked screams and beast-like roars. CP0 suddenly turned around and looked up, only to see that one of the warships at the rear of the fleet had been completely destroyed. The soldiers on the warship fell into the sea, crushed into unrecognizable shapes by the immense water pressure. The Sea King that collided with the warship exploded into a mist of blood for some unknown reason. The other Sea Kings, seeing their companion killed by an unknown force, did not retreat. Instead, they charged with all their might, wanting to continue crashing into the remaining warships. But as they approached the warships, they too were blown into a mist of blood, dissipating in the cold seawater. They did not leave, but circled behind us. The CP0 officer finally realized. It turned out that the group of Sea Kings they had faced earlier was actually scheming, launching a surprise attack from behind. He gritted his teeth, looking at the floating corpses of soldiers in the water, and couldn't help but curse, "Damn, these cunning beasts." At the same time, he couldn't help but be grateful that Satan Saint had discovered it early. Otherwise, the losses could have been even greater. However, Satan Saint's brows did not relax. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. With the terrifying aura he had just released against that group of Sea Kings, they shouldn't have dared to offend this fleet. It was akin to a small creature wanting to catch a mouse only to discover that its true form was a fierce tiger. The small creature should only want to escape in fear, rather than have the mad idea of launching an attack. However, the earlier Sea Kings had bravely launched a suicidal attack despite their boundless fear of him, which was inconsistent with the instinctive behavior of those beasts to survive, unless they were being controlled by someone. Satan Saint's eyes flickered, and his thoughts were very clear, just as he pondered the mastermind behind this. Several chilling beast roars echoed from the bottomless darkness. The seawater instantly became turbulent, raising wave after wave, and the 9 warships began to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Sea Kings over 1,000 meters long appeared in front of the fleet. They showed no hesitation, mercilessly opening their massive jaws and lunging straight at the few warships, as if they had a deep-seated grudge against this fleet. How could there be so many Sea Kings? Are we in the lair of the Sea Kings? The CP0 officer shouted angrily with a dark face. The Sea Kings that had come this time were at least 10 times larger than the previous ones. Dealing with such massive creatures would require a considerable amount of effort. If he faced such an endless group of deep-sea beasts alone, he would likely perish here. However, he was beside the 5 elders. The CP0 officer immediately looked at Satan Saint with hopeful eyes. But Satan Saint ignored the eager gazes of CP0 and the soldiers. He raised an eyebrow, and an astonishing killing intent erupted from him. The temperature on the warship dropped sharply, and everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness surge from their heads to their feet. However, the Sea Kings locked onto by the killing intent seemed unafraid of death, still charging relentlessly. Suddenly, A strange energy rapidly spread out from Saint's center. And the leading Sea King touched this energy wave, its head instantly exploding, rotten flesh flying everywhere, and crimson blood spreading over 100 meters. Saint initially thought that this act of killing the chicken to warn the monkey would deter the other Sea Kings. However, unexpectedly, the remaining Sea Kings did not hesitate. Instead, they became even more frenzied. They tore and crashed recklessly, completely disregarding their own lives. Seeing that these beasts were stubbornly seeking death, Saint immediately increased his energy output. His gaze sharpened. The ancient and domineering conqueror's haki, mixed with a strange black energy, shot out fiercely towards the dozens of Sea Kings. Boom! Boom! The substantial energy collided violently with the massive bodies of the Sea Kings, creating a tremendous sound, filling the originally silent deep sea with the continuous noise of collisions and explosions. After dealing with the first wave of Sea Kings, dozens more approached from behind. An endless cycle, with hundreds and thousands of giant beasts surrounding them from all directions. However, facing a terrifying powerhouse like Saint, countless Sea Kings let out painful wails. Some were directly knocked unconscious by the powerful conqueror's haki, while others had their heads exploded by the strange energy, dying in an exceptionally brutal manner. In an instant, this sea area was filled with endless blood, resembling a cruel slaughterhouse. In just a moment, Saint had killed all the Sea Kings without even moving his body. However, the impact force generated by the inertia of the dead Sea Kings still caused significant losses to the fleet. Saint turned to look back. Originally, there were 10 large battleships in neat formation, but now only 4 tattered ships remained. His expression darkened slightly. Losing 60% of his forces before reaching Fishman Island was concerning. What on earth was going on with these Sea Kings? Taking a deep breath, Saint's mind raced, and he quickly grasped the clues. It seemed that the Sea Kings of Fishman Island were showing signs of awakening. Thinking of this, instead of feeling angry or fearful, Saint became even more excited. This was enough to prove that the Sea Kings truly existed in this place. And now, after such a long time, no larger Sea Kings had appeared, indicating that their awakening was limited to this level. Currently, they still could not control the super giant Sea Kings lurking at the very bottom of the deep sea. Those creatures, with extremely long lifespans, having existed at the bottom of the sea for countless years, reaching lengths of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of meters. Even Saint had to treat with caution. If a few of those deep-sea giants came, in this environment, he couldn't guarantee that he could escape unscathed. However, as long as the Sea Kings had not completely awakened, he would definitely be able to capture them successfully. Even if an accident occurred, he could kill them here. This way, the threat to the world government would be reduced, and the celestial dragon regime would undoubtedly become more stable. The rule of the 5 elders over the world would last for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even indefinitely. Thinking of that immortal legacy, a fleeting excitement crossed Saint's face, but it quickly vanished. He felt a powerful aura approaching from below. Although it was far from his own strength, it was still worth noting in this deep-sea environment. In an instant, the figure of a whale-shark fishman appeared before Saint. Lord 5 Elders, I apologize for my late arrival. Jinbei secretly glanced at the disheveled fleet behind Saint. Although he felt quite proud, he still tried to appear as if he was unaware of the situation. With a worried tone, he asked, Lord Saint, are you all right? Seeing Jinbei finally appear, Saint snorted coldly, his expression extremely dissatisfied. I told you to come out earlier. Why are you only arriving now? Do you know what happened with those Sea Kings? Jinbei was momentarily taken aback. When did you ask me to come out to greet you? He had only come because of Kazan's orders. And ever since he had been stripped of his warlord title, he had thrown away the exclusive Den Mushi given to him by the world government. So how could he contact them? Jinbei thought that this elder from the 5 elders might be too old and possibly senile. So he didn't pay much attention to the issues in Saint's words. He then opened his eyes wide and explained, it should be that the Sea Kings sensed danger. So subconsciously, they summoned many Sea Kings to roam around Fishman Island to protect themselves. I encountered not only Sea Kings here, but also quite a few in other places on my way here. Even I had to expend great effort to get here, so I delayed a bit. After Jinbei's explanation, Saint suddenly understood. As ancient weapons hidden deep in the Sea Kings naturally possessed far superior perception abilities. So it was not surprising that they could sense his malice. All right, let's hurry over now. We need to catch them quickly to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Satan Saint ceased the small talk and immediately urged Jinbei to lead them to Fishman Island. However, Jinbei naturally could not actually take Satan Saint and the others there. He lightly waved his hand, pointed at the battleships behind Satan Saint, and seriously advised, Lord Satan Saint, these battleships are too conspicuous. If they are discovered by someone with ill intentions from the Ryugu Kingdom when we reach Fishman Island, and they secretly take the Sea Kings away, that would be troublesome. Therefore, I believe we should first find a place to hide the battleships and then enter the Ryugu Kingdom under my guidance. Once we spot the Sea Kings, we can immediately take action. Only then can we successfully capture them. Jinbei used his limited intelligence to weave a convincing argument for Satan Saint, which consumed a lot of his mental energy, making him feel like his IQ was burning. Upon hearing Jinbei's suggestion, Satan Saint silently nodded in agreement. It made quite a bit of sense, especially since they were on someone else's turf. If the people around the Sea Kings noticed and slipped away early, it would indeed be very troublesome. Although his fruit ability allowed him to navigate freely in the sea, ultimately, it could not compare to the fishmen, who were so familiar with this area. But aside from Fishman Island, where could they dock the battleships in this deep sea? Jinbei grinned, looking a bit happy, but then felt it was inappropriate and quickly suppressed his smile, patiently responding, "Isn't it almost the end of the year? The weather is gradually getting colder. Recently, affected by the cold currents, a natural ice island has appeared not far from Fishman Island, covering an area of nearly 100 miles, almost equivalent to half of Fishman Island. I've already had someone secretly coat it with a thick layer. It can definitely accommodate these battleships and soldiers." Listening to Jinbei's confident response, Satan Saint was half convinced. Could cold currents really affect waters 10,000 meters deep? He had lived for so long and read many books. This phenomenon seemed a bit unreasonable. However, there were many unreasonable things in this world. Even islands on the sea could be lifted to 10,000 meters high by strange currents, and countries could emerge on the backs of elephants. Thinking this way, it wasn't too hard to understand how an ice island could appear beneath the deep sea. Satan Saint quietly found himself a reasonable explanation. He hadn't been to Fishman Island for a long time, so some changes were normal. Without further hesitation, he followed Jinbei towards the so-called ice island created by climate change. Please support with updates, free gifts, and all kinds of support. Thank you very much. Jinbei led Satan Saint and the others deeper and deeper, gradually deviating from the direction of Fishman Island, and quickly headed towards the burial ground that Kazan had painstakingly created for them. As they approached the ice island, everyone clearly felt the temperature of the entire sea area drop significantly. It seemed that what Jinbei said was not false. A place resembling an iceberg had indeed formed here. "Jinbei, are we almost at our destination?" Satan Saint casually asked, glancing at a shadow faintly visible below. Jinbei, still thinking about which type of jiu-jitsu and fishman karate to use against the group of people, was suddenly startled awake by Satan Saint's unexpected question. He responded somewhat flusteredly. Yes, we're almost at the graveyard." After all, ambushes are somewhat unfamiliar to Jinbei, a honest and upright fishman with a chivalrous heart, which made him seem a bit unnatural. Satan Saint frowned at Jinbei's reaction, wondering if this guy was scared stiff by the Sea King. What a despicable race. In terms of strength and courage, they are worthless. Jinbei, who was leading the way, was unaware that Satan Saint was looking down on him and the fishman race. As he watched the ice island gradually reveal its true form, his heart began to beat faster, and his pace quickened. At the entrance of the new world, a Navy ship flying the Navy flag was swiftly sailing on the sea. Akainu stood on the deck of the warship, staring intently at the red landmass shimmering with hues under the sunset. This was the dividing point between the first half of the Grand Line and the New World. If they dived a few hours deeper into the sea, they would successfully reach Fishman Island. Suddenly, Akainu seemed to sense something, shifting his gaze down to the sparkling sea surface, murmuring softly, "They should have started by now." Ishiao, hearing Akainu's murmur, stepped forward and extended his observation haki into the surging waters, feeling several astonishing auras faintly. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The Navy truly has exceptional talent. As long as there's enough time, that Admiral Kazan can definitely hold off Satan Saint. I just didn't expect that he was personally persuaded to leave the Navy by you. Admiral Akainu, what a brilliant strategy." When Ishiao initially heard Akainu say that Satan Saint would be delayed by the former Admiral Kazan at Fishman Island, he was inevitably shocked. It turns out that the Admiral wasn't like the rumor suggested. He hadn't become a stray dog after losing the admiralship, disheartened and leaving the Navy to lick his wounds in an unknown corner. As it appears now, This seasoned general has not lost himself in the darkness before dawn. Under the guidance of the Admiral, he resolutely walked alone in the dark, standing from another perspective to continue shining for the cause of justice. Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of kinship with Kazan, a man of righteousness. But more than that, he felt sincere admiration for Akainu's ability to utilize talented individuals and his magnanimity in not holding grudges. Akainu, hearing Xiao's praise, gently raised the corner of his mouth. Dismissing it, he recalled the astonishment on Kuzan's face when he told him to leave the Navy, as well as the determination on his face when he left his office. He suddenly sighed. Darkness is a choice and also a test. Whether one is born to light and becomes a hero, or sinks into it and becomes a demon, depends on the strength of courage and belief. Akainu turned to look at Xiao, his torch-like bright gaze unusually sharp in the dim light. Although Xiao couldn't see this gaze, in his perception through observation hockey, it was as if a brilliant and sharp meteor had cut through the endless darkness. His mind buzzed, and his tightly closed eyes seemed to glimpse a bright future. Before Xiao could grasp this glimmer of light, he heard Akainu continue. Only by experiencing hellish trials and seeing the light in the darkness can one cultivate the power to create paradise. Reshaping the order of absolute justice with force cannot come without bloodshed and sacrifice. However, only fingers that have bled can play the world's greatest melody. Xiao was greatly shocked, nearly dropping the staff blade he held in his hand. Every word sounded like it was aimed at the vision he had just conjured in his mind. He felt as if his thoughts were pierced through by Akainu's eyes. What a terrifying man. No wonder he is a leader of justice worth following for a lifetime. Akainu noticed Xiao's expression seemed to carry extraordinary shock and was puzzled. He then shifted his gaze to the soldiers applying a coating to the warship. He had no idea that his seemingly impromptu remarks had deeply shocked this honest and loyal blind man next to him. Xiao sensed that Akainu's attention had turned elsewhere, gradually calming the shock in his heart. He slightly opened his grayish eyes, looking towards the sunset on the horizon. What was he just doing? It seemed he praised Kazan and Admiral Akainu, then got taught a lesson. Xiao secretly shook his head. Listening to the profound words from Akainu was quite good during his idle time. These were astonishing words he had never heard during his decades of wandering. Deep in the 10,000-meter deep sea, after Jinbei's guidance, a few minutes later, the fleet, led by Satan Saint, finally successfully landed on the ice island after passing through the transparent membrane. Everyone disembarked from the warship, looking up to see the cold wind howling, a vast expanse of glacial snow, with a terrifyingly low temperature that made one's hair stand on end. Satan Saint glanced around the surrounding environment and then looked down at the solid ice beneath his feet, feeling a sense of familiarity. He then asked Jinbei in a low voice, "This place seems to have formed not long ago, right?" Jinbei's gaze was fixed on Satan Saint, fearing that this powerful Gorosei would discover something unusual. Upon hearing his words, he immediately responded, "Yes. It just appeared recently, but I've already surveyed it. It's very solid, and there won't be any problems." Satan Saint nodded slightly, and after pondering for a few seconds, he cautiously asked, "Has there been any special outsiders coming to Fishman Island recently, such as some well-known pirates, revolutionaries, or navy?" Upon hearing this, Jinbei immediately became alert, pretending to recall for a moment before shaking his large head and firmly denying. Besides some ordinary pirates and merchant ships passing by Fishman Island to go to the New World, I haven't discovered any particularly powerful individuals. Satan Saint remained somewhat suspicious, but for the time being, he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, so he had to suppress the unease in his heart and immediately gave the order. "Time is of the essence. Let's hurry up and set off." Jinbei quickly nodded and bowed, then took out a din-din mushi and fiddled with it while saying, "Okay, I'll make a call to inform the people below." Everything was ready. Satan Saint looked at Jinbei's orderly arrangements with great satisfaction. After Jinbei finished giving orders, he stepped forward first, as he was already a bit impatient. After Jinbei hung up, he quickly stowed away the din-din mushi, his expression serious as he looked at the already ahead Satan Saint and CP0. He gently followed in their footsteps, almost walking in sync, while secretly gathering his strength. When he got within less than a step's distance from Satan Saint, a murderous intent surged. Jinbei suddenly raised his right hand, haki instantly wrapping around it, channeling all his strength without mercy as he smashed down fiercely towards Satan Saint's head. Fishman Karate, Ultimate Technique, Demon Tile Fist. This punch was the ultimate technique of Fishman Karate, enveloping his right fist with a thick layer of armament haki. using the advantage of close range to attack the opponent's vital points. Boom! Before everyone could react, Jinbei's fist collided violently with the back of Satan Saint's head, producing a piercing metallic clang. Satan Saint, who was walking ahead, was struck at a vital point by this sudden punch, and due to the powerful force's inertia, he slightly lunged forward and accelerated a few steps. However, supported by the cane in his hand, his body did not fall. Instead, it bent forward at nearly a 90-degree angle, with his head deeply buried in his chest. Satan Saint. The surrounding soldiers saw Jinbei actually launching a sneak attack from behind and immediately exclaimed, hurriedly raising their weapons and preparing to rush over. Bold! How dare you! The nearby CP0 members instantly regained their senses, their eyes wide with rage as they launched fierce attacks at Jinbei. However, ordinary CP0 members were no match for the Fishman Karate Master. Only the CP0 commander had any power worth noting. Once Jinbei took action, he held nothing back. After effortlessly blocking the commander's counterattack, he quickly charged towards Saint Satan, who was adjusting his stance. Fishman Karate, 7,000 tile, spinning kick. In an instant, Jinbei was within a meter of Saint Satan, leaping high into the air, delivering a powerful spinning kick that could shatter 7,000 tiles straight down onto his head. If his fist could knock him down, then he'd switch to his legs. The force of that kick whipped up a chilling gust of wind around them, causing the coats of several CP0 members to flutter. However, this attack was easily neutralized by Saint Satan. With a swift motion, Saint Satan raised a hand, firmly gripping Jinbei's ankle as he kicked. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he slammed Jinbei down to the ground with a fierce force. Right before Jinbei's astonished eyes. Bang! Jinbei's robust body created a deep crater in the ice, the terrifying force momentarily darkening his vision with stars. But it wasn't over yet. Saint Satan's eyes burned with fury, and he did not stop his assault. With one hand gripping his cane, he firmly held Jinbei's ankle, lifting him up and slamming him against another patch of ice repeatedly, 5 or 6 times in total, leaving several large craters around them. The nearby CP0 members and soldiers paused to watch, not daring to interrupt Saint Satan's enthusiasm, observing as Jinbei was lifted and smashed back and forth. After a few rounds, Jinbei, suspended in mid-air, finally regained his senses from his dizziness. Seeing the ice surface rapidly approaching, he realized Saint Satan was about to slam him down again. He quickly gathered dozens of crystal-clear water droplets in each hand and swiftly threw them towards Saint Satan. Water strike! The originally gentle droplets transformed into extremely powerful jets of high-pressure water as Jinbei flung them out, rushing towards Saint Satan's eyes. Bang! Bang! Saint Satan immediately swung his cane, dispersing the dozens of powerful water jets. Jinbei seized the opportunity to vigorously pull his ankle, trying to break free from Saint Satan's grip. However, once Saint Satan had a hold of him, escaping was not so easy. Jinbei, you really have some audacity. Saint Satan's face darkened, comparable to a stormy night, the throbbing pain at the back of his head igniting his nerves. He absolutely could not forgive Jinbei's offense. His right hand clamped down on Jinbei's ankle like an iron vice, rendering him unable to escape. Since you dare to offend the supreme, celestial dragon, then die. Saint Satan shouted in anger, raising his cane wrapped in advanced hockey, violently thrusting it towards Jinbei's chest. The threat of death instantly loomed over Jinbei's heart. Though he was tense, he was not afraid, for that man was coming. Freezing moment. Suddenly, an extremely calm voice echoed from afar, and an intense wave of cold air rushed past. Crack! The air seemed to freeze, as Saint Satan's cane halted just in front of Jinbei's chest, unable to advance even a fraction, while he himself was trapped in thick, solid ice, immobile for the moment. Additionally, for massive warships were encased in the icy grip, most soldiers turned into ice statues, leaving only a few slightly stronger CP0 members trembling in the cold wind, their pale lips quivering in panic. This technique feels so familiar. Of course, it's familiar. That's the former Marine Admiral Kazan. The CP0 commander wiped the ice shards from his face, glancing in terror at the now ice sculpture of Saint Satan, then fixed his gaze on the figure approaching from the end of the glacier. Jinbei quickly took the opportunity to rise from the ground, rapidly distancing himself from Saint Satan. Once at a safe distance, he stopped, warily watching as the ice around Saint Satan gradually cracked. After the brutal beating he had just endured, Jinbei wasn't foolish enough to try and provoke Saint Satan again. This bit of freezing attack wouldn't cause him significant harm. Glop, glop, glop. The sound of military boots crunching on the ice drew nearer, and a tall figure gradually came into view. Saint Satan, long time no see. Kazan approached Jinbi's side, staring directly at the ice-shattered Saint Satan, while catching a glimpse of the gruesome red scars on his body, frowning slightly. He hurried over as quickly as possible. But Jinbi still got beaten up by that old guy. Jinbi noticed Kazan's gaze on his wounds and immediately waved his hand dismissively. It looks worse than it is. I didn't expect this elder star to be so old, though a bit senile. He still has quite a bit of strength. Kazan nodded slightly. If he weren't worried about being discovered by Saint Satan while hiding here, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to stay away from the ice island. After all, top-tier warriors possess keen senses. So it was only after Jinbi's call that Kazan rushed over. Kazan, it really is you? I should have thought of that. Saint Satan casually brushed the ice shards off his face while rubbing the back of his head, the originally swollen bump fading away instantly. His eyes focused on Kazan, who exuded a chilling aura, flickering with a strange red light. Is this how you repay the master you served for decades after leaving the Marines? Saint Satan's voice was incredibly low, and one could clearly sense the boundless anger suppressed within him. So, this was all a trap laid by Sakazuki, right? You Marines actually dared to rebel. Looking at Kazan standing before him, Saint Satan couldn't help but whisper angrily, his powerful presence erupting, dissipating the coldness in the space. He could hardly believe that Sakazuki and Kazan had such audacity, attempting to betray the world government. Truly unforgivable. Kazan paid no mind to the terrifying killing intent radiating from Saint Satan, calmly stating, Saint Satan, the times have changed. You celestial dragons up high have decayed beyond recognition. It's not just us rebelling, the whole world is rebelling. Saint Satan took several deep breaths, but couldn't calm the anger in his heart. His facial veins bulged as he couldn't help but thrust his cane violently into the ground. Instantly, shards of ice flew everywhere, and then with a grim face. He sneered, Sakazuki, that ambitious wolf, has been planning all this, hasn't he? Your betrayal from the Marines is fake. The information about the Sea King is fake. It's all just a setup for today and the future rebellion. Kazan quietly watched Saint Satan's hysterics, his eyes extremely cold, as if he were looking at a dead man. He did not respond to Saint Satan's words, but instead quickly gathered all his strength internally. If the enemy does not move, I will secretly move. If the enemy moves, I will move first. Seeing Kazan silent and looking at him with such a disregard for life, Saint Satan couldn't help but snicker, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. He has already felt the raging energy surging within Kazan. But so what? Sakazuki wouldn't think that just because of you alone, you can contend with me, right? How arrogant and naive. Is it because we haven't made a move for so long that the world has forgotten the despair once ruled by terror? Saint Satan looked down at Kazan, exuding the authority of a higher being. Seeing that Kazan remained unmoved, he sneered and then turned to the CP-0 commander and asked, Can the Den Mushi still be used? The CP-0 commander, caught under Saint Satan's crimson gaze, broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly took out the Den Mushi, but it was obviously already frozen stiff. Trembling, he reached out with his other hand to touch the Den Mushi, trying to mobilize the energy within his body to revive it, but it was futile. Saint Satan shook his head dismissively. Forget it. A mere admiral cannot do anything to us. Sakazuki is stationed at the Navy headquarters, closely monitored. My old buddies won't let him leave the headquarters so easily. Now, let me teach this ungrateful, white-eyed wolf a lesson, he said ominously while activating his devil fruit ability to transform into a bull demon form. Kazan saw that Saint Satan was about to transform and immediately launched a fierce attack. Ice block violent foul. The power he had been accumulating for a long time erupted from Kazan. Extreme cold gathered in his arm, and in an instant, he released a large ice bird several dozen meters long. It charged towards Saint Satan, freezing everything in its path. Boom! The powerful impact made Saint Satan's body tremble violently. However, his spider-like lower body remained firmly planted on the ground, unmoving. After Kazan struck, he didn't stop but conjured several sharp ice thorn spears beside him and hurled them fiercely at Saint Satan's spider body, simultaneously speaking quickly to Jinbei beside him. Jinbei, act according to plan. Saint Satan is mine. King Neptune has arrived. You deal with the others. As soon as he finished speaking, Kazan exerted force under his feet and dashed towards the restless Saint Satan at lightning speed. He wrapped his hands in a layer of hard and thick armament haki and unceremoniously struck at Saint Satan, but was continuously parried by Saint Satan's cane. Suddenly, a bizarre blood-red light flashed in Saint Satan's bull eye, sending ripples through the space. A mysterious power enveloped Kazan, causing his punching fist to stiffen involuntarily. Seizing this extremely brief gap, Saint Satan raised his incredibly hard cane and thrust it violently towards Kazan's chest, but Kazan timely elementalized to evade. The two briefly separated. Kazan vigorously shook his arms, trying to dispel the strange feeling from before. He looked solemnly at Saint Satan, the bull-headed monster. Having heard long ago that the power of the bull demon was quite bizarre, and now witnessing it firsthand confirmed his suspicions. Kazan felt a sense of vigilance rise within him, emanating a terrifying chill as Haki surged to his hands, and then he launched a rapid attack. Saint Satan snorted coldly, unafraid, and the two engaged in fierce combat once again. The blue-black fists collided with the indestructible cane, creating deafening explosions that echoed throughout the space. Both of them went all out from the start, determined to kill, with no intention of warming up or testing each other. The icy cold air and bizarre energy instantly filled a radius of 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, the glacial ground in this area became riddled with holes. The hard ice surface that could last for years began to melt under the violent energies of Kazan and Saint Satan. Fortunately, the ice island Kazan had painstakingly built over an entire night was thick enough to withstand the onslaught of these two top-tier powerhouses. Jinbei, is this the combat power of the world's peak powerhouses? It's terrifying. King Neptune raised his trident weapon and fiercely repelled a CP-0 member. Unable to help but glance at the center of the battlefield, his heart shaking. While Jinbei dealt with the reckless attacks of the CP-0 commander, he followed King Neptune's gaze into the distance. 1,000 meters away, it seemed like a vacuum had formed, with even the microorganisms floating in the air completely erased by the immense power of Kazan and Saint Satan. To avoid being affected by the residual waves from their battle, Jinbei, King Neptune, and the CP-0 members retreated several kilometers away, but they could still feel the endless chill and killing intent spreading from the center of the battlefield. The world government has several top powerhouses of this caliber. They have ruled the world for over 800 years for a reason. After delivering a powerful fishman karate punch, Jinbei gravely responded to King Neptune. On the surface, the world government has 5 supreme rulers, each of whom is a formidable celestial dragon known as a war god. There are also the former Marine admirals, Sengoku and Carp, as well as the commander of the Knights of God, Gallant Saint. Just these 7 powerhouses are enough to suppress any faction in the world. Only during the peak of the Marines could they barely match up against them. But now, with Sengoku and Carp retired, the Marines seem to be in a state of decline. Jinbei, unaware of the internal situation of the Marines, could only hope that this battle would end smoothly. Otherwise, Fishman Island would be in danger. Although Jinbei, the brave man who dares to look down on the 4 emperors, is not weak, the strength of the CP-0 commander opposite him should not be underestimated. After using his formidable martial arts to block Jinbei's fishman karate, he caught a glimpse of the imposing Saint Satan and sneered. The power of Lord Saint Satan is beyond what you commoners can imagine. As for Kazan, that guy who couldn't even defeat Sakazuki will sooner or later fall to Saint Satan's hands. I advise you to surrender early. Perhaps Lord Saint Satan will have mercy and leave you with intact bodies. Besides, you wouldn't want Fishman Island to be thoroughly dragged into this because of you too, would you? By then, Fishman Island won't be able to withstand the world government's extermination order, and the mermaids and fishmen will be enslaved for life, living in a hell of darkness, just like Fisher Tiger who escaped from the Holy Land before. The specially trained CP-0 commander is adept at both combat and cunning, attacking Jinbei with punches and kicks while simultaneously launching verbal assaults. As expected, Jinbei could not withstand the provocation from the CP-0 commander, especially after the humiliation of his beloved brother Tiger. He became even more furious, unleashing his power wildly towards the CP-0 commander. Seeing Jinbei enraged by his words, CP-0 couldn't help but smirk and quietly ordered his subordinates to manipulate the pacifist robots to attack Fishman Island and disrupt the battle as much as possible. After all, these bionic robots would not fear seawater. If the warships were frozen, they could simply wade through the water. However, the next second, a shocked cry came from his subordinate. "Sir, the pacifists are shattered." The CP-0 commander was taken aback and quickly turned to look. What? How could this be? A crisp sound of tearing and shattering echoed as dozens of fully frozen pacifists began to show visible cracks from head to toe. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a spine-chilling sound echoed in everyone's ears, and the pacifist robot shattered into countless pieces in an instant. Various mechanical parts scattered on the ground, emitting a cold, dim light. Damn it! When did this happen? CP-0 commander couldn't help but shout angrily, waking the furious Jinbei. The few of them unconsciously shifted their gaze to the center of the battlefield, where they saw Kazan being struck hard by Satan Saint's staff just as he had used a bit of his power to destroy the pacifist robot. A strange light burst forth, and Kazan suddenly exploded into countless shards of ice, scattering on the ground like the destroyed robot. Kazan! King Neptune called out worriedly upon seeing this scene, but Jinbei shook his head to signal him to keep watching. The next second, a cold wind rose 100 meters behind Satan Saint. Snowflakes danced, chilling to the bone. The drifting ice and snow quickly coalesced into a human form, and Kazan's figure slowly appeared. He gently wiped the bloodstains from his face and said calmly, "How could I let you continue to harm the innocents so recklessly?" Satan Saint turned around, coldly looking at Kazan, who had not suffered much damage, and with a mocking tone said, "Don't pretend to be high-minded here. When you were ordered to carry out the demon-slaying decree, you followed orders obediently, didn't you? There are plenty of innocent lives under your Navy's command, too." Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Kazan's eyes, and his hands were immediately covered with a layer of icy gloves, entwined with an extremely terrifying hockey. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot and smashed toward Satan Saint's bull head. Satan Saint snorted coldly and also threw a powerful punch, and the two continued to engage in battle. The fierce fight lasted for several hours, with Jinbei and King Neptune gradually gaining the upper hand against several CP-0 members and their commander. However, the fight between Kazan and Satan Saint was still at a boiling point. Crack! Kazan's icy fist collided violently with Satan Saint's staff, producing terrifying ripples in the space, as if the air itself had exploded, emitting a mournful cry under the strain. Bang! Suddenly, Kazan's arm was impacted by a powerful force, bursting into shards of ice. Meanwhile, Satan Saint's indestructible staff also developed a visible crack. The energy exploded, and the two were forced apart. Kazan casually shook his sore arm. A trickle of bright red blood slid from his arm to his fingertips, and the moment it dripped to the ground, it turned into ice beads. He ignored his injuries and quickly formed a fist, focusing intently on Satan Saint, ready to respond to the next attack at any moment. Kazan thought to himself that he didn't expect this old man, who hadn't fought for many years, to still be so formidable. He wondered what sinister method Satan Saint had used, as he didn't seem to be like the aging pirates such as Whitebeard and Rayleigh whose strength declined with age. This monster, having lived for hundreds of years, was still as strong as ever. At this moment, the battlefield between the two had collapsed to nearly 100 meters deep, with Satan Saint standing in this depression, his gaze icy. He secretly moved his stiff wrist, blood from his tiger mouth casually splattering on the ground. To his surprise, this defeated opponent, who couldn't even defeat Akainu, turned out to be so difficult to deal with. Satan Saint thought darkly while glaring at Kazan. Both were cursing each other in their hearts. The air fell silent for 2 or 3 seconds, a cold wind blowing through. In an instant, both sides adjusted their states and charged at each other simultaneously. Kazan's right hand held a fist surrounded by a mix of cold air and hockey, while his left hand wielded a sharp ice blade, attacking in a dual assault. He gathered all his strength into his hands, determined to take down Satan Saint right then and there. However, Satan Saint's massive bull-headed figure appeared exceptionally agile. He swiftly dodged Kazan's stabbing blade, twisting his body to block Kazan's other punch with his staff. Suddenly, Satan Saint felt a weight on his body, as if an invisible, powerful gravity was pressing down on him, causing his staff to falter, and then he was unexpectedly struck by Kazan's powerful punch, sending him flying. As he was propelled backward in midair, Satan Saint coughed up a mouthful of blood, trying to adjust his posture, but was once again assaulted by that invisible force, forcing his body to continue sinking. He quickly summoned the power within him to resist this strange gravitational potential, but suddenly felt an intensely burning, deadly threat. And a frantic red warning from his observation hockey flooded in. His expression changed dramatically, and his wide-open eyes reflected a terrifying crimson glow. With no time to be shocked, the energy within Satan Saint surged wildly, and, at the critical moment, he finally broke free from the gravitational restraint. Seeing he couldn't completely dodge, he could only slightly turn his bull head. Hellhound! Explosion! A cold, sharp, and extremely domineering voice descended from the sky, approaching like a thunderous explosion, echoing in everyone's ears. As this commanding voice rang out, in an instant, a crimson magma fist, carrying the destructive power of a volcanic eruption, slammed down on Satan Saint's shoulder with a look of terror on his face. Boom! The violent explosion sounded as the magma fist struck Satan Saint's shoulder, bringing not just impact but also a powerful subsequent explosive force. Damn it! Magma! A painful wail escaped Satan Saint's lips, as he felt a brief numbness in his shoulder, followed by a searing, bone-deep pain. This long-lost agony twisted his face into a terrifying grimace, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Sensing the death threat closing in again, Satan Saint had no time to attend to his severe injuries, urgently using his mysterious fruit ability to temporarily shift his body out of the depression spanning hundreds of meters. Boom! The depression where Satan Saint had been standing was instantly engulfed in endless magma. If he hadn't shifted in time, he would have been bathing in the boiling magma by now. Breathing heavily, Satan Saint glared at the magma erupting in front of him, focusing on the cold figure that was barely visible. Lord Satan Saint, don't you like the gift I brought for our meeting? Why are you in such a hurry to dodge? Akainu strolled out from the magma lake, looking down at the extremely embarrassed Satan Saint with a tone of mockery and derision, casually sighing, "What a waste of my careful preparation to lure you. A cockroach hiding in Marineford here. It's really not easy to see you outside of Marineford." Akainu glanced at the broken bullhorn on Satan Saint's head that had been affected by the magma fire, sighing again as if lamenting the difficulty of the entire process. This infuriated Satan Saint. He glared fiercely at Akainu, filled with shock, confusion, and anger, never expecting Akainu to appear here. Despite the intertwining emotions, Satan Saint secretly used his power to seal the blood flowing from his right shoulder to prevent excessive blood loss. Feeling the lingering, terrifying power within, sweat broke out on his forehead. If he hadn't tilted his head in time just now when Akainu unleashed that hellhound attack, he would have likely had his head blown off, suffering the same fate as Whitebeard, right? Damn that magma, it truly has terrifyingly powerful penetrating force. He gritted his teeth and, suppressing the pain, asked the doubt in his heart. Why are you here? Mary Geos would never let you leave the Navy headquarters so easily. Sakazuki looked coldly at Satan Saint, ignoring his subtle movements. After all, he was destined to be a dead man, and he didn't mind humiliating him before he died. He said, "The other warlords seem to have had their eyes on you for a long time and specifically sent me to deal with you. So, I'm clearing the house for your celestial dragon race. Lord Satan Saint, let me tell you, among the 5 elders, you are the only one who has worked hard and tirelessly, and now you are about to sacrifice yourself. In contrast, the other elders are just slacking off and doing nothing. How could they allow you to be so imposing alone?" In the distance, Kazan felt a bit embarrassed and smiled, sensing he was being alluded to. Sakazuki had no scruples and paid no attention to the anger flickering in Satan Saint's eyes, continuing to mock him. "The so-called bird that sticks its head out gets shot. How about I spare your life this time? And you go to Mary Geos afterward to eliminate the other 4. Upon hearing this, Satan Saint's forehead and face immediately bulged with veins. How could he not know that Sakazuki was toying with him? They had lived in harmony for hundreds of years, their 5 bodies like one soul. How could they turn against each other? He immediately shouted angrily, "Bullshit! Nonsense! Sakazuki, you're walking a path of death, a dead end. You are still too young. I advise you to be careful and not to mislead yourself. The foundation of the world government far exceeds what people imagine. It is not something your navy can contend with. Do you want to lead the entire navy into the abyss?" Satan Saint was filled with righteous indignation, unable to suppress his anger, and continued to accuse Sakazuki of his heinous crimes. Moreover, the world government has not treated the navy poorly. It provides you with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and gives you a massive military budget. It has never wronged you, yet you repay kindness with enmity? As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something, his pupils slightly trembling, and he opened his cracked lips, exclaiming, "Have you collaborated with Dragon? What benefits has he promised you? Are you planning to join the Revolutionary Army with the Navy? The justice the Navy upholds is to confuse grievances and seek personal gain?" Upon hearing Satan Saint's speculation, Sakazuki let out a disdainful sneer. The Revolutionary Army, Dragon? It was just a child's game. What do they have to do with him? This world is one where individual strength can dominate. A single person can stand against thousands. Ordinary bottom-up reforms are simply not applicable in this high martial world. Everything Dragon has done is no different from the feudal actions of Pirate King Roger. If they do not eliminate the world nobles suppressing the people, and if they do not dismantle the entrenched monarchical system formed over 800 years, how can they welcome light and hope? Although simply getting rid of the celestial dragons and the 4 emperors is not enough to achieve world peace, if these tumors are not removed, the world will absolutely not be peaceful, and justice can never be realized. As for how to improve the world system further, how to liberate productivity so that most common people can meet their basic needs, Sakazuki, Having once been a model citizen under the red flag and well-versed in the teachings of sages, naturally has an effective strategy. Sakazuki looked at Sadan Saint expressionlessly. In his deep black eyes, it seemed to contain a vast world, making it hard to fathom, yet utterly shocking. Lord Sadan Saint, how many years have you lived without seeing the essence of the current world? The wheels of history roll forward relentlessly, and the tide of the times is surging. The destruction of the celestial dragon regime and the member state system is an inevitable trend. I am merely standing on the tide, while your decay and filth beneath the waves are destined for ruthless annihilation. The light in Sakazuki's eyes became brighter, like a brilliant ray of sunlight piercing through the deep, bottomless darkness, as if everything in the world was to be illuminated by the light he called hope. His sharp gaze pierced straight through Sadan Saint's heart, and he spoke powerfully. The rolling sea water has stirred up wave after wave of towering waves in this 800-year historical process. That is history howling. It is the celestial dragons, who claim to be the descendants of the world's creators, threatening us. But this time, the rolling waves, personally stirred up by me, will bring about an extraordinary fate. The wheels of history will eternally turn, carrying the blood and tears of so-called emperors, divine rights, and nobles. Sakazuki slightly adjusted his military cap, the howling cold wind sweeping across his resolute face, the blood-red rose on his chest fluttering in the wind, exuding a dazzling brilliance. And an unstoppable energy faintly erupted from him. Sadan Saint looked shocked, staring at the cold yet fiery, terrifying light in Sakazuki's eyes, trembling all over. This unforgettable, spine-tingling, intense gaze was something he had never seen in any Navy officer. Not even the former Marine Admiral Sengoku and Kong, nor any of the dozens of Marine admirals from 800 years ago, possessed such eyes and such spirit. Sakazuki, we have underestimated you. Could it be that you are the one that Sama often speaks of? Sadan Saint trembled, his lips quivering, wanting to say something, but feeling as if a bone was stuck in his throat. Having surpassed 300,000 words, I seek everyone's support. I am immensely grateful. Shocked, Sadan Saint was speechless, but naturally, someone else would step in to speak. I feel like I've learned something from the Admiral. A smile, leaning on half a cane sword, slowly walked towards Sakazuki, not forgetting to exert force, invisible purple energy emanating from his body, acting on the opposite Sadan Saint to prevent him from suddenly slipping away. Sadan Saint suddenly felt his body sink heavily, as if a 1,000-pound burden pressed on his shoulders. Nearly unable to support himself and falling to the ground, he shouted angrily, "Bastard! So it's you." A smile slightly opened his eyes and glanced in Sadan Saint's direction, then nodded, seemingly indicating that the previous actions were his doing, and then firmly rebutted Sadan Saint's earlier words. Although I don't know who the Sama you mentioned is. What Admiral Sakazuki does is absolutely not something he can define. A smile paused, then respectfully praised Sakazuki. Admiral Sakazuki carries a bright world full of hope and justice in his heart. This dead, silent world will be revitalized under his leadership. The greatness, nobility, and justice of Admiral Sakazuki are not something you wicked ghosts hiding in the dark abyss can understand. A smile earnestly said to Sadan Saint. His mind flashed back to Sakazuki's magnificent speech. I will personally stir up towering waves. The wheels of history will eternally turn, carrying the blood and tears of so-called emperors, divine rights, and nobles. A smile's heart began to beat slightly faster, involuntarily admiring the brilliance of Sakazuki's character, which was the light that illuminated the darkness of his early life and dispelled decades of confusion. No one in this world could save the countless common people from the fires of war more than Sakazuki. There could never be anyone else. He smiled and said, "That's right." Kazan's excited and high-spirited voice came, with no trace of confusion or laziness in his eyes, his face full of passion and enthusiasm. Even the exhaustion from battling Sadan Saint for hours was completely swept away. Only a blazing fire can ignite other materials. Only a person's true faith and genuine belief can inspire others. Absolute justice is not something that these malicious exploiters, who sit atop the Red Earth continent and look down upon all beings, can comprehend. At this moment, Kazan emerged from the battlefield. He brushed off the lava ash from his body as he walked over, friendly nodding to his new colleague Ishiao, then couldn't help but complain, "Sakazuki, can you give a heads up next time you make a move? Otherwise, it's easy to accidentally hurt our own people." He had been very close to Sadan Saint just now, so Sakazuki's magma attack inevitably affected him. Fortunately, his ice fruit countered the magma fruit, where he would have suffered some pain. Sakazuki glanced at the scars on Kazan's body. It seemed that Sadan Saint was indeed quite powerful to have fought Kazan to this extent, but that was as far as it went. When he saw Kazan and Ishiao walk over to his side, Sakazuki slightly moved his wrist and casually replied to Kazan, "With your freezing ability, you won't be easily hurt by my magma. If there's nothing else, let's quickly deal with this old guy. That bull-headed spider is just too annoying." Sakazuki's tone was extremely cold, and his calm gaze fell on Sadan Saint as if he were looking at a dying man. Sadan Saint, facing the gathered Sakazuki, Kazan, and mysterious blind powerhouse who had joined the Navy through world conscription, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but feel like retreating. No matter how confident he was in his own strength, it seemed he could not possibly be a match for these three. A wise person knows when to retreat. A hero does not suffer immediate losses. Sadan Saint did not wait for the three to surround him, feeling the energy in his body surge wildly, and immediately used the mysterious power of the devil fruit to transfer himself. However, due to the overwhelming gravity, he could only transfer a mere kilometer away. Before he could make his next move, an incredibly hot wave came from above. Boom! Countless rolling magma blobs fell around Sadan Saint like meteorites, enveloping him heavily within a range of thousands of meters. Sadan Saint was forced to stop, and a strange crimson light flashed in his eyes as the magma about to fall on him was struck by an invisible force and exploded completely. Sadan Saint, don't run the wrong way. Hell is not that direction. Sakazuki's extremely cold, ruthless voice echoed around like a devil's whisper. His figure then shot over from afar. Endless boiling magma swirling around his hands, creating countless charred holes on the ice surface. Sakazuki looked at Sadan Saint, who was struggling to escape amidst the gravity and magma, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He quickly clenched his fist, gathering power, and a layer of top-tier armament hockey covered his lava-coated right hand. The devastating black-red fist rapidly enlarging in Sadan Saint's terrified gaze. Sadan Saint's heart trembled violently, and he hurriedly raised his hard staff to block this punch. The fist, reinforced with magma and hockey, collided with the shining black staff with a thunderous sound. The massive impact created a strong whirlwind, instantly sending ice flying. Crack! The next moment, countless gruesome cracks appeared on the staff in Sadan Saint's hand, and his pupils constricted sharply as he tried to increase the output of hockey to maintain the hardness of the staff. But the staff could no longer withstand the violent energy carried by the fist and shattered completely in an instant. The power of the magma fist did not diminish as it continued forward, crashing down on Sadan Saint's chest, which was covered with armament hockey. Crack! The sound of ribs breaking was heard, and Sadan Saint puffed out a mouthful of crimson blood mixed with lung fragments. At the same time, the entire ice island trembled violently under the power of this punch, with countless cracks spreading across the glacial ground, looking shocking. A large pit, several hundred meters in diameter, appeared beneath their feet. This was the terrifying impact and explosive power of magma. Sadan Saint staggered a few steps, gritting his teeth, and immediately turned to flee in another direction. However, an incredibly thick ice wall suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Didn't you hear Sakazuki say? This direction is not the way you should go. Kazan exhaled a cold breath, completely trapping Sadan Saint here. Sakazuki coldly watched Sadan Saint, who was still trying to struggle, while glancing at the shattered staff on the ground, his fingers slightly curling. Instantly, a column of violent, scorching magma erupted from the ground, completely enveloping it, and the staff turned to ashes in an instant. Rather than calling it Sadan Saint's staff, it was more accurate to call it his scepter. That scepter, which symbolized the supreme status, was ultimately destroyed completely by the merciless yet just flames of magma. Sakazuki, are you really going to go this far? Sadan Saint looked at the approaching three, already knowing that escape was hopeless. He then roared fiercely at Sakazuki, followed by a threat. You should know the strength of that master who sits on the throne in Mary Geos, right? If he finds out that I had an accident here today, none of you will escape responsibility, and Fishman Island will face extinction. You cannot bear this consequence. Sadan Saint's eyes were filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, appearing extremely crimson and ferocious. Combined with his bull head and spider body, he truly looked like a demon from hell. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki did not slow down. He was completely unconcerned by Sadan Saint's threat and instead scoffed. That old monster will eventually go down to accompany you. Don't worry, on the road to the underworld, you're not alone. I will step-by-step ascend to Mary Geos and send them all down one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, a pungent smell of sulfur began to emanate from Sakazuki's arm. There was no time to waste talking with this old guy, in case he was plotting something sinister in the dark. Kuzan and Ishiao sensed Sakazuki's determination and immediately gathered their strength in their hands, speeding toward Sadan Saint. Sadan Saint suddenly felt the scorching magma, the icy chill, and the terrifying gravity enveloping him. His eyes widened in rage, and a hint of fear flashed in his blood-red pupils, and then it seemed he decided to fight to the death, roaring in anger. You all shall die. A strange black energy erupted violently from Sadan Saint, the ancient and tyrannical conqueror's haki sweeping across the icy land like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, stirring up a violent hurricane. Sadan Saint's spider body suddenly grew larger, and the crimson light in his bull-like eyes became even more chilling as invisible energy was released recklessly. The space before him seemed to roar with countless substantial prehistoric giant beasts, howling, roaring, and screeching. They ruthlessly rampaged, tearing through the air, carrying mysterious and powerful energy from the depths of hell, sweeping across an area of tens of thousands of meters, until it exceeded the entire ice island's range, spreading into the endless dark sea, stirring up violent waves. Thousands of meters away, Jean Bay, King Neptune, and CP0 all felt an extreme sense of dizziness coming over them. It felt as if a hard iron hammer had struck the brain, making it exhausting just to stand. The frozen warships and soldiers began to show visible terrifying cracks on their bodies, like clay dolls, followed by a chilling tearing sound. Jean Bay and the others looked at the apocalyptic scene in horror, glancing towards the distant battlefield. The powerful airwave released by Saint Satan swept across Sakazuki's face, nearly blowing off his military cap. Sakazuki slightly raised his hand to press down his cap, seemingly concerned about his hairstyle. Watching the completely insane Saint Satan, his gaze sharpened, and a terrifying cold light flashed in his pupils. Immediately, unparalleled conqueror's haki erupted from Sakazuki's body, transforming into tangible crimson lightning that spread out continuously. A loud explosion echoed through the air as the thick crimson lightning collided with Saint Satan's imposing aura in midair. The entire ice island trembled violently. In the waters near the island, not a single creature remained. Their survival instincts drove them to flee from this terrifying purgatory, hiding in deeper, darker places. Boom! The conqueror's haki, entangled in a long-distance struggle between the two, seemed to be in a stalemate. However, Sakazuki's aura was far from over. A cruel, indifferent, and contemptuous smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a proud and resolute disdain for the world. In just half a second, the sky was filled with crimson lightning erupting around Sakazuki, and the glacier beneath his feet could no longer withstand this world-destroying energy, cracking open. As the air distorted and the ground collapsed, the crimson energy surged violently. The dividing line of red and black in midair suddenly shifted towards Saint Satan's side, crashing down amidst his terrified gaze. Boom! In an instant, Saint Satan was engulfed and swallowed by the crimson lightning. Before the scorched smoke could dissipate, a smile fiercely pulled on his staff sword, and an endless gravity mercilessly pressed down on Saint Satan's body, causing the ground beneath him to collapse by more than 10 meters. Saint Satan quickly used the power of the ox demon, attempting to escape the pit beneath him, but felt an extreme coldness envelop him, as if it would freeze the blood in his entire body. Break for me! Black light erupted, and terrifying twisted patterns appeared in the surrounding space. Saint Satan let out a furious roar, frantically channeling the remaining energy in his body. With immense effort, he finally escaped over 100 meters away. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with relief from surviving, and fixed his gaze on Sakazuki in the distance. Then, as if realizing something, he opened his mouth in disbelief and shouted, "How is this possible? How can your conqueror's haki be so strong?" He knew that Sakazuki had once contended with red-haired Shanks using conqueror's haki in Sabaody Archipelago, but he never expected it to be so overwhelmingly powerful. This was simply more exaggerated than Shanks or Roger. That vast conqueror's haki that could shake the heavens and the earth could be said to be among the best in the entire ocean, even in history. In modern times, only Rock's conqueror's haki might possess such strength. He even crazily and boldly speculated that Sakazuki's conqueror's haki could one day rival the momentum of Lordom. Why was Sakazuki's aura so formidable? Damn it, Shanks never told him about it. Saint Satan roared furiously. However, Sakazuki completely ignored Saint Satan's shock and questions. After all, it had been so long since he had clashed with red-haired Shanks using conqueror's haki. How could he possibly stagnate without any progress? Sakazuki decisively swung his fist, and the next second, boiling magma smashed into Saint Satan's roaring mouth at an extremely rapid speed, instantly filling his wicked mouth. The magma ruthlessly shattered Saint Satan's teeth and flowed down his throat, burning his esophagus and nearby trachea in an instant. At the same time, a powerful gravitational potential acted on his internal organs, causing them to rupture completely. A bone-chilling cold spread from his feet upwards, wrapping around his spider legs with ice crystals, rendering him completely immobile. In the blink of an eye, Saint Satan was covered in injuries, blood flowing profusely. He couldn't help but want to throw his head back and roar to vent the meager energy left in his body. But the rolling magma in his mouth made him cough continuously, preventing him from shouting out. The frost that froze the air, the gravity that distorted it, and the terrifying magma power that penetrated everything erupted simultaneously on this frozen land. The top-grade armament hockey armor on Saint Satan's body crumbled repeatedly, bursting into beautiful blood flowers. Finally, a deadly crimson light streaked across the sky like a comet. Great fire blast! Sakazuki unleashed an unprecedented aura, with black-red lightning swirling around his fist. The highest application of Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The extremely domineering and fierce magma flames let out a thunderous roar, penetrating through Saint Satan's chest and shooting straight towards the iceberg behind him. Boom! The iceberg was instantly melted by the scorching magma. A terrifying black hole appeared in Saint Satan's chest. Crimson blood continuously flowed from it, but in an instant, it was evaporated by the remaining magma fire. Recently, there has been a title test for the book, and I am preparing to change to a better title. Thank you all for your continued support. I am immensely grateful. With the magma fire that penetrated his chest, Saint Satan's form swayed violently. Then he fell to the ground with a face full of unwillingness. He spat out mouthfuls of blood clots, his eyes filled with endless resentment and hatred. Looking at the black military boots that appeared before him, he coughed out thick, sticky blood and, in a gloomy voice, cursed fiercely. Sakazuki, you will not have a good end. Lordum will not let you go. You all will die. Die a terrible death. The ice flowers quietly fell, and in the cold air, filled with Saint Satan's last words. So noisy. Sakazuki's cold and ruthless voice echoed in the cold wind as he took a step forward, lifted his right foot, and mercilessly stepped on Saint Satan's ox head. With great force, under the latter's desperate gaze. Bang! Without the protection of armament hockey, Saint Satan's head shattered like a watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere. His skull shattered to pieces, dying very peacefully. Sakazuki coldly looked at the headless corpse beneath his feet. He had often heard a saying, a man's words are good just before death. But it seemed ineffective with this old bastard, who was still cursing him furiously before dying. Sakazuki secretly shook his head, gently closed his palm, and a surge of violent magma erupted from the ground, instantly enveloping Saint Satan's corpse completely. The rolling magma emitted extreme high temperatures, and in an instant, Saint Satan's remains were no longer visible. Destroying the body and erasing all traces was necessary. Thus, the symbol of supreme power in the world, the highest ruler of the world government. The scientific defense god among the five elders, Saint Satan, perished beneath the 10,000-meter deep sea. No remains left. The cold wind paused at this moment, and time seemed to stop flowing. Kazan looked at the charred marks on the ground with a somewhat complex expression. This noble celestial dragon, who had been commanding the navy from above, had now forever slept in darkness. This was truly exhilarating. A faint, elusive smile appeared on Kazan's face as he exhaled a breath of cold air in relief. He scratched the magma ash that had floated onto his head and walked toward Sakazuki, his tone subtly filled with anticipation. Sakazuki. Saint Sadan has finally gone down to accompany Big MOM. When will the remaining four elders be arranged? Sakazuki gave Kuzan a strange look. Wasn't he shocked when they discussed dealing with Saint Sadan before? Why was he so enthusiastic now? Could it be that Saint Sadan's death came with an inspirational effect? One must not act too hastily. Everything must be approached gradually. No one knows what kind of strength and trump cards that mysterious figure, M, possesses. The foundation of the Celestial Dragon regime should not be underestimated. They can afford multiple mistakes, but we cannot have even one. Sakazuki shook his head at Kazan. Given the respect Saint Sadan and the others had for him, M's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Therefore, every action must be taken with extreme caution, ensuring 100% certainty. Sakazuki adjusted his military cap and lowered his head to tidy up the rose pinned to his chest. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the white bandages covering his chest were seeping with dark red blood, and he frowned slightly, not overly concerned. Kazan, go help Jinbei wrap things up quickly. We have a lot more to do. Sakazuki raised his eyes toward Jinbei, who was fighting against King Neptune and CP0, feeling secretly disdainful of Jinbei's procrastination. They had been stalling for so long and still hadn't dealt with a group of Celestial Dragon's pets. Jinbei, that thick-browed, big-eyed guy, wouldn't be slacking off, would he? If Jinbei knew Sakazuki's thoughts, he would surely cry out in injustice. as his opponent was the commander of CP0, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. That person could be said to be the strongest beneath the commander of the Knights of God, and could not be resolved in a short time. Moreover, from the moment Sakazuki appeared and executed a move, until he finally unleashed a powerful flame to end Saint Sadan's life, the whole process took less than 10 minutes. This was the terrifying combat power of 3 top-tier strongmen working together. Of course, part of the credit also went to Kazan and Saint Sadan, who had battled for several hours, not only exhausting Saint Sadan's stamina, but also inflicting significant damage on him. Before Sakazuki appeared, Jinbei and the CP0 commander had fought for several hours without a winner. How could they have finished it in the 10 minutes during Sakazuki and Saint Sadan's battle? But in Sakazuki's eyes, dealing with CP0, 10 minutes was already a long time. After all, if he took action, he could finish it in one move. Jinbei, you despicable, lowly fishman, wouldn't it be better to just die quietly? The CP0 commander raised both arms to block Jinbei's Tang style, then quickly lifted his right leg, sweeping it towards Jinbei's waist like a whip. He had sensed that the battle with Saint Sadan seemed to have ended. Although he was very confident in Saint Sadan's strength, he felt a vague sense of unease in his heart, so he wanted to get rid of Jinbei's entanglement as soon as possible. I want to let you despicable people continue to harm Fishman Island and the world. Jinbei grabbed the CP0 commander's kicking calf and forcefully threw him away. The flying CP0 commander hurriedly adjusted himself in midair, then quickly turned to escape in a certain direction. Suddenly, frozen 2-pronged spear. With a flash of cold light, 2 incredibly sharp ice spears instantly pierced through the CP0 commander's body. Puffed. The CP0 commander violently spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly kneeling on the ground. Turning his head to see Kazan slowly walking over from afar, revealing a hint of despair on his face. It seemed that Lord Saint Sadan had lost. The CP0 commander smiled bitterly in his heart, his pupils gradually dimming. However, in his last view of this world, a blue-black fist rapidly enlarged before his eyes. Bang! Jinbei's fist smashed hard into the dying CP0's head, immediately deforming it, followed by blood gushing from his 7 orifices, completely collapsing to the ground. Chasing after the just-departed Saint Sadan. Jinbei, what are you doing? Kazan quickly came to Jinbei's side. Seeing that he even landed an extra punch on the CP0 commander before he died, puzzled about why this guy had such strong resentment. Who told him to insult me and the fishman race just now? Jinbei snorted coldly, a look of strong dissatisfaction appearing on his honest face. Kazan, not understanding, glanced around the now-clean battlefield. This battle had completely ended. Seeing Sakazuki and a smiling Kazan approaching, he remembered Sakazuki's dissatisfaction with Jinbei earlier and couldn't help but tease Jinbei. Your strength still needs to be improved. Even dealing with a CP0 is a hassle. Jinbei's face instantly turned red with anger, but fortunately, his naturally blue skin made it less noticeable. He couldn't help but retort, that was because I was ambushed by that little man Saint Sadan earlier. So I was injured while fighting CP0. Naturally, it took some effort. Jinbei pointed to the scars on his body from being thrown by Saint Sadan, snorting twice. He seemed to have forgotten that he was the one who had done the ambushing. Talp, talp, talp. Sakazuki walked over slowly, scanning the entire scene. Seeing that all the CP0 and soldiers brought by Saint Sadan had been completely eradicated, he nodded in satisfaction. Then he glanced at the disheveled Jinbei and King Neptune before speaking to everyone. Now that Saint Sadan is dead here, the remaining 4 elders will probably know soon, and they will definitely send heavy forces to Fishman Island. Upon hearing this, King Neptune immediately became anxious, and his grip on his trident began to sweat. He nervously looked at Sakazuki, cautiously asking, so what should we do next? King Neptune's tone was much more humble than when he was in the Dragon Palace. After all, he had just personally felt Sakazuki's unparalleled domineering aura and power. Even the world-dominating Saint Sadan was no match for him. It was easy to imagine what kind of terrifying monster this was. Previously, King Neptune might have thought that even if he couldn't compare to Sakazuki, the commander of millions of navies, as the king of 5 million fishmen, he wouldn't be too bad, right? But after experiencing the destructive power and devastation of a world's peak power, King Neptune now couldn't even entertain the idea of comparison. Before this person who could easily kill him with a wave of his hand and annihilate Fishman Island, he now felt genuine awe from the bottom of his heart. After all, fists are the universal passport in this world. Admiral Sakazuki, how about I and Jinbei organize the residents of Fishman Island to migrate overnight? King Neptune seemed to be at a loss for good countermeasures. Jinbei next to him also nodded in agreement, immediately adding, although some older fishmen might not want to leave. I actually feel quite reluctant to give up Fishman Island, but it seems that we can only do this for now. Before Sakazuki could speak, Kazan immediately refuted the suggestions of the two, shaking his head slightly and stating seriously, "It's too late. It doesn't even take a day for troops to move from Marineford to here. This is based on normal speed. Now that such a major event has occurred with Sadan, Saint being assassinated, it's likely that the strong ones from Marineford could appear at the doorstep of Fishman Island in half a day." Kazan had stayed at Fishman Island for several months and was very familiar with the situation above. He continued to analyze. Although Fishman Island is not large, it covers several thousand square kilometers, and 5 million fishmen are scattered throughout. Forget half a day, even a week would be difficult to relocate all the residents. Jinbei and King Neptune's minds raced, and they felt it made sense, sighing with a troubled expression. "What can we do?" Even Kazan frowned, unsure of what to do. Sakazuki watched as these two fishmen and Kazan ignored him, lost in their own thoughts about strategies, and his mouth twitched slightly before he softly said, "Everyone, how about listening to me for a moment?" The three looked up at Sakazuki upon hearing his words, suddenly realizing they had overlooked the existence of the Admiral, and quickly felt guilty. They then focused their attention on Sakazuki, eager for his brilliant plan. Seeing that everyone was somewhat perceptive, Sakazuki narrowed his eyes, cleared his throat, and then pointed to a thoughtful figure beside him, stating succinctly, "This is Ishii, who recently joined the Navy through the world conscription. He will soon be granted the rank of Admiral. His fruit ability can move the entire Fishman Island. When the time comes, we can choose a secluded sea area to settle Fishman Island." Ishii was currently recalling and pondering the conversation Sakazuki had with Sadan Saint earlier. Upon hearing his name mentioned by Sakazuki, he momentarily set aside his thoughts and nodded kindly to everyone, saying, "Regarding the follow-up actions for Fishman Island, Admiral Sakazuki has already discussed it with me. You can leave everything to me." Jinbei and King Neptune's expressions changed, their eyes widening as they scrutinized this blind warrior. A new admiral? Although they could vaguely sense the powerful energy fluctuations within him, could he really be as formidable as Kazan and Sakazuki? They had only witnessed Sakazuki's magma and Kazan's ice in the battle earlier. That earth-shattering power could be felt clearly even from thousands of meters away. However, throughout it all, they had not sensed Ishii's power. After all, gravity is intangible. At the time, Ishii had mainly concentrated gravitational potential energy around Sadan Saint, without letting it leak out. So, it was normal for them not to feel it. If they could see Ishii summon a meteor from the sky, they would know his terrifying strength. Kazan, hearing this, was slightly taken aback. Although he had experienced Ishii's power up close and guessed that the position granted to this new colleague must be significant, he still didn't expect it to be directly the rank of Admiral. However, the defeat of the Big Mom Pirates must have contributed to it. After all, they had just worked together to eliminate Sadan Saint. It wasn't entirely unearned for Ishii to receive the position of Admiral. Thinking this way made Kazan feel a bit better. After all, he, Sakazuki, and Paisalino had all struggled for decades to reach the position of Admiral. Sakazuki watched as everyone gradually regained their composure from the shock, before continuing. Ishii is a gravity fruit user and can safely move an entire island, just like the Golden Lion, so there's no need to worry about any problems. As for where to move it in the sea, let's choose the doldrums. It's just right since Amazon Lily also needs to be relocated. Ishii was shocked internally, wondering why there was also an Amazon Lily, and suddenly felt he had been given an additional task. Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Jinbei and King Neptune immediately felt relieved and an overwhelming sense of gratitude, excitement, and anticipation surged within them. Fishman Island was turning misfortune into fortune. After today, the entire Fishman race would finally be able to live above the sea and under the sun. The dream of Princess Otoheim in her lifetime could finally be realized. It seemed that Admiral Sakazuki and Princess Otoheim were indeed close friends. Even after Otoheim's death several years ago, he still remembered her unfulfilled wish. Look, now the threat of annihilation was right before them, and Admiral Sakazuki had no intention of handing over Fishman Island or Princess Shirahoshi. Instead, he was wholeheartedly protecting Fishman Island. Even while saving Fishman Island, he also considered the long-standing desires of Princess Otoheim and the Fishman race for the continent, the surface and the sunlight. Otherwise, why go through the trouble of moving Fishman Island 10,000 meters to the surface of the sea? Simply relocating it at the seabed, anywhere convenient, would be much easier. What a great admiral who values emotions and loyalty. Having such an admiral is truly a blessing for the Navy, a blessing for Fishman Island, and a blessing for the common people of all countries and races. Jinbei and King Neptune thought this, feeling warmth flooding through their hearts. In the middle of the night, at Fishman Island, in the lounge of the mermaid CAF, Madame Shirley, who was sleeping, was awakened by a loud broadcast and the discussions of the crowd. She opened her eyes slightly, and, after understanding the content of the broadcast, she was startled and hurriedly got out of bed, quickly putting on a purple coat before rushing out of her home. At that moment, the broadcast became clearer. Good evening, residents. I am King Neptune. There is an urgent matter to report regarding the survival of Fishman Island, so please take it seriously. Currently, due to the influence of abnormal deep-sea currents, numerous giant ice islands have formed near Fishman Island and are moving towards the island at a visible speed. They are expected to collide with Fishman Island soon. However, there is no need to panic. Dragon Palace has invited a top-tier powerhouse to help us through this crisis. Therefore, Fishman Island will gradually rise until it leaves this 10,000-meter deep sea and relocates to the vast ocean above. The broadcast was looping this message throughout Fishman Island, waking countless residents from their sleep, and they all rushed out of their homes. Oh my God, is this true? Why are there ice islands appearing this year, and all coming towards us? Is Fishman Island going to be destroyed? A hot-headed orca fishman stared wide-eyed, pacing back and forth in panic. An older man, presumably his father, reached out his fish hand and slapped him on the head, making him stop, then scolded. Listen to the broadcast. Didn't you hear that King Neptune has invited a mysterious powerhouse to help us avoid this disaster? After scolding his son, the old man couldn't help but mutter, I never expected to float to the surface before I die and see the real sun. It's truly unbelievable. I must not be dreaming. The old man then yanked at his beard sharply, causing him to wince in pain. No wonder he felt the temperature had dropped significantly in the past few days. The cold was nearly freezing his old bones. It turned out that the cold current was causing trouble around Fishman Island. Except for Jinbei, King Neptune, and Princess Shirahoshi, no one knows that this is all Kazan's doing. The turning point for Fishman Island has come. We can finally live freely on the sea, enjoying the warmth of the sun equally with humans. Is it just the cold current? No, this must be a fated destiny, blessed by the spirit of Princess Otoheim. At this moment, a fishman wearing glasses, exuding a scholarly aura, spoke fervently like a zealot. However, the surrounding fishmen seemed to respect him greatly, their gazes fixed on him, listening reverently as he uttered fervent words about fate, manifestations, and blessings. Madame Shirahoshi cast a glance at the bespectacled fishman scholar, shaking her head inwardly. She then strolled back to her room, took out a transparent divination crystal ball, and gently placed it on the table. With her eyes closed, she quickly operated it, and then her blue pupils widened in shock. Why are there so many oddly dressed, powerful figures here? Who are they looking for? Madame Shirahoshi exclaimed in surprise. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Those endless deep-sea behemoths, that mysterious figure towering over the sea kings. Could there be hidden secrets behind this significant event concerning the future of Fishman Island? A hint of confusion and amazement flashed in Madame Shirahoshi's eyes. At Ryugu Palace, King Neptune put down the broadcasting device and looked at Jinbei with appreciation, not expecting this usually honest fishman to come up with such a perfect excuse. Without further ado, let us act quickly. Sakazuki glanced at the live footage from various locations on Fishman Island and immediately issued an order to Ichiji. Hearing this, Ichiji nodded seriously, then released an astonishing aura, causing everyone to visibly see terrifying, distorted ripples appearing in the space around them. The momentum continued to grow, with waves of purple energy spreading out, quickly covering the entire Fishman Island. With a low shout from Ichiji, Fishman Island began to shake violently, then slowly moved, ultimately leaving the pit at the bottom of red earth and floating towards the surface of the sea. In the original position of Fishman Island, countless surging and violent currents rushed through the empty pit, creating a raging whirlpool. Soon after, a massive iceberg filled the space instantly. In the darkness, an extreme coldness emanated from an unknown source, causing the seawater around the iceberg to begin to freeze, merging with it as one. In the blink of an eye, the iceberg, which originally had only half the area of Fishman Island, grew to several times its size, completely sealing off the pit without leaving a single gap. The bridge passage between the first half of the Grand Line and the New World was completely severed. What a terrifying power. What kind of monsters are in the Navy? Jinbei, King Neptune, and others felt Fishman Island moving rapidly towards the surface, looking at Ichiji with shocked expressions. After completing his mission, Kazan returned here, watching Ichiji display his might, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. With such a powerful force comparable to the Golden Lion assisting Sakazuki in executing absolute justice, The hope for the Navy to triumph over the evils of the world has increased even more. Thanks to Ichiji's efforts, after several hours, Fishman Island passed through 10,000 meters of seawater and fully emerged above the surface, then rose into the air. The residents of the island did not return to sleep, standing at their doorsteps, finally seeing the dazzling starry sky. Countless stars hung in the sky like gems, densely scattered across the vast and boundless night. They adorned the beautiful, colorful sky, appearing so graceful. How beautiful! Some fishermen residents who had never left Fishman Island and had never seen the starry sky were captivated. Even Madame Shirahoshi walked out of her house again, gazing up at the myriad stars, the galaxy above her head clear as a thin veil hanging in the sky. Incredibly enchanting. Madame Shirahoshi vaguely knew that all of this might have been orchestrated by the Marine Admiral who had come to seek her divination before. Only someone of such great power within the Navy would be willing to help Fishman Island, right? Under this clear night sky, an island carrying over 5 million residents moved quickly across the sea. Fortunately, it was the middle of the night and the island was heading towards the windless zone, so no ships witnessed this astonishing scene. Ichiji, aware of the urgency, worked diligently, quickly transporting Fishman Island to the designated sea area. He also took a few hours to relocate Amazon Lily. The two islands were now close to each other, facilitating cultural exchanges and trade between them. Thus, after a night of hard work, the task at hand was successfully completed. However, the pirate empress has yet to return to Amazon Lily, seemingly still unable to shake off the pursuit of the Knights of God, led by Saint Rose. But when she returns to the original location of Amazon Lily and sees her home is gone, she will naturally call to inquire. Therefore, Sakazuki didn't mind this detail. Everyone had been busy all night, and the sky was beginning to lighten. Sakazuki stood at the periphery of Fishman Island, with the accompanying warships already relocated by Ichiji, now docked to the shore. Watching the dawn light gradually appear at the horizon, Sakazuki narrowed his eyes. The day was about to break, and the Gorosei would soon learn of Saint Sadan's demise. This was the darkness before dawn, the darkest moment, but this darkest moment would eventually pass. With the first glimmer of light appearing, this immense darkness was bound to recede, and the day would ultimately brighten. Therefore, it can be seen that darkness ultimately cannot overcome light. I must also return to the Navy headquarters as soon as possible. Otherwise, relying solely on Kuro and Fonkley won't suffice for the upcoming situation. Kazan, you will continue to stay stationed at Fishman Island for now, and also train Princess Shirahoshi in her ability to summon Sea Kings. Additionally, the Sea King army of the Ryugu Kingdom must still be utilized. The task of salvaging treasures from the seabed cannot be halted, as the Navy is short on funds. For now, that's all. Stay in contact, and I will inform you of any further needs or combat missions. After giving Kazan a rough briefing, Sakazuki turned and boarded the warship with Ichiji, quickly sailing towards Marineford, leaving Kazan alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. He scratched his head, watching the warship carrying the two depart, unable to help but mutter to himself. Did Sakazuki already have his eyes on Ichiji and thus push me out of the Navy? After all these years of brotherhood, it turns out it can't compare to an outsider. How heartbreaking. Kazan sighed inwardly, then withdrew his gaze, walking alone into the depths of Fishman Island to continue living with a group of fishmen. At Mariehua, Panga City, the atmosphere was extremely tense, as if a storm was about to break. The four supreme rulers sat at the center of the hall, exuding an intimidating presence, their eyes fixed on the nearly burnt-out life paper on the table, remaining silent for a long time. After a moment, the legal warrior god, Saint Walpole, who had a birthmark on his forehead, hoarsely spoke. Hasadan really died just like that. We agreed to jointly rule the world for 1,000 years, 10,000 years. But who did this? As he spoke, Walpole almost roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was incredibly grim, despite wearing a well-fitted suit at the moment. He did not appear refined at all. Instead, his overall appearance was quite fierce and terrifying, like a mad beast. The expressions of the other three were extremely grim, and there seemed to be a deep disbelief in their eyes. Satan Saint, as the scientific defense martial god, possessed the power of a monstrous creature and was extraordinarily strong. If he unleashed his full power, he would not be inferior to any general or the four emperors in a short time. Even if he ultimately could not defeat the peak period of the warlord, escaping would still be easy for him. How could he possibly die out of the blue? Unless 2 or 3 top-tier combatants at the level of warlords teamed up to attack Satan Saint, but such coincidences were rare. Now that Big Mom was dead and Shanks was injured, only Kaido and Blackbeard remained among the four emperors. Meanwhile, Kazan had defected from the Navy, Borisellino was slacking off, and Sakazuki was guarding the naval headquarters. It was hard to think of anyone who could kill Satan Saint, leaving the four feeling extremely absurd. The financial martial god, Nasashir, holding a demon blade, widened his eyes, and the veins on his arm bulged as he thought for a few seconds before angrily saying, "Didn't T. Kaido fly out of Onigashima?" Although he was heading towards the Wano country, who knows if he might change direction halfway and go elsewhere. That bastard has been harboring resentment against the world government due to his previous encounters and must be eager to instigate a world war. He cannot escape suspicion in this matter. The agricultural martial god, Peter, with a scar on his chest, frowned and added to Nasashir's words. Kaido alone cannot achieve this. There must be others assisting him. Could it be that the Sea King has awakened? The other three were startled to hear Peter's words and recalling Satan Saint's previous mission. They couldn't help but tremble inside. If the Sea King had truly fully awakened, Satan Saint would indeed face a calamity in the endless deep sea. The previously silent, long-bearded environmental martial god, Masu, lightly pressed his dry lips together and suggested, "Let Garen go down to assess the situation first. We should quickly report this to Lord M, or else it will be bad if we are held accountable later." Everyone immediately agreed. Showing their evident respect for the so-called Lord M, they quickly issued orders to the Divine Knights and then organized their gear to swiftly head towards the flower area. By evening, Sakazuki had already arrived at Marineford and, under deliberate concealment, smoothly returned to his office, ignoring the excited and jubilant gazes of Kuro and Von Kree. Sakazuki sat back in his designated position, casually crossing his legs. He then picked up the transponder snail and dialed the Gorosei, speaking in a heavy tone, "Sir, the Navy reports that the trace of the Golden Lion has been discovered in the Grand Line, and several floating islands have appeared in the sky." Upon receiving the call, the Gorosei member, Wojoli, narrowed his eyes and immediately asked, "Where is he now? Which direction did he go?" Sakazuki flashed a sly smile and replied solemnly, "The islands are moving very quickly, seemingly heading toward the doldrums. Should we send someone to deal with him?" Wojoli pondered for a moment and then said, "First, track him. Further actions will wait for orders. The Golden Lion is not so easy to deal with." Wojoli paused and then asked a question, "Sakazuki, how much do you know about the Sea King? Is he really at Fishman Island?" Hearing Wojoli's question, Sakazuki immediately understood his implication, but still replied seriously, "This is absolutely true. The Sea King is definitely at Fishman Island, and he is a mermaid." Sakazuki pretended to be confused and continued, "Satan Saint should have already arrived at Fishman Island, right? Hasn't he found the Sea King?" As soon as these words were spoken, the other side fell silent for an instant, and after a long while, Wojoli's voice came through. "There was an accident on our side. We suspect the Sea King may have completely awakened, and his strength is unfathomable." Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's face showed a look of shock, and he incredulously asked, "What? How could this be? What happened to Satan Saint? He hasn't passed away, has he?" Upon hearing the news of Satan Saint's obituary from Wojoli, Sakazuki's expression darkened, and he timely displayed a shocked and angry demeanor, stating sternly, "I'm going to Fishman Island right now to see what is going on. How dare that mere Sea King act recklessly against the world government?" Wojoli took a deep breath, nodded inwardly, and expressed satisfaction with Sakazuki's understanding of the big picture and sensible attitude, but still refuted Sakazuki's suggestion. "I have already sent people to investigate. We will receive news shortly. You keep a close eye on the movements of the Golden Lion." After finishing, Wojoli hung up the phone. Now that his old partner was in trouble, he had no time to chat with Sakazuki. Sakazuki looked at the hung-up transponder snail and couldn't help but sneer. This time, the Gorosei didn't mention the incident of the 100,000 Navy defeating the Big Mom pirates while still hunting pirates in the New World. It seemed that using Satan Saint's death to divert attention was quite effective. This method could continue to be used in the future. After all, there were still 4 people left, enough to exploit. Thinking of this, a hint of sarcasm, a touch of coldness, and a sprinkle of indifference flashed across his face. Such a cold and ruthless demeanor made Von Kree beside him exclaim how cool he looked, quickly noting down this profound expression to imitate later for emergencies. "Uncle Sakazuki, I have already sorted out the location information of all members of the Straw Hat Pirates, except for Monkey D. Luffy, whose whereabouts are unknown." Kuro reported seriously after punching the unruly Von Kree. Sakazuki took the information Kuro handed over, skimmed through it, and found it consistent with his memory, nodding slightly. He then pulled out a black transponder snail and called Law, who had vowed to be his loyal subordinate. On an island somewhere in the New World, Law, who was hunting with his subordinates in the jungle to prepare dinner, answered the phone with curiosity, asking Admiral Sakazuki, "What is the matter?" Suddenly, Law seemed to remember something and excitedly exclaimed, "I've already killed the clown buggy. are we about to move against Doflamingo? Hearing the excited voice on the other end, Sakazuki nodded in satisfaction upon learning that the owner of Conqueror's Haki, the clown Buggy, had died. He then poured cold water on Law's excitement, saying, "Don't rush. You know that the main forces of the Navy are currently in the New World, busy clearing out pirates, so dealing with Doflamingo will have to wait." Sakazuki's words made Law feel slightly disappointed, but he quickly perked up again. He and T planned to deal with Doflamingo this year anyway, after so many years. Waiting a bit longer didn't seem to matter. Once Law adjusted his mindset, he asked again, "Does the Admiral have any tasks for me?" Sakazuki ignored the change in Law's emotions and simply informed him of the information about the Straw Hat Pirates members, instructing him to take some time to deal with them. Except for Zoro, who was on Karaigana Island. After all, with Mihawk stationed there, it was not a level of strength that Law could touch. After hearing this task, Law only nodded. "I was initially thinking that after taking out all the candidates for the 7 warlords, I could take a break for a while, but unexpectedly, more work has come up. As Akainu mentioned, the distance between those islands is quite far, and going back and forth is estimated to take a few months. The Marshal is really using me without any hesitation. It's exhausting." Akainu seemed to sense that Law was not in high spirits. So, in a comforting tone, he said, "Don't worry. At the beginning of next year, I will send a Vice Admiral to help you take down the Don Quixote pirates. Even if there are obstacles from the world government, your matters and Corazon's matters will definitely not be delayed. I, along with the high-ranking admirals of the Navy, have always been concerned about the iron-blooded warriors fighting on the front lines, including you. We also always remember the wishes and regrets of the fallen, including Corazon." Akainu's tone suddenly became serious and deep, as if he was about to speak of the greatest matters in the world. With a solemn and grave expression, he sternly said to Law, who was gradually becoming shocked and moved, "Please remember, the Navy will never forget those soldiers who fought hard for the cause of justice, and will never betray any martyr who bravely sacrificed for the cause of justice." Akainu was earnestly comforting Law, having just doused him with cold water. But now he had to give him a sweet date as a placebo. As for who the Vice Admiral sent out would be, there was no need to think about it. It would naturally be Kazan, the labor force, as he couldn't just let him loaf around on Fishman Island, right? Originally feeling lifeless, Law's spirits instantly lifted upon hearing Akainu's promise and lesson. Talking about this made him feel awake. He felt his blood boiling, and his heart was already ignited. After all, the Marshal is such a principled leader, a man whom even Mr. Corazon admired greatly, even willingly handing over the newly issued military uniform from his undercover work to the Marshal for safekeeping. Law recalled that old military uniform stored in his bedside safe, and a sense of shame welled up within him. How could he have doubted Marshal Akainu, thinking he was using him through the enemy Doflamingo, until his value was drained, ultimately dying in a battle with some pirate? How could he slander the Marshal like this? How could such a noble, great man intentionally toy with him? The more Law thought about it, the guiltier he felt, secretly swearing to support the Marshal and clear away the troublesome pirates in the Marshal's eyes. Stahlhut pirates, D. A glimmer of determination flashed in Law's eyes. Speaking of which, sending out a Vice Admiral should be able to easily deal with Doflamingo, which he truly looked forward to. Rest assured, Marshal, I guarantee to complete the mission. Akainu once again heard a passionate response, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, quite satisfied. As a Marshal, one must understand the balance of rewards and punishments, while also learning to paint a rosy picture and deceive. He encouraged Law and finally added, "The sea route to Fishman Island has been completely blocked, so you can come over with Zephyr and their warships from the New World. Also, spread the news of the death of the clown Buggy, and it would be best to promote it vigorously around the islands guarded by Shanks." Law responded seriously, then shouted to Beepo and Pecoms beside him, "Hurry up and find food, eat, and get to work." Everyone was puzzled, wondering why their captain suddenly seemed so enthusiastic. However, they still obeyed the order and quickened their pace. After Akainu hung up the phone, he looked out at the sun that had already sunk below the horizon, let out a sigh, tidied up the documents on his desk, and prepared to leave work and go home. Just as he stood up, he was suddenly stopped by the sound of a phone bug ringing. Akainu glanced at the puzzled Kiji and casually answered the phone, and immediately the voice of a wealthy man came through. "Marshal Akainu, good evening. Guess who I've caught? On the giant ship, the Gurin, in the New World." Tesoro sat on a golden chair and respectfully greeted the phone bug that simulated Akainu's appearance. Tesoro didn't dare to keep him guessing, so before Akainu could ask, he answered himself, "It's the sweet commander of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Cracker." Akainu responded with confusion. No wonder he hadn't seen Cracker on Cake Island a few days ago. It turned out he had gone to Tesoro. "Tesoro, hearing Akainu's questioning tone. Quickly explained, "Didn't I follow your orders, Marshal, to cut off trade with the Big Mom pirates?" As a result, the Big Mom pirates seemed unconvinced, so they sent Cracker to negotiate. But this kid wanted to fight without saying a word, so Tesoro looked at Cracker, who was unconscious at his feet, and couldn't help but recall the scene of him showing off earlier. The time slightly rewound. "Boss, something's wrong. One of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates, Cracker, has come to cause trouble." Tesoro was sitting in a luxurious office, counting the previous day's accounts. Although his subordinates had checked them without error, he still enjoyed the thrill of seeing large amounts of berry coming in. At this moment, seeing Mr. Tanaka rush in a hurry, he couldn't help but frown. It was just Cracker, right? The Big Mom pirates have already been wiped out by the Navy. He's just a stray dog. What's there to fear? Tesoro put away his account book, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Without Big Mom's backing, he dared to come to his territory to act wild. He was truly tired of living. He coldly ordered Mr. Tanaka, "Don't stop him. Let him come here. I want to see what this guy can stir up." Seeing Tesoro so calm, Mr. Tanaka also calmed down. He then remembered that his boss was a man who had fought with the Navy's marshal and still joked around. How could he be afraid of a pirate? So he swaggered out to call Cracker over. "Hey, Tesoro, are you looking to die? You dare to cut off our pirate crew's business. Calling you Golden Emperor is giving you a title. You really think of yourself as an emperor?" Before Cracker even arrived, his arrogant and domineering voice was heard. A few seconds later, a middle-aged warrior with a long beard and a long sword hanging at his waist walked into the Golden Office, led by Mr. Tanaka. This person was Cracker, hiding among the biscuit soldiers. Cracker is a biscuit fruit user who fears pain, so he usually hides among the biscuit soldiers he creates, calling himself the Biscuit Knight. He has a bounty of 860 million berry and is among the upper ranks of the Big Mom pirates. As he stepped in, he saw Tesoro leisurely sitting in his chair, ignoring him. His face immediately filled with anger, and he shouted, "Tesoro, are you deaf? Can't you hear me talking to you?" Tesoro glanced at the roaring Cracker, casually used his pinky to dig at his ear, appearing indifferent, and casually said, "Who told you that the Big Mom pirates were blind enough to provoke the Navy? Now your entire crew has been wiped out. Shouldn't you hurry and find a place to hide for the rest of your life, and dare to come here to shout?" Tesoro's golden rings on all his fingers sparkled with dazzling light, making Cracker squint slightly. But when he heard the latter part of Tesoro's sentence, his eyes widened in shock, and he shouted indignantly, "What do you mean our pirate crew has been wiped out? Mama won't let you off for saying such things." Originally, Mama had instructed her subordinates to spare Tesoro's life, but he was so ungrateful, he truly didn't want to live. Cracker thought fiercely in his heart. Tetsolo was slightly taken aback by the sight of Krija's furious expression and exchanged a deep glance with Mr. Tanaka beside him, who immediately shook his head. "TSK, TSK. A hint of absurdity flashed across Tetsolo's face as he smirked, looking down on Krija with a strong sense of mockery and ridicule. He leaned back, disdainfully sneering. "They say among the multitude of children Big Mom has, only Katakuri is decent. The rest are just a bunch of oddballs." It seems to be true. Before Krija could get angry, Tetsolo's voice suddenly became high-pitched. He reached up to stroke his brow, grinning maliciously as he taunted. "You really are a talent, aren't you? Not even knowing your own mother has gone to hell? It's simply laughable." Mr. Tanaka nearby was also shaking with laughter, holding back the urge to burst out, turning his face beet red. Upon hearing Tetsolo's words, Krija's pupils trembled violently, his mind buzzing, becoming blank. The anger in his eyes was replaced by shock, panic, and fear as he muttered to himself, "How could this be? How is it possible? Mom." After a moment, he snapped back to reality. His eyes wide and bloodshot, veins bulging on his face, and he roared in rage. "Impossible! This absolutely cannot be true. You're lying to me. Mom is a Yonko, and Katakuri and the others are on Cake Island. How could they be defeated by the Navy? The Big Mom pirates are not something trash like you can insult." Krija bellowed angrily, then raised his sword pretzel to slash at Tetsolo sitting in the chair, but suddenly felt a shadow over him as a newspaper was slapped onto his face. "Take a good look. The person disappeared 2 days ago, and it hasn't even been 7 days yet. Didn't your mother give you a dream?" Tetsolo randomly pulled out the latest newspaper from under the golden table and tossed it out. Krija, not caring about Tetsolo's sarcasm, hurriedly removed the newspaper from his face. Under the pressure of his mother's authority, he rushed to this giant ship as soon as he received Katakuri's orders, not daring to be distracted by anything else for fear of delaying important matters. So he hadn't paid attention to the newspaper sent by Newsbird. He quickly skimmed through it, his gaze instantly locking onto the bold black headline in the center. 100,000 AV launch night attack on the Big Mom pirates. Kreeja's whole body trembled violently, his hands tightly gripping the corners of the newspaper, his eyes wide open with anger. And his heart sank as if something important had been lost. His facial muscles twitched with disbelief, and he shook his head frantically. After tearing the newspaper apart, he cautiously took out the snail phone from his pocket to call his mother, but no one answered. Unwilling to accept this, he called Katakuri, but still received no response. The only sound in the spacious office was the ringing of the snail phone as Tetsolo coldly watched Kreeja gradually descend into madness, making futile and foolish attempts. Kreeja dialed dozens of times, calling out to all the deceased at home. By the last unsuccessful attempt, his eyes were filled with despair. Clatter! The exhausted snail phone slipped from Kreeja's hand and fell heavily onto the glittering floor, fainting. Kreeja ignored the fallen snail phone, his mind filled with a single thought. He had only been out for 2 or 3 days, and yet over 30 islands and a vast empire of hundreds of thousands of pirates had suddenly vanished. Mom, brothers, and sisters were all gone. The entire Charlotte family was left with just him. Was fate playing a joke on him? Was heaven putting on a show of his whole family disappearing? An endless tide of negative emotions surged in his heart, and realizing he had suddenly become an orphan, Kreeja couldn't bear such a heavy blow. His psychological defenses began to crumble, and he went mad. "You're all fucking with me." With a thunderous roar, Kreeja suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, creating a violent wind pressure in the completely enclosed golden office. Although this move was not Conqueror's Haki, it had once frightened the homies created by Big Mom, suppressing their movements and even causing many homies to lose consciousness. The tremendous force tossed the furniture around the office into chaos. Mr. Tanaka, knowing when to retreat, quickly used his devil fruit powers to phase through the wall and escaped, leaving the battlefield to his boss. Tetsolo looked at the enraged Kreeja with a grim expression, then slowly stood up, emanating an aura that was no weaker than Kreeja's, looking down on him. He had no sympathy for Kreeja's tragic situation. Anyone daring to act recklessly in front of him had to weigh their strength. Recently, having been defeated in one move by Akainu, Tetsolo felt quite frustrated. Now, with Kreeja as a target to vent his anger, it seemed quite good. "I can't defeat Admiral Akainu, but can I not defeat you, Kreeja?" Tetsolo rubbed his fists and feet, a hint of revenge flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, as Kreeja roared again, his body began to crack, the biscuit armor covering his body shattering. Kreeja's true form was revealed, a muscular man over 3 meters tall, with purple hairstyle like a long loaf, and a scar over his right eye that made his face look very dangerous. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, showing no sign of rationality. His face twisted in a terrifying grimace, his mouth stretched into an exaggerated arc, seeing Tetsolo ready to attack. Kreeja did not hesitate for a moment and launched his assault. Biscuit impact. Kreeja used his biscuit fruit powers to create dozens of giant long spears, wrapping them in armament haki, forming a fierce attack that he hurled at Tetsolo. Tetsolo snorted coldly, unafraid of the rain of fierce attacks. He instantly activated his devil fruit ability, covering his fists with a layer of golden armor, wrapping it in thick armament haki, delivering a blow that had the explosive power of a molten gold cannon. Using the massive shockwave from the explosion, he shattered all the biscuit-long spears that shot towards him. But Kreeja's attack didn't stop there. Seeing Tetsolo block his move, he shouted loudly, "Wave pretzel." Then he quickly charged at Tetsolo, his giant sword unleashing a powerful sword-chi shockwave aimed at Tetsolo. Facing the frenzied Kreeja, Tetsolo also began to take it seriously. After all, his strength was not sufficient to casually suppress Kreeja like Admiral Akainu had done to him. Thus, after smashing Kreeja's sword chi with a golden fist, Tetsolo no longer held back and immediately transformed into a towering golden giant. He looked down at Kreeja beneath him, seemingly regaining his confidence as the Golden Emperor. Golden Inferno. Tetsolo swung his massive fist, and the golden energy surged in the air, the high-temperature, high-density energy exploding in the office, displaying a power capable of penetrating everything. Losing his rationality, Kreeja faced this overwhelming golden fist without fear and charged forward. Wave pretzel. Kreeja spun the sword in his hand at high speed, and with the addition of armament haki, he thrust it forward. The spiraling sword energy erupted like a hurricane at sea, extremely powerful, seemingly aimed to cleave through fists. The battle between the two sides grew increasingly intense. It could be said that Kreeja was indeed one of the sweet commanders, second only to Big Mom and Katakuri in strength, making it difficult for Tetsolo to take down his furious opponent for a moment. Boom, boom. The sounds of collisions echoed continuously, rising and falling. After the battle lasted for several hours, Tezulo's face turned ashen as he prepared to unleash his final trump card. Golden Judgment. With a roar, he summoned all his power, gathering several golden pillars into a missile-like head, infused with powerful armament hockey, and charged down towards the short Krelier beneath him. Boom! The violent explosion echoed throughout the massive ship, and the intense heat radiation caused the surrounding golden structures to begin melting. Cough, cough, cough. Krelier immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure swaying unsteadily, ultimately collapsing weakly amidst the ruins. After suffering severe physical and mental trauma, he completely fainted. Tezulo's strongest skill, which had once been shattered by Akainu's punch, utterly defeated Krelier, making him feel exhilarated, believing he was indeed capable. Surely no one would say he lacked strength in a fight anymore. Looking at the half-dead Krelier, a smug smile crept onto Tezulo's lips. This was how the Golden Emperor should be. Moreover, now that he had struck down a sweet commander, he didn't have to worry about Big Mom, Katakuri, and others coming to retaliate, which was much better than the timid and cautious days of doing business before. It's still good to have Admiral Akainu backing him. A single hand could annihilate a Yonko pirate crew. Who else has such strength and determination? Tezulo briefly reminisced about his dazzling achievements, nearly losing himself in them, forgetting the outside world. It wasn't until he heard a slightly impatient cough from the other end of the Den Mushi that he jolted back to reality and hurriedly asked, Admiral Akainu, how should we deal with this guy? Akainu, far away at Marine headquarters, responded without hesitation, just kill him. He is of no use alive. After killing Krelier, the Charlotte family of the Big Mom pirates would truly be wiped out. The saying goes, to cut weeds, you must uproot them. To kill thieves, you must eliminate future troubles. After coldly finishing his statement, Akainu was about to hang up. But after thinking for a moment, he specifically instructed, the 100,000 Marines in the New World must continue their anti-pirate missions. Make sure to provide appropriate support, so our Marines can use better weapons and have better meals. Once he finished giving instructions, Akainu no longer paid attention to Tezulo and returned home with Kuro and Von Clay after a long absence. Kuro quickly prepared a delicious meal, while Von Clay was still sent to the basement, unworthy of participating in the discussions at the dining table. After all, he was once a pirate acting under Crocodile's orders. Although gradually assimilated by the Navy's justice, in Akainu's eyes, he was merely a currently useful pawn. Admiral Akainu, the world conscription is nearing its end. According to statistics, approximately 6 million soldiers have been recruited from the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World, exceeding half of the previous total number of Marines. Kuro gave a brief report on the recent conscription. With 6 million new recruits, it was significantly more than Akainu's previous expectation of 5 million. It seemed the public support for the Navy was still quite strong, undoubtedly thanks to Akainu's series of achievements since taking office as admiral. By the way, a branch reported that a very powerful man was recently discovered among the new recruits, easily defeating the highest officer of the local branch, and he is already on his way to headquarters. Upon hearing this, Akainu became interested. Although he had a faint idea of the answer, he still asked, "What is his name?" Kuro swallowed his food, his big eyes wide open as he gently replied, "Aramaki." It was Friday again, and he sought everyone's support. Much appreciated. Mariehua, Panga City. The 4 elders were not like Akainu, still in the mood to eat. They sat silently on the sofa in the hall, waiting for a call from St. Garling. Finally, the Den Mushi rang as expected. St. Walpole quickly connected the call, asking anxiously, "What is the situation? Did you find Sadan's body at Fishman Island?" Far beneath the sea, St. Garling stared at the thick ice wall that merged with the red continent, emanating an extreme chill. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but doubt whether he had taken the wrong path. Where had Fishman Island gone? What? Fishman Island is gone? Only a glacier remains? Upon hearing Garling's report, St. Walpole's face turned pale, and he abruptly stood up from the sofa. The other 3 also looked horrified. This masterpiece was created by the combined efforts of the Golden Lion and Kazan, right? Moving islands and freezing the sea was clearly their signature moves. Furious, St. Walpole hung up the phone, having specifically sent St. Garling along with the vice commander of the Knights of God and several commanders to prevent further incidents. Facing such a powerful team, even the entire Yonko crew wouldn't dare to confront them head-on. However, it seemed that they had no intention of continuing to fight and had already disappeared without a trace. The 4 exchanged glances, the atmosphere exceptionally heavy. St. Nasudru stroked his demon sword, pondering for a few seconds before frowning and saying, why would Kazan collaborate with the Golden Lion? Even if he left the Navy, he shouldn't have fallen to the level of working with pirates. Speaking of which, The blind swordsman recruited by the Navy through world conscription was a newcomer personally received by Akainu at Marine headquarters. He seemed to be a user of the gravity fruit, just like the Golden Lion, capable of easily moving islands. Is there a connection here? Upon hearing this, Saints Walpole, Mars, and Peter were all startled, exchanging glances. Could it be? Akainu wasn't as obedient as Sengoku and Kong, and the Navy had long harbored resentment against the celestial dragons. Saint Nesujuru, with the intuition of a top swordsman, whispered his analysis. The other three frowned, seriously considering the implications. If the death of Saint Sadan was indeed related to the Navy, it would be a very serious matter, and the seas would have to undergo a complete transformation. Buru. The thoughtful group turned their attention to the din mushi on the table, which rang again. Was Commander Rods of the Knights of God calling to report that he had completed his mission? St. Walpole was quick to pick up the din mushi, asking, "Did you capture the pirate empress?" That damn woman actually dared to trample on the world government's face, openly resigning from her position as a warlord of the sea and even hunting down 3 celestial dragons. If it weren't for Rods's intervention, they might have lost another celestial dragon. Therefore, she must be executed to set an example. However, things took an unexpected turn when Rods's grim voice reported. In the end, the Empress managed to escape. There was a pause in Rods's tone before he continued. However, under my relentless pursuit, I forced her to reveal the conspiracy behind it all. It turns out this was all orchestrated by the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion is brewing a grand plan, having endured for 20 years. In addition to secretly recruiting the pirate empress, he has used various means to subdue other powerful individuals. The Empress boasts that the Golden Lion has had secret contact with all the warlords of the sea. It is said that the Sea Knight Jinbei, Hawkeye Mihawk, and Crocodile have all been tempted, and they may have already formed a massive force. St. Roz carefully recalls the strong words that Hancock had boasted under his powerful coercion. After she ran away, he specifically chased her to the island of Nine Snake in the Calm Belt and found it completely empty, clearly having been moved by the Golden Lion using the powers of the float fruit. St. Roz, with a heavy tone, quickly relayed the information he interrogated from Hancock to the 5 elders. The elders' pupils constricted at this moment, and they immediately ordered St. Roz to return at once before hanging up the phone. St. Nasujuru's breathing became somewhat heavy. He hadn't expected it to truly be the Golden Lion's doing. Not long ago, Akainu had reported that the Golden Lion had flown toward the Calm Belt. Thus, the previous speculation can be overturned. Upon reflection, how could the Navy dare to defy the Celestial Dragon regime? No matter how dissatisfied Akainu was with them, he would not dare to turn against them. He could only obediently play the pawn. After all, the Navy has been suppressed by the world government for hundreds of years and has long adapted to this master-servant relationship. Moreover, the entire Navy, with millions of soldiers, relies on the support of the world government for military weapons, daily life, salaries, and various guarantees. Therefore, from any perspective, there could be no thought of rebellion. They almost fell for the Golden Lion's trick. St. Walpole sighed, secretly analyzing the logical relationships before and after the incident. The Golden Lion harbored resentment due to the previous Roger incident and his experience of severing his legs after being imprisoned and impelled down. However, he knew that due to various factors like the deepening of his ship's helm, aging, and his broken legs, his strength was no longer what it used to be, and he could not take revenge alone. So he secretly developed his power, and at some point, he stealthily reached an agreement with the Pirate Empress and Jinbei, perhaps promising to protect their respective countries and win their hearts. Meanwhile, Akainu believed he had control over Jinbei. However, Jinbei was actually using Akainu's trust in Princess Otoheim and his concern for Fishman Island, disguising himself as an undercover agent and waiting for the right moment to act. This was all part of a well-designed conspiracy against the world government and the Navy. They intentionally released the news of the Sea King to lure people like themselves, then intended to wipe them out in the deep sea. Finally, they aimed to shift the blame and frame the Navy, stirring up conflicts between the world government and the Navy, thus igniting a world war. This completely aligns with the Golden Lion's ambition to rule. Perhaps Kaido was also involved. After all, that guy is also an ambitious troublemaker and destroyer. With this reasoning, everything made sense, with no logical loopholes. And the poor Akainu is still kept in the dark by Jinbei. He truly is a fool who only knows how to kill pirates. St. Walpole scornfully looked down on Akainu's intelligence. As expected of the Golden Lion, he remains as domineering, cruel, and cunning as ever. St. Nesujuru also understood at this moment. He tightly gripped his demon blade, his eyes flashing with a seductive blood-red light, seemingly wanting to immediately tear the Golden Lion to pieces. He never expected that even Kazan had joined the Golden Lion's ranks. Had that guy truly given up on his sense of justice? Saint Masigit, seemingly troubled by the terrifying force formed by Kazan, the Golden Lion, and the warlords of the sea. The usually quiet St. Peter snorted coldly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, angrily stating, "During the former Admiral competition, we all supported Akainu and opposed Kazan's rise. Naturally, he harbors resentment towards us. Moreover, ever since he participated in the O'Hara extermination order 20 years ago, his pursuit of justice has become less pure, and he's been lazy and unmotivated. Lacking the demeanor of a Navy officer, he must have long harbored rebellious thoughts." The others nodded. Kazan's philosophy and actions indeed do not align with the Celestial Dragon regime. Let's send troops to deal with the Golden Lion. We cannot let him be so arrogant any longer. St. Walpole's expression turned serious as he immediately voiced his suggestion. Let Akainu assemble a fleet led by an admiral, and then the Knights of God should also deploy some personnel, with the aim of completely eliminating the Golden Lion and his subordinates. The world government and the Celestial Dragons are sacred and inviolable. St. Walpole's tone was solemn and grave, his gaze carrying the majesty of ruling the world, imperious and unmatched. Time flew by, and soon it was late December. The cool early winter wind brushed over the sea, bringing a slight chill to those sailing the ocean, but people's enthusiasm was not blown away by the cold wind. On a merchant ship in the Grand Line, various types of merchants were mingling and chatting cheerfully. Among them, a refined middle-aged man gently sipped his red wine and then spoke to his surrounding partners. "Have you heard? The Navy has added a new admiral, who is exceptionally strong and forcibly broke into the headquarters of the Big Mom pirates, Whole Cake Island, ultimately killing the Yonko Big Mom and facilitating the smooth progress of the Yonko extermination war." Upon hearing this, a stir arose among the crowd, with some knowledgeable individuals skeptically asking, wasn't that war personally overseen by the former admiral, now the chief instructor of the Navy headquarters, Zephyr? Shouldn't it be Zephyr who killed Big Mom? Others nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable. They were all merchants who had drifted on the sea for most of their lives and had naturally heard of the former Admiral Zephyr's reputation. If it was Zephyr who killed Big Mom, that would make more sense. As for this new admiral, they had never heard of him and thought he couldn't be that impressive. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, the middle-aged man became somewhat anxious. After all, he had collaborated with News King Morgans and had access to information ahead of others. Mentioning Morgans seemed to trigger something in him, and he immediately calmed down, speaking with an air of arrogance. "Don't believe it? The newsbird should have started distributing newspapers worldwide. You'll soon see this news." No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of flapping wings reached everyone's ears. Just as the middle-aged man said, a white newsbird carrying dozens of newspapers circled above the merchant ship. The middle-aged man's expression brightened, but he quickly restrained himself, one hand in his pocket and the other lightly shaking his goblet, adopting a mysterious demeanor. The surrounding merchants couldn't help but admire the middle-aged man's extraordinary demeanor. To verify what the middle-aged man said, they immediately threw a handful of coins to the newsbird in exchange for all the newspapers it carried. Everyone fell silent, each fixated on the content of the newspapers, the cover boldly marked with several thick, red lines. The civilian strongman smiles, successfully passes the world conscription examination, follows 100,000 Navy troops to launch a night attack on the Big Mom pirates, and bravely storms Whole Cake Island to assassinate the Yonko Charlotte Linlan, achieving remarkable results and merits. Hereby promoted to Navy Admiral, codename Fujitora. Below were praises for other newly promoted naval leaders, such as Rear Admiral Enel and Rear Admiral Jones. However, everyone merely glanced over them and did not pay much attention. After all, it is the nature of the onlookers to only pay attention to the first and ignore the second. Naval Headquarters, Bay Square. Akainu rarely has the time to take the newly appointed Admiral Smoker, along with Doberman, Enel, and Jones, to tour the entire Marineford and inspect the overall working atmosphere of various departments. The month-long military operations of the 100,000 Navy in the first half of the New World have now concluded, and various generals and soldiers have begun to withdraw from the New World. According to the performance evaluations by the supervisory team, the deserved rewards will not be withheld, and the necessary punishments will also be enforced. Promotions and salary increases are not a fantasy. As long as one bravely fights the pirates, bonuses and performance rewards will definitely be arranged. After all, with the financial support from the Golden Emperor Tezelo and the Fishman Islands Sea King Army, the sacrifices of the soldiers cannot be neglected. After this battle, Enel and Jones were officially promoted to vice admirals. However, Due to their insufficient experience and background, they cannot yet independently lead a fleet. Other meritorious officers at the captain level have also advanced towards the admiral rank to some extent, such as Ein and Binz, who have been following Zifa and have now become brigadiers. Soldiers below the captain rank are also striving for advancement, such as the trio cultivated by Kazan, Gulani, Burnham, and Zeppa, who have been promoted from naval captains to naval lieutenants. After achieving their desired results, everyone returned to their posts with passion and enthusiasm, continuing to shine for the cause of justice. The Navy, as the victorious side, is celebrating with lights and festivities. However, the pirates in the New World are like mourners. They have undergone a baptism of blood and fire. The once-occupied Azure Sea is about to be completely stained red with blood. The pirates retreating from the mid to later stages of the New World are furious but dare not speak out. After all, their leaders Zifa, Crane, and the two newly risen Lightning Boys and Bat Dragon are not easy to deal with. Today, under the blazing sun, Akainu and his group stand before the solemn monument, where the huge base is still piled high with flowers. The monument stands tall like a giant amidst the blooming flowers. After a month of fighting, more names have been added to the monument, clearly telling the story of the war's brutality. Next to the base, a deep pit has mysteriously appeared, with a low black platform built inside. Looking down, two swords are inserted into the platform. One is Big Mom's Napoleon sword, and the other is Whitebeard's Bicento. These two swords do not fill the platform. There is still space that seems to be waiting for the Navy to add more. This was specifically arranged by Akainu to bury the weapons of the four emperors beside the monument. However, they must be below the horizon, so that everyone can look down upon them. This is to let everyone know that the four emperors are nothing special. As long as they violate order and walk the path of evil, no matter who they are, they will have to suffer under the Navy's cannon fire. These weapons, which accompanied the four emperors for most of their lives, have undoubtedly stained the blood of countless innocent civilians and just men. So let them forever suffer the scorn of future generations. Akainu looks disdainfully at the two swords in the pit, but gazes affectionately at the tall hero monument. The two golden characters immortal, which he carved himself, shine with the brilliance of heroes. These naval heroes who sacrifice for the world's justice will forever live in the hearts of the people and have become immortal souls. This is the immortality forged by souls. Let's pay solemn tribute to those names that have not faded away. Akainu whispers softly, then slowly removes his military hat, raises his right arm, and leads a salute. Smoker, Doberman, and others behind him follow suit, their actions unified and extremely solemn. After the ceremony, Akainu steps forward, leading everyone into the distance. Under the sunlight, the towering soldier on the monument seems to be guiding their way forward. Recently, Akainu has been staying at headquarters to recuperate. After continuously battling against Big Mom and Sabaody, his body and mind have been affected. To avoid irreversible aftereffect from the injuries accumulating within him, he has stopped secretly seeking trouble with the Golden Lion. Instead, he dispatched Admiral Borisellino and Rear Admiral Kazashi to lead a fleet of 10 large warships, comprising 5,000 men, to set sail in search of the Golden Lion's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the Knights of God seem to have mobilized a significant force. The Vice Commander, whose status and strength are second only to Garling, leads Raz and two other powerful commanders with 3,000 Knights of God, splitting into two routes with the Navy to conduct a carpet search in the Grand Line. Of course, the sky is a key area of focus. As for the Golden Lion, who is hiding somewhere in a sky island conducting secret experiments, he remains unaware that a large group of powerful beings is watching him closely. If one day the Golden Lion is unfortunate enough to encounter Borisellino, Kazashi, the Vice Commander of the Knights of God, and the three commanders gathered together, it is hard to imagine what his expression would be like. After paying homage to the Naval Heroes Monument, Akainu and the others visited various departments such as the Armory, Intelligence Department, Administrative Department, and Logistics Department. On one hand, it was to help Smoker quickly familiarize himself with the layout of the Naval Headquarters functional departments, and on the other, to instruct the specialists in the Armory to repair Smoker's broken staff sword with high-quality materials. This moved Smoker deeply. He felt so fortunate that the fleet admiral personally took care of such a weapon. In addition, it was also to secretly examine the spies and infiltrators from the world government, pirates, Revolutionary Army, and underground forces. The center of world justice, Marineford, cannot allow the existence of any tumors. On the way, Doberman leaned in and asked with a fierce, scarred face, "Admiral Akainu, how should we deal with them?" Upon hearing Doberman quietly speaking to Akainu, Enel jumped out and shouted, A lightning attack? Such small fries. I can wipe them out with ease. Following closely behind Akainu, I shot him a glance and casually interjected. The one who was taken out by the red-haired? Enel's arrogant expression immediately froze. His mouth twitched a few times before he pointed his golden staff at Hawkeye in rage. You were almost scared silly by that red-haired's conqueror's hockey. Hawkeye seemed unconcerned, letting out a cold snort. She just felt that Enel was too reckless and couldn't help but poke fun at him. Not that she had any deep-seated hatred. Regarding the man that Akainu personally brought back, Hawkeye found him somewhat annoying, much like Bad Dragon, who carries an axe and claims to be Akainu's direct disciple. Akainu glanced at everyone and continued walking forward, leaving behind a cold remark. Let Teacher Zifa find a time to organize a naval military exercise for all department soldiers at sea. Arrange for a few people to act as they see fit and quietly eliminate them. Such stones in the filthy gutter should be ground to dust and scattered into the sea. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Being cautious in their actions is naturally a good thing. Meanwhile, Jones, holding an iron axe, flashed a gleam in his eyes, as he particularly enjoys such activities. The group walked while observing, eventually arriving at the new recruit training camp. Hundreds of new recruits dressed in white military uniforms were freely expressing their youth and passion on the wide parade ground, creating a scene filled with enthusiasm. This is the romance of soldiers. Now, the sun has risen to its zenith, and the scorching sunlight is burning the earth, causing the surface temperature to rise sharply, and the air seems to ripple with distorted waves in the rolling heat. The new soldiers in the training camp struggled to swing their arms and legs under the scorching air and blazing light, each one drenched in sweat and appearing so powerless. Despite panting heavily, feeling dizzy, and wanting nothing more than a collapse on the ground, they could only grit their teeth and persevere under the hawk-like gaze of the purple-haired old man at the front of the line. However, the burly purple-haired old man seemed very dissatisfied with the new recruits' lackluster performance in their physical training. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he roared, "Put in more effort. Your punches and kicks are so weak. Are you planning to just tickle pirates in the future? You all have no spirit at all. Yet you want to become generals, kill pirates, command warships, and defeat the 4 emperors? Are you dreaming every day? If that's the case, you might as well go home early." Seeing the new recruits below looking somewhat unconvinced, he wasted no time and, without leaving any room for negotiation, sternly shouted, "Since you've come to the Navy headquarters, answer me loudly. What do you want to do?" His thunderous voice echoed like a clap of thunder in the training field, causing the soldiers' faces to turn pale. They quickly gathered their strength and shouted with all their might, "I want to kill pirates. I want to command warships. I want to uphold justice." The purple-haired old man remained unmoved, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd, and shouted again, "I can't hear you. I can't hear you at all. You still have no spirit. What do you choose to be in the Navy for?" The soldiers below immediately turned red-eyed, their expressions becoming fierce as they summoned the last remnants of their strength, shouting hoarsely, "I want to command warships." Such an earth-shattering roar finally made the furious and thunderous purple-haired old man somewhat satisfied. Good, much more spirited. This is the stuff of warship commanders. He nodded slightly, a fierce light flashing under his sunglasses, and instantly locked onto a soldier in the crowd. "You, the green-haired kid. Yes, you. When I tell you to practice the Navy's 6 styles, what kind of turtle punches are you throwing? Are you here for health preservation?" When called out, the green-haired new recruit trembled all over, fearing that the instructor would rush over and pin him to the ground for a beating. So, he hurriedly mustered all his strength, allowed a low growl, and nearly punched through the air in front of him. But the purple-haired old man still seemed unsatisfied, muttering to himself, "Why do these guys act like a bunch of girls? If only they could be like Sakazuki, it would be much easier." A brigadier general assisting in the training beside Zephyr immediately pouted when he heard this mutter, looking unhappy. Instructor Zephyr. This brigadier general had smooth, sea blue wavy long hair, was wearing a purple vest and black ultra-short shorts, with a white military coat draped over his back, and his little face was full of grievances. Upon hearing the complaints from his little follower, Zephyr's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment. He scratched his short, thick purple hair and chuckled, "Ah, I wasn't talking about you, Ein. I was talking about a woman like Vice Admiral Crane." Zephyr was very fond of Ein and Binns, his 2 students who followed him closely and supported him, even treating them like his own children. So he cared about their feelings and did not hesitate to throw Vice Admiral Crane, who had fought alongside him for decades, under the bus. Standing outside the training ground, Sakazuki witnessed all this, and as he looked at the scene in the training field, which felt both distant yet familiar, the hard lines on his face softened a bit. Even though he wasn't personally involved, he could tell from the brief memories left by the original owner that this was the place where many Navy leaders' dreams began. Sakazuki slightly turned his head to look at everyone. Except for a smile from this drifter who joined the Navy halfway, everyone else had faces full of emotion. They had all been through this, struggling under instructor Zephyr's strict training. Especially Enel, who had just graduated from the training camp not long ago, was filled with nostalgia. The iron-blooded training ground swept by the rolling winds and sands reminded him of his runs under the sunset, a reminder of his lost youth. Though it was only a few months of youth. After standing for a moment, Sakazuki felt it was time to move, so he led everyone straight in. As Sakazuki gradually approached the line, the new recruits in the training ground, who had completely exhausted themselves and were in a daze, suddenly felt the temperature around them rise a notch. The hot air seemed to be ignited. This startled everyone, and they quickly forced themselves to pay attention, looking around to see if there was a fire. But their wandering eyes quickly fixed on the tall figure walking toward them. Their eyes gradually widened, and their dry lips began to tremble. With a chiseled appearance, a square military cap, a simple red suit, a blood-colored rose on his chest, and the tattoo patterns subtly exposed, combined with a cold and resolute expression and the flowing marshal's cloak, he exuded an air of iron and blood, dominance, strength, and invincibility. He was simply awe-inspiring, looking down on all things, charming and impressive. Wait, that's not right. In short, he had the heroic spirit of being unrivaled, and the one and only. The moment the new recruits saw Sakazuki, regardless of gender or age, they ran through almost every adjective that described a handsome and domineering man in their minds, yet still felt it was far from enough. Oh my God, the marshal is here. Am I hallucinating from overtraining? A new recruit with a small cherry blossom tattoo on his arm rubbed his eyes hard, looking at the approaching marshal, unable to help but gasp in shock. Beside him, a seemingly familiar small man suddenly lifted his right leg and kicked him hard in the butt. When he screamed in pain, he realized it wasn't an illusion. Heaven has eyes, finally. The small man noticed the hostile gazes gathering around him and quickly changed his words. Finally, I get to see the marshal my friend has been thinking about day and night. Only then did the people around retract their slightly hostile gazes. No one could insult the marshal, not even with a bit of foul language. The new recruits looked at the increasingly approaching Sakazuki with fiery eyes, all feeling their hearts racing, a feeling of excitement and fervor. Some were so emotional their eyes sparkled, drooling, exclaiming, "So cute!" Others clasped their hands together, facing west, squinting their eyes, murmuring, "Finally, in my lifetime, I get to see the living Marshal Sakazuki. No matter how tough or exhausting this training camp is, it's worth it. Grateful. Amen." Even more directly cried tears of joy, as if they had seen their dream lover, howling, "It's just like in my dreams," even more domineering. Marshal Sakazuki is so cool. Everyone had different expressions and murmured among themselves, all in a state of great shock and excitement. This dramatic scene startled Sakazuki, making his eyelids twitch. He almost thought he had entered a cult organization secretly established by old Zephyr. After all, Sakazuki usually stayed in his office, went straight home after work, and didn't he go to the restaurants or bars on the back street. So the new recruits rarely had a chance to see Sakazuki's shadow outside. Even if seen occasionally, it would be from a distance of hundreds or thousands of meters, only able to observe from afar. How could it be so close now? However, as Sakazuki walked up to Zephyr, the perceptive new soldiers instantly felt something was off and couldn't help but ask, "Why is it getting hotter and hotter? It feels like we're in a volcano." A slightly older, strong man responded with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. "This must be Marshal Sakazuki's care and protection for us, meant to let us experience the passion and temperature of justice up close. This is the justice that burns to the end, the absolute justice that penetrates all evil." As soon as the strong man finished speaking, he immediately earned everyone's approval, and they all began to shout and quietly move their feet, eager to get even closer to Sakazuki, to deeply comprehend the essence of justice wrapped in the fire of magma. The almost 1,000 new soldiers in the training ground moved silently, their small steps more disciplined than when Zephyr had personally instructed them before. The sound of thousands of feet stamping on the hard marble floor created a swirling pattern. Watching the new soldiers who were almost face-to-face with him, hearing their whispered conversations, Sakazuki, though expressionless, couldn't help but secretly complain. God knows, he had just wanted to create a harsher and more intense environment for this group of new soldiers. After all, during his own military training, he had been watched by a group of upperclassmen while eating watermelon popsicles. Now, With his current identity, he couldn't possibly do something so embarrassing. But a little trick was still acceptable. So he had intentionally released his magma abilities, not expecting it to be misunderstood by everyone. Truly, a bad heart doing good deeds. Sakazuki, we were just talking about you. And look, you've come. Well done. Zephyr patted Sakazuki on the shoulder, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he saw the new soldiers rejuvenated and full of spirit, and couldn't help but laugh heartily, praising, Sakazuki, you really have the ability. The moment you appear without saying half a word, you bring these little rascals back to life, full of energy. Sakazuki tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing out a smile, completely accepting Zephyr's praise. Then he looked at the group of new soldiers, filled with reverence and eager to be close to him, and thought to himself, did I not expect to be this popular? Such a scene involuntarily reminded him of the images of top celebrities surrounded by fans in his previous life, although it seemed some overly enthusiastic fans would test the waters. Sakazuki shook his head, dismissing the strange thoughts in his mind, and seriously examined the new soldiers before him, then asked Zephyr-sensei, how are these talents selected from the naval branches all over the world? Zephyr followed Sakazuki's gaze to the young soldiers in front and, after a moment of thought, immediately replied, this is simply the worst batch I've ever led. The Doberman, Jones, Hibari, and Enel behind Sakazuki instantly changed their expressions, feeling speechless. Zephyr had said the same thing to them back then, word for word. Sakazuki felt somewhat familiar with this remark, but didn't have any other feelings. After all, he knew that the original Akainu could not possibly be part of the worst batch in Zephyr's eyes. As for the new recruits below, they didn't care what Zephyr said. Seeing Sakazuki examining them, they immediately stood tall and proud, raising their right arms in a solemn salute, simultaneously shouting, please review us, Marshal Sakazuki. Sakazuki looked at the energetic new soldiers and felt a bit gratified. He quickly removed the black leather glove from his right hand and solemnly returned the salute. The new soldiers felt Sakazuki's response, and they were immensely excited and proud, with some unable to contain their shouting. Truly, a surge of youthful energy. With a smile, he closed his eyes and surveyed the training ground, deeply moved. Sakazuki nodded in agreement. The strength of this new generation will be the backbone of the Navy's future. However, since he was already here, he might as well give them a few words of instruction. Sakazuki glanced at Zephyr, who nodded slightly and stepped back, giving the center stage to Sakazuki. Only then did he clear his throat and prepare to review this group of somewhat inexperienced new soldiers. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Sakazuki's expression turned serious, and he issued his command in a strong and powerful voice. All, step forward, march. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the new soldiers moved, pouring all their strength into their legs as if they had taken a fierce drug, their feet pounding against the ground. Suddenly, it was like a stampede of horses, yet orderly and synchronized. The guns shot out like dragons, with an imposing momentum. Crack! The entire ground trembled violently, the hard marble floor unable to bear the weight. Letting out a mournful cry, Zephyr, standing nearby, watched the gradually cracking ground, his eyelids twitching slightly. He would have to apply for military funds to repair it again. Just in time, Sakazuki was here, so he would need to ask him to get the finance department to allocate more. As for his salary, not even being enough to buy alcohol, he naturally couldn't afford to pay out of pocket to repair the training ground. Marching out means stepping into the soldier's spirit of conquering mountains and rivers. Sakazuki's expression was serious and cold, his tone heavy and powerful. The new soldiers, upon hearing this, worked even harder, wishing they could dig a deep pit beneath their feet. 10 seconds later, Sakazuki called for a stop, then issued the second command. Quick march. The new soldiers quickly adjusted their pace, lifting their calves high and stepping down steadily, marching forward with their heads held high. Suddenly, the sound of their marching was thunderous, soaring into the sky. Quick march means to walk out the infinite righteous spirit within a soldier. Sakazuki's gaze was sharp as he swept over each new soldier's determined face, then issued the final command. Attention, rest. All the new soldiers moved in unison, quickly stopping their steps, their eyes fixed on Sakazuki, waiting for him to deliver his next speech. Attention means to stand out with the glorious image of a soldier. Sakazuki took a step forward, slightly raised his eyes, and his piercing gaze locked onto all the new soldiers. His voice was steady and powerful, resonating throughout the somber training ground. I just heard how you answered Zephyr-sensei's question, and I am very pleased. Your original intention to protect justice has not changed. Only by forging ahead can we achieve great accomplishments. The new soldier's expressions brightened. instantly filled with pride. No one disliked being praised by the marshal, although this group of people were top talents from various branches. Coming here indicated their exceptional abilities and courage. They could be said to be proud individuals. But in front of the marshal, they were like children waiting to be rewarded. Sakazuki wanted to suppress his initial excitement and suddenly shifted his tone to a cold and resolute one. Since you have chosen the military camp, you must be willing to dedicate yourselves. Since you have put on the military uniform, you must cherish the honor. Since you have stepped onto the battlefield, you must charge bravely into battle, unafraid of death. From a moment you put on the military uniform, whether you become a Navy private or a Navy admiral in the future, we're all the last line of defense for justice in the world. This line of defense must not be trampled upon, nor can it be slackened or collapsed. The hundreds of soldiers below held their breath, listening intently to Sakazuki's earnest teachings. Sakazuki observed everyone's intense focus and secretly nodded in satisfaction. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zephyr and Ikaku, who were also listening intently to his speech, and felt a surge of excitement. Since the timing, location, and morale were all in place, it was time to deliver some substantial content. It was showtime. Warriors, the current situation at sea is complex and ever-changing, with storms brewing. Wolves are in front, tigers behind. Evil is constantly breeding, and darkness spread from the New World and the Grand Line to the Four Seas, leaving civilians in dire straits. The military games and strategic competition among various forces are intensifying, and the risks and challenges we face are unprecedented. New struggles and transformations compel us to take the initiative. Zephyr and Ikaku nodded silently. Indeed, they had to take the initiative. They could no longer stubbornly cling to the previous balance. Rather than maintaining stability, it was a compromise with evil and an extreme irresponsibility towards civilians. This chaotic era has completely gone out of control. We cannot and must not stand by. We must actively fight, and there are only two outcomes to this struggle. Either the enemy steps over our corpses, or we step over theirs. Sakazuki's tone rose and fell, passionate and stirring, with a finely tuned conqueror's haki entwining his voice. The power of his presence was overwhelming, incredibly infectious and impactful. Everyone felt as if they were experiencing the brutality of the sea and the hardships of civilians. It seemed as if the bloody storm of dark forces was sweeping right in front of them, causing immense discomfort and anger. The new recruits furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with rage, and they understood even more the responsibilities and missions they should bear as Navy soldiers. Sakazuki gazed into the distant sky behind the ranks and sighed. In the process of struggle, we may fail, we may be destroyed. Upon hearing this, not only the new recruits, but even Zephyr and Ikaku, who were deep in thought, were momentarily taken aback and looked at Sakazuki in confusion. This negative tone did not seem like that of a hawkish, iron-willed marshal. However, Doberman's eyes remained fiery, showing no signs of confusion. He had followed Sakazuki the longest and knew that the man he admired could not be so simple. He certainly had more to say. As expected, Sakazuki suddenly shifted his tone, his momentum rising dramatically, with flames of determination igniting in his eyes. He coldly declared, "But when we fail, we will bind all the world's evils together and jump into the pit of destruction. Let all evil dissipate between heaven and earth, leaving harmony and purity for the world and its people. The Navy cannot be the loser of this sea. There is absolutely no true failure. As long as evil is completely eradicated, everything the Navy does is a victory. Every soldier who contributes to the eradication of evil and the maintenance of justice will be forever recorded in the annals of history, their names immortalized. Failure means becoming a martyr. As guardians of justice, we cannot be merciful to our enemies, nor can we be lenient with ourselves. Only then can we establish ourselves amidst chaos and darkness." Sakazuki's powerful speech resonated like a thunderclap in everyone's ears, penetrating deep into each person's soul. The new recruits felt as if they had been pierced by a powerful electric current, their hair standing on end and goosebumps rising on their skin. As if every cell was trembling, they couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, "Is this the power of faith, the power of justice?" It felt exhilarating, truly heartening. However, they were so focused on listening to Sakazuki's speech that they did not notice the serpentine blue electric arcs flickering beneath their feet. Sakazuki discreetly glanced at Enel, who was mischievously channeling electricity through his golden staff into the ground, continuously transmitting charges onto the new recruits. It was unclear how he managed to transfer electricity onto the group on the non-conductive marble floor. Noticing Sakazuki's gaze, Enel showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he grinned widely, proudly smiling. He was assisting his boss. And couldn't he see that the scene was more intense and the recruits were more vibrant? With that thought, Enel immediately increased his energy output. The thickening lightning slithered like a python beneath everyone's feet, creating a series of crackling sounds. The naive and unaware new recruits instantly felt the tingling sensation in their bodies intensify, and their expressions grew incredibly excited. They believed this was a resonance of justice, a stirring of the soul. A few sensitive individuals even uttered strange sounds. "Oh yes, this is the feeling, it's filling me up." Zephyr did not notice that his students were enjoying Enel's electric shocks. He was engrossed in carefully digesting Sakazuki's words. After a long while, he remarked, "As expected, he is the most outstanding and excellent student I have ever taught. In terms of strength, aura, and leadership abilities, he far surpasses me. Truly, he is greener than the blue." If Ikaku, who had been pondering with his head down, had not been so blindly keeping his eyes shut, he would have undoubtedly been sparkling with admiration, exclaiming the marshal's righteousness. Sakazuki looked down at the vibrant, passionate, and energetic new generation of forces and nodded in satisfaction. As long as they all believe that the Navy can win and that justice will prevail, then it is not in vain. Because belief is strength, and faith is power. Doubt, hesitation, and uncertainty will only suppress one's abilities and erode one's will. The reason people can is that they believe they can. Any limitation actually begins from within oneself. To become strong, one must unlock the limitations of the heart. When thoughts become clear, one can move forward courageously and be invincible. Faith is a mysterious force in this world. It can often turn decay into wonder. Sakazuki's gaze was sharp, cutting through the faces of every new recruit. Finally, his gaze fixed straight ahead as he slowly began to conclude this military review speech. Perhaps you have heard the ignorant pirates at sea slandering the Navy's justice as hypocritical, or heard reactionary forces mocking the Navy's justice as impure. You may even have heard some unpleasant remarks about the Navy's justice from the very civilians we protect. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned red, flashing with a hint of resentment and sorrow. Although most of those opposing the Navy were pirates, underworld forces, and revolutionaries, there were also many civilians openly opposing the Navy's actions and mocking the justice ideals the Navy upheld. Sometimes facing opposition and rejection from civilians indeed saddened those in the Navy who harbored justice, even feeling worse than being insulted or killed by pirates. Sakazuki took in everyone's complex emotions. He remained expressionless, his deep black eyes, like a tranquil pool, carrying a domineering aura, and with a stern shout. He pulled everyone's emotions back, but I hope the young Navy can shed their coldness and bravely move forward, and bravely onward. There is no need to listen to those ruthless jabs or intentional ridicule. Boldly do what you can, act with a clear conscience, shine if you can shine, and heat up if you can heat up. Do not worry that your heartfelt efforts will go unnoticed like a firefly's light, easily extinguished. Always remember, behind you is an endless torch that can burn the heavens and boil the seas. The eyes of the new recruits became fervent once again. Yes, behind them is the powerful man, Marshal Sakazuki, like a flame. He will guide the entire Navy and the people of the world towards a bright future like a torch in the darkness. Sakazuki had no idea that everyone had placed him in the role of the torch. He merely wanted to say that there are countless masses supporting the Navy. Although most of them are ordinary people, there are also strong individuals like Inairo who are striving to improve and save this world that has fallen into the depths of darkness. Finally, may you all have righteous spirit, iron will, and passionate blood to protect the millions of civilians in the world and to create the essence of justice. After Sakazuki finished speaking, he turned around without hesitation and strode towards the office of the training camp, leaving the new recruits immersed in an atmosphere of boundless fervor. Zephyr quickly came back to his senses from the shock, took a step forward to explain the training content for this afternoon, and then instructed the soldiers that they could disperse for lunch. As for himself, he hurried to catch up with Sakazuki and went to the instructor's office with everyone. Navy Headquarters' new recruit training camp, the exclusive office of the chief instructor. Zephyr welcomed everyone to sit down, took the light tea handed to him by Ain, pushed it to Sakazuki beside him, and then took out a stack of papers saying, "Sakazuki, do you want to take a look at the potential list I arranged for that group of new recruits? There are still several promising candidates in there. If cultivated with effort, within 5 years, no, within 2 years, they should be able to become elite rear admirals of the headquarters. Although the highest they can achieve is not admiral, being an elite rear admiral is already quite impressive. After all, not every session has monstrous recruits like Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kazan. It's It takes 2 years to become a rear admiral? That's too lame. And Iroh, who had somehow gotten a red apple and was happily munching on it, couldn't help but interject upon hearing Zephyr's words. He himself had been brought to the Navy headquarters by Sakazuki from Sky Island, and it hadn't even been half a year yet he had already been promoted to Rear Admiral. Although he currently has no real power, it's only temporary. He should be assigned to a corresponding fleet in a few months. Therefore, Iroh was somewhat surprised by the situation of taking 2 years to become a Rear Admiral. However, he soon didn't care much about it. After all, his goal was to become a Navy Admiral, and he couldn't compare himself to ordinary soldiers. Iroh secretly felt pleased with himself. You little brat, do you think everyone can eat the thunderfruit like you? Upon hearing Iroh's surprised exclamations, Zephyr immediately frowned and shot him an angry glare. Sakazuki ignored Iroh's banter and glanced at the mountain of documents on Zephyr's desk. He secretly sighed with relief that he had Yunka's help. Otherwise, dealing with these would be a headache. He then reached for the new recruit list organized by Zephyr, skimmed through it, and his gaze finally landed on the information attached to the first few names. He stared for a long time, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. This made Zephyr, who was sitting right next to him, slightly surprised, wondering what kind of person could catch Sakazuki's attention, and followed his gaze. Upon a closer look, Zephyr saw familiar content on the information. Chong Makuin, male, 18 years old, Zoan type, thorn chicken fruit. From the East Sea. Practiced for 2.5 years in a large song and dance troupe in the Oiko Kingdom. The deeply developed abilities of the thorn chicken fruit gave him immense physical strength, using a large steel ball attached to an iron chain as a weapon during battles. He excels at using exquisite ball skills to attack opponents. After the dance troupe disbanded, he signed up for world conscription. Matero, male, 24 years old, proficient in physical techniques. From the South Sea Bliss Kingdom, born into an ancient traditional martial arts family, has practiced a physical technique called Yuen Fist since childhood. He can skillfully use a powerful move called Lightning Whip, and his 5 consecutive whips delivered in a very short time can even withstand the strongest attacks from the headquarters colonels. After the family dojo closed, he signed up for world conscription. After Zephyr and Sakazuki finished reading the information about these two individuals, images of the boy who often carried a steel ball on his shoulder and the young man who always bragged about how impressive his family's martial arts were floated into his mind. A smile involuntarily crept into his eyes, and he then cheerfully said, "They are quite interesting young men, with potential, but they do have some minor flaws in their personalities." Zephyr briefly recalled the deeds of those two and explained with a smile. The kid Chong Makuin might have stayed too long in the dance troupe. When he transforms into the thorn chicken form during battles, he likes to swing the steel ball while singing a chicken song. And Matero, although he looks young, always pretends to be wise beyond his years, likes to point fingers at others, and carries himself with an air of superiority. Even if he gets defeated, he remains unconvinced and finds all sorts of reasons to accuse the opponent of being unmartial. Sakazuki was even more shocked upon hearing Zephyr's explanation, wondering what on earth. Zephyr seemed to see Sakazuki's astonishment and waved his hand, casually saying, "Don't worry, these issues are not significant. I'll train them well." Sakazuki nodded dismissively, suppressing the strange expression on his face, and returned the list to Zephyr. He thought, no matter which world it is, there will always be some similar talents. Fate is truly wonderful. He temporarily cast aside the strange thoughts in his mind, straightened his expression, and then said, "Teacher Zephyr, the world conscription has basically ended. This time the conscription was quite effective, with about 6 million new forces. Therefore, more new talents will be selected from various branches. So please pay attention to identifying different types of people, directly eliminate any anomalies you find, and at the same time educate the righteous according to their abilities." Zephyr, having taught for decades, naturally has a keen eye. Hiding one's identity under his watchful gaze is no easy task. In any case, it is essential to avoid another incident like Virgo's. Therefore, all Navy personnel sent to headquarters, regardless of strength or ability, must spend some time in a new recruit training camp and undergo a justice examination. With a selection rate of 1% for 6 million new recruits, that still amounts to 60,000 arriving at Navy headquarters, which is a considerable number. Although these individuals had already undergone thorough background checks by the Navy's intelligence organization before this, it is still necessary to proceed with caution to ensure everything is foolproof. Sakazuki paused his tone and continued to instruct. When the time is right, select suitable combat-type talents to enter the training base in the Combelt. Regularly choose some capable leadership talents to lead those soldiers who do not meet the combat standards for in-depth education, then send them back to various Navy branches. thereby strengthening the control over the branches. Zephyr listened patiently and seriously to Sakazuki's instructions. This involves the promotion and dissemination of the Navy's core justice philosophy, which is of great importance and cannot afford to fail. Even Nairo and Doberman, who are not direct supervisors, listened carefully on the side, feeling that they were gaining a lot from it. After a quarter of an hour, Sakazuki finally finished briefing Zephyr on the important matters at hand. During the conversation, Yunka received a phone call and returned just in time to see Sakazuki and Zephyr finishing their formal discussion. He stepped forward and reported, "Uncle Sakazuki, the super-strong new recruit, Aramaki, has arrived at headquarters." As soon as Yunka said this, Zephyr and the others became intrigued. Without waiting for Sakazuki to respond, Zephyr eagerly asked, "Where did this new recruit come from to be worthy of the title super strong? Is he going to be sent to the training camp?" Yunka glanced at the excited Zephyr, then took out his notebook and briefly explained Aramaki's achievements, concluding he can easily defeat the branch vice admiral, and he may possess strength comparable to the elite vice admirals or even the reserve admirals at headquarters. After hearing Yunka's explanation, everyone exchanged shocked glances, shaking their heads. Had they never heard of such a figure before? Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Sakazuki pondered for a few seconds before adding, "Aramaki is similar to Ishiao. He is a relatively low-profile, strong individual in the civilian world. However, Yunka's assessment of his strength is somewhat underestimated. Although that guy's personality and philosophy are a bit skewed, when he goes all out, he should only be slightly weaker than Ishiao." Upon hearing Sakazuki's addition, everyone was even more shocked. Could there be someone who could compete with the blind uncle? Enel murmured, feeling the pressure. One admiral position had already been taken, and now another person appeared, aiming to take his place. How outrageous. Only slightly weaker than Uncle Ishiao? That sounds like a significant asset. Jones's eyes sparkled. Sakazuki had never praised him like that. Not understanding Aramaki's personality, Jones began to fantasize about whether he could be carried by him. They had all seen Ishiao's strength, which was more than enough for the admiral title he currently held. And Aramaki could be compared to Ishiao? He had even received such a high evaluation from the marshal. He must be an extraordinary man with a strong sense of justice. As everyone thought this, they became somewhat eager to meet this person, especially Ishiao. Upon hearing Sakazuki say this new guy could compete with him, felt a sense of comparison and inexplicably wanted to find him for a spar. This guy couldn't interfere with his pursuit of following Marshal Sakazuki. Zephyr glanced at Ishiao, quickly making a comparison in his mind, and then slightly excitedly said to Sakazuki, "Then I must meet this newcomer in person." As soon as Zephyr finished speaking, he temporarily delegated his work to his two subordinates and headed off to visit Aramaki. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Sakazuki secretly sighed, hoping that after they witnessed Aramaki's true self, they wouldn't be too disappointed. After having Yunku arrange for someone to bring Aramaki to the marshal's office in the administrative building, Sakazuki led everyone away from the training camp. At that moment, it was noon. Various troops stationed at the Navy headquarters rushed to the cafeteria or the restaurants on the back street for lunch, and the roads were filled with hungry soldiers. On the necessary path between the new recruit training camp and the administrative building, the hurried Navy soldiers instinctively slowed their pace. Everyone tried to move to the side of the road, deliberately leaving a passage in the middle, with all eyes focused on the group slowly walking toward them. Wow, it's Marshal Sakazuki and Admiral Ishiao, Instructor Zephyr. What are they doing? Many people quietly shifted their feet while whispering. Although seeing high-ranking Navy leaders at the headquarters wasn't unusual, it was rare to see the Marshal, an admiral, the chief instructor, and three well-known vice admirals together. This inevitably sparked some curiosity. Why are they all stopping here? Hurry up and eat, then get back to work. Anyone caught slacking off will be dragged to the training grounds for extra training. Zephyr shouted when he saw the soldiers moving at a snail's pace. Upon hearing Zephyr's booming voice, everyone shivered and quickly quickened their pace, swiftly escaping the area. They definitely didn't want to return to that dreadful training camp. Watching the soldiers scatter, Zephyr shook his head and caught a glimpse of Sakazuki, who had a poker face, secretly muttering to himself. This guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes always has that expressionless face. It's not that good looking. He's not as handsome as I was when I was young. But why does everyone look like they're starstruck? The new recruits at the training camp could be excused for not having seen much of the world. But even the veterans who had worked at the headquarters for many years were the same. Truly hard to understand. Sakazuki seemed to sense Zephyr's sidelong glance and shot him a sharp look. Zephyr quickly averted his gaze, his sunglasses hiding any subtle emotions. Sakazuki cast a puzzled glance at him. Why did it seem like Zifa was a bit flustered? The group moved quickly, and they were almost at the administrative building. At that moment, an elderly, short, and thin woman walked by. Her hair was gray, styled in a simple ponytail to her shoulders, and her face was lined with the marks of time. She wore green earrings and a white pattern tie with a purple background, which matched well with the purple scarf around Ishiao's neck. The old woman noticed Sakazuki, Zifa, and a large group and looked at them with eyes full of deep wisdom and a hint of confusion, thinking something significant must have happened. She changed direction and approached to ask, Sakazuki, Zifa, what are you all doing? Upon seeing this elderly woman, Zifa recalled how he had just arranged for her at the training camp, and he took a small step back, chuckling as he replied, Ahi, are you interested in meeting a super strong new recruit? Oh, super strong? His eyes sparkled, instantly catching the key point. Sakazuki then briefly explained Aramaki's situation to her, which piqued her interest. It was already rare to recruit a talent like Ishiao during this world draft, and now another Aramaki, who could rival him, was indeed a fortunate event for the Navy. The advisor immediately decided to forego her lunch and join Sakazuki and the others to assess the newcomer. Thus, a luxurious lineup consisting of the Navy Marshal, an Admiral, the Chief Instructor, and the Chief Advisor was formed. At the Navy Headquarters Administrative Building, in the Marshal's office, a tall and burly man was reclining on the sofa with a bored expression. He had his legs crossed in a relaxed manner and was fiddling with his fingers that had transformed into vine-like shapes. After a while, he glanced at Sakazuki's aide with slight impatience and asked, Hey, when is the old Marshal going to arrive? Compared to other serving or retired Navy admirals, Aramaki was still relatively young, still carrying the vigor of his youth and acting somewhat impulsively. However, he greatly admired Marshal Sakazuki's unwavering spirit of absolute justice and hoped to follow him in executing justice. That was why he signed up for the World Draft, showcasing his strong abilities, and was selected to come to the Navy headquarters. The aide frowned slightly at Aramaki's carefree demeanor. Although somewhat annoyed by this guy, he still politely replied, Marshal Sakazuki is busy with official duties and is currently inspecting the work status of various departments, but he will be here soon. After finishing, the aide glanced at the clock and saw it was already past noon. Thinking that since it was someone Marshal Sakazuki was personally receiving, he couldn't lose his manners. He politely asked, Would you like me to arrange some refreshments for you first? No need. Haramaki shook his head indifferently, seemingly not giving the aide much face. He hated waiting and also disliked all troublesome matters. Not to mention snacks, he hadn't eaten in 3 years because he found eating too bothersome. Moreover, he would rather give face to a woman than this man in front of him. If a beautiful woman were to personally feed him, perhaps he might be in a good mood and eat a little. By the way, you don't need to keep staring at me here, right? Haramaki coldly glanced at him. He didn't like being kept in front of by a man. The aide sensed the slight disdain and rejection in Haramaki's tone and immediately felt that this man was not as easy to get along with as the newly appointed general who had a smiling disposition. His tone became slightly stiff. Please forgive me, but if Marshal Sakazuki and Secretary Abari are not in the office, I must stay here as part of my duties. Haramaki casually nodded, his eyes darting around. His gaze finally landed on a plaque hanging on the wall behind Sakazuki's desk. It bore several sharp characters. Absolute justice. Seeing those words radiating a chilling aura, Haramaki couldn't help but stand up and slowly walk toward it, about to reach out to touch it. However, he was interrupted by the aide. Mr. Haramaki, you haven't passed the review and inspection of the Navy headquarters yet. Please do not move around casually, and do not touch Marshal Sakazuki's belongings. Haramaki's outstretched hand paused, and he frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. What was wrong with him touching his idol's belongings? This soldier seems to be talking a bit too much, huh? Haramaki slowly turned around, his shadowy gaze fixed on the aide. A cold, rebellious glint flashed beneath his sunglasses, and a terrifying aura faintly emanated from him. This is merely part of a subordinate's duties. The aide remained unafraid, meeting his gaze calmly. He had been by Marshal Sakazuki's side for so long that he could always sense the overwhelming power within the Marshal, and he had long since adapted to it. The aura before him was nothing but a small trick. Seeing that this weak soldier had such courage and determination, Haramaki couldn't help but snort coldly. Although he didn't dare to make a move here, he could unleash an invisible pressure to intimidate him while the higher-ups of the Navy had not yet arrived. It would serve as a lesson for Sakazuki's aide. With that thought, Haramaki grinned, and his aura became even more chilling and terrifying. A targeted energy field radiated from him. Pressing towards the aide, Suddenly, a dazzling blue lightning bolt pierced through the air, appearing between the two of them and forcibly breaking the momentum Haramaki had built up. At the same time, a voice several times more arrogant than Haramaki's rang out, "Hey, green-haired rookie, what are you doing? Bullying my brother?" The dazzling blue arcs of electricity filled the entire office as a tall figure slowly emerged from the frenzied energy of the lightning. He hovered in midair, resembling a thunder god from the heavens, looking down at Haramaki with a condescending gaze. "Admiral Enel." The aide felt somewhat excited and thrilled at the sight of this figure suddenly appearing before him. Admiral Enel was a powerful man personally brought into the Navy headquarters by Marshal Sakazuki. Although he was somewhat reckless and often out of line, he was very friendly and protective of his aides. Enel floated down from the air, nodded at the aide, and then looked at Haramaki with a mocking expression. He raised the golden staff in his hand, casually resting it on his shoulder, and said with interest, "So you're the one who defeated Vice Admiral Branch?" At this moment, Haramaki also dissipated the aura surrounding him and casually glanced at Enel, who had an air of superiority. He then calmly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Taking a deep puff, he said nonchalantly, "You must be the newly appointed Navy Vice Admiral. Codename Thunder Falcon, right?" Enel nodded proudly, thinking that this guy in front of him was indeed strong, but not as strong as Chief Sakazuki and Old Blind Uncle. He estimated that he was only temporarily a notch stronger than himself. In a real fight, he might not necessarily win. After all, he was no longer the frog at the bottom of the well who could only play with heart nets and lightning. After training with teacher Zifa and a month of battles in the New World, Enel's strength had made a qualitative leap, and he was now basically on par with Ziyuan and Kaji. Enel compared himself to the deceased Big Mom and Katakuri, consciously feeling that with his current strength, although he might not be able to defeat the Emperor, taking on a Vice-Emperor alone would be no problem. Moreover, even if he lacked experience and couldn't defeat a battle-hardened opponent, he could always run away, but he still had to continue training hard, as there was only one admiral position left, and he couldn't let it be snatched away by outsiders. He had specifically transformed into lightning to come over early to see Haramaki's strength. Currently, he roughly estimated that the gap was not very large, and with some effort, he could still catch up. Enel secretly compared in his heart that he must be faster than the guy opposite him to be promoted to Navy Admiral. Haramaki naturally felt the surging battle intent radiating from Enel, but he was somewhat disdainful. A mere Vice Admiral, even an Elite One for the headquarters, he could easily defeat, at most finding Thunderfruit's ability a bit more troublesome. He leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke and said disdainfully, "Kid with lightning, you're still too inexperienced. Where's Marshal Sakazuki?" As soon as Haramaki finished speaking, he sensed several extremely powerful auras appearing at the office door. Tap, tap, tap. Sakazuki, Zifa, Crane, and Ishiao walked in one after another, with Hibari, Doberman, and Jones following closely behind. "Enel, why did you run over so fast?" Zifa quickly walked to Enel's side and gave his head a hard pat, only hitting a mass of electric arcs. However, Zifa didn't mind at all and turned his gaze toward the somewhat dazed Haramaki, observing his well-built muscles, and said in a slightly approving tone, "So you're Haramaki, huh? Quite spirited." Haramaki stared blankly at Zifa and the other high-ranking Navy officers. When he made eye contact with Sakazuki, there was obviously a bit more fervor in his eyes. "Marshal Sakazuki, you finally arrived." Sakazuki nodded expressionlessly at him and then motioned for everyone to sit down. He walked to his exclusive office desk and then looked Haramaki up and down. This guy had somewhat defined features, with two prominent eyebrows, drooping eyelids, and thick lips, not looking like a good person. He had slightly messy, deep green, curly hair and was wearing sunglasses, and at this moment, he even had a cigarette in his mouth. Haramaki seemed to notice Sakazuki's slightly furrowed brow and quickly took the cigarette from his mouth, accurately tossing it into the ashtray. Sakazuki ignored the small actions of Aramaki and casually picked up the prepared documents on the table to look through them. This guy was tall and strong, robust and powerful. He wore a plain white naval coat draped over his shoulders and had a katana tucked at his waist. On the left side of his bare upper body was a tattoo that read Shikawa Kokoro. According to the information, it seemed to be related to a woman, hiding a sad story, which was why he deliberately got such a tattoo. Not only was Sakazuki examining Aramaki, but Zifa and Admiral Tsuru were also looking at him intently, secretly analyzing this unfamiliar strongman before them. Even the blind man, Ikaku, slightly opened his eyes, revealing the whites of his eyes as he scrutinized Aramaki. For a moment, Aramaki felt a sense of tension. Several powerful eyes were focused on him, creating quite a pressure. A few seconds later, Sakazuki withdrew his gaze and exchanged a glance with Zifa and Admiral Tsuru. After they nodded slightly, he signaled for his guards to close the door and stand watch outside. Sakazuki casually closed the documents on the table and then looked straight into Aramaki's eyes, letting out a long sigh before saying, "So, Aramaki, right? Even though you are very low-key, I have heard your name on the seas." Upon hearing this, Aramaki's expression changed from shock to delight. He never expected that Admiral Sakazuki had heard of him. He trembled as he replied, "Admiral, you actually know about my deeds?" Zifa, Admiral Tsuru, and others were also slightly surprised. They hadn't heard Sakazuki mention knowing Aramaki before coming here. Why did he suddenly seem so familiar? Yinxiao, however, was not surprised at all. She knew very well about Sakazuki's cunning nature. Even if he randomly picked someone from the vast sea with no connections, he could weave a convincing and touching story. Perhaps this was the charm of Uncle Sakazuki, who is currently the leader of the Navy and would soon become a spiritual totem for the world. But she felt that Uncle Sakazuki would not treat Aramaki as warmly as he did Mr. Ikaku, because there were vastly different life attitudes and values between these two individuals. Meanwhile, Ikaku sitting beside felt that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he had a rare moment of clarity, recalling the day he arrived at Navy headquarters, which also started like this. How could Admiral Sakazuki know so many people? Ikaku pondered deeply. Could it be that the Admiral has been paying attention to people's livelihoods, thus being well-informed about events happening on the seas? Yes, it seems the Admiral did mention that he had been working to eliminate pirates at sea, year-round, regardless of spring, summer, autumn, or winter, without a moment's rest. From the chaotic New World to the Grand Line and the vast seas, there were traces of the Admiral's activities everywhere. He had passed countless islands, witnessed numerous hardships of the people, so it was natural for him to know many things and meet many characters. Wasn't it through such a process that he entered the Admiral's sight? Yes, it must be. But how much time and effort would it take to reach such a level? Truly, he is the greatest man of this era. Just this perseverance is beyond what others can match. With such a towering naval admiral in the world, how could one worry about not seeing a bright future? Sakazuki was unaware of the rich inner thoughts of the crowd. He merely raised his gaze and slowly spoke. I once heard about a forest man during my voyage to eliminate pirates, who harbored extreme hatred for pirates and was merciless towards them. He should be a steadfast follower of absolute justice. But for some unknown reason, his behavior has become somewhat strange. Sakazuki subtly glanced at the tattoo on Aramaki's left side, which made Aramaki's heart tighten involuntarily. Zifa, Admiral Tsuru, and Ikaku became interested upon hearing Sakazuki's words and looked at him with anticipation. Aramaki, who had eaten the forest fruit, was a forest man capable of photosynthesis and possessed boundless vitality. From this perspective, his personality should be vibrant and energetic. However, his working style seemed very bizarre and unreasonable. Sakazuki gave him a deep look and suddenly changed the subject to ask, "Aramaki, what are your views on the non-member states of the world government?" Sitting somewhat uncomfortably on the sofa, Aramaki flashed a contemplative look in his eyes before replying, "Non-member states are not recognized as legitimate countries by the world government. They disregard the order established by the world government, do not comply with the regulations issued by the world government, and are unwilling to become member states and contribute to the peace and justice of the world. Therefore, non-member states are disruptive elements in the world, and the civilians of non-member states are also a group of restless potential threats." This was the answer that Aramaki held in his heart. With so many big shots present, there were others with stronger observation hockey than him, so he dared not lie casually and could only honestly express his thoughts. However, such an honest answer caused everyone to frown. Zifa and Admiral Tsuru exchanged glances and subtly shook their heads. Such a mindset did not align with the Navy's justice. Despite the many dirty deeds the Navy had to do under the oppression of the Celestial Dragons, they still could not accept abandoning the safety of countless innocent civilians. Now that the leadership with Admiral Sakazuki at the helm had come to power, they had discarded the stability obtained through previous compromises, relying instead on a tough military style. They hardly obeyed the orders of the Celestial Dragons anymore, and now displayed a decisive attitude of wanting to establish a peaceful world through iron-fisted means. Although this newcomer was powerful, he did not seem as benevolent as Ikaku. He appeared to be more of a supporter of aristocratic power, inherently carrying class discrimination in his thoughts. In this light, he cannot be greatly utilized. Sakazuki naturally understood the message conveyed by Zifa and Admiral Tsuru's gazes and continued to ask Aramaki, "And what about member states? What do you think?" Aramaki believed this was a test from the Navy's senior management, assessing his political stance and quality. He could handle these questions since his true intentions aligned with the Navy, the world government, and the celestial dragons. Moreover, he had initially planned to guard the Holy Land Marineford after being promoted to admiral, as that was the paradise of the world. He believed that Admiral Sakazuki and the other Navy leaders would support him. Thus, without hesitation, Aramaki said, "Member states are legitimate countries under the jurisdiction of the world government, recognized as formal states authorized by the celestial dragons. They are inherently a level above those independent non-member states and should naturally enjoy the unconditional protection of a Navy. Our Navy was established to serve the world government, the celestial dragons, and member states, right? If the Navy was indeed a loyal subordinate unit of the world government and a weapon that obeyed the celestial dragons, then this answer was impeccable. Even the Gorosei and would have to applaud him. As a farm cow who strongly supported the world government and the celestial dragons, Aramaki was unwilling to bow to the common people and only wished to follow the commands of the celestial dragons. He was poisoned by the inherent thoughts of feudalism and brainwashed by the supreme power of the celestial dragons. He believed that the people of non-member states like Wano Country, Zou, and Elbaf were simply unworthy of possessing human rights. Even in the eyes of Aramaki, humans have survived by stepping on species that are lower than themselves. And non-member countries are synonymous with inferior. The endless stream of pirates comes from non-member nations. Only by trampling down the restless illegal forces from non-member countries can people live in peace. In short, their discrimination is equivalent to protecting themselves. Of course, all of this may be related to the love story hidden within Aramaki. But from his declaration that the celestial dragons are the gods of this world, it is clear that he has firmly stood in the camp of the celestial dragons, believing in their dominance and rule over the world. Sakazuki sighed inwardly. If Aramaki's version of justice at all costs is not willing to fight for the Navy and the civilians of the world, but is instead willing to die for the celestial dragon regime, then this guy is not trustworthy at all. However, despite the differing paths, they can still be exploited to death. As the saying goes, a dead comrade is better than a dead monk. Thousands of bones are sacrificed for general success. To achieve great things and establish a grand enterprise, one must kill without mercy where necessary and exploit without hesitation where applicable. Not only must one make reasonable use of the power at their disposal, but they must also understand how to manipulate the weapons in the hands of their enemies. In this chaotic, violent, and force-dominated world, one must weaken opposing forces as much as possible and strengthen their own combat power. Both internal and external strengths should be utilized, striving to maximize military strength, concentrating that strength for the most malevolent and powerful foes, and deciding victory or defeat in one fell swoop. Once success is achieved, accountability can be pursued afterward, and it is also acceptable to kill the donkey after the grind. A glimmer of inscrutable light flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers, seemingly contemplating how to arrange Aramaki. 2 seconds later, Sakazuki crossed his hands and placed them steadily on the table. Slowly speaking, Aramaki, with your strength, you can indeed be promoted to Admiral of the Navy. As soon as this was said, everyone present, except for the proud and surprised Aramaki, was slightly shocked. A smile did not expect that someone could enjoy the same treatment as himself. He strongly disagreed with what Aramaki had just said. How can people from non-member countries not be considered human? There are many soldiers in the Navy from non-member countries, and they should all be protected by the Navy. Meanwhile, Enel, who was carefully polishing his golden staff, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Why is he being promoted to Admiral? No way. This guy hasn't even made any contributions yet. Shouldn't he kill a Yonko, like Uncle Blind, before considering a promotion to Admiral? Otherwise, it will be very difficult for him to have a chance to stand out again. Not to mention Enel's complicated and anxious feelings. Zephyr and Crane, sitting on the central sofa in the office, exchanged glances and quickly calculated in their minds. After a moment, Crane proactively interjected. Sakazuki, the position of Admiral is a symbol of the highest combat power of the Navy, a model for millions of Navy personnel to worship. It should go through strict selection before sitting in that position. Her eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Sakazuki, conveying a profound meaning, and then continued. However, during this extraordinary period, we should indeed relax the conditions and give more opportunities to newcomers. But to become an admiral, you still need some impressive achievements to convince everyone, right? After all, a smile personally killed Charlotte Linlin. So what mission do you plan to assign to Aramaki? After finishing, Crane turned her gaze to Aramaki, her eyes filled with wisdom. as if trying to uncover the secrets deep within his soul. Zephyr understood what Crane meant and couldn't help but laugh heartily, saying, "How about letting him choose between Blackbeard Teach and Kaido of the Beasts?" Aramaki stiffly faced the serious gazes of Crane and Zephyr, his eyelids twitching violently, secretly cursing this meddling old woman. And that old man, does he think taking down a Yonko is as easy as buying vegetables? Choosing one? Why don't you just go to heaven? Aramaki forced a smile to match Zephyr and Crane's gazes, inwardly cursing. Sakazuki ignored Aramaki's awkward but polite forced smile and nodded in agreement, finding it convenient to have smart people assisting him. A slight arc formed at the corner of his mouth as he deliberately asked, following Zephyr's words, "Aramaki, indeed, to become an admiral, you need enough dazzling achievements. So, which one do you intend to deal with? Teach or Kaido?" At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Aramaki, eager to see how tough this guy really was. After all, his earlier intimidation of his personal soldiers had left a deep impression on everyone. In Crane's memory, the last person who dared to intimidate and tease his personal soldiers was Doflamingo. But that guy was a bully who feared the strong, and when he encountered her, he fled like a mad rat. What about the courage of this newcomer before her? Under the watchful eyes of Sakazuki, Zephyr, Crane, and other big shots, Aramaki felt a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He silently adjusted his sunglasses, pretending to consider the bigger picture, and analyzed from the fundamental interests of the Navy. "Marshal Sakazuki, please listen to me. Teach and Kaido have huge and powerful forces. One is a new Yonko. Riding high and full of morale, it is not advisable to launch a war too early, while the other has been entrenched in Wano country for many years, deeply rooted. And it is also not easy to completely eradicate. To act against those two pirate groups requires careful planning and long-term consideration. Otherwise, it will lead to heavy losses, and if they cannot be completely eliminated, we will face terrifying retaliation." Aramaki's tone paused, feeling more and more that what he said was reasonable. The Blackbeard pirates and the Beast pirates are numerous. Only a fool would take risks. His eyes twitched under his sunglasses, and an idea suddenly came to him. So he proposed, now that the Bigman pirates have been defeated, the New World has returned to A3 Emperor state, among which the red-haired pirates are relatively weak. Therefore, I believe Shanks of the red-haired pirates is a good target. At this moment, Aramaki thought of that one-legged, one-armed, crippled emperor. If it were in the past, he naturally wouldn't dare to face the red-haired pirates directly. After all, they're a double emperor crew like the Roger pirates, with every crew member being elite and exceptionally skilled. However, since the events of Sabeti Archipelago, the red-haired pirates are left with only Shanks and Ben Beckman. At most, there are just some small fries stationed at the New World base. It would be more prudent for him to deal with such a crippled crew. "Huh, coward. You still want to be an admiral?" Enel clicked his tongue beside him, his disdainful gaze completely unhidden. Even Jones, who usually kept a low profile, thought this guy was too embarrassing. Although he also didn't want to engage in direct confrontation with two strong pirates. If he were given a death order, he would have to spare no effort, no matter what means were used. After all, the Navy is funded by the people's money. How can they truly be afraid of death? But this newcomer, who is stronger than most, does not dare to whip the stronger ones and even wants to shirk his duties. If he were to become an admiral, it would be a disgrace to the position, lowering the average standard of the Navy's highest combat power. "Hey, Lightning Kid, you think you're tough, huh? Why don't we have a match?" Huang Mu's expression turned cold as he stared at Enelu and said in a chilling voice. Enelu, however, showed no fear. The spark of lightning flickered in his eyes, and his fighting spirit surged once again. His powerful mind network ability allowed him to sense that teacher Zephyr, advisor Crane, and Uncle Blind seemed to be dissatisfied with this newcomer. Moreover, Enelu had long wanted to challenge this man who threatened his lifelong dream. "You have been struck by lightning." Just as the words left his mouth, Enelu instantly disappeared from the sofa. With a blinding flash of lightning, in just a millisecond, he appeared directly above Huang Mu's head. His right foot, wrapped in domineering lightning power, struck down like a mountain-splitting axe toward Huang Mu's head. Did it hit? Boom! A powerful shockwave spread out, and Enelu's unfinished words finally reached everyone's ears through the air. "Huh!" Suddenly, Enelu exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that his lightning strike had been easily blocked by Huang Mu. At this moment, a thick wooden shield made of vines had formed half a meter above Huang Mu's head, perfectly blocking Enelu's massive foot. Under the wooden shield, a cold light flashed in Huang Mu's eyes as he quickly got up, trying to grab Enelu's ankle. But instead, he only caught a mass of flickering electric arcs. "Stop! The office is not a place for fighting," Zephyr shouted angrily. immediately getting up and rushing forward to pull Enelu back. At the same time, a black fist mercilessly struck his head, causing Enelu to cry out in surprise. Also, Enelu, when did you learn this attitude from that Polysolino guy? Enelu gently covered his head and chuckled. Teacher Zephyr, isn't it cool? Uncle Monkey's subtle and profound skills are really something to admire. Using them feels great. Zephyr raised an eyebrow and sternly reprimanded, cool my ass. Fighting in the office, what kind of decorum is that? If you want to fight, go to the training base and do it slowly. Enelu awkwardly scratched his head, then provocatively smirked at Huangmu. Green hair, how about we step outside and spar? Huangmu's expression was unfriendly as he snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, you're only this arrogant now. Sakazuki had somehow pulled out a cigar from under the desk and lit it for himself, exhaling a mouthful of murky smoke. Interrupting the two, enough. Huangmu is new here and doesn't understand the Navy system and rules. We're all aspiring individuals fighting for justice, and we'll be colleagues in the future. So let's not make things difficult for each other. Beside him, the honest and simple Ishiao was momentarily stunned upon hearing Sakazuki defend Huangmu. He felt something was off about the statement. Why shouldn't they make things difficult for him just because he's new? Wasn't he also sent to the New World to attack the Big Mom pirates on his first day at Navy headquarters? And then he had to rush to take down Sadan Saint as well. Wasn't that making things difficult for him? After pondering for a moment, Ishiao suddenly realized. Could it be that this was the Marshal's special favor and attention towards him? With great power comes great responsibility. Since he was slightly stronger than Huangmu, he should be tasked with more arduous missions. And as for Huangmu, even if he wanted to go, the Marshal might not even allow it. After all, someone lacking in ability would only be a liability, potentially causing more trouble than he could solve. Thinking this way, Ishiao couldn't help but feel moved. Marshal Sakazuki truly was his confidant and role model. Sakazuki, unaware of Ishiao's thoughts, continued to persuade, I think what Huangmu said makes sense. Teach and Kaido have vast powers. They're not easily dealt with. If we want to completely eliminate those two pirate crews, we need to plan carefully. For now, just let him deal with the red-haired pirates. After saying this, Sakazuki gave Huangmu a very affirmative look. Since someone was playing the villain, of course, he had to play the good cop. Otherwise, how could he win over people's hearts and make him serve the Navy? Upon hearing this, Huangmu cast a grateful glance, realizing that it was indeed Marshal Sakazuki who had a keen eye and understood him. Sakazuki gladly accepted Huangmu's gratitude, but coldly sneered inwardly. He had no intention of actually giving Huangmu the position of admiral. After all, if this guy became an admiral, he would probably just go to Marineford to retire. Moreover, he was timid and lacked any guts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he would be a disgrace to the rank of admiral. Sakazuki took a puff of his cigar and then stood up to instruct Huangmu. Now, Huangmu, I temporarily appoint you to the position of Vice Admiral and Candidate Admiral of the Navy headquarters. You will set off for the New World immediately, and be sure to eliminate Shanks and Beckman on the high seas. When the time comes, we will hold a welcome party for you here and formally promote you to the rank of Admiral. Huangmu's face was filled with excitement as he solemnly gave a somewhat awkward military salute to Sakazuki. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly paused and hesitantly asked, Marshal Sakazuki, am I going alone? Sakazuki nodded without hesitation, speaking in an encouraging tone, Go. I believe you can do it all by yourself. All right then. Seeing Sakazuki trust him this much, Huangmu had to brace himself and step out. The half-disabled Shanks shouldn't be his opponent, right? Beckman shouldn't be that formidable either, right? Leaving the Marshal's office, Huangmu secretly comforted himself. Then he smiled confidently, thinking he was being too cautious. After all, it was just a fallen emperor. What was there to fear? He immediately activated his devil fruit ability, causing a special giant flower to bloom behind him. With a slight exertion, the flower generated strong propulsion, helping Huangmu rise into the air and quickly fly towards the New World. In the Marshal's office, now that Huangmu had left, the remaining people were all on the same side. Sakazuki sat back down in his office chair, casually extinguishing the cigar and scanning the room. Finally, his gaze landed on Zephyr and Advisor Crane as he gently asked, What do you think of Huangmu? Zephyr frowned slightly. From his years of teaching experience, he saw Huangmu as a rebellious troublemaker. Moreover, he seemed timid. These were major taboos for a soldier. Although he had taught many students with all sorts of personalities, he couldn't stand that kid. Reflecting on Huangmu's earlier words and actions, Zephyr lightly clicked his tongue and turned to Advisor Crane, asking, You also think that kid isn't suitable to be an admiral, right? Crane? Advisor Crane's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment before responding. I feel that our Navy and here destined to not be on the same path. Huangmu gives me the impression of being a member of the CP organization trained by the world government. He seems exceedingly loyal to the Celestial Dragons and highly praises the system of affiliated nations established by the world government. Yet, he displays open discrimination against ordinary civilians from non-affiliated countries, viewing them from a noble's perspective. Upon hearing Advisor Crane's words, Doberman immediately felt that Huangmu resembled the CP-0 he had once fought against on Sabaody Archipelago. He then snarled with his fierce, scarred face, "Good grief. I was wondering why I couldn't stand that kid. It turns out he's a lackey of the Celestial Dragons." His face was twisted with rage, and the scar on his face resembled a centipede crawling across it. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in Doberman's eyes as he picked up his sword and laid it across his lap, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. He then said fiercely, "Marshal Sakazuki, why don't we follow them closely and take advantage of the situation when they are both battered and bruised after fighting with the red-hair pirates? We can strike with lightning speed and capture them all to eliminate future threats." As soon as Doberman spoke, it resonated with the other two newly appointed vice admirals. Inaru was so excited he began to dance, then grasped the middle section of his golden staff and, with a slight exertion of his arm, made the staff spin in circles to his right side. After spinning it rapidly for a few rounds, he rested it on his shoulder, grinning maniacally as he laughed. "Yaha, this old vice admiral is right. Let me fry that red-hair guy with lightning." Inaru had not forgotten the grudge he held against Shanks for his sword. Jones, hearing Doberman's suggestion, also showed a hint of excitement on his face, unable to resist waving his axe secretly. "Marshal Sakazuki, I think this is very feasible. We can't miss this opportunity." Jones licked his lips, thinking that when the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. This was excellent. Anyway, the red-hair pirates would eventually have to deal with it. Let Ashura take the lead while they pick up the spoils from behind, which greatly reduces the risk. If Marshal Sakazuki personally intervenes, it would be best to add Instructor Zephyr, Uncle Ishao, and Chief of Staff Crane. Although the lightning kid next to them was sharp-tongued, his strength should not be underestimated, so he could be included as well. It was a pity that Uncle Monkey was out on a mission and couldn't participate. Jones secretly counted on his fingers, trying to add more advantages to their side. Chief of Staff Crane looked at the three excited and reckless men, her mouth twitching slightly as she couldn't help but facepalm. These brainless fans that Sakazuki personally trained were even more radical than Sakazuki himself. It seemed these people were all taught by Zephyr, and Crane's gaze suddenly became sharp. She then glanced at Zephyr, who was sitting next to her, and saw that he too had a slightly excited expression, which left her speechless. Were all these men so warlike? She looked again at Ishao, who was sitting on the same side as her and Zephyr. Even this usually honest and steady man was a bit lively, although his expression remained unchanged. The aura he emitted could not be faked. If his staff hadn't been sent for repairs, he probably would have waved it to show his fighting spirit. However, having energy was a good thing. They couldn't be lazy and lethargic. If they lacked motivation to kill pirates, how could they uphold justice? Chief of Staff Crane temporarily ignored the excited crowd and looked towards the calm Sakazuki, a hint of approval flashing in her deep-set eyes. Since becoming the admiral, Sakazuki had become more composed. His actions were decisive yet measured, and he fought fiercely without losing sight of strategy. This was exactly the iron-fisted approach needed for the Navy's admiral in today's chaotic times. Crane felt increasingly satisfied with Sakazuki, but thinking about Ashura's situation, she interjected, "Sakazuki, if Ashura successfully deals with the red-haired pirates, you won't actually give him the position of admiral, right? Whether Shanks lives or dies, how he dies, and at whose hands, is secondary. The key is that the position of admiral cannot be given so recklessly." Right, Sakazuki. The position of admiral requires not only strength, but also symbolizes the highest honor of the Navy. As the vanguard of justice for the entire Navy, character must also be carefully considered. At this moment, Zephyr also snapped back to reality from his excitement. He had just been thinking about how to bully a one-armed and one-legged disabled person like Shanks using his two intact hands and legs. Zephyr glanced at Ishao beside him and continued following Crane's line of thought. You see, although Ishao is blind and can't see people, can't read, and can only fight head-on, he can't handle complex administrative duties. But he is righteous, loyal, and honest, so everyone recognizes him. In this regard, Ashura falls short by a large margin. Zephyr pointed to the blind warrior, speaking with righteous indignation and eloquence. Ishao, didn't he just mention a little about Zephyr's past the first time they met? Why is he still holding a grudge about it now? The others looked at Zephyr, who was disparaging Ishao, with strange expressions, but they still nodded in agreement. Letting someone who advocates for the rule of the celestial dragons become an admiral is like inviting a wolf into the house. It's too dangerous. Seeing everyone so tense, Sakazuki couldn't help but chuckle internally, fearing that he might make a hasty decision. He waved his hand, a slight smile on his lips, and a cold, ambiguous smile flashed across his face as he calmly reassured everyone. Don't worry, Ashura won't be able to kill Shanks. This mission is destined to fail. Upon hearing this, everyone felt puzzled. Why wouldn't he be able to kill Shanks? Was it because of his reputation? Sakazuki noticed the confusion in everyone's eyes and on Ishao's face. He let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with a chilling bloodthirst. His sharp gaze locked on everyone present as he slowly explained in a deep voice. Because the blood that flows through Shanks is that of the supreme commander of the Knights of God, Galen's saint. As soon as Sakazuki said this, the air instantly became silent, and everyone was shocked. Zephyr and Chief of Staff Crane's pupils constricted. They never expected Shanks to have such an identity. Previously, Sengoku and Kong had never mentioned this. It is well known that red-haired Shanks was once an apprentice on the Roger Pirates. After the Roger Pirates disbanded, he established the red-haired pirates. He then cut his way through obstacles in the New World, quickly rising to prominence. Until a certain time, he left the New World, traveled the seas, lost his left arm, and then forcefully returned, boldly rising to the position of one of the four emperors. The Navy had even set a bounty of 4,489,000,000 berries on him, which shows how dangerous he was. There had even been rumors that there was no pirate in the world who could embody freedom more than Shanks. If the definition of Pirate King is the freest person on the sea, then it could be said that Shanks is the one closest to that throne. This is because he is the heir of Pirate King Roger, the second master of the Straw Hat of Freedom. Therefore, the Navy places great importance on him. But no one would have thought that he was a celestial dragon, and an elite celestial dragon at that. Everyone's eyes widened as they struggled to digest this shocking news. Wow, that red-haired guy is actually a descendant of the so-called creator, or the son of the leader of the Knights of God. No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out he has such a strong background. Inaru exclaimed, but he showed no fear. So what if he was a celestial dragon? His mighty thunder was specifically meant to subdue these wicked beings. The usually radical Doberman stood up even more excitedly, cursing loudly. No wonder that damn little brat likes to wave the hypocritical banner of maintaining peace and stability in the sea, swindling and bullying everywhere, intervening in the struggles between various forces. It turns out he relies on his identity as a celestial dragon. Does he really think he is a world aristocrat, supremely noble, able to command others and treat the entire world as his backyard? Doberman was furious, justifiably accusing Shanks of his despicable actions. Everyone seemed to be infected by Doberman's emotions, their eyes revealing a hint of disgust and anger. A moment later, Zephyr swallowed, his throat moving as he lightly pressed his lips together and slowly asked Sakazuki, why did the red-haired Shanks abandon his identity as a celestial dragon to go out to sea and become a pirate alongside Roger? As soon as Zephyr spoke, everyone calmed down, as this was the answer they all wanted to know. Hearing Zephyr's question, Admiral Tsuru's eyes flashed with contemplation. Could it be that red-haired Shanks, like the Don Quixote family that he had previously pursued, had been abandoned by his family as a celestial dragon? No, that can't be right. Not to mention that he had never heard of other celestial dragon families in Marineford experiencing anything similar to the Don Quixote family. Moreover, the Figureland family had produced a monster like St. Charlos. Such a status could not just be abandoned. So what exactly is it? Tsuru also cast a questioning glance at Sakazuki, waiting for his explanation. Sakazuki took in everyone's confusion. He was not in a hurry to explain. Instead, he pulled out a cigar from under his desk, leisurely ignited it with his magma powers, and took a deep puff. The white smoke immediately filled the air in front of Sakazuki, like the fog of uncertainty lingering in everyone's hearts, adding a touch of suspense to the quiet office. Behind the smoke were sharp, indifferent eyes, as if seeing through the murky haze to uncover the secrets hidden in the corners of the world. Sakazuki gently blew out, dispersing the smoke that floated before him, as if clearing away the fog surrounding Shanks' origins. Everyone present, except for the newcomer Isao, knew that every 3 years, the Celestial Dragons held a large-scale human hunting game. During that time, the Celestial Dragons would bring a large number of slaves from Marineford and select a non-world government-affiliated country as the hunting ground. Sakazuki's deep, serious voice slowly resonated, as if he were beginning to tell a story. Upon hearing this sensitive topic, Zephyr, Tsuru, and Doberman all lowered their heads in silence, seemingly filled with guilt or remorse. The brutal tradition of the celestial dragons slaughtering a country every 3 years was initiated by some inhumane celestial dragon. This hunting activity, which regarded ordinary humans as mere ants, had continued for many years. The Navy not only knew of the world government's actions, but also had to send troops to assist in surrounding the islands to prevent the celestial dragon slaves and the indigenous people of non-affiliated countries from escaping. This was entirely contrary to the justice slogans shouted by the Navy and completely opposed to the original intentions of all Navy personnel. This caused countless informed Navy high-ranking officials to suffer night after night, tormented by their conscience. How many generations of Navy leaders wished to eliminate these wicked celestial dragons, overthrow the world government's rule, and restore peace and tranquility to the world? However, the world government and the celestial dragon regime had been established for over 800 years. As the strongest international organization standing on the seas, a superpower that oppressed the entire world, their foundation was simply too deep. Their influence was vast, with countless subordinates that made one's scalp tingle. Millions of Cypherpole members, from numbered 0 to 9, with a total of 10 branches distributed across the globe, were responsible for a series of espionage tasks such as monitoring, capturing, guarding, and assassinating. Additionally, there were tens of thousands of soldiers in the Knights of God. This terrifyingly powerful Knight army was led by a commander, supreme commander, a vice commander, and 10 commanders capable of matching any pirate force. Even the Revolutionary Army would have to treat them with caution. Besides their own formidable military strength, the world government also had the support and backing of over 170 affiliated countries. Their resources were incredibly rich, providing countless treasures every year. The combined forces of the soldiers from these countries far exceeded the total number of Navy personnel. Such a colossal entity was basically unshakable. Moreover, the Navy could not have been established and maintained without the support of the world government. Furthermore, the previous generations of the Navy did not possess the strong power that this generation of the Navy had. In the most difficult times, they could not even muster a single admiral. Thus, regarding the celestial dragon's blatant malice, the Navy was helpless and unable to change anything. Sakazuki sensed the negative emotions among everyone and sighed leisurely. Such matters, these devils, all of this evil would surely come to an end in his lifetime. He no longer kept them in suspense, sternly interrupting the crowd's gloom and continuing. Do you all remember the God Valley incident that destroyed the Sea Overlord, the Rocks Pirates? Over 30 years ago, seeing everyone nod, a hint of nostalgia appeared on Sakazuki's face, as if recalling the past. This immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. Now was the end of the year 1520 in the Sea Circle calendar, and the God Valley incident had occurred about 36 years ago. Admiral Sakazuki had joined the Navy in 1490. At that time, he was only 23 years old and had completed a series of arrangements in just 30 years to reach his current position as the Admiral of the Navy, which was indeed remarkable. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that during the God Valley incident, Admiral Sakazuki had not yet joined the Navy. How could it seem that he was more familiar with that battle than Zephyr and Admiral Tsuru, both of whom were in their 70s? Sakazuki met the curious gazes of everyone, pondered for a moment about the events in his mind, and then earnestly recounted. Although that battle was a long time ago, so long that the truly informed ones have either died or are old, perhaps only teacher Zephyr and Admiral Tsuru can speak with authority on it. Zephyr and Tsuru nodded slightly in agreement. They had joined the Navy at the same time as Garp and Sengoku. Through continuous training and missions, they had stood out from countless recruits, forming a deep friendship among the four best. Tsuru's talents mainly lay in her intelligence. Although her strength was not weak, she still fell short compared to her 3 comrades Zephyr, Sengoku, and Garp. Among these 3, Garp's strength slightly surpassed that of Zephyr and Sengoku, giving him a slight edge. As for the God Valley incident, it was Garp's most brilliant battle, a magnificent turnaround that shaped his glorious image as a hero of the Navy. Zephyr and Tsuru had naturally heard many times from Garp about the terrifying aspects of that epic battle. At that time, the strongest pirate combat forces on the seas were basically all there. Sakazuki glanced at the pensive Zephyr and Tsuru and continued. Although I did not personally participate in that earth-shattering battle, once I became an admiral and learned more about the God Valley incident, I vaguely felt that things back then were not so simple. So I began to investigate this matter. Doberman, Enel, and Jones listened attentively, secretly feeling admiration for Admiral Sakazuki. He was indeed a man of both courage and wisdom, possessing a questioning and exploratory mindset towards everything. As for Hibari, having accompanied Sakazuki for around 20 years, she naturally understood the arduous struggle of her uncle Sakazuki. Although she did not know how Uncle Sakazuki conducted the investigation and had not noticed anything, since he said so, it must indeed be true that he had investigated. Sakazuki was quite pleased with the expressions of those present. The information he was about to share was all true, just slightly embellished. In recent years, he had finally uncovered the truth behind that battle. It just so happened that it was the year the Celestial Dragons held the hunting games. And this time they chose the non-member country of the God Valley, rich in resources, to release troublesome slaves and eliminate them along with the indigenous people, subsequently declaring the island as belonging to the Celestial Dragons. Sakazuki paused his tone to introduce the main character of the incident. In that hunting game, there was a Celestial Dragon who not only personally killed the king of God Valley, but also slaughtered a large number of troublesome slaves and indigenous people, thus earning the favor of the Celestial Dragons. He was none other than the current supreme commander of the God Knights, the king who once shone brightly in God Valley. The Celestial Dragons held a slaughtering competition in God Valley to select and showcase those among them with combat talent. Rewards such as devil fruits and other prizes were distributed based on performance. Those with excellent results could choose their desired spoils first, gaining the highest honors and status. Lin Jin became the leader of the God Knights due to his display of immense strength and cruel attitude during the hunting games. He had brutally killed countless slaves and civilians to reach such a high position, with a long list of heinous acts that were unforgivable. Sakazuki glanced at Zifa and Crane, who were veterans in the Navy. Although they did not personally join the battlefield at that time, they should be quite familiar with it. However, naturally, they did not understand as much as he, the third party with a God's perspective, did. The God Valley battle was a defensive campaign launched by the Navy and the world government against the heinous crimes of the Rocks Pirates. This kind of passive defense war is a dark history that cannot see the light in the history of the pirate world. Therefore, both the Celestial Dragons and the high-ranking Navy officials went to great lengths to conceal the information, and the number of people who truly knew the truth was extremely few. Looking at it this way, that old man Lin Jin should be quite formidable. But why did he leave his own son out there? Could be a secret child worried about being discovered by his wife? Enel wondered, smacking his lips. He seemed to enjoy eating apples a lot, and had brought quite a few with him, now pulling out a bright red apple to munch on. If most strong individuals rely on eating meat to replenish energy, then Enel seemed to rely on apples for energy. Perhaps it was because he was the user of the rumble fruit, needing endless electrical energy. Apples contain electrolytes, and can even be used to make fruit batteries in real life. Although the current produced is small, it can still light up a small bulb. In the pirate world, this effect is exaggerated. So, Enel probably eats apples daily to maintain sufficient electrical energy in his body. After all, energy cannot only be output without input. Apples were Enel's source of energy. Sakazuki casually looked at Enel, who was listening to the story while gnawing on an apple. This guy really had a carefree attitude, making him seem like an onlooker. However, being supportive also made him a qualified onlooker. After all, Lin Jin was seriously injured in that battle. He had to hide his child secretly to avoid being killed by pirates. The military novice Enel, who had just arrived in the New World a few months ago, quickly finished eating the apple in his hand, not even leaving the core. His gossiping spirit ignited again as he asked, why did such a powerful Lin Jin get injured? Sakazuki's lips curled into a cold smile as he said chillingly, because among the slaves they brought from Mary Joa, some were not ordinary people, including the Okama king Ivankov, Bartholomew Kuma, and his lover Jinbei. No one expected that Jinbei was the catalyst for that great battle. Jinbei was skilled in theft, eavesdropping, and relaying information, possessing strong intelligence warfare capabilities. Despite the Celestial Dragon's actions being very secretive, they were still discovered in advance by Jinbei, who leaked the information. At that time, the Celestial Dragons brought not just slaves from Mary Joa, but also countless treasures for outstanding performers in the hunting games. Among them were the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, Azure Dragon form, and the meatball fruit. These two powerful devil fruits were prizes for the Celestial Dragons competition, naturally possessing unparalleled allure. Sakazuki recalled the events and continued to speak to everyone. When Jinbei revealed information about God Valley to the outside world, powerful pirate groups like the Rocks Pirates and the Roger Pirates mobilized. How could those Celestial Dragons possibly be a match for the formidable Rocks Pirates? In a prisoner's dilemma, Lin Jin could only hide the red-haired child in a treasure chest to escape disaster. After all, the Rocks Pirates would not care about the life or death of a Celestial Dragon infant when they went berserk. Lin Jin probably intended to display his might in front of his child, using it as an example to inspire the child's fighting spirit. A so-called innate king must be well nurtured from a young age. So, Gallant Saint brought his newborn child to God Valley to participate in the hunting game together. Perhaps this is also the reason why the red-haired one could become so powerful in the future. After all, he witnessed such grand scenes from a young age. Who would have thought they would be attacked by the Sea Tyrant Rock's pirates? It's uncertain whether this was a stroke of luck or a tragedy for the red-haired one. Sakazuki mused internally. At that time, the celestial dragons could not withstand the pirates' attacks and had to seek help from a navy, which dispatched Vice Admiral Garp to protect the celestial dragons. Ultimately, to defeat the Rock's pirates, Vice Admiral Garp teamed up with Pirate King Roger to successfully kill Rocks, and Roger also obtained immense wealth from it. Among the treasures Roger acquired was the red-haired child hidden by Gallant Saint. Zifa and Crane suddenly realized that the Navy indeed received orders to assist God Valley. Later, news emerged that Navy hero Garp had forcefully defeated Rocks. Of course, Zifa and Crane knew the inside story. It was actually the world government's intention to shape a heroic figure to divert the world attention and minimize the celestial dragon's presence in that battle, thus covering up their crimes. What? It wasn't Vice Admiral Garp who defeated Rocks alone, but he and Roger together, and it was to protect the celestial dragons. Doberman almost couldn't help but stand up again. Their generation grew up hearing stories of the Navy hero. Yet, it seemed this heroic title was somewhat inflated. Crane sighed and said softly, "That is indeed the case." It was the order of Fleet Admiral Kong at the time, and creating a heroic title for Garp was also the world government's idea. Although this matter is not very honorable, it at least intimidated many pirates and had a certain positive impact on the Navy. As an exceptionally outstanding female commander, Crane had been a comrade of Garp for many years and sometimes inevitably had some emotional responses. As the Chief of Staff, Zifa, who surpasses most with his wisdom and strategy, relies on absolute rationality. Therefore, he would not deliberately conceal anyone's shortcomings or mistakes. Upon hearing the advisor Crane's lament, a strange light flickered beneath Zifa's sunglasses. He glanced around the large office, seemingly searching for the two figures who often used to be here. However, it was in vain. Thinking of the ideals and aspirations of those two old friends, Zifa sighed inwardly. Now, apart from himself and Crane, the oldest present were Sakazuki and Ikaku, both in their 50s. Yet he and Crane, these two old men, had already passed 70. Nevertheless, they still remained vigorous, able to contribute to the Navy's cause. It's just a pity that those two former comrades resolutely do not support Sakazuki. Now, they can no longer move forward together. Sakazuki glanced at the complex expressions of Zifa and Crane, understanding their feelings but not elaborating further. Finally saying to everyone, Red-haired was taken in by Roger after the God Valley battle, until the Roger pirates disbanded and he established his own crew. However, while being a pirate, he has always maintained contact with the highest leaders of the world government. Although it is all done secretly, it still leaves traces. Upon hearing this, Zifa couldn't help but admire Sakazuki even more, then sternly shouted, "That old bastard Sengoku has been hiding this from us. How outrageous. No wonder he was so accommodating during the Marineford War." Sakazuki deeply inhaled his cigar, neither affirming nor denying it. Perhaps Sengoku wasn't entirely clear about Red-haired's identity. Or maybe it was all under the orders of the Five Elders. Who really knows? Sakazuki's gaze slightly lowered. The burning light of the cigar reflected in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, Red-haired's ambitions are not that simple. On one hand, he shouts for freedom, while on the other, he abuses the privileges of the celestial dragons. Don't be fooled by his seemingly righteous and harmless appearance. He must be harboring ambitions that could disrupt the entire world. Zifa and Crane nodded in agreement, as Red-haired's behavior seemed to indicate he was setting up a larger scheme. This is precisely because of Red-haired's identity as the son of the Saint of Garleen. Once he utilizes the power and strength that this identity brings, Akainu would not be able to kill him. This is not only due to Akainu's respect for the celestial dragons, but also the protection of the Knights of God towards Red-haired. Moreover, the world government would not allow our navy to continue hunting Red-haired. Inaru, twirling the golden staff in his hand, interjected understandingly. A strange light flickered in his eyes. With this, Akainu would not be able to seize his position as a general. Furthermore, there are people that Akainu cannot or dares not kill. But he, Inaru, is not afraid. After hearing Inaru's understanding, Sakazuki nodded slightly. The elite celestial dragons are not so easy to kill. The group fell silent again. This is the power brought by the privileges of the celestial dragons. Suddenly, a suffocating atmosphere spread throughout the office, as if the momentum of a fierce tiger had been unleashed, startling everyone as they turned to look at the source of the pressure. These damn scum, these filthy lowlifes. who have enjoyed all the glory and wealth of the world, yet remain unsatisfied. What level of endless greed, violence, and desire drives them to push people to such extremes before they relent? Ikaku emitted a terrifying purple aura around him, with twisted patterns spiraling in the air within several meters of him. Ikaku had been furious since Sakazuki first mentioned the hunting games organized by the Celestial Dragons. He had been trying to restrain his rage all along, holding it in until Sakazuki finished speaking. Now, with Eneru's final words, red-haired cannot die, plunging everyone into silence. He could no longer contain his seething anger, because the hunting games held by the Celestial Dragons were conducted in secrecy, each time completely eliminating slaves and indigenous people without leaving any survivors, leaving the entire world largely unaware. Having never heard of or been able to imagine such absurdities, Ikaku clenched his teeth. His eyes widened like never before, revealing a complete horror of white. His expression became extremely grim, radiating an overpowering and terrifying aura of killing intent. A torrent of hatred brewed in Ikaku's heart, and to his surprise, 2 streams of murky tears began to flow from his bulging eyes. Every 3 years, they destroy a country. They have ruled the world for 800 years. In 800 years, with a hunting game every 3 years, they have wiped out more than 260 countries. What kind of devil could commit such inhumane and atrocious acts that defy natural justice? Ikaku's weathered face was instantly covered by murky tears as he desperately roared, howling like a wounded beast. These scoundrels who are both celestial dragons and the 4 emperors of the sea, what do they want to push the world to the brink of despair? Ikaku's voice gradually became hoarse, yet remained profound and powerful. The silent crowd, witnessing Ikaku's intense emotions, couldn't help but be affected, their eyes reddening, fists clenching, and tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. "Blind uncle," Eneru whispered, trembling his lips. At that moment, he felt he had also committed heinous crimes. Although the residents of Burka Island were at fault first, discriminating against him for over 20 years, humiliating and abusing him. But did he go too far in destroying the entire island in a moment of impulse, just like the Celestial Dragons? Eneru felt distressed and conflicted in his heart. However, he soon remembered what Sakazuki had said about him coming to Qinghai to atone, to cleanse all the criminal forces at sea and eradicate similar bullying incidents. This immediately strengthened Eneru's resolve. In that case, he must eradicate all celestial dragons, aristocratic forces, and great pirates like Red-Haired. Ikaku struggled to control his emotions, but couldn't help but lowly curse. What a bunch of ugly, morally bankrupt devils. I really want to go to Marineford War right now and chop them all up. His spirit had suffered a tremendous shock. Despite having traveled the seas for decades and witnessed countless darkness, cruelty, and tragedies in this world. But now, hearing such ridiculous and absurd things, he felt his worldview was about to be overturned. If he hadn't heard it directly from the respected Admiral Sakazuki, he absolutely would not have believed it. Ikaku felt the sofa he was sitting on was about to crack. To avoid not having a place to sit later, he struggled to rein in his violent aura. He then faced Sakazuki, coldly asking, "Admiral Sakazuki, when can we send Red-Haired and all the celestial dragons of Marineford to hell? Just like we did with the Saint of Satan? Hell is where those devils belong." In fact, Ikaku was aware that everyone present was on his side, and he could speak freely. Moreover, with his unparalleled observation haki, he had not detected any eavesdroppers or devices. Thus, he dared to ask Sakazuki this. It was not a moment of impulse. His psychological resilience was not that weak. However, before Sakazuki could respond to the question posed by Yixiao, several people were already left dumbfounded. At the same time, several incredibly powerful observation haki waves instantly spread out from the marshal's office. The invisible waves quickly enveloped the entire administrative building. Some even became uneasy and continuously enhanced their haki output until it covered the entire Marineford. Among them, only Doberman and Hibari remained calm. After all, Hibari was the intermediary, and the warship that Sakazuki took to Fishman Island was arranged by Doberman. Therefore, when the news of Sadan Saint's demise spread internally a few days ago, the two were unfazed, knowing it was done by Admiral Sakazuki himself. Zephyr, on the other hand, looked utterly astonished, his expression one of disbelief. His eyes were filled with extreme shock as he glanced at the still fuming Yixiao, then dumbfoundedly stared at the calm Sakazuki. After a long while, Zephyr couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? I thought killing 3 ordinary celestial dragons was impressive enough. But I didn't expect you to have also killed Sadan's saint." I said, "How could the Golden Lion have that kind of courage?" When they attacked the Big Mom pirates, Zephyr had only heard Sakazuki mention that after defeating Big Mom, he would go to complete another mission and would leave the battlefield entirely under Zephyr's command. The situation was urgent, and Sakazuki didn't say where he was going for what mission, so Zephyr naturally didn't ask. He never expected that he would actually go to Fishman Island to attack Sadan Saint. The nearby Vice Admiral Crane was still immersed in the shock brought by Ishiao's words. Now, with Zephyr suddenly interjecting with such a comment, it completely left Vice Admiral Crane dumbfounded. Her usually sharp and agile mind seemed to have crashed at this moment. Zephyr, Sakazuki, what on earth is going on? How could it be Sadan Saint and 3 celestial dragons? It seems like it was all done by our own people. Am I getting old? Or is my hearing going bad? Enel and Jones, the 2 younger ones, were full of excitement and enthusiasm, their eyes sparkling with barely contained joy. Even the highest leader of the world government had been taken down. This significance was extraordinary. Boss, that's amazing. Are we going to take charge now? Enel kept waving his golden rod, crackling with lightning, eager to try. Teacher, that's cool. Where are we hitting Mariewa? I need to prepare carefully. It will be a world war, and it's going to be intense. Jones tightened his grip on his axe, his eyes filled with boundless fighting spirit mixed with deep caution. Sakazuki shook his head, first calming Ishiao's emotions, then explaining the situation that had occurred to the uninformed individuals. His expression was incredibly calm and indifferent, as if he were merely recounting a trivial matter. Vice Admiral Crane sighed, her expression returning to its usual dignified seriousness. Although she quickly accepted this shocking news, her eyes still held traces of astonishment. After thinking for a moment, Vice Admiral Crane, unsure of where to start, slowly uttered a few words. Sakazuki, you are very bold. Zephyr laughed heartily for a few moments, unable to resist standing up and walking over to pat Sakazuki on the shoulder, proudly saying, it's not just bold, it's unprecedented, unmatched. You made a huge hole in the heavens. After Zephyr finished speaking, he laughed heartily again, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. Just a moment ago, he had been deeply immersed in the painful hunt for celestial dragons, but now he felt incredibly relieved. Vice Admiral Crane glanced at the somewhat out-of-control Zephyr, her eyes flashing with brilliance as she quickly organized her thoughts, then said solemnly, Sakazuki, no navy has dared to do this for the past 800 years. Once this step is taken, any mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. She didn't ask any more useless questions. Since Sakazuki had the courage and determination to make a move that previous admirals had not dared to take, then at this point, everyone should undoubtedly support him without hesitation. The wisdom in Vice Admiral Crane's deep eyes flickered as if she were strategizing for the perilous future of the Navy. Sakazuki, do you have a plan? How confident are you? Zephyr, now sitting back in his seat, looked at Sakazuki with curiosity upon hearing Vice Admiral Crane's profound inquiry. He had placed all his hopes on his student. However, he had never asked Sakazuki how confident he was in doing this. The others also looked at Sakazuki with expectant eyes. Only Ishiao, unable to convey his thoughts, had to perk up his ears to listen. Sakazuki scanned the crowd, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His dark eyes, as silent as a deep pool, showed no emotional fluctuations. He temporarily did not speak, but instead raised his right hand and slowly opened his palm. Upon seeing Sakazuki's gesture, Vice Admiral Crane couldn't help but frown slightly and whispered, "Is it only 50%? But then she relaxed her brow and comforted him. This is a step the Navy has never taken before. Having 50% confidence is already quite high. Zephyr nodded in agreement. As long as there is hope, that's enough. Even if there's only a 10% chance. They must try. The Navy absolutely cannot sit idly by in the face of the world government's evil deeds. However, Sakazuki shook his head. He suddenly closed his fully opened right palm into a fist, as if he had seized the throat of fate. He firmly and powerfully responded, "It's not 50%. It's all in my hands." Everyone's expression froze, their gazes fixated on Sakazuki. His demeanor exuded a palpable and intense confidence, as if the wheel of fate for this world was firmly in his grasp. The initial setting regarding Blackbeard's war for the Gura Nomi has been slightly modified. Chapter 8. Friends can review it to avoid affecting the reading experience. Thank you all for your continued support. The next chapter will be a very positive one, so please look forward to it. Sakazuki looked at everyone, his eyes blazing with fervor, his expression solemn and serious as he said in a powerful voice, "As long as we can balance the world government's high-end combat power, we will stand on the side of victory. We must believe that the people of the world are always striving for the good, the right, and the virtuous. The absolute justice that belongs to the vast masses will overcome all darkness and evil that cannot coexist with this world. Whether it is the pirates active on the sea or the bandits rampant on land, the black-hearted and the nobility, or even the descendants of the creators residing in Marineford. They will ultimately be consumed by the raging fury of the people. A glimmer of emotion flashed across Vice Admiral Crane's face. Looking at Sakazuki's resolute eyes, she suddenly recalled the boundless charisma she had when she first joined the Navy, full of ambition and confidence. The blood from over 70 years seemed to begin to boil again. She lightly pursed her slightly dry lips, her gaze fiery as she looked at Sakazuki, and said sternly, "The world government has over 170 member countries, a population of hundreds of billions, countless military soldiers, unparalleled rich resources, unimaginable various weapons, combat power, and trump cards. The 16 million Navy personnel not only have to eliminate the endless pirates, but also have to allocate forces to deal with the Revolutionary Army and the illegal forces of the underground dark world. If we face a superpower like the world government again, it will be very difficult for the entire Navy, very difficult." Historically, the Navy has always been a military organization responsible for cleaning up pirates. Although the Navy has deliberately created bounties that have given rise to the profession of bounty hunters on the seas, their numbers are negligible and have little effect. Since ancient times, the Navy's mission and duty have been to combat evil. This evil is not limited to the pirates who openly commit acts of murder and robbery, but also includes the various intricate dark forces hidden beneath the surface. It is well known that in the world of pirates, there is a system connecting smuggling and shady transactions, collectively known as the dark world or underground world. This is where illegal trades and dealings take place, such as underground arms, prohibited weapons, artificial devil fruits, and the abominable human trafficking and slave trading. In the dark world, there's a king overseeing each area of trade. They are the king of the currency realm, Doflamingo, also known as the king of usury, whose main business is lending at high interest rates, oppressing countless ordinary civilians. The king of the entertainment realm, Stussy, known as the Queen of Pleasure Street, who is also an informant for the Celestial Dragon Secret Intelligence Agency, CP0. Her true identity is a clone of the Rocks Pirates member, Stussy, and she is also the spy of the strongest brain, Vegapunk, mainly responsible for monitoring and collecting intelligence. The king of the assassination realm, Dracul Myhawk, known as the Big Shots Funeral Society, who has formed a large number of assassin organizations and often wears a clown-like mask, engaging in murder and theft. The king of the storage realm, Gibson, known as the Concealment Master, who is a big shot in the storage industry, primarily dealing in goods storage, which contains a large number of prohibited items. And the king of the transportation realm, Amit, known as the Deep Sea Current, who is mainly responsible for maritime transportation, controlling shipping, and can be said to be the monopolist of maritime trade channels. However, overall, he presents a standard pirate image, with many of his transport ships being slave ships. These 5 dark kings of the underground world are not as ostentatious as pirates. Instead, they're like foul rats hiding in the sewers. Although their forces are vast and can be seen everywhere, their movements are erratic and difficult to locate. Even if those under their command are captured, it is of no use. Thus, the Navy, busy fighting pirates, has always been unable to solve the problem at its root. The last of the less concerning informant king, Morgans, known as Big News, is the president of the World Economic News Agency and also possesses the ability of the bird fruit, albatross form. This type of person, in pursuit of big news, cannot hide, and their movements are relatively clear, making them not an enemy of the Navy, although they sometimes deliberately slander the Navy to increase the news's popularity. They have become much more honest since being threatened by Sakazuki when he took office as Admiral. Under Sakazuki's orders, he may become the Navy's exclusive news department in the future. Besides these enemies, there are also the Revolutionary Army hidden within the Grand Line and various kingdoms across the seas. In recent years, under the leadership of Commander Monkey D. Dragon, the Revolutionary Army has rapidly developed and grown. According to a rough estimate from the Navy Intelligence Department, the Revolutionary Army's ranks have probably reached over 1 million. They are roughly divided into 5 corps, the Grand Line Corps in the East, South, West, and North Corps distributed across the seas. Although this anti-government organization, led by Monkey D. Dragon, aims to overthrow the unequal rule of the celestial dragons that governs the world government, their crude approach of simply overthrowing the kingdom's aristocratic rule cannot fundamentally rescue the countries and people under the tyranny of the world government. Because the system has not been overthrown, feudalism remains deeply entrenched. So even with a common enemy, the Navy will still confront the Revolutionary Army. Sakazuki is effectively leading the Navy against the whole world. Every step is fraught with danger. Sakazuki naturally understands the concerns of his strategist, Tsuru, who is always calculating. He slowly extinguished his cigar and leaned slightly forward. At this moment, the noon sun outside emitted dazzling rays of light, just streaming in through the glass door of the office balcony. It seemed to transform into a light of righteousness, falling upon Sakazuki's broad and thick white justice cloak, adding a sense of solemnity and sanctity. Sakazuki focused his gaze on everyone, his resolute and solemn face shining with a fiery glow, and then he said in a deep voice, "The Navy should have taken action long ago. This dark and distorted world is filled with decay and filth. It needs to be ignited. The Navy, which shouts for justice, must act as a torchbearer, moving forward fearlessly. The flame of justice will burn in everyone's heart, inspiring countless people to pursue freedom, fairness, and equality. In this unprecedented colossal game, no one is a bystander. Everyone is a participant. We will all do our utmost to create a new world of democracy, civilization, and harmony. This great ideal buried deep in everyone's heart is unwavering until death." Sakazuki's words exuded an undeniable majestic authority. His intense speech was like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of all present, leaving them all in shock. Tsuru, Zephyr, and others felt a shiver run through them upon hearing this thunderous statement. They couldn't help but tremble, their hairs standing on end, as if they had received an enlightening shock. Sakazuki's incisive words echoed continuously in their ears. Tsuru felt a flash of lightning cross her mind, her lips trembling slightly as she unconsciously whispered, "Freedom, fairness, equality." As Tsuru gently repeated these words, Zephyr, Ikaku, Doberman, Enel, and Jones were also deeply moved, echoing softly, "Democracy, civilization, harmony." Even the once assistant to Sakazuki who transcribed the absolute justice theory, the Skylark, was now filled with excitement. She hurriedly took out her notebook to quickly write down Sakazuki's profound sayings. The pen tip moved rapidly across the white paper, like a torrent flowing through vast mountains and rivers. With a slight twist of her wrist, as the strokes passed, she quickly transcribed Sakazuki's astonishing words without alteration. Looking at the words written in pure black ink, she inexplicably felt herself blushing more the more she looked. Those words, filled with immense power, seemed to outline a magnificent and splendid era of prosperity. The Skylark took a long time to come back to her senses from the power of the words. She let out a long breath, looking at the solemn face Sakazuki, her eyes filled with shock and admiration. At the same time, she quietly thought, since Uncle Sakazuki experienced the Marineford War and successfully became admiral, he seems to have awakened some special talent or quality. Every word spoken seems like a profound saying, containing rich philosophical truths that are not obscure or difficult to understand. Instead, it feels like a thunderous roar, awakening those in a dream. It's truly impressive. Sakazuki took in the excited expressions of those around him. His gaze was unwavering, silently reciting the powerful core ideology in his heart. He then continued to showcase his oratory talent. In the face of numerous evil forces, the Navy may face difficulties, but it will not fail. Because the billions of people are the source of our Navy's strength, the solid foundation for our ultimate victory and invincibility. His voice resonated like a great bell, every word filled with power, as if it could quell all doubts and anxieties. Although in this world where might reigns supreme, individual strength can move mountains and control storms, most strong individuals also came from the grassroots. Few are like those born into power, such as Garling. Sakazuki himself, as well as Borisolino, Kazan, and Zephyr, who among them did not come from ordinary families. Where is there any powerful bloodline support or strong backing? Thus, the same principle holds. Countless people are the true creators of history, the fundamental force that determines the fate of the world. The Navy comes from the masses and is the most solid backing of the world's countless people. As long as we keep the people in our hearts, always stand on the side of the masses, and wholeheartedly seek benefits for the world's people who trust and support our Navy, then the billions of people in this world will stand with justice and walk with the Navy. Sakazuki's passionate words swept through the entire office like a storm. Finally, he concluded emphatically, as long as we awaken the fighting spirit of the people, the Navy will have an endless source of living power. At that time, the soldiers will charge forward and the masses will provide strong support, with money, food, and resources all coming into our hands. Together, the Navy will surely win. Sometimes, some spontaneous words can hit people as thoughts like an atomic bomb, leaving them shocked yet with a new understanding of the real world. At this moment, Commander Crane felt her fixed mindset completely opened up. Sakazuki's words sounded very profound and shocking, and indeed, they could not be ignored. "Sakazuki, you are amazing. Commander Crane sighed and sincerely praised him. Zephyr, seeing Commander Crane so in agreement with Sakazuki, nodded repeatedly, feeling both proud and admiring. His student would not only win the support of the entire Navy, but also the support of the world's people. Sakazuki cast a suspicious glance at Commander Crane, feeling that her words sounded a bit strange. Nowadays, not only are pirates rampant, but the Revolutionary Army is also sprouting up like mushrooms after rain. So the Navy must take the initiative. Noticing that everyone's attention was focused on him, Sakazuki pondered for half a second and then said, "Our Navy now has an unprecedented scale, exceeding 16 million. However, with this number, it's still far from enough to take over the management of the world by the world government. But given the limitation of resources, our current state is already very good. I have also planned the corresponding blueprint." Sakazuki paused for a moment and then instructed the Skylark to record every word he was about to say on special document paper for future compilation. Once the Skylark was ready, Sakazuki continued under the expectant gazes of everyone. "My preliminary idea is to gradually divide the Navy into administrative and armed organs. The armed organ naturally refers to the existing military, specifically responsible for military actions. However, after overthrowing the world government and smoothly taking over the world, we can further divide into criminal armed forces and civil armed forces. The criminal armed forces will handle major violent incidents threatening the lives of the people, while the civil armed forces will deal with simple civil disputes. The administrative organ will be responsible for various administrative affairs and generally will not participate in combat. It can be further divided into numerous functional departments suitable for the current world, such as the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Transportation." Sakazuki patiently explained his layout, showcasing a grand vision for the future to everyone. The gleam in everyone's eyes sparkled continuously, as if they were seeing a whole new world. The Skylark was closely beside Sakazuki, listening attentively, not daring to miss even a single word, even if it were just a punctuation mark or a modal particle. The pen in her hand kept flipping and dancing, leaving deep imprints on the document paper. Those were traces of thought and creativity, the winning formula to save the world. The behavior of organizations like the Revolutionary Army, which violently organizes the masses, only cares about overthrowing local royal powers without considering follow-up matters, is not worth imitating. What we need to do is continuously increase the Navy branches around the world, forming local armed and administrative organs. As Sakazuki delved deeper into the explanation, the light in Commander Crane's eyes grew brighter. She vaguely grasped something indescribably precious. It was unclear and unspeakable, yet made her heart race wildly. Even her ears felt as if they were buzzing from a thunderous explosion. However, she could still hear Sakazuki's undeniably firm voice. Armed organs distributed across the world assist the masses in defeating local noble forces, repelling invading pirates, and reclaiming the power to govern. Administrative organs assist the masses in establishing various civil facilities and support their clothing, food, housing, and transportation. At this moment, Sakazuki suddenly stood up, hands on the desk, staring directly at everyone who was completely immersed in the grand blueprint he had depicted, with fiery red light shining in his deep eyes. His pupils burned with fierce flames, a new world reborn from the ashes, blooming vibrantly amid the blood and tears of war. Thus, the military and the people are one, working hard together, hand in hand to build a prosperous, democratic, civilized, and harmonious world of justice and rule of law. Achieving freedom and equality for all peoples of the world is the greatest and noblest dream and mission of the Navy throughout the ages. I ask for everyone's support for updates, free small gifts, etc. I am extremely grateful. Sakazuki's passionate speech was like a violent hurricane, full of power, sweeping through everyone's hearts. It seemed to pull everyone present into the vortex of fervor he had created. Thunder rumbled, lightning split the air, and a loud thunderclap erupted in the office. The entire room fell silent with heavy breaths, and everyone could hear their own rapid heartbeat. It felt as if they were struck by a tremendous force, awakening a hidden corner deep within their hearts. This is an extreme shock that cannot be described in words. The roaring thunder continued to echo in the vast office, like millions of troops rushing past. The dazzling lightning flickered across everyone's faces, reflecting their ever-changing expressions. Under the illumination of lightning and thunder, everyone seemed even more determined to overthrow the decaying regime and create a new order. This storm before dawn would sweep away the shackles of the old world, leading to the opening of a new chapter in history. Enel, shut up. Zephyr's forehead veins bulged, unable to sit still any longer. He took a step and rushed to Enel's side. He then raised his dark fist and struck Enel's back of the head without hesitation. Bang! Damn! Teacher Zephyr, you're hitting so hard, Enel exclaimed. He quickly retracted his golden stick, covering his head with a pitiful look, casting a mournful gaze at Zephyr. However, after being glared at fiercely by Zephyr, he awkwardly smiled. Akainu shook his head slightly at the sight, ignoring the antics of Enel, and turned to the already paused Hibari, asking, Hibari, are you done writing? Hibari, who was lost in thought while looking at the document, quickly collected his shocked expression upon hearing Akainu's call and nodded in response. I'll organize it, print a few more copies, and distribute it to everyone right away. Akainu nodded slightly, not needing to review it again. He was quite confident in Hibari's work efficiency. After all, he had helped him handle government affairs for many years. Furthermore, at his request, Hibari had even gone to the advisor Crane to study for a while, making him a good assistant for handling clerical work. Admiral Crane, you have served as the Navy's Chief of Staff for many years and have rich experience. So I need you to pick out some talented individuals with strategic gifts. When the time comes, they will work alongside the soldiers trained by Teacher Zephyr and return to various Navy branches. We will secretly station troops, accumulate resources, until we overthrow local regimes, take over local armies, and gradually achieve global unity. Admiral Crane listened attentively to Akainu's plan, feeling immense shock and admiration in her heart. Akainu's foresight was so long-term and his planning so detailed, with high feasibility. It was a vision and courage that no previous Navy admirals had possessed. She had to admit that Akainu not only stood at the pinnacle of combat power in the world, but also had thoughts that were far ahead of others. No one could see further than him. Admiral Crane couldn't help but sigh, her eyes sparkling as she reminded, sending out so many Navy personnel will consume a lot of manpower and financial resources. The world government cannot support us. Moreover, establishing Navy branches in every kingdom, town, island, and village will involve massive resources. Additionally, after overthrowing local regimes, maintaining basic stability and harmony, and meeting the basic needs of the people will be a daunting task. Admiral Crane was not trying to dampen Akainu's enthusiasm. She was simply laying out the facts they would soon face. These were significant issues that must be addressed and could not be ignored or delayed. Otherwise, what difference would there be between the new regime established by the Navy and the old rule of the world government? Akainu nodded in agreement. Admiral Crane's words were indeed incisive, deeply analyzing the difficulties and challenges facing the Navy. However, he already had corresponding strategies in mind. In terms of manpower, it wasn't just the Navy. As mentioned earlier, we can integrate local troops and make full use of all talents. As for financial resources, I have already taken control of the Golden Emperor, Tezalo. His energy and means cannot be underestimated and can be temporarily utilized. When the time is right, we can sacrifice him and find someone from the Navy to take over his business. Moreover, the Fishman Island's Sea Kings are responsible for collecting all available resources from the seabed. So we are not in a tight spot. As for meeting the basic needs of the civilians, let's not forget the versatility of devil fruit abilities. And didn't we just get the forest fruit user, the wild pastor? When he returns empty-handed, we can send him to the appropriate places to farm honestly. Admiral Crane couldn't help but feel genuine admiration for all the things Akainu had done behind the scenes and felt relieved. It turned out that Akainu had already woven a vast net without anyone noticing. And this net had begun to envelop the world. Whether it was pirates or celestial dragons, they would all fall into this net and be strangled to death. In this case, she could also feel at ease completing the tasks assigned by Akainu. Uncle Akainu, it's done. At this moment, Hibari had organized what Akainu had just said into a booklet and printed enough copies based on the number of people present. Akainu took the booklet handed over by Hibari, briefly flipped through the original draft, and saw that the last page was thoughtfully labeled, written by Admiral Akainu. A slight, barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips as he chuckled nonchalantly. He then gently picked up a fountain pen, breaking the silence of the booklet. The moment the pen tip touched the cover, a force surged forth like a flood, instantly crashing onto the paper, leaving extremely deep marks. Hibari leaned in to take a look. Akainu's handwriting was like iron strokes, powerful and vigorous. Each stroke resembled a dragon or snake galloping across the paper, exuding a sense of resolute strength. The bold and heavy strokes formed several majestic black characters: Navy Governance and Administration General Regulations. Akainu put away the fountain pen, handed the booklet back to Hibari, and said, "Pass this around. This is our treasure for managing the world, and it's called Navy Governance and Administration General Regulations." Upon hearing Akainu say this, Enel couldn't help but interject, "Boss, these are all your brilliant words of wisdom just now. This temporary name is not as good as the struggle of Admiral Akainu. right? It's grand and unique. So cool. Akainu glared at Enel, making him instantly smile awkwardly. The others ignored Enel's antics and raised their hands to wipe them heavily on their clothes. Akainu's earlier remarks had made everyone break out in a light sweat. After confirming their hands were clean, they solemnly accepted the booklet handed down by Hibari. The air suddenly fell silent. Although everyone had just heard Akainu's unparalleled and shocking speech, they couldn't help but flip through every word written on the paper again. Each person focused their gaze on the booklet in their hands, as if the entire world around them had disappeared and a new world had appeared before them. It was a world filled with infinite light and hope, a glorious future created by the Navy and the people together. Akainu took out a cigar and lit it for himself, patiently waiting for everyone. Seeing Admiral Crane lift her head first, he exhaled a puff of white smoke and leisurely said, "Admiral Crane, the training of Navy administrative personnel will be entrusted to you. When the world is unified in the future, you will have made great contributions, and the position of director of the administrative agency will be waiting for you." Before Admiral Crane could respond, Akainu again painted a grand vision for Zephyr, who had also lifted his head in contemplation. And for Teacher Zephyr, the position of Commander of the Armed Forces and Minister of Education is tailor-made for you. Your names will be etched in the history books, celebrated by the world, and remembered for generations. Zephyr and Admiral Crane exchanged glances, sneaking a look at the clock on the wall. It felt like they hadn't even had lunch yet, and Akainu had already filled them up. The two of them couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the motivation for their struggle was portrayed as power and fame. However, being immortalized in history is indeed very tempting. The ownership of the name at the beginning of the historical records is hard not to attract people. "Oh, boss me, what about me and my Navy general?" Enel, who didn't get to enjoy the big pie that Sakazuki had drawn, couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. You're just a stinky electric fish, always staring at the fish in the sea." Yun couldn't help but chuckle at Enel's flamboyant appearance. Upon hearing Yun Ku's ridicule, Enel jumped up in anger and shouted, "Hey, don't bite the hand that feeds you. I've electrocuted a lot of sea fish to cook for you, and saved quite a bit of money." Yun Ku had no reason to refute and could only snort coldly. Enel scratched his head, wondering why this girl always wanted to compete with him. Wasn't it just that he accidentally electrocuted the little goldfish he had kept in the living room a while ago? He loved cute creatures so much, it was just a little game of generating electricity with love with the little goldfish. Who would have thought they were so fragile? Besides, he had caught a sea king that was thousands of times larger than the goldfish as compensation. That thing was much more powerful and imposing. Yet, not only did this girl not appreciate it, but she also chopped the sea king he gave her into pieces and turned it into fish soup. How terrible, but it was really delicious. Sakazuki shook his head helplessly at the playful banter between Enel and Yun Ku, not paying much attention. However, Admiral Crane looked at Enel, who aspired to become a Navy general, with great interest, and suddenly asked, "Sakazuki, now that the world conscription has ended, since we won't let Aramaki serve as a Navy general, what are the plans for the remaining general position?" Admiral Crane's mind flashed with the figures of Ji Yuan and Kaji, but then she sighed softly. They had the qualifications, but their strength still fell a bit short. "Yava, it's naturally reserved for me." Enel laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. "You're still too young." Zephyr bluntly shot down Enel's arrogance. "Just because you were easily defeated by that red-haired brat doesn't mean you can aspire to be a general. You might as well focus on defeating Aramaki head-on first." Even though Enel was very close to the lower limit of becoming a Navy general, it didn't mean he should be too inflated. Zephyr adhered to the educational principle of striking down when necessary and mocking when appropriate. However, he was also quite curious about how Sakazuki would arrange the vacant general position. Upon hearing Admiral Crane's inquiry, a confident smile appeared at the corners of Sakazuki's mouth. It seemed everything was within his plan. He responded calmly, "Don't worry. When the timing is right, I will have Kazan return." As soon as these words came out, except for Yi Xiao and Yun Ku, who knew the ins and outs, everyone present had their pupils constrict sharply. After a long time, Admiral Crane sighed and remarked, "Sakazuki, you're playing a big game here." She felt she was truly getting old and was gradually unable to keep up with the pace and thoughts of the younger generation. If Yi Xiao knew Admiral Crane's thoughts, he would definitely agree wholeheartedly. He was indeed somewhat unable to keep up with Marshal Sakazuki's pace. First, he had to deal with the 4 emperors, then the 5 elders, and he didn't even know who to deal with next. Sakazuki glanced at Yi Xiao, who seemed to be deep in thought, as if he could see his thoughts, and then instructed, "Yi Xiao, you've just been promoted to Navy General, and you still need to establish your authority. For the time being, Lead a fleet of 1,000 men to operate in the waters of the first half of the Grand Line, closer to the naval headquarters, and wait for opportunities. The waters in the first third of the area were quite extensive. Additionally, Kizaru and Kaji were still searching for the whereabouts of the Golden Lion and would also be doing some cleaning along the way. So, there was no need for Yi Xiao to go too far. Otherwise, it would take time to return in case of emergencies. Sakazuki thought for half a second and continued. Now that the passage between the first half of the Grand Line and the New World has been completely cut off, countless pirates are clustering in the first half of the waters. Over time, they may form several powerful factions not weaker than the Four Emperors. So, you need to work hard to eliminate those ambitious and potential pirates. Considering the grand plans ahead, Sakazuki said sternly, also, pay attention to the non-world government-affiliated countries and the independent regions that have yet to form countries along the way. Based on the local situation, assess the feasibility of establishing naval branches. When the time is right, convey the orders to the nearest direct branches, coordinate military strength, and send corresponding soldiers to begin expanding naval influence. Aim to gather resources from some of these areas, and ideally, achieve self-sufficiency for the local residents and the branch navy in terms of living. Sakazuki directly laid out task instructions to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao could only nod blankly in his seat, feeling that since joining the navy, he hadn't had a moment of rest and had completely become a workhorse. But then he deeply felt the heavy responsibility. Everything was for the cause of justice, so what was there to complain about? Seeing a hint of realization on Yi Xiao's face, Sakazuki secretly praised him. After finishing Yi Xiao's assignment, he turned to Zephyr and instructed Zephyr, lend me the ability user named Binzi, who is beside you. Since Aramaki hasn't returned yet, let him follow Yi Xiao to improve the fields. This? Zephyr's expression changed slightly, feeling a bit conflicted. Binzi was just like Ein, one of his capable assistants. He had gotten used to having both of them assist him in managing the training camp's work. Originally, Yin-Ku was also there to help. But now Sakazuki not only brought Yin-Ku to work in the marshal's office, but also wanted to poach Binzi. Seeing Zephyr's hesitant look, Sakazuki immediately declared with righteous indignation, Zephyr, everything is for the people. Everything is for justice. When Zephyr heard Sakazuki shout like this, he could only grit his teeth and resolutely say, fine. At the same time, he silently thought, Binzi, I'm sorry, as long as Ein helps with the training camp's work, you should obediently go farm. Under the blazing sun, Sakazuki stood outside the office balcony, letting the scorching sunlight bathe him. After watching everyone leave the administrative building, he returned to his office. At this time, Yin-Ku pushed over the food cart arranged by the personal soldiers, cleaning the desk, while saying, Uncle Sakazuki, as you instructed, we've secretly contacted Vegapunk to express the Navy's stance. However, he didn't immediately clarify his position and said he needed to meet with you in person to discuss. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that this scientist was indeed very cautious. However, since the Research Institute was surrounded by the eyes of the world government, it was understandable that he had to remain vigilant. Tell Vegapunk that I will go see him in the second week after the new year. Their meeting would definitely need to avoid the eyes of the world government, so arrangements had to be made in advance. Yin-Ku nodded, mentally noting this matter, and then reported again. The communication department has re-established the live broadcast equipment in most parts of the world, ensuring it can operate normally on the eve of the new year. The news department has also made good connections with Morningside, and the newspapers can be distributed the next day. The Lark paused momentarily, feeling a hint of excitement thinking about what Sakazuki would do in a few days. Moreover, all departments and branches have already given advance notice to the masses, and everyone knows that Uncle Sakazuki will deliver his New Year's speech on New Year's Eve on time. This will be a historic first for the Navy, as no previous admirals have done so, thanks to the live broadcasts during the Marineford War and his tenure as admiral. Sakazuki is enthusiastic about being a responsible and good admiral, as well as a good broadcaster. Of course, this live broadcast is also meant to promote the Navy's achievements, further increase public trust in the Navy, strengthen the people's confidence in resisting pirates, and inspire the public to pursue peace and justice. As for exposing the despicable deeds of the world nobles and celestial dragons, the time is not yet right. Time flies, and the end of December passes quickly. The new year is drawing closer. The winter wind cuts through the sky like a sharp blade, and even the sunlight cannot alleviate the biting chill. As night falls, the cold wind howls like an old man's sigh, spreading through the quiet winter night, adding a sense of desolation and bleakness to the silent sea. The darkness deepens gradually, In this world where over 90% is ocean, there are no special entertainment options for most ordinary people. Being able to have a peaceful dinner with family, chat for a while, and drift off to sleep with hopes for the new year is already a great blessing, especially since the start of the Great Pirate Era. The only hope for the lower-class citizens is that their hometowns will not be invaded by pirates in the new year. Being able to live steadily year after year is the greatest happiness of their lives. However, this year's New Year seems a bit different. Many civilians who are aware of the current events are not rushing to bed. Instead, they're patiently waiting for midnight to arrive. Some have even braved the biting cold to head out early to the square where the live broadcast equipment has been set up. The Navy branches scattered across the Grand Line and the four seas are all brightly lit. Generals and soldiers gather together, their faces filled with enthusiasm and excitement, just like when they were waiting for Admiral Sakazuki to announce his appointment. In the first half of the Grand Line, at the Navy G8 branch, this massive fortress is now bustling with activity. The branch commander, Vice Admiral Jonathan, is boldly seated at the front of the base square, waiting for the arrival of the new year alongside thousands of soldiers. Of course, most importantly, they are waiting for Admiral Sakazuki's speech. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of solid, powerful footsteps comes closer. A sturdy rear admiral strides through the crowd, quickly approaching the front of the line where several rear admirals and brigadier generals are seated, with a tall man sporting a black beard in the center seat. The rear admiral walks directly towards the tall man, raises his hand in salute, looks around, and then whispers, "Vice Admiral Jonathan. Inspector General Sengoku just happened to come to our branch for an inspection, but the live broadcast time is nearly here. Should you go to greet him?" Jonathan furrows his brow upon hearing his subordinate's words. How coincidental. The other commanders next to him exchange glances and begin to discuss in hushed tones. Why is Inspector General Sengoku coming at this hour? Why wasn't he their advance notice? After all, as a supervisor, a surprise visit is naturally more effective. Speaking of which, ever since Admiral Sakazuki assigned him this position, Inspector General Sengoku has been active in various Navy branches. I heard from a friend that he was in Alabasta last time, but it seems he wasn't very satisfied with the local situation. Jonathan waves his hand to interrupt the discussion, and after a moment of thought, he instructs the rear admiral. There are only a few minutes left. Let Mr. Sengoku come over by himself. By the way, you should sit down quickly. Don't miss Admiral Sakazuki's speech. After Jonathan finishes speaking, he no longer pays attention to the rear admiral and refocuses on the flickering screen of the transponder snail. A woman sitting next to Jonathan, close to him, asks, "Aren't you afraid of being put in a difficult position?" Jonathan turns his head to smile gently at his wife, Jessica, and replies, "It's fine, Jessica. Our branch has always been pure and clean, united and friendly, and we won't be caught with any faults. Besides, Mr. Sengoku isn't that petty." Jessica, with her beautiful golden hair, nods and stops speaking. Although she is an understanding head chef, her personality is as strong as her husband Jonathan's. She knows that Jonathan and Sakazuki are old friends, and naturally, she always sides with Sakazuki, having no good feelings towards Sengoku, who once made things difficult for Sakazuki. Of course, the usually calm Jonathan wouldn't show it that obviously. This time it's simply because the timing is too sudden, and there's no way around it. The rear admiral next to them scratches his head, sees that the images on the screen are already appearing faintly, and hurriedly finds a seat to sit down. Compared to receiving Inspector General Sengoku, Admiral Sakazuki is far more attractive. At exactly midnight on January 1st, 1521, as the ox clock in the Navy headquarters Ola's Square rings in the new year, it marks the unexpected arrival of a new year. The ox clock is located at the western end of Ola's Square, the second largest square in the Navy headquarters after Base Square. Following Navy tradition, when the new year begins, people ring the bell 8 times to express gratitude for the past year. Then, they pray for the new year and ring the bell 8 more times, totaling 16 times. This is regarded as the declaration of the beginning and end of an era. At this moment, Admiral Sakazuki delivers his New Year's speech for 1521 through the Navy's exclusive live broadcast station and the World Economic News Agency's dedicated communication equipment. Addressing all nations and regions with Navy branches or news agency offices worldwide, he first extends greetings to all Navy personnel and civilians, then communicates the Navy's significant achievements in recent months. Finally, he expresses the Navy's determination to eradicate pirates and quickly concludes his speech. Time is neither long nor short. In this New Year's speech, Sakazuki analyzes the current plight of pirates, declaring that the pirate passage between the first half of the Grand Line and the New World has been destroyed. This greatly encourages the morale and confidence of the vast civilian population. The winter wind howls like a specter, the cold bites. Yet it does not make the crowds in front of the live broadcast or radio feel tormented. Though their hands are cold and their feet are chilly, their hearts are warm. Meanwhile, in the calm belt area adjacent to the East Sea in the middle of the first half of the Grand Line, a medium-sized fleet is slowly sailing on the sea. On the leading battleship, Borsalino holds a small live broadcast transponder snail, watching with great interest. After the screen goes blank, he pouts and lets out a breath, casually saying, "Sakazuki really has a lot of energy." The accompanying Kizuna also retracts his gaze from the live broadcast screen and remarks, "Admiral Sakazuki's charisma is as strong as ever. It makes one's blood boil." Borsalino nonchalantly shakes his head, lightly raises his eyelids, and a glint of something mysterious flashes beneath his sunglasses. He then slowly asks, "Have we locked onto the whereabouts of the Golden Lion? Where have those Knights of God gone now?" Jiaji's expression turned serious as he responded earnestly. "Over the years, the world government has been unable to track down the whereabouts of the Golden Lion. I didn't expect him to be hiding in the calm belt at an altitude of 10,000 meters. We can reach the area directly beneath those floating islands before dawn. Meanwhile, the Knights of God have been pursuing along the sea currents of the route and should be nearing Gemini Cape, which is quite far from us." After finishing his report, Jiaji pondered for half a second and couldn't help but ask, "Speaking of which, the pirate empress who passed in front of our fleet some time ago, didn't she voluntarily resign from her position as a warlord of the sea and submit to the Golden Lion? Why are we letting her go? Maybe she has gone to join the Golden Lion. If that's the case, it will be even more difficult for us to deal with the Golden Lion." Poliusolino, sensing Jiaji's hint of doubt and concern, exclaimed, "Oh," and pouted his lips, saying with a serious tone, "The pirate empress is quite terrifying, you know. Even the Knights of God can't do anything about her, so we should avoid provoking her." He thought for a moment and added, "Don't worry. The pirate empress isn't that foolish. She was ambushed by the Knights of God not long ago and is currently injured, so she probably only dares to linger around her own territory and won't pose too much of a threat." Seeing Poliusolino explain this way, although Jiaji didn't know why he was so certain, he still nodded half convinced. This doubt originated from their previous encounter with the pirate empress, where the atmosphere between them was surprisingly peaceful and there was not a hint of conflict. Additionally, it seemed like he vaguely saw Admiral Poliusolino offering an inexplicable friendly smile to her, which, although somewhat lewd, was filled with suspicion. Jiaji recalled this and felt that it couldn't have been his misperception. Could it be that these two were secretly old acquaintances? Did Admiral Poliusolino also succumb to the charm of the pirate empress? According to Ghost Spider, during their last encounter at Sabaody Archipelago, if it weren't for Poliusolino suddenly appearing and gently interacting with the pirate empress using his foot, she would have probably been captured by Ra's Saint. As Jiaji thought of this, he suddenly felt he had discovered a great secret. A forbidden romance between the Navy and pirates is hard to handle. Looks like even heroes struggle with beautiful women, just like his unrequited love for Shi-Wan. Admiral Poliusolino is also deeply trapped in love. That's why he couldn't bear to capture the pirate empress, right? Jiaji's mouth crooked into a somewhat lewd expression as he glanced at Poliusolino with a look that men would understand, leaving Poliusolino feeling puzzled. Just as dawn broke, the fleet led by Poliusolino arrived at the center of the calm belt, under the command of the first officer. The warship gradually slowed down and lingered slightly in the sea area. At this moment, Poliusolino stepped out of the cabin and glanced up at the gray sky. In an instant, he transformed into golden photons and dissipated on the deck, appearing a second later at an altitude of 1,000 meters. His figure darted through the clouds, and his observation hockey spread freely. After a moment, he finally locked onto a specific location. Then, he returned to the warship at an extremely fast speed. Poliusolino casually relayed a few instructions to the first officer, then turned to Jiaji, who had just stepped out of the cabin. "We've arrived. That terrifying guy, the Golden Lion, is up there. In a bit, just the two of us will go up. The others can't handle a legendary pirate like the Golden Lion. His name alone is enough to scare people." Jiaji, with a somewhat lewd uncle-like face, nodded seriously. Even though Jiaji's strength was among the top tier in the Navy, and he had been a candidate for admiral for many years, he didn't dare to underestimate the Golden Lion. That man was once on par with GOLD, Roger, and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. His strength was equally formidable. Unlike the latter two, however, the Golden Lion was ambitious, attempting to dominate the world. He was the pirate among pirates, the worst of the worst. His temperament was also unpredictable. He even became enraged and resorted to violence when Roger rejected his invitation, leading to the Battle of Itewall. Later, Due to his arch-nemesis Roger's surrender, he recklessly stormed into the Navy headquarters for inexplicable reasons, and although he was defeated by Carp and Sengoku, he gained notoriety as the first pirate to escape from Impel Down. As Jiaji pondered, he used Moonwalk to quickly ascend with Pagliusolino. Their speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they reached several thousand meters in altitude. Dozens of large floating islands appeared before them. This was the Golden Lion's float fruit ability. He had developed this fruit's power to its limits, allowing floating objects to seemingly have no upper weight limit. At the forefront of the many floating islands was a giant pirate ship that blocked out the sun. The bow of the ship was adorned with a golden lion's head, and the bottom was filled with a large amount of earth and stone, with several palace-like structures on top. The overall appearance of the pirate ship resembled a small island floating in the air. At that moment, a voice of suspicion came from the central palace. "Admiral, what's wrong?" The clown-like Dr. Indigo looked in confusion at the source of the voice. He was the scientist of the flying pirate crew, known for his research that could rapidly evolve animals and enhance their combat power. Thus, he was highly valued by the Golden Lion, considering his research achievements as a main force for his world destruction plans. "It seems like 2 mice have come." An old man with long golden hair flashed a hint of confusion on his face as he touched the helm on his head and responded uncertainly. "Doctor." Indigo was startled and quickly used his observation haki to sense the surroundings. However, his haki, which was far inferior to the Golden Lion's, detected nothing unusual. "Admiral, has her injury worsened?" Dr. Indigo looked at the helm embedded deeper into the Golden Lion's head, his eyes revealing a trace of concern. Ever since the Golden Lion had suffered this irreversible injury, he often experienced hallucinations due to pressure on the cranial nerves. The Golden Lion's doubts did not dissipate. He activated the haki within him, trying to further increase his perception range, but was limited by the damage to his head, leading him to sigh helplessly. "Sigh, maybe so. Come, continue explaining our plan to annihilate the East Blue." Pagliusolino sensed the disturbance on the island ship, his brow slightly raised, immediately forming deep wrinkles. He glanced at Jiaji, who was struggling to keep up behind him, and a glint flashed beneath his sunglasses. He then maximized his speed and vanished from Jiaji's sight in an instant. Leaving behind a line, "I'll go test the waters first." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fully elementalized, Pagliusolino quickly flew above the palace. Looking down at the several grand palaces below, and sensing a somewhat lonely yet still powerful aura, Pagliusolino's mouth curled into a lewd arc as he slowly raised both hands, rapidly gathering energy. "Eight Shakayata, no Kagami." Suddenly, countless photons erupted from Pagliusolino, enveloping the entire sky like a curtain of rain. Then, he violently poured down towards the palace below. Countless dazzling light bullets ruthlessly destroyed building after building. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion echoed through the sky, and the originally calm and harmonious environment was instantly reduced to ruins. Just as the central palace was about to fall victim to this disaster, suddenly, an angry roar came from within the palace. Lion Chinchia Valley. Countless massive, sword energies shot up from the ground, soaring into the clouds. Layers upon layers of dazzling sword lights flickered with a cold gleam, crisscrossing through the void and instantly destroying all the light projectiles. At this moment, an elderly man wearing a yellow striped robe, with a ship's helm stuck in his golden long hair, burst through the palace ceiling, his beard and hair billowing. He looked just like an imposing lion. This person was none other than the Golden Lion Shiki. "Ha ha ha, Yellow 8 brat. I was wondering what was strange just now. It turns out to be you. How did you get here?" Although the Golden Lion appeared aged, his voice was as loud as thunder, and his words even contained a hint of the overpowering presence of Conqueror's haki. He swiftly used the ability of the Fua no Mi to float up to the same height as Borsalino. Casting a glance at the debris of the buildings on the ground, a flash of anger crossing his face. The Golden Lion's eyes instantly filled with shadows as he stared fiercely at Borsalino and shouted, "Damn yellow-skinned monkey. I don't know how you found this place, but daring to attack me, do you really think I'm weak?" The overwhelming aura of dominance spread wildly with the Golden Lion's roar, creating a chilling whirlwind within a radius of several hundred meters. Borsalino glanced at the Golden Lion's peculiar legs, a strange expression flashing across his face, then slightly curled his lips and said in a teasing tone, as expected of a legendary pirate, "You actually replace your legs with swords, achieving the realm of unity between man and sword. Truly terrifying." Borsalino's words struck right at the Golden Lion's sore spot, instantly infuriating him. "You little brat." The Golden Lion gritted his teeth, a surging murderous intent enveloping him. causing the temperature in the area to drop several degrees. He stopped talking and quickly raised the two large knives embedded in his legs, instantly kicking out dozens of sharp sword energies, carrying endless killing intent and dominance. The Golden Lion was not only powerful, but also a formidable swordsman. The two knives embedded in his legs were named Uka and Karaki. At this moment, the two swords unleashed terrifying sword energy exceeding that of an ordinary great swordsman wielding them with both hands. Borsellino watched the myriad of sword shadows, his lecherous expression unchanged, showing no fear of this earth-shattering attack. Amaterasu's sword. He smiled and spread his arms, gathering photons in his hands to quickly form a sword of light. With a twist of his wrist, he firmly gripped the light sword and fiercely struck out dozens of massive sword energies that were not weaker than the Golden Lion's. Boom! The sound of the sword energies colliding was deafening, and the sharp energies that leaked out shredded the palace debris to pieces. The Golden Lion and Borsellino exchanged glances and simultaneously vanished from their original positions. In the next second, the two were weaving through endless sword lights, their two large knives and the light sword clashing continuously. The Golden Lion's face was twisted in a terrifying grimace as he unleashed his full strength as a great swordsman. Meanwhile, Borsellino's expression remained unchanged, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. The mocking glances behind his sunglasses seemed very relaxed and comfortable, which only further enraged the Golden Lion, who roared repeatedly. Lion's Might Vortex! Suddenly, the Golden Lion seized the moment and forcefully grasped the air with both hands. Using the ability of the Fuwa no Mi, he violently lifted the ground, forming massive, majestic lion heads covered in thick haushikahaki. These lion heads made of earth roared like true beasts, exuding a suffocating, oppressive force. Roar! The giant lion head let out a furious roar, then opened its fang-filled mouth to viciously bite down on Borsellino, who had just landed on the ground. Borsellino, surrounded, remained unfazed. Yada no Kagami. He first accumulated a mirror-like light in his hand and shot a beam of light that refracted and bounced towards the distant open area, thereby creating a light track. Then, he moved at lightning speed through this track. In just milliseconds, Borsellino disappeared from his spot, standing far away with a smirk on his face. The Golden Lion looked at his ineffective attack, his brows furrowing slightly as he raised the two swords on his legs, about to launch another attack. However, he suddenly sensed a chilling, murderous intent approaching from behind. Without time to think, the Golden Lion hastily lifted the large knife on his right leg to defend. Bang! In an instant, a hard, thick black leg struck through the air like a whip moving at high speed, swinging down forcefully. As the armed leg was about to collide with the knife on the Golden Lion's leg, it suddenly took a clever turn and kicked hard at the root of the Golden Lion's thigh. Navy 6 Styles Gale Foot. The Golden Lion felt a chill at the base of his thigh, and his eyelids jumped violently as he hurriedly twisted his body. He used his top-level haushikahaki to cover his abdomen to take this perilous kick instead of his thigh. Staggering back a few steps from the unexpected sneak attack, he felt a slight pain in his abdomen and glared angrily. What came into view was an extremely ordinary face, even somewhat ugly. At this moment, a wicked smile appeared on that plain, lecherous face. Golden Lion, seems like you're getting a bit weaker. While mocking, he quickly distanced himself from the Golden Lion and shouted towards the distance. Admiral Borsellino, I've taken care of the Golden Lion's two subordinates. Hearing this, the Golden Lion immediately turned to look at the ruins of the palace behind Jiaji. Sure enough, his subordinates Dr. Indigo and the gorilla Scarito were already lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. He hadn't heard their cries for help during his battle with the yellow ape, so they must have been killed by this candidate admiral without him noticing. Damn it! The Golden Lion's veins bulged on his forehead, and a fierce crimson light flashed in his eyes, chilling to the bone. You two fools are so eager to die. His eyes were extremely cold and terrifying, exuding a horrifying aura capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The atmosphere around began to turn dark red and gloomy, the air seeming to become thicker. The Golden Lion, having lost his subordinates, was now furious, unable to suppress the conqueror's haki surging within him. Dr. Indigo was his chief scientist. He was his only hope. After escaping from Impel Down, the Golden Lion, driven by endless desire for revenge, came to an island called Vermio. There, he discovered many animals that had become ferocious due to consuming plants containing IQ components. Using his power, he lifted the entire island into the sky to create his floating island, now named SDRONGWRLD. For 20 years, he had hidden his whereabouts, never showing himself, as if he had perished in the sea in the eyes of the world. For the Gold Lion, who has always loved fame and fortune, this was truly a torment. However, for the sake of his revenge plan, he endured it and, together with his trusted subordinate Dr. Indigo, studied IQ, planning his comeback while residing on the floating island. Carrying the pain and humiliation of his latter life, he hoped that one day he could unleash the ultimate creature he had researched into the sea, letting them wreak havoc and showcase his power of vengeance to the world government. As a result, today, he was inexplicably approached by the Navy, who even killed his loyal scientist subordinate, without even hearing the latter's last words before dying. How could this not make him furious? I haven't caused trouble for you at the Navy headquarters, yet you come to provoke me. You're truly asking for death. The gold lion suddenly roared, exuding a domineering, powerful aura that shook the seas as the dark red conqueror's haki turned into tangible lightning, filling the nearby space for hundreds of meters. Crackle. Endless arcs of electricity danced in the air, swaying and creating waves of terrifying black ripples. The gold lion's golden long hair stood on end at this moment, his gaze sharp and fearsome, with a shadow of gloom passing through his eyes, fierce like a raging lion. Lion's might. The gold lion raised both hands, using the ability of the float fruit to control the earth within a radius of a kilometer. Instantly, the ground turned upside down, dirt splattered everywhere, as if a massive earthquake had struck. With a wave of his hands, a massive mudslide shaped like a lion's head surged towards Kaji and Borsalino. What a stubborn old lion. The violent air wave caused Borsalino's white cloak to flutter chaotically behind him. As he quickly dodged the incoming lion head mud, he innocently remarked, I don't want to do this hard work either, but who told you, Gold Lion, to provoke the world government, even killing a celestial dragon? Borsalino moved swiftly, weaving through the huge lion heads made of hard dirt. A glimmer of cunning flashed under his sunglasses, unnoticed by anyone. Shut your mouth. I haven't been on the sea for 20 years. When did I kill a celestial dragon? The gold lion's eyes were filled with bloodshot rage, dismissing Borsalino's words. He continued to unleash his fruit's power, crazily attacking the two Navy officers while contemptuously mocking, if you want to fight, then fight. You Navy haven't changed at all, always finding a grandiose reason for yourselves. There's no one else here, so put away your hypocritical, pretentious, ugly faces. It's disgusting. At this moment, Kaji, who was desperately avoiding the gold lion's wide-ranging attacks, felt a surge of displeasure at his slander against the Navy. Unaware of the truth, Kaji couldn't help but retort. The world government has already investigated and found out that several islands have been emptied by you. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Now that there's solid evidence, do you still want to quibble? The great gold lion Shiki, as a legendary pirate equal to Pirate King Roger, dares to do, but not to admit it. You're really bringing shame to the pirates of your old era. Upon hearing this, the gold lion's face instantly turned red with anger. He could not tolerate the tarnishing of his pirate reputation, especially in comparison to Roger. You're talking nonsense. I, Gold Lion, have always acted openly and freely. Why should I hide? You won't pin a shit pot on me. Deeply wronged, the Gold Lion felt he had been severely slandered and humiliated by the Navy. He roared in anger, his momentum rising again, then gathered all his strength into his legs. And a chilling light shot out. Lion's thousand cuts. In an instant, the Gold Lion kicked out dozens of powerful sword energies capable of slicing mountains into pieces. The terrifying air waves spread out from the Gold Lion, creating countless deep cracks in the ground. A large amount of architectural debris and protruding soil structures were brutally flattened by the fierce sword energy. This was a fusion of the cutting wave and thousand cuts techniques, with lethality stronger than either one alone. Borsalino and Kaji did not take on that terrifying wave of sword energy head-on. Kaji kept jumping, looking for suitable cover around him, waiting for the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind. Meanwhile, Borsalino, having transformed into an elemental form, moved with incredible speed, like a dancing monkey, skillfully dodging all the slashes. Taking advantage of the gaps when the gold lion kicked, he suddenly launched a light-speed attack. Dazzling golden light constantly flashed and exploded around the gold lion, causing him to roar repeatedly, yet he was helpless against it. The saying goes that in martial arts, speed is invincible, and Borsalino understood this essence well. The three of them fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds, from the sky to the ground, and then back to the sky. After several minutes, countless photons gathered in midair, and Borsalino's figure finally fully materialized. Seeing the gold lion's breathing becoming increasingly erratic, he smirked, knowing that the gold lion's strength had significantly diminished. However, Borsalino did not take this great opportunity to attack. Instead, he slowly reached out to smooth out the wrinkles on his clothes caused by the sword energy. Then he sighed leisurely and remarked, Gold Lion, don't take out your anger on us workers. We all have it tough. You just said there are no outsiders here, so why refuse to admit it? It's so pointless to pretend. A flicker of light shone beneath Borsalino's sunglasses as he glanced at the Gold Lion, whose face was filled with endless anger, frustration, and a hint of confusion. His expression became slightly serious, but the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but curl up. After easily dodging a sword energy slash from the Gold Lion, Borsalino continued, "We all know that you, Gold Lion, harbor deep resentment towards the world government. But you said you killed 3 ordinary celestial dragons, which is one thing. Yet you even wiped out one of the 5 elders, the scientific defense god, Saint Satan. You are practically trampling the world government and the celestial dragon's dignity underfoot. Now, the world government is hunting you down with all their might, and I, at my age, still have to work hard to deal with you. Why don't you just go to Marineford and turn yourself in? Otherwise, you might just wear yourself out." After saying this, Borsalino even pouted and sighed, as if he were a white-collar worker complaining about the exhaustion of work. However, this nonsensical talk completely bewildered the Gold Lion, causing his movements to momentarily halt and his eyes to widen in disbelief. What? 3 celestial dragons are dead? Wait, even Saint Satan is dead? Upon hearing the news of the deaths of 3 celestial dragons, especially the significant figure of Saint Satan, the Gold Lion was instantly filled with shock. He felt that he was somewhat out of touch with the current trends. Had it really become possible for someone to dare to kill the highest leaders of the world government after just 20 years of his absence from the sea? How did Saint Satan suddenly die? Didn't those guys usually stay in Marineford? The Gold Lion asked incredulously. The 5 elders were the symbols of the world's highest power, holding the highest status in the world. They were responsible for managing all the operations of the world government and handling various matters. Therefore, they spent most of their time working within the power structures of the Holy Land, Marineford, rarely leaving and basically never appearing on the sea. Because of this, even though the Golden Lion has deep enmity with the world government and the Navy, and desperately wants to kill a few high-ranking celestial dragons to vent his anger and show them some color, he can only go to the Navy headquarters to cause a ruckus and does not dare to recklessly rampage in Marineford. If he completely angers those guys, it won't be easy to settle. After all, Marineford not only has the 5 elders, but also the leader, vice leader, and commander of the God Knights, as well as the current chief of staff, Steelbone Kong. These people combined are quite terrifying. The Golden Lion vaguely remembers the last time he saw Saint Satan was over 30 years ago during the Battle of God Valley. Although that beast was not a match for his Captain Rocks at the time, he was still very formidable. There were only a handful of pirates on the seas who could rival him. How could he just die like that? Golden Lion, at this point, are you still playing dumb? The ability to move large islands in a short time is something only your float fruit can excel at. Kaji stood on the uneven rocks and, seeing the shocked and puzzled expression on the Golden Lion's face, couldn't help but sneer, mocking his evasive behavior. Borsalino also nodded, seriously echoing, "Yes. Golden Lion, you're already in your 70s or 80s. Don't ruin your reputation now. If you do something, you have to admit it. Now, it's not just the Navy searching for you. Even the God Knights have dispatched a large number of personnel, vowing to capture you and execute you publicly." Kaji firmly agreed. Then continued, "General Borsalino, I think this old guy is probably scared. He can't bear the wrath of the world government, so he simply refuses to admit it." "Oh really? Is that so? I didn't expect the legendary great pirate who killed a celestial dragon would be afraid of retaliation." Borsalino raised an eyebrow, teasing lightly. The two of them took turns to criticize the Golden Lion for being cowardly and shameless. Faced with the incessant questioning and ridicule from Borsalino and Kaji, the Golden Lion's head began to hurt. His veins bulged on his face, looking extremely ferocious, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a murderous intent. The old injury from the ship's helm embedded deep in his brain throbbed painfully. The Golden Lion gritted his teeth, unable to hold back a loud roar, squeezing out a sentence filled with endless resentment and frustration through clenched teeth. "Who the hell dares to frame me? You're the one who killed the celestial dragons and blamed it on me." His voice was hoarse, as if a boulder was stuck in his throat. Despite the Golden Lion's cruel and heartless nature, compared to Whitebeard, Roger, and others, he resembled Rocks more, possessing ambitions and courage to dominate the world. As someone who dared to challenge the Navy headquarters alone, he had recognition and admiration for others who were equally strong, brave, and capable of killing celestial dragons. But he could not tolerate others shifting the blame onto him. If he truly had killed the celestial dragons, he would have nothing to say and would not be afraid. He would even feel deeply proud and honored to have killed Saint Satan. However, He was clearly just planning for revenge and had not started anything yet, yet was being unjustly accused and hunted down. This made the Golden Lion feel incredibly wronged and aggrieved. In an instant, the entire floating island ship was engulfed by the Golden Lion's fury. The fierce conqueror's haki and endless killing intent mixed together, creating a tangible shockwave that made the island shake violently, as if it were about to fall from 10,000 meters in the air at any moment. The Golden Lion felt a tearing pain in his forehead, realizing that his energy output had exceeded the limit his injuries could bear. He struggled to contain the explosive, destructive aura, then took a deep breath and calmly said, "I haven't seen Saint Satan in over 30 years. It must be someone else using a devil fruit ability similar to the float fruit, capable of controlling gravity and other rules, and push the blame onto me. I did not do it, so why should I argue?" Moreover, in his current state facing Saint Satan, let alone killing him, whether he would be killed in return was a question worth considering. Even if he was reluctant to admit being weaker than others, facing his declining physical condition, he had to confront the harsh reality. After finishing his explanation, the Golden Lion sighed softly. He slightly raised his eyes to look at Borsalino and Kaji, only to find their expression strange, looking at him as if he were a fool, their eyes filled with obvious distrust. "Yes, go on." Kaji's mouth twitched a few times, feeling somewhat speechless. If it weren't for the Pirate Empress personally admitting to Commander Ra's Saint that the mastermind was the Golden Lion, he might really have thought the Golden Lion was wronged. However, Kaji didn't explicitly mention that the Pirate Empress had snitched. After all, she was suspected to be the old flame of this admiral, so it was better to avoid discussing that woman. Kaji stole a glance at Borsalino, then coldly laughed at the Golden Lion, who still wanted to speak. "Old man, I have a suggestion. Why don't you just say that those 3 celestial dragons and Saint Satan were all killed by our navy and then pin the blame on you? If you can escape today, just proclaim to the world that our navy is chasing you to silence you." Upon hearing this, a strange expression flashed beneath Borsalino's sunglasses. He glanced at Kaji and, seeing no change in Kaji's expression, shook his head inwardly, realizing it was just a coincidence. The fewer people who know the details of this matter, the better. On the other hand, the Golden Lion's eyes twitched violently at Kaji's words, almost unable to control the raging anger inside him. How could he not hear Kaji's blatant mockery, merely assuming he was arguing? "Good, good, very good. That's right. I did it. I killed them all." Repeating "good" 3 times indicated the extreme unrest within him. But at this moment, the Golden Lion's expression was incredibly calm. He no longer shouted or displayed anger or hysteria. All that remained was the madness and brutality hidden deep in his eyes. The air became heavy and oppressive. This was the calm before disaster, like the stillness before a storm. The Golden Lion's gaze flickered, as if brewing an extraordinary storm. "Just admit it already, you're doomed. The world government has issued a death order." Kaji sneered coldly. The Golden Lion ignored Kaji and looked at Borsalino, muttering to himself, "You damn navy. You just said the world government sent the God Knights to hunt me down, right? Where are those dogs?" Borsalino pouted, a strange expression flashing across his face as he recalled what Akainu had told him before leaving the Navy headquarters last month. A glint of light flickered in his eyes as he thought for less than half a second, then smiled and replied, "The God Knights are at Twin Cape. Their vice commander has personally set sail. Golden Lion, you're in big trouble." The Golden Lion snorted coldly, no longer speaking, his figure slowly rising. It seemed he had gotten the answer he wanted and was ready to take the next step. As the Golden Lion's body lifted off the ground and soared into the sky, an overwhelming, domineering, and fierce sword intent surged from his legs. The deadly sword energy instantly enveloped the entire sky, cutting through the thin white clouds around him. The dazzling sunlight poured down, casting a red glow on the island ship. Lion Chinchia Valley. The Golden Lion let out a roar, and massive crescent-shaped sword beams sliced through the air towards Borsalino and Jaji. Although these 2 lewd Navy generals had just been engaging in banter, they were constantly on guard against the Golden Lion's movements. Thus, their feet did not slow down at all as they swiftly dodged the approaching sharp sword shadows, adjusting their forms in time to charge upwards. Suddenly, the impact generated by their fists and feet and the explosions caused by energy projectiles came in waves, overwhelming them. However, the Golden Lion's attacks were far from over. Suddenly, he raised both hands high, and the undulating ground erupted violently, producing a deafening sound from deep within the earth. Lions might dominate the earth. The Golden Lion no longer cared about his territory and unleashed the powers of the float fruit. The entire floating island began to crack and collapse. ultimately shattering like a porcelain doll. Massive rocks and soil floated up, forming countless towering and gigantic lions. They bared their fangs and roared as they charged towards Jaji and Borsalino. The golden lion looked down from above at the two, temporarily trapped by the endless mud and stones, his face filled with a gloomy expression. Rumble. Gale footstorm. Several 100-meter-long giant sword lights shot out from the sky, filled with hard mud and stones, and a brilliant blue light continuously flashed around the space. Jaji had no landing point and could only step into the void, constantly treading on air while exerting all his strength to perform the ultimate technique of the Navy's sixth form. A Chakra Jewel. Borsalino glanced at Jaji, who was demonstrating great power and also made a symbolic effort. Countless particles of light gathered into a mass, appearing highly intimidating. However, the golden light was surprisingly overshadowed by Jaji's sixth form technique. Nevertheless, the lion heads formed from the mud and stones still could not withstand it, gradually cracking and soon to be obliterated. From a distance, the golden lion saw his attack collapsing and remained unfazed. He controlled his form to float backward, gradually distancing himself from this airspace while swiftly gesturing with his fingers. Instantly, several nearby large floating islands slowly drifted over and began to shatter and collapse like the previous island ship. This time, however, the scale of the attack was dozens of times larger than before. A massive shadow loomed over Jaji and Borsalino, making the two feel as small as ants among mountains. Is this golden lion really giving up his territory? It seems he's planning to go all out. Jaji frowned as he looked at the rock storm that obscured the sky. After shattering a lion head the size of dozens of meters, he shouted to the side, "Admiral Borsalino, I can handle this alone. You don't need to worry about me. Hurry and intercept the golden lion. Don't let him unleash his powers anymore." When they had come up from below earlier, they had seen dozens of islands floating at this altitude of 10,000 meters. Now, if the golden lion had controlled just a few, why was it so difficult? Over 20 years ago, when the golden lion attacked the Navy headquarters, Jaji had witnessed firsthand the devastating power. Therefore, he knew that he could not let the golden lion fully unleash the powers of the float fruit. Meanwhile, Borsalino, with his hands in his pockets, casually kicked apart several large rock lion heads in front of him, glanced at Jaji, who was busy dealing with the storm of sand and stones, and then looked at the rapidly retreating golden lion. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, shook his head inexplicably, and then transformed into a golden beam of light, disappearing from the spot. "Old man golden lion, don't run. How am I supposed to report back if you escape?" Borsalino moved at high speed, following the flight trajectory of the golden lion while teasing from behind. However, the golden lion was not interested in fighting, continuously using his fruit ability to control the islands to block Borsalino's pursuit. "Yellow-skinned monkey, I don't have time to play with you." Boom! Light speed kick. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light shot out like a blade unsheathed, striking the golden lion's back from thousands of meters away. The caught-off-guard golden lion spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling forward. Ignoring the injury on his back, he quickly turned around, lifted the large knife on his right leg, and swung out a terrifying sword aura, countering Borsalino's fierce kick. Then, the golden lion gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth, saying, "Kid, you're quite good at sneak attacks from behind." Before Borsalino could respond, the golden lion's eyes narrowed, and he gathered strength in his legs, fiercely kicking out several times. Lion's might wave slash. The golden sword light howled as it approached, magnifying at a terrifying speed in Borsalino's pupils. Amaterasu cloud sword. Borsalino remained calm, swiftly pulling his hands from his pockets. He then extended outward, and a long sword radiating dazzling light instantly formed. With a slight exertion of his arm, the top-grade armament hockey covered it, and he quickly swung out a dozen swords. Clang! The piercing explosion resonated throughout the space. A fierce whirlwind howled past, blowing away the smoke. After Borsalino dealt with the attack before him, he slightly raised his gaze, only to see that the golden lion had already fled a kilometer away again. He pondered for a moment, slowly elementalized, and chased after him. The two continued to fight further apart until Borsalino was suddenly accidentally struck head-on by a massive rock, affecting his pursuit speed. When he emerged from the rubble, nonchalantly brushing off the dust from his clothes, he could no longer see the golden lion, only hearing a boastful echo lingering in the air. "Ha ha! Since you all think I killed the celestial dragon, then I'll really kill a few for you to see." So the golden lion suddenly erupted, unleashing his full power in peak condition, just to escape. Jaji, who had rushed over from dozens of kilometers away, was somewhat dumbfounded after hearing Borsalino's explanation. That's true. After all, a legendary pirate is very difficult to deal with. But he should be planning to go find trouble with the Knights of God, right? We just need to follow him to Twin Cape. Borsalino pouted indifferently. Jaji nodded in a daze. He had just arrived and had vaguely heard the roar left by the Golden Lion, but something felt off. After carefully recalling and sensing, Jaji suddenly exclaimed, "Admiral Borsalino, the direction the Golden Lion flew seems to be St. Mary Geos. In the sea area of the first half of the New World, the sun was shining brightly, and a small warship was quickly sailing towards a certain destination." Understood. The Golden Lion isn't foolish enough to rampage in the Celestial Dragon's lair. He should just plan to navigate half the world from the New World to Twin Cape, while also taking the opportunity to annoy that group of people in St. Mary Geos. After Sakazuki roughly understood the situation of the Golden Lion, he hung up the phone with Borsalino. He glanced at the world map hanging on the wall of the ship's cabin. He shook his head and asked the lieutenant general beside him, "Doberman, what do you think of Vegapunk?" Since Sakazuki received mainly combat memories from the original host, he had little contact and understanding of the Navy scientific forces. Only his fellow townsman, Borsalino, who had long been responsible for the defense and leadership of the Scientific Research Institute, might be somewhat more familiar, but he was not here now. Doberman, hearing Sakazuki's question, pondered for a few seconds before responding thoughtfully. "I have not had much contact with the Scientific Research Institute either, but I have often heard the captain of the scientific forces, Vegapunk's bodyguard, Senru, talk about his deeds and character. Although Senamaru claims to be the tightest-lipped man in the world, he often inadvertently reveals information. Overall, Vegapunk is a brilliant, powerful, and exceptionally kind and compassionate great scientist." Sakazuki nodded slightly at this. As far as he understood, Senamaru had a certain say in Vegapunk's character. He knew that Senamaru had been abandoned by villagers in childhood due to his violent behavior and had survived alone in the wilderness for many years until Borsalino and Vegapunk encountered him while helping local villagers fend off a bear attack. At that time, Senamaru was using sumo to take down a group of bears, and Vegapunk was immediately attracted by his powerful physique, deciding to hire Senamaru as his bodyguard. Ultimately, Vegapunk wanted to take Senamaru away from the hardships of hunger and cold after learning about his background. Thus, it seemed that Vegapunk was not like some evil scientist depicted in Marvel. At least, he was not a heartless demon. "Jones, what do you think?" Sakazuki then turned his gaze to his nominal disciple, Jack Jones. He brought this kid along to disrupt the surrounding energy field as much as possible and to shield himself from the perception of outsiders using observation hockey. After all, it was currently impossible to bypass the red line from the seabed to the New World, and flying from other places on red land was too far. The only nearby route was through Marineford. Therefore, he still needed Jones to use his fruit abilities to provide cover for him. Jones, who was rubbing his axe, quickly looked up when he heard his teacher's question and answered without hesitation. "Although I have not had contact with Vegapunk, I have often heard over the years that he possesses top-tier wisdom surpassing this era. Moreover, Vegapunk has indeed developed many things beneficial to the Navy, such as warships that can safely cross windless zones, powerful pacifists, and even allowing non-living beings to consume devil fruits." Jones paused, glanced at Sakazuki, who seemed to be deep in thought, and continued. "Although Vegapunk's research level is impressive, I've also heard that he seemed to have collaborated with other scientists on some illegal research in the bank area. Notorious figures like Queen from the Beast Pirates and Germa's Judge were once Vegapunk's colleagues, right? So I think we should control Vegapunk. Perhaps we can have Law use his abilities to extract his heart as a threat to make him sever ties with the world government and completely serve the Navy." Thinking of the Nomi user that his teacher had captured, Jones actively made a suggestion. After listening to Jones's response, Sakazuki shook his head slightly. For people like Vegapunk, treating them well was better than controlling them. Moreover, taking his heart might be useful for others, but it would be of no use to Vegapunk, who was a mad scientist studying body modification, cloning technology, and bloodline factors. Additionally, Vegapunk was not as ambitious as his former colleague Caesar Clown, Germa Judge, or Queen. He also firmly opposed dangerous research like biochemical weapons and was a high-quality scientist with a strong sense of scientific ethics. This aligned with the information Sakazuki had seen in his previous life. After all, Vegapunk agreed to join the world government, not to fulfill his own ambitions, but to obtain sufficient funds and resources to help advance world technology and development. Therefore, Vegapunk, who stood on the relatively just side, was a person worth cultivating. However, he seemed to be good friends with Monkey D. Dragon and had some connections with Dr. Clover from O'Hara, which might lead him to privately lean towards the Revolutionary Army. So he still needed to be persuaded carefully. The Navy was much stronger than the Revolutionary Army, but under the constraints of the world government. It could not act as boldly as the Revolutionary Army for the time being. To convince Vegapunk, the upcoming test would mainly be Sakazuki's oratory skills and personal charisma. Although he was not a typical hero who could rally people with a mere call, Sakazuki had absorbed the advanced thoughts of countless outstanding military leaders, politicians, and revolutionaries. Standing on the shoulders of giants, he could still garner support to some extent. Vegapunk was a must-have in the later sea areas of the New World, Future Island. Under Vegapunk's special arrangement, Sakazuki, Doberman, and Jones, guided by Senamaru, avoided the CP eyes of the world government and gradually made their way to the underground fifth-level laboratory of the Research Institute. The area of the Research Institute was vast, almost occupying the entire island. Inside the Research Institute, which seemed endless at a glance, there were fast special vehicles everywhere, shining with metallic luster and full of a sense of technology. Various specialized laboratories were neatly arranged around them. The laboratories were equipped with various precision instruments, from high-precision microscopes to complex chemical reaction devices, all present. Those gleaming instruments silently proclaimed the greatness of technology. They also indirectly reflected the professional capabilities and technical strength of the research team, led by Vegapunk. As the group descended deeper underground, the various experimental equipment became even more refined and advanced. Each device was intricately crafted, as if telling the mysterious stories of the world's top technology. The transparent pipes, flashing indicator lights, and finely calibrated dials and adjustment knobs seemed to be quietly waiting for the operators to engage. The high-end equipment varied in size, resembling mysterious castles that attracted people to explore and discover. In this research institute, every detail could become a source of scientific inspiration, and every moment could reveal unknown mysteries. Sakazuki followed Senamaru all the way, his expression unchanged, but a trace of imperceptible shock occasionally flickered in the depths of his eyes. This was the first time he had personally seen Vegapunk's research institute since arriving in this world. Such a modern laboratory and intense technological atmosphere were things he had only seen in science fiction movies. Looking at those things that seemed out of place for this era, Sakazuki deeply sighed in his heart. This world, whether due to geographical reasons or the deliberate control of the world government, developed its technology in a strange and distorted manner. Some people lived in remote mountains and primitive forests, as if stuck in the Stone Age. Others were drawing bows and sharpening knives, seemingly entering the cold weapon era. Yet others were equipped with firearms and laser weapons, stepping into the era of hot weapons and mechanization. Nowadays, even more so, research on genetic factors and human modification has directly developed into an incomprehensible high-tech era. One can only say that they truly live up to being top scientists with wisdom surpassing the world by 500 years. Sakazuki looked ahead at the gradually ending metal corridor, his anticipation for Vegapunk growing even greater. Upon exiting the metal corridor, they found themselves in a closed laboratory, surrounded by transparent tempered glass. Jinbei quickly moved forward, entering a series of complex numbers into the password lock on the glass door. He then pressed his scarred face against a small display screen above the password lock. Beep. Identification successful. A metallic sound rang out as the heavy glass door slowly opened. Dr. Marshal Sakazuki is here. Jinbei led everyone into the laboratory while shouting loudly inside. Doctor? For a long time, there was no response in the large laboratory. What guy? Is Vegapunk putting on airs now? Doberman frowned at the empty laboratory and sternly scolded Jinbei. Jinbei showed an embarrassed expression, giving Sakazuki an apologetic look, scratching his head and saying awkwardly, Marshal, the doctor is probably immersed in his research again. He usually does this. Sakazuki's eyes slightly lifted, shaking his head a little. Not caring too much, he could sense that Vegapunk was deep inside. Let's go find him directly then. Upon hearing this, Jinbei quickly nodded and led the three deeper into the laboratory. This was Vegapunk's exclusive laboratory, with no other scientists present. However, there were a few humanoid robotic assistants moving between the various experimental stations. This piqued Jones's curiosity, his eyes shining brightly. It seemed that no passionate youth could resist the temptation of robots. After navigating through winding paths, they finally saw an elderly man leaning over a workbench, preparing reagents. A unique smell filled the air. Though not pleasant, it gave a solemn feeling, because this was the scent of science, rigor, and exploration. Doctor, upon seeing the elderly man in a white coat still engrossed in his research, not noticing their arrival, Jinbei shouted at the top of his lungs. Huh? The elderly man, startled by the deafening call, cautiously placed the bright red solution bottle he was holding on a glass rack before turning around. After nodding at Jinbei, he looked at Sakazuki and said apologetically, "Marshal Sakazuki, my apologies for not welcoming you properly. I was just conducting research closely monitored by the world government, and I didn't notice your arrival." After speaking, the elderly man took off his gloves and stepped forward with a friendly expression, extending his right hand toward Sakazuki. Sakazuki looked at the approaching elderly man, his eyes narrowing slightly, making it hard to discern the emotions hidden within. However, he also removed the black military gloves from his right hand and extended his broad palm. They shook hands. "Mr. Vegapunk is always busy with research. It is I who have disturbed you this time." The elderly man in the white lab coat before everyone was Vegapunk, the greatest scientist of the current era, an inventor, the head of the Navy's Special Science Unit, a user of the brain fruit ability, and the man reputed to have the world's greatest brain. Marshal Sakazuki is being polite. As a scholar employed by the world government, I am also serving military technology for the Navy. Vegapunk smiled amicably, always maintaining a refined smile. "The laboratory is rather simple. Please come this way to sit," Vegapunk said politely while leading everyone to a temporary resting area next to the experimental workstation. Sakazuki did not respond to Vegapunk's words. The simplicity was just the other's modesty. This research facility could be said to be the most advanced and high-tech place in the world. How could it be considered simple? He moved with a stern expression, following Vegapunk while discreetly observing the man. Vegapunk's appearance resembled that of the famous physicist Einstein from the past, exuding a strong research vibe. His cheeks were slightly flushed, his hair gray, and he had long legs. He wore DOM shoes that could float and change appearance and a white research coat with SSG printed on the back. What was strange was that Vegapunk's head was very large, unusually high. Additionally, it seemed that a branch resembling an apple tree was sticking out from the top of his head, and his massive tongue extended outside his mouth down to his abdomen. Despite being in an underground laboratory, he wore sunglasses. This image was quite bizarre, like a real-life mad scientist. After a few seconds, they arrived at a relatively spacious area. However, there seemed to be no place to sit. Under the puzzled gazes of Doberman and Jones, Vegapunk leisurely pressed a red button, and the sound of gears moving suddenly came from below. Click-clack. In an instant, a few retractable tables and chairs appeared on the empty ground. At the same time, a robotic assistant glided over with a tea set. This, Doberman and Jones exchanged glances, feeling as if they had just been shown something impressive. "Everyone, feel free to sit," Vegapunk said cheerfully, but he willingly gave the main seat at the square table to Sakazuki, while he took the secondary seat. After some polite small talk, Vegapunk took the initiative to steer the conversation, asking curiously, "Marshal Sakazuki, I heard from you earlier that you intend for me to work with the Navy in the future. Does this mean the Navy will be working with the world government?" Vegapunk did not directly clarify, as that shocking, unprecedented matter still felt unbelievable to him. Sakazuki casually crossed his hands and placed them on the table. Regarding Vegapunk's inquiry, he first nodded, then gently shook his head and slowly began to respond. "It's not just about serving the Navy. Strictly speaking, it will also serve the development and progress of the entire world and humanity." Sakazuki paused slightly, his gaze serious as he stared at Vegapunk, stating unequivocally, "The world government. The Celestial Dragon's exclusive regime is just a parasite of the sea like pirates. That is not the true belonging and support for a great scientist like you, Mr. Vegapunk. Only the United Navy can allow you to follow your own will and conduct research that aligns with scientific ethics." As soon as Sakazuki finished speaking, the atmosphere immediately fell silent. Vegapunk did not expect this Navy Marshal to so directly clarify the relationship between the Navy and the world government. Doberman and Jones next to him immediately became vigilant about their surroundings, fearing that there might be spies from the world government infiltrating. Doberman scanned the surrounding environment again, activating his observation hotkey. After finding no abnormalities, he withdrew his gaze. However, when his gaze landed on a certain individual, Doberman suddenly recalled an irreplaceable detail. He then broke the silence, softly calling out, "Jinbei, what are you still doing here? With your personality, you shouldn't listen to what you shouldn't know." "Huh? Vice Admiral Doberman." This, Jinbei was bewildered at that moment. He is Vegapunk's bodyguard. If he is not here, where should he be? The innocent expression glanced at Doberman, then turned back to Vegapunk. Upon seeing the deep gaze from Jinbei, Vegapunk cleared his throat. He understood Jinbei's character flaws and certainly knew what Doberman meant by his earlier words, so he immediately reassured him. don't worry. I recently developed a microchip implanted in Jinbei's mouth, which ensures he won't leak information like before. The innocent Jinbei immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice, confidently stating, "Yes, with the doctor's chip, I am now a man with the tightest lips in the world." Doberman looked at him with a hint of skepticism, but seeing that his commander did not object, he remained silent. Vegapunk then turned his gaze back to Akainu, still bearing a trace of shock on his face. Although he had a vague suspicion, the reality was still astonishing. He sighed and admired. "It seems that you, Admiral Akainu, have made the decision to lead the Navy away from the world government, and you must be prepared to fight them to the death." He never expected that the final battle concerning the fate of the world would be initiated by the Navy. After witnessing the determination of Admiral Akainu, Vegapunk couldn't help but sigh at the unpredictability of fate and the uncertainty of the world. He had previously visited O'Hara after it was destroyed by the Buster Call in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle. He discovered a large number of preserved books on the island and memorized all the information contained within them, facing the risk of being silenced. After so many years of illegal research, Vegapunk strived to recreate ancient civilization and had already vaguely glimpsed the blank historical mysteries deliberately erased by the world government. The glory and downfall of the Great Kingdom, the truth about ancient weapons, the origins of the world government, and the mission of the mysterious D family. Everything from the blank 100 years is too horrifying for the world. The tides of the times are rolling, the cycles of history are repeating, and 800 years of accumulation and waiting are all for such an elusive prophecy and legacy. Vegapunk's mind involuntarily recalled information about Joy Boy. If hope has already appeared in the Navy, then what role does the so-called Laughing Boy leader, who can shatter the world's darkness and suffering and bring joy and freedom, play at this moment? And where is he? A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Vegapunk's deep eyes, obscured by sunglasses. He stared directly at Akainu, but was slightly taken aback. The man's gaze towards him was icy and ruthless, like a blade glinting with cold light, exuding an extreme chill that seemed to dissect the secrets deep within his thoughts. At the same time, paradoxically, there seemed to be a raging fire burning within that cold gaze. The deep, dark eyes sparkled like a starry night sky, also resembling the dawn, penetrating darkness just before daybreak, giving a sense of profound mystery. Vegapunk's expression slightly froze as he withdrew his gaze from Akainu, lowering his eyes, unable to help but murmur to himself, "What direction will this admiral's determination lead the world to? And whose shoulders bear the fate of the inevitable Great War?" Akainu watched Vegapunk, who seemed to be lost in thought, without interrupting. He casually picked up a spoon and stirred the coffee in front of him, the steam rising from the cup reflecting his resolute and cold face. After a few seconds, Akainu raised his eyes to look directly at Vegapunk, his sharp gaze seemingly penetrating the secrets beneath Vegapunk's sunglasses, and then he slowly said, "The actions of the world government are contrary to the Navy's ideals of justice. There is no need to wait for the so-called D family to stir up the storm, nor should we place our hopes on the ineffective Revolutionary Army, because the Navy will take action on its own." Akainu's tone was calm, his demeanor unhurried. He exuded a strong sense of confidence. Doberman and Jones stood tall, filled with fighting spirit, as if they were about to strike at Marineford at any moment. Meanwhile, Jinbei's pupils suddenly constricted. He had not heard such things from the old man Kizaru. This must be a top-secret matter. He instinctively covered his mouth, then felt something was off and quickly covered his ears. His eyes darted around, appearing flustered. Vegapunk, across from him, was too busy to notice Jinbei's awkwardness. A subtle look of shock crossed his face. It turned out that his thoughts had indeed been seen through by Akainu. Vegapunk quickly picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip to calm his nerves. After 2 or 3 seconds of silence, Vegapunk suddenly sighed. As the highest-ranking officer in the Navy, Admiral Akainu commands millions of troops. Not only does he possess absolute military power capable of dominating the world, but he also leads a large number of incredibly powerful Navy generals. Vegapunk glanced at Doberman and Jones, who were beaming with pride beside Akainu, and continued, "In fact, such a Navy force is already capable of standing against any power in the world. Moreover, countless people are increasingly dissatisfied with the world nobles and local royal powers. So even the world government, led by the Celestial Dragons and composed of over 170 member countries, would find it difficult to contend with the Navy. In that case, why will my research-only self need to get involved?" Vegapunk chuckled self-deprecatingly. No matter how brilliant his research abilities were, he would still be easily suppressed by the military might of the world government. On the surface, he was called a hired scientist, but in reality, He was just a temporarily useful tool under confinement. Akainu did not pay any attention to Vegapunk's self-deprecation. He slowly raised his solid arm, and a ball of scorching magma instantly appeared in his right hand. The extremely high temperature of the magma distorted the surrounding air. The firelight emitted from the surface turned everyone's faces red. Under Vegapunk's puzzled gaze, Akainu calmly said, "In this vast world, individual power can indeed reach extremes capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, moving mountains and seas. Even if faced with thousands of troops, they would probably be unable to withstand a single punch I casually throw." Akainu glanced at the flaming magma fist, then retracted his power, and the temperature in the surroundings suddenly dropped. This made Vegapunk feel a sense of relief. This guy finally reigned in his powers. The other few people might not have felt much, but as the physically weakest ordinary old man among them, he was acutely aware of the heat. The sweat pouring down his back was almost soaking his clothes. Akainu ignored Vegapunk's hidden emotions and continued, "But people like me are ultimately few in this vast ocean. The world belongs to the billions of people occupying countless islands scattered everywhere. While powerful individual strength can indeed influence the course of fate to some extent, it is very difficult to completely change the entire world, because so many of the world's problems cannot be solved merely through violence. The most important thing is still technology." Sakazuki pointed at the surrounding precision experimental equipment and the robot assistants serving nearby, and said with righteous fervor, "The power of technology is incredibly strong. It is the perfect fusion of creativity and wisdom. Whether it is ancient civilization or modern technology, they are all crystallizations of human knowledge. It not only changes the way humans live, but also influences human thought and culture, driving the continuous progress of human society." Vegapunk listened carefully to Sakazuki's passionate discourse, his eyes sparkling with fervent light. It seemed he had found a leader who truly understood him and the scientists. The power of technology lies not only in warfare, but also in its ability to help us solve natural and social problems. Therefore, technology is the world's primary productive force. Scientists are not only creators of technology and representatives of human wisdom, but also pioneers in promoting the development of productive forces. As Sakazuki's last words fell, Vegapunk's expression grew more serious. Such resounding words excited him, and his eyes burst with intense enthusiasm. Vegapunk's lips trembled slightly as he couldn't help but murmur, "Technology is the primary productive force. Scientists are the pioneers of productive forces. Wonderful, truly wonderful." Vegapunk felt like a steed encountering a worthy master, and he couldn't help but be moved to tears. Why is technology said to be the world's primary productive force? Because science and technology play a transformative role in economic development. They're the foremost element among the factors of productivity. The development of science and technology not only brings more efficient production tools that can greatly improve production efficiency, but also enhances quality of life and reduces losses. Vegapunk quickly summarized Sakazuki's words in his mind, his hands trembling slightly, feeling a bit emotional. He adjusted his sunglasses and, after calming his emotions, looked at Sakazuki with a completely new perspective, deeply sighing. "There are many people in this world, and many choices. Whether one becomes a world government official, a navy, a pirate, a revolutionary army member, or chooses to be a craftsman, archaeologist, scientist, or the most ordinary farmer, everyone has desires and pursuits." Vegapunk smacked his lips, scanning the crowd present, and continued in a low voice, "The lowest desire of humanity is to meet basic needs, followed by interests, which is the wealth that over 99% of ordinary people see. Beyond wealth, the more substantial values are fame and power. This is the most common understanding. However, I believe that above all these things, there is one thing called wisdom." Seeing that Vegapunk seemed ready to expound on life philosophy, Sakazuki couldn't help but take an interest. This scientist, with an extremely large capacity for knowledge, had absorbed countless ancient texts from O'Hara. He should possess profound philosophical thoughts. A glimmer of wisdom passed through Vegapunk's deep eyes as he spoke slowly. Whether it is the sea under the rule of the world government for over 800 years or the world ruled by the great kingdom in the blank history of 800 years ago, there have been periods of prosperity and decline. Looking at the entire history, whether it is the 20 kings who initially established the world government, or the 5 elders living in Panga City today, or the pirate kings active in the eyes of the world and the leaders of the revolutionary army hidden in the undercurrents, even you, Marshal Sakazuki, are all being swept forward by the times, right? Vegapunk's sharp gaze turned into a cold wind, sweeping over Sakazuki. Perhaps feeling that he had completely understood Sakazuki's character, he continued to make sharp judgments without hesitation. Perhaps you occupy the peak of the world in terms of strength, politics, and thought, enough to look down on everything. But all of this is merely temporary. With the changes of the times, everything you possess will eventually vanish, like waves in the sea being extinguished by the surging tides. Any royal power or hegemony is just a fleeting moment. Only knowledge and technology are eternal. As soon as Vegapunk finished this statement, before Sakazuki could respond, the usually hot-tempered Doberman could no longer sit still. How could he allow someone to evaluate his beloved and respected marshal from a high perspective? He immediately stood up with a whoosh, glaring at Vegapunk. A sharp glint flashed in Doberman's eyes as he angrily said to Vegapunk, "The historical process of 800 years is something our generation cannot intervene in." The story did not begin with Marshal Sakazuki, but the tragic fate of the world will end in his hands. Marshal Sakazuki's pursuit cannot be described by your so-called base desires. Power struggles and hegemony are merely child's play that is not worth mentioning. The storm of the times only obliterates those petty characters who show off for a moment. Those who are carried forward by the tides of history are only the incompetent. As an elite vice admiral who had been by Sakazuki's side for many years, Doberman was experienced and knowledgeable. He had vaguely heard the deeper meaning of the conversation between Sakazuki and Vegapunk. Thus, with unparalleled confidence, he loudly supported. Marshal Sakazuki will break the historical cyclical pattern of 800 years, using absolute force, and create the last massacre that spans thousands of miles with the posture of saving the world, creating an unprecedented era of peace. Doberman's tone was firm and steady, his eyes bursting with unprecedented fiery light, as if he was about to melt Vegapunk across from him. That's right. Jones tightened the axe in his hand and also stood up. His brow was filled with reverence for Sakazuki as he nodded heavily in agreement with Doberman, inwardly thinking, Marshal Sakazuki is not comparable to those kings, 5 elders, or the 4 emperors. He is like the sun burning in the sky, not only a ray of dawn saving himself, but also a beacon of hope saving all the world's civilians. Yes, Doctor. Marshal Sakazuki has always fought on the front lines of war to eliminate all the evils of the world. You have seen his inauguration declaration and New Year's address. They are not something the previous marshals or others at sea can compare to. At this moment, even Senamaru stood up with a whoosh. His tall figure almost tipped the table over. He was a man of true feelings. He held a great admiration for Sakazuki, who was not only his superior but also a fellow countryman of Kizaru, and had an iron-blooded approach. He strongly agreed with Sakazuki's just ideals and actions. Doberman timely reached out to steady the shaking table. He glanced at Senamaru, who stood in the same camp, and nodded with an appreciative look. He had always followed Marshal Sakazuki's footsteps, adhering to the principle of absolute justice and the policy of using violence to counter violence. He firmly believed that Marshal Sakazuki would lead the entire navy to eliminate all evil and bring the light of redemption to the world. This extremely difficult path could only be tread by Marshal Sakazuki. Doberman shifted his gaze, looking intently at Sakazuki, his face full of respect. He couldn't help but murmur deep down, "This man possesses absolute justice. Groping forward alone in the darkness has become a beacon, guiding all the Navy and all just individuals to move forward courageously. With eternal glory by his side, he stands in profound solitude when the world reaches peace." This may be the best evaluation that people can give to the iron-blooded soldier in front of them. Vegapunk looked at the 3 excited individuals and couldn't help but smile helplessly, waving his hand to indicate that he did not mean to target Sakazuki. Once everyone sat back down, he solemnly leaned towards Sakazuki and whispered, "If the final battle fails, then everything the Navy has done will be meaningless. The world government will use thunderous means, just like it did 800 years ago. This history will once again fall into oblivion, and over time, the tragic struggle initiated by the Navy will turn to dust. All sacrifices and contributions will be in vain, and the world will continue to sink into darkness." Vegapunk's tone was very heavy. He presented the most pessimistic and cruel outcome before everyone, making it feel suffocating. However, Sakazuki's expression did not change at all, as if he were firmly seated on a fishing platform, responding without hesitation and calmly. In this battle, the Navy has no choice but to win. A cold curve appeared at the corner of Sakazuki's mouth, and his sharp gaze glanced in the direction of Marineford, with the peak at the start. Possessing countless intelligence and information from a god's perspective, and occupying such a great advantage, plus having external assistance, how could there be any room for defeat? This confidence and sharpness radiated from Sakazuki like soaring energy and burning flames, instantly infecting everyone. Although Vegapunk did not possess exceptionally strong observation haki and could not perceive the powerful momentum erupting from Sakazuki as deeply as the others present, he could still feel that hope called invincibility. Vegapunk took a deep breath. He knew that what Sakazuki said was not mere arrogance. The imposing aura that came rushing towards him was clearly the grandeur displayed by an eagle soaring into the sky. It was the magnificence shown by a mountain gazing down at the peaks. It was the spirit exhibited by a river flowing endlessly. I previously thought that the revolutionary army led by Dragon was already a thoroughly awakened armed force, but I didn't expect that within the traditionally inflexible navy, there exists someone like you, Admiral Sakazuki, truly a born politician and revolutionary. Vegapunk sighed deeply, indirectly acknowledging the boundless courage in Sakazuki that surpassed Monkey D. Dragon. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible ghostly smile flashed across Sakazuki's face. Although he did not know what Dragon had discussed with Vegapunk or what he had learned, even going so far as to send Bartholomew Kuma here for transformation to achieve a technological breakthrough. Vegapunk's current recognition of him and the Navy indicated that Dragon had failed to convince Vegapunk. This may also be related to the meager resources the Revolutionary Army could provide for research. Sakazuki secretly shook his head, no longer concerning himself with the situation of the Revolutionary Army. Looking into Vegapunk's eyes behind his sunglasses, he replied softly, "The position of Marine Admiral is merely a necessary means for me to achieve my ultimate goal. The titles of politician and revolutionary are Mr. Vegapunk's misguided praise. In fact, like countless other Marines, I am just an ordinary soldier yearning for world peace." Listening to Sakazuki's nonchalant tone, Vegapunk smiled leisurely. He comfortably took a few sips of the coffee on the table and casually said, "So, Admiral Sakazuki, what do you need my help with? If it concerns the noble cause of justice, I will naturally not refuse." A glint of brilliance flickered in Sakazuki's eyes, and after thinking for half a second, he was about to propose his plan when he was interrupted by the sudden ringing of a den mushi. "Boo, boo." Sakazuki raised an eyebrow slightly. He took out a ringing black, encrypted den mushi from his pocket. Looking at the incoming call, Sakazuki's mouth curved slightly. Clearly already knowing the general situation of the call, Sakazuki gestured for Vegapunk and the others to be quiet and then answered the call, speaking softly. "Yamato, it's about the Golden Lion, right? How is he?" As soon as Sakazuki spoke, an urgent voice from Yamato came through. "Yes." The Golden Lion used the power of the float fruit to control dozens of large islands to ambush Marineford an hour ago and quickly fled towards the New World. The commander-in-chief, Steelbone Kong, was unable to pursue him. Sakazuki nodded gently. This was within his expectations. The Golden Lion was not foolish enough to dare to stay at Marineford. He would only use floating islands to launch remote attacks, while he himself would quickly escape, taking advantage of his air superiority. Yamato, far away at Marine headquarters, looked at the calm and composed den mushi in front of him, organized his emotions, and continued to report. Although this attack did not cause significant losses, a few unfortunate celestial dragons happened to be killed by the Golden Lion's sword energy, which has caused a lot of trouble. Therefore, the four elders are very angry and just call to question what Admiral Kizuru, who was sent to deal with the Golden Lion, has been doing. Of course, that's not the main point. Yamato glanced at the idle Kizuru beside him, casually threw a stack of documents in front of him, tossed him a pen, and then spoke seriously into the den mushi. Saint Vorwally has ordered the Navy to immediately send people to eliminate the Golden Lion's gathered warlords of the sea. And among the allied warlords, the Pirate Empress and Jinbei Station Islands have been relocated. But Mihawk's position remains. So, Saint Vorwally has instructed you, Admiral Sakazuki, to personally capture Mihawk as a warning to others. After hearing Yamato's report, Sakazuki was slightly taken aback. Did the four elders really believe the nonsense that Hancock had fabricated for St. Roz? They even wanted him to personally eliminate Mihawk in advance. This was somewhat ridiculous. In fact, the four elders were initially skeptical about the Golden Lion being able to secretly unite so many warlords of the sea. After all, the Golden Lion had been missing from the seas for 20 years. How could he suddenly reappear and have the ability to persuade Kazan and numerous warlords? However, once the Golden Lion made his trip to Marineford, their doubts were completely dispelled. Although the Golden Lion himself was very far away at the time, the murderous intent towards the world government and celestial dragons was genuinely terrifying. Even from such a distance, they could clearly feel that extreme and chilling hatred. Therefore, the four elders felt that they could no longer allow the Golden Lion to continue expanding his influence and doing as he pleased. At the very least, they needed to completely eliminate the pirates allied with him. If this power were to fully consolidate, it would lead to endless troubles. Sakazuki lightly tapped his fingers on the metal table, pondering for a moment, and then instructed Yamato, "Let Morgan spread the news of the Golden Lion's attack on Marineford as a way to create momentum for the Navy's successful extermination of the Golden Lion later." Previously, Morgans could not publicly report on the death of Saint Sadan. Now that the Golden Lion is flying towards the Knights of God past the entrance to the New World, he must be prepared to fight desperately. Meanwhile, the fleet led by Admiral Borsalino and Kaji is also moving towards the Knights of God. At that time, let the Golden Lion clash with the Deputy Commander and two commanders of the Knights of God first. And finally, Borsalino can arrive at the battlefield to pick up the pieces. After the end, let the news agency spread the word that the Navy not only took down the Golden Lion, but also rescued the leader of the Knights of God. That would be good. In fact, if it weren't for the large number of people in the Knights of God and the potential unknown contact with Mary Geos, it would be impossible to ensure their complete extermination in the sea under total concealment. They could have directly let Borsalino capture them all. However, since some of the high-ranking members of the Knights of God have come out, how could they let them return unharmed? It wouldn't make sense if they didn't suffer injuries like their leader's son, Shanks, who lost an arm or a leg, right? A cold glint flashed in Sakazuki's eyes as he continued speaking to Hibari. "After I handle things here, I'll head straight to Karaikana Island. Also, have Jiuin go to Karaikana Island after finishing his task. It's a rare opportunity to witness the final battle of the world's greatest swordsman, which might help her swordsmanship." After Sakazuki finished speaking, he hung up the phone and met Vegapunk's puzzled gaze, casually explaining, "The Golden Lion actually dared to attack Mary Geos. What a complete madman." Vegapunk nodded in understanding. This was beyond his area of interest. However, he did catch another important point. A glimmer of wisdom crossed Vegapunk's eyes behind his sunglasses, and he slowly asked, "Marshal Sakazuki, did you just mention the five elders? And that it was Saint Vajali who issued the orders?" In Vegapunk's impression, those five old men were always together, inseparable. At least, every time he spoke with them before, it was usually all five elders present. And Saint Sadan was mainly responsible for questioning. After all, he was the science defense god, specifically managing this area. But during the last supervision of the progress of the Seraphim, only four elders were present, and it was Saint Vajali, the justice god, who took the lead in this important matter. As for Saint Sadan, he was nowhere to be seen, which was quite strange. This situation appeared again during Sakazuki's conversation with Hibari, deepening Vegapunk's doubts. He was a man skilled in exploration and discovery and was very sensitive to such subtle changes. As soon as Vegapunk said this, Doberman and Jones immediately became alert, looking around nervously, then staring intently at Vegapunk. This left Sabo puzzled. Sakazuki, however, was not as cautious as the two and instead looked at Vegapunk with great interest, his eyes filled with approval. Truly a clever and meticulous scientist. Sakazuki coldly smiled, leaned slightly forward, and did not immediately respond to Vegapunk. Instead, he gently stirred his black coffee in front of him and then drank it all at once. The bitter taste suddenly exploded in his mouth. Sakazuki expressionlessly swallowed the remaining coffee in his mouth, under Vegapunk's inquisitive gaze. He finally opened his mouth and replied, "Saint Sadan is dead. He chose this outcome himself. I will definitely destroy the celestial dragon regime. Even God can't save them." Bang! The coffee cup was heavily placed back on the table by Sakazuki. With the table shaking, several cracks appeared on the cup. However, no one paid attention to the coffee cup or the metal table. Unaware, Vegapunk and Sabo trembled in shock upon hearing Sakazuki's response. Sabo directly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Vegapunk's eyes were filled with disbelief, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints behind his sunglasses. He never expected that Saint Sadan, the highest ruler of the world, would die so quietly. "Marshal Sakazuki, you truly shocked the world." Vegapunk struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva, taking a long time to digest the shocking information Sakazuki had revealed. He imitated Sakazuki and drank the remaining tea in his cup. Then he gently licked his lips. As if he thought of something, a hint of scientific rigor appeared in his eyes. A scientist is never short of curiosity. Despite just undergoing a round of extreme shock, Vegapunk still couldn't contain his curiosity and continued to ask the indifferent Sakazuki. "Just now, the four elders called the Navy headquarters, and you're here in person. As far as I know, the Navy Marshal cannot easily leave Marineford. Does that mean there's a doppelganger of Marshal Sakazuki that looks exactly like you at the Navy headquarters? It must be said that Vegapunk was indeed a top-notch intelligent researcher. Before Sakazuki could respond, Vegapunk murmured to himself, could it be that the Marshal used cloning technology? Did you create a clone with a similar stature and appearance based on your bloodline factor? He was slightly shocked by this thought. If the Navy did not obtain cloning technology from him, then they must have gotten it from Dr. Vegapunk. It seemed that his former colleague was also making silent progress. Upon hearing Vegapunk's question, Sakazuki couldn't help but think highly of him. He didn't hide anything and told him about the existence of the clone fruit. Oh, the devil fruits in this world are truly bizarre. Vegapunk couldn't help but exclaim as he guessed incorrectly. Although he had been researching artificial devil fruits for a long time, he still couldn't fully understand all the abilities of the devil fruits in this world. Sakazuki nodded in agreement. The rules and power systems of the pirate world are diverse. Devil fruit abilities, physical skills, swordsmanship, hockey, and special racial bloodlines, etc. Among them, the most magical is the devil fruit, the origin of which remains unknown. Some speculate it is an embodiment of human desire, others that it is an extraterrestrial object sealed in water and fire. There are also those who speculate it is a technological product of the Great Kingdom from 800 years ago. There are many theories, but no conclusions. Vegapunk smacked his lips, and a glimmer of scientific wisdom shone in his eyes behind his sunglasses. He immediately suggested to Sakazuki, using a pirate as a substitute is still somewhat dangerous, right? How about I create a clone for you, Marshal? As long as you're willing to cooperate, it won't take much time, and the memories between the host and the clone can be shared. Listening to Vegapunk's somewhat tempting tone, Sakazuki's mouth twitched a few times. You can't be thinking of using me as experimental material, right? Sakazuki knew Vegapunk indeed had that capability and that the technology was already quite mature. After all, he himself had 6 doppelgangers, each representing different aspects of Vegapunk: integrity, evil, thought, wisdom, rage, and desire. Each of them had different roles and conducted corresponding research work. Furthermore, they would share their research achievements through memory chips regularly, which was very convenient. However, Sakazuki still couldn't accept such technology being applied to himself. He gently shook his head, rejecting Vegapunk's proposal. The pirate is just temporarily being utilized. Once the opportunity arises, he will play a greater role. I must ensure he pulls an important figure away before he dies. A cold glint appeared in Sakazuki's dark eyes as he stopped dwelling on this topic. He turned to Vegapunk to discuss the technological products he currently needed. First of all, Mr. Vegapunk should be aware that due to the geographical reasons of this world, with vast seas and numerous islands, the connections between residents in various places are too sparse, leading to significant barriers to communication. The phone bugs that can be used for long-distance communication are extremely rare, with only a few people possessing them, resulting in many disasters and troubles. Therefore, I hope Mr. Vegapunk can improve and optimize the breeding program for phone bugs to achieve mass production. In this information-scarce world, most island residents rely on shouting to pass messages. Even when some unfortunate villages are attacked by pirates, they still need to send someone running to the naval branch for help, not to mention the chances of escaping the pirate encirclement. Even if they are lucky enough to escape, by the time the Navy arrives, the pirates might have already killed or robbed everything and fled. Thus, being able to quickly contact the Navy using communication tools is crucial for residents worldwide. If in the future everyone had one or even multiple phone bugs, as soon as anyone discovered pirates approaching, they could immediately call for naval support. This would greatly reduce the losses for residents. Even if we cannot achieve such widespread availability for everyone in the short term, we must ensure that every city, town, and village has at least one phone bug that can communicate with the nearest naval branch. After listening to Sakazuki's explanation, Vegapunk nodded seriously. He didn't expect that the first concern of this naval admiral was not military technology, but rather a civilian tool that benefits the people. This is not too difficult. As long as we create a suitable growth environment for phone bugs, we can breed a large number of them. Alternatively, we could take it a step further by slightly modifying the genes of the phone bugs, changing their growth habits, and hybridizing them to create a new variety that can thrive in harsh environments, which would also achieve the goal. Vegapunk is equally enthusiastic about developing technological tools that can improve people's lives because he is a kind and generous person. His deep concern for the people of his hometown, his willingness to develop inventions that can help them, and his sadness over failed inventions all reflect this. It is precisely for this reason that he has become a source of pride for his hometown and is highly respected and loved by its people. I will have Shaka immediately engage in research in this area, ensuring that we can mass-produce phone bugs within a month. Vegapunk declared confidently. He believed that this task did not require his direct involvement. It could be handled by Shaka, who represents integrity. Seeing Vegapunk's confidence, Sakazuki nodded reassuringly. He then outlined several technological needs for military operations, including the stable storage technology for the explosive dynamite rock and the manufacturing of aerial combat vehicles for air-to-sea and air-to-ground operations. Finally, Sakazuki took out a piece of draft paper from his pocket, which had a few rough sketches on it. He smoothed it out on the table and said to Vegapunk, "I have a rough blueprint here. It illustrates the structure of a large vessel suitable for naval combat. You can take a look at it, and I will have the shipbuilders from Water 7, known as the world's best shipyard, assist you in completing it." Vegapunk did not pay much attention to Sakazuki's words, but focused on the blueprint. He had never seen a vessel of this type before. This vessel is enormous, with an estimated length of up to a kilometer. Rather than a ship, it resembles a floating island. Compared to the existing naval ships, this vessel's deck is surprisingly wide, occupying about 90% of the entire ship's area. The deck has both rectangular and diamond shapes, divided into several areas. There are small labels indicating takeoff areas, landing areas, and waiting areas. Each area has several armed aircraft that Sakazuki mentioned earlier. The landing area uses an angled deck, forming an angle of about 8-12 with the ship's centerline. The deck is also equipped with aircraft lifts, catapults for takeoff, landing arrestor systems, and descent aids. Below the deck are large hangars, fuel storage, ammunition storage compartments, and facilities and equipment for aircraft maintenance. Additionally, there is an island-shaped superstructure located on the starboard side of the flight deck, which serves the role of monitoring, navigation, and command. After examining the contents of the blueprint, Vegapunk couldn't help but exclaim, "Where did this come from? What a brilliant design." Although he is not a scientist specializing in this field, he could still sense the intimidating power of this vessel. If it successfully forms a fleet and sets sail, it would be even more exaggerated than the Demon Slayer order. Hearing Vegapunk's admiration, Sakazuki smiled faintly and replied calmly, "This is a new type of vessel I painstakingly researched after decades of combat at sea. Based on the combat methods between enemies and allies, combined with the strengths and weaknesses of existing naval warships, it is a large sea combat vessel that serves as a base for armed aircraft." Sakazuki paused for a moment and continued shamelessly, given its strategic significance. "I have named it the aircraft carrier." A look of amazement crossed Vegapunk's eyes as he couldn't help but take the blueprint into his hands again for a closer examination. Aircraft carrier? That name is indeed quite fitting. I didn't expect Admiral Sakazuki to have a talent for technological innovation. Sakazuki nodded nonchalantly. It seems that this world, due to the existence of flying-type devil fruits, does not place much emphasis on the development of aerial combat weapons, and there are no so-called fighter planes. The aircraft carrier primarily serves as a sea-based airport for aerial combat aircraft, and its own attack power and range are relatively limited, making the development of fighter planes crucial. Regarding the design of new fifth-generation fighter jets, although Sakazuki has some understanding in his mind, he does not know the specific internal structure. Therefore, he cannot provide Vegapunk with precise blueprints and can only describe it roughly. Fighter jets can be categorized into air superiority fighters and multi-role fighters based on their usage. They can also be divided into heavy and light types based on weight, and according to their attack targets, they can be classified into anti-sea and anti-land bombers. Others listened attentively to Sakazuki's new ideas, especially the young and ambitious Jones. Although his abilities allow him to fly for extended periods, piloting a fighter jet to defeat enemies in the air is also super cool. He once thought that commanding a large fleet of warships was the pinnacle of his life. Now, however, he is no longer satisfied with just warships. Seeing Vegapunk nodding in agreement, Sakazuki continued to explain, in the future, fighter jets will be the Navy's first strike weapons. As a strategic weapon prioritized over warships, it must ensure excellent flight performance, flexibility, and powerful firepower, capable of attacking all aerial and land-sea targets in all weather conditions. In particular, speed must be emphasized. According to Sakazuki, the maximum speed of fifth-generation fighter jets at high altitude has already reached over 2,000 kilometers per hour. This is a terrifying speed that surpasses the speed of sound. The area of the pirate world is considerably larger than that of Earth. The equator of Earth is about 40,000 kilometers, while the total length of the Grand Line is at least 100,000 kilometers. This means that if the speed of the fighter jet is increased to that level, and with sufficient energy and without stopping along the way, It could circle the world in just a few days, completing what would take others years to achieve in global adventure voyages. Sakazuki thought briefly for a few seconds and then cautiously instructed, "Recently, please trouble Dr. Vegapunk to develop the first-generation fighter jet and quickly establish a production line. The Navy will subsequently build the corresponding military airports to receive Dr. Vegapunk's research results. After the war is over, we can also study civilian passenger planes to provide air travel services for civilians." Vegapunk nodded slightly, visibly excited. He then took out a marker from his pocket and sketched a few lines on the back of the blueprint. He then solemnly folded the blueprint and placed it in the inner pocket of his coat, raising his head to respond seriously. "Rest assured, Admiral Sakazuki. I guarantee I will complete the task." Faced with so many tasks including the transponder snail, power rock, aircraft carriers, and fighter jets, Vegapunk couldn't help but feel invigorated. This is a major project. At this moment, recalling the issue of resource consumption, Sakazuki added, "I will have the Golden Emperor Tezalo send you the resources needed for research and construction. He has money and mines, and if you need anything, you can send a trustworthy person directly to coordinate." Hearing this, Vegapunk laughed heartily, feeling he could proceed confidently, and immediately said, "Sure. In fact, there are still many resources left from the world government's investment in the Seraphim research, and the research on the Seraphim is gradually nearing completion, so we can allocate the remaining resources at that time." Upon hearing Vegapunk mention the Seraphim, Sakazuki's eyes brightened slightly. The Seraphim is a new type of pacifist developed by Vegapunk. It integrates the bloodline of the Linarians, possessing the physical characteristics and abilities of the Linarians. Its appearance is modeled after the childhood forms of the 7 warlords of the sea, through the green blood within them. The Seraphim have the ability to replicate the powers of corresponding superhuman devil fruit users. Their strength is extremely powerful, and they're said to qualify to approach and even replace the 7 warlords of the sea. Vegapunk once referred to them as the strongest humans. Reflecting on the Seraphim that displayed strong combat power upon their debut, Sakazuki couldn't help but ask Vegapunk, "Have all 7 Seraphim been completed? Is the control program set up?" Like ordinary pacifists, the Seraphim execute their duties in a remarkably stable and quiet robotic manner. When higher-ups issue attack orders, they act according to the commands. Vegapunk, upon hearing Sakazuki's inquiry, answered without hesitation, "Currently, we have completed models for the Snake Woman, Eagle, Shark, and Little Bear. The other 3 are still only prototypes, but all are expected to be completed by the end of the year. As for the Central Control Program, several previously developed programs were not ideal, and the latest one is still in the design phase and will take some time." Vegapunk is a perfectionist. For him, any deviation from the research results is considered a failure, and he must pursue ultimate perfection. When discussing his outstanding work, Vegapunk's mood visibly became more excited. He continued with enthusiasm. "This time I also plan to set an authority chip inside the Seraphim, which will determine the authority order of control. Ranked from high to low, the 5 elders who should actually be the 4 elders, then me and my clones, Sabo, and the holder of the authority chip. Those with higher authority levels can override commands issued by those with lower authority levels. Conversely, if a command is issued by someone with a higher authority level, those with lower authority cannot control the Seraphim anymore. Additionally, commands issued by individuals of the same authority level cannot be overridden." Vegapunk spoke passionately about his design for the Seraphim's control program, appearing quite proud. However, Sakazuki frowned, unable to resist interrupting Vegapunk, but was preemptively interrupted by the keen-eyed Doberman, who spoke up, "Dr. Vegapunk, you are mistaken. How can the highest authority command be given to the 4 elders?" Vegapunk, interrupted, paused, and his proud expression slowly faded. He scratched his large head and said somewhat weakly, "This was an idea I had some time ago before Admiral Sakazuki contacted me. Although I don't want to strengthen the world government's power, the 4 elders will conduct an inspection. They won't allow me to occupy the highest command." "Wait." Before Vegapunk could finish, Doberman interrupted again. He continued, "Dr. Vegapunk, I think it would be more appropriate to give the highest authority command to Admiral Sakazuki. With your abilities, it shouldn't be discovered, right?" After saying this, Doberman stared intensely at Vegapunk with his fierce, scarred face. It seemed that if Vegapunk did not agree, Doberman would kill him with his gaze. Well, giving the highest authority to Admiral Sakazuki is indeed reasonable. No problem. I will add another program later. Vegapunk was not afraid of Doberman's fierce gaze. Since he has already partnered with Sakazuki, he naturally needs to trust him fully. "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Vegapunk," Sakazuki said politely to Vegapunk. At the same time, he cast a satisfied glance at Doberman beside him, feeling very pleased. Having a subordinate who thinks of a leader's concerns is reassuring. After finalizing the matters regarding the Seraphim, the group stood up and slowly walked toward the lab's exit, preparing to part ways. However, as soon as Sakazuki and the others reached the glass door, the wide glass door opened by itself. A cute short-haired, big-eyed beauty walked in. Her right eye was covered by casually draped hair, and she wore a bodysuit with a jacket over it. She had a single earphone and wore long boots. The newcomer had a slight smile, glanced at everyone, and nodded friendly at the leading Sakazuki, then gently said to Vegapunk, "Doctor, your old friend is on the phone." Sakazuki looked at the familiar woman in front of him and glanced at the 02 number on her left chest, immediately recognizing her identity. She is Lilith, one of Vegapunk's 6 clones, representing evil. As for the old friend Vegapunk mentioned, Sakazuki naturally knew the background of the other party. Vegapunk only has 2 people in his life who can be called old friends. One is Dr. Clover, who died in O'Hara. The other is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. "You're here." Vegapunk was not surprised by Lilith's appearance. He glanced at Sakazuki and said leisurely, "That guy Dr. Vegapunk is probably trying to get some technical product for me again, and then chat about revolutionary ideas." Sakazuki shook his head indifferently, but still spoke to Vegapunk with a slightly advisory tone. The conflict between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army is not very pronounced yet, but it's only a matter of time before they clash. I hope Mr. Vegapunk can be mentally prepared. Vegapunk nodded knowingly. A smart person like him naturally knew how to choose. At the exit of the secret passage of the Research Institute, Sakazuki looked back at the vast future island. This island, full of technological essence, truly was an important part of the world's future. Rest assured, Marshal Sakazuki, all those technologies you mentioned will be realized. Vegapunk said seriously upon seeing the meaningful look in Sakazuki's eyes. Hearing this, Sakazuki withdrew his distant gaze and looked at the serious Vegapunk, solemnly stating, "Mr. Vegapunk, the civilization of the ages is entrusted to your hands." Vegapunk nodded solemnly, extending his thin right hand and saying, "It is our duty." The two shook hands again and parted ways. "Teacher, why does Vegapunk's clone have a female version?" A voice of confusion came from a medium-sized warship in the waters surrounding Future Island. Jones looked at the increasingly distant island, recalling the appearance of the second clone, unable to suppress his inner confusion. And she's such a young and beautiful woman. The well-informed Doberman, hearing Jones's question, did not seem surprised and casually explained, "That's normal. I've heard that great scientists all have some unique quirks. Besides, Vegapunk's previous colleagues were all rough and burly men. Now that he's rid of those guys and is with the world government, having rich research resources, it's only natural for Vegapunk to want a female colleague to do research with him. But young and beautiful female scientists are not that easy to come by. So he simply made a clone to satisfy his little preference." Doberman analyzed it thoroughly based on his years of experience at sea, as if Vegapunk had told him himself. Jones suddenly realized and said, "Oh," feeling that Doberman's explanation made a lot of sense. Meanwhile, the silent Sakazuki looked somewhat speechless. What a bold claim and belief. However, he also couldn't understand why this old man Vegapunk would create a female clone for himself. Was it really to alleviate loneliness? Sakazuki shook his head quickly, trying to dismiss the bad images that came to mind. With Vegapunk's top-tier wisdom that surpassed the world by 500 years, how could he engage in such vulgar actions? Seeing Sakazuki shaking his head, Jones couldn't help but gossip. "Teacher, do you think something's wrong? Is there another reason?" Doberman also cast a curious glance, wondering if his analysis was incorrect. Sakazuki looked at the two little men discussing Vegapunk behind his back with some helplessness, and after thinking for half a second, he speculated. Lilith might carry Vegapunk's beautiful memories from the past, which is why he shaped her image like this. Upon hearing Sakazuki's speculation, the two nodded thoughtfully. Given Vegapunk's personality, this explanation seemed more aligned with reality. Jones inwardly sighed, his thoughts drifting as he gazed off. When his peripheral vision caught the faint wrinkles appearing on Sakazuki's forehead, he quickly turned his eyes and mischievously whispered, "Then, teacher, if you're all alone, do you need to revisit those beautiful memories?" Before Jones could finish his sentence, he felt his body lighten. A familiar sensation of weightlessness came over him, and in the blink of an eye, he saw seagulls soaring in the air. At the same time, a deep voice came from below. "Get lost." Sakazuki's expression darkened slightly. He didn't need to wait for Jones to finish his sentence to know what he was implying. He instantly lifted his foot and kicked him into the air dozens of meters high. What an impolite kid. Doberman looked up at Jones. who was flapping his wings and slowly circling in the air, and sighed. He then lowered his head, muttering softly, "Sakazuki's memories should naturally belong to me." Huh? Facing Sakazuki's questioning gaze, Doberman paused, a sheepish smile appearing on his scarred face, and continued, "Naturally, it belongs to us Navy." Sakazuki looked at him suspiciously, subtly stepping back half a meter, gazing out at the endless New World Sea, and then asked, "How's the management of the United Nations Sea Area now?" Although Doberman was already an elite rear admiral, he mostly acted as Sakazuki's aide, keeping himself updated with intelligence to report back to him at any time. Hearing Sakazuki mention serious matters, Doberman became serious as well. After recalling for a moment, he replied solemnly, "Over there, more than 30 islands have already stationed the Navy. Due to a lack of suitable candidates, they are temporarily managed by Vice Admiral Smoker, and it is currently relatively peaceful and stable. However, his deterrent power is still not enough, so there are still pirates occasionally attacking to seize territory, with the most troublesome being Eustace Kidd, the captain of the Kidd Pirates, who is a user of the three-color hockey." Sakazuki nodded slightly. He had an impression of this man, a user of the magnet fruit. He was one of the 11 supernovas who landed on Sabeti Archipelago last year, known for his brutal personality and immense ambition. "Then let's deal with him first, and then head to Kralaga Island." Doberman complied and quickly instructed the pilot to race towards the United Nations Sea Area, feeling the warship's speed noticeably increase beneath his feet. Sakazuki walked back to the cabin, casually asking, "How's the situation over at the Aramaki?" "It seems to still be in hiding, perhaps waiting for the right opportunity to launch a fatal sneak attack." In the New World, in the United Nations Sea Area, a fierce battle was taking place on Wheat Island, the closest island to the core island, Whole Cake Island. The combatants were naturally the most common pirates in the Navy. This was originally the territory guarded by Katakuri, the captain of the Sweet Commander of the Big Mom Pirates. However, since the Big Mom Pirates were defeated, the Navy took full control of the entire sea area under its command. 34 islands and tens of thousands of kilometers of coastline were now under the Navy's jurisdiction. With the world recruitment achieving a total of 6 million new recruits, the Navy's strength reached an unprecedented scale. Therefore, Sakazuki did not intend to imitate the operations of previous Navy admirals, attacking one place and then another, focusing solely on offense and allowing the major pirates to reclaim the United Nations Sea Area. Although this would lead to pirates fighting among themselves for territory, reducing their numbers internally, it would be like watching tigers fight from the mountain, easing the burden of exterminating pirates. However, for the indigenous residents, it was an endless disaster. They would face waves of bullying from new pirates. Perhaps the Navy, which once struggled with a lack of manpower, was helpless against this. But now that the Navy is strong, there is no reason to abandon the territory they have conquered and let civilians continue to suffer. Therefore, in accordance with Sakazuki's orders, the residences of the Big Mom Pirates cadres, which were once stationed in the center of each island, have been transformed into Navy branches. The palace of Big Mom on Cake Island has been rebuilt and granted new direct branch authority, named the Navy G-51 branch. The Navy has numerous branches under its command, scattered around the globe. The branches are divided into two types. One is the branches in the Grand Line, and the other is the branches in the Four Seas. The branches in the Grand Line are direct branches of the Navy headquarters, with a naming convention of G. Originally, there were 50 of these branches, each headed by an independent vice admiral. After the four emperors divided the New World, the Navy's direct branches occupied only two in the New World, namely G1 and G5, with the G51 branch being newly added after the demise of the Big Mom Pirates. As for the Four Seas, which are separated by the Grand Line and the Red Line, due to their vast marine areas and superior natural conditions compared to the Grand Line, they're more suitable for survival. Thus, there are many countries and populations, and the total number of branches it set up is much greater than that in the Grand Line. The Four Seas combined have about 1,000 branches. Based on the order of establishment, starting with the East Sea and ending with the North Sea, they're numbered sequentially from 1. The highest-ranking officials of these branches include rear admirals, brigadiers, and colonels. Currently, stationed on Wheat Island in the World Sea is the G51 branch's subordinate number 1 Navy Division, with about 30 other islands sequentially numbered up to number 33 Division. The Navy, the New World, is not a place you could tread. Hurry back to the first half of the Grand Line. The territory of the Big Mom Pirates is mine to claim. At this moment, a young pirate with spiky red hair and black sunglasses on his forehead raised his right hand high and roared, an invisible force spreading out and creating ripples in the air. "Ah, my sword, I can't control it. My gun too. The Navy soldiers confronting the pirates at the port felt a powerful suction, trying to snatch their weapons away. A silver-haired leader tightly gripped his sea stone weapon, cursing under his breath. Damn it, another magnetic fruit user. Watching the soldiers around him unwilling to abandon their guns and swords being dragged across the ground by the powerful magnetic force, the Navy leader shouted loudly, "Fire! Shoot all the bullets!" The soldiers receiving the order gritted their teeth, quickly resisting the resistance with all their might, and rapidly pulled the triggers. Bang! The gunfire barely rang a few times, hitting only a few insignificant pirate minions, before the firearms completely slipped from their hands. Too late, the young pirate laughed heartily, his power surging, and the conqueror's haki burst forth, an invisible wave covering the entire port. Magnetism string. In the blink of an eye, his right arm was heavily wrapped in the guns, swords, and various metal devices placed at the port, forming a giant steel arm several meters thick. Smolka. The young pirate grinned menacingly and swung his arm down at the group of Navy. A mere newcomer dares to come and cause trouble repeatedly. A glint of ferocity flashed in Smoker's eyes as his waist instantly turned elemental. Using the impact generated by the smoke explosion, he quickly soared into the air, his sea stone weapons covered in a layer of highly condensed armament haki, charging towards the giant steel arm. Smoker wished he could kill the ambitious and ruthless kid pirates on the spot. But that guy Kid's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Even several newly established Navy bases combined couldn't handle him. Boom! The sea stone weapon and the steel arm violently collided together. Sparks flew, and a circle of terrifying white shockwaves erupted into the air, producing a sharp explosion sound that sounded overwhelmed. Seeing Smoker barely resist his attack, Kid's face instantly twisted into a snarl. He grinned, raising a wicked smile, pouring all his strength into his arm, the thick armament haki enveloping the steel, emitting a dazzling metallic sheen. Magnetism collision. The magnetic force emanating from Kid became even stronger. Below, large non-metallic devices were forcibly imbued with magnetism, vaguely turning into a giant magnet, rapidly converging towards his arm. The extremely terrifying suction even dragged large warships docked on the surface of the port several meters towards the shore. Clang! Clang! Kid didn't give Smoker a chance to breathe. He raised the arm full of various gathered items and brought it down, then lifted it again, continuously smashing down. Faced with wave after wave of attacks, Smoker did not dare to be careless. He even discarded the 2 cigars in his mouth, tightly gripping the sea stone weapon and slashing upward. Crack! The teeth-gritting cracking sound came from the weapon in Smoker's hand. Smoker frowned, catching a glimpse of the Navy soldiers below dispersing, just as he was about to dodge and attack in another direction. But sensing a warning from his observation haki, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, his pupils instantly constricting, hurriedly channeling his inner strength to adjust his posture, while wrapping a layer of thick haki around his upper body. Punishment, scythe, decapitating whirlwind. Smoker saw Kid's right-hand man, Killer, flashing at high speed behind him, swinging a scythe towards his head. Smoker barely dodged and was heavily struck on the shoulder. Attacked from behind, Smoker exposed a flaw in front of Kid, and in an instant, he was smashed into the cement ground by the giant steel arm. Bang! The hard ground instantly shattered, revealing a deep pit several meters in front of everyone. Vice Admiral Smoker Dasky, who was dealing with the Kid Pirates cadres, couldn't help but exclaim as she saw the dust-covered pit. A hint of unshakable worry appeared in her eyes. "Stop shouting, I'm fine." A few seconds later, Smoker jumped out of the deep pit. His military uniform was tattered, and a bit of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, looking quite disheveled. Seeing that Smoker was not seriously injured, Dasky felt a sense of relief and tightened her grip on her blade. Although she didn't know why Smoker, who could defeat anyone in the East Sea, was struggling in the New World, it didn't affect his image in Dasky's heart. Just as Smoker finished speaking, he felt a heavy shadow appear above his head. Under the direct sunlight, a giant side-shaped shadow was cast on the ground, emanating a terrifying aura of death. Navy, don't celebrate too early, you'll have trouble soon. Taking advantage of the close distance, Killer launched an attack on the faltering Smoker before Kid could. Giant scythe revolving sonic cut. Kira used the Punisher's scythe to spin rapidly and descended from the sky, creating afterimages that were impossible to capture with the naked eye. The cold blade cut through the air, and a series of explosive sounds erupted, targeting Smoker's head. Seeing that this attack was unavoidable, Smoker tightened his focus and gathered the pitch-black haki power into his arm. Suddenly, his entire arm exploded into a massive fist made of smoke. His eyes narrowed as he quickly thrust it forward. Smoke field, white fist impact. The two fierce attacks collided in an instant, producing a huge shockwave that stirred up a violent hurricane, causing their clothes to billow loudly. Boom! Debris flew, and waves surged. After throwing the smoke fist, Smoker realized he hadn't pushed back his opponent, so he quickly grabbed a sea stone baton and smashed it into Kira's abdomen. After forcing him back, he dodged the magnetic gun that Kid had thrown fiercely. Then, using the Marine 6-style through, he stepped on the ground dozens of times, generating powerful rebound force for rapid movement, creating distance between the three of them. At this moment, Smoker finally caught his breath. His peripheral vision swept around and saw that the Navy soldiers in the distance were firmly holding the pirates at the edge of the island, preventing any from advancing inward, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He then raised his head, his expression serious as he stared intently at Kira and Kid in the distance. Both of them were from the South Sea and had known each other since childhood, with a bond akin to brothers. Kid's strength was unquestionable, being the pirate with the highest bounty among the 11 supernovas of the worst generation. Kira was also one of the 11 supernovas, ranked 7th in bounty, known as the Killing Warrior, and was a formidable force second only to Captain Kidd and the Kid Pirates. He was also the only crew member in the Kid Pirates to directly call Kid by his name. Since witnessing the war at Marineford from the Sabati archipelago, they had dedicated themselves to training, relentlessly honing their skills. After countless battles, their strength had significantly increased. Recently, they had made their way to the New World, setting their sights on the former territory of the big MOM pirates. Kid intended to occupy this area, become a local overlord, and build up his strength to expand his influence. When the time was right, he planned to take down the several Emperor pirate crews in the New World and seize the supreme position of Pirate King. However, unexpectedly, the Navy, having defeated the big MOM pirates, established naval branches on the spot, distributed across each island. This was a stark departure from their usual style. Originally, the brutal and reckless Kid planned to directly attack the G-51 branch to crush its core command, but he was dissuaded by Kira. Kira was a warrior pirate who loved to fight, with a silent demeanor and agile skills. Among the mostly radical crew of the Kid Pirates, Kira was the one who could maintain his composure. To some extent, he acted as the Kid Pirates' advisor. Thus, they began testing the waters from the peripheral islands, ultimately discovering that there were no particularly strong commanders stationed there. The only troublesome one was the Smoke Vice Admiral in front of them, who repeatedly obstructed their plans instead of staying in the G5 branch. This time, they aimed to completely crush this Vice Admiral and establish the Kid Pirates' dominance in the New World. This Vice Admiral, if it doesn't belong to you, don't take it recklessly. The New World is too deep for you to grasp. So let us, the Kid Pirates, manage this area. Kira casually rested 2 giant scythes on his shoulder, his tone extremely indifferent. The Navy support couldn't arrive here that quickly, and the G1 branch's Vice Admiral was too preoccupied. Moreover, other emperors and contenders were still lurking. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and leave the New World. There's no need to die in this godforsaken place. Our target isn't you, Navy, so why struggle to the death? Kira wore a blue and white striped mask with several small holes, obscuring his expression, but one could sense the calmness within. This pirate was clearly more capable of seeing the bigger picture than his captain, Kid. Smoker couldn't help but sneer at the words of this second-in-command of the Kid Pirates. The big MOM pirates have been dealt with by over 100,000 Navy troops, so the territory left behind naturally belonged to the Navy. How could it be said to not belong to the Navy? A glint of defiance flashed in Smoker's eyes as he contemptuously replied, "When the big MOM pirates were still around, why didn't you pirates come to seize the territory? Now that that old hag is dead, you act like wild dogs fighting for scraps. It's utterly ridiculous. You think just because you can't deal with the 4 emperors, the Navy is easy to bully?" Smoker's gaze grew increasingly disdainful, a smirk appearing on his face, revealing a determination to fight to the end and a hint of madness. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, no grass from the vast sea of nations would be taken away. Kira frowned at the madness in Smoker's eyes, feeling a bit troubled. Dealing with a Navy officer who disregarded his life was quite tricky. It was akin to hurting oneself while trying to kill the enemy. Even if the Navy didn't strike against the big MOM pirates, the Kid Pirates would still invade Whole Cake Island. Kid's ambitions far exceeded your imagination. Smoker disregarded Kira's words, silently channeling power within, his muscles tense, his eyes filled not only with madness, but also with vigilance. These 2 individuals were clearly once new pirates with bounties of only 2 to 300 million. Even dealing with the pacifists in the Navy's scientific division required considerable effort. Unexpectedly, in just about half a year, their strength had reached this level. Now, the combined power of the two might even rival the lower-tier combatants among the former warlords of the sea. It seemed not only was the Navy progressing, but the pirates were also advancing, moving forward and upward. Kira, why waste so much breath on him? This vice admiral can't stop us from pursuing our lofty dreams. Kid laughed maniacally, quickly stepping forward, his tone filled with pride and confidence. Kid's smile immediately pulled at the dark red scars on his face, making him look exceptionally terrifying. These scars were left from his continuous life and death battles. He was a practical fighter, adept at enhancing his strength and breaking through himself in combat. Countless life-threatening confrontations had made him increasingly powerful. Thanks to those brutal combat methods, Kid had now developed his devil fruit to the awakened state. After awakening, he could bestow magnetism on objects outside himself, equivalent to possessing his own specific domain. This gave Kid an unprecedented level of confidence. He even planned that after occupying the sea area, he would immediately lead his troops to the territory of the red-haired pirates, defeat the weakest disabled emperor, and make his name known throughout the world. Pirates talking about dreams? Just a bunch of parasites. Smoker was not intimidated by Kid's threats, merely responding coldly. Hearing Smoker's scornful words, Kid's expression darkened. He slowly reined in his smile, a dangerous glint of killing intent appearing in his eyes. Kid absolutely hates it when others belittle his dreams. Any ambitious pirate cannot tolerate their persistence and struggle being denied by others. Navy, you're dead today. A cruel and merciless smile appeared at the corner of Kid's mouth, and the aura emanating from him became increasingly dangerous and terrifying. Kira beside him also fell silent, quietly taking down the giant scythe, resting on his shoulder, and immediately assuming a combat stance. He understood Kid's character very well. Since this Navy Rear Admiral was so stubborn, they would have to exert a bit more effort. Smoker, seeing the two ready to strike, decided to take the initiative, even if he had to die. He would take one down with him. His leg muscles instantly tensed up, and with a flash, he transformed into thick white smoke, charging forward at an incredible speed. The pitch-black armament hockey enveloped his massive smoke fist, crashing down powerfully towards the two. Kill! Kira and Kid quickly reacted. The sharp edge of the scythe intertwined with strong, invisible magnetic force, distorting the air around them. Looking for death, the battle at Wheat Island quickly reached a fever pitch, but also approached its conclusion. Despite the surrounding Navy branches sending troops for support, the lack of high-end combat power meant that Smoker, fighting 2 against 1, ultimately fell. Taking a hard hit from Kid's iron arm, Smoker's blood surged. He immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his form becoming unsteady. Decapitation, spiral blade. Kira seized the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. The sharp scythe aura instantly enveloping the defenseless Smoker, carving dozens of gruesome wounds across his body in an instant. The Navy soldiers dealing with the rest of Kid's pirate crew all turned their eyes here, filled with worry. If Smoker lost, then the defense here would completely collapse. At that time, not just Wheat Island, but the other 33 islands would be conquered by Kid's pirate crew. The efforts the Navy had made before would be in vain. All Navy personnel vowed to defend justice and protect civilians. Newly promoted Brigadier General Dasky gritted her teeth, fulfilling the role of an officer, giving a death order to the thousands of soldiers around her. Kill for me. With a fierce look in her eyes, Dasky charged forward several meters, gathering all her strength into her swift blade, directly beheading a pirate officer in front of her. However, Dasky didn't even glance at the fallen pirate officer, casually wiping the thick blood that splattered on her face. Usually silly and foolish Dasky appeared incredibly cold and ruthless at this moment. She once again targeted the next pirate, raising her sword without hesitation and charging forward. Kill! The other Navy soldiers shouted in unison, and then fearlessly engaged the pirates in combat. Although most of the soldiers' weapons had been drawn away by Kid's magnetic power, they bravely engaged the pirates hand-to-hand, even if it meant trading injuries or lives. In an instant, the scene became extremely bloody and brutal. Go Navy! Kill all the pirates! At this moment, from the rear of the Navy, a wave of morale-boosting shouts suddenly emerged from the distant islands at the port. In the blink of an eye, over 100 strong and sturdy commoners arrived at a distance of 100 meters from the battlefield. They each carried a few weapons, some with daggers, short swords, axes, machetes, and even some hoes, sickles, and farming tools, and even military-grade swords that had come from who knows where. Pirates die! Before the shout was finished, upon seeing the bloody battlefield and the terrifying pirates, The island's native residents instinctively took a few steps back, their faces pale, momentarily unsure of what to do. Hurry! The Navy's weapons have all been taken by that red-haired pirate. Everyone quickly throw any usable weapons to the Navy. A leading middle-aged civilian bravely stood out from the crowd. He wore a deep blue security uniform, held a baton in his left hand, and a long knife in his right, his expression resolute. It was he who had initially gathered his courage to observe the battle between the Navy and the pirates from a distance. Upon seeing Kid draw away the Navy soldiers' weapons, he hurried back to the village to gather everyone. Swiftly selecting several strong young villagers, they scoured their homes for sharp tools and rushed to the shore. On the way, they passed by the local No. 2 Navy branch and even took some leftover swords. Yes, we still have weapons here. Hearing the leader's command, everyone forced themselves to overcome their fear and calm down. Quickly throw them over, aim carefully. Although these middle-aged and young civilians were terrified, as evidenced by their trembling hands, they knew that if the Navy lost, they would end up like before, enslaved by the Bigman pirate crew, unable to eat enough, wear warm clothes, and constantly living on the edge of death. Only under the Navy's rule could they live stable lives. Thus, all kinds of weapons were thrown from the rear of the battlefield, appearing next to the Navy soldiers. Thank you, fellow villagers. The Navy soldiers grinned widely upon receiving the weapons, feeling the support of the people, and they continued to fight fiercely against the pirates. Brothers, kill for me. With the appropriate weapons, the Navy's offensive became significantly stronger, no longer restrained as they had been earlier. After all, for the soldiers at the bottom, they would rather take 10 punches than one cut. The villagers at the battlefield's edge dared not intervene, only praying for the Navy to win. Meanwhile, the leading middle-aged man, who knew a bit of hand-to-hand combat, risked his life sneaking around the downed and moaning pirates, bravely delivering finishing blows. Whirlwind of 10 hands. Seeing the scene, Smoker felt a surge of strength within him, gripping his sea prism stone weapon tightly, a faint hockey covering it, then swinging it forward with great force. Kira, using his agile speed, dodged left and right, then under Kid's bold attacks for cover, swung his 2 giant sides mercilessly, knocking Smoker to the ground. Looking at the struggling Smoker, Kira said coldly from above, "It's useless. No one can stop the advance of Kid's pirate crew. Kid is a man who will become king." Just after Kira spoke, he was about to swing his scythe again towards the barely supporting Smoker with the sea prism stone weapon when he felt an extreme heat coming from behind, causing him to panic inside. Boom! The air began to boil, and the sky was covered with a layer of fiery red, as if it were going to engulf the entire battlefield. At this moment, the grinning Kid suddenly felt a tall shadow looming over him, an extremely dangerous aura, causing his arrogance and brutality to vanish instantly. Armament, electromagnetic cannon. Without a moment's hesitation, Kid didn't even look back, unleashing all his strength to attack fiercely behind him. He was a pirate who had fought his way out of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Anyone who could threaten his life would trigger his animal-like instincts to warn him immediately. The harsh sound of mechanical movements echoed. An immense energy quickly gathered on Kid's 2 steel arms. This is Kid's strongest trump card, an advanced kinetic kill weapon made using electromagnetic launch technology. Unlike traditional cannons that apply gunpowder gas pressure to the projectile, the electromagnetic cannon uses the ampere force generated by the electromagnetic field in the electromagnetic system to accelerate a metal projectile, allowing it to reach the kinetic energy needed to strike target. Its power is terrifying, capable of destroying a mountain. Boom! The violent magma and the supersonic metal projectile collide violently, producing a deafening explosion. Thousands of degrees Celsius of high-temperature gas spreads out from the point of impact, creating a raging storm that blows sand and stones into the air, dyeing the sea water outside the port with a layer of enchanting dark red light. Scalding magma drips to the ground, corroding it into smoking pits. The metal projectile holds for less than 2 seconds before starting to shatter. The onslaught of magma shows no sign of weakening. The massive magma fist, resembling one ejected from a volcano, continues to expand, closing in on Kid in an instant. Damn it! Kid roars with all his might, trying to resist this deadly attack. However, it's useless. His proud steel arm is rapidly melting. The chilling intent to kill completely envelopes Kid's wildly beating heart, as the scorching magma fist looms larger in his terrified eyes, until it finally explodes right in front of his chest. The residual force of the magma penetrates through Kid's chest, shooting out from his back and disappearing into the sky, falling into the sea dozens of kilometers away. Cough! Kid violently spits out a mouthful of black blood, the dark hole in his chest signaling the end of his life. His body sways a few times before he kneels on one knee, exuding the scent of charred flesh. Kid tries to reach out to cover the bleeding cavity, but lacks the strength. He struggles to lift his head, and what comes into view is a pair of shiny black military boots, followed by a snow-white suit. The figure approaches him, and although he can guess who the owner of this body is, Kid wants to see the face of the visitor clearly. However, his horrific injuries no longer allow him to look any longer. Bang! The eyes of the red-haired pirate dim, and he finally collapses into the magma below. The tall figure finally reaches Kid's side. The blood-red roses bloom vividly, and the thick white marshal's cloak rustles. He puts his black leather gloves back on his right hand and unceremoniously kicks Kid's corpse aside before continuing to walk forward. At this moment, the nearby Navy soldiers and pirates finally come back to their senses after the terrifying attack. Looking at that cold face, the Navy feels incredibly relieved. My God, Marshal Sakazuki is here. The Marshal has come. We have won. Compared to the excited Navy, the pirates are filled with despair, lacking even the desire to fight. Akainu is here. We are finished. Sakazuki, who killed Kid with a single punch, casually shakes off his hand and slowly walks to Smoker's side, expressionless, looking at Kira and coldly pointing at Kid's corpse not far away, saying, "What did you just say that corpse would become? A king?" After Sakazuki, accompanied by Doberman and Jones, arrived at Wheat Island and swiftly killed Kid, the battle quickly ended with a one-sided crushing defeat. Looking at the devastated port, Sakazuki furrows his brow slightly. Although the underwater passage of 10,000 meters has been cut off, and there are no pirates from the first half of the Grand Line to replenish them, pirates in the New World continue to emerge endlessly. There are also many pirates brave enough to venture into the New World through the doldrums. For example, the Kid Pirates. At this time, the injured Smoker wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, tremblingly supporting his exhausted body, and briefly reports the situation to Sakazuki. Then he lights up 2 cigars and takes a deep puff. Glancing at the 2 Vice Admirals, Doberman and Jones, behind Sakazuki, he then asks, "Marshal Sakazuki, is this the new person in charge stationed at the G51 branch? If it's one of these 2, they are indeed qualified to stand firm in the brutal New World. This way, I can rest assured guarding the G5 branch." However, Sakazuki shakes his head, glancing at the direction of Egghead Island, lightly stating, "I have transferred Ghost Spider to take command of the G51 branch. Now that the Sabedi archipelago is peaceful, it is useless for him to stay there." Smoker nods in understanding, not surprised. After all, Doberman is Sakazuki's most loyal subordinate, and Jones is his disciple. Having such trusted generals by his side would be more effective. As for sending Ghost Spider to guard the Wano Sea, that is absolutely no problem. Ghost Spider is an elite among the Navy Vice Admirals. Not only can he skillfully use the 6 forms of the Navy, especially life return, but his speed is also astonishing. He once successfully ambushed Marco, a top-tier Vice Admiral-level fighter, which is enough to demonstrate his powerful strength. This way, there will be 3 strong, direct branches in the early waters of the New World to support each other and jointly guard the territory that the Navy has fought for with their lives. Another direct branch, of course, is the G1 branch. Its geographical location is very special, overlooking the Navy headquarters, becoming one of the 2 places on the Red Line that protect the Celestial Dragons. Because of the importance of this branch's location, it has a strong military presence, with more than a dozen units and over 50,000 soldiers. Basically, it is heavily guarded by very powerful Navy Vice Admirals. Currently, the G1 branch is guarded by the elite Vice Admiral Squirrel. Thus, the Navy force is composed of Squirrel, Smoker, and Ghost Spider are not something an ordinary pirate crew can mess with. Sakazuki's eyes flicker a few times, just as he is about to leave to inspect the adjacent G51 direct branch when he is stopped by a loud call from afar. "That, all you Navy gentlemen, thank you very much for using your lives to protect our homeland." It is the leading middle-aged security guard rushing over with hundreds of villagers in a hurry. Seeing Sakazuki about to leave, they immediately bend their knees to kneel on the ground, but are timely stopped by the surrounding soldiers. "What are you doing?" Sakazuki, noticing the villagers' exaggerated actions, strides forward. "Marshal." The middle-aged security guard naturally recognizes Sakazuki, the world-renowned Navy Marshal. In front of this man, who commands millions, he becomes excited and nervous, tremblingly saying, "It is a great honor for all the residents of Wheat Island to have Marshal Sakazuki personally come to protect us." After saying this, the middle-aged security guard wants to continue bowing down. Sakazuki extends his broad palm and pulls him up, looking at his worn-out uniform. Softly comforting. Are you the local sheriff? It is only natural for the Navy to kill pirates and protect the safety of the people. The middle-aged security guard feels the warmth of Sakazuki's hand and is instantly flattered, nodding repeatedly. Yes, my name is Ben Ali, responsible for patrolling and security in the village. He paused for a moment, then with a face full of gratitude said, the islands in our sea area have not joined the world government. They have always been ruled by the Bigman pirates under the name of the Totland Kingdom. The world government simply doesn't care about our lives. It is truly a great blessing for us that the Navy can protect us. All the residents of Wheat Island will never forget this. After Ben Ali finished speaking, the crowd behind him shouted in agreement. Yes, without the Navy, we would have been slaughtered by countless pirates long ago. We will always remember the great kindness of the Navy. The villagers' enthusiastic shouts filled the hearts of all the Navy personnel with warmth, making them feel that their sacrifices were worth it. Sakazuki looked at these extremely excited indigenous people, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At this moment, he could understand their feelings. The world government had given the Navy orders to only assist the people of member states. 4 non-member countries and regions. They adopted an attitude of indifference. Unless the residents of these places could pay enough heavenly gold, they would not receive assistance and protection from the Navy like the member states. This rule is known worldwide. Who would care about you if you didn't pay protection fees? Sakazuki glanced at Ben Ali, who was almost in tears, and after thinking for a few seconds, he asked, you gathered these people, right? Then where's your village chief? Ben Ali sniffled and said somewhat dejectedly, the village chief was brutally killed for resisting the pirates' orders, and then the Navy defeated the pirates. After establishing a branch here, we have been following the Navy's commands and have not elected a new village chief. Sakazuki nodded. According to the notification he privately conveyed, the various Navy branches were to gradually split into 2 routes to manage the local areas. Naturally, this newly established branch would be the first to implement this. Sakazuki looked over the sheriff again and said without hesitation, from now on, this area will be maintained and governed by the Navy, and you no longer need to continue this work. You should be familiar with the surrounding islands and the local conditions, right? Seeing Ben Ali nodding blankly, Sakazuki turned to Smoker and instructed, let this person serve as the deputy chief of the G51 branch's administrative office for now. Inform him of the specific job responsibilities according to the documents, including crops, industrial production, and tax matters. Ben Ali listened in confusion, and even after Sakazuki finished all the arrangements and left, he was still immersed in his new position. It was only when Smoker called him a few times that he came to his senses. Looking at Sakazuki's departing figure, Ben Ali couldn't help but raise his hand to give a somewhat awkward military salute. However, when he saw the red mark on his arm, he was slightly stunned. Remembering that it was left by the Marine Admiral when he supported him earlier, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this the power of justice? It truly feels intense. As Sakazuki made his way to Karaigana Island, time flowed slowly. Every Marine was on the path of justice, fulfilling their duties. This included those who did not yet have formal identities and could not stand in the light as just people. At this moment, in the first half of the Grand Line, on the Boyne Archipelago, a yellow submarine flying a smiley face flag docked at the island's shore. The first target was right here. A man in a long black overcoat led a giant white bear and a group of subordinates dressed in white work uniforms and blue surgical caps ashore smoothly. Law, it smells so good. The giant white bear sniffed, and saliva immediately dripped from the corner of its mouth. Law glanced at the uncooperative Beepo, feeling slightly speechless. According to the information, this island was filled with a lot of delicious food. It was simply a food paradise. However, it was also a very dangerous forest island, where almost all plants and animals would eat humans. Stop drooling, let's move. Be careful of the plants around, leaving the only female crew member to guard the submarine. Law took Beepo, Penguin, Shachi, and 18 other crew members into the depths of the island. Deadly, exploding cactus star. Countless green bullets rained down from the sky. Just as they were about to hit the heart pirates, a large number of thorns shot out from the bullets. The leader, Law, calmly drew his sword Onigiri. Room, high-frequency cutting. He casually swung a few times, and the sharp sword energy instantly crushed and tore apart the sky, full of thorns. Then, he coldly looked at the long-nosed man in front of him, who was wearing a sniper windbreaker and a light brown headscarf. Hey, you there? What exactly do you want to do? The long-nosed man raised a slingshot and took a trembling step back. Looking at the somewhat familiar face across from him, his pupils shrank, and he asked in a trembling voice, Big brother, have we met on Sabati Archipelago? I remember we have no grudges against each other. Law fixed his gaze on the panic-stricken Usopp, gently shook his head, and with a faint smile said, how could there be no grudges? Back on Sabati Archipelago, you guys offended the celestial dragons, which caused us innocent pirates a lot of trouble. It has nothing to do with me, Usopp said while secretly looking for an escape route. He had always been timid and wanted to run away at the first sign of danger. Law, that guy wants to run. The sharp-eyed Beppo noticed Usopp's feet fidgeting and quickly whispered a reminder. Law naturally noticed Usopp's attempt to slip away, but he didn't care. Just one sentence made Usopp panic. The long-nosed guy, your dad is named Jesus Burgess, right? His current situation is not good. Upon hearing this, Usopp immediately forgot about escaping, and a look of anxiety crossed his face as he hurriedly asked, what happened to my dad? It must be said that Jesus Burgess held significant weight in Usopp's heart. Despite his abandonment of his wife and child, Usopp still admired him greatly due to his wife, Banchina's, unwavering support. Usopp had never held any resentment. Instead, he admired Jesus Burgess for his formidable skills and brave spirit, longing to become a free pirate, a courageous warrior of the sea. Jesus Burgess. He encountered a very powerful enemy recently. Law leisurely stepped forward, not minding spending more words on this weak pirate. And then, you bastard, hurry up and say. Usopp grew more anxious as Law hesitated. He had been training on this island for a while and hadn't paid much attention to the changes at sea. Law walked within 10 meters of Usopp, and seeing his urgency, he decided not to keep it from him any longer. He said straightforwardly, it's nothing serious. He was kindly sent to meet your mother by that enemy. Now all that's missing is you for the family reunion. So it's a joyful occasion. Then what? Usopp let out a sigh of relief, but immediately sensed something was off. Impossible. How come my dad, that strong beat? Usopp looked utterly incredulous, as if struck by lightning. However, Luo didn't care whether he believed it or not. He suddenly exerted force under his feet and rushed forward without hesitation. Raising Ghost Cry high, just in case, armament haki instantly wrapped around it, and he slashed down hard towards Usopp's neck. Don't come over. The pitch-black blade seemed to grow larger in Usopp's eyes, and he couldn't help but let out a terrified scream. Sita. The blade seemed to cut through the hard shell. Usopp, I'm here to save you. A man dressed like a rhinoceros beetle appeared in front of Usopp, blocking Luo's attack. Master. Usopp gasped, his face showing a look of having survived a disaster. This was Hercules, a warrior living on the Boeing Islands. He could easily kill the man-eating plants on the island, and now served as Usopp's teacher, responsible for guiding Usopp on the special properties of the island's plants and assisting in his training. Looking at this strange man blocking his sword strike, a hint of unusual color flashed in Luo's eyes, but quickly turned expressionless. Two weaklings, not worth fearing. Luo was responsible for dealing with Hercules, while Beppo and Shambalu surrounded Usopp. The one-sided battle soon came to an end. With a decisive thrust, Luo sent Usopp down to be reunited with his family, wiped the blood off the tip of his sword, and then scanned the surroundings. After confirming there were no abnormalities, he picked up the navigation pointer to record the location. This place was not easy to find. He himself had taken quite a while to locate it. According to the previous orders from Sakazuki, the next step was to hand this pointer over to the nearby Navy branch. Such a rich island couldn't be left unattended. It naturally had to be fully taken over by the Navy to serve as a logistical food base. Luo, where's the second target? Beppo asked while picking a bright red fruit from nearby and popping it into his mouth, the plump and juicy fruit instantly bringing a happy expression to his face. Luo, based on the information in his memory, glanced at the sea in the distance, locked onto the next target's location, and then coldly uttered a few words. Hara, Haitanya Island. In the year 1521 of the Sea Circle calendar, during the first half of the Grand Line, on the Azure Sea, two warships slowly slowed down around a sinister island. Admiral Sakazuki, we have arrived at Kurigana Island. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Sakazuki nodded, put away the military book in his hands, and then walked out of the cabin's lounge. At this time, Doberman and Jones had already arrived on the deck waiting. Seeing Sakazuki come out, Jones, adhering to a cautious principle, couldn't help but remind him, Teacher, that's the world's #1 swordsman. Do you really not need to call Mr. Mihawk or Uncle Paulicelino for help? Doberman, seeing Jones boost someone else's prestige, immediately scolded him angrily. You brat, you can't look down on anyone, especially not Admiral Sakazuki. So what if he's the world's #1 swordsman? Our admiral is still the strongest in the world. Doberman's face was full of pride and confidence, as if he had solidified Sakazuki's status as the strongest in the world. Sakazuki glanced at Doberman. This guy was just a sycophant, a brainless fan. He himself didn't dare to fully guarantee his strength reached world number 1. At least Kaido, Blackbeard, and Dragon, as well as him, weren't ordinary characters. However, excluding the unknown him, the others, to speak humbly, should at least be able to hold their own. Yet Doberman blindly believed he was the strongest in the world, and he actually didn't know about him's existence. Sakazuki's gaze calmly surveyed the eerie and mysterious island ahead. It seemed he sensed an extraordinary aura from it, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth as he responded to Jones. A man who has held the title of world number 1 swordsman for many years is indeed not to be underestimated. But don't you still have you guys to assist? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Jones was slightly taken aback. Huh, us? He glanced at the fierce-looking scar-faced rear admiral beside him and then reviewed his own combat power. He silently estimated how many slashes he and Doberman could withstand from Mihawk. 2 slashes? Or 3? Just thinking about that overwhelming, terrifying sword aura, Jones hurriedly shook his head. It was simply not enough for him to take a hit. He wiped away the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, and his peripheral vision swept over the nearby warship. Looking at the tall, pink figure, his eyes lit up. Isn't there also a candidate admiral who is a great swordsman? The odds just increased. All right, enough chit-chat. Prepare for battle. Sakazuki interrupted Jones's thoughts, instructing the soldiers to stay away from this area. Then he only brought Shiwan, Doberman, and Jones onto the island. Sakazuki led everyone quickly into the depths of the island. This sky had no sunlight. Tall, dense trees covered the entire island, making it exceptionally dark. In a vast black forest, an eerie atmosphere permeated everywhere. Besides this dark forest, which seemed to have been charred by coal fire, there were various collapsed buildings and countless nameless skeletal remains. From a distance, it seemed that only the castle in the center of the island remained relatively intact. Teacher, this place seems to have experienced a large-scale war? Jones's eyes kept scanning the surroundings. This was his first time on the territory of the world's number 1 swordsman, and he couldn't help but be shocked by such an environment. Mihawk actually likes living in a place like this. No wonder he always sails on a coffin board, lighting a few green fire candles on the sea, which really fits his strange character. Shiwan also surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but complain. This place doesn't seem like it can inspire swordsmanship. It's probably just because Mihawk likes it. As a top female swordsman, Shiwan truly couldn't appreciate Mihawk's aesthetics. Sakazuki stepped on the charred soil with one foot and kicked away the bones of a large, unknown creature, blocking the way with the other. His calm gaze stared into the deep jungle. Based on the information from his memory, Sakazuki explained to everyone. This used to be a prosperous kingdom, but they did not agree with the world government's governing philosophy and were unwilling to pay the high fees to join the world government. So many years ago, they were subjected to the Celestial Dragon's Retribution, which is the hunting game held every 3 years, targeting non-member countries. As Sakazuki explained this, everyone's emotions were instantly stirred. Doberman spat on the ground, indignantly saying, "It's those damned celestial dragons again. You can see the mess they left behind wherever you go. It's truly unforgivable." Jones raised his polished giant axe, fiercely saying, "Those disgusting things should have died at the hands of our navy long ago." A hint of anger also flashed across Shiwan's face, and hearing the words of the 2 vice admirals, she was not surprised. As a close partner of Admiral Tsuru, Shiwan had naturally known Sakazuki's plans early on and immediately said with righteous indignation, "The celestial dragons have been tyrannizing for hundreds of years. Their sins are deep, and it is indeed time for them to face the judgment of the people of the world." Sakazuki could not deny everyone's reaction and did not delve deeper into the topic. Instead, he turned to Shiwan and asked, "You seem to have cross-sword with Hawkeye, right? What do you think of him?" Upon mentioning Hawkeye, the man at the pinnacle of all swordsmen, Shiwan's expression immediately turned serious. She reminisced briefly and then sighed. "That man, aside from having a somewhat eccentric personality, is impeccable in every other aspect. His swordsmanship is terrifying, and his talent is exceptionally strong. He progresses rapidly in the field of swordsmanship, seemingly without any bottlenecks." Taking a deep breath and meeting the gazes of everyone present, Shiwan continued, "It has been a long time since I fought him. Back then, he hadn't yet become one of the 7 warlords, nor had he reached the position of the world's number 1 swordsman. He was still challenging renowned swordsmen everywhere, even once challenging sword masters in the Navy under the identity of the Marine Hunter, and I was one of them. Unsurprisingly, I lost that battle quite thoroughly. All those swordsmen were sharpening stones on Hawkeye's path to the supreme throne of swordsmanship. A bitter smile crossed Shiwan's lips, but it quickly faded. His dedication to and understanding of swordsmanship is the purest I've ever seen among all swordsmen, as if he were a born king of the sword. Duberman and Jones exchanged glances, surprised that Shiwan, the strongest swordsman in the Navy, held Hawkeye in such high regard. However, Shiwan felt that this alone could not fully describe Hawkeye's strength and terror. After pondering for 2 seconds, she added, "If we were to differentiate the levels of all swordsmen in the world solely based on swordsmanship, it would not be an exaggeration to say that there are only Hawkeye and other swordsmen, even though the result of the peak duel between Hawkeye and red-haired Shanks years ago was never published. Insiders all knew that Shanks could not have won against Hawkeye solely based on swordsmanship." Shiwan's words made Duberman and Jones gasp in shock. No wonder he was called the world's #1. It seemed the title was well-deserved. Jones shrank back, feeling as if countless invisible sword lights were shooting out from the depths of the forest, piercing his back. He glanced at the distant, seemingly stirring tall, ancient castle, and couldn't help but ask, did Hawkeye really create such an insurmountable distance between you great swordsmen? Shiwan first nodded, then slightly shook her head. What I meant is that Hawkeye's understanding of swordsmanship is unmatched. Of course, his manifested strength is also unparalleled, reaching its peak. I haven't fought him in a long time, and after all these years, his strength must have become even more formidable. From my observations during the Marineford War, the renowned swordsman Vista from the Whitebeard Pirates probably wouldn't last 10 rounds against Hawkeye at full strength. This is still a conservative estimate. After all, in the current world, there are no swordsmen left who could warrant Hawkeye going all out. Although Shiwan praised Hawkeye to the utmost, there was not a hint of cowardice or retreat in her eyes. Instead, an unprecedented fighting spirit burst forth. Even if Hawkeye walks further and further down the path of swordsmanship, leading everyone else, so what? Those who can rank among the great swordsmen are all pure-hearted in their pursuit of the sword. How could they be daunted? Moreover, I have also made significant progress over the years. I dare not say anything else. But just based on the fact that I've spent so long at sea and completed so many missions, I can confidently say that there is no woman on the sea who can defeat me in swordsmanship, except for those unknown powerful figures who have retreated to the mountains. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to become a candidate for the Admiral solely based on swordsmanship. Captain, are you sure we could take down Hawkeye? Jones swallowed hard after hearing Shiwan's description. There was only Sakazuki as top-tier combat power here. The candidates for Admiral could not be considered top-tier. They were merely strong enough to hold their own against top-tier combatants. Sakazuki shot Jones a glare, making him obediently shut his mouth. Sakazuki, being the original owner of this body, also had experience as a swordsman and could roughly gauge the level Hawkeye was at, so he was not worried. At this moment, feeling the vigorous sword intent emanating from Shiwan, Sakazuki nodded in satisfaction. He decided to let her take the lead and fulfill the wishes of this great swordsman. As the group discussed Hawkeye's gossip, they continued deeper into the island. It seemed the island's inhabitants sensed the arrival of outsiders. Strange howls gradually echoed from not far away, sending chills down their spines in the dark environment. The rustling sounds became clearer, and dozens of tall, terrifying figures began to flash in the pitch-black forest. Except for Sakazuki, everyone else immediately became alert. Shiwan placed one hand on her famous sword, Kinpyra, and curiously stared ahead. She felt many surging sword intents, but they were not from Hawkeye. They belonged to others. As the branches swayed wildly, a group of humanoid baboons with green eyes, filled with hostility, appeared before them. The baboons seemed to be disciplined, standing in rows as if they had been trained. However, what was strange was that each baboon held a sword of varying lengths. Just by looking at how they held their swords, one could tell they had a considerable level of swordsmanship, not to mention the evident sharp sword intent they displayed. These guys are interesting. They've actually learned swordsmanship. Shiwan's lips curled up slightly, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. In such a vast forest, there are all kinds of creatures. Duberman and Jones were equally intrigued. It was astonishing that swordsmanship, which ordinary people could hardly learn, had been picked up by these humanoid monkeys that couldn't even speak. Truly, the sea is vast and filled with wonders. Sakazuki casually glanced at the hostile baboons and, knowing the original story, did not find it strange. He then explained to Shiwan and the others. These baboons have high intelligence and learned a decent set of sword techniques by observing Hawkeye's training. Upon hearing this, Shiwan nodded in understanding. Then her gaze sharpened as she unsheathed her Kinpyra without hesitation. Roar! Deafening roars erupted. The baboons, seeing that Sakazuki and the others were not moving and were instead chatting among themselves, felt belittled. They quickly dispersed around them, completely surrounding Sakazuki and the others. They raised their swords high, eager to strike. Looking into the bloodthirsty eyes of the baboons, Sakazuki shook his head nonchalantly, took a small step back, patted Shiwan on the shoulder, and said softly, "Just show a little skill, and you can scare them all away." Shiwan nodded slightly and took a bold step forward. A sharp sword intent erupted from her body like a dam breaking, instantly transforming into a tangible shockwave that swept across thousands of meters. Before Shiwan even swung her sword, the sword energy was already crisscrossing. The surrounding dark trees swayed wildly, and a violent sword intent hurricane lasted for more than 10 seconds, sending leaves flying and mud splattering. Although Ji Yuan only used a third of his strength, the imposing scene caused the baboons around to change their expressions dramatically, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as if recalling the fear of being dominated by Hawkeye. As the instigator gradually raised his sword, they no longer dared to act recklessly, letting out a few terrified cries before quickly fleeing deep into the jungle. What a bunch of bullies who fear the strong. Jones couldn't help but scoff at the baboon's panicked retreat. Sakazuki glanced at him, seemingly feeling that with Jones's cowardly fighting style, he had no right to mock others. It's just the nature of all living beings to seek benefits and avoid harm. The powerful observation, Haki sensed the tremors at the center of the island, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of Sakazuki's mouth. Based on his understanding of Hawkeye, he wasn't worried that he would run away. Meanwhile, not far from here, a strong man with green seaweed-like hair wandered into the territory where the baboons lived. Where did those guys run off to? Not a single one in sight. He turned around several times without seeing any trace. Thinking about how his sparring partner had vanished, he couldn't help but feel a bit irritated as he shouted at a light, floating ghost in the air. "Hey, woman, did you take a wrong turn?" The woman floating in the air had pink twin tails, wore a crown, and held a wine-red umbrella. Hearing the green-haired man's complaint, she immediately became furious. "You fool. Do you think everyone is as directionally challenged as you?" She took time out of her day to bring this man along, only to be questioned. Perona, feeling wronged, angrily threw down a negative ghost. The man who accidentally got hit immediately knelt on the ground, murmuring, "I, Zoro, am useless." Before Zoro could finish, a surge of sword intent swept over him like autumn wind scattering leaves, instantly waking him up. Such powerful sword intent. Who is that? Zoro's eyes flashed with determination, and without hesitation, he drew two swords from his waist and rushed toward the source of the sword intent. "Zoro, wait for me." Perona quickly adjusted her posture and closely followed behind him. A few minutes later, the two groups met in an open area. Navy. Zoro's pupils constricted as he saw four men in Navy uniforms ahead of him, especially the tall man leading them, which made him feel alarmed. Zoro had heard from Hawkeye about the Marineford War and Luffy being rescued by Shanks, so he was well aware that the man in front of him was the admiral who orchestrated those events. "What are you doing here?" Zoro glanced at Ji Yuan's sword at his waist, then fixed his gaze on Sakazuki, his face filled with vigilance. These Marines can't be here specifically to capture him, right? After all, he and his companions had previously attacked a celestial dragon. There's even a swordsman here. Is he here to challenge Hawkeye? Ji Yuan looked at the suddenly charging Zoro with confusion, thinking he was just a rookie swordsman wanting to challenge the world's greatest swordmaster. Sakazuki looked at Zoro, who was ready to attack, and Perona trailing behind him, and simply said to Ji Yuan, "Consider him a half-disciple of Hawkeye." Oh, hearing Sakazuki say this, Ji Yuan's interest was piqued even more, and she carefully examined Zoro again. She had never heard of Hawkeye taking a disciple before. Although many swordsmen wanted to become his students, Hawkeye had never been moved. She wondered how this young man managed to convince Hawkeye. "Are you here to find that man?" Zoro listened to the conversation between Sakazuki and Ji Yuan from a distance and roughly understood that such powerful figures weren't specifically targeting him. At this point, Sakazuki finally focused on the wary Zoro. Just as he remembered, this green-haired man had a deep green headscarf tied around his left arm and wore 3 droplet-shaped golden earrings on his left ear. He held a short sword in each hand and had another sword hanging at his waist, a rare 3-sword-style user on the seas. He exuded a strange aura reminiscent of a beast. Sakazuki admired Zoro's character very much from his previous life. He had always been very competitive, never willing to admit defeat, and was extremely harsh on himself, aiming to become the world's strongest swordsman, constantly engaged in rigorous training. He was also loyal and willing to give everything for his companions. Even his life, even if it meant giving up his dreams, and including his pride, which he considered more important than life. Unfortunately, in Sakazuki's eyes now, Zoro was both a swordsman and a pirate. He would fight to the end for his captain, Luffy. Originally a swordsman with a great goal, a bounty hunter, it was a pity that he chose the wrong path. Sakazuki sighed internally, realizing he had no hope of persuading Zoro. The timeline was off. It was simply impossible. Sensing that Hawkeye was approaching as well, a strange glimmer flashed in Sakazuki's eyes, and he retracted his intention to strike. A monotonous sailing life needed a little more fun, right? With this thought, Sakazuki expressionlessly made eye contact with Zoro. Then his expression relaxed, and he gently shook his head. He let out a mock sigh, and in response to Zoro's puzzled gaze, he slowly began to advise. In your current state, Yasuhiro and Kuna would be very disappointed if they knew. Hearing the two most important names in his life from Sakazuki, Zoro's face was filled with shock. His dark pupils trembled violently, and he stammered, opening his dry lips to retort. What are you talking about? Since setting sail, whether as a bounty hunter or now as a pirate, he had never truly mentioned his background to anyone. It was because he feared being targeted by enemies and dragging the people of Frost Moon Village's sword dojo into trouble. But why did this Marine know his background? Perhaps he only understood a little? Zoro first looked at Sakazuki in disbelief. Then he quickly collected his expression, pretending to be nonchalant, but his gaze remained fixed on Sakazuki, trying to find any signs of deception. However, Sakazuki, being so shrewd and experienced in deceiving many people, would not easily reveal any flaws. Sakazuki naturally noticed Zoro's feigned calmness. Such obvious emotional fluctuations could be sensed by even the oblivious Ji Yuan, Doberman, and Jones. Although they were unclear why Sakazuki was saying so much to a swordsman who wasn't even a great swordsman, they didn't mind hearing some gossip before the battle with Hawkeye. Sakazuki stared at Zoro, who was stubbornly holding his ground, and sneered disdainfully, as if angry at his lack of ambition, coldly saying, "What? Do you think you've become so capable that you've forgotten where you come from? You can't forget your roots." Facing Sakazuki's sharp gaze, Zoro felt that his inner secrets were about to be exposed, but he still gritted his teeth, playing dumb and saying, "I don't know what roots or foundations you're talking about. If you want to fight, I'm ready." Zoro spoke as he slowly took off the deep green headband from his arm and tied it around his forehead. He would never show weakness in his life. Sakazuki quietly watched Zoro's actions, and when he was finished preparing, he shook his head in disappointment and said in a tone of a mentor, "If this word gets back to the dojo in Frost Moon Village, Goro will know that the disciple he once carefully taught has been out of touch for so long. Even his own master is no longer willing to acknowledge him. It would probably drive him to his grave." Seeing Zoro's expression gradually change, Sakazuki bluntly continued, "With your white-eyed wolf demeanor, I truly feel that the concern and care from that father and daughter pair for you are not worth it." As soon as Sakazuki's words came out, everyone looked at Zoro with strange expressions. No one would doubt the words of the Marine Admiral standing at the peak of the world. He had no need to lie to a pirate of only minor fame. Even Perona, floating above Zoro, wore a shocked expression, seemingly not expecting this righteous young man to be so ungrateful. "Zoro, you." Perona moved her red umbrella aside, seriously examining Zoro below, wanting to see what he would say. Facing the slightly disdainful gazes of the crowd, Zoro felt embarrassed and knew he could no longer pretend. He gave up on his luck and simply admitted, "How did you know?" Afraid it would implicate Frost Moon Village, Zoro gritted his teeth and added, "If there's anything, just come at me. Master Goro has done nothing illegal. My choice to become a pirate is my own decision. It has nothing to do with anyone else. You Marines have no need to trouble him." Sakazuki paid little attention to what Zoro said, as this attitude matched his perception of that man. He glanced at Zoro and lightly said, "At least you know to take responsibility for yourself. You haven't completely fallen into the depths of inhumanity." Listening to Sakazuki's admonishing tone, Zoro could no longer hold back and erupted in anger, shouting, "Hey, do you know me? How do you know these things?" Seeing Zoro had taken the bait, Sakazuki smirked slightly, but didn't immediately answer. Instead, he glanced at the third sword at Zoro's waist and sternly said, "Do you think you deserve to carry that third sword to fulfill the promise you made years ago in your current state?" Zoro was taken aback at his words. His gaze instinctively shifted from Sakazuki to the large blade at his waist, and a deep nostalgia flashed across his face. Orphaned at a young age, he later began learning swordsmanship at Master Goro's dojo in Frost Moon Village, guided by Goro's brother. His progress in the two-sword style was rapid. By the age of 9, he could defeat adults in the dojo. Yet he was always defeated by Kuina, Goro's daughter, who was 2 years older than him. For quite a long time, he faced Kuina in over 2,000 bouts without a single victory. After their last duel one moonlit night, Kuina revealed to him her unwillingness to be a girl, fearing that as she grew up, her physique would not match that of boys, making it impossible for her to become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro also felt it was unfair to lose to Kuina, not due to skill, but due to physical differences, so they agreed to become the world's greatest swordsman together. However, to his immense anger and helplessness, the very next day, Kuina accidentally fell down the stairs and passed away. Remembering this incident again, a hint of shallow sadness emerged in Zoro's eyes. Since Kuina's death, although Zoro was devastated, he never forgot the promise he made with her. So he asked Master Goro for Kuina's sword and the Wad Ikamanji as a memorial for her. He vowed to become the world's greatest swordsman, letting the name of her sword resonate throughout the world. After receiving the Wad Ikamanji, Zoro began training in the three-sword style that would later make him famous. Alongside Kuina's spirit, Kuina, looking at the Wad Ikamanji hanging at his waist, he couldn't help but whisper softly. Sakazuki, on the opposite side, naturally heard Zoro's murmurs. He immediately sneered and mockingly said, "You still dare to call her Kuina? If her memory returns, and she sees you becoming a pirate, abandoning the dignity of a swordsman to establish someone else's dream of becoming the pirate king, even putting your past promise aside, she would definitely want to take back the Wad Ikamanji and sever ties with you." What? Zoro's eyelids twitched violently, and he could no longer hear the words that followed. Sakazuki's words exploded in his mind like a bomb, making his head buzz. He hurriedly stepped forward, as if his feet were lifted by the wind, and in an instant, he was 3 or 4 meters in front of Sakazuki. Then he looked up at the cold face, trembling lips struggling to ask, "See, can you say that again?" Zoro was terrified of mishearing and took a few more steps forward, looking at Sakazuki with desperate eyes. Seeing Zoro's exaggerated reaction, Sakazuki was not surprised at all. He slightly lowered his head, looking down at the anxious Zoro, and calmly said, "You don't really think Kuina is dead, do you? How could she die from falling down those stairs when she had been training since childhood?" "Why, you're right." Zoro suddenly felt a lightness in front of him, almost jumping in excitement. That height wouldn't cause too much harm. How could Kuina, who was stronger than him at that time, die so easily? But why did he say that afterward? Zoro's eyes erupted with unprecedented brilliance as he struggled to suppress his trembling body and stammered, "But Kuina." Sakazuki knew what he wanted to ask, but chose not to respond for now. Instead, he turned around and borrowed her Jinbaira from Ji Yuan, who looked puzzled. Sakazuki gently stroked the blade of Jinbaira, his broad, rough palm moving with a gentle touch, as if cherishing a beloved, allowing everyone to clearly feel his importance and longing for the sword. Ji Yuan opened her mouth, wanting to say that it was her partner and not to touch it, but she swallowed the words, eager to know what story Sakazuki had to tell. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Sakazuki stopped his somewhat rude actions, sighed deeply, and a clear reminiscence flashed across his face. Seeing that everyone's appetite had been whetted, he slowly began to narrate. "Few people know that I was once a pure swordsman. The sword was my first weapon. And Mr. Goro was the first powerful recluse swordsman I met. After that spar, we formed a friendship." Facing Zoro's impatient gaze, Sakazuki explained unhurriedly, although Kuina did not die. She suffered severe head trauma. You know how precarious her condition was at that time. Seeing Zoro nodding seriously, Sakazuki continued, "After some treatment, Kuina recovered. But she lost her memory and didn't recognize anyone, including her biological father. Due to damage to her optic nerve, she also became severely nearsighted. Later, at Mr. Goro's request, I brought her into the Navy." A flash of realization crossed Zoro's mind, and he immediately connected the dots, incredulously saying, "Could it be that person I met in Lowtown in the East Blue?" Hearing Zoro's words, Akainu pretended to be puzzled and said, "Have you met her already? After graduating from the military academy, I entrusted the instructor to arrange for her to be by the side of Colonel Smoker in Lowtown. But she probably doesn't remember you anymore." Zoro nodded excitedly. That smoking marine was indeed named Smoker. Recalling the scene when he first met Tashigi in Lowtown, he couldn't help but feel that it was a fate destined by the heavens. However, about her swordsmanship, Zoro thought for a moment and hesitantly asked. After all, he had easily defeated Tashigi back then. Luckily, he prided himself on never killing women. Otherwise, he would regret it for a lifetime. In response to Zoro's question, Akainu did not give a direct answer, but instead sighed regretfully, as if genuinely saddened by the demise of a genius. This expression made Zoro's heart ache, his face full of discomfort. The negative emotions of these two made the others around them exchange glances, puzzled and bewildered. They roughly understood that the kid with the three-sword style had a childhood sweetheart who lost her memory and was brought in the Navy by Admiral Akainu. However, they had never heard of Akainu having such a similar adopted daughter besides Kazuru. Doberman, who had a close relationship with Akainu, scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend. However, Akainu didn't care how many questions these people had in their hearts. Looking at Zoro, who had a painful expression, he spoke with a tone of pity. Kuina has forgotten everything after joining the Navy. She even took a new name to start a new life. But she has always been obsessed with collecting famous swords from around the world. She might vaguely remember her past love for the swordsmanship. Hearing this made Perona, who was floating in the air, feel deeply moved. She didn't expect Zoro's childhood sweetheart to be so strong-willed and persistent. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a bit of disdain for Zoro, secretly cursing him as a scumbag for not even knowing that his childhood sweetheart was still alive. But in the next moment, Akainu switched to a different tone and reprimanded Zoro. On the contrary, you, who are physically unharmed, have fallen to become a pirate despised by the world, even losing the most basic dignity as a swordsman. Facing this scolding, Zoro's face turned red, and he stammered. Wanted to say something. I. The man in front of him was a longtime friend of his master, Kungshiro, and thus was considered his elder. He weakly countered, Luffy saved my life. I must repay him with my life. He had set aside his pride to seek guidance from Hawkeye, just to gain the power to protect his companions. Seeing that Zoro was still stubborn, Akainu couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment and said coldly, So you followed him to become a notorious pirate. You seem to have forgotten that your father, Roronoa Erashur, died at the hands of pirates. Zoro did not expect Akainu to know this, and at this moment, he was even more convinced that he was indeed a good friend of his master, Kongshiro. However, he still stubbornly replied, Luffy is different from other pirates. He doesn't engage in arson, murder, or robbery, and he has never actively harmed others. He just wants to experience the adventure of sailing and find the ultimate treasure. Zoro had once detested pirates deeply. When Luffy first invited him, he had firmly refused. As Akainu said, his father died in a battle with pirates, and his mother, heartbroken, soon passed away. This forged his protagonist's fate of being orphaned from a young age. Regarding Zoro's words, not only Akainu but also Doberman and others scoffed, showing their disbelief. Without needing Akainu to explain, Doberman stepped forward and indignantly revealed the evil deeds committed by Straw Hat Luffy a while ago, severely criticizing him for the inhumane actions he took to rescue the criminal ace. Hearing the furious speech from the scar-faced vice admiral beside Akainu, Zoro tightly gripped the sword in his hand, his eyes filled with complex emotions, unable to say anything in rebuttal. Akainu waved his hand, signaling Doberman to step back, then looked at the silent Zoro, lamenting, Mr. Kungshiro once entrusted me to help you as much as possible if I encountered you after you set out to sea. But I didn't expect that the disciple he valued would actually become a helper to the pirates, which is truly absurd. Looking at Zoro's trembling hands, a hint of contemplation flashed across Akainu's face, and then he sighed. In consideration of Mr. Kungshiro, I once gave you a chance to turn your life around. But it seems that it has had no effect at all. Zoro trembled as he raised his head, although he felt extremely guilty. Hearing Akainu say this still left him confused, not knowing what opportunity he was referring to. Seeing Zoro's confused expression, Akainu also showed understanding. After all, there were no witnesses present, and he could say whatever he wanted. Who knows what inexplicable connections there were between various events. So Akainu, with great righteousness, immediately shouted angrily, Do you think that when your pirate crew caused trouble in Sabaody Archipelago, Admiral Kazu, who came to your rescue, why did he delay in delivering that fatal kick to you? Seeing a hint of recollection appear on Zoro's face as he gradually remembered the scene from that time, Akainu immediately sneered. Do you remember that powerless resistance? You don't think you escaped by sheer luck, do you? Zoro's pupils suddenly constricted. He remembered. That was an experience he had personally gone through and was unforgettable, far more real and credible than the behind-the-scenes truth that Akainu had just mentioned. If it weren't for that glowing admiral showing mercy in the end, he would have long since died in Sabaody Archipelago. Why? Seeing Zoro understand, Akainu felt even more guilty and nodded with satisfaction, continuing to deceive him. At that time, I only saw that you had not completely fallen into the abyss. So I entrusted Admiral Kizaru with sparing your life, hoping you could recognize your mistakes. But you have disappointed me, Mr. Kongshiro and Kuina. Akainu's deep eyes revealed a thick sadness, as if he was truly an elder scolding his unfilial descendant. For those who deeply understood Akainu, it was evident that this was a blatant lie, because Akainu would never really give a criminal pirate any chance. If he did, it would mostly be to use them until death, squeezing out their final value. Facing Zoro's vacant gaze, Akainu once again picked up the golden sword in his right hand. With his left hand's index and middle fingers together, he gently traced the sword's blade, looking up at the low sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding an extraordinary aura. A gentle breeze blew, lifting Akainu's white cloak. He took a deep breath, and then slowly asked and answered himself, "What is a swordsman?" A swordsman, like a lone ranger on the sea, companions with the sword, walking alone, yet never forgetting their original intention. They blend their emotions, beliefs, and personality into their swordsmanship, thus striking through the clouds with a single sword. Sakazuki immediately nodded, looking directly at Zoro, his eyes bursting with brilliance as he sternly declared, "Swordsmen are also heroes. They possess a chivalrous spirit, uphold justice, and when the sword is drawn, justice must prevail." The air fell silent in an instant. Talp, talp, talp. Suddenly, a series of footsteps slowly approached from deep within the jungle, followed by a cold voice from the newcomer. It was truly enlightening to see a dignified Marine admiral have such a profound understanding of swordsmen. As the visitor's words faded, an incredibly sharp sword intent surged forward like a tsunami, sending chills down people's spines. It was Dracula Mihawk. Ji Yuan's eyes ignited with fiery light. No swordsman could resist the temptation of this man, who held the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Ji Yuan couldn't help but reach down, seemingly searching for something, but only touched the sword sheath at her waist. She was momentarily stunned, only to see Sakazuki still holding her kinjit. At that moment, the excited Ji Yuan disregarded the decorum between superiors and subordinates and directly reached out to snatch it away. She then fixed her blazing gaze on the approaching Mihawk, while an infinite sharp sword intent and passionate battle spirit radiated from within her. Soon, Mihawk's figure appeared in everyone's sight. With short black hair, eagle-like sharp yellow eyes, a short beard, and wearing a black top hat adorned with white fur, he was dressed in a wine-red patterned shirt, white trousers, and black boots. He walked at a leisurely pace, draped in a black coat, with a small cross knife hanging at his chest and the world's strongest black sword, Euro, slung over his back. His demeanor was elegant and composed, exuding a kingly aura. Mihawk glanced at Ji Yuan, his gaze not lingering too long on this former subordinate who had been defeated. He then turned to Sakazuki, coldly asking, "Marine, what brings you here?" He hadn't received any news about summoning the 7 warlords recently. Mihawk held no goodwill toward these Marines who intruded on his territory. If it weren't for the fact that the leader was the renowned Marine admiral, he would have wanted to sweep them away with one sword. Sakazuki paid no mind to Mihawk's displeased tone and simply stated casually, "Under the orders of the world government, I am here to arrest you." Hearing this, Mihawk couldn't help but furrow his brows, narrowing his eyes as he questioned bluntly, "When you established the warlord system, you didn't say it like that. What? Now that you've dealt with Whitebeard and Big Mom, you think the threat is lessened and no longer need the warlords, so you're going to abandon us? What a group of unfaithful, hypocritical politicians." Mihawk sneered disdainfully. In response to the mocking cold laughter, as Sakazuki's spokesperson, Doberman jumped out. He immediately pointed a finger at Mihawk's nose and scolded, "You think you're being given face? Want to use the identity of the warlords to seek power and profit? The warlord system itself is a huge mistake. Only a few brainless fools could come up with such a trick. Allowing the Marines to team up with you bunch of ruthless pirates. It's simply laughable." Doberman, with a scarred face, unleashed a tirade at Mihawk, fearlessly criticizing the incompetence of the world government's higher-ups. Mihawk shot a cold glance at the sharp-tongued Doberman, his face showing no joy or sorrow. With his powerful sword heart, he didn't pay much attention to this Marine Rear Admiral's words. He was just somewhat surprised that Doberman would verbally attack him, and even more so that he showed no reverence toward the world government, with Doberman acting as his mouthpiece. Sakazuki no longer needed to waste words and directly issued Mihawk an ultimatum. After investigations by the world government's intelligence agency, it was discovered that you have secretly colluded with Shiki the Golden Lion, attempting to carry out actions detrimental to the world government. Therefore, the Gora CI has given high-level instructions to apprehend you and eliminate future threats. Sensing the surging battle intent around him, Sakazuki no longer spoke further, lightly waved his hand, and said to Ji Yuan, "Go." As for Mihawk, upon hearing the charges laid against him by Sakazuki, he merely raised an eyebrow. His cold demeanor did not offer a rebuttal, treating it as an unfounded accusation. He slowly raised his right hand towards the back of his neck. With a sharp, piercing sound, the world's strongest black sword, Yoru, was unsheathed. Mihawk and Ji Yuan each stepped forward. The whirlwind of sword intent causing Mihawk's black coat and Ji Yuan's white cloak to billow dramatically, as they felt the overwhelming sword pressure approaching. A hint of battle spirit began to rise in Mihawk's golden yellow pupils. This time, how long can you last? He was still impressed by this rare female, great swordsman of the sea. At this moment, he could clearly sense that she had made a leap in progress compared to years ago. Ji Yuan's lips curled upwards, her dark hair flowing wildly in the sword wind. Her face filled with confidence and determination. A swordsman never admits defeat. We'll find out when we try. As soon as the words left her mouth, Ji Yuan's figure exploded forward with a bang, like a nightingale spreading its wings, swinging her belief sword toward the world's strongest swordsman. The sharp, magnificent sword light illuminated the entire dark forest, falling like a meteor from the sky, striking with unparalleled dominance. Facing this terrifying sword energy closing in, Mihawk remained calm. His mind as still as an ancient well, not stirred in the slightest. Holding his black sword, he calmly dealt with the storm-like sword strikes. The black thunder sword light swept through the void, each move carrying the unique charm of a top swordsman. After a brief exchange of sword energies, the two blades crossed, encountering each other at the sword's edge. Sparks flew, and the sound of explosions echoed endlessly, showcasing a breathtaking confrontation. Their movements were agile and free, as swift as lightning. While moving their steps, they executed exquisite sword techniques. Each time the two blades rose and fell, they carried unmatched power and speed. Blood danced in the sky. Ji Yuan gathered her internal power into her arms, the dark domineering power wrapping around her kinjit. She switched from one-handed to two-handed, and, in an instant, the crimson sword light wove into a magnificent picture. The incredibly sharp kinjit struck with precision, like a spirit snake emerging from its hole, and like thunder, it was unstoppable. However, this breathtaking sword strike was skillfully evaded by Mihawk, who simultaneously attacked as a defense, with sword momentum flowing continuously. They grappled with each other, advancing and retreating, sometimes traversing the ground, and sometimes soaring into the air. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, within just a few seconds. The two had already exchanged dozens of blows. Sakazuki glanced over and realized that Mihawk was not using his full strength, so he no longer paid attention, treating it as an opportunity for Ji Yuan to hone her skills. His gaze turned back to Zoro, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. This sword enthusiast was surprisingly not focused on the duel between the top swordsmen. Instead, he appeared lifeless, which puzzled Sakazuki. I've said what I needed to say. What are your thoughts now? Hearing Sakazuki's question, Zoro reluctantly raised his head. The look of struggle on his face had disappeared, replaced by calmness. He sheathed the two swords at his waist, and then drew his third sword, Wado Ikemanji, gripping it tightly and raising it high. Seeing this posture, Sakazuki frowned slightly, thinking that Zoro was still stubborn, and couldn't help but reflect on where his speaking talent had gone wrong. However, he did not see Zoro launch an attack. He only heard Zoro let out a long sigh, a chilling and bitter smile appearing on his face as he mournfully said, I have failed the teachings of Master Kushiro, failed the expectations of Kuina, and also failed the support behind you, regarding Luffy and everyone else side. He glanced at the distant battle between Mihawk and Ji Yuan, his tone gradually calming. I no longer have the qualification to pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Zoro fiercely thrust Enma into his own chest, instantly spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. But he seemed to feel no pain and resolutely pulled out the sword, laboriously wiping the blood off it. Then with a determined expression, he requested of Sakazuki, please hand this over to Kuina. I hope it can help restore her memories. Thud! It seemed he had fulfilled his wish, and Zoro's body instantly collapsed to the ground. This might be the last pride and dignity belonging to a swordsman. Sakazuki's face flashed with a hint of astonishment, momentarily not understanding what had happened. Zoro! Perona exclaimed in shock, hurriedly throwing away her wine-red umbrella. She anxiously floated to Zoro's side. Sakazuki quickly reined in the surprise in his eyes, thinking, could this be the classic way Japanese anime characters choose to commit suicide? Indeed, it was decisive and straightforward. According to his last wish, I should collect Enma. Sakazuki shook his head regretfully and instructed Doflamingo. Perona wanted to unleash her ghost to intervene, but Sakazuki directly used his Conqueror's Haki, a powerful mental attack, to take her out in an instant. Subsequently, Doflamingo walked forward with a sinister smile, unceremoniously taking Enma into his hands. Meanwhile, Mihawk, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Jiuin, witnessed everything. His face showed no emotional fluctuations, remaining silent. But the power in his hands became even more terrifying. The relentless attacks, like continuous ocean waves, instantly forced Jiuin into a corner, with no way to retreat. Jiuin could only take the enhanced attacks from the world's strongest swordsman head-on. The scene resembled a dance full of artistry, both beautiful and cruel. Boom! Sword energy, reaching a kilometer in length, spread rampantly, destroying a third of the forest in an instant. Mikazuchi, with a massive black strike that resembled thunder falling, Jiuin's hands shook violently. Within half a second, she could no longer withstand it and fell into a slump. Using all her strength, she slightly dodged to the side by a few centimeters, then knelt on the ground, unable to resist any longer. The piercing, domineering black sword energy swept past her ear, severing dozens of her hair strands and leaving several blood marks on her delicate face. Then, endless sword energy shot towards the direction behind her. In an instant, countless ancient building ruins and trees began to vanish. Various jungle beasts didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before perishing in the sharp sword energy. However, the terrifying dark sword energy was unstoppable, cutting through half the island and even styling a middle part in the island of Karaigina. The remaining sharp sword energy crashed into the sea. Suddenly, waves surged, creating towering waves. Whoosh! Before the sword energy dissipated, a massive black shadow suddenly flashed above Jiuin's head, grabbing her body and pulling her closer to Sakazuki, the big shot. Mihawk watched as Jiuin disappeared from his sight. Feeling no surprise, his true opponent was not the small fry. So he simply swung his sword into the air and calmly walked towards Zoro's position. Transforming into Batman, Jones held Jiuin in his left arm and wielded a giant axe in his right, striking down hard to collide with the chasing sword energy behind him. Jones, whose strength was still insufficient, struggled to withstand Mihawk's regular slash. Though he was not severely injured, he was still flipped over several times, nearly falling into a dirt mound. Mihawk slowly walked to Zoro's side, his golden pupils reflecting Zoro's lifeless form. He said nothing, only stared intently at Zoro for a few seconds, then turned expressionless towards Sakazuki and coldly spoke. During the Marineford War, I did not measure the foundation of the world's strongest man. Now I can measure up against the Marine Admiral who killed the world's strongest man. Mihawk's expression became serious, the supreme great knife swirling with black energy, radiating dazzling light. His sword intent rapidly climbed at an astonishing speed, reaching its peak in an instant. The vast aura, like a starry night sky, enveloped the entire island of Karaigina, filling the space with countless sharp sword lights. At this moment, everyone realized that the earlier battle between Mihawk and Jiuin could only be considered a warm-up. Surely, you have the awareness to wager your life. Sakazuki looked at Mihawk calmly and spoke the words Mihawk often said to swordsmen who came to challenge him. It must be said that the world's #1 swordsman has a high profile. Just this earth-shattering aura was enough to rank among the top 10 in the world. Suddenly, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Sakazuki's mouth. The immense energy within him began to boil, like a volcano about to erupt. The overwhelming conqueror's haki involuntarily leaked out, transforming into a tangible wave of energy that clashed with Mihawk's sharp sword intent. Two grand auras capable of destroying the heavens and the earth erupted into a violent hurricane between these two individuals. The pitch black and crimson auras clearly defined each other, forming hard, sharp killing weapons that threatened to pierce the air within 1,000 meters. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly removing the black gloves from his hands and tossing them to Doflamingo, signaling him to take Jones and Jiuin away from here. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the few people rushing towards the shore, and Sakazuki adjusted his military hat slightly. In the next moment, his hands gradually transformed into scorching magma, the unparalleled high temperature instantly charring the soil beneath the two's feet. On Sakazuki's side was the extreme red-hot magma, while on the opposite side was the endless cold black sword intent. The storm swept past Sakazuki's white cloak, and the air fell into silence for a brief moment. Boom! In an instant, both Sakazuki and Mihawk stepped forward simultaneously. The surrounding charred land suddenly collapsed wildly, and the geological structure within dozens of kilometers underwent a complete change. Sword energy and magma continuously collided in the void, neither side yielding. The clouds tore apart, The air twisted, and countless black and red arcs emitted sharp, explosive sounds. The black knife and lava together painted a scene of hellish cruelty. 10,000 feet return to one, chaos flower burial. Amidst the flashes of blades and shadows. As the devilish whispers sounded, the sword energy in the air became even more piercing. Suddenly, a cold gaze turned towards Sakazuki's direction. Dressed in a black trench coat, Mihawk raised the black knife, knight, high, as if transforming into the king of the Dark Night, stepping out from the deep darkness, filled with the determination to destroy the heavens and the earth. His eyes sparkled with a cold light, like a ferocious beast that had been lurking for a long time. With a roar, countless sharp and boundless sword energies converged in the air, forming a massive energy storm. Eagle Eye soared into the sky, his golden pupils flashing with a fierce light. He suddenly swung the long sword in his hand, and the sword energy shot out, instantly cutting through the sky. Sakazuki snorted coldly, his figure flickering as magma surged around him, the extreme heat of several hundred degrees burning the air with a sizzling sound. Hellhound explode. Faced with the terrifying sword energy, Sakazuki remained unafraid, quickly gathering power in his right fist, with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki entwined around it. The scorching magma burst forth, transforming in the air into a hellish beast. It roared, baring its fangs, and viciously lunged at the sword energy. Boom! Crimson flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the pitch-black night as bright as day. The violent magma fire rolled and twisted in the air, seemingly forming terrifying demonic figures. Amidst the flames, the admiral clad in a white coat of justice stood like a solitary messenger, delivering justice to the criminals. His eyes were deep as the sea, as if he could see through all the secrets of the world. Darkness gradually receded, and a red sun slowly rose. The island of Clegana, long shrouded by tall trees, was finally bathed in sunlight, but it had become unrecognizable. The once vast forest had vanished without a trace, replaced by enormous black pits, as if torn apart by some powerful force. The majestic castle at the center of the island now lay in ruins, with only broken walls and debris remaining. The former scene no longer existed. Sakazuki took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the air around him. He looked eastward, where the fiery red sun was rising, and the sunlight fell upon him, making his already crimson body even hotter. His gaze was filled with indifference, as if he was ready to clear away all obstacles. Sakazuki turned his head, his expression cold and resolute as he looked at the slightly panting Eagle Eye not far away. Your swordsmanship is indeed stronger than that one-armed swordsman of the red-haired. His voice came coldly. Upon hearing Sakazuki's evaluation, Eagle Eye felt no pride. He knew that the difference between him and red-haired was not in strength, but in the different paths they pursued. They had once been able to spar in swordsmanship, but since red-haired lost an arm, there was no longer any possibility of comparison between them. Red-haired chose the future, betting his arm on his successor, while he chose to uphold his beliefs and continuously challenge himself. Eagle Eye tore off the tattered windbreaker with his left hand and casually threw it aside. He gently wiped the hideous scar on his chest, the blood staining his fingers, yet he seemed unconcerned. His right hand tightly gripped the supreme blade, now even darker after being scorched by magma fire, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Let's talk, let's continue, Eagle Eye said in a low voice, revealing endless determination. He knew that this battle was gradually approaching its end, but he was not afraid. Rather, he looked forward to breaking through his limits in this life and death struggle. Sakazuki looked at the resolute Eagle Eye and secretly shook his head, abandoning the idea of persuasion. He knew that Eagle Eye had made his decision. No matter what he said, he could not change the other's mind. Ignoring the bleeding sword wound on his body, his arm once again transformed, radiating intense heat like burning flames. The boiling magma scorched the air, illuminating the faces of the two fighters, who had been engaged in high-intensity combat all night, in a way that was both bright and dark, like a painting filled with bizarre colors. Boom! Suddenly, the two, who had been gathering power for a long time, erupted simultaneously with an even stronger, more domineering, and terrifying momentum than ever before. This momentum surged like a roaring sea, overwhelming and suffocating. Such a grand spectacle was clearly brewing for the final attack. What was chilling was that the world-destroying aura continued to rise, and behind them, dust flew up, stirring up a massive sandstorm. The entire island began to shake, the ground collapsed, mountains slid down, and seawater gradually rushed in. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. and everything became chaotic. Boom! A loud sound echoed through the heavens and earth, a deafening noise that seemed capable of tearing one's eardrums apart. A red and black light intertwined in the sky, resembling two ancient beasts battling in the air. They intertwined and collided, each impact triggering massive energy fluctuations that twisted the surrounding air. As the two figures passed each other, the once thick clouds suddenly split apart, as if cut by an invisible blade. The fissure quickly spread outward from the center, ultimately forming a massive gap that split the entire sky in half. The extreme, piercing shockwave swept across a nearly 100-kilometer radius at an astonishing speed, creating a violent storm wherever it went. The howling winds made it impossible to open one's eyes, uprooting trees from the ground. In the distance, Doberman and the others felt this powerful shockwave, their eyes wide open in shock as they gazed at the scene before them. Is this the battle between the world's strongest? It's terrifying, Doberman murmured to himself. He had experienced countless fierce battles, but such a shocking scene was exceedingly rare. Clegana Island is about to split apart. Jones's face was filled with astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, Clegana Island no longer resembled an island. It had transformed into a fragmented land. The once complete terrain was utterly destroyed in this battle, with broken mountains, bottomless ravines, and shattered earth everywhere. The buildings on the island were mostly destroyed, leaving only a wasteland. Why go to such lengths? Sakazuki emerged from the boiling magma, looking at Eagle Eye, who had suffered fatal injuries from taking his full-force attack head-on, and gently asked. The exhausted Eagle Eye stood tall amidst the heat waves, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, but his gaze was unwavering. He tightly gripped the black blade in his hand, and though his vitality was rapidly fading, his face showed not a hint of panic or fear. He calmly looked at the man opposite him and used his last bit of strength to say, even you, who have abandoned the sword for many years, know that a swordsman should move forward bravely and never give up. After saying this, Eagle Eye's body began to sway, as if he would collapse at any moment. His gaze slowly shifted downward, looking at the black blade in his hand. This knife had accompanied him for many years, through countless life and death battles. At this moment, several tiny chips appeared on the blade. Eagle Eye gently caressed the blade, a hint of reluctance and regret flashing in his eyes. He sighed and whispered, in these lonely years, only you have accompanied me through those boring days. I wonder who else will be able to wield you as effortlessly as I do in the future. As a powerful figure who had emerged before the era of great pirates, after becoming the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, bearing the supreme Great Sword Yuru, has been wandering alone on the sea, traveling the world as a pure swordsman. In the long years of his relentless pursuit of the sword's path, no one has surpassed him in a long time. He has been waiting for a challenger to appear and end his monotonous days, but to no avail. Perhaps this is the greatest regret of his later years. Hawkeye gazed up at the sky, feeling a surge of endless emotion. He knew that today might be the end of his life, but he had no regrets. He had fought for his dreams and strived for his beliefs. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Hawkeye's mouth. He felt that his life had not been lived in vain. Even if he died here, it would be a form of liberation. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling everything around him. The wind brushed past his ears, bringing a coolness. The waves crashed against the shore, making a rhythmic sound. Hawkeye enjoyed this moment of tranquility and peace, as if the entire world contained only him. The black sword Yuru in his hand seemed to sense its master's emotions, vibrating mysteriously and emitting a faint sword hum. Hawkeye's eyes slightly opened, wanting to raise his other hand to touch the somewhat worn-down blade, but he found he had no strength left. After saying his final farewell to his old friend and this world, his golden yellow pupils dimmed completely. The man who had stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship for many years showed no attachment to the world at the end of his life. He simply closed his eagle-like eyes gently. Sakazuki looked at the strongest swordsman as he faced his end with dignity. If there were to be a man in the pirate world who was the most elegant and pretentious, it would undoubtedly be Dracula Mihawk. As a swordsman without any devil fruit abilities, Hawkeye Mihawk relied solely on his innate talent for swordsmanship to reach the strongest position. Compared to those who relied on superior races or devil fruit powers, he was indeed commendable. Although in his impression, Hawkeye Mihawk had little screen time. Every shot and every line reflected the aura befitting a king. An alternate world-esque version of the unmatched swordsman. Sakazuki mused inwardly, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Habitually lifting his hand to adjust his military cap, he realized it had already been completely destroyed by sword energy. He shrugged it off and walked straight toward Hawkeye, taking the black sword Yuru into his hand as a trophy. He took a deep look at Hawkeye's calm and emotionless face before striding away toward the shore. In the waters of Kurigana Island, on the Navy warship, Sakazuki landed swiftly on the deck amid the admiring gazes of the crew, handing the black sword Yuru to his aide, instructing him to place it in the sacrificial pit beneath the hero memorial at Navy headquarters, before preparing to go to the medical room to treat his injuries. Sir, so majestic. Even Hawkeye wasn't your opponent. Jones followed behind Sakazuki, eyes filled with admiration. Juin and Doberman nodded in agreement, with Juin as a swordsman, showing the most intense admiration. Having reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship for many years, she understood the terror of Hawkeye's final strike. And not only did Sakazuki withstand it, but he also decisively defeated him with overwhelming force. This strength, standing at the top of the world, was truly terrifying. One could only say he truly deserved to be recognized as the strongest Marine admiral throughout history. Admiral Sakazuki, may I take a closer look at this black sword, Yoru? Jiuin gazed intently at the long sword in the aide's hand, her curiosity difficult to conceal. Sakazuki nodded indifferently. He knew the allure that a supreme great sword held for a swordsman, let alone the strongest black sword in the hands of the world's greatest swordsman. All right, don't delay Admiral Sakazuki's treatment. If any aftereffects arise, it would be a misfortune for the entire Navy and the whole world, something no one can afford. Doberman shouted, pushing Jiuin and Jones aside. He then produced a marshal's cloak from who knows where, gently draping it over the tattered, half-naked Sakazuki, as if afraid he might catch a cold. Sakazuki gave him a strange look. Although this action was thoughtful, it felt a bit odd coming from this burly, scar-faced military man. Seeing Doberman reaching into his pocket for what seemed like a handkerchief, Sakazuki quickly tightened his coat and moved away from him, striding toward the medical room in the ship's cabin. Doberman had just pulled out a brand new white military cap from his large pocket, raising his head to hand it to Sakazuki, but he only saw Sakazuki hurriedly walking toward the medical room. Is he that anxious? He scratched his head, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes, suddenly realizing, looks like Admiral Sakazuki is seriously injured. He really has it tough. With this thought, Doberman immediately ran to the bridge, sharply ordering the helmsman, quick, head back to headquarters at full speed and get the best doctors ready. Yes. Full speed ahead. A month later, in the Admiral's office at Navy headquarters, Sakazuki, already free of bandages, sat leisurely in his office chair. He extended his left hand to take the cigar handed to him by the Lark, while his right hand casually snapped his fingers, a small flame appearing at his fingertip. Under Sakazuki's meticulous control, the cigar and flame made contact for only half a second before emitting white smoke as he took a deep breath. His deep, black eyes narrowed slightly, and his sharp gaze pierced through the thick smoke to look at two newspapers on his desk. Both newspapers prominently reported two earth-shattering pieces of news. Navy Admiral Sakazuki decisively kills the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, at Kurigana Island. Golden Lion Shiki reemerges, battling the vice commander of the Knights of God at Twin Cape, severely injured and fleeing. Sakazuki stared at one of the photos depicting the Golden Lion spilling blood in the sky for a long time, unable to help but marvel at how lucky this guy was. He had thought the Golden Lion was doomed, yet unexpectedly, he not only escaped the encirclement of 3 high-ranking members of the Knights of God, but even killed one of the commanders, leaving the severely injured Vice Commander Charlie Saint and Commander Roz Saint behind. Moreover, he didn't know what Borsellino was doing on the way. He only arrived at Twin Cape after the Golden Lion had escaped, which meant he would be lectured by the 5 elders again. Sakazuki furrowed his brows, tossing the 2 newspapers aside, his eyes flickering as he contemplated countermeasures. Buru, Admiral Sakazuki, it's a call from Rob. The Lark handed a ringing black den mushi to Sakazuki, gently reminding him. Sakazuki answered the phone with confusion, wondering what could be happening at this time. Dealing with a few small pirates who couldn't even use haki shouldn't be difficult. Could it be for the East Blue? Admiral, most of the pirates you instructed have been dealt with. However, the last obstacle was encountered. Robin, the son of the devil from the kingdom of East Sea Bridge, was rescued by the Revolutionary Army, and for now, I am not their match. As soon as the phone was connected, a cautious voice from Law came through. As Sakazuki had guessed, Law encountered the Revolutionary Army, which was also interested in Robin while searching for her at the kingdom of East Sea Bridge, and ran into the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, Bello Betty. Bello Betty, hailing from the East Sea, has eaten the Inspire fruit. which allows her to rally and inspire people to unleash their hidden strengths through flag-waving and shouting. She can embolden those who are oppressed, yet lack the courage to resist, even causing a continuous surge of strength within those inspired, significantly boosting their combat power. The Revolutionary Army has not yet left the Kingdom of Bridge and may be planning to instigate a war here. Seeing that Sakazuki did not respond, Law pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, "Should I wait here for a while and see if I can take advantage of the chaos?" Upon hearing Law's suggestion, Sakazuki slightly shook his head. The Revolutionary Army regards Robin as the beacon of revolution, and now that they have rescued her, it won't be so easy to take her back. No need to complicate things. Your mission is over, and you can return to the New World. Get ready to fight the Don Quixote family. After thinking for a moment, Sakazuki added, "You are not yet a match for Doflamingo, so hold off on making any rash moves. Just focus on intelligence work for now. When the time comes, Kazan will go and severely injure him." Law nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, already so excited that his hands were trembling, almost unable to hold the phone. Okay. After hanging up, Law let out a deep breath, as if he were expelling all the frustrations of his life. Finally, the day has come. If former Admiral Kazan takes action, capturing Doflamingo is a sure thing. He glanced at the death tattoo on his finger, clenched his fist, and without hesitation, led Beppo and the others toward the submarine. After Sakazuki hung up the phone, he conveyed the mission to Kazan, who was at Fishman Island in the Calm Belt. "Doflamingo, huh? After being so arrogant for so many years, it's indeed time to put an end to him." Kazan gladly accepted this new mission. Previously, under the constraints of his Navy identity, he had no choice facing Doflamingo's protection as a warlord and celestial dragon. Now, he has no scruples and can kill at will. Hearing the coldness in Kazan's voice, Sakazuki reminded him, "Spare his life. He may still be useful, and you might be able to lure out the four elders. Also, you should know about the trouble caused by the Golden Lion, right?" Kazan recalled what he had seen in the newspaper and nodded. The Golden Lion is indeed aging like fine wine. Despite losing his legs, he can still contend with the Knights of God. Seeing that Kazan was aware of this matter, Sakazuki said no more, lightly tapping on the table with his fingers, calmly revealing a plan that left Kazan astonished. "The Golden Lion is now all alone. I need you to find him and ally with him." Sakazuki briefly explained, and then left Kazan to handle it as he saw fit. Given the Golden Lion's character and current situation, as long as Kazan expresses his intentions, the Golden Lion would have no reason to refuse. The two would join forces to launch continuous strikes against the world government. This would not only weaken their power, but also continuously affirm the truth of Satan's death. Once the Golden Lion's usefulness is exhausted, Kazan can directly deliver the finishing blow without wasting time searching for him all over the world. Sakazuki envisioned his blueprint in his mind, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, making the standing Yunko feel that someone was about to suffer. A commander of the Knights of God has been lost. The four elders must be furious, right? Sakazuki twirled an unlit cigar between his fingers, asking with interest. Upon hearing this, Yunko also flashed a smile, bluntly stating, "They are ruthless when they insult others. Even the face of the Marine Admiral won't help." Sakazuki waved his hand dismissively. After all, those guys won't live many more years. Let them be arrogant for a while. With that thought, Sakazuki directly dialed the phone of St. Walpole. "Bororo, Bororuka Sakazuki. What on earth are you Marines doing? With one admiral and a vice admiral in action, you can't even deal with a dying Golden Lion. Do you know how much damage this has done to the world government's reputation?" As soon as the call was connected, Walpole's unceremonious scolding came through. Sakazuki, holding a cigar, exhaled a thick plume of white smoke and scoffed. No one should belittle anyone. The Knights of God pride themselves on being the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. Yet the vice commander and two commanders were still beaten to the ground by the Golden Lion. This remark further enraged the four elders. The great swordsman, Neizashu, sitting next to Walpole, had a glint of cold light in his eyes and immediately shouted angrily, "Sakazuki, do you not want to sit in that admiral position anymore?" Walpole also snorted coldly, sternly reminding, "Sakazuki, recognize your position and that of the Marines. The primary mission of the Marines is to uphold the rule and face of the world government, and only secondarily to eliminate pirates." In response, Sakazuki's expression did not change. He simply replied, "Lord Walpole, please don't say that. I risked my life to kill the world's #1 swordsman at Cloaga Island to eliminate the Golden Lion's followers and restore some face for Marineford. Moreover, I also accidentally obtained an important piece of information on the way back. I believe all of you will be very interested. Sakazuki's softening stance immediately reduced the anger of the four elders significantly. As the world's recognized strongest swordsman, Mihawk is indeed a formidable presence. Now that Sakazuki has dealt with him, it is considered a significant threat removed for them. However, the four elders were still intrigued by the latter part of Sakazuki's statement. What important information! Don't keep us in suspense. Speak quickly. Seeing the four elders' eagerness, Sakazuki secretly sneered and said leisurely, "Information about the location of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters." What? Are you sure? The faces of the four elders changed dramatically, their voices filled with barely concealed excitement. The Revolutionary Army is a thorn in the side of the world government, and its dangerous ideological theories pose a severe threat to the world government's rule. The world government wishes they could eliminate it at once, but unfortunately, the Revolutionary Army is as elusive as a rat in a sewer, making it difficult to strike accurately. Now that they heard Sakazuki has obtained the location of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, the four elders could hardly contain their excitement. Walpole stood up, his eyes filled with fervent light. However, he seemed to think of something else, and a look of caution flashed across his face. Wait, this time it won't be like the previous intelligence about the Sea King being flawed, will it? Walpole's words immediately raised the guard of the other three martial gods. The death of Satan was indeed a matter of great consequence for them. The feeling of being watched by a lurking assassin in the darkness was like maggots clinging to their bones, causing them to sleep uneasily for quite a long time. The beginning of this outcome stemmed from the so-called important intelligence spoken of by Sakazuki. Seeing the cautious expression simulated by the Den Mushi, Sakazuki couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why was he so untrusting of himself? Lord Void Century, this intelligence is very clear. There is no intermediary at play. The fundamental reason for the accidental leak of the headquarters location is that the Revolutionary Army attempted to recruit the son of the devil, Robin, and was then discovered by the Navy. Sakazuki patiently explained to the five elders, exhausting all his efforts. In the end, Sakazuki simply suggested, if you feel the intelligence is unreliable, you can first send some scouts to verify the situation. After all, their headquarters has so many people. It doesn't have the treacherous geography of Fishman Island at 10,000 meters deep. Even if they notice something unusual, they can't escape in a short time. After hearing Sakazuki's words, the five elders felt it made sense and secretly blamed themselves for living too long and becoming overly paranoid, thus losing their composure. Moreover, it was just the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. There was no need for them to take action personally. The Knights of God and CP0 could handle everything. Steadying himself, Lord Void Century asked in a deep voice, "Where are they?" Sakazuki's mouth curled up slightly as he slowly uttered a few words. The Grand Line, White Soil Island, Baldigo? Upon hearing the location of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters from Sakazuki, the five elders felt a chill in their hearts. White Soil Island, Baldigo, was an obscure island in the first half of the Grand Line. True to its name, the entire island was filled with white clay deserts. The swirling sand and scattered rocks made it difficult for outsiders to see the specific situation inside from a nearby sea. No wonder Dragon led the Revolutionary Army to garrison there as a fixed base. First, let CP0 verify the situation, and then Admiral Kazuru should prepare to send troops to sea immediately. After receiving feedback, they would take the next steps. Lord Void Century pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. Sakazuki, you Navy just. Before Lord Void Century could finish his sentence, Sakazuki interrupted directly. Lord Void Century, the Navy is busy cleaning up pirates and also needs to support the member countries against rebels and the Revolutionary Army. We truly cannot spare personnel to Baldigo. I hope you all can understand. Click. After quickly refusing, Sakazuki hung up the phone, leaving the four in Panga City staring at each other in disbelief. Damn it, you dare. Sakazuki didn't care how the five elders cursed him in Marineford. In any case, they couldn't possibly provide more military funding to the Navy in the short term. It was estimated that only during the next World Conference, held every 4 years, could the Navy request some military resources under the pretext of escorting kings from various countries. Before that, don't expect to snatch a bit of fat from those guys' mouths. Sakazuki casually tossed the Den Mushi aside, picked up the latest distribution map of Navy forces, glanced at it briefly, then instructed Kurizumi. While the world government and the Revolutionary Army are at odds, we should quickly establish the necessary Navy branches in various locations, especially in the Grand Line. Any Navy branch that needs to be replaced must be replaced, ensuring the purity of internal personnel. Nowadays, the heads of the Navy's direct branches in the Grand Line had mostly been replaced with generals that Sakazuki trusted. Rear Admiral G1, Rear Admiral G2, originally held by Admiral Karp, since his retirement, had been guarded by his deputy Bogart. But for the sake of caution, after some maneuvering by Kurizumi, it was changed to Admiral Akainu, with Bogart continuing as deputy. Rear Admiral G4, Rear Admiral G5, Rear Admiral G8, Rear Admiral G51. Looking at this layout, Sakazuki pondered for a few seconds before adding, the military airports of these direct branches must also be built as soon as possible. Additionally, distribute all the den mushi cultivated by Vegapunk to ensure that each village has at least one den mushi for communication. As long as towns and villages can maintain close contact with the Navy at all times, the Navy, with both maritime and aerial combat capabilities, can quickly locate and capture pirates, provide timely support, minimize losses, and the Navy's reserve forces will become endless. Sakazuki revealed the location of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters to the five elders to buy the Navy as much development buffer time as possible. At the very least, before the world government had time to react, they should incorporate as many non-member countries and regions under their command as possible. They might even abolish the regimes of some large member countries, such as the Alabasta Kingdom and the Dressrosa Kingdom, while strengthening the Navy's power and influence. They would weaken the world government's ability to rule. This was all to lay the groundwork for eventually breaking away from the world government, establishing their own regime, and fighting against the celestial dragons. To achieve complete independence for the Navy's regime, they naturally needed a strong armed force, a sufficient mass base, and vast territorial resources. As for the safety of the Revolutionary Army, even if Sakazuki didn't disclose their location, they would eventually be discovered by the Blackbeard pirates. It was better to contribute a bit to the Navy. After all, with the current size of the Revolutionary Army, this setback should still be manageable. Meanwhile, on Baldigo, in the Revolutionary Army headquarters conference room, Mr. Dragon, Miss Robin has agreed to assist the Revolutionary Army. Chief of Staff Sabo reported happily to the tall man sitting at the head of the table. Dragon, who was planning a coup in a certain country, revealed a smile upon hearing this. Indeed, the truth of the world relies on Miss Robin to uncover. That will be one of our winning treasures. Sitting next to Dragon, Ivankov, with a large face, said, Dragon, it seems you know something, huh? The truth of the world, about the events of the blank 100 years? In response to Ivankov's inquiry, Dragon did not explain, only smiling mysteriously, leaving others feeling profound and inscrutable. Hurry and get Betty to bring Miss Robin over to avoid any accidents. Dragon instructed Sabo, then looked at the newspaper on the table. Pondering for a moment before speaking seriously, the Golden Lion has escaped another disaster. According to intel from our informants, Saint Satan seems to have encountered misfortune. That is why the Knights of God were dispatched to eliminate the Golden Lion. Upon hearing Dragon's words, everyone present was shocked. What? Saint Satan is in trouble? Was it the Golden Lion's doing? Ivankov's mouth opened in an exaggerated arc. Saint Satan is dead. This is unbelievable, while others were still in shock. Sabo was the first to react. Immediately, he suggested excitedly, now that one of the 5 elders and a commander is dead, this is extremely beneficial for us. Why not lead the army to cause a ruckus? Some radicals brightened at Sabo's suggestion. Nodding in agreement, Sabo makes a good point. It seems the tide is turning in favor of our Revolutionary Army. Yes, even if we don't attack Marineford, we must take down several more member countries. They exchanged words back and forth, as if the world government had become a disease that could be wantonly trampled upon. Radical factions proposed a war doctrine, while naturally, conservatives voiced their opposition. Keela heavily slapped Sabo on the back of the head and thoughtfully said, I believe we shouldn't act rashly. Even if the world government loses these 2 strong figures, it is still not to be underestimated. Moreover, they will surely be more cautious and on guard now. Our Revolutionary Army has developed to its current scale, but there are still many shortcomings that make it unsuitable to take risks. The fisherman Haku nodded in agreement and added, everything the Revolutionary Army does is like walking on thin ice. We cannot act too hastily. If we're talking about opportunities, I think next year's World Conference is indeed a good time. Doflamingo listened to the discussions with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, continuously simulating appropriate responses in his mind, unaware that the threat from Marineford was gradually approaching. In the summer of 1521, New World, Dressrosa Kingdom, The warming sea breeze tousled the hair of travelers at sea, and the golden scaly waves surged rhythmically, causing hearts to race. In the distance, there was a coastline with broad white sandy beaches. The soft white sand stretched for dozens of kilometers, seemingly endless. Shimmering shells reflected brilliant light under the sun, like jewels. Leaning coconut trees, lush green lawns, scattered moss, and seaweed. Various tropical plants intertwined to form a beautiful green, ecological picture, as if one were in a dreamlike world. The light blue sea gently lapped at the fine sand, creating a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, making one unable to resist wanting to lie in the gentle waves, listening to the sea breeze sing and enjoying the sun's embrace. This is a beautiful country where the sun shines and flowers bloom, a tropical island with a vacation vibe. Known as the land of love, passion, and toys, Dressrosa. The coastal port was docked with many ships, pirate ships, merchant ships, tourist boats, and some unmarked vessels belonging to unknown forces. Dressrosa is a well-known kingdom in the New World, not only because it appears extraordinarily prosperous and peaceful under the rule of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, but also due to several miraculous events on the island that attract a large number of visitors every year. Forever blooming flowers. Vast sunflower fields covering a large area of the island. Eternally enthusiastic girls, those beautiful girls who seem tireless in performing passionate dances. Humanoid toys that seem to have life and intelligence. Elusive and powerful little spirits. Various bizarre happenings attract countless people to come and watch. Yet many cannot bear to leave and have forever disappeared from the memories of others, becoming tragedies lost in the corners of the world. Winding roads traversed the beautiful tropical scenery. As one delved deeper, the appearance of the town gradually emerged. At this moment, in the central area of the city, the Krita Arena, commonly known as the bullfighting arena, was filled with a cacophony of voices. The lively cheers echoed through the air as thousands of people gathered in the stands to enjoy the feast of combat before them. Kill! Kill her! The audience, with bloodshot eyes, screamed, howled, roared, danced, and spat, vowing to vent their darkest emotions. In the arena, a young woman with pink hair, almost entirely unprotected and exposing large areas of her snowy skin, wielded a long sword, struggling to battle against the tall man opposite her while dragging a bloodied body. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no suspense in this battle. It seems Rebecca is already unable to hold on. The host's words made the wealthy and noble women in the audience even more agitated, clearly dissatisfied with how quickly the battle was ending. Kill this princess of a fallen kingdom. Yes, Cushios, quickly kill her. Indeed, this pink-haired woman was none other than the princess of the Riku royal family of Dressrosa, the granddaughter of the former King Riku, and the daughter of arena hero Kairos and Princess Scarlet. She was hated by these spectators simply because she bore royal blood. 10 years ago, when Doflamingo entered Dressrosa, Rebecca's mother Scarlet fled with Rebecca. Later, Scarlet was killed by Diamante while searching for food, and Rebecca's father Kairos was turned into a toy and forgotten by Rebecca. In order to gain the power to resist Doflamingo, Rebecca disregarded the objections of the toy soldiers, diligently learned swordsmanship, and continuously participated in arena matches, desperately trying to win the ultimate prize of the competition, the devil fruit. But the reality was cruel. How could a weak girl like Rebecca be a match for the hired thugs of the Don Quixote family? Thud! Rebecca fell out of the arena. Cushios achieved his 900th consecutive victory. With Rebecca's defeat, the host excitedly stood up and directly announced the result. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just witnessed the glorious victory of the brave and powerful gladiator, Dior Cushios, in the arena. Now, which challenger dares to step up and face Cushios for today's final duel? Let's wait and see. The host stood on the high platform outside the arena, blushing, using his loudest voice to shout into the microphone at the excited audience. As the host's words fell, a thunderous cheer erupted from the packed stands. Every spectator's eyes were bloodshot, emanating a beastly aura of brutality. How interesting, hee. In a luxurious box at the top of the gladiatorial arena, a man dressed in a red cloak, wearing a fringed hat, with 2 facial tattoos, looking like a native tribesman, stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, grinning as he watched the blood-soaked battle scene in the arena. TSK. Another profitable day. The bullfighting arena is one of the main attractions in the Dressrosa Kingdom and a major source of national revenue. Originally, this was a place for swordsmen to spar and hone their skills. However, since Doflamingo took power, it has turned into a place purely for mutual slaughter and sensationalism, filled with an atmosphere of bloody violence. Now the ruler of the arena's rules is Diamante, a cadre of the Don Quixote family. Seeing that no one dared to challenge Cushios for quite a while, Diamante couldn't help but frown. This cold scene wouldn't do. If no one fought, how would he make money? However, Diamante wasn't anxious. Such situations were quite common, so there were naturally corresponding countermeasures. Just as he was about to call his subordinates to prepare some backup fighters to throw into the arena, in a hidden corner of the audience, a group of people whispered among themselves. Then, one seemingly leading a cold, expressionless man stood up and slowly walked out of the audience towards the arena. The heavy, powerful footsteps attracted the attention of the surrounding rows of spectators and Cushios in the arena. "I will come." The man with a deadpan face spoke softly, yet his voice precisely reached everyone's ears, causing the entire arena to fall silent for half a second. Boom! In turn, the entire arena erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Everyone was excited about the appearance of this man, not because they admired his courage, but because they could watch a show again. However, in the top VIP box that went unnoticed, Diamante saw a figure suddenly appear in the center of the arena and felt it looked somewhat familiar. He was puzzled for a moment, and then it seemed he remembered something. His pupils suddenly constricted, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Law." Diamante never expected to encounter the long-lost traitor in his home territory. He was first briefly stunned, then his face was filled with ecstasy. He quickly informed Doflamingo that it was the Ope Nomi ability. With it, Doflamingo's path to kingship would become much smoother. Diamante hurriedly picked up the Den Mushi to report the news. At that moment, in the palace of the Royal Plateau, a flamboyant man draped in a pink feather coat was casually reclining on a large sofa with his legs crossed. He held a wine glass in one hand, gently swirling the crimson liquid inside, and the reflection of the Den Mushi was visible under his sunglasses. "Diamante, what's going on?" The man with golden short hair took a sip of red wine, his tone very lazy, yet it subtly revealed an air of authority that made one instinctively feel awe. "Doflamingo, that brat Law has appeared in the bullfighting arena." Upon hearing the exclamation from the other end, Don Quixote Doflamingo was slightly taken aback. He immediately stood up, a terrifying gleam flashing beneath his sunglasses, and his previously lazy demeanor instantly became sharp as he sternly questioned, "Are you sure it's him? Don't make a mistake." Diamante could feel the terrifying aura radiating from Doflamingo even through the Den Mushi. He swallowed hard, looked out the window again, carefully examined Law, who had just entered the arena for a few seconds, and then confirmed with certainty, "Doflamingo, it's definitely him. That brat hasn't changed at all." Crack! Doflamingo suddenly crushed the wine glass in his hand, the crimson wine dripping onto the carpet like blood. A cruel, arrogant smile slowly emerged at the corners of his mouth. Hee. Doflamingo suddenly laughed maniacally, as if a long-starved beast had finally caught its prey, his entire body trembling with excitement. "Don't let him get away. I'm going over right now." With a snap, Doflamingo decisively hung up the call, then slightly curled his fingers and several transparent threads cut through the air, shooting straight into the sky. Doflamingo leaped out of the window and disappeared in an instant. "Law, your dear young master is coming." In the bullfighting arena, ladies and gentlemen, this mysterious powerhouse is about to start a new battle against the undefeated Koshus with 900 consecutive wins. The victor will receive the specially prepared Zoan-type devil fruit, the white rhinoceros fruit. Now, without further ado, the match begins. Howl! As the host's voice fell, the audience erupted with deafening roars, and the corresponding betting began. "I'm betting on Koshus. I've never seen this newcomer before. Definitely can't be Koshus' opponent." "Yeah, I think so too. I'm betting on Koshus." Almost all the wealthier audience members looked down on the scrawny Law, especially considering Koshus' impressive record. The muscular giant, standing at 5 meters tall, was not someone anyone could mess with. In the past, some clueless newcomers had attempted to challenge Koshus to gain fame, and the outcome was obvious. They were beaten badly and thrown out of the arena. However, there were still observant people who recognized Law's identity. Seeing that everyone was unclear about his background, they couldn't help but remind in a low voice, "Hey, that's Trafalgar Law, captain of the Heart Pirates, one of last year's supernovas. His strength shouldn't be underestimated." But as soon as this was said, it was met with ridicule. A half-baked, wealthy man grinned, showing his gold teeth, and sneered, "So what? Just a supernova. I've heard from my partners on Sabeti Archipelago that those losers together can't even beat Admiral Akainu." If Koshus were to fight, even if he couldn't defeat an admiral, he could at least hold his ground, right? The person who heard the wealthy man's words was clearly at a loss for words and didn't know how to retort for a moment. Well, I'll join in too. I'm betting on that newcomer. Suddenly, a polite voice came from beside them, followed by a white bear paw holding several bills. The two turned to see, feeling a wave of surprise. Where did this furry creature come from? Hey, little guy, are you here to die? After the host announced the match's start, Koshus finally opened his eyes and stopped resting. After several battles, although he hadn't exerted much effort, his mind inevitably felt a bit fatigued. However, when he opened his eyes and saw that the last challenger was just a dwarf under 2 meters tall, a contemptuous smile immediately appeared on his face. Kid, choose your death. I'm in a good mood today. I might consider leaving you a leg. Koshus didn't attack immediately. He just stood there with his arms crossed, clearly looking down on Law's strength. Law's heart, however, was completely unaffected. He had seen far more arrogant men before, like the celestial dragons and the candidates for the 7 warlords. Seeing Law's indifferent demeanor, Koshus frowned, thinking he might not have heard well, and he nonchalantly sighed. Don't be so reckless in your next life. As he spoke, Koshus took large strides towards Law to attack rapidly. His astonishing speed kicked up a small whirlwind, causing Law's coat to billow. Koshus swung his massive fist, the crowd cheering him on passionately. Just as the fist was about to land on Law's head, Koshus suddenly heard a crisp sound, then felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a dizzying sensation as if the whole world was turning upside down. Room beheading. A cold voice came from Law's mouth. Before the crowd understood what had happened, they saw Koshus' head fall completely to the ground. Law stepped aside lightly, the enormous fist grazing past him, and Koshus' body fell to the ground in turn. The head has fallen. Koshus is dead. The air fell silent for 2 seconds, and then the audience erupted into unbelievable screams. Hearing such a noisy commotion, Law, standing on the arena, slightly irritated, dug at his ear. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he drew Kikoku from his waist, the armament haki instantly wrapping around it, and without hesitation, he swung it forcefully overhead. Bullfighting sword, half-moon funeral. As Law swung his sword, a powerful wave of sword energy descended, its immense force seemingly about to split the entire arena in half. Clang! Kikoku collided violently with the western sword, producing a sharp screech. Diamante, finally willing to show up? Luo unleashed the surgical space. An invisible white aura surged like waves, instantly enveloping Diamante. With a forceful swing of his arm, the Oni-Kuri shattered Diamante's long western sword. Crack! Luo followed up by retracting his blade and turning around, coldly watching Diamante fall to the ground in disarray. Compared to Virgo, you really are weak. Diamante scrambled to his feet, tightly gripping the broken sword in his hand, his face filled with surprise as he said, "You actually know hockey?" Seeing Diamante so astonished, Luo sneered dismissively, then raised his blade and assumed an attacking stance, responding coldly, "Not only do I know hockey, but I can also kill." Each of Luo's strikes contained enough power to overturn the battlefield, a momentum that could almost tear everything apart, forcing the elegant swordsman to reassess the situation. In that tense and intense atmosphere of battle, Diamante's gaze was locked on Luo, revealing a complex expression. He was both shocked by the strength of this young opponent and deeply worried about his own predicament. The sharp blade in Luo's hand was wrapped in a thick layer of armed haki, as if even the air was being shredded apart by its presence, causing Diamante's heart to race involuntarily. Upon seeing the haki condensed at the tip of the sharp blade, Diamante's pupils trembled. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he could clearly sense that Luo, at full power, was stronger than him. "Hey, kid, Doflamingo is coming soon. Do you think you can withstand a few moves under Doflamingo with your current strength?" Diamante's voice trembled as he tried to threaten. However, his voice sounded unusually weak. Deep down, Diamante knew that even if he delayed for a few more minutes against Luo at full power, he could hardly guarantee his own escape. Seeing that Luo remained unmoved, Diamante continued, "Doflamingo is nearby at the King's Heights. I just called to inform him. But you don't have to worry. Doflamingo is usually magnanimous. As long as you sincerely admit your mistake, he should forgive you." Diamante was desperately trying to persuade, fearing that Luo would run away, leaving him unable to explain to Doflamingo, and also fearing that Luo would not run and would stab him instead. Thus, Diamante was in a double torment, hoping Luo would obediently wait here for Doflamingo to arrive. However, Luo, whose heart burned with the flames of revenge, had long ignored Diamante's words. His eyes were filled only with the deep-seated anger and determination within him. Annoying. This brief word contained all of Luo's disdain and contempt for his opponent. Before the words had even left his mouth, he shot forward like an arrow, his feet pushing off the ground, muscles tensed, unleashing an astonishing speed and strength. Lunging at Diamante, the air seemed to freeze for a moment, and a blurred afterimage zipped past in an instant. That was Luo's figure, appearing before Diamante with a speed that was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Holding Oni-Kuri, a weapon that carried countless memories of battle. It was now infused with heavy haki, striking like the Grim Reaper's scythe, mercilessly swinging towards Diamante's neck. Faced with such a swift and deadly attack, Diamante's expression shifted from vigilance and luck to panic and fear. Watching the oncoming dark blade, Diamante's eyes turned bloodshot, seemingly sensing the breath of death approaching. He never expected Luo to be so ruthless, attacking without hesitation. Bullfighter cloak, Diamante roared. At the brink of life and death, he hurriedly summoned the power within him, quickly using his float fruit ability to transform the broken western sword into a cloak, blocking it in front of him. Though the cloak was light, it had the hardness of steel. This move, which he had practiced since childhood, combined the elegance of a bullfighter with the ferocity of a beast, allowing him to gain a slim chance of survival in a critical moment. However, Luo's assault came too quickly and fiercely. Even Diamante's bullfighter, cloak, might not withstand this unstoppable force. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everything depended on the clash between Luo's Oni-Kuri and Diamante's bullfighter cloak, with victory or defeat hanging in the balance. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the still air, like a battle drum announcing the beginning of a life-and-death struggle. In that instant, the sparks flying like dazzling lights illuminated the faces of both men. One side was resolute and decisive, while the other was in a state of panic. Diamante's heart raced. He thought he had dodged the fatal blow and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from outside the cloak. Then came a bone-chilling cold, like the northern wind in winter, heralding the approach of death. Rip! Even with the enhancement of armed haki, Diamante's proud bullfighter cloak, a defense harder than steel, crumbled under Luo's full-force strike. In the blink of an eye, the cloak was torn apart like a piece of paper, scattering into fragments in the air. And Oni-Kuri, the blade that embodied Luo's boundless anger and determination, had now pierced through all obstacles, like a precise scalpel, aimed directly at Diamante's throat, intent on ending this battle. No! Diamante's voice was filled with despair and fear. He watched helplessly as the deadly blade tip loomed larger in his vision, the breath of death nearly suffocating him. However, just at that critical moment, a miracle occurred. An almost invisible transparent thread, like a fine string of fate, suddenly appeared, perfectly positioned between Oni-Kuri and Diamante's neck, blocking the fatal blow. Thud! The sound of a string being plucked echoed, and the incredibly sharp blade was unexpectedly stopped by a weak thread with an unbelievable force. Following that, an immense aura rolled in from the distant horizon, like a colossal beast awakening, seemingly ready to stir up the world's winds and clouds. In the arena, this overbearing aura swept through like a hurricane, creating waves of shock. Countless spectators turned pale under this invisible pressure. Some even couldn't bear it, foaming at the mouth and collapsing to the ground, losing consciousness. And Luo, the revengeful warrior who had remained calm and indifferent throughout, finally showed a change in his expression. The coldness in his eyes, once like ice, was replaced with gravity. He slowly raised his head, looking towards the sky shrouded in that aura. There, a pink figure was gradually becoming clear. You finally came, Doflamingo. Hee. With a burst of arrogant laughter coming from all directions. The figure wrapped in a pink feather coat appeared in the sky above the arena. The spectators who were not stunned by the previous haki and Diamante looked up in surprise, their faces filled with admiration as they gazed at the king who looked down on all. Doflamingo-sama. Aside from Law and his crew, everyone else was wide-eyed, their enthusiasm overflowing. Doflamingo's lips curled slightly, revealing an extremely satisfied and sinister smile, as if he thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere of being the center of attention. He leaned down, looking directly at everyone present, the sunlight reflecting off his sunglasses. He then spread his arms wide, fingers slightly curled, as if to take control of the entire world. Your king has arrived. After Doflamingo finished speaking, he squinted his eyes, adopting a feigned sleepy posture as he awaited another round of cheers from the crowd. Suddenly, A piercing sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed. In the midst of everyone's incredulous gazes, Law maneuvered around the diamond-hard threads and forcefully drove Kikoku into Diamante's throat. You! Diamante frantically covered his bleeding throat with his hands, wanting to say something but was utterly powerless. Your young master still loves to act. Law smirked with a bloodthirsty smile, his arm exerting more force. With a flash of sharp white light, Diamante's head rolled on the ground, eyes wide open and devoid of life. Unable to close his eyes, Diamante, Doflamingo, standing high above, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect that the sickly brat who once seemed on the verge of death would dare to kill someone right under his nose. And it was one of his trusted subordinates. Law, you are seeking death. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, looking exceptionally sinister and terrifying. Boom! A cold, bone-chilling killing intent mixed with boundless conqueror's haki surged from his body like a flood, targeting Law below. Without giving Law a chance to react, Doflamingo dove down at incredible speed, mercilessly kicking Law on the head. Overcut whip leg. Facing this powerful whip kick, Law quickly tilted his head and blocked with Kikoku in front of him. Bang! A tremendous force struck, causing Law's arm to tremble violently, and he could no longer support himself, flying backward. Just as he was about to fall into the surrounding seawater of the Colosseum, Law quickly used his devil fruit ability, activating his unique surgical space to swap positions with Diamante's head. With a splash, Diamante's fresh head fell into the water to feed the fish, while Law successfully relocated to the Colosseum. Law took a heavy breath. What immense power! The attack Doflamingo unleashed in his rage had filled Law with an overwhelming sense of despair that still lingered in his heart. Feeling a dull ache in his arm, Law couldn't help but look grave. Kid, you have completely enraged me. Doflamingo, in his pointed shoes, walked towards Law with a steady pace, his demeanor indifferent. My foolish brother risked his life to save you, and now you come to deliver your own death. You are as foolish as Rosinante. The crystalline threads flew wildly in the air, and mocking laughter echoed in Law's ears. Law fixed his gaze on the man before him, his eyes burning with fury. Gritting his teeth, you heartless scum, a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. You have no right to mention Mr. Corazon. He showed no fear of the ominous glint in Doflamingo's eyes, raising Kikoku high and taking a fighting stance, sneering. Your days of recklessly relying on your warlord status are over. Today marks the end of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo paused, expressionless as he stared at the disdainful Law, his heavy sunglasses obscuring most of his face, making it hard to discern his emotions. The air fell silent for half a second before a low, suppressed cackle broke the stillness. Hee. Well said. You made me laugh in anger. Whoosh. In an instant, dozens of white sword-like beams shot through the air towards Doflamingo's head, torso, and limbs. Law didn't care what tricks his opponent wanted to play or what threats he might utter. He decisively chose to strike first. Room scalpel. Doflamingo showed no signs of panic at the sudden attack. A seasoned warrior, he was already adept at dealing with various ambushes. Web wall. Doflamingo swiftly waved his arm forward, instantly creating a massive spider web made up of hundreds, if not thousands, of transparent threads. The spider web's diameter spanned several hundred meters, almost covering the entire Colosseum. And just like that, the resilient web completely blocked Law's attack. However, after Doflamingo set up his defense, he did not foolishly remain in place as a target. Instead, he darted towards Law at a speed impossible to catch with the naked eye. Feet skimming line. Doflamingo, flying low, appeared less than half a meter above Law's head in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he generated 8 almost transparent, thin threads from his toes. Bang! With a straight kick powered by the sharp threads, Doflamingo sent Law flying, who failed to dodge in time. Spatial transfer. Although the kick's power was immense, capable of easily destroying a tall building, even Law's use of armament haki could not fully defend against it. However, as Law was sent flying, he cleverly adjusted his position in mid-air using his fruit ability, inexplicably appearing behind Doflamingo. Room, cutting, everything is cut. Zing! Bright red blood sprayed into the air like flying red threads as Law finally managed to injure Doflamingo. Kid, you've grown some skills. Doflamingo sneered, his gaze incredibly sinister. He ignored the bloodstains on his face and unleashed even greater energy, ruthlessly venting it on Law's fragile body. Despicable line. Doflamingo flashed forward in an instant. He raised his arm and swung it down with force, simultaneously generating a nearly transparent thin thread from each of his 5 fingers. forming 5 fork-like lines reminiscent of a leaf rake. The sharp threads descended from above Law's head at high speed, although Law narrowly avoided the deadly attack. They pierced through his arm. Bang! After landing a hit, Doflamingo unleashed a flurry of brutal kicks. Weak. So weak. Pathetically weak. Law's arm suffered severe damage, making it even more difficult to defend. Super Strike Whip. Bang! Feet skimming line. Boom! With one kick after another, Doflamingo gracefully floated in the low air, unleashing a storm of powerful attacks on Law, leaving him in agony. Damn! Commander, when will the reinforcements you mentioned arrive? Law struggled to fend off Doflamingo's onslaught while internally lamenting. The reason he dared to appear here openly was that he had received the notification that he could take action. However, several minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of reinforcements. Just as Luo spat out a mouthful of old blood and couldn't help but want to curse Akainu's ancestors. An extremely cold chill swept in from the entrance of the Colosseum, and the temperature around them dropped sharply. Under Luo's surprised gaze, a white, solid ice spread rapidly across the arena like maggots on a corpse. In an instant, the once invincible Doflamingo was transformed into a floating ice sculpture. Tap, tap, tap. The smooth ice surface echoed with crisp footsteps. Then, a tall figure dressed in a dark green coat and wearing round sunglasses leisurely walked in from the entrance of the arena. He had his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed and comfortable, first casually glancing at Luo and giving him a barely noticeable nod. Then, he lazily turned his gaze toward the gradually cracking ice sculpture. Crack, crack. The cracks on the ice sculpture increased, and finally, with a loud bang, it completely collapsed, scattering countless tiny ice shards all over the ground. Huff! Doflamingo heavily gasped for air, feeling the icy chill in his lungs. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed out a few ice shards, and although his complexion was somewhat pale from the cold, the wicked smile at the corner of his mouth remained undiminished, seemingly fearless. Former Marine Admiral Kazan, what are you here for? Doflamingo slightly bent forward, spreading his arms wide, fingers curling, ready for battle with nearly invisible transparent threads. Kazan stared expressionlessly at the wary Doflamingo, gently parted his lips, exhaling a breath of cold air, and bluntly said, "This person is a friend of a familiar acquaintance of mine, and I can't let trash like you harm him." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's sunglasses sparkled with several glimmers. He tried to move the muscles at the corner of his mouth, finding they were no longer as stiff as before, and thus retracted his previously arrogant and wicked smile. With a shadowy gaze, he glanced at Luo beside him and coldly laughed, questioning Kazan with a determined tone. Is it because of Trafalgar Law? In Doflamingo's understanding, the only intermediary who could connect Law with the Navy was Trafalgar Law himself. I never expected my useless younger brother could still owe you a favor. Truly unbelievable. Doflamingo's self-absorbed musings went unanswered by Kazan and Luo. No need for further talk. Today is the end of your Don Quixote family. Kazan's tone was extremely cold, with no hint of politeness. Doflamingo looked at Kazan, who radiated coldness, and frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to fight Kazan. Whether he could win or not was one thing. The most important thing was that it would not only be meaningless, but would also damage his territory. Hey, Kazan, just take him away. I don't want to fight you. Doflamingo lowered his outstretched arms and slowly straightened up, seemingly intending to give up. However, Kazan had no intention of letting him do as he wished. Freezing time capsule. An extreme cold rapidly gathered in front of Kazan, then formed into sharp ice, hurtling toward Doflamingo at lightning speed along the ground. Doflamingo, who had just lowered his guard, saw the surging ice wave, and his pupils contracted sharply. He hurriedly bent his fingers, manipulating the nearly invisible threads in the air to tilt his body, narrowly dodging Kazan's sudden attack. Bastard, you want to fight? I'll gladly accompany you. Doflamingo growled fiercely, then frantically mobilized his internal power, immediately unleashing his strongest awakened skill. If the opponent is Kazan, he couldn't afford to be careless. White line of the wild waves. With Doflamingo's furious shout, the ground beneath him began to change instantly. After collapsing, melting, and twisting, the hard marble floor transformed into countless silver-white threads. Thousands of transparent white threads were arranged horizontally, forming a wave-like surge of attack that rapidly advanced forward, ultimately creating a massive twisted wave of white threads that surged up from below Kazan, seemingly intending to entangle and crush him within the threads. Ice blade, instant slash. Faced with such a grand awakened skill, Kazan remained calm, unhurriedly condensing two sharp blades in his hands. The blades instantly wrapped in a layer of highly condensed top-grade haki, radiating a chilling glare under the sunlight. With a flick of his wrist, he swiftly swung the weapons, cutting through the surrounding wave-like white threads as easily as slicing vegetables. In an instant, one segment after another of the short white threads helplessly fell from the air, as if a different kind of heavy snow was falling. After dealing with the attack in front of him, Kazan shot toward Doflamingo like a cannonball after saying a word to Luo. "You go handle the other members of the Don Quixote family. I'll take care of this here." Luo nodded heavily upon hearing Kazan's instructions. Glancing at Doflamingo, who was struggling against Kazan, he didn't hesitate to turn and rush toward the direction of the King's Heights with a dozen crew members. The Admiral had promised him that after Kazan had severely weakened Doflamingo, he could come back for the finishing blow. Boom! After both sides exchanged dozens of rounds, Doflamingo was struck underground by a massive ice fist from Kazan, creating a pit over 10 meters deep on the arena. "Sigh, how weak!" Kazan let a low, cold laugh from outside the pit. "Cough, curse it!" Doflamingo coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, struggling to climb out of the pit, enduring the pain in his chest and unwillingly shouting, "Damn it, how can the gap be so huge?" Since Doflamingo had been taught a lesson by Kaido in the past, he knew there was a certain distance between his strength and that of the admirals and the four emperors. However, Kaido was known as the strongest creature in the world, the unrivaled king of one-on-one combat. So although he felt frustrated and helpless, he didn't belittle himself. But the Kazan in front of him, a mere subordinate of Akainu, a lazy guy, was so overwhelmingly strong. The more Doflamingo thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. How long had it been since he experienced this sense of helplessness? "Die for me." 16 holy death bullets. Divine execution. Doflamingo exerted force from his feet and leaped out of the pit, then mobilized all his power, swinging his arms upward fiercely. In an instant, 16 massive waves of tightly coiled haki surged upward from the ground at high speed, piercing toward Kazan. The terrifying power, flashing with dark red arcs, completely penetrated the air. This was Doflamingo's ultimate move under his awakening, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. Kazan's gaze was calm, like a still ancient well, and he quickly countered. "Ice storm, 1,000 birds in the sky." He gathered the ultimate cold air capable of freezing space in his right arm, instantly releasing thousands of giant ice birds. The fierce ice birds let out sharp shrieks, soaring towards the giant wave's white line with tremendous impact, leaving nothing but a world of ice and snow in their wake. Boom! Countless ice birds collided violently with the curtain-like white line, producing intense, explosive sounds. No matter how hard the white line was, it appeared fragile under the onslaught of the ice birds. In an instant, boundless ice blocks magnified in the terrified eyes of Don Quixote Doflamingo, ultimately engulfing him completely. "So weak. Is this all you can do, relying on your status to bully others?" Kazan lightly landed on the ground, showing no mercy not just in his actions, but also in his words. Doflamingo's face was buried deep in the mud, his expression extremely grim. Listening to Kazan's mocking, he felt an eerie familiarity. How ironic. In the waters of Dressrosa, a dozen large warships were arrayed like sea fortresses, swiftly making their way to the port. "Vice Admiral Enel, Secretary Hibari, we have arrived in Dressrosa on the leading warship." A naval soldier entered the cabin and respectfully knocked on the doors of 2 adjacent rooms. "Understood. Prepare to disembark." "Yahahaha. Good. Let this god see what kind of abilities that celestial dragon has to become the intermediary of the underground world." Enel and Hibari walked out of their rooms in succession, exchanged a glance, and then headed towards the deck together. The Don Quixote family has close ties with the Beast Pirates. During transportation, there will surely be Beast Pirates attempting to hijack the ship, possibly Queen or Jack from the Calamities. "Are you confident?" Hibari asked suspiciously while walking alongside Enel. Hibari felt some resistance towards Uncle Sakazuki sending Enel, this slacker, to assist him, always sensing his unreliability. Crack! Enel took a bite of an apple. Listening to Hibari's tone of distrust, he immediately exerted force on his wrist, spun his long golden staff, and then raised his head high, disdainfully saying, "Who are you underestimating? Don't say Calamities. Even if Kaido came personally, I could give him a run for his money." Enel's eyes burned with endless confidence. Times have changed, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. Under the careful cultivation and private lessons from instructor Zifa, he had thoroughly mastered the advanced application of armament haki. His already formidable observation haki had soared, almost catching up to Fujitora, who could sense the trajectory of falling meteorites. Additionally, the rumble fruit showed signs of awakening. Most importantly, his physical abilities had received a tremendous boost, and maintaining full power for several days and nights was no longer a problem. Let's go quickly. Enel finished off the fruit in his hand in a flash, and with a flick of his fingers, a streak of deep blue lightning instantly turned the pit into ashes. Seeing his eagerness, Hibari could only nod helplessly, then ordered 3 rear admirals and 3,000 soldiers to nationwide apprehend the Don Quixote family and the foreign pirates, while he and Enel strode towards the bullfighting arena. Dressrosa, bullfighting arena. Kazan stepped on Doflamingo's chest, his black military boots mixed with ice shards and blood clots. Your good days are over. Kazan coldly exhaled a puff of cold mist, slightly twisting his foot. In Doflamingo's painful and humiliated gaze, Kazan wiped the blood off his military boots with Doflamingo's pink feather coat. Once the stains were removed, he kicked him away with force. Bang! Doflamingo's battered body fell weakly at Law's feet. He then felt a weight on his chest as another foot appeared above him. However, at this point, he seemed to have no energy left to care about his dignity, lying sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Law, who had rushed over from the king's heights, looked angrily at the man beneath his feet, immediately drew Kikoku, and without hesitation, plunged it into Doflamingo's right arm. The tremendous force pierced through his arm, driving the tip of the blade deep into the ground. But Law felt it was still not enough to vent his anger. He pulled Kikoku out and forcefully threw it, pinning Doflamingo's right hand to the stone slab. After doing all this, Law let out a sigh of relief, remembering that it was this very hand that had killed Mr. Corazon. Everything you meticulously planned has ultimately turned to bubbles. Law's cold gaze bore into Doflamingo, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Ha cough, ha ha. Doflamingo managed to smile painfully, then laboriously raised his somewhat intact left arm, covering his face with his palm to replace his shattered sunglasses, shielding his crimson eyes. Since ancient times, victors and losers have been determined. Are you, lucky little devil, ready to kill me? Seeing that Doflamingo remained so arrogant, even putting on a fearless facade, Law's anger gradually flared up again. He took out Kikoku from Doflamingo's pinned hand, preparing to stab his left hand, covering his face, but was interrupted by Kazan's words. All right, it's time to go. The Navy is here. Kazan glanced in the direction of the port and swaggered away, while also reminding him, by the way, remember Sakazuki's orders. Find a way to take over Joker's position. The dirty underground world needs a reshuffle. After saying this, Kazan quickened his pace towards the shore. He still needed to discuss how to conduct guerrilla warfare with the world government with the Golden Lion. As Law watched Kazan's figure gradually disappear, he shifted his gaze back. He sheathed Kikoku, looked down at the trench coat adorned with the capital letters Corazon, and a complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he couldn't help but murmur, Mr. Corazon, I finally avenged you. On the ground, Doflamingo heard Law's murmurs and grinned maliciously. Ha ha, still thinking about my useless brother? You care more than I do as his older brother. Law immediately reined in his emotions, shot a cold glance at Doflamingo, and sneered, you heartless scum. Just wait quietly in prison for death. After saying this, Law quickly headed towards the king's heights. He needed to obtain all the information about the Don Quixote family to have a chance of taking over Doflamingo's business. Less than a minute after Law left, Hibari and Enel appeared at the bullfighting arena with dozens of naval soldiers. Hibari surveyed the surroundings, glancing at the thousands of unconscious spectators in the stands, before walking towards the lying Doflamingo and declaring sternly, Don Quixote Doflamingo, in light of your crimes in the Dressrosa Kingdom, the Navy hereby unilaterally strips you of your Warlord of the Sea title and formally arrests you, sending you to impel down for life. Do you have any objections? Doflamingo's legs were still frozen, unable to struggle to stand up, so he could only continue lying there. At this moment, upon hearing Hibari, he opened his mouth to say something, only to suffer the baptism of lightning. Zzz. A dazzling blue-purple current instantly coursed through Doflamingo's entire body, turning his golden short hair charred black. Objections are useless. Enel put away his golden staff and laughed arrogantly at Doflamingo from above. Doflamingo gritted his teeth at Enel's rogue-like behavior. Feeling helpless, he was now the fish on the chopping board. The lark watched with great amusement, and after kicking Doflamingo a few times, immediately ordered the soldiers to restrain him with sea-stone handcuffs. Let's take Doflamingo and find King Riku. The kingdom of Dressrosa this prosperous nation was also due for the establishment of a naval branch. In the royal heights of Dressrosa, the luxurious palace had become a scene of devastation, with the core members of the Don Quixote family lying in disarray inside. The heads of senior figures Toribol and Pica had been severed. As for Senior Pink, Lao, G, and Dellinger, they had been cut into several pieces, the scene extremely brutal. The Lark and Enel happened to arrive here just as they coincidentally avoided the Heart Pirates. Indifferent to such a bloody sight, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Enel glanced around at the decorations, then poked the barely alive Doflamingo with his golden staff. He then swaggered over to the throne, unceremoniously sitting down, tilting his head to look down below, striking a pose as if he were in control of the kingdom. Yaha! This god has ascended to the throne. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a silvery bullet tore through the air, accurately blowing off Enel's head. Idiot! If you're not ashamed, hurry up and get down. Regarding Enel's usual madness, the Lark directly raised her flintlock pistol and without hesitation pulled the trigger at Enel on the throne. You! In a flash, Enel transformed into lightning and appeared beside the Lark, glaring at her angrily. What? Want to become trash like the celestial dragons? If Uncle Sakazuki sees this, he'll definitely break your legs. The Lark ignored Enel's furious gaze and coldly retorted. Upon hearing the mention of Sakazuki, Enel immediately calmed down, but he still felt somewhat aggrieved, so he released a bolt of lightning from his fingertips, striking Doflamingo's head fiercely. You bastard! Actually using the throne to tempt me. Doflamingo, suffering from an unwarranted disaster, blankly spat out a puff of charred smoke. Once he regained his senses, he gritted his teeth, suppressing his breaking mentality, and hoarsely shouted, Damn Navy, I want to see the Gorosei. See what? Enel directly slapped his head, knocking off the new sunglasses he had put on at some point. The Lark saw Enel venting his anger on Doflamingo and couldn't help but twitch her lips. However, she felt no sympathy for Doflamingo. If he wanted to see the Gorosei, he would have to go to hell first. Has King Riku arrived? The Lark did not forget the task at hand and immediately inquired the messenger behind her. King Riku was just assisting the Navy in calming the people and will arrive shortly. The Lark nodded. Now that the Don Quixote family had fallen, with Sugar dead, the conspiracy of the Toy Kingdom could no longer be hidden. Local riots were inevitable, and special measures had to be employed. This was also why the Lark had brought thousands of Navy soldiers. A few minutes later, a tall figure with graying hair walked in, led by Navy soldiers. He cupped his hands toward the Lark and Enel and solemnly said, I am the former king of Dressrosa, Riku Dole III. Behind King Riku stood a black-haired beauty in a flamenco dress. This was Princess Violet of Dressrosa, daughter of the Riku family. Additionally, there was the royal guard Cavendish and his daughter Rebecca. The four of them looked at each other with confusion and caution before glancing at the gradually closing door. King Riku, unable to contain himself, cautiously asked, Generals, what on earth has happened in this country? How did the Don Quixote family? King Riku's meaning was clear. In less than a day, Dressrosa had completely changed, and this sudden upheaval left them all at a loss. The Lark understood King Riku's meaning, slightly shifted to the side, and gestured for everyone to see Doflamingo, who was kneeling in a pitiful manner in the corner. The Don Quixote family has become history. King Riku, slightly stunned upon hearing the Lark's cold answer. But when he saw the familiar figure, his expression changed drastically, his pupils trembling, and he exclaimed, Doflamingo! The filthy, tattered pink feather coat, the missing sunglasses, the charred hair, the bloody wounds. Doflamingo's appearance shocked King Riku and his family. I can't be seeing things, can I? King Riku trembled his lips, unable to resist rubbing his eyes, feeling he had mistaken someone. Father, it's definitely that devil. Violet's eyes widened, and excited tears slowly streamed down her delicate face. She had been threatened by Doflamingo for so many years, experiencing not only physical humiliation but also mental torment. Therefore, she loathed him to the bone. Even if Doflamingo turned to ashes, she would still recognize him. Your Majesty, it is indeed Doflamingo. The one-legged swordsman, Cavendish, carefully examined Doflamingo a few times and also confirmed. Good, good, good. Several drops of murky tears streamed down King Riku's weathered face. The Lark quietly watched the four people lose control of their emotions without interrupting. Speaking of King Riku's life, it had indeed been tragic. He had always governed the country with benevolence, being kind and charitable, often assisting many war-torn nations, earning the trust of the people of Dressrosa and the leaders of neighboring countries. But about 10 years ago, Doflamingo appeared before him, threatening him to gather 10 billion berries in a day, or he would invade Dressrosa with his army. King Riku, considering the safety of his people, pleaded with the citizens of Dressrosa to turn over all their cash. However, this fell right into Doflamingo's hands, who used his devil fruit powers to control actions, killing soldiers and citizens, and even igniting fires in towns. This led the entire nation to despise his foolish actions, and King Riku's authority collapsed. Ultimately, Doflamingo took advantage of the situation to overthrow his regime, ending the Riku family's centuries-long rule over Dressrosa. During these 10 years, having lost the trust of his citizens, King Riku had nowhere to go, eventually becoming a regular at the bullfighting arena. A frail old man in his 70s with graying beard, struggling to live behind a mask in the ring. Navy gentlemen, thank you for defeating the Don Quixote family and saving Dressrosa. King Riku composed himself and deeply bowed to the Lark. The Heart Pirates uncovered Doflamingo's plot, and we in the Navy cannot stand by. The Lark waved her hand, signaling the soldiers to take Doflamingo away. Later, you will need to expose Doflamingo's true nature in front of the entire nation. King Liku nodded to indicate his understanding. As Yunku recalled the instructions given by Admiral Sakazuki, he continued, "After this painful experience lasting 10 years, I believe you have learned enough lessons. Without powerful armed forces, you can only be slaughtered by villains. Therefore, in accordance with Admiral Sakazuki's orders, the Navy needs to establish a base in Dressrosa, managed by the G1 branch. Additionally, King Liku, although you still hold the position of king, the Navy will send personnel to intervene in the country's administrative affairs." Amid King Liku's confusion, Yunku simply outlined the forthcoming management affairs of Dressrosa, leaving no room for refusal. Lastly, the king's plateau will be treated as a relic. All offices will be moved to the flatlands. Is this the will of the world government? King Liku understood Yunku's words, but felt something unusual, not resembling the style of the people from Marineford. Facing the slightly puzzled gazes of King Liku and others, Yunku shook her head and replied firmly, "This is Admiral Sakazuki's intention." After saying this, she thought for a moment and added with righteous indignation, "Everyone is born free, but some are born into wealth with royal bloodlines, while others gain powerful devil fruits, and some are ambitious, trying to claim kingship. However, in the eyes of the Navy, which is built upon the foundation of the masses, no one is qualified to look down from above. No king or noble shall be allowed to overlook the people." This was a highly provocative and powerful statement. It originated from a common perspective, standing on the side of the majority, mocking the inherent superiority of royal nobility. It expressed a firm self-awareness and fearless spirit, emphasizing human free will and independent spirit. Upon hearing this, King Liku was greatly shocked, feeling that decades of ingrained beliefs had been profoundly impacted. Although he was a very benevolent king, he still had a psychological distance from the common people, much like the nobles of this world and country. Even if he had fallen to a state worse than ordinary civilians in the past 10 years, he could not completely eliminate those deeply rooted traditional views. The Navy and the world government. King Liku tried to calm his turbulent heart, and with a politician's keen insight, he sensed something extraordinary. Logically, the Navy should not have the right to interfere in the internal affairs of the world government's allied nations. Yet now the Navy was openly intervening in Dressrosa's political affairs and even planning to garrison troops there. Such actions were simply unbelievable, although the Navy had saved this country. According to the ironclad rules set by the world government, the Navy was obliged to assist allied nations in resisting external invasions, eliminating rebellious forces, and consolidating internal power. If the Navy attempted to dabble in royal authority, it would inevitably face unanimous opposition from other allied nations, as well as retribution from the celestial dragons. The Navy could not possibly be unaware of this. So what were their hidden motives? King Liku pondered in fear, feeling cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Don't think too much. The Navy is doing this to prevent such situations from happening again. Yunka seemed to see through King Liku's thoughts and softly reassured him. You should be aware of the situation in the Alabasta Kingdom, right? It was also a conspiracy orchestrated by the warlords of the sea. The Navy has recently been establishing a branch there as well. Old sir, think about it. If you had been able to contact the Navy immediately back then, would you have let Don Quixote Doflamingo run rampant for so many years? Despite Yunka's attempts to persuade him, King Liku still regarded her with slight suspicion. After all, he was a seasoned politician who had lived for decades and would not easily be swayed by a girl in her 20s, unless Admiral Sakazuki came personally to speak with him. Yunku didn't mind King Liku's skeptical attitude. She had already conveyed everything that needed to be said. Whether it was about the establishment of the Navy branch, administrative intervention, or the alliance with the Dondoko Dodo fairy clan, everything would proceed step by step. If King Liku dared to publicly oppose an attempt to obstruct the Navy's progress, he should not blame the Navy for settling scores later. Yunku silently cursed her thoughts and prepared to leave. Once King Liku exposed Doflamingo's crimes to the public, she could take him to impel down. That guy still had some use. Anyone could be detrimental to Dressrosa, but the Navy would not be. After all, many soldiers in the Navy hailed from this beautiful and prosperous country. At next year's World Conference, you can accuse Doflamingo of his vile deeds. But there's no need to publicize what the Navy has done. Before leaving, Yunku added a few simple remarks, then slightly revealed her authority, warning with a low voice. This is all Admiral Sakazuki's intention. You are a wise king. You should understand. The world government has been indifferent to the plight of the Dressrosa kingdom over the years, so I hope you do not take the wrong side. At this moment, King Liku was still very astute, especially upon hearing Yunku mention Admiral Sakazuki. He immediately shivered and nodded in agreement. What this Navy lady says makes sense. Rest assured, I will fully support it. After witnessing Yunku and Eneru leave the palace, King Liku's anxious heart finally settled down, and his tense spirit completely relaxed. When he came to his senses, he realized his back was completely soaked with sweat. Father, why do I have the feeling that the Navy now seems even more terrifying than the Don Quixote family? Violetta, dressed in a purple dress, saw that King Liku's gaze was still fixed on the palace gate and immediately called him back to reality. Upon hearing his daughter's call, King Liku returned his gaze and sighed. The Navy had stood in this sea for hundreds of years, enduring through dozens of generations of admirals. Now that Sakazuki was in power, a storm was likely approaching. Under the curious and doubtful gazes of the three, King Liku shook his head and did not continue to explain. His white eyebrows twitched slightly as he recalled the impactful words Admiral Sakazuki had conveyed through Yunku. Who dares to look down from above? What kind of broad-mindedness and ambition must one possess to utter such words? Even ordinary people who do not understand politics know it reflects a spirit of resistance that is earth-shattering and soul-stirring, an ultimate challenge to supreme power and a pursuit of freedom and equality. Perhaps that Navy Admiral's ambitions far surpassed all the contemporary schemers. Is he about to begin a crusade against any unjust acts that attempt to oppress or control others? King Liku's expression was complex, feeling that the road ahead was filled with fog. He did not know what kind of future that Navy Admiral would lead the world into, nor did he know what kind of future he would lead Dressrosa towards. This was a sense of confusion about the future he had never experienced as a king and a prominent politician of a great nation. A trace of bewilderment flashed through King Liku's deep black eyes as he surveyed the still resplendent palace around him, finally landing his gaze on his son-in-law and the captain of the royal guard, Kuroso. Kuroso, do you think the Navy has the ability to protect Dressrosa? Hearing the inquiry from his father-in-law, Cyrus pondered for a moment and replied seriously, the Navy is the ruler of this sea, and its strength is unquestionable. Even the four emperors can be easily wiped out. Cyrus felt that this didn't fully describe the Navy's power, so he elaborated further. Without mentioning the Navy admirals, who are at the pinnacle of global combat power, or the former strongest admiral, Akainu, just considering the two Navy officers from earlier, both are very strong, especially that seemingly carefree vice admiral, who gives me a very dangerous feeling. His oppressive presence is even stronger than that of Doflamingo. He might be the one who defeated Doflamingo. In Cyrus's understanding, there are only 2 or 3 Navy admirals, but there are dozens or even hundreds of vice admirals. He hadn't witnessed the strength of an admiral firsthand, but he had just felt the pressure from Enel, and with so many powerful individuals of similar caliber in Navy, one can imagine how terrifying the Navy's overall strength is. However, this is only because he didn't know that Enel is a very special vice admiral. Currently, Enel's strength is already infinitely close to that of a Navy admiral. In short, I believe it's a very fortunate thing for the Navy to establish a branch in our country. After Cyrus finished speaking seriously, the naive Rebecca stepped out from behind him to add, Father is right. The Navy is not only strong, but also has a good heart. They will definitely help defeat any enemies that bully our country. King Riku's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he stopped dwelling on it, waved his hand, and walked towards the door. Let's go. The Navy is still waiting for us to interrogate Doflamingo. In the New World, in the first half of the sea, a large warship cut through the deep, dark waters with ease, like a blade breaking ice, sailing majestically on the surface of the sea. The secretary of the Wyvern, Doflamingo, suddenly became restless, mumbling about wanting to contact the Gorasiak. A soldier quickly walked out from the prison at the bottom of the warship and reported to the Wyvern on the deck. Before the Wyvern could give instructions, Enel picked up his golden staff, grinned, and said fiercely, "That kid must be itching for it, right? I'll go give him a loosen up." After saying this, Enel excitedly rushed into the ship's cabin. The Wyvern glanced at Enel's disappearing figure and ignored him. Calculating the time, it would be another 2 days before they could cross the red line and reach Impel Down. Currently, there was only one prisoner on this warship, Doflamingo. All the other subordinates were left in Dressrosa to do hard labor building the Navy branch. After it's repaired, they would either be executed directly or locked up in the prison they built themselves. Besides this, the Wyvern also left over 2,000 soldiers in Dressrosa, most of whom were from the G1 branch. Once the local Navy branch was established, they could gradually absorb the kingdom's military and expand their influence. While the Wyvern was deep in thought, a shout suddenly came from the lookout tower. "Report. A pirate ship has been spotted ahead." Following the sound, the Wyvern looked into the distance, and his observation hockey spread out. He saw a massive pirate ship several nautical miles away, resembling a giant beast crawling on the surface of the sea, seemingly moving slowly, but actually approaching at an astonishing speed. Faced with such a pirate ship that disregarded the Navy's authority and boldly charged forward, the Wyvern's expression remained calm as he instructed his subordinates to proceed as usual. Just a few minutes later, the Navy warship and the pirate ship were close enough to see each other's conditions with the naked eye. Upon seeing the distinctive flag on the opposing pirate ship, the Wyvern's mouth curved into a cold smile, thinking to himself, "Finally here." The large pirate ship flew an extremely imposing black and white flag, with black as the background and a white skull occupying most of the central area. Four long bones crossed in an X shape through the skull. Unlike other pirate flags, the skull on this flag had dragon horns, and behind the skull was an 8. This representative skull unmistakably belonged to the pirate crew that stands at the peak of the New World, the Four Emperors, the Beast Pirates. The flag of the Beast Pirates mainly represents Kaido himself. Kaido finds the world very boring, which is why he always has an impatient expression, and the pirate flag vividly captures this demeanor. Additionally, the 8 behind the skull represents the 8 forces under Kaido: the 3 disasters, the Flying 6, the Mad Pirates, the numbers, the real fighters, the gift givers, the joy boys, and the waiters. Boom! The 2 massive warships met on the sea, stirring up strong winds. As the rolling waters thousands of meters deep continued to shake, the pirate ship also began to rock. "Lord Jack, we've caught up." On the pirate ship, a pirate henchman ran to the front of the deck in small steps, shouting at a giant figure many times his size. Of course I saw it. The giant standing at the bow glanced down at his small subordinate, and his casually spoken words sounded like thunder, causing the eardrums of the crew to ache. "Sir, should we open fire?" the pirate henchman asked cautiously, rubbing his ears. The tall and muscular giant raised an eyebrow, letting out a cold grunt from his throat. He slowly turned his head, revealing his terrifying visage to his subordinate. This man had long golden hair, tied into a ponytail and 2 braids, wore a metallic jaw helmet, and had 2 ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders. His shoulders were covered in spiked shoulder pads, and he was draped in a fur coat, wearing a belt with the Beast Pirates emblem, tightly gripping 2 short sword-like weapons. "Kid, let me teach you a lesson today. Only the weak need artillery to attack, while the strong can ignore all firepower. Do you understand?" Jack opened his thick lips, baring his jagged teeth, with a face full of arrogance and confidence. The nearby pirate henchman, under immense pressure, replied tremblingly, "I understand." Seeing him only talking without action, Jack immediately widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "Then hurry up and bring the ship closer." "Yes, yes." The pirate henchman hurriedly ran to the cockpit, quickly relayed the orders, and then the pirate ship approached the warship at a faster speed. The Wyvern watched the approaching pirate ship and frowned slightly. The opposing side could disregard the casualties of their underlings, but the Navy couldn't do that. However, she didn't plan to waste ammunition, just as Jack said, artillery attacks would be ineffective at this moment. So the Wyvern immediately gathered her voice's power and shouted towards the ship's cabin behind her, "Enel, have you had enough fun? The enemy is already at our doorstep." As soon as she finished speaking, a wild and arrogant laugh came from the ship's cabin. "Yaha, I'm here." With a dazzling flash of lightning, Enel's figure instantly materialized beside the Wyvern. He glanced dismissively at the approaching pirate ship, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth, and then raised a hand to the sky. 200 million volts, thunder. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and blue-purple lightning flickered within the thick clouds, illuminating everyone's faces in a dim light. Boom! Lightning bolts stretching hundreds of meters tore through the sky, as if they were going to rip open the heavens. In the terrified gaze of the pirates, a massive blue sphere with a diameter of 50 meters slowly rose amidst the dark clouds, seemingly replacing the now invisible sun. Enel, who commanded the forces of nature, gradually floated up from the deck, bathing in the furious thunder. With an expressionless face, he looked down at the pirate ship and softly uttered the word fall. Instantly, the lightning ball, filled with immense destructive power, shot down toward the pirate ship at an astonishing speed, its overwhelming force scorching the air with a burnt smell. Boom! Watching the pirate ship engulfed by the power of lightning, Enel chuckled lightly before landing back on the deck of the warship. Tilting his head, he asked the Skylark, "That guy is the second in command of the Beast Pirates after Kaido? Doesn't he look like much?" The Skylark glanced at the flamboyant Enel and nodded, knowing that he was arrogant and didn't pay much attention to those below the level of the Emperors. He patiently explained, "That's Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, nicknamed Drought, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. He is the captain of the giant pirate ship, the Mammoth, and the local governor of the Kuri region in Wano. In terms of strength, he is slightly weaker than Flame, Disaster Ember, and Plague Disaster Queen, but still not to be underestimated." After hearing the Skylark's introduction of Jack, Enel, realizing he was the 4th ranked under the Beast Pirates, shook his head indifferently. "Navy, don't celebrate too early. Do you think I'm just anyone? I am Drought Jack." Suddenly, amidst the endless dazzling lightning, a deafening roar echoed. Then a gigantic mammoth, sporting sharp, pointed tusks, emerged from the heart of the thunder. The violent lightning struck the mammoth's rough skin, only producing insignificant sparks. You bustat. Jack, transformed into a reddish-brown mammoth, let out a roar and swung his thick trunk violently towards the nearby warship, creating terrifying ripples in the air. Facing Jack's fierce attack, Enel remained unafraid, wielding his lightning-wrapped golden rod to meet it head-on. Enel leaped up, and the golden rod, shimmering with blinding lightning, expanded dozens of times in size, colliding violently with Jack's colossal red tusk. Boom! The powerful shockwave left a massive whirlpool about 100 meters wide on the sea, frantically sucking in the surrounding seawater. Enel's gaze was fixed on the enormous tusk before him. Suddenly, a cruel, cold smile crossed his lips. He then exerted force with both arms, unleashing millions of volts of electricity, causing crackling explosions in the surrounding air. Crackle! Jack's tusk began to suffer under Enel's torment. As the powerful current gradually charred and melted the rough, thick skin, invading deeper into the fascia and muscle tissue. "You bastard!" Jack couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt, then decisively gave up on continuing to struggle against Enel. He quickly retreated several dozen meters while using his devil fruit ability to transform into a half-human, half-beast form. Jack tightly gripped his scimitar, and a strong layer of armament haki instantly wrapped around it, exuding an extreme sense of danger and a chilling dark aura. As Jack twisted his wrist, a massive whirlwind formed from the blade, causing his fur coat to flap wildly. "You little brat, come again!" Jack roared skyward, pushing off the ground with his feet and charging towards Enel, who hovered in the sky. TCH, just a brute, unaware of his own limits. Enel scoffed arrogantly, yet he stood calmly in the high sky, a hint of reckless lightning flashing in his eyes. Despite Jack's towering figure growing larger in his dazzling pupils, Enel remained unfazed, as if stunned by Jack's momentum. This bizarre behavior caused the Skylark on the warship to doubt what the usually unpredictable Enel was up to. Jack's ascent was rapid, and in the blink of an eye, he was within 10 meters of Enel, with a sharp blade aura stirring up a nauseating wind. The sharp aura hit Enel's indifferent face, leaving a long, thin scar. Suddenly, he casually tossed the golden rod aside, his pupils widening, emanating an extremely terrifying aura. Enel finally moved, his body quickly elementalizing, transforming into formless lightning in an instant. 1 billion volts, leisurely great freedom thunder dragon. Enel shouted angrily, using himself as the focal point to completely channel his immense power into the void. In an instant, the entire sky was covered in shadows, filled with arcs of electricity, unleashing a devastating force. Boom! The scene no longer showed Enel's figure, replaced instead by a massive thunder dragon over 100 meters long. Brilliant lightning surrounded the dragon, and time seemed to stop at that moment, with an eerie silence spreading through the space. Roar! The dragon raised its enormous head, its cold gaze disregarding everything in the world, and with a roar, it completely engulfed the oncoming Jack. Ruthless lightning erupted freely on Jack's body, and the surging energy found a suitable outlet, exploding violently. Damn it! Two contrasting voices echoed across the sky, and 10 seconds later, the lightning gradually dissipated. Enel's figure slowly reappeared in the sky, roughly wiping the blood from his face, his eyes still gleaming with madness. This was Enel's strongest move, using himself as a catalyst to condense a massive thunder dragon with energy reaching up to 1 billion volts. Don't be fooled by the minor change in scale. Its power was about 10 times that of what erupted last year at Whole Cake Island, enough to destroy the entire island. Enel loosened his muscles and wore a defiant smile again. This was an attempt. He wanted to see how powerful his ultimate technique could be, which is why he unleashed it so early in the fight. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Jack, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, opened his toothless mouth and slowly exhaled a puff of black mist, then rolled his eyes and collapsed weakly. On the Navy warship, Enel changed into a new Justice cloak, while the old, tattered one, symbolizing honor, was numbered and stored away. The three disasters are nothing special. Enel held his golden rod in his left hand and supported the unconscious Jack with his right as he walked towards the temporary prison at the bottom of the warship. This was just the weakest among the three disasters. Don't get cocky. The Skylark looked at Enel, whose steps were somewhat unsteady, and couldn't help but admonish him. However, what he received was only Enel's disdainful back. Doflamingo, stop reading the newspaper. I brought you a companion. Enel casually tossed Jack into the massive cage and glanced at Doflamingo, who was immersed in the newspapers. Doflamingo, positioned in a blind spot, couldn't see Jack's face. Who asked that idiot? Really? Doflamingo turned his gaze from the newspaper to the outside of the cage, letting out a few sinister laughs. Realizing something was off, he wondered why he said again, Doflamingo, are you seeking death? Jack, who had just woken up, heard the insults from next door and immediately roared in anger. He had been captured to save this guy, only to suffer such humiliation. Drought Jack? Uncle Sakazuki had successfully delivered Doflamingo to impel down, and on the way, the beast pirates Drought Jack came to hijack the ship and took him down as well. At the Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office, Sakazuki hung up the phone from Abari, his deep eyes flashing with a terrifying light. The beast pirates, huh? Since they took the initiative, it's time for the Navy to act. Sakazuki slowly stood up from his seat and walked to the balcony outside the transparent glass door. His cold gaze crossed over the bay square in front of the headquarters building. It lingered for a few seconds on the black blade that had been sacrificed beneath the Navy Heroes Monument, then gradually shifted away, as if crossing millions of miles to reach the Onigashima in the waters of Wano, the base of the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates are a crew primarily composed of Zoan-type Devil Fruit users. Kaido, driven by a desire for revenge against the world, is determined to ignite a large-scale war. Therefore, he plans to turn all non-Devil Fruit users within the crew into Zoan-type Devil Fruit users to further enhance their overall strength. Currently, the Beast Pirates have more than 500 artificial Zoan-type Devil Fruit users. While Sakazuki was pondering, a report came from outside the office. Admiral, do you need to review the latest battle information regarding the Knights of God and the Revolutionary Army? Sakazuki retracted his distant gaze, walked back into the room, and took the stack of documents handed over by the soldier. He skimmed through it briefly. The commander-in-chief of the Knights of God, Galen Saint, led 5,000 knights to breach Baldigo, resulting in several casualties among the Revolutionary Army's officers, who ultimately retreated and disappeared into the sea. Seeing the expected information, Sakazuki was unconcerned. The missing Revolutionary Army should have relocated to the first half of the Grand Line, the Kingdom of Kamabaka. However, Sakazuki had no intention of seeking trouble with the Revolutionary Army. Let those guys give the world government a headache. After pondering for a moment and constructing a power blueprint for the new world in his mind, he suddenly remembered something and asked the soldier standing beside him, "What is going on with the red-haired pirates?" As a soldier whom Sakazuki trusted, he was naturally aware of the information the Admiral wanted. He quickly organized his words and responded without hesitation. According to information provided by Aramaki, he successfully ambushed the red-haired pirates last month, injuring Beckman severely, who ultimately bled to death. At a critical moment, Red-Haired was forced to reveal his celestial dragon identity. Aramaki was initially skeptical, But when Red-Haired personally called the highest authority of the world government, Aramaki no longer dared to act recklessly and is now on his way back to the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's mouth curled into an ambiguous arc. In that case, he wouldn't be able to obtain the position of admiral when he returns. He should arrange for him to clear out pirates while farming. However, Red-Haired remains carefree outside, and even if he's given up his fixed territory, he is still a threat that cannot be ignored. Additionally, although the surface-level sovereign powers of the New World now consist only of the Beast Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates, there are still many silver medal contenders lurking in the mid to later stages of the New World. Sakazuki slowly puffed on his cigar, tapping his fingers on the desk, narrowing his eyes, secretly planning how to quickly and thoroughly annihilate the Beast Pirates. After exhaling a thick cloud of white smoke, Sakazuki glanced at the soldier who had yet to leave and casually asked, "Is there anything else important?" The soldier's expression became serious, and he immediately reported the important intelligence he had just received. Report to the Admiral, according to urgent news from the Reconnaissance Department, former Shichibukai Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, and former Roger Pirates crew member Douglas Bullet have gathered together in the latter half of the New World, suspected of preparing to form a new alliance. Sakazuki's eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but recall that in the original story, Crocodile had proactively invited Dracul Mihawk to establish the Cross Guild, which was no weaker than the sovereign pirate forces. Now, without Mihawk's participation, has Crocodile turned his attention to Moria and Bullet? These three are no ordinary figures. The new force they form would be formidable. First, Crocodile himself is an ambitious man who cannot sit still. Initially aiming to become the Pirate King, he failed when challenging the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, but he remained undeterred. He seized Alabasta as a national hero, hoping to obtain information about the ancient weapon Pluton. Now that he has escaped from Impelled Down, Crocodile seems to have lost interest in ancient weapons, but his grand ambitions are not so easily extinguished. This alliance is likely organized by him. Next is Moria. Although he suffered a crushing defeat against one of the four emperors, Kaido, in Wano, losing all his crew in that battle and becoming demoralized, his fighting spirit was unexpectedly restored after being saved by his subordinate Absalom, who used the transparent fruit ability during the Marineford War when attacked by Doflamingo. However, it seems Blackbeard has taken Absalom's transparent fruit ability to help Shiryu of the Rain enhance his powers. Perhaps Moria agreed to Crocodile's alliance invitation to seek revenge against Blackbeard. Sakazuki thought deeply, but the most troublesome for him was the third person, Douglas Bullet. Bullet, nicknamed Devil's Heir, is known as the successor to Oni and was once a member of the Roger Pirates. His strength is formidable, and even the companions of the Roger Pirates called him a monster. After GOLD, Roger was executed, the uncontrollable Bullet wreaked havoc across the seas, and it took the Navy's significant effort to imprison him in Impelled Down Level 6. However, he ultimately escaped during the chaos caused by Blackbeard. After his escape, he was labeled as the most notorious escapee in history. Sakazuki recalled the intelligence materials about Bullet, letting out a sigh. That guy grew up in the military and has extremely powerful combat abilities. When he joined the Roger Pirates shortly after, he was already able to match the strength of Vice Captain Rayleigh, mastering all three types of hockey. But rather than becoming arrogant, he trained even harder, adopting a mindset of training to death. Since Roger's illness and surrender, Bullet has been pushed down a path of madness until his capture. Yet even in prison, he did not forget to maintain high-intensity basic training every day. His unparalleled talent, combined with constant rigorous training, has made Bullet impeccable in terms of strength, speed, technique, and physical endurance. Nowadays, his extraordinary power is likely nearing that of Pirate King Roger. A flicker of uncertainty passed through Sakazuki's eyes. 2 seconds later, he casually threw the documents on his desk into the shredder. For now, let's focus on the Beast Pirates. Sakazuki leaned slightly back in his office chair, his deep eyes flickering with a kaleidoscope of light. He took a slow drag from his fiery cigar and then calmly instructed, "Don't worry about Crocodile and the others for now. Continue to observe them from the shadows. Also, increase surveillance in the waters surrounding the Beast Pirates. Especially keep an eye on Kaido, Jin, and Queen's movements." At this point, Sakazuki's tone became increasingly serious, and his gaze sharpened like a knife. He knew that these individuals were very tricky. A small mistake could trigger an uncontrollable storm. For the Navy, the most important thing now is to remain vigilant and closely monitor their every move. Only by doing so can they be fully prepared for any potential crisis and ensure they can handle various situations that may arise. Sakazuki took a deep breath, slowly exhaling smoke, allowing his thoughts to gradually calm down. Although he had already infiltrated the beast pirates with the undercover agent Drake, it was still necessary to be extra cautious to prevent any unexpected events. There could be no room for negligence when dealing with Imperial-level powers. He understood that the days ahead would be filled with challenges and uncertainties. But as long as he held on to his beliefs and pressed forward, he believed victory would ultimately be achieved. By the way, has there been any movement from the Blackbeard pirates recently? It has been more than a year since the last encounter with Blackbeard, and Sakazuki could anticipate how much that guy has grown. However, it seems that there hasn't been any significant news about him lately. Blackbeard now firmly occupies Hakanosu, but after swallowing up Whitebeard's territory, he did not choose to further expand his influence. Instead, he seems to be plotting something. According to reports from relevant departments, currently stationed at Hakanosu is Blackbeard's second-in-command, Shiryu of the Rain, while Blackbeard himself, along with several officers, seems to have recently returned to the first half of the Grand Line, wandering in the Calm Belt. As if searching for something, Sakazuki silently nodded. Blackbeard's goal is nothing more than the great treasure of Laugh Tale, and to reach Laugh Tale, he must gather the 4 road poneglyphs. The Navy currently possesses 1 road poneglyph, which was seized from the Big Mom pirates. The Beast pirates also have one. These 2 are not something Blackbeard can easily obtain. Therefore, he can only focus on the other 2. As for the whereabouts of those 2 poneglyphs, as far as Sakazuki knows, one is located in the Furry Kingdom on Zo's back. Zo is a giant elephant that has lived for 1,000 years, and due to some punishment, it can only drift on the sea, eternally wandering. Therefore, it is impossible to locate its movements using a recording pointer. One can only track it using a Weaver card or simply rely on luck to encounter it at sea. The other one was originally on Fishman Island, but has long since disappeared, and it is unknown which ambitious person has taken it. It could be the world government, the Revolutionary Army, or some force from the underworld. However, Zo generally operates near the waters of Dressrosa in the New World. So what could attract Blackbeard to the first half of the Grand Line, the Calm Belt? Sakazuki carefully pondered Blackbeard's intentions, but could never understand the other party's motives. However, just as he was lost in thought, a startling idea suddenly flashed through his mind. The mysterious paramecia fruit. This thought sent a jolt through his heart, as if a lightning bolt had cut through the dark night sky. If Blackbeard truly had intentions toward Hancock, then he was likely after that legendary paramecia fruit. After all, possessing such a mysterious fruit could undoubtedly grant unimaginable power and abilities. With this in mind, Sakazuki's lips curled slightly, forming a cold and confident smile. He knew that Blackbeard's interest in Hancock undoubtedly provided him with an excellent opportunity. As long as he carefully laid out the plan, there was a chance to lure Blackbeard into a trap, allowing him to walk right into it. How was the progress of the task with Smile going? Sakazuki organized his thoughts and began preparing for troop deployments. Smile has already patrolled nearly 1/3 of the waters in the first half of the Grand Line, and with powerful military suppression, the number of pirates has drastically decreased. Coupled with Binz's assistance, agricultural production on various islands has significantly improved, reducing the number of people forced to go to sea for a living. Sakazuki nodded slightly, his gaze heavy as he looked into the distance, as if he could see the people living at the bottom of society through the endless ocean. He deeply understood the darkness and decay of this world, as well as the suffering and injustice experienced by the people. However, he firmly believed that as long as the public is provided with basic survival guarantees and given some dignity, it can prevent more people from taking the irreversible path of becoming pirates. Then let Smile continue to push forward with the work and have Borsalino return. There's no need for him to continue tracking Shiki. Just leave Kaji outside to handle the world government's orders. Sakazuki's voice was steady and firm, carrying an undeniable authority. He understood that while the Navy needed to uphold justice, it also had to face pressure and orders from the world government. Now, the Navy has grasped Shiki's whereabouts, allowing Borsalino to return to headquarters to concentrate forces for the potential events that may unfold. Then, after a brief pause, Sakazuki added, have the officers and generals from the G1, G5, and G51 branches in the New World prepare for battle. His eyes sparkled with determination and resolve, as if he could foresee an intense battle looming ahead. The strength of these branches would become an important support for the Navy. They must remain vigilant at all times, ready to engage in battle to defend peace. Sakazuki knew that only through powerful force could he protect the people and uphold justice. And now, he was continuously striving toward this goal. The Beast pirates are distinctly different from other pirate crews. They place great emphasis on cultivating their devil fruit users. However, this has also resulted in their influence being relatively narrow, concentrated only in Wano. In contrast, the Big Mom pirates are family-oriented, controlling over 30 islands and possessing more than 100,000 pirate soldiers, making it a daunting task to deal with them, requiring a significant investment of manpower and resources. However, the combat strength of the Beast Pirates mainly relies on the 500 visible Zoan fruit users. Therefore, in terms of strategic planning, the Navy needs to make corresponding adjustments. There is no need to mobilize excessive forces. Sending a suitable number of high-ranking generals leading Navy troops can easily sweep through Onigashima. This not only reduces unnecessary losses, but also improves operational efficiency. At the same time, in response to the characteristics of the Beast Pirates, the Navy can adopt targeted tactics, such as utilizing the Navy's own devil fruit users to counter their Zoan fruit users, or by collecting and analyzing intelligence to identify their weaknesses and exploit them. In short, understanding the enemy's strength distribution and characteristics is crucial for formulating effective strategies. Only by being flexible and adapting to the actual situation can one achieve victory in battle. Sakazuki accurately analyzed the internal situation of the Beast Pirates. He then took out a black Den Mushi and dialed Drake, who was far away in the second half of the New World, and said directly, "The time has come, prepare to act." "Understood," the other party responded. The person on the other end was very familiar with Sakazuki's decisive style of action, so he was not surprised by the sudden order. He knew that once a decision was made to do something, it had to be executed swiftly and decisively. Next, Sakazuki began issuing a series of secret instructions to the Marine headquarters in Marineford. These instructions were transmitted through various channels to Marine forces and relevant departments around the world, ensuring that every link could work closely together. The vast military organization of the Navy began to operate silently, with various departments coordinating and cooperating closely. The Intelligence Department collected and analyzed the latest intelligence. The Operational Command Center formulated detailed battle plans, and the Logistics Department allocated supplies and equipment, while Navy generals summoned their fleets to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the Navy base in the New World also received urgent orders from Marineford. Navy soldiers were busy and orderly, organizing equipment, checking ships, and training skills to ensure they were in the best condition. The operation against the Beast Pirates was gradually unfolding. The Navy would go all out, using all its strength to strike against the Beast Pirates. It would be a tough battle, but it was a necessary move to maintain world peace and justice. Under Sakazuki's leadership, the Navy demonstrated strong execution and organizational ability. They would prove with their actions that the four emperors would fall one by one, and justice would ultimately triumph over evil, protecting the people from the harm of pirates. In December of the 1521st year of the Sea Circle, in the latter half of the Grand Line, as Sakazuki secretly headed to the New World, in a certain sea area near the entrance to the New World, a dilapidated pirate ship was precariously drifting on the sea, seemingly about to fall apart at any moment. "Captain, the New World is too dangerous." A voice filled with trepidation came from the pirate ship, where dozens of pale-faced, middle-aged pirates were on deck. They were now weak, their legs trembling, barely supporting themselves with their weapons, lacking the usual ferocity and dominance of pirates. Instead, they appeared fragile, as if they had recently encountered an unimaginable disaster. Someone took the lead to speak, breaking the dead silence on the ship. "Yeah, Captain Gary, this place is simply uninhabitable. Shouldn't we just go back?" That group of sea kings comparable in size to islands, the hail larger than our ship, and raindrops the size of fists. This is a living hell. Just casually bumping into a pirate possesses destructive power. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the Emperor-level forces like the Beast Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates are. Everyone was discussing fervently, strongly expressing their desire to leave the New World. Even the first mate, who had always had a close relationship with Captain Eucalyptus, looked worried and advised earnestly, "Gary, the living conditions in the New World are too harsh for us. It would be better to return to our North Sea and be local tyrants." With the first mate speaking, all the pirates looked hopefully at the tall man at the forefront. "Damn it, we finally crossed the calm belt. Traveling thousands of miles from the North Sea to come here. Are we really just going to be scared back?" Gary roared in frustration, facing the gazes of the crowd. If it weren't for their bad luck of stumbling into the lair of sea kings in the calm belt, if their ship's hull hadn't failed to reach the strength of atom wood, if the food on board hadn't run out, if they hadn't encountered pirates with bounties over 1 billion, such trivial matters like heavy rain and hail should be nothing to the Gary pirates. who once dominated the North Sea and even crushed the Vinsmoke family for a time. But there was nothing they could do. They had the dreams of protagonists, but lacked the fate of protagonists, and various disasters struck one after another. Gary's eyes were filled with a bloody sheen. But he did not go mad because of it. Although he was an ambitious pirate, he never easily lost his rationality. Gary took a deep breath, trying to control his negative emotions, then turned around and gazed at the distant horizon. After a moment, he moved his lips and hoarsely said to the first mate beside him, "Drave in. Nothing has stopped us on this journey, not even the storms. Even if the underwater route to the New World is cut off, we will not give up. Have we truly fought through thorns and brambles only to never reach the end?" The first mate drave in, a cultured middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Sensed Gary's slightly sorrowful emotions and sighed softly. Stepping forward, he gently patted Gary's shoulder. As Gary's first companion, Draven understood his burning ambition very well. But the greater the ambition, the stronger the corresponding strength must be. Now the sea is complex and ever-changing, and it's hard for pirates to make a living. Reaching the height we have today is already quite good. Gary couldn't help but clench his fists, recalling his difficult journey. He gritted his teeth and roared angrily. If only I had the talent of Kaido or Blackbeard with my will, I would surely dominate the world and surpass the glory of the Rocks pirates. I hate it. Gary's roar echoed throughout the pirate ship, and everyone could feel the unwillingness in it. Just as everyone fell silent, a shadow suddenly appeared above the pirate ship, and in a few seconds, the sky was completely covered by endless dark clouds. "Damn it, Captain, First Mate, the giant hailstorm is coming again. An island is ahead, quick. Accelerate. Cash Island, Shirgu Town." Gary and the pirates managed to land on this island just before the supersized hailstorm arrived. Looking at the peaceful and quiet village in the distance, the pirates couldn't help but howl with excitement. The sea god is merciful. I can't believe there's actually residents in this godforsaken place. Now we have food. Captain, let's hurry over. The faces of the pirates showed greedy expressions, as they hadn't enjoyed fresh delicacies for a long time. "Gary, the map shows there seems to be a Navy branch nearby. Should we observe first?" Although Draven was also very excited, he still restrained his desires and gently adjusted his glasses, reminding Gary. Captain Gary did not pay much attention to Draven's reminder. He had already been informed about the distribution of major forces in the New World and immediately reassured him. "I know, but the G1 branch is over 500 kilometers away. Even if someone manages to escape and notify the Navy, they won't arrive that quickly." Seeing his first mate still looking wary, Gary chuckled lightly. "Don't worry. I have it under control. After we rest here, we'll head back to the North Sea." He had now realized that rather than being a tail in the New World, it was better to be a head in the North Sea. "Brothers, the hunting moment has arrived. Charge!" A fierce light flashed in Gary's eyes as he waved his hand fiercely, immediately leading his subordinates to rush into the depths of the island. "Village head, something bad has happened." The villager responsible for guarding the village entrance hurriedly ran into the village chief's yard, disregarding any formalities, and burst through the door. The elderly man, who was dealing with village affairs, looked up in surprise and scolded. "What a mess. What kind of behavior is this?" The village chief quickly lectured the anxious young man and then frowned, asking, "What happened?" The young man bent over, supporting his knees as he gasped for breath, then responded with a panicked expression, "Pirates. A lot of pirates have landed on the island." "What?" The village chief jumped to his feet, losing his earlier composure, and quickly inquired, "Which pirate crew? How many are there?" The village chief anxiously paced back and forth in the room. Ever since the Navy had decisively wiped out the Big Mom pirates last year and led an army of 100,000 to sweep through the first half of the New World for a month, there had been no large-scale pirate invasions of towns and villages in this sea area. Of course, there was also an important reason that made all ordinary pirates wary. The young man swallowed hard, recalling the scene he had seen from a distance, and replied, "An unfamiliar pirate crew, about 50 people. They seem to be a North Sea force that just arrived in the New World." The village chief nodded silently, realizing they were just inexperienced newcomers to the New World. However, the fact that they had crossed the comm belt to get here indicated that their strength was not weak. The village chief glanced subtly at the panicked young man beside him. With just the young people in the village, they couldn't possibly fend off those 50 pirates. After thinking for a few seconds, the village chief decisively said, "Quick, go get the Navy." "Huh? Oh, okay." The young man responded in a fluster, about to rush out of the house to seek help from the G1 branch hundreds of kilometers away. Suddenly, just as he stepped out of the door, he stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said with a dazed expression under the village chief's puzzled gaze, "Chief, it seems the Navy gave us a transponder snail a while ago." "Yes, my memory." The village chief slapped his forehead and hurried to his study, took out the sealed transponder snail, and carefully held it as if it were a treasure, trying to dial it with an extremely unfamiliar technique. Bururu. Buru. Under the village chief's nervous gaze, the transponder snail was finally connected. "Hello, Navy, there are pirates attacking Shirgu Town, about 50 of them." Just as Gary led a group of pirates through the jungle to the village entrance, ready to wreak havoc and plunder resources, they found the streets completely deserted, with only wisps of smoke rising. "What's going on?" Gary and Draven both felt something was strange. Based on their past invasion experiences, even if they had been spotted by the villagers, it shouldn't have led to this situation, right? Did these civilians just give up without a fight and flee? But this island was so small. Where could they escape to? In the end, wouldn't it still lead to the same outcome? Gary was puzzled by the villagers' actions in this sea area. He hadn't expected that throughout the entire Grand Line, towns and villages under the Navy's protection had already been equipped with transponder snails that could immediately contact the Navy for support. Gary's pirate crew had no time to care about the villagers' whereabouts. They urgently needed to replenish their energy. While the pirates were frantically looting a shop, Gary, at the peak of his combat power, suddenly looked up in disbelief at the sky. Boom! A deafening roar came from the distant sky, startling a flurry of birds and beasts. What is that? They saw several steel behemoths flying in the azure sky, like eagles swiftly cutting through the clouds, displaying astonishing speed and agility. As the steel beasts in the distant sky quickly approached, their clear outlines came into view, and Gary's complexion changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "The Navy? How is that possible?" The strange machines soaring in the air clearly bore the Navy's iconic flag, with the bright seagull and scales design standing out vividly. Boom! The engines of the armed helicopters roared deafeningly from below, as if declaring their unparalleled aerial power. The sleek bodies cut sharp trajectories through the sky, like silver lightning streaking across the heavens. As the first helicopter approached Gary's pirate crew, the G1 branch's commanding officer, Rear Admiral Squirrel, unexpectedly jumped down from the helicopter, which was hundreds of meters high. In the shocked gaze of all the pirates, Rear Admiral Squirrel made a stunning and domineering entrance. "You scum! How dare you commit crimes near a Navy branch? You are truly arrogant and unaware of your own mortality." After landing, the other helicopters slowly descended, stabilizing at a height of several dozen meters off the ground, and then dozens of elite Navy soldiers jumped out from the air, instantly surrounding Gary's pirate crew. The helicopters in the low air seemed to have completed their mission and left without hesitation. Although this was the first-generation helicopter that Vegapunk had developed not long ago, it was equipped with various munitions, giving it an unparalleled advantage in aerial combat. However, since the village was right below, it was not suitable for air-to-ground strikes. At this moment, Gary looked incredulously at the retreating armed helicopters, then solemnly gazed at Rear Admiral Squirrel, whispering, "The highest officer of the G1 branch, Rear Admiral Squirrel." Now, they were in trouble. Rear Admiral Squirrel had long been stationed at the G1 branch in the New World, and his formidable combat power ranked among the top in all Navy Rear Admirals. First Mate Draven also furrowed his brows, feeling that things were not looking good. However, he pretended to remain calm, saying, "Rear Admiral Squirrel, we only landed on this island because we were caught in a storm and we just arrived at this village, causing minimal damage." Draven pointed to the surrounding buildings and continued, "Navy, rather than meeting in battle, why not let us part ways peacefully?" Hearing Draven's cowardly words, Gary couldn't help but grit his teeth, but he also knew that their current situation didn't allow them to act tough. They could only temporarily avoid the confrontation. Seeing that Squirrel did not speak, Gary waved his hand, preparing to lead his crew away from the village, but the Navy showed no intention of letting them pass. Squirrel stared expressionlessly at Gary, his dark, deep eyes filled with disdain and contempt, and he coldly laughed. "Are you guys sailing at sea for too long, and your brains have gone soft? You want to shake hands with the Navy as a pirate?" Ignoring Gary's frustrated expression, Squirrel stopped talking and directly issued the order. "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, Squirrel flashed forward, launching a fierce attack on Gary with lightning speed. "Damn it, do you want to go down together?" Gary couldn't help but roar in anger, not daring to underestimate Squirrel's attack, and quickly mobilized all his strength to defend. 2 hours later, the entire pirate crew was wiped out, and Gary lay powerless in a pool of blood, unable to comprehend why the Navy had arrived here in such a short time. Squirrel wiped the sword in his hand, then dialed the village chief's transponder snail to briefly inform him of the battle situation, and afterward instructed his subordinates to clean up the battlefield. Before long, a group of villagers came rushing from the end of the street, and upon seeing the Navy in white uniforms, every face was filled with excitement and relief. Great! The Navy has really come. Unbelievable, it's so quick. The elderly village chief hurriedly approached the weasel and bowed with gratitude, saying, "Thanks to you, esteemed Navy officers, for arriving in time to save our village." Seeing the chief so emotional, the weasel quickly extended his hand to help him up, comforting him. "This is the duty and obligation of the Navy. Since you support and trust us, we will not let you down." The weasel was sincere. After all, the military expenses of the Navy branches in various places rely not only on the supply from the world government, but also on the strong support from the people. However, it's truly wonderful that you were able to use the snail phone to request assistance so promptly. The weasel couldn't help but praise. Nowadays, the large-scale cultivation of snail phones was just beginning to enter the popular stage. Although the Navy had distributed them in many non-member areas according to local jurisdiction, many villagers were still not familiar with how to use them, and sometimes even forgot their purpose in dangerous situations. Upon hearing the weasel's praise, the village chief immediately took out a small snail phone from his pocket, gently stroked it, and exclaimed, "It's all thanks to the Navy, and thanks to Admiral Sakazuki. Otherwise, how could we ordinary people have such a rare and precious item?" The weasel looked at the white snail phone in the chief's hand, nodded slightly, and felt immense admiration and respect for the measures Sakazuki had taken. He pictured that tall, powerful, cold yet gentle, iron-blooded figure and sighed. Indeed, Admiral Sakazuki cares deeply for the safety of millions of ordinary people, going to great lengths to eradicate all evil in the world, trying every means to uphold the fundamental interests of the common people, striving to secure peace and tranquility for the underprivileged. In short, there is no one more qualified or greater in justice than him. The weasel's words made the village chief nod repeatedly in agreement, saying, "Absolutely. In my opinion, Admiral Sakazuki is the most outstanding and wise commander among all the admirals in history. Having him lead the Navy is a blessing for the people and a fortune for the world." Seeing Sakazuki's reputation deeply rooted in people's hearts, the weasel felt that everything the admiral had done with all his heart and soul was worth it. What the old man said is very true. Admiral Sakazuki is the strongest admiral to have emerged in the hundreds of years since the establishment of our Navy. After the weasel finished speaking, he no longer intended to continue chatting. After reluctantly accepting some gifts from the enthusiastic villagers, he left with his subordinates at a brisk pace. He needed to fully prepare for the upcoming important battle, as a careless mistake could be fatal. Meanwhile, the Sakazuki that the weasel and the village chief had just discussed had quietly entered the territory of Wano country. Outside the Ghost Island, dozens of warships formed a large fleet sailing slowly through the thick, boundless night. The heavily armed warships were lined up on the turbulent sea like stars surrounding the moon, following behind the largest battleship. This battleship was heavily guarded, with elite soldiers standing on the deck, armed with steel rifles and exuding an aura of lethal seriousness. At this moment, a pre-battle meeting was being held in the conference room inside the ship. Sakazuki sat expressionless at the head of the table, exuding an extremely dangerous aura like a dragon coiling and a tiger crouching. The overwhelming energy seemed to be about to burst from Sakazuki's body. He was fully prepared for a deadly battle with the world's strongest creatures. Next to Sakazuki sat Borsellino. He leaned back in his chair leisurely, looking indifferent, as if no enemy could affect his state of mind. Below Borsellino were Vice Admirals Jin, Doberman, Onamaru, Weasel, Smoker, and dozens of rear admirals like Tashiji sitting on the periphery. In this great battle, if they couldn't draw out the beast pirates from the island, would it affect the local residents of Wano country? After all, the population of Wano country was also several million. If a full-scale battle broke out between them and the beast pirates, it would cause immeasurable destruction and loss. At the meeting table, Smoker took a hard puff from the two cigars in his mouth and expressed his opinion on the strategy of directly attacking Wano country. In any war, there could be no bloodshed without sacrifice. The radical Doberman resolutely responded. He furrowed his brow, glanced at Smoker, and continued, "As long as we completely eliminate the beast pirates this time, we can eradicate future troubles, and the residents of Wano country will no longer live in fear." The Navy could also take advantage of the fame gained from destroying the beast pirates to openly establish branches in Wano country, thereby obtaining the country's rich mineral resources. Doberman's reasonable statements immediately garnered support from many commanders. However, could there be a way to lure Kaido, King, Queen, and the Six Flying Six away from Wano country? Jiyuan lightly furrowed her brows. Being more emotional, she seemed a bit conflicted. Just as Jiyuan finished speaking, Onamaru, who belonged to Doberman's faction, coldly interjected. There's no need to go to such lengths. The main force of the beast pirates is on Ghost Island, which is not close to the residential areas of Wano country. So we can basically isolate the repercussions of our battle. Unless it was a battle between Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Borsellino, and Kaido that might affect that side. Onamaru glanced at Sakazuki with a respectful expression, then added, although there are also affiliated forces of the beast pirates in the towns of Wano country. They are relatively weak and scattered, so dealing with them won't cause much destruction. Onamaru's analysis was more comprehensive and specific than Doberman's. After all, he was currently stationed at the former Big Mom Pirates territory, now the Navy's G-51 branch, and he was familiar with the distribution of the Beast Pirates forces. Of course, the main source of information was Drake, who was inside the Beast Pirates and had leaked all the data he had. After Onamaru finished speaking, all the commanders discussed in low voices for a moment. Then, it seemed they reached a consensus and turned their gazes toward Sakazuki, waiting to see how the Admiral would decide. Sakazuki took in everyone's reactions, gently extinguished his cigar, and swept his sharp gaze across the assembled commanders, his eyes piercing like swords, causing discomfort to some rear admirals. As Onamaru said, the main forces of the Beast Pirates, including Kaido and the Three Disasters, were based on Ghost Island, and their power distribution was not as intricate and tangled as that of the Big Mom Pirates. So we just need to charge towards Ghost Island. Sakazuki paused his tone, and his deep eyes flashed with a fierce light. Moreover, if we want to establish the Navy's authority in Wano country, then our opponents this time are not just the Beast Pirates. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, a cold smile crept onto Sakazuki's lips, and without keeping them in suspense, he coldly stated, the current ruler of Wano country is also a target we are going to strike. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They originally thought this operation was solely targeting Kaido, but they didn't expect that even the monarch of Wano country would be within the scope of the crackdown. The current monarch of Wano, Kaido the Onyx, possesses the ability of the Hibi no Mi, mythical type, in its Yamada no Orochi form, allowing him to transform into the eight-headed serpent. Although he is a rare mythical Zoan devil fruit user, his strength is not very formidable compared to Kaido. Even just bringing out the Three Disasters would be enough to crush Orochi. What merit does such a person have to be singled out for targeting by Admiral Sakazuki? However, what crime has the monarch of Wano actually committed? Admiral, a newly promoted general who does not have a deep understanding of Wano's national conditions, could not help but ask, gazing at Admiral Sakazuki with burning curiosity. The Navy has a strict set of enforcement standards, unlike some other pirate organizations that attack whoever they dislike. The Navy would not target a specific person or group without valid reasons from above. And now Admiral Sakazuki is saying he wants to deal with a national leader, which inevitably raises surprise and doubt in some people's hearts. Admiral Sakazuki glanced at the questioning general, noticing several other generals beside him also had expressions of confusion, and signaled his aide, Doberman, to briefly explain the sordid affairs of the current monarch of Wano. Doberman understood the meaning in Sakazuki's gaze. He then immediately cleared his throat and passionately explained. Everyone knows that the current general of Wano, Kaido the Onyx, is a descendant of the Kurizumi family. Seeing some nodding heads, Doberman continued. The Kurizumi family was exterminated due to a failed rebellion in the past, and Orochi survived. In order to take revenge on the Kazuki family, Kaido the Onyx became a vassal of the Kazuki family and later used disgraceful schemes to seize the position of General of Wano. During his tenure, he was a mere figurehead, not only doing nothing but also turning the entire Wano into a chaotic mess, causing panic among the people. His crimes deserve execution. Once Doberman finished speaking, a few uninformed generals were shocked, not realizing that the current monarch of Wano had obtained his position through improper means. Seeing that Doberman had spent a few minutes explaining the situation, Admiral Sakazuki summarized. Kaido the Onyx is essentially a dictatorial monarch who upholds a closed country policy and is cruel and heartless. Such a tyrant deserves to be overthrown. Remembering how Kaido the Onyx relied on his status as an ally of Kaido to act tyrannically in Wano, a hint of severity flashed in Sakazuki's eyes, and he immediately said in a deep voice, he colludes with pirates. attempting to undermine world peace and order. We must bring him to justice. The generals who were unclear about the situation saw the look of determination on Sakazuki's face, and their confusion gradually disappeared, replaced by anger towards the monarch of Wano and support for the Navy's actions. They all expressed that they would do their utmost to assist Sakazuki in eliminating the Kaido pirates, cleaning up the troublemakers, and taking down Wano, ridding the people of harm. The other informed vice admirals nodded in agreement. They knew well that the monarch of Wano had close ties with Kaido, and if this operation could capture them all, it would have a significant impact on the entire world. Thus, under Sakazuki's command, the Navy began intense preparations for battle. They checked their weapons and equipment, formulated battle plans, and prepared for the imminent fierce battle. As night deepened, the port of Wano was quiet. The Navy fleet stealthily approached Wano under the cover of darkness. Admiral Sakazuki stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant coastline. He skillfully used his observation haki to carefully sense the movements deep within Wano. Report to the Admiral, we've spotted patrol boats from the Kaido pirates ahead. A soldier reported. Sakazuki remained expressionless, unfazed by this news, and immediately ordered, full speed ahead. Sink them directly. The Navy warships quickly accelerated, charging toward the patrol boats of the Kaido pirates. In an instant, cannon fire erupted, flames soared, and the patrol boats were instantly sunk. Continue forward. Sakazuki didn't even glance at the patrol boats as he continued issuing orders. The Navy fleet successfully sailed into the port of Wano, with Sakazuki leading Borsalino and Gion quickly advancing toward Onigashima, while Doberman led the vice admirals toward Kaido, the Onyx's palace, with the remaining rear admirals splitting off to various towns. The entire Navy split into several teams, proceeding methodically according to the planned operation. Meanwhile, inside the castle of Wano, Kaido the Onyx was resting on his bed after a passionate encounter. Suddenly, a subordinate burst through the door, disregarding the furious gaze of the person on the bed, and fearfully reported, "Sir, bad news. The Navy has invaded." Upon hearing this, Kaido's face changed dramatically. He never expected the Navy to launch a sudden attack. After all, this was the territory of the Four Emperors, the stronghold of the world's strongest creature. How dare the Navy do this? Which branch of the Navy is attacking? Who is leading the troops? How many are there? As Kaido hurriedly dressed and got out of bed, he loudly questioned. It seems to be a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, along with countless soldiers. The subordinate's legs trembled uncontrollably, and his voice quivered, as if he was about to cry. What? Kaido felt darkness envelop him. He couldn't afford to ask further, and immediately frantically ordered his subordinates to organize defenses, while taking out a Den Mushi to contact Kaido, realizing that the current situation was beyond his control. Just as Kaido was dialing the phone, the Navy had already surged into the castle like a tide, engaging in fierce combat with Kaido the Onyx's army. Leading the charge, Doberman watched everything with an expressionless face, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. This battle, the Navy must win. Just as Doberman and the generals launched a fierce attack on Kaido, the Onyx's forces and their affiliated samurai corps, Sakazuki and the others also arrived above Onigashima. Looking at the floating island in midair, Sakazuki's lips curled into a cold smile, and he spoke leisurely to Borsalino beside him. Monkey, it's been a long time since we've fought together, hasn't it? Borsalino glanced at Sakazuki in slight surprise upon hearing his words. He then shrugged and responded weakly. Hey, my old bones aren't as lively as yours anymore. Sakazuki paid no mind to Borsalino's demeanor, simply flexing his wrist. Enough chit-chat, let's get to it. Before Sakazuki's words fell, a tremendous and profound, terrifying aura suddenly surged around him. This aura erupted from his body at an astonishing speed, like a flood that had broken through its dam. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped by this formidable power, creating an irresistible pressure. This terrifying aura was not formless, but transformed into a tangible red wave. The ultimate conqueror's haki surged like a roaring torrent, sweeping toward Onigashima. Everywhere it passed, everything was engulfed, as if it sought to drown the entire island in this endless sea of red. At the same time, Sakazuki's hands began to change. They rapidly melted into scorching magma, resembling two burning suns, releasing a suffocating heat and energy. Following this, he waved his hands, and countless streams of magma shot through the sky like meteors, trailing long tails as they raced upward. These magma meteors erupted like a volcanic explosion, crashing down onto Onigashima with devastating force. In an instant, the entire island was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing and flames reaching the sky. The ground trembled violently, as if it were under immense pressure from the impending apocalypse. Meteor volcano. Boom! With Sakazuki's furious roar, this earth-shattering attack reached its peak. The entire Onigashima was shaken by this terrifying power, as if the end of the world had come. Borsalino, observing the aggressive Sakazuki, couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. After this battle, can I retire early? He muttered a few words, but his hands did not slow down. Hakishaku KGU. Infinite barrage. As his voice faded, a powerful force erupted from within him, gathering in his hands. With a sweep of his arm, countless dazzling golden rays erupted, traversing through the clouds like brilliant fireworks, instantly painting the entire horizon in golden light. Each ray contained boundless energy and might, as if they could pierce through all obstacles and destroy any enemy. They were shot out in a continuous stream with astonishing speed and density, forming an impenetrable net of attacks, leaving no place to escape. In this dazzling light, Borsalino's figure appeared particularly small, yet the power he unleashed was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Oh, damn it. Not good. The Navy is coming. It's that bastard Akainu, and that old man Kizaru too. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Quickly report to the governor. In an instant, the pirates below fell into chaos. They screamed in terror amidst the barrage of cannon fire and attacks, calling out for help. The frantic sounds echoed across the battlefield. Some pirates fled in panic, trying to evade the Navy's fierce assault. Others bravely picked up their weapons, attempting to engage the Navy in fierce combat, while some prayed desperately for a miracle to happen. The entire scene was in utter disarray, with fear and despair etched on the faces of the pirates. But Sakazuki remained indifferent to this hellish scene, as if nothing before him could stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. His hawk-like sharp eyes were fixed firmly on the center of Onigashima. There, it remained eerily silent, without any movement. Sakazuki couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, deep in thought. At this moment, standing beside him, Shiwan followed Sakazuki's gaze and immediately sensed something unusual. She was surprised to find that the ones fleeing around the island seemed to be the low-ranking lackeys of the beast pirates with little combat power. Where are Kaido? And the others like King, Queen, and the other officers? Why are they nowhere to be seen? Unable to help herself, Shiwan asked, her voice tinged with confusion and concern. She was well aware of the strength of the beast pirates. These officers were extremely powerful beings. If they were not here, then things were probably not that simple. Hearing Shiwan's question, Sakazuki withdrew his gaze from Onigashima and replied in a somewhat cold tone. Kaido may be reckless, but he is definitely not a fool. The real battle is only just beginning. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sakazuki's entire body transformed into scorching magma, erupting upward like a volcano, surging forth with incredible speed. His observation haki had already caught onto the enemy's movements. How cunning, Borsalino exclaimed. Without needing Sakazuki's reminder, his body quickly turned into photons, racing skyward like lightning. Seeing this, Shiwan did not dare to slack off and hurriedly followed closely behind. However, in front of these two top-tier powerhouses, this candidate admiral could only slightly lag behind in trying to keep up with their pace. Navy, how dare you? Do you really think you can kill me? Shiwan had not yet seen Kaido's figure, but she had already heard his deafening roar. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion echoed. It was the roar triggered by the attack, resonating through the clouds, reverberating in all directions, like rolling thunder, shaking the heart. At this moment, high above Onigashima, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, Sakazuki and Borsalino faced Kaido from distance. Looking at Kaido, who had transformed into a giant dragon circling in the sky, Sakazuki coldly mocked. You old man, now you're hesitant in a fight. Have you lost your courage? Kaido's massive body danced in the sky, his dragon scales shimmering with dazzling light, as if he owned the entire sky. Facing Sakazuki's taunt, Kaido did not back down or show weakness. He unapologetically grinned and retorted with a disdainful expression. The self-proclaimed justice of the Marine Admiral resorts to sneak attacks. Why do you have to say such things to me? Kaido's voice echoed like thunder in the air, filled with authority and dominance. His gaze was firm and sharp, revealing confidence in his strength and disdain for his enemies. Sakazuki let out a dismissive snort, glancing at the figures of King and Queen standing beside Kaido. Not seeing Drake and the other officers of the Beast Pirates, Sakazuki's expression slightly tensed. Oh, what's wrong? Disappointed that your ambush didn't succeed? Kaido laughed wildly. When he received the distress call from Orochi, he sensed something was amiss and immediately ordered King and Queen to organize the evacuation, leaving behind only some useless pirate lackeys on Onigashima. As for most of the mid-ranking officers, they naturally went to resist the navy in Wano. Sakazuki now roughly understood the distribution of the beast pirates. Although it was a bit more troublesome than expected, it was nothing more than a bit more effort. The navy still had trump cards. Wano, Kuri. Under the pitch-black night, on the desolate shore of Kibi village, a solitary tall figure stood out. This man was robust, firmly holding a heavy axe in one hand and a sharp western sword in the other. He wore a black felt hat on his head, seemingly blending into the endless darkness. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind swept in from the distant sea, howling with powerful force, lifting the man's hat. As the hat was blown away, the prominent X mark on the man's chin became fully visible. After many days, the Admiral's momentum has become even more domineering. The man looked toward Onigashima and murmured softly. Just as he reached up to grab the hat blown by the wind and firmly placed it back on his head, two soldiers dressed like pirate lackeys rushed over, dragging a large square stone from the depths of the forest. "Captain, the historical text has been brought." Seeing what the two were carrying, the man nodded slightly. As one of the core members of the Beast Pirates, the Flying Six, and currently the top spy under Sakazuki, Drake had successfully completed the primary task of this infiltration. "The ship is ready. Hurry and transport the historical text to the G-51 branch secretly. Even if you encounter other naval commanders along the way, do not hand it over." Drake pointed to the small cargo ship docked by the shore and instructed two members of the sword unit. The two soldiers nodded seriously. One quickly moved the historical text to the cabin, while the other reported to Drake, "Captain, the other Flying Six have arrived at their respective 5 major areas and should be engaging with the Navy now." Drake nodded slightly. Kaido had already driven his subordinates out of Onigashima, so it was reasonable for them to be facing the naval commanders at this time. "Yamato is still in Kuri, right?" "Yes." After Kaido released her from Onigashima, she returned to Kuri, and our people have been monitoring her movements. Receiving a positive response, Drake decisively said, "All right, understood. You all set off first. I'll take care of the subsequent tasks." Watching the cargo ship disappear from view, Drake hurriedly made his way to Yamato's residence. In this mysterious and ancient land of Wano country, the entire territory can be roughly divided into 7 unique sections. 6 of these areas belong to the local residents of Wano, each with its own distinct style and cultural heritage. The most special 7th section floats directly south of the main Wano country territory and is exclusively occupied by the Beast Pirates, Onigashima. The 6 areas of Wano's main territory, each with its own characteristics, are Kuri, Udon, Hakamai, Flower Capital, Suzu, and Shiro. They're separated by rushing rivers, forming relatively independent regions. To travel from one area to another, one must cross the bridges that connect the two shores. However, due to the unpredictable and bizarre weather of the New World, different towns in Wano may experience completely different climatic conditions at the same time. Sometimes, one place may be basking in scorching sunlight, making it unbearably hot. Yet at the same moment, another place might be shrouded in severe cold, with snow falling heavily and biting cold winds. Just as Drake experienced pleasant autumn weather on Onigashima, upon arriving in Kuri, he was met with torrential rain and thunderous storms. Such extreme weather changes seem to be a deliberate act of nature, catching people off guard. Kuri is located in the far west of Wano country and was once the territory of Kazuki Oden. Before Oden ruled Kuri, it was a paradise for criminals, with a remarkably chaotic system and completely lacking any constraints or norms. The strong could do as they pleased, while the weak were left to be bullied. Justice was trampled, and moral ethics had long since vanished. At that time, the entire Kuri seemed to be trapped in an endless nightmare, with no glimmer of hope in sight. But in such a dark period, Kazuki Oden stepped forward, using his extraordinary courage and wisdom to begin governing Kuri. He struck down crime with an iron fist, restored social order, and gradually regained people's confidence in justice. Thanks to his efforts, Kuri finally bid farewell to its chaotic past and welcomed new vitality and vigor. All of this was due to the great contributions of Kazuki Oden. Of course, this is the story that Kaido's daughter, Yamato, firmly believes in. At this moment, Drake was taking Yamato to the nearby Udon, which is famous for its prisoner quarry. Now that Wano was in chaos, those prisoners would certainly not remain docile. "Drake, did Mr. Oden really do such great things?" Yamato, navigating through the heavy rain, couldn't contain her excitement and asked again. Glancing at the tall girl beside him with red horns and a white kimono, who had asked him the same question for the 10th time, Drake was momentarily speechless. He seemed to see a reflection of his former self in Yamato. Was Admiral Akainu this patient when he advised him to go undercover? Seeing Drake's silent expression, Yamato seemed to have a moment of clarity. Recalling what Drake had previously told her, she suddenly realized that this man might not be silent merely due to sadness and regret. Perhaps, deep down, he was hiding some unspeakable pain and struggle. Being naturally cheerful and gentle, she immediately comforted him. "Don't worry, I will carry on Mr. Odin's great will and complete the undercover mission he was unable to finish in his lifetime. If you don't mind, you can treat me as Mr. Odin's successor." Upon hearing this, Drake's mouth twitched slightly. Looking into Yamato's sincere eyes, he took a deep breath, feigning a touched expression, and then began to repeat what he had previously rehearsed, continuing to flatter. "General Odin is also a role model I greatly admire. He traveled the seas in his early years, unable to bear the suffering of the world. Therefore, he gave up his noble identity as a king and resolutely joined the Navy, making the remarkable choice to infiltrate the pirates, which deserves to be praised by all navies. It is precisely because of precedents like General Odin that I have also stepped onto the path of being an undercover agent." As Drake spoke, admiration naturally showed on his face. Back then, when orders came down with a death sentence, he disregarded his own safety and reputation, decisively obeying orders and jumping from the Whitebeard pirates, where he had been undercover for years, to the unfamiliar Roger pirates. If it weren't for General Odin, we could not have easily captured the Pirate King Roger. However, in the end, he sacrificed himself in his hometown, and at that time, we in the Navy were unable to seek justice for him due to various reasons. Finally, we can openly avenge General Odin today. Drake passionately recounted General Sakazuki Odin's deeds, drawing continuous exclamations from Yamato. Yamato knew very little about the outside world, much of it coming from what she heard from others. She had witnessed the hour of the legend of Odin being executed by boiling, and from then on, she began to admire Sakazuki Odin. Later, Yamato found Odin's sailing diary in Kuri and regarded it as her Bible. Not long ago, Drake suddenly found Yamato, revealed his identity to her, and explained the lesser-known stories of Sakazuki Odin to her. The logical and well-supported narrative made Yamato believe without any reason. Then let's hurry to defeat Kaido and restore justice to Wano and the world. After hearing Drake's story, Yamato's enthusiasm surged even more. Watching Yamato run ahead with excitement, quickly pulling hundreds of meters away from him, Drake couldn't help but stroke his chest with one hand, silently reciting in his heart. The Admiral once said to unite all the forces that can be united. In Wano country, above Onigashima. At this moment, the sky was still shrouded in pitch-black night, with not a glimmer of light breaking through. The entire world seemed to be immersed in endless darkness, silent and mysterious. Stars twinkled in the vast sky, like brilliant pearls adorning the black curtain, emitting a weak yet enchanting glow. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The once pitch-black night sky seemed to ignite, instantly becoming bright. The flames produced by the explosion shot into the sky like a giant flower blooming, illuminating the entire horizon. The dazzling light made it impossible to open one's eyes, as if it were tearing apart the endless darkness. At the same time, a powerful shockwave spread outward from the explosion point, distorting the air along its path and creating bizarre ripples. "Oh, come on, Magma Boy, haven't you eaten your dinner? Put in some effort." A wild laughter erupted from the center of the battle. In the distant sky, Sakazuki and Kaido were locked in a fierce fight, neither giving way to the other. Their figures flickered like two shining stars in the sky, each collision triggering massive energy fluctuations. Sakazuki radiated a scorching aura, his gaze cold and indifferent. He paid no heed to Kaido's menacing grin, merely continuing to swing his fists expressionlessly, each strike carrying world-destroying power. Meanwhile, Kaido twisted his massive body like a mountain, each movement exuding strength, and his dragon breath could instantly turn everything to ashes. The two were evenly matched. Their attacks came like a torrential storm, seemingly equal in strength. In the span of just a few dozen exchanges, their moves became increasingly fierce, their momentum more imposing. The entire space seemed to tremble from their battle, the wind and clouds changing, the heavens and earth moved. The surrounding air distorted due to their fierce fight. Countless energy waves surged forth, creating brilliant and colorful lights. The remaining pirate minions on Onigashima were left dumbfounded, stunned by the breathtaking battle. "Old ghost, death is at hand. Yet your mouth is still so tough." Suddenly, Sakazuki's arm fully merged with magma. A surge of immense power erupted within him, and he launched a wave of magma projectiles towards Kaido like a volcanic eruption. Kaido did not dare to be negligent and quickly employed defensive measures. Yet he was still pushed back several steps by this overwhelming force. Seizing this opportunity, Sakazuki's figure flickered, retreating several hundred meters to create distance from Kaido. In the blink of an eye, the two who were just engaged in close combat had separated, standing off at a distance. Sakazuki adjusted his military cap, his eyes fixed sharply on Kaido from beneath the brim. His gaze was incredibly piercing, like two bolts of lightning striking the heart, seemingly able to penetrate the soul. That deep and cold look sent a chill down one's spine. Anyone who met his gaze would feel an invisible pressure, as if the entire world was under his scrutiny. If it were ordinary pirates facing such a fierce gaze, they would likely be scared to the point of losing their wits and rolling over in fear. They might instantly lose the courage to resist and surrender obediently, or they might panic and flee in all directions, trying to escape this terrifying presence. After all, the majesty and dominance exuded by such a gaze were simply too powerful to withstand. However, Kaido was not an ordinary pirate. As one of the four emperors who dominated the seas and shook the New World, known as the strongest creature in the world and the king of one-on-one battles, his reputation was far-reaching and instilled fear in many. Even when facing the Mad Dog Admiral, referred to by many pirates as the Pirate Killer, he showed no fear, and one could say he was entirely unyielding. Kaido let out a slight grunt, yet this sound seemed to contain boundless majesty and power. He then returned Sakazuki's gaze with one filled with extreme arrogance and provocation. His blood-red eyes clearly reflected Sakazuki's figure, and a hint of disdainful smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, as if silently conveying, "If you have the ability, come and kill me." For a moment, the entire space became heavy, filled with a chilling, domineering aura that made it hard to breathe. This was a clash between two top-tier powerhouses, their momentum as heavy as mountains and as fierce as storms. Truly terrifying monsters. Hundreds of meters away, Borsellino sensed the thick smell of gunpowder in the air, thought for half a second, and then swiftly swung his gigantic, brilliantly shining sword of light, striking fiercely towards one of the Calamity's, Ash. Ash had not anticipated that Borsellino, who had just been leisurely swimming and seemingly watching the show, would suddenly unleash such a fierce attack. Caught off guard, his temporary counterattack crumbled before this strike. With a violent impact, Ash flew backward like a kite with a broken string. His body lost control in the air, tumbling, and finally crashed heavily onto the ground. With a dull thud, Ash's body made hard contact with the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale as paper, clearly suffering serious injuries. Seeing Ash unable to get up for a while, Borsellino paid him no more mind and turned his gaze to Kaido in the sky. "Jiyuan, I leave this to you." As Borsellino's words fell, his body instantly transformed into photons and disappeared from the spot. Jiyuan, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Queen, glanced in Ash's direction upon hearing Borsellino's words, while also stealing a glance at Sakazuki and Kaido. Previously on Karaigana Island, she had witnessed the breathtaking life-and-death duel between Sakazuki and Dracula Mihawk. That fierce battle had greatly benefited Jiyuan, significantly enhancing her swordsmanship. Now, facing a powerful opponent like Queen, she was able to handle it with ease. However, the battle between Sakazuki and Kaido was even more intense and perilous than that on Karaigana Island. It was a pity that neither of them were professional swordsmen. Otherwise, Jiyuan would surely learn even more. "Oh, come on, Akainu. Don't think that just because you've killed a few old guys, you can kill me." Kaido raised his massive head and spat out a fiery breath towards Sakazuki, laughing wildly without restraint. Sakazuki merely waved his hand lightly, as if brushing dust off his clothes, effortlessly destroying the fiery breath. His movements were so casual, as if this immense power was nothing to him. Then, his gaze turned cold as ice, looking at Kaido with a chilling stare. Following that, Sakazuki's eyes slowly moved down, ultimately resting on the massive scar on Kaido's abdomen. That scar was fearsome, as if carved by an unparalleled divine weapon, deeply etched into Kaido's body. A smirk of mockery appeared at the corners of Sakazuki's mouth. With such an ugly scar left on his body, to still be so brazen was truly shameless. Upon hearing this, the previously wild smile on Kaido's face slowly faded, replaced by a dark and terrifying expression. The scar left by that useless Odin was a shame he would carry for life. To have it brought up again by Sakazuki was undoubtedly rubbing salt in the wound. As Kaido's eyes turned increasingly cold, an invisible pressure radiated from him, causing the surrounding air to seem to solidify, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, a yellow figure burst in, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Borsalino teleported to Sakazuki's side at an astonishing speed, his movements as quick as lightning, making it nearly impossible to catch a glimpse of him. Once his body fully materialized, Borsalino tilted his head slightly, sizing up Sakazuki from head to toe. His large sunglasses obscured his eyes, making it difficult for others to discern his expression. Sakazuki noticed Borsalino's gaze and was about to speak when a teasing voice rang out beside him. "Sakazuki, why haven't you taken down this monster yet? A man you can't even handle is truly worthy of being called the strongest creature in the world. How am I supposed to fight against that?" Borsalino crossed his arms over his chest, his lips slightly pouted, wearing a carefree smile that made him look relaxed and comfortable, seemingly not taking the intense battle seriously at all. In the face of Borsalino's mockery, Sakazuki's expression remained unchanged. No one understood Borsalino's character better than he did. This guy always liked to say something sarcastic at critical moments, but that didn't mean he lacked strength or didn't take the battle seriously. On the contrary, as a gifted admiral who joined the Navy at the same time as Sakazuki, Borsalino's strength was unfathomable. Moreover, his understanding and adherence to justice were not inferior to anyone else's. Sure enough, after finishing his remarks, Borsalino extended his finger, and a tremendous amount of light energy began to gather at his fingertip. "Yellow monkey, do you dare?" Whoosh! Without any hesitation or pause. Amidst Kaido's furious roar, Borsalino decisively launched a light bullet attack. Kaido watched as countless light bullets swept toward him and immediately opened his massive mouth, unleashing an endless barrage of giant wind blades from his dark maw. Each wind blade exceeded the diameter of the light bullets, easily slicing through the air and cutting through the endless light projectiles. While defending against the light bullet attack, Kaido glared at Borsalino with his crimson eyes and shouted, "Are you here to seek death too?" Kaido wanted to continue his furious shouting, but at that moment, Sakazuki seized the opportunity to launch his next attack. Great fire! Amidst the rolling waves of heat, Sakazuki stood like a deity. He concentrated fully, manipulating the power of magma surrounding him. He slowly gathered the scorching magma into an enormous fist, emanating an oppressive heat and pressure. At this moment, thick black smoke enveloped his arm, as if the flames were from the depths of hell. As the hot magma surged, the gigantic fist grew several times larger, its size comparable to a small hill. The entire sky turned a fiery red, as if the apocalypse had arrived. When the lava giant fist was fully gathered, a hint of coldness and cruelty flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. Without hesitation, he swung his right arm, sending this world-destroying force crashing toward Kaido. Instantly, a deafening explosion echoed, boom! The overwhelming sound of the explosion was like a giant volcano, dormant for 1,000 years, suddenly awakening and erupting, carrying an endless aura of destruction and terrifying power that made one tremble. Under the impact of this powerful force, the surrounding space began to twist violently, as if it were about to be torn apart. Seeing this, Kaido's pupils involuntarily constricted. Facing such a powerful attack, he quickly wrapped his body in both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki to enhance his defense. Then, he opened his mouth and unleashed a dragon breath. Heat breath. The surging dragon breath flames collided violently with the ultra-high temperature, explosive magma in the sky, creating an extremely powerful shockwave. This shockwave stirred up a fierce hurricane, completely destroying all buildings on Onigashima, leveling them to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the sky cleared cloudless for miles. It was as if the entire world was shaken by this thrilling confrontation. Everyone go die. Before the scene could settle into silence, Kaido's roar pierced the heavens. Soaring into the clouds, he twisted his scorching body, the metallic sheen of his scales now covered in dark char. Although this level of damage was trivial to Kaido himself, it looked exceptionally disheveled. Tornado bad wind. Kaido's gaze locked onto the two before him, and he roared, releasing an unparalleled thunderous sound, then spun his dragon body like a top, unleashing bad wind, with sharp wind blades sweeping directly toward Sakazuki and Borsalino. Seeing that Kaido was unharmed after suffering his great fire attack, Sakazuki felt no surprise. Not to mention Kaido's mastery of Haki, he inherently possessed an indestructible physique. Even after being captured by the Navy and subjected to extreme punishment 40 times, he remained unscathed by swords, axes, lightning, fire, or poison. Moreover, the execution tools would also sustain damage during the process. That is why he was referred to as the immortal, strongest creature. Monkey lured him to the ground. Faced with the terrifyingly sharp green giant blade, Sakazuki quickly elementalized, his body instantly becoming ethereal and transparent, then dove toward the surface of Onigashima while conveying instructions to Borsalino. Upon receiving Sakazuki's message, Borsalino immediately understood his intent. While deftly countering Kaido's ferocious attacks, he methodically controlled his body to gradually descend. His movements were smooth and natural, neither rushed nor slow, as if everything were under his control. Kaido saw the two racing toward Onigashima and understood their intentions. However, this suited him just fine. Despite Kaido's rough and bold exterior, he was actually quite shrewd and cunning. The reason he unleashed that large-scale bad wind attack was intentional. His aim was to restrain the enemy, buying himself enough time to complete his transformation. After all, maintaining his current dragon form would make him a living target, which was extremely unfavorable in this intense battle. Thus, he urgently needed to transform into his hybrid form. The hybrid form allowed for the quick, agile movement of a human while also incorporating the diverse natural attacks of the dragon form, making it a balanced fighting form. In just a few moments, Sakazuki and Borsalino had firmly landed on the ground. They moved swiftly and nimbly, as if they had been born with such remarkable agility. Almost simultaneously, both raised their heads, gazing up at the sky. At this moment, the sky, which should have been occupied by a giant dragon, was empty, with no trace of it to be found. However, replacing the dragon was a chilling, demonic-looking giant humanoid figure. Accompanied by a dull, thunderous roar, this colossal creature crashed to the ground like a meteor, landing heavily yet miraculously steady. In an instant, dust and debris flew up, obscuring the sky. As the dust gradually settled, the true form of the giant finally revealed itself before Sakazuki. It was an incredibly tall and robust figure, with long black hair cascading down its shoulders, a pair of long, horn-like appendages resembling dragon horns, and a long beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers. Its left arm bore a dragon scale tattoo, and its cold black eyes exuded an indescribable aura of authority and dominance. At this moment, Kaido was bare-chested, wearing a purple garment around his waist, with two golden chains hanging from the hem. He wore loose, dark green pants tied with a shimenawa at the waist and a purple fur cloak draped over him, resembling a demon in the world. Facing Sakazuki's sharp gaze, Kaido swung his kanabo with force, his voice laced with slight excitement as he growled, "Come again." The warm-up was over. He was about to get serious. At this moment, on this eerie and terrifying Onigashima, three top-tier powerhouses stood at a distance from each other, confronting one another. The powerful aura they emanated caused the surrounding air to thicken, as if time and space had frozen. The entire island was enveloped in a somber, oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Each breeze that passed carried a strong scent of gunpowder, irritating people's nostrils and causing a sharp pain. This tense atmosphere was like an invisible net, tightly wrapping everyone within. It felt as if a prelude to war was unfolding, heralding an imminent life-and-death struggle. The struggling pirates momentarily forgot to escape. They were on high alert, staring intently at the center of Onigashima. The noise they had made just moments ago was replaced by silence, as if every breath was filled with tension. This was a battlefield of world-class strength, with all three representing the pinnacle of power and spirit in this world. One side was the strongest force of the Marine headquarters, symbolizing the highest position of the Navy, comprising the Fleet Admiral and Marine Admirals. The other side was a member of the Four Emperors, whose bounty reached an astonishing 6,111 billion berries, the highest bounty among currently active pirates. All three had experienced countless battles, possessing destructive attack capabilities, extraordinary combat skills, and unparalleled willpower. In the presence of these three top powerhouses, every subtle movement and every breath was filled with power and determination. They stood like three insurmountable mountains, instilling fear in all who beheld them. An invisible yet sharp momentum brewed fiercely between the two sides, like the calm before a storm, stifling and suffocating. A domineering aura filled the void, akin to a raging torrent sweeping over everyone present. This aura was as sharp as a steel needle, piercing through people's skin and bringing waves of stinging pain. Both sides locked onto each other's energy, like fierce tigers confronting one another, neither willing to back down. Their gazes met, igniting intense sparks, as if they would set the entire world ablaze. Hellhound, 8-span jewel. At that moment, Sakazuki and Borsalino seemed to share a telepathic connection, simultaneously unleashing their signature moves. In an instant, the world changed color, and the winds roared. A massive hellhound formed from highly concentrated magma let out a fierce roar in the low sky before transforming into a red lightning bolt, lunging at Kaido to bite. Simultaneously, endless light energy poured forth like a torrential storm, emanating a suffocating brilliance that enveloped Kaido's figure entirely. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Faced with the roaring magma hellhound, Kaido swung his weapon, the Kanabo, fearlessly as purple-red lightning instantly coiled around the massive spiked club. Bang! Bang! The afterimages of Kaido's swinging Kanabo collided violently with the magma hellhound and the light blasts. In an instant, the hellhound transformed into a sky full of magma, while the light blasts morphed into endless beams. Amidst the magma, Sakazuki's figure flickered in and out of view. His entire right arm morphed into scalding magma, thick black smoke billowing forth, while both Conqueror's haki and armament haki enveloped his fist, shining with dazzling brilliance. Sakazuki stared at Kaido expressionlessly, as if looking at a dead man. Old fool, daring to resist instead of obediently dying. His gaze was cold, allowing Kaido's Kanabo to swing while he tirelessly unleashed his punches. One strike followed immediately after another. Like a relentless storm of raindrops, fierce attacks rained down upon Kaido. In just a few breaths, Sakazuki had unleashed hundreds of punches. Seeing Sakazuki trading blows with him so resolutely, Kaido couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. You crazy dog, truly fear no death. In the midst of his words, Kaido crazily infused lightning into his body, and with a spasm, his monstrous physique seemed to be completely activated. With a whoosh, Kaido's massive figure appeared behind Sakazuki. This was one of Kaido's ultimate techniques, using the power of lightning to activate his body while employing thunderous 8 trigrams to achieve near-instantaneous speed. Just as Kaido, with a fierce expression, prepared to smash his club on his Sakazuki's head, a brilliant laser exploded against his Kanabo, carrying terrifying energy. Old monster Kaido. Sneaking an attack from behind is not right. Borsalino, after firing a laser, raised his long leg high and brought it crashing down on Kaido's head. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Facing Borsalino's continuous attacks, Kaido let out an irritated roar. Damn, yellow monkey. However, while his speed, achieved through the power of lightning, was swift, it ultimately could not compare to the speed of light. Before Kaido could launch a counterattack, Borsalino had already dissipated into photons above him. At this moment, the chilling wind swept through Sakazuki's justice cloak. He pressed down on his military cap and then raised his heated arm. Dog bite, red lotus explosion. He did not turn to look at the Kaido behind him, but his fierce attack suddenly erupted from beneath Kaido's feet. Kaido, now too occupied to care about Borsalino's sneak attack, immediately placed his left hand on the Kanabo held in his right, his veins bulging as he exerted tremendous force downward. After drinking, swinging lightning, summoning the abyss. Boom! The collision of these two powerful forces on the ground created a deafening roar. The entire space trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. Gusts of wind rose from the ground, and dust filled the air, obscuring the sun. The terrifying energy collision gradually affected another battlefield. Clang! A loud noise from a distant clash of weapons echoed. The great swordmaster of the navy, Gion, wielding the fearsome great blade, Kinzoku-ar, retreated rapidly after a confrontation with Jin and Queen, creating distance between them. Three people's eyes met, and without excessive explanation, they understood each other in an instant, synchronously shifting the battlefield to a more distant direction. In the blink of an eye, thousands of meters away, Gion's gaze was firm and focused as he tightly gripped the hilt of Kinbairo's sword, as if the blade had become part of his body. Jin and Quinn were equally unyielding, each wielding their own weapons. As they moved, a strong current swept across the battlefield, stirring up dust. In this remote battlefield, Gion, Jin, and Quinn engaged in a thrilling battle. Each of their attacks was filled with power and skill, and every dodge was as agile as a ghost. The flashes of blades intertwined, dazzling the eyes. At the same time, in the waters off the coast of Wano country, in the Reef Sea, dawn was just breaking. The morning light filtered through the mist, hazily illuminating the surface of the sea. The members of Sword were nervously guarding the historical text. Suddenly, a mysterious ship appeared before them. From its appearance, It was neither a Navy ship nor a pirate ship. The sword members were preparing to speed past the ship ahead when, unexpectedly, a figure suddenly jumped out from the ship, displaying formidable strength and instantly appearing on the deck of the cargo ship. Two sword members instantly became alert, their eyes fixed on this unexpected visitor. One member cautiously spoke up, "Sir, we are merely merchants delivering goods. We are unaware of your intentions." The unexpected visitor was of medium build, less than 2 meters tall, cloaked in a black cape and wearing a hat, obscuring their face. They held a strange weapon that resembled a discarded pipe. However, this mysterious person did not launch an attack. They merely stood quietly, seemingly observing them. The sword members exchanged glances, trying to decipher the visitor's intentions from each other's eyes. Time passed second by second, and a tense atmosphere permeated the air. Finally, the mysterious person slowly spoke, their voice deep and magnetic. "You need not be tense. I'm not your enemy." They extended a hand, signaling the sword members to relax. The sword members hesitated for a moment, their vigilance still unyielding. The mysterious person continued, "I am someone in search of the truth of history. You are transporting the historical text, right? I wish to request a copy for myself." Their gaze was resolute and eager. The sword members exchanged glances, filled with doubt about this mysterious person's identity and intentions. Moreover, how did this person know about their secret and important mission? However, regardless of which force this person belonged to, no one was allowed to make any offensive moves regarding the historical text. "I'm sorry, but we really cannot comply with your request," one sword member, possessing the strength of a lieutenant, firmly responded. Although he keenly sensed that the other's strength far surpassed his own, at this moment, their sword unit bore a significant mission, and they had to resist unwaveringly. "Oh dear, what should I do?" The mysterious person showed a troubled expression, tapping their forehead, and the weapon in their hand began to sway, as if hesitating whether to strike. Their actions appeared casual, yet contained an inexplicable pressure that made one feel alert. Seeing this, the sword members tightened their grips on their weapons, their nerves on edge. They knew that an intense battle might soon erupt. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the mysterious person, not daring to relax in the slightest. At this moment, the entire scene became exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of heavy breathing and the faint clinking of weapons. The tense atmosphere hung over everyone like a heavy fog. They were all waiting for the mysterious person's next move. Time passed second by second, and this suffocating standoff continued, just when the tension became almost unbearable. A slender girl suddenly appeared on the cargo ship. It seemed that this girl was in cahoots with the mysterious person. Her big, round eyes were wide open, staring intently at the mysterious person as if reproaching them for acting too slowly. In a tone that implied dissatisfaction, she said, "Come on, hurry up. We have other tasks to do. Besides, this area isn't a place we can linger." The mysterious person's expression was solemn, as if contemplating something. After a while, they sighed deeply. "I am truly sorry, everyone." Just as they finished speaking, before the sword members could react, the mysterious person swung their arm, and the steel pipe in their hand danced like lightning. In an instant, several blurred shadows flashed by. Then, those sword members fell to the ground one after another, unable to move, completely losing their ability to resist. The disparity in strength was too great. The sword members simply could not counter it. "Let us go. Quickly find the historical text." Seeing their partner swiftly take out the other group, the slender girl did not just stand there. She immediately walked into the ship's interior. "Bastard, stop right there." At that moment, a soldier near the ship's door, enduring intense pain throughout his body, struggled to curl up from the cold, hard ground, slowly trying to get up and blocking the girl's path with his trembling body. "Do not touch the historical text. It is not something you unknown people can covet." The lieutenant, staggering and swaying, stood up with great effort while hoarsely shouting. His once strong and resolute face was now twisted by endless pain, an undeniable expression of agony filling his features. Yet his gaze remained steadfast, unwavering in determination and will, as if no force could shake the belief deep within him. Bang! With a dull thud, the girl with orange hair, her gaze resolute and fearless, struck again, knocking the lieutenant down to the ground. "Sorry." Her voice was crisp and firm, conveying an undeniable determination. "You have your steadfastness, and we have our mission." She slightly lowered her head, her piercing gaze fixed on the lieutenant on the ground, as if conveying a silent message to him. Watching the soldier, still trying to struggle to his feet, the girl gently shook her head, seemingly lamenting his tenacity. However, her actions showed no hesitation as she followed up with a kick, accurately striking the lieutenant's body. The lieutenant let out a muffled groan and finally lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The girl stood quietly in place, gazing at the unconscious lieutenant, a complex emotion swelling within her. Although the Navy was the opposing force of her group, and even though there was indeed corruption and decay within the Navy that obeyed the world government's orders, it was undeniable that many just individuals still existed among them. They, like these people themselves, harbor an unwavering pursuit of justice and peace deep within their hearts. However, no matter what, everything they do is to accomplish their mission, to protect something far more important. Moments later, the historical text, which countless pirates and ambitious individuals covet, was finally transported out of the cabin. This place is not suitable for staying long. Let's go. The mysterious figure whispered to the girl with orange hair. He then resolutely shouldered the heavy historical text, preparing to leap onto his ship. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a powerful resistance at his calf. His heart trembled slightly as he looked down at his feet. He saw that the lieutenant, who had been unconscious, had somehow awakened. At this moment, his hands were gripping his pant leg like iron claws, his eyes revealing determination and resolution. Bastard, if you want to take the historical text, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The lieutenant shouted hoarsely, his voice almost unrecognizable, as he bravely stood in front of the mysterious figure, seemingly indifferent to life and death. Meanwhile, the girl with orange hair was also tightly entangled by another member of Sword, unable to escape. Despite facing a formidable enemy, the two soldiers showed no signs of retreat or fear. Instead, they fought with all their might. The two soldiers knew the heavy responsibility they bore. They had already dialed for help, and now all they could do was use their last bit of strength to buy more time. They gritted their teeth, determined to protect the historical text with their lives. Sigh, why bother? A hint of helplessness and regret was evident in the mysterious man's voice. His gaze fell on the soldiers, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Perhaps because he was still quite young, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable wave of emotions surging within him at the sight before him. These soldiers might just be following orders, but at this moment, they displayed fearless courage and steadfast conviction. They faced a powerful enemy without flinching, even at the cost of their lives. This resilience and dedication made the mysterious man feel admiration, but at the same time, he felt a pang of heartache. However, time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation or mercy. He knew the significance of his mission and could not be swayed by these emotions. He had to take decisive action and resolve the predicament in the most effective way. Thus, the mysterious man took a deep breath, gathering his strength. He prepared to unleash his most powerful thunderous means to break the deadlock and eliminate these entangled individuals. His gaze became sharp and resolute, as if he intended to tear apart all obstacles. Crack! Just as the weapon in the mysterious man's hand was about to fall, suddenly, an extremely strange sound echoed in the void. The sound resembled the noise made when water freezes into ice, sending chills down one's spine. At the same time, the temperature around the cargo ship plummeted instantaneously, as if plunged into the depths of winter. Immediately afterward, a chilling aura surged from the distant sea. This chill rushed toward the mysterious man at an unimaginable speed, its momentum as unstoppable as surging waves. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious man was completely frozen. His body became incredibly stiff. Even the expression on his face was frozen at that moment. Just then, a plain yet emotionless voice abruptly rang in everyone's ears. "Young man, this is my friend. Please show mercy." Crack! Seconds later, a crisp sound was heard. The mysterious man's body shook violently, and he suddenly mobilized all the power within him, forcefully breaking through the icy seal. He struggled to pat his frozen cheeks, trying to regain his composure as quickly as possible. At that moment, the hat that had been on his head completely disintegrated under the surrounding cold. With the fall of the hat, the young and handsome face of the mysterious man was revealed to everyone. However, the only flaw was the noticeable scars around his eyes, which looked as if they had been burned by fierce flames, appearing particularly glaring. Hiss! The mysterious man gasped, the cold air seemingly reaching his lungs, causing him to shiver involuntarily. However, he did not dwell on his physical condition. Instead, he quickly turned and walked towards the girl with orange hair, starting to assist her in thawing out. Achoo! The girl emerging from the ice let out a big sneeze. Her body trembled slightly from the cold, and she crossed her arms, rubbing them back and forth several times, trying to warm herself up. After a while, when the bone-chilling cold slightly receded, she turned her head and quietly asked her partner, Sabo, what on earth is going on? Sabo did not immediately answer Clara's question. His gaze remained fixed on the empty sea ahead, his eyes revealing a sense of heaviness and alertness. Following Sabo's line of sight, Clara was immediately stunned by the sight before her. The once turbulent, surging sea was now completely frozen over, as if the entire world had been covered by a layer of icy frost, transforming into a bizarre scene of ice and snow. On the mirror-like ice surface, a tall figure was riding a bicycle, slowly approaching them. Ice bicycle, man. This bizarre combination stirred a strong sense of unease in Clara. She suddenly realized something, her pupils constricting, her face filled with shock, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Admiral Akainu. Sabo beside her wore a serious expression upon hearing Clara's shout. He gently shook his head, correcting her. It's former Admiral Kazan. As the two whispered, Kazan had already stepped onto the cargo ship. He wore a dark green coat that seemed somewhat casual, paired with black pants and black military boots, giving off a cold aura. The gaze behind his round glasses was deep and sharp, as if he could see through everything. He carried a brown backpack on his back, exuding an air of don't come near. Sabo warily stared at the man radiating coldness and proactively asked, Kazan, you have no relations with the Navy now, right? Kazan did not answer Sabo's question. His gaze swept over the two sword members lying on the ground. The two soldiers, seeing Kazan's appearance, couldn't help but show excitement on their faces. Admiral Kazan, although Kazan had left the Navy, given his personality, he would definitely not watch his former colleagues die without helping. They finally managed to protect the historical text and let out a sigh of relief. After confirming that the two were not in life-threatening danger, Kazan's cold demeanor softened slightly. However, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, fixed firmly on Sabo and Clara. His voice came cold and icy. Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, I never expected that the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army would personally come to trouble these lower-ranked Navy soldiers. Kazan's tone was laced with piercing indifference, as if it could freeze a person. However, Sabo was not intimidated by his imposing presence. He straightened his back and fearlessly met Kazan's gaze. Before Sabo could respond, Kara, standing beside him, couldn't hold back any longer. She suppressed the chill in her heart and stepped forward, loudly retorting, We haven't harmed their lives. Moreover, you've been out of the Navy for so long. Do you still care about the lives of these Navy soldiers? In response to Kara's question, a cold glint flashed in Kazan's eyes, revealing a hint of disdain. He scoffed, as if finding the question utterly ridiculous. Once, red-haired Shanks had asked him the same question. And now look at what Shanks had become. Kazan thought to himself, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. He did not know when he could return to the Navy. However, his loyalty to the Navy was deeply engraved in his heart, impossible to erase. Even though he had left the Navy, that sense of responsibility still existed. Moreover, he firmly believed that with the current setup and pace, Sakazuki would definitely show him that beautiful scenery of the human world. While pondering, Kazan stopped talking nonsense, the coldness around him becoming increasingly chilling, and the air filled with a piercing, crackling sound. At that moment, Sabo keenly sensed the intense killing intent radiating from Kazan. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, placing himself in front of Kara and assuming a defensive posture, fully focused. Meanwhile, he shouted to Kara, You hurry and take the historical text and leave here. I'll hold him off. Before his words fell, Kazan's extremely cold voice suddenly rang in Sabo's ears like a cold wind. Ice block 2-pronged spear. With Kazan's low whisper, several sharp ice spears, shimmering with cold light, formed beside him at an astonishing speed. As soon as these ice spears were formed, they shot towards Sabo and Kara like arrows released from a bow, carrying an unmatched fierce momentum. Their speed was as quick as lightning, as if they wanted to tear the air apart, sending chills down the spine. Seeing the dire situation, Sabo immediately swung the steel pipe in his hand, rapidly intercepting most of the ice spears like a fierce storm. The remaining few ice spears were ruthlessly destroyed by his urgent dragon's claw technique. Before he could catch his breath, a massive ice bird let out a piercing scream and swooped down at them with great speed. At that moment, Sabo could not afford to be distracted and could only devote all his efforts to resisting Kazan's relentless onslaught. However, just as Sabo was doing his utmost to resist, Kara had already turned back into a cold, ice statue, quietly standing on the ice surface. Kara, Sabo caught a glimpse of his companion's tragic state from the corner of his eye, and a strong sense of anxiety and worry surged in his heart, prompting him to call out loudly. Although he possessed extremely exceptional combat talent, compared to Kazan, who had undergone countless battles, Sabo's fighting experience was still somewhat lacking. Damn it! Seeing his partner in a precarious situation, Sabo, anxious and burning with impatience, quickly dealt with the ice bird and shot a fierce glare at the expressionless Kazan. Without hesitation, he lunged at his opponent, engaging in an intense life-and-death struggle. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds. The clash of ice and steel pipes echoed throughout the cargo ship, as if the space itself was about to be torn apart. Ice blocks continuously shattered but reformed in an instant. The steel pipes were lifted high time and again, then smashed down violently. Both sides seemed to hold nothing back, pouring their strength into battling each other. At that moment, Sabo let out an angry roar, Dragon Hook Claw. He waved the weapon in his hand, successfully blocking Kazan's ice blade, and quickly formed a unique gesture, Dragon's Claw. Meanwhile, a dazzling light flickered on his hand, symbolizing the armament hockey. Worried about his companion's safety, Sabo charged at Kazan without hesitation, unleashing his most powerful strike with boundless momentum. This strike was like a raging dragon emerging from the sea, magnificent and shocking. Yet Kazan, facing such a powerful move, did not even blink. His expression was calm as water, seemingly unconcerned about his opponent's strongest attack. He simply uttered Ice Gauntlet. With his call, a bone-chilling cold suddenly radiated from him, quickly gathering to his right hand. In the blink of an eye, his entire right arm was covered with a layer of crystal-clear ice, resembling a legendary divine weapon. At the same time, the immense hockey within Kazan surged forth like a tidal wave, merging with the ice, making his fist appear even more powerful. This fist not only contained his own immense strength, but also bore the indomitable will and belief of the iron fist inherited from Garp. Just then, Kazan swung this fist without hesitation. The punch shot through the air like lightning, carrying immense power and a fierce aura, smashing down towards the roaring dragon shadow. When the ice fist collided with the dragon claw, the entire space trembled. An extremely piercing metallic sound erupted, resonating through the sky and causing eardrums to ache. The collision created a powerful shockwave that swept in all directions, distorting and deforming the surrounding air. In this thrilling moment, Kazan's ice fist actually shattered the dragon shadow's claw. Crack! Crack! A strange grinding sound came from Sabo, sharp and piercing, as if demons from the depths of hell were grinding their teeth. Under Kazan's ice fist attack, Sabo's steel-like finger bones developed slight cracks. Accompanied by a wave of excruciating pain, Sabo immediately abandoned his resistance, quickly retreating a few steps. His eyes filled with vigilance as he stared at his opponent. He understood deeply that the man before him possessed unfathomable strength. If he continued to clash head-on, it would only be himself who suffered. Thus, he decided to change strategies and attempt to persuade his opponent with words. Sabo took a deep breath and spoke sincerely, Mr. Kazan, I believe you understand that the ideals pursued by our revolutionary army do not conflict with the ideals deep within your heart. In fact, we all hope to see this world become a better place, don't we? Kazan slightly furrowed his brows, but did not interrupt Sabo's speech. Seeing this, Sabo continued, Since you have chosen to leave the Navy, why not consider joining an organization that can truly realize your aspirations? A large organization is much stronger than fighting alone. Our revolutionary army has many like-minded partners, and together we can achieve great things. After saying this, Sabo quietly waited for Kazan's response while using the corner of his eye to seek the best escape route. He knew that persuading such a strong individual was not an easy task, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would never give up easily. Seconds later, a cold wind swept through Kazan's coat, and his cold, indifferent expression seemed to soften for just a moment. Just when Sabo thought there was a turning point, Kazan scratched his head, revealing a somewhat troubled expression, and then responded in a slightly vexed tone. I almost felt moved. Sabo's eyes lit up as if he saw a ray of hope. He quickly stepped forward and sincerely said, Mr. Kazan, do you have any concerns? Feel free to express them, and we in the Revolutionary Army will do our utmost to help you resolve them. As long as you are willing to join us, we believe you will become a powerful force in our revolutionary cause. Sabo's words were filled with enthusiasm and sincerity. He knew Kazan's strength, and if he could gain Kazan's support, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of this, Sabo couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He stared intently at Kazan, eagerly awaiting his response. In the face of Sabo's hopeful gaze, Kazan leisurely posed a question. How does your revolutionary army plan to improve the world? Hearing Kazan's question, Sabo instantly became energized. When it came to saving the world, he felt like he had been given a shot of adrenaline, and he was fully animated. As the disciple recognized by Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army, and having attained the position of chief of staff at just 20 years old, Sabo naturally had his own exceptional qualities. He could easily answer such questions. Sabo slightly tilted his head to look at the sky, revealing an inscrutable expression, as if he had already seen through the essence of all things in the world. His eyes sparkled with determination and confidence, seemingly filled with assurance about what he was about to say. Mr. Kazan, when this world has decayed to the point where it can no longer become worse for any reason, then revolution is the only way out for this world. There is no other way. Sabo's tone was particularly profound, and his words were sharp, each word like a sword piercing directly into the seemingly unbreakable old order. He continued, what our revolutionary army seeks is not only to overthrow those tyrants and rulers who oppress the people, but, more importantly, to establish a brand new, fair, and just world. In this new world, there will be no poverty and hunger, no war and slaughter, and everyone can live a happy and beautiful life. This is the goal for which our revolutionary army fights, and the meaning of our existence. Sabo became more and more passionate, his voice echoing in the air as if he wanted to completely convey his beliefs to the other party. Kazan quietly listened to Sabo's exposition. Although they belonged to different camps, he still recognized the essence of what Sabo was saying. The young man before him, though still young, possessed such firm ideals and ambitions, which was indeed rare. No wonder the revolutionary army could attract the attention of the world government, Kazan thought. As for how to revolutionize, first, we must deeply understand the essence of revolution. Seeing that Kazan did not seem willing to answer his question, Sabo boldly continued, revolution, at its core, is about overthrowing and eliminating all exploitative classes, completely breaking the unequal ruling order, striving to achieve a goal where everyone could develop freely and comprehensively, and actively pursue justice and fairness. In other words, revolution is actually an intense uprising. It represents the extreme behavior of one class using violence to overthrow another. Regarding Sabo's statement, Kazan did not show a clear attitude. Such rhetoric was not unfamiliar to him. He had heard almost identical, if not more eloquent, statements countless times from Sakazuki before. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled a cold, piercing breath, as if he wanted to expel all the impurities in his heart. In Sabo's eyes, he saw Kazan's gaze sharp and determined, carrying expectations for the future and deep reflections on reality. This undoubtedly inspired him. Before Sabo could feel too pleased, Kazan unhesitatingly posed the most pointed question that troubled countless people. What is the significance of mere regime change? Are we merely pursuing a transfer of power? No, that is far from enough. What truly matters is how to ensure that ordinary people can genuinely enjoy the fruits of the revolution under the newly established order. They are the protagonists of this great transformation, and their happiness and peace are the goals of our struggle. His voice echoed in the air like a sword, piercing through the illusory surface and reaching the heart of the matter. Faced with Kazan's soul-piercing question, Sabo answered without hesitation. Our revolutionary army is composed of knowledgeable individuals from all corners of the world and the Grand Line. We have all experienced hardships to varying degrees and have witnessed the darkest corners of this world. But we have never given up on our desire for life. Even in our pursuit of the dawn of survival, we willingly share the light with those who have also suffered injustice around the world. Rather than saying this revolution was initiated by our revolutionary army, it is more accurate to say that our revolutionary army is leading a great struggle initiated by all the people trapped in difficulties around the world. Sabo paused for a moment and then passionately continued. This revolution is no longer limited to a single organization or army, but rather belongs to everyone. Once our revolutionary army overthrows the rule of the world government, the fruits of revolution will undoubtedly belong to everyone who has fought for it. In response to Sabo's answer, Kazan sighed inwardly and shook his head. How to ensure the purity of the new revolutionary government's power? How can we avoid the new ruling class making the same mistakes? These crucial questions have yet to find definitive answers in the revolutionary army. However, the Navy under Sakazuki has already found a clear and definite direction: self-revolution. I'm afraid, to put it bluntly, your revolutionary ideals still have significant shortcomings. Kazan pointed out without reservation. He knew that a successful revolution not only requires courage and determination, but also a complete and feasible theoretical system as support. At this moment, he sensed a hint of confusion and uncertainty in Seibo's words. Kazan understood that this was not an individual fault, but a common problem faced by the entire Revolutionary Army organization in its development process. Kazan's gaze fixed on Seibo. He knew his words might provoke dissatisfaction within the Revolutionary Army, but he was even more aware that if these issues were not addressed promptly, the future of the Revolutionary Army would be filled with uncertainty. It could even be easily crushed before the world government. Mr. Kazan, what are your insights? Please enlighten me. Seibo felt a hint of surprise in his heart upon hearing Kazan's differing opinion. He seemed to have never considered that this former Navy officer, Kazan, was also someone who understood the way of revolution. However, Seibo understands the principle of gentlemen can harmonize without being identical deeply. He knows that everyone has their unique insights and perspectives. As long as everyone's major direction and ideals are consistent, there is a possibility for common cooperation. At this moment, Seibo gazes at Kazan with a sincere and humble expression, as if expecting him to share his valuable wisdom and experience. Kazan slightly closes his eyes, his gaze as deep as an ancient well, piercing through the round glasses and directly into Seibo's heart. After a moment, Kazan shifts his gaze away from Seibo and notices the soldiers from the Revolutionary Army coming to rescue Kara, who is frozen in the sea. He nonchalantly moves his fingers, and the ice on Kara melts instantly. There's no teaching involved. These are just my personal shallow insights, he says. Facing the surprised eyes of the revolutionary soldiers and Seibo's grateful gaze, Kazan looks solemnly into the distance, and after a long while, he speaks softly, as if to himself. Memories of the earnest words Sakazuki once shared with him keep surfacing in his mind, cutting through the long-accumulated fog in his heart like sharp knives. However, Kazan does not show much emotion. He merely raises the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a barely noticeable arc. At this moment, the sky has completely brightened, and the first ray of sunlight pierces through the thick clouds, shining down on Kazan. This warm light seems to possess magical power, gradually dispelling the persistent chill around him, bringing him an unprecedented sense of tranquility and reassurance. Bathed in this morning sunlight, Kazan's thoughts involuntarily drift far away, as if in pursuit of endless light and hope. Disciple, do you ask me why I am so determined to overthrow the celestial dragons? It is all because those civilians at the bottom of the world live in constant fear every day. They are like ants, humbly kneeling on the edge of life, striving to find a glimmer of hope for survival. They live to fight desperately, and fighting desperately is only to continue living. We bear an innate mission, shouldering significant responsibilities and obligations, to lead these unfortunate people to explore a better future. And those millions of naval soldiers embody an immense power that cannot be underestimated. We must not neglect them. We unite not only to transform those who suffer from physical torment, mental oppression, and economic exploitation into a joyful group with a comfortable life and economic abundance, but also to change that world ruled by outdated culture, ignorant and backward, into a new realm led by innovative culture that thrives in civilization and progress. The ultimate purpose of our revolution is for all humanity to live stable, peaceful, happy, and equal lives without discrimination. This is not limited to the material level, but also encompasses the spiritual realm. After a few seconds, it seems Kazan has finished contemplating and then says to Seibo, you cannot rely solely on passion and ideals to drive the revolution. You need to think deeply, learn widely, and continually improve your theoretical system. You need to establish your struggle program, which is an action plan formulated based on the objective needs of the sea's development and the political mission requirements. Only in this way can you truly lead the masses to achieve the revolutionary goals and establish a fair, just, and free world. Kazan's words ring like a warning bell in Seibo's heart. Seibo silently nods, realizing that he and the Revolutionary Army still have a long way to go. Other members of the Revolutionary Army also begin to fall into deep thought, contemplating how to improve and perfect their revolutionary theory. At this critical moment, Kazan's straightforwardness becomes a guiding light on the Revolutionary Army's path forward, directing them toward the right direction. Mr. Kazan, I admit that our revolutionary ideology is not yet perfect, Seibo calmly responds, but we have been striving to explore, continuously learning and improving. Moreover, our goal is to enable more people to live better lives. And that will never change. Kazan nods slightly. He can feel Sabo's sincerity and determination. I do not want to deny your efforts. I just hope you can think more deeply about the meaning and goals of the revolution. After all, history teaches us that mere armed resistance does not necessarily bring about real change. Sabo contemplates Kazan's words thoughtfully. I will seriously consider your suggestions. Perhaps we do indeed need a more systematic theoretical guidance to ensure that the path of the revolution always moves in the right direction. Kazan further reminds him, at the same time, you also need to pay attention to your own construction and management. A strong organization not only needs a firm belief, but also an efficient operating mechanism and strict discipline. Otherwise, internal corruption and conflicts may affect the development of the entire revolutionary cause. Sabo takes a deep breath, expressing his agreement. You are right. We will strengthen our internal rectification to ensure the purity and combat effectiveness of the Revolutionary Army. Thank you for your valuable advice, Mr. Kazan. So, regarding the Revolutionary Army, before Sabo could finish, Kazan directly interrupts. I have my own path to follow. Take your men and go. Don't think about bringing the historical text. What you should do now is to look to the future, not to dwell on the past. Upon hearing Kazan's decisive refusal, Sabo's eyes instantly dimmed. However, he does not let this emotion linger for long and quickly adjusts his mindset, revitalizing himself. Although Kazan refused to join the Revolutionary Army, Sabo knows this does not mean their connection has come to an end. Perhaps one day in the future, Kazan will change his mind and become a member of the Revolutionary Army. So, he smiles at Kazan and says, all right then, if Mr. Kazan ever has any change of heart, the Revolutionary Army will always welcome you with open arms. As soon as he finishes speaking, Sabo turns around without hesitation and quickly leads his soldiers back to their ship. At this moment, he has only one thought in mind: to relay every word of today's conversation with Kazan to his leader and other Revolutionary Army officials as soon as possible. Back on his ship, Sabo continuously thinks about how to report this encounter to everyone. Although he did not obtain the historical text, he knows that Kazan's presence might hold even greater significance for the Revolutionary Army. Although the current situation is somewhat disappointing, Sabo does not feel discouraged. He firmly believes that as long as they persistently work hard, they will one day realize their revolutionary ideals. Today's encounter with Kazan has also strengthened his conviction. No matter how rugged and difficult the road ahead may be, he will walk it resolutely. As he watches the Revolutionary Army's ship gradually fade into the distance until it disappears, Kazan turns around, his gaze falling on the already unconscious members of the Sword. And he cannot help but shake his head. Ah, Sakazuki, this time I really exceeded my mission. He muses to himself. If the Revolutionary Army is not resilient and tenacious, how could they replace their navy to confront the world government head-on? Kazan whispered softly, then raised his head to gaze at the direction of Wano country's Onigashima, where a thrilling battle seemed to be unfolding. Wait for me a moment. I'll be there soon. On Onigashima, thick smoke filled the entire battlefield, obscuring the sun, as if it had undergone the baptism of countless cannon fire. Looking around, ruins were everywhere, a scene of devastation. On this war-torn land, Akainu and Kizuru had been engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido for over 10 hours. From midnight to now, as noon approached, both sides disregarded their physical exhaustion, unleashing all their strength without reservation. Endless magma erupted from Akainu's arm like a fire dragon, intertwining with the dazzling lasers shot by Kizuru, creating a brilliant and deadly display in the sky. Kaido swung his kanabo with one hand, flames burning fiercely and lightning crackling as they danced in the air, forming a spectacular yet dangerous scene. Boom! The entire island was suffering relentless destruction from this intense battle. The once peaceful camp had turned into a hellish landscape, unrecognizable. The ground was torn apart, buildings collapsed, flowers and trees were destroyed, and innocent lives were lost in the flames of war. Yet, the three combatants did not cease their attacks. They continued to fight to the death to eliminate their enemies here. Oh, this is what I've been waiting for! Kaido shouted excitedly, seemingly very satisfied with this evenly matched battle. His voice echoed through the air like thunder, shaking everyone. Suddenly, Kaido let out a furious roar. Come and try to kill me. His voice revealed immense confidence and provocation. He quickly changed his stance, gripping the end of the kanabo with both powerful arms, ready to launch a fierce attack. Get lost! Kaido completely ignored the energy blast coming from afar, leaping fearlessly towards Akainu at incredible speed. Clearly, he had locked onto his target, and Akainu was the real opponent in his eyes. Mad Dog, try this move, Kaido shouted, swinging his kanabo and executing his ultimate technique. The kanabo traced a sharp arc in the air, carrying unparalleled power and might. Drunken thunder. With Kaido's roar, dazzling lightning erupted from the kanabo. This lightning surged like a giant dragon, clawing its way toward Akainu. The entire space was shaken by this powerful force, as if it were about to be torn apart. Facing Kaido's fierce strike, a cold glint flashed in Akainu's eyes. He stood firm like a mountain, as if the world around him had frozen. The kanabo, with its apocalyptic momentum, slammed down towards him, but Akainu showed no fear. Super Magma Fist. Akainu roared, his voice booming across the battlefield. He disregarded the massive kanabo charging at him, which carried terrifying energy. Seizing the moment as Kaido's body was right in front of him, Akainu held his breath and channeled all his strength into his right arm. Instantly, a powerful energy erupted from within him, magma and haki radiating together, shining with a brilliance as hot and dazzling as the sun. This light enveloped both Akainu and Kaido, forming a massive red orb. The terrifying heat seemed to threaten to melt Kaido, and the air around them distorted from the extreme heat. Kaido seemed to sense Akainu's intent, feeling the intense heat. He widened his eyes in disbelief at what was happening. This guy is actually going to exchange injuries for injuries. As this thought crossed Kaido's mind, the blazing magma fist came into view. You really are a complete mad dog. Kaido gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and determination. At this moment, he decided to play along, increasing the force in his hands, making the kanabo exude an even more terrifying aura. Boom! Two massive sounds erupted simultaneously, like the roar of thunder. This was the sound of two equally matched colossal forces colliding on the flesh, deafening to the ears. The thick kanabo smashed heavily into Akainu's chest, producing a dull thud. Crack! The sound of bones breaking followed, chilling to the bone. Akainu's chest caved in by several centimeters, as if crushed by an invisible force. He let out a muffled grunt, but did not take a step back. Instead, he retaliated with even greater ferocity. At the same time, the magma fist ruthlessly slammed into Kaido's head. The massive fist, carrying scalding magma, came crashing down like a burning meteor. Kaido's horn on top of his head was knocked askew, and his entire head jerked back violently. Under the powerful eruption of magma, Kaido's face contorted in a grimace of pain, as if enduring immense pressure and torment. The two sides disengaged, standing several dozen meters apart, staring at each other with hostility and vigilance in their eyes. Kaido glanced at his left horn, which was askew, took a heavy breath, seemingly trying to calm his emotions. But then, he suddenly burst into a wild laugh directed at Akainu. Do you think your body can be as tough as mine? Kaido's voice was laced with mockery and confidence. As he spoke, the injury on his head visibly healed at a rapid pace. In just a few breaths, the injury had healed by more than half, a sight that shocked everyone. Akainu looked indifferently at Kaido's monstrous resilience. He was not surprised by his incredible self-healing ability. Old monster, you really have a tough life. Akainu casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then pressed his left hand on his chest and suddenly twisted, forcibly resetting his already fractured rib back into place. Whoosh! Just then, a dazzling yellow light suddenly appeared beside Akainu. Seeing how ruthlessly Akainu treated his own body, Kizaru couldn't help but shake his head slightly, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Akainu, why torture yourself like this? It was one thing when you were a soldier, but now that you become an admiral, why are you still so stubborn? Can't we just wear him down together and exhaust him here? Akainu remained silent, merely giving Kizaru a cold glance before ignoring him, quietly feeling the tattoo on his chest gradually heating up. Seeing that Akainu was unresponsive, Kizaru shrugged helplessly, seemingly used to it. He then turned his gaze to Kaido, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. By the way, Sakazuki, when will the reinforcements you mentioned arrive? Sakazuki heard Borisolino's low question and couldn't help but smirk slightly, revealing a smile that was difficult to decipher. It was as if he was imagining the astonished expression on Borisolino's face when he saw the reinforcements he spoke of. What's the matter? Just because you know support is on the way, you're no longer willing to give it your all? Sakazuki's tone carried a hint of teasing, while his gaze remained fixed on Kaido in front of him, not daring to relax for a moment, as if he were preventing Kaido from suddenly fleeing in fear of battle. After all, they were facing one of the four emperors, the Beast Kaido, and any slight mistake could allow the opponent to escape. Sakazuki did not immediately launch another attack, even though he knew Kaido's recovery speed was fast. But didn't he also need time to recover? Meanwhile, Borsalino, seeing that Sakazuki misunderstood him, couldn't help but defend himself, saying, "We've been working together for so many years. Don't you know me? How could I have any other thoughts? Besides, if it weren't for your request to end the battle quickly, we could take our time dealing with this monster," Borsalino said in an innocent tone. Sakazuki couldn't deny it. He naturally understood Borsalino's strength. If they really wanted to defeat Kaido, the two of them working together could certainly do it. But the problem was that it wasn't as simple as just defeating Kaido. They needed to kill him as quickly as possible. If it were just about defeating Kaido, they could take their time and find the right moment to launch a fatal blow. However, doing so would take a lot of time. And the current situation was that the Navy was still restricted by the world government. If this war dragged on too long, there might be some unexpected variables. Therefore, they had to end it quickly. Although the two of them could defeat Kaido together, killing him would require even more time. Sakazuki said slowly, "And what we lack the most right now is time." That's true. Borsalino nodded, indicating that he understood Sakazuki's thoughts. "Now we just need to keep Kaido trapped here, and then we can completely deal with him." A glint of cold light flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. Just as Sakazuki was about to take action, Kaido's furious roar suddenly came through. "Hey, you two bastards think I can't hear you?" It turned out that Kaido, seeing Sakazuki and Borsalino whispering to each other about killing him and resolving him as if victory was assured, couldn't help but interrupt, having nearly recovered from his injuries. "You despicable Navy, I don't care who you called for support. You better give me an explanation here today." According to the information from the Beast Pirates, the Navy currently had no strong forces in the New World, as the Admiral Fujitora and the candidate Admiral Greenbull were both in the first half of the Grand Line. As for the old Navy masters Sengoku and Garp, they were basically retired. Even if they both came personally, Kaido wouldn't take those two old geezers seriously. Therefore, he believed that the reinforcements Sakazuki mentioned were at most a few insignificant vice admirals. "You overestimate yourselves. Come and die." Kaido roared angrily, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring with wide eyes as he raised an enormous kanabo and charged toward Sakazuki. At the same time, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth beside Sakazuki, dazzling and eye-catching. "I'll go first." Accompanied by a casual and relaxed voice, Borsalino's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, as if transformed into a flash of lightning. In the next second, his right foot came crashing down like a golden meteor, striking heavily against Kaido's kanabo. Bam! This violent collision produced a deafening sound, and the surrounding air seemed to twist from a shockwave. The forces from both sides collided, creating a powerful shockwave that spread outwards. However, this collision did not last long. Just a moment later, the two bodies separated from each other. "You're quite tenacious." Feeling the tingling sensation in his calf, Borsalino remarked with a smirk. He then launched another kick aimed at Kaido's neck. This kick seemed simple, but the power contained within it was terrifying. If it truly hit, Kaido would probably find it hard to bear. Facing Borsalino's next attack, Kaido was not willing to back down. In terms of speed, he was slightly inferior to this yellow monkey, but in terms of strength, he was superior. He quickly stretched out his thick arm to block Borsalino's whip kick, while his right hand, gripping the dark kanabo, swung violently towards Borsalino's head. Boom! As the kanabo came down, Borsalino's head instantly exploded into photons, leaving only his body standing alone in midair. But in less than half a second, his body also disappeared. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Kaido's face because he knew this was just the beginning. He took a deep breath and then suddenly swung out a punch, the wind from his fist howling with immense force, aimed at the direction where the golden light had condensed. However, to Kaido's surprise, he did not hit his target. His brow furrowed, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Magma explosion, accompanied by a furious shout. The ground beneath Kaido's feet had somehow turned into a sea of magma. Countless magma clumps surged in this depression, quickly engulfing Kaido's entire body. Boom! Boom! The sound of violent explosions came continuously from Kaido, and thick smoke billowed up. Dragon's breath. Several scorching gusts of wind blew through, instantly dissipating the magma and smoke from Kaido, and his figure reappeared in everyone's sight. However, at this moment, Kaido's face was completely dark, and the whiskers on both sides of his cheeks were burned clean. Cough! Cough! Kaido couldn't help but cough a few times. He wanted to curse Sakazuki. However, just then, a dazzling golden light suddenly fell from the sky, like a meteor, straight towards the top of Kaido's head. Sensing the threat, a hint of impatience flashed in Kaido's eyes. He forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet, jumped up, and then tightened his fist to smash towards the golden light. As the light dispersed, Borsalino's figure appeared in front of Kaido. Borsalino's lips curled up slightly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He looked at Kaido and said softly, "Kaido, is that all you can do?" After saying that, he vanished in an instant before Kaido. However, another fiery red figure took Borsalino's place, standing before Kaido. Feeling Sakazuki's imposing presence, Kaido's expression changed slightly, but he quickly revealed a look of disdain. Impressive momentum. But unfortunately, it's of no use to me. After saying that, Kaido swung his kanabo towards Sakazuki. Seeing this, Sakazuki swiftly dodged Kaido's attack, then waved his hands, sending 2 pillars of magma shooting towards Kaido. Kaido sidestepped the magma pillars, and his kanabo smashed down hard on the ground, immediately kicking up a cloud of dust. The two engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle. Meanwhile, Borsalino joined the fight, conjuring a lightsaber in his hand and continuously slashing at Kaido. Faced with Borsalino's attacks, Kaido appeared somewhat flustered, yet he continued to maneuver around the battlefield with his tenacious vitality. As the sun set, its afterglow bathed Onigashima in a golden hue. Night gradually fell, enveloping the entire island in darkness, as if drowning everything in profound blackness. In this darkness, an intense battle was underway. A powerful magma fist came crashing down on Kaido's abdomen, producing a deep, resounding thud. Kaido staggered back a half-step from the blow, and the freshly burned scar on his already wounded abdomen added another deep burn mark, making it even more gruesome. Kaido looked down at his abdomen. A flicker of anger and unwillingness crossed his face. His fists alone could not contend with 4 hands. Looking at Sakazuki's provocative expression, Kaido's eyes burned with fury. Gritting his teeth, he decided to hold nothing back and unleashed his full power in an attack. He swung his weapon fiercely, creating a fierce gust of wind that smashed towards Sakazuki. Unfazed, Sakazuki raised his hand calmly, lightly waving it to summon a crimson lava wall in front of him. The kanabo struck the lava wall with a loud bang, causing it to tremble slightly but remain unbroken. Kaido was taken aback by this and roared, increasing his strength. However, Sakazuki would not let him continue. Seizing the moment while Kaido swung his kanabo, Sakazuki's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly withdrew the lava barrier, his arm transforming into magma, as it became enveloped in a heavy, rich haki. This layer of haki was different from the previous one, radiating a deep purple light, giving an impression of being unbreakable and flawless. Just as Kaido's swinging kanabo lost its target and became unbalanced, his body involuntarily tilted. At that moment, Sakazuki seized the opportunity, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he unleashed his fist. The terrifyingly powerful punch surged towards Kaido with an earth-shattering momentum, enlarging in Kaido's pupils like a flaming meteor rushing towards him. Kaido's heart sank. He realized his precarious situation, but it was too late to evade. He attempted to block the punch with his kanabo, but due to his body's tilt and unstable center of gravity, the kanabo failed to exert its full power. Sakazuki's fist continued to close in like a raging tide. Kaido's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly tried to dodge with a leap. However, to his astonishment, his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Noticing something was wrong, Kaido looked down and saw that his feet were encased in a thick layer of ice. This ice was incredibly hard, firmly freezing his feet in place, preventing his escape. Faced with the aggressive Sakazuki, unable to dodge, Kaido could only frantically channel his internal power, layering haki over his chest. Boom! The explosive punch mercilessly struck Kaido's dark left chest, tearing through the invisible haki armor and landing directly on his flesh. Damn it! Kaido roared in pain. Seeing that Sakazuki intended to follow up with another punch, Kaido cursed under his breath, hurriedly breaking the ice beneath his feet, then immediately rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding Sakazuki's attack. A few leaps later, he created several hundred meters of distance between himself and Sakazuki. He looked down at his bloodied chest, blood flowing down to the ground, staining the earth red. Kaido's gaze grew dark and sharp, as if burning with raging fury. He raised his head, his eyes passing over Sakazuki to the distance of the battlefield. There, a man in a dark green coat was slowly approaching, wearing round glasses and a frosty expression. "Damn ice brat, what are you doing on my territory?" Kaido angrily asked. He felt a mix of surprise and confusion at Kuzan's arrival. This guy had clearly already withdrawn from the Navy and had always been at odds with Sakazuki. Their conflicts were no secret, making Kuzan's appearance here particularly unexpected. Kaido speculated inwardly, could this all be Sakazuki's doing? But that didn't seem to fit, considering Kuzan's poor relationship with Sakazuki. Regardless, now that Kuzan had arrived, an intense battle was inevitable. Kaido gripped his kanabo tightly, his gaze warily scanning Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kuzan. The veins on his forehead bulged, his already fearsome face becoming even more menacing, resembling a beast about to erupt. Kaido knew full well that if these three Logia users joined forces, it would be very difficult to deal with. Despite his confidence in his strength, he had to admit that this battle would be exceptionally tough. Thud! Thud! Kazan stepped onto the newly formed ice path and quickly reached Sakazuki's side. His steps were steady and powerful, each one feeling like a tread on the enemy's heart. After reaching Sakazuki, Kazan nodded at him, then looked up calmly at the towering Kaido before him. Following this, he responded with a slightly mocking tone, "Ah, Kaido, I just happened to be passing by." Kaido snorted dismissively, not believing such childlike nonsense. "Ice brat, you're no longer in the Navy. Are you looking for death?" Kaido questioned sharply, exuding a terrifying killing intent that bore down on Kazan, as if to engulf him. He attempted to suppress his opponent with his overwhelming aura. Kazan frowned slightly at the bloodthirsty aura emanating from Kaido, his expression becoming serious. He took a deep breath, swiftly activating the abilities of his ice fruit, instantly covering half of his body in a layer of pure white frost. The biting cold spread into the air, seemingly freezing the entire space. The intense, killing intent lingering in the air also seemed to be completely frozen in midair by this cold. Seeing this, Kaido's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He smirked disdainfully, then softly shouted, suddenly increasing his output of Conqueror's Haki. Purple-red arcs of electricity erupted, creating waves of air in the atmosphere. At that moment, a flash of yellow suddenly appeared beside Kazan. It was Borsalino. He wore a smile, similarly exuding a powerful presence as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Kazan. Without needing Akainu to intervene, the confrontation between the two sides immediately tilted in one direction. The momentum of the two united like a mountain crashing down, instantly breaking through Kaido's aura. "Kaido, have you not realized the current situation? Who is really seeking death?" Borsalino slightly curled his lips, his tone full of provocation. His eyes sparkled with confidence, seemingly indifferent to Kaido before him. Then, Borsalino cast a questioning look at Kazan and Akainu, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief, as if he wanted to find answers from their expressions. His gaze shifted between the two, finally resting on Kazan. And he couldn't help but ask, "The reinforcements Akainu mentioned, are you?" This is truly unexpected. Upon hearing Borsalino's question, Kazan first glanced at Akainu, and after seeing him nod slightly, he exhaled a breath of cold air and responded, "Ah, after all, we were once comrades fighting side by side, and this time, we are aiming to eliminate a Yonko, so I wanted to join the fun and make up for missing out on the battle against the Big Mom Pirates last time." After saying this, he displayed a faint smile, but his eyes were resolute. "By the way, it's been a long time. Let's have a toast," Kazan suddenly said, then reached into his backpack and took out several bottles of chilled sherry. He tossed one bottle to Akainu and another to Borsalino. Then he opened his own bottle, raising it in a gesture to clink glasses with the two. "Let us cheers to the Navy eliminating another Yonko crew," Kazan said with a light smile, then tilted his head back and drank the sherry in one go. Seeing the chilled sherry tossed over, Akainu couldn't help but shake his head slightly. After all, who drinks during an intense battle? However, considering Akainu's physical condition, even drinking a bottle of such low-alcohol wine would not have any negative impact on the upcoming fight. Therefore, he decided not to think too much about it, and went along with Kazan's intent. After exchanging glances with Borsalino, both quickly grabbed their bottles and finished them in one go. Their relaxed and cheerful demeanor seemed to completely disregard Kaido, the Yonko. At this moment, Kaido also seemed unconcerned about their attitude, his eyes fixated on Kazan's backpack. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and shouted at Kazan, "Ice brat, give me a few bottles too." Kaido, who was known for his love of alcohol, couldn't resist the temptation before him. Hearing this, Kazan obediently took out a bottle from his backpack. Kaido was overjoyed and quickly reached out a hand. However, Kazan did not throw the bottle to him, but instead opened the cap himself. Kaido felt confused, not understanding why Kazan didn't just toss it over. But what happened next made his eyes widen. Kazan opened the bottle and slowly poured the wine on the ground, emptying the entire bottle in an instant, as if performing a tribute for someone. Kaido, witnessing this, couldn't help but curse loudly. But Kazan ignored his anger and coldly said, "If you want to drink, go to hell and drink." Kaido, one of the Yonko known for his brutality and ferocity, had a heart like a dormant volcano. Kazan's provocation undoubtedly became the fuse that ignited this volcano. Originally, Kaido felt an immense insult and anger from Kazan's deliberate act of pouring out the wine. And this contemptuous attitude was like a sharp knife, deeply stabbing his proud ego. His fury churned within him, akin to the magma in Akainu, boiling, swelling, ready to erupt at any moment. His eyes turned fierce, like an enraged beast ready to launch a deadly strike against the provocateur. At this moment, Kaido's anger was not just directed at Kazan, but also at the entire situation. The dilapidated Onigashima, once a symbol of his pride and power, had now become a ruin. The unattainable liquor symbolized his desire for freedom and control being stripped away. The humiliation inflicted by his enemies made him feel unprecedented shame. The potential collapse of a Yonko alliance was the reality he was most unwilling to face. His ruling status in Wano was under unprecedented threat. All these factors intertwined like fine threads, ultimately converging into a powerful force that pushed Kaido toward a complete explosion. He no longer suppressed the anger in his heart, but chose to let it all out, responding to every provocation and challenge with action. "Damn it! Give me the booze! I want to drink!" Bang! Just as Kaido's hoarse shout finished, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. It was like a bucket of cold water poured over the gunpowder about to ignite, causing the tense atmosphere to momentarily freeze. It turned out that Akainu had seized the brief moment of Kaido's frenzy to appear right in front of him and smash the empty bottle he had been holding on Kaido's forehead. Due to the special material of the bottle, even one covered with top-tier hockey couldn't withstand such a violent impact, and it shattered instantly. The glass shards fell down from Kaido's forehead, some larger pieces faintly reflecting his bulging veins and twisted features. The air fell silent for half a second. Then Kaido heard Akainu's indifferent voice beside him. "Old man, do you still want to drink?" The damage was minimal, but the insult was extremely strong. Kaido was slightly stunned for a moment. He opened his mouth to say something. However, before Kaido could react in any way, Akainu's gaze suddenly turned deep and cold, like the Grim Reaper awakening from a long slumber in the depths of hell. A wave of extreme, killing intent surged out like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Akainu's arms shook violently, and that power seemed to herald an eruption before a volcano. The ground trembled violently at that moment, and two winding, bottomless cracks rapidly spread out from beneath his feet, as if the earth had been torn apart, showcasing the terrifying power of the natural-type fruit. Immediately after, from these two cracks, two pillars of scorching magma erupted like enraged fire dragons, shooting into the sky, dyeing the heavens blood red, as if even the sky was shaken by this force. As the fire pillars soared, they emitted a deafening roar. The air was filled with a stifling heat and a pungent sulfur smell, making one feel as if they were in a doomsday scenario, experiencing the shock and destructive beauty of nature's primal power. Rumble of thunder. Kaido was also filled with rage at this moment, his muscles tense, harnessing every bit of power within him. Just as the magma fire pillar was about to touch him, he let out a thunderous roar. He tightly gripped the heavy kanabo, swinging it forward with the might of an ancient demon wielding a weapon capable of destroying the world. This strike gathered all of Kaido's anger and strength. The kanabo traced a perfect arc through the air, creating a strong sound of breaking air, and upon colliding with the magma fire pillar, it produced an earth-shattering explosion. The overwhelming force clashed with the searing magma, canceling each other out and forming a dazzling light and rolling heat waves that enveloped everything around. After barely fending off Akainu's attack, Kaido swung the kanabo again with all his might, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the close-range Akainu. But Akainu would not comply with Kaido's wishes. He stomped hard on the ground and leaped to evade Kaido's iron club. Following that, he threw a magma punch toward Kaido's neck and quickly retreated, creating distance between them. "Damn the Navy, you all deserve to die." After smashing Akainu's magma punch with his massive iron club, Kaido wiped the glass shards from his face and couldn't help but tilt his head back and roar at the sky. The sound was akin to thunder rumbling across the heavens, deafening, as if it were about to tear the entire world apart. His rationality had been overwhelmed by anger. At this moment, he only wanted to unleash his dissatisfaction through violence. He summoned the power of his devil fruit, and his body began to change. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a massive green dragon over 1,000 meters long, soaring in the sky. The sky was instantly obscured by the dragon's enormous body, with the moonlight unable to penetrate this layer of shadow. The dragon's gigantic head resembled a small hill, with its two scarlet eyes burning like lanterns, emitting a chilling glow. It fixed its gaze on Akainu, Borsalino, and Kuzan on Onigashima, its eyes filled with rage and murderous intent. As the giant dragon opened its massive jaws, a wave of scorching breath surged from its throat. Then, endless flames erupted from its mouth, forming a surging wave of fire that rapidly swept toward Akainu and the other two below. Where the flames passed, the air was scorched and distorted, consuming everything in its path. Faced with the immense pressure from the dragon, the three of them remained calm and unperturbed. Akainu's body radiated the heat of magma, which swirled around him like flowing flames, forming a layer of searing shield. He gently touched his military cap, then removed it, revealing his extremely sharp, murderous eyes. Those eyes were like burning flames, making one tremble in the deep night. Meanwhile, Borsalino appeared relaxed and at ease, a slight smile gracing his lips, with the dark lenses of his sunglasses glimmering with an inscrutable light, as if hiding endless cunning. He stood with his arms crossed, seemingly at ease, but in reality, he was already prepared for anything. Kazan was even calmer. He caught the military cap thrown by Akainu, stowed it in his backpack, and gently placed the backpack on the ground with slow, steady movements. Then, he used his freezing power to encase the backpack in ice to prevent damage during the upcoming battle. After completing the series of actions, he slowly stood up, his gaze resolute and steady, exuding a chilling aura, resembling an imposing iceberg that instilled fear. The three of them exuded an air of casual confidence, as if they were utterly unconcerned about the dragon before them. It seemed that as long as these three worked together, there would be no enemies or threats left in the world. This dominance and confidence even made Kaido, high above in the sky, feel an invisible pressure. Boom! Just as the dragon's fiery breath was about to completely engulf the three, Akainu was the first to vanish from sight. The next second, his figure erupted from the ground like a volcanic eruption, soaring to a height of 100 meters. With unstoppable momentum, Akainu transformed his entire being into a massive, dark red magma column, charging toward Kaido's body with terrifying explosive power. Kaido felt the immense impact in the air, his pupils constricted, not daring to be careless. He took a deep breath and fiercely raised his dragon claw. Supreme Conqueror's haki surged from him like a roaring ocean, continuously emanating. This haki quickly gathered in his dragon claw, forming purple-red lightning bolts. The lightning crackled loudly, showcasing immense attacking power. Kaido exerted all his strength, infusing his power into the purple-red lightning. The lightning grew thicker and thicker, ultimately forming a robust dragon phantom that writhed around his dragon claw, exuding a suffocating pressure that made one tremble. At that moment, the magma column transformed by Akainu had already rushed before him. Without hesitation, Kaido swung his dragon claw and forcefully struck the purple-red dragon toward the magma column. In an instant, the winds surged and clouds rolled. Everything in the world seemed to shake under this strike, with countless dust and flames soaring into the sky. The purple-red dragon collided with the dark red magma column, producing a deafening roar. The entire space was distorted by this powerful force, as if it were about to collapse. Seeing that the magma was not completely destroyed as he wished, Kaido frowned slightly and decided to exert more force. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a chill wash over him. Looking down, he saw that his tail had inexplicably turned incredibly cold. Immediately, white frost rapidly spread from his tail, as if alive, climbing up his massive body at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the lower half of Kaido's body was completely encased in ice, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, several large ice birds soared out from the frozen ground. They emanated waves of cold air, their sharp cries echoing through the sky. These ice birds seemed to embody their master's emotions, and when they saw Kaido, their eyes sparkled with icy, murderous intent. With a series of piercing screeches, these ice birds flapped their massive icy wings and charged toward Kaido without hesitation. Each ice bird possessed unparalleled strength, and their impact made the air tremble. Kaido, witnessing this, felt immense impatience. The ice birds flew swiftly, reaching Kaido's front in just a breath. But Kaido was a Yonko, having fought countless powerful foes, with extremely rich battle experience and quick reflexes. He immediately used his kanabo to block Akainu's instant magma punch, while raising his massive head like a small hill, preparing to use his head to withstand Kazan's attack. At the same time, the ice birds were already within striking distance, their icy wings carving cold trajectories in the air, their sharp beaks and claws radiating deadly cold. Bang! A colossal, steel-hard head collided violently with a massive ice bird in the air. In an instant, countless ice shards and snowflakes scattered everywhere, as if a blizzard had descended. Kaido was knocked dizzy, swaying a few times before regaining his balance. Shaking his slightly dazed head, his body suddenly swung, and his lower half broke through Kazan's ice prison. Then, he opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Frosty brat. Don't get in my way. Before his words faded, Kaido's muscles bulged fiercely, like a small mountain, and then he swung his tail with a howling wind, smashing it towards Kazan, who was exhaling cold air not far away. Kazan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly extended his hands, which had turned into solid ice. A chilling air, dropping to several dozen degrees below zero, continuously gushed from his arms, and in the blink of an eye, a massive ice wall over 100 feet high formed in front of him. Boom! Kaido's tail struck the ice wall with a loud bang, making the entire space tremble. The incredibly hard ice wall took Kaido's blow solidly, soon developing several exaggerated cracks. Just as the cold air from Kazan's ice wall had not yet completely dissipated, the battlefield under the night sky seemed to be torn apart by an unparalleled force. A gigantic lightsaber suddenly emerged from behind Kaido's massive body, like the light of dawn. This lightsaber was not only immense in size, but its brilliance pierced through the night sky tinted with dark red magma, illuminating everything around as if it were daytime. Amaterasu. Borsalino's voice echoed in the air, filled with the undeniable confidence of a marine admiral. Countless photons swirled around him like stars, and the lightsaber he gripped emitted a heart-stopping radiance. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the lightsaber with the force of thunder, targeting Kaido's back. Every inch of his movement revealing his unmatched strength. Sizzle. A sharp sound of air being cut rang out. The edge of the lightsaber easily penetrated Kaido's seemingly indestructible hockey defense, striking hard against his back and leaving a deep sword mark visible to the bone. The ferocity of this blow even filled the air with a burning scent. Blood gushed forth, quickly staining Kaido's already fierce scales red. However, just as mysteriously as it had appeared, the lightsaber slowly dissipated into the air after fulfilling its mission, leaving behind a silence and a shocking scene. Then, Borsalino's somewhat lewd voice sounded from behind Kaido. Kaido, be smart and just accept your death. You can't withstand this. Kaido twisted his battered body and turned to glare at Borsalino. His eyes were filled with anger and rage, as if he wanted to burn Borsalino to ashes. Yet, amidst the fury, there was also caution and vigilance. At this moment, even a monster like Kaido had to face the reality of this veteran admiral using his full strength. Yellow-skinned monkey, don't underestimate me. I can take it. Kaido roared, his voice deafening, filled with endless majesty and dominance. Although his wounds were bleeding continuously, his momentum showed no signs of waning, as if he completely disregarded the predicament before him. Hearing Kaido's roar, Borsalino raised both hands gently to his chest, adopting a fearful pose with a teasing smile on his face. How frightening. We have 3 people here. What do you plan to withstand? His tone was filled with mockery, igniting even more resentment in Kaido and fueling his anger further. Wano country, Onigashima. Time passed second by second, and the night deepened, the atmosphere on the island becoming increasingly tense. The cold sea breeze quietly swept through, carrying a piercing chill that made one shiver involuntarily. In the distance, the waves crashed against the shores of Wano's main island, producing low rumbling sounds, as if recounting some bitter story. On this battle-scarred ground of Onigashima, the sky was shrouded in thick smoke, with only the occasional beam of moonlight piercing through the clouds to reveal the brutality of the battle. Sakazuki stood at the center of the battlefield, like an inviolable war god. He wielded the powers of magma and haki, continuously engaging in direct confrontation with the enraged Kaido. The magma, representing destruction and rebirth, seemed to be given life. Under Sakazuki's will, it bubbled and roared, morphing into ferocious hounds that erupted from his body. These hellhounds, with their sharp claws and endless killing intent, surged towards Kaido with an unstoppable force. Each hound contained Sakazuki's immense power and his unrelenting desire to eliminate pirates, burning with magma fire, bearing their sharp fangs, sending chills down one's spine. This was a feast belonging to magma, as well as a merciless judgment on the enemy. In contrast, Kaido, the king of beasts now covered in countless bloody wounds, found himself gradually succumbing to Sakazuki's increasingly fierce onslaught. He began to struggle against Sakazuki's relentless attacks, unable to withstand them, and let out a furious roar. His muscles bulged once more, and his massive body stood like an insurmountable mountain on the battlefield. Daibutsu Raime Bakwa. Gradually pressured, Kaido wrapped all of his conqueror's haki around his iron rod, gripping it tightly and swinging it at incredible speed. This was an enhanced technique of Raime Bakwa. With each swing of his spiked club, a force capable of shaking the heavens and the earth accompanied it. The condensed haki lightning erupted like a nuclear explosion, creating massive mushroom clouds every time it struck Sakazuki. However, Sakazuki was not an easy opponent. His magma powers were domineering and violent, and his haki was profound and vast. Not only could he withstand Kaido's attacks, but he could also find opportunities to counterattack amidst the confrontation. Every collision of magma and haki was like the clash of two stars in the depths of the universe, releasing suffocating energy waves that turned everything around to ashes. Sakazuki's figure on the battlefield was like an immortal war god. Every time he was struck by Kaido's Raime Bakwa, he could endure it with his formidable physique. Even in battle, he evolved continuously, making his attacks deadlier and his defenses more unyielding. Magma Hellhound! Sakazuki roared, and the full force of his magma erupted instantly, quickly coalescing into an enormous three-headed dog engulfed in blazing flames. This three-headed dog, made of magma, like a demon from hell, carried the might to destroy everything, tearing the air apart and twisting the space around it. Kaido's eyes widened as he stared at the red figure flowing with scorching magma, a hint of dread rising in his heart. He had battled with Akainu many times, but this time the power of the magma mad dog was stronger than in any previous fight, as if it had undergone a transformative rebirth, completely exceeding his imagination. No wonder Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, and Lin had all fallen to Akainu's hands. It seemed Akainu's strength had reached a new breakthrough, which made Kaido feel unprecedented pressure. What has this guy been through? There was no time to think. Faced with Sakazuki's powerful attacks, Kaido dared not be negligent and exerted all his strength to unleash his abilities. He roared, and his already massive body grew even larger, muscles tensed, veins bulging. Kaido attempted to break Sakazuki's moves with absolute power, but his efforts did not yield significant results. Although his attacks did put some pressure on Sakazuki, in comparison, Sakazuki's offensive was fiercer and more relentless, forcing Kaido into a defensive position. As time passed, Kaido gradually fell into a disadvantage. Despite his immense strength, under Sakazuki's fierce assault, he began to feel overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, seemingly tireless, grew even more ferocious, with magma power continuously surging from within him, and the onslaught of the Cerberus became increasingly fierce. At the same time, a sudden snowstorm covered Kaido's massive body. With a gentle wave of Kuzan's hands, the cold air quickly condensed, as if the surrounding atmosphere had been drained of heat. In an instant, countless icicles fell from the sky like swords, wrapping around Kaido's body layer by layer, hindering his movements, making every struggle seem exceedingly difficult. Despite being encased in ice, Kaido still fought back with all his might. Each roar was accompanied by a surge of energy within him, attempting to break free from the frost constraints. However, Kuzan's freezing power acted like an invisible shackle, tightly restraining every movement of Kaido, preventing him from exerting his full strength. Just as Kaido and Kuzan were locked in a stalemate with the freezing power, Borisolino's figure darted across the battlefield like a ghost. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch his exact position. Only the occasional flickering light indicated his presence. Each time he flicked his fingers, it was a deadly beam of light that accurately struck Kaido, causing immense damage. Borisolino's assassin-like attacks added another burden to Kaido's already heavy load, making his situation even more difficult. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense, and under the collaboration of the three top Navy powerhouses, the situation quickly changed significantly. The searing heat of magma, the biting cold of ice, and the fatality of lasers, three entirely different elemental powers intertwined in the air, forming a scene that was both spectacular and terrifying. The air was filled with the sense of scorched earth and snow, as if signaling the imminent end of an unprecedented showdown. I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. In this dire moment, Kaido unleashed his strongest move. Rising Dragon, Flame, 8 trigrams. With a thunderous roar, a giant dragon made of pure flames soared from within him. The flame dragon coiled and twisted as if it had a life of its own, enveloping Kaido's entire body. Then, Kaido infused his Conqueror's Haki into the dragon's head, exponentially increasing its attack power. Under Kaido's control, he completely merged with the fire dragon and charged towards Sakazuki with overwhelming force. The air distorted from the intense heat, as if even space was about to be melted by this searing force. Sakazuki's expression was indifferent, unafraid. At the moment the fire dragon transformed by Kaido was about to collide with him, Sakazuki issued a low, commanding shout. Hellhound, blast! Following that, his muscles swelled, and the long-accumulated magma power within him erupted completely at that moment. Sakazuki chose not to evade, but to confront Kaido's strongest attack head-on in the most direct and violent way. Boom! An indescribable shockwave exploded in the air, as if the apocalypse had arrived, terrifying beyond measure. A massive mushroom cloud rose up, blocking out the sun and completely enveloping both Sakazuki and Kaido. The enormity of the mushroom cloud was astonishing, resembling a gigantic mountain towering in the sky, exuding endless pressure and a sense of destruction. The ground shook violently. Countless cracks spread like a spider web, and the once flat earth was torn apart into shattered ruins. In an instant, dust filled the air, creating chaos. Amidst this turmoil, only two determined gazes pierced through the smoke, locking onto each other, as if silently contesting their wills. Sakazuki's face was as hard as iron, his eagle-eyed gaze firmly fixated on the massive red fire dragon ahead. At that moment, the side he occupied was covered in scalding magma, while on the opposite side was a raging inferno. Endless Conqueror's Haki surged from both Sakazuki and Kaido's bodies, transforming into black and red lightning swirling around them. Their attack energies appeared similar, both containing elements of fire and heat, but there were clear differences. Sakazuki's magma erupted from the deepest depths of the earth, accompanied by a roar that originated from the world's bottom, symbolizing fearlessness and resilience, containing unparalleled explosive and impact power. In contrast, Kaido's flames resembled a self-important criminal, high and mighty, arrogant and rude, representing destruction and chaos. Although it was incredibly hot, it lacked a solid foundation, destined to be unsustainable. Bang! With a loud explosion, both sides' energies compressed to their limits. A dazzling wave of light suddenly expanded several times, followed by a thunderous explosion that echoed through the skies. This explosion was like a thunderclap from the heavens, shaking the heart. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, a figure fell helplessly from the sky, crashing heavily onto the shattered ground with a dull sound. Dust filled the air, as if shrouding the entire battlefield in a mysterious veil. When the dust settled, Borsalino and Kuzan simultaneously withdrew their attacking stances. They focused their gaze and saw that Kaido had reverted from his dragon form, returning to the appearance of a 7-meter-tall man. At that moment, he lay quietly at the bottom of the pit, lifeless. His physical condition was shocking, covered in horrifying burns and scars. The devil's horn on his head had vanished, leaving only 2 ugly stubs, as if they had been forcibly broken off. Especially his chest, which was a gruesome sight. It was a bloody mess, as if it had suffered a severe blow. A small amount of boiling magma still lingered there, the searing magma visible through his flesh and muscle, faintly revealing the weakly beating heart behind his ribs. Each heartbeat seemed so arduous, as if it could stop at any moment. Borsalino and Kuzan, who had stopped their auxiliary attacks, exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the depths of the other's eyes, seemingly surprised at how powerful Sakazuki had become, resolving Kaido in such a short time. Especially Borsalino, who had not witnessed Sakazuki kill Big Mom nor participated in the assassination of Saint Satan like Kazan. Therefore, he had not yet formed a clear understanding of Sakazuki's power increase. In his mind, Sakazuki still lingered in the image of defeating Whitebeard during the Marineford War and overcoming Red-Haired at Sabati Archipelago. What has Sakazuki been through? How has he become so powerful? Borsalino couldn't help but softly voice the same doubt as Kaido. Kazan heard the surprise of his old colleague. His lips moved slightly, releasing a breath of cold air. He picked up the backpack that was frozen on the ground, took out the military cap that Akainu had given him, and slowly raised his eyes to gaze at the red figure standing tall in the air, a flash of fervent brilliance passing under his round glasses. The longer a volcano remains dormant, the more powerful its eruption will be. Kazan's words were concise and powerful, but they contained an undeniable firmness and confidence, as if he were fully aware of the secret behind Akainu's rising strength. The formation of a volcano requires millions of years of tectonic movement, with magma slowly accumulating underground and pressure gradually increasing, until one day, all the energy is released in an instant, creating a breathtaking, explosive force. This force does not lie in the surface noise and flamboyance, but in the hidden potential, waiting for the right moment to reveal its true form with a thunderous impact. The secret to Akainu's rapid increase in strength lies here. Every mission he undertook in the Navy, every battle he fought, and every struggle against evil laid the foundation for his growth and power. What seemed tedious in Borsellino's eyes was actually paving the way for Akainu's future. When all accumulated energy reaches a critical point, Akainu would erupt like a volcano, showcasing astonishing strength. However, Kazan's words were not merely about strength. He emphasized the power of thought. The eruption of a volcano is not just a demonstration of a physical phenomenon, but a symbol of natural power. It tells us that even beneath the calmest exterior, there may lie tremendous energy. Similarly, a person's depth of thought and spiritual strength often determine how long they can endure in adversity and decay, and whether they can unleash extraordinary abilities at critical moments. Akainu's strength has long transcended the realm of mere physicality and skill. A natural type fruit that many envy granted him the incredible ability to control magma. But that was not where his true core lies. What truly makes him stronger is his unwavering belief and will, and the courage to challenge the celestial dragons and the noble ruling classes of various countries for justice and the freedom and dignity of the world's lower classes. This power of thought is the true source of his ability to stand at the pinnacle of the storm and lead the Navy forward. As the dawn gradually broke over the eastern horizon of Onigashima, Kazan's gaze became increasingly distant. One by one, the four emperors, those once invincible maritime overlords, had fallen. Behind this was the just army led by Akainu, steadily realizing their vision of a bright and free world. Kazan was filled with anticipation for the grand blueprint Akainu had depicted, but he also understood deeply that the realization of justice was not an overnight affair. It required countless days and nights of perseverance and struggle. Just as a volcanic eruption requires sufficient energy accumulation, the realization of justice also needs the sedimentation of time, doesn't it? While Kazan was lost in thought, his gaze inevitably fell on Akainu's military cap in his hand. That hat, representing responsibility and honor, seemed to carry the shared ideals of the entire Navy. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. A warm smile that was inconsistent with the ability of his ice fruit emerged, a testament to his confidence in the future. Kazan now knew that as long as there is light in the heart, the spark of justice would never be extinguished. Therefore, no matter how difficult the road ahead may be, ultimately, the light would dispel the darkness, bringing about a brand new world. And this was the dream that Akainu led himself and all the Navy to pursue, a great vision for which they were willing to fight their entire lives. "Hey, why do I feel something's off with you?" Borsellino said. "What exactly is going on between you and Akainu?" He looked at Kazan's face, which bore an expression of fervor akin to that of a devout believer, and felt as if this younger man understood Akainu better than himself. Kazan concealed his expression and said cryptically, "You will know sooner or later." Seeing that Kazan was unwilling to elaborate, Borsellino stopped asking. He shook his head helplessly, looking at Akainu's figure suspended in the low sky, a complex expression flashing beneath his sunglasses. To him, the Akainu before the Marineford War was the one he truly knew, while the one that followed had become increasingly terrifying. As the two conversed, Akainu, having finished his adjustments, slowly descended from the air, landing steadily on solid ground. At this moment, the morning light shone through the clouds, illuminating him and casting his figure as immensely tall. On this battlefield, filled with smoke and ruins, Akainu stood like a proud monument, unwavering. His suit had long been torn apart by the brutality of battle, leaving only a complete blood-red rose emblem hanging at the collar. The originally straight lines had now become slightly distorted, with the fabric of his chest torn, revealing patches of bruised skin. The uneven surface of his chest was undeniable evidence of broken ribs, and to an outsider, each breath seemed to accompany indescribable pain. However, even in such a state, Akainu's gaze remained sharp as a knife, and the blood at the corner of his mouth did not diminish his intimidating aura. On the contrary, This battered state made his image even more striking and impactful. Akainu reached out to take the military cap that Kuzan handed him and firmly placed it on his head, covering most of his face. Then he walked with Borsalino and Kuzan to the edge of the pit created by Kaido. At this moment, Kaido's eyes were tightly closed, his breath faint. Suddenly, his body convulsed, and he spat out a stream of black blood. "This monster is still alive," Borsalino exclaimed. Akainu stood at the edge of the deep pit, his gaze piercing, coldly looking down at Kaido at the bottom of the pit. This once dominant ruler of the New World now resembled a giant bird with broken wings, struggling at the edge of life. In response to Borsalino's deliberately loud exclamation, a hint of disdain curved Akainu's lips as he spoke with undeniable resolve. "It's just a dying flicker." These brief words were Akainu's merciless judgment on Kaido's final struggle, as well as a declaration of the impending end for a legendary figure in the pirate world. Inside the deep pit, Kaido's body was covered in scars, every inch of skin telling tales of past glory and present decay. His eyes, once terrifying to countless opponents, were now filled with unwillingness and rage. He strained to raise his head, looking at the admiral who determined his fate, trying to convey his inner defiance with his gaze. However, the metallic taste of blood in his throat reminded him that his body had reached its limit. He wanted to curse, to roar, to make the whole world hear his unwillingness. But all words were frozen deep in his throat, turning into hoarse gasps. "Damn Navy!" Kaido squeezed out this sentence with the last of his strength, each word seeming to be dug out from the depths of his soul, carrying endless resentment and hatred. But with the utterance of this sentence, his body seemed to be drained of all its power, and violent tremors signaled that the fire of life was about to extinguish. Even so, there was still a flicker of unwillingness in Kaido's eyes, seemingly expressing his struggle against fate and disdain for death. In his final moments of life, Kaido's thoughts drifted, and scenes from the past surged forth like a tide. As he hovered between life and death, he couldn't help but recall his tragic yet legendary life. Kaido, a name that resonated across the seas, had his story begin in the distant Waka kingdom. There, he was not born as the fearsome beast, but rather as the pride of the Waka kingdom, a young genius who was crowned the strongest warrior in the nation at the age of 10. He was meant to be a hero admired by all, but at the age of 13, fate played a cruel trick on him. The king of the Waka kingdom, in order to secure a precious seat at the World Conference, actually sold this hero of the nation, his own subject, to the Navy's research department as a test subject. This betrayal, for Kaido, was not only a trampling of personal dignity, but also a complete shattering of trust. However, Kaido did not succumb to this. Shortly after being sold, he escaped with astonishing willpower and intelligence, marking the beginning of his unique and legendary pirate career. Whenever hunger struck, Kaido would actively appear, facing the Navy's encirclement. He was not afraid. Instead, he regarded it as a game, a lavish feast. After a hearty meal, he would miraculously slip away from the Navy's grasp, leaving behind astonishment and confusion. Repeatedly, Kaido's bounty quickly soared to 70 million berries, becoming a headache and a source of fear for the Navy. By the age of 15, Kaido's reputation had spread across the seas. On pirate island Hakanosu, he unleashed a bloody storm with his unmatched power, and few could withstand his brilliance. During this period, Whitebeard, the legendary pirate known as the world's strongest man, conveyed a message to Kaido. Roxy, Xebec, the then dominant force in the pirate world, had extended an invitation to him. Kaido accepted without hesitation, joining the Rocks pirates as an apprentice pirate. It was here that he met Charlotte Lin, a female pirate who would later become one of the four emperors, forging an unbreakable bond between them. 6 years later, the fate of the Rocks pirates reached a turning point. In God Valley, Roxy, Xebec and his crew were severely defeated by the God Knights of the Celestial Dragons. Gold, Roger, and Monkey D. Garp, a battle that fundamentally changed the landscape of the pirate world. The Rocks pirates subsequently disbanded, and their captain, Roxy Xebec, vanished from the world. On the day of the disbandment, Charlotte Lin gifted Kaido a special fruit, the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, azure dragon form. For Kaido, this was not just a gift, but a testament to the deep bond between him and Lin, as well as a wish and hope for his future path. By the age of 26, Kaido's name had gradually become a powerful echo resounding throughout the world. He was no longer a lone warrior, but had a strong fleet composed of loyal followers. With unmatched force and extraordinary charisma, Kaido attracted warriors from all directions to join him. These companions were drawn by his strength, captivated by his dreams, or eager to create their own glory under Kaido's leadership. As time passed, Kaido's power grew, and his story began to circulate in every port and tavern, becoming a topic of conversation for countless people. The strongest in a one-on-one fight must be Kaido. This phrase had almost become a consensus among all pirates and the Navy. However, Kaido's journey was not smooth sailing. As a pirate, he had experienced 7 defeats. Yet this did not crush his fighting spirit. Rather, it made him more resilient. He dared to challenge the Navy and the 4 emperors alone, a courage that was unparalleled in the pirate world. Consequently, Kaido was captured 18 times, endured over 1,000 brutal tortures, and was even sentenced to death 40 times. But each time, whether it was hanging, beheading, or being pierced by a spear, it could not end his life. Kaido always managed to break free in the most improbable situations. His body seemed forged from steel, and any harm was merely a temporary setback. He sank as many as 9 massive prison ships, with each escape being a blatant provocation to authority. Kaido's immortal body made him a legendary existence. Even those who sought his life had to admit that Kaido's vitality was almost beyond reason. Even he seemed helpless against this immortality. After all, he himself could not easily end his own life. At this moment, the legendary pirate career was finally brought to a close by Sakazuki. Kaido, the once mighty ruler of the seas who made the entire world tremble, saw his dreams, ambitions, and glory turn to dust in this moment. His dream was to ignite a top-level war that could shock the world, a war that could rewrite the course of history, a war that would etch his name forever in the river of time. However, fate's mockery, or perhaps the will of the heavens, rendered all of this a mere illusion. Sakazuki, as a steadfast guardian of justice, stood like an insurmountable barrier, ruthlessly blocking Kaido's path to his dreams. As the fleet admiral of the Navy, Sakazuki represented order and peace, the last line of defense for justice in the world. In his eyes, whether it was an ordinary pirate or the 4 Emperor Kaido, their very existence was the greatest threat to world peace. Therefore, when the ambitions of these peace disruptors continued to swell, Sakazuki would inevitably step forward, single-handedly putting an end to this chaotic era. Akainu, you've taken everything from me. Reflecting on his dreams, Kaido's voice, filled with unwillingness and anger, echoed across the battlefield. This was his final cry, and also his last venting against his enemies. Yet, before he could finish speaking, his already broken body was struck by magma, lasers, and freezing cold. The magma, that scorching hellfire, fell from the sky like the wrath of an angry deity, intent on incinerating all evil. The laser, a razor-sharp beam, pierced through the darkness, aiming directly at Kaido's heart, as if to sever his will and body together. The cold air, that freezing power capable of encasing everything, swept in, attempting to freeze Kaido's boiling blood, rendering all his actions motionless. In an instant, the deep pit was completely filled with these 3 distinctly different elements, like the fiercest storm in the world, utterly consuming Kaido's figure. At this moment, it seemed that the heavens and earth fell silent, with only the intertwined light of those 3 powers illuminating the entire battlefield, ultimately bringing an end to Kaido's life. The Onigashima, which had lost the support of its original master's power, began to plummet rapidly. It fell like a shooting star, streaking across the sky, descending into an unknown abyss. The fall of Onigashima symbolized the end of an old order and heralded the birth of a new one. In this sea area once ruled by Kaido, perhaps soon, a brand new sky will welcome a future full of hope and peace. 3 figures hovered high in the air, like 3 deities ruling the sky. They looked down at the once prosperous Onigashima, which was now slowly sinking into the deep sea, like a relic forgotten by time, leaving only ripples spreading outwards, proving its past existence. With the complete annihilation of Onigashima, this fierce battle lasting a day and a night finally came to an end, and the sea surface returned to tranquility. Only the sound of waves gently lapping the shore spoke of the post-war silence. Kazan, you could go back first. Sakazuki patted Kuzan's shoulder, a silent understanding between comrades that needed no words. Kuzan nodded, his gaze lingering on Borsellino for a moment, as if in that instant he understood the curiosity and confusion in the other's eyes, but he offered no explanation, only a slight smile. After Ji Yuan dealt with Ash and Quinn, she went to the flower capital. With her assistance, that side should also be wrapped up. Sakazuki's gaze shifted towards the capital of Wano. That place had once been another focal point of this war, and it too should now return to peace. He let out a heavy breath, a release of the exhaustion accumulated from long battles, and a longing and expectation for the future. At that moment, he seemed to shed part of the burden on his shoulders, ready to embrace new challenges. All right, then I'm off. Call me if you need anything. Kazan's voice was light and carefree. He waved goodbye to Sakazuki and Borsellino, like parting ways with two old friends, preparing to embark on his new journey. On the sea surface, he unleashed his freezing abilities, creating a crystal-clear ice road, like a bridge leading to an unknown world, guiding him away, leaving a trail of ice crystals sparkling in the sunlight. Sakazuki and Borsellino watched as Kazan disappeared at the end of the sea, until that ice road gradually melted, merging into the endless blue. The two exchanged a glance. No words needed. They both understood that although this battle had ended, their responsibilities and missions continued. They turned and flew towards the flower capital. There many things awaited their handling, many people awaited their protection. Under the sky of Wano, the figures of the fleet admiral and marine admirals streaked across the horizon like two meteors, leaving dazzling trails behind. Sakazuki, what's going on with Kazan? In midair, Borsellino, noticing Sakazuki's persistent silence and lack of explanation, could no longer contain his curiosity and finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Although he probably already had an idea of Sakazuki's plans, he still wanted confirmation. Hearing Borsellino ask about Kazan, a slight smile appeared on Sakazuki's lips, and a rare softness was displayed on his stern face. There was nothing to hide in front of this fellow who was in the same boat as him. So he replied with a tone of reassurance and seriousness. When facing a behemoth like the world government, if we want to win, we must be gradual and divide and conquer. A Marine admiral wandering outside is much more convenient than one confined to Marine headquarters. Sakazuki's voice was filled with determination and resolve, his words revealing a profound understanding of strategy, as well as trust and expectation for Kazan. Borsellino nodded thoughtfully, clicking his tongue in admiration. As expected of you, Sakazuki, it's terrifying how you managed to persuade that kid Kazan. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki felt no pride in his actions, only a sense of lament as he said, Kazan's belief in justice is as steadfast as ours. He just lost his way before. As long as he is pointed in the right direction, his actions will be no worse than anyone else's. In Sakazuki's view, Kazan's choice was not coincidental, but a call of justice and an awakening of the heart, primarily awakened by himself. He continued in a solemn tone. On the path of guarding justice, it always requires just warriors to quietly cultivate and silently contribute at the intersection of darkness and light. Sakazuki understood that leaving the embrace of the Marines, whether doing undercover work like Drake or becoming a lone wolf like Kazan, would face loneliness and challenge. This loneliness was not just physical isolation, but a heavy burden on the soul. They would witness the ugliest side of evil, feel the dirtiest malice of the world, and encounter countless temptations and tests. However, they could rely on extraordinary willpower and resilience. When facing danger and temptation, they would always hold on to their original intentions, quietly weaving unknown stories with solitude and courage, using wisdom and bravery to protect the peace behind the light. This was a very painful and torturous journey. Even if they might face doubts from friends, family, and the public, they still chose this path, not for fame nor for wealth, but for a belief to maintain the peace and justice of the seas and to realize the freedom and happiness of all people in the world. The lone brave walker, carrying faith and hope, even surrounded by endless shadows, had an unquenchable flame burning in his heart, illuminating the unknown road ahead. After saying this, Sakazuki harnessed the powerful force of the magma to transform into a streak of red light, swiftly flying towards the distance. His figure resembled a lighthouse that would never extinguish, illuminating the journey of justice and inspiring countless Marines. No matter how difficult the road ahead, they must forge ahead bravely and fight for justice. Meanwhile, in Wano, in the flower capital, the mansion of Kaido, which once symbolized power and luxury, had now become the stage for the clash between justice and evil. The elite of the Marines gathered here, including the candidate Admiral Ji-Yuan, as well as Vice Admirals Doberman, Ghost Spider, Smoker, and Weasel, sitting neatly on one side like an indestructible barrier, showcasing the Marines' authority and determination. Opposite them were the sword members led by Drake and Yamato. At this moment, kneeling between them was a burly man with a large head and mouth, bald on top. Half of the crown he wore had fallen off, while the other half dangled loosely, contrasting sharply with his blood-stained yellow kimono, as if silently narrating his doom. This man was the current ruler of Wano, Korizumi Orochi. Have you Marines gone mad? Don't you fear revenge from Kaido? Kurizumi Orochi spat out a mouthful of blood, letting out an angry roar. His shout was filled with unwillingness and fear. To this day, he still did not understand why the Marines would be so bold as to take action in the territory of the four emperors, executing their so-called justice. The hot-tempered Doberman, seeing Kurizumi Orochi still daring to speak arrogantly at the brink of death, could no longer endure. He suddenly stood up like an angry beast and walked over to Kurizumi Orochi, kicking him on the head, causing the crown to fall to the ground. Amidst Kurizumi Orochi's wails and curses, Doberman stomped on the crown, a symbol of power, crushing it into pieces that scattered across the floor. Disgusting guy. The Kaido you rely on has probably already been taken down by our admiral. Doflamingo looked down at the black carbon snake beneath him, a disdainful cold smile on his lips, his voice filled with the confidence of a victor. In this moment, Doflamingo felt a surge of ambition in his heart. He was immensely proud to fight for justice alongside Admiral Sakazuki, being able to personally punish evil, not only by cutting down the celestial dragons, but also trampling on a king, was exactly the ideal he had always pursued. What a thrill! However, the black carbon snake still refused to give up struggling. His eyes darted around before finally locking onto the woman beside Drake. Yamato. He let out a piercing cry. Yamato, are you really going to defy your father's orders and help a group of outsiders? His voice was filled with threats and temptations, trying to use the blood relationship between Yamato and Kaido to sway her stance. The black carbon snake's plea was like a last struggle, attempting to find a glimmer of hope in despair. Yet, his voice sank like a stone, failing to stir any ripples. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Yamato, and she showed no sign of disturbance at the mention of Kaido. She had long since determined the distance between herself and that father, who was only connected by blood. In her gaze, there was no warmth of family, only coldness and resolve. Facing the black carbon snake's hopeful and almost pleading look, Yamato's expression was as hard as ice, showing no signs of melting. She coldly spoke, each word like a sharp blade, piercing the heart of the black carbon snake. Snake, give up struggling. You do not deserve the position that belongs to Mr. Odin. Yamato's words not only contained disdain for the black carbon snake, but also respect and nostalgia for Mr. Odin. She understood that the burden on her shoulders was to realize Mr. Odin's unfinished dream, and this responsibility made her intolerant of any obstacles. After her words fell, she no longer paid attention to the black carbon snake, her gaze drifting towards the distance. There lay the brilliance described by Mr. Odin in his journal. The splendor Drake had mentioned to her some time ago. That was the freedom she yearned for in her heart, the unwavering goal she pursued. Yamato, don't forget, no matter what, you are Kaido's child. The black carbon snake's voice was filled with urgency, still trying to use blood ties to awaken Yamato's soft spot. However, his efforts were as fragile as bubbles, instantly shattered by Yamato's indifference. I disdain any connection with that guy. Yamato's words were resolute. A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes, a complete denial of Kaido and a redefinition of her own fate. In Yamato's heart, blood ties could not become shackles. The path she wanted to walk was her own, a road leading to light and justice. The black carbon snake's plea, like a candle in the wind, was ultimately extinguished by Yamato's cold words. At this moment, he could only hope that Kaido would defeat the Navy and come to rescue him. Just then, Drake's voice was like a breath of spring, quietly dispelling the gloom in Yamato's heart. He turned to Yamato, his eyes filled with admiration and encouragement, and softly said, Yamato, well done. A bastard like Kaido doesn't deserve to be your father. Mr. Odin, as a Navy messenger walking in the dark, is more like your spiritual father. Drake's words were like a tonic, giving Yamato strength and courage, letting her know that she was not alone. Someone understood and supported her. Doflamingo, hearing Drake's somewhat strange remarks, wanted to ask something. He clearly remembered Kazuki Odin was just a pirate from Wano. He had given up his claim to the next ruler of Wano, defying his father Kazuki Sukiyaki's wishes, the former ruler of Wano, and had set out to pursue freedom and adventure. He ultimately joined the Whitebeard Pirates as the captain of the 2nd Division and later boarded Joel D. Rogers' ship, reaching Laughdale with him. That man, who upon returning advocated for the opening of Wano and was later shot by Kaido after failing to defeat him. How could he be called a Navy messenger? Drake, you. Doflamingo had just opened his mouth to speak when Drake raised his hand to stop him. Facing the astonished gazes of Doflamingo and the other Navy leaders, he cleared his throat seriously and continued. If Mr. Odin is watching from above, he must be proud of your actions today. The Navy can only shoulder the heavy responsibility of maintaining world peace, because of countless brave warriors who have come before. His voice was filled with admiration for Mr. Odin, also conveying a deep sense of mission to Yamato. Hearing Drake's encouragement, a warm current surged in Yamato's heart, a feeling of deep gratitude and emotion. She turned her head, her gaze resolute, her voice carrying an unprecedented determination. "Thank you, Drake. You have helped me understand Mr. Odin's contributions and sacrifices to the Navy and the world, and have given me more courage to break free from Kaido's shackles." Yamato's words were filled with gratitude towards Drake and a firm belief in her own path. Yamato's emotions gradually became intense. She ignored the strange looks from those around her, clasped her hands together, and deeply bowed. This gesture was not only a thank you to Drake, but also a promise to all the Navy present. "So, please let me continue to follow you and fulfill Mr. Odin's mission and tasks." Her voice was filled with pleading and determination. She was willing to dedicate everything to the cause of justice, to the unfinished dream of Mr. Odin. "Please." Yamato's request was like a ray of light, illuminating the hearts of everyone present. Her courage and perseverance deeply touched the Navy elites. They knew that Kaido's own daughter, Yamato, had completely been swayed by Drake. The scene fell into silence for a moment. The air seemed to freeze, and the Navy leaders exchanged bewildered and surprised glances. Yamato's sudden entry for inexplicable reasons, along with her undeniable sense of justice, left everyone present both surprised and shocked. They had never expected Kaido's daughter to stand in their camp, opposing her own father. Even more unexpectedly, she pursued justice so resolutely. "Ahem, all right." 10 seconds later, General Doflamingo broke the silence. His voice sounded somewhat unsteady, but he still accepted Yamato's sincere bow. Faced with such a complex background, yet strong and determined woman, even the battle-hardened Doflamingo didn't know how to respond. After all, Yamato's background and her rebellion against Kaido exceeded the bounds of reason and experience. For this Na'vi girl, who had never left Wano and had been imprisoned by Kaido on Onigashima for a long time, unfamiliar with outside information, Doflamingo felt somewhat helpless. As Kaido's daughter, Yamato was not influenced by the filthy environment she was born into. Due to her unique experiences in childhood, she hated evil and had an overflowing sense of justice. She deeply loathed the evil party led by her father Kaido, and had always wanted to liberate Wano and drive out the villains. Such a just and straightforward character allows her to continue staying in Wano country to protect its safety. As Doberman's words fell, he turned his gaze to his colleagues, seeking their opinions. "What do you all think?" As Doberman spoke, everyone exhibited different reactions, each with their own thoughts. Cheyenne, the somewhat sensitive female swordsman, couldn't help but shift her gaze to the side, seemingly avoiding direct confrontation with the issue, pretending to be nonchalant while contemplating how Drake managed to achieve this. Meanwhile, Onimaru twisted his unique spider-like hair, a sinister expression briefly crossing his face before he finally squeezed out a could be. Although brief, it represented his approval. Smoker, the tough man smoking 2 cigars, the white hunter, took a deep puff of smoke, calmly lowering his propped-up leg. "Very good." Beneath his steady tone lay appreciation for Yamato's courage and beliefs, as well as trust in Drake's earlier words. Smoker didn't know the specifics of the unfulfilled dream Yamato mentioned, but his intuition told him that the vision Drake painted for Yamato was grand enough to encompass every soul pursuing justice. Yamato felt an overwhelming joy at being so openly accepted by numerous naval leaders, a feeling that nourished her heart like rain after a long drought. Her eyes gradually moistened, warm tears swirling in her eyes before finally overflowing, sliding down her cheeks. These were tears of relief and gratitude, witnessing the extraordinary moment and carrying the weight of all her past persistence and struggles. "Thank you, everyone." Yamato's voice trembled, filled with gratitude and excitement. She knew that this moment of acceptance was not only a recognition of her as an individual, but also a support for the ideals of justice she pursued. Every naval leader present, like Mr. Odin and Captain Drake, was a lighthouse she encountered on her long and lonely journey, illuminating her path forward. Her determined gaze swept across the naval elite admiral opposite her, finally resting on Drake's face, which bore an encouraging and comforting expression, as if telling her, "You did great." In that moment, Yamato felt an unprecedented sense of belonging and strength. Thus, she raised her right hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck her left chest twice. It was a solemn ritual and a promise. Everything for justice. Her voice was resonant and powerful, each word bursting forth from the depths of her soul. echoing throughout the space and stirring every heart. Her words were not only a vow to herself, but also a commitment to all naval soldiers, to the people of Wano country, and to everyone in the world yearning for peace and justice. However, just at this hopeful and bright moment, a piercing voice shattered the tranquility. Lying on the ground, the nearly lifeless Kaido of the 100 Beasts heard Yamato's passionate oath, and his face turned even paler, like dead ash, devoid of any color. He cried out in despair, filled with unwillingness and fear. What a mess. Lord Kaido, come quickly. Yamato has gone crazy. Just as Doberman was about to give the sobbing Kaido a round of reprimands, a cold voice sounded at the door. Kaido can't come anymore, but you can go find him. This cold and authoritative voice thundered through the hall. The naval elites seemed to hear celestial music amidst chaos, their hearts swelling with endless excitement and thrill. They all stood up from their seats, each face beaming with uncontrollable joy and pride. However, Kaido at this moment was filled with despair, like a frostbitten eggplant, utterly devoid of life. He certainly recognized that voice. It belonged to Fleet Admiral Akainu, a legendary figure that struck fear into all pirates. The appearance of Sakazuki meant that Kaido's fate was already sealed. This was undoubtedly a lethal blow to Kaido. It's Admiral Sakazuki. The Admiral has arrived, which means Kaido is definitely dead. The naval leaders whispered excitedly to each other, filled with a longing for victory and admiration for the Admiral. Doberman, as the most loyal fan of Sakazuki, should have been more fervent than anyone else. Yet at this moment, he displayed unprecedented calmness and solemnity. He took the lead, guiding the naval elites to solemnly walk to the hall's entrance. Facing the strides of the Admiral, they respectfully saluted, as if welcoming a sacred messenger of justice. Admiral Sakazuki. Admiral. As Sakazuki reached the entrance, everyone spoke up. Before Sakazuki could respond, a slow voice sounded beside him. Oh, everyone's here. At this moment, everyone seemed to have just noticed the yellow figure beside Sakazuki. Oh, Admiral Kizuru is here, too. With Admiral Sakazuki around, Kizuru didn't get hurt. It's really reliable to fight alongside the Admiral. Kizuru glanced at the rear of the crowd, where the Rear Admiral was discussing him in low voices, while he looked down at his own attire. Unable to help but pout and complain. It really is the Admiral's position that attracts attention. Sakazuki said, "You can stop being glib," and walked into the hall amidst the crowd, leaving Kizuru to stand alone in the wind, disheveled. Arriving at the center of the hall, Sakazuki paused, scanning every Admiral present, his gaze sharp and deep like that of a hawk. While assessing the naval elites, he quietly calculated the battle losses and outcomes in his mind. When he confirmed there were no personnel losses, his stern expression finally softened a bit, as if a huge stone had been lifted. Acknowledging the enthusiastic greetings from everyone, he nodded, a sign of affirmation for his subordinates and a celebration of victory. Then, in a resounding tone, he announced a shocking news. Kaido has gone to hell. The Beast Pirates have completely collapsed. This declaration was like spring thunder, instantly igniting the passion of all the Navy present. They cheered and shouted, "Great! Wonderful! Another Yonko has been defeated by us." These words were not only a celebration of Kaido's downfall, but also a steadfast belief in the Navy's cause of justice and a yearning for a peaceful future. The arrival of Admiral Sakazuki not only proclaimed the end of the Kaido era, but also marked a further step towards justice and peace in Wano country and the entire Grand Line. At this moment, every Navy member was filled with endless hope and pride. They knew that this victory belonged not only to the Navy, but also to everyone yearning for peace and justice. Admiral Sakazuki's leadership was like a beacon, illuminating their path forward and guiding their direction. The downfall of Kaido further proved a truth. No matter how strong evil is, justice will ultimately triumph over all. With Kaido's fall and the complete collapse of the Beast Pirates, Wano country was about to usher in a new era, an era belonging to the people, an era filled with hope and peace. All of this is inseparable from the brave struggle of the Navy soldiers and their relentless pursuit of justice. Admiral Sakazuki's announcement is not just a declaration of Kaido's downfall, but also the highest commendation for all Navy soldiers, for Yamato, for Drake, and for everyone who fights for justice. At this moment, the trembling Kaido, lying on the ground, is filled with unprecedented fear as he faces Sakazuki's gaze, deep and abyss-like. His former arrogance and dignity vanish in an instant, leaving only endless panic at the impending death. Sakazuki's gaze sweeps over Drake and Yamato, and after a silent exchange of glances with Drake, his eyes, sharp as a sword, fixate on Kaido as he coldly states, "Kaido, your crimes are unforgivable, and today is your day of death." Sakazuki slowly raises his hand. An invisible yet powerful aura surges from him, sweeping through the entire hall like a tsunami, making everyone present feel the authority and determination of this admiral. At this moment, Kaido is like a lamb to be slaughtered, weakly crying out in fear. No, no, I am a king of Wano. You cannot kill me. His words are filled with despair, but Sakazuki seems deaf to them, stepping closer. The pressure making it hard for Kaido to breathe. Don't come any closer. Kaido retreats frantically, trying to escape his impending fate. But his fearful cries seem powerless in front of Sakazuki. Sakazuki reaches out his hand, like an eagle capturing its prey, and mercilessly grabs Kaido by the neck. Lifting him up, in Kaido's terrified eyes, a mass of molten lava begins to envelop his lower body, the painful heat causing him to let out a heartbreaking scream. With a cry of agony, Kaido ultimately cannot withstand the inhuman torment and faints. Sakazuki looks at the unconscious Kaido in his hands, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. This former tyrant, who attempted to use the title of king to take revenge on Wano and destroy this land. How could such evil be easily forgiven? However, Sakazuki knows well that such a person should not be allowed to die easily. Otherwise, it would not serve as a warning for future generations and would not let the people of Wano see the true power of justice. Is everything arranged? Sakazuki asks Drake, his voice tinged with expectation. He knows that Drake, as the leader of Sword, must have already made thorough plans to ensure Wano's future can get back on track. Drake nods, his eyes shining with determination. The people have gathered, just waiting for the announcement of the Beast Pirate's demise and Kaido's capture. Sakazuki nods in satisfaction, then casually tosses Kaido, whose legs have been completely destroyed by lava, onto the ground. Wait, this is not just a trial for Kaido's crimes, but a promise for Wano's future. In the capital of Wano, the flower capital, this ancient city with a long history is now basking in the scorching noon sun. Countless citizens of Wano, guided by the Navy, are flocking to the most prosperous area of the city. Here was once named Orochi City after Kaido, but now it has become a witness to justice and light. In the square, the crowd surges and the noise rises and falls. But everyone's gaze is focused on the improvised execution platform at the front of the square, where an unprecedented trial is about to unfold. Hey, did a man like Kaido really get defeated by the Navy? A young man, looking like a thug, stares wide-eyed at the execution platform ahead, unable to believe it, and can't help but ask. His voice is quickly drowned out by the surrounding noisy discussions. But the core of the topic undoubtedly revolves around the confrontation between Kaido and the Navy. There are so many Navy soldiers, the Beast Pirates must be powerless. Nearby, a middle-aged man with a big beard, while cautiously observing the Navy soldiers armed with steel guns, replies solemnly. His words express both admiration for the Navy's strength and uncertainty about the situation's development. Yeah, these Navy soldiers seem much stronger than our country's army. Kaido and his crew are probably doomed. Many people echoed, their eyes filled with both anticipation for the downfall of Kaido's pirates and worries about the future. I heard General Orochi was also captured by the Navy. What do they want to do? Many in the crowd are also discussing in hushed tones. Their expressions are complex, filled with concerns for the country's future and doubts about the Navy's motives. Due to Wano's long-standing isolationist policy, many citizens have limited understanding of the outside world. They can only speculate about the current situation based on their own perceptions. In the square, various voices intertwine, creating a complex and diverse public opinion arena. Some are excited, looking forward to the victory of justice. Some are worried, fearing that the arrival of the Navy will change Wano's traditions and future, and some are bewildered, feeling confused and at a loss. But regardless, at this moment, everyone is swept into an unprecedented transformation, and Wano's history is about to turn a new page. In front of the execution platform, Navy leaders such as Gion, Doberman, Gecko Moria, and Smoker stand solemnly, their eyes determined, as if declaring to the world that the judgment of justice is about to descend. Tap, tap, with a series of firm and powerful footsteps, Sakazuki and Borsalino appear in front of everyone. Behind them, four Navy soldiers in uniform closely follow. Two of them firmly escort Kaido, while the other two drag a heavy iron rod, its presence hanging over the hearts of all Wano citizens like the sword of Damocles. That's the Admiral. Someone in the crowd recognizes Sakazuki and Borsalino, and exclamations rise and fall like waves in the sea. Their eyes are filled with awe and shock, as if witnessing legendary deities descending to Earth. Is that the peak of Navy power? The crowd gazes at the two extraordinary figures, a deep sense of admiration swelling in their hearts. Those are the men who represent the pinnacle of justice, the nightmares of all pirates, the guardians of peace. What does it matter if they are admirals? Look at the man at the front. That's Akainu. He has long become the fleet admiral. Some well-informed individuals in the crowd further explain. Their tone carries both respect for the fleet admiral's status and admiration for Sakazuki's strength. Fleet admiral? Isn't he even more powerful than an admiral? Someone gasps, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and longing for strength. Of course, he is the strongest man in the Navy. Another person agrees, their voice filled with reverence for the fleet admiral. Oh my God, is that really General Orochi being escorted by Fleet Admiral Akainu? How did he end up like that? Finally, someone noticed the disheveled figure of the black charcoal snake behind Sakazuki, and they all gasped in disbelief. Their awe of the Navy growing even more. That iron rod looks somewhat familiar, someone murmured, their eyes filled with curiosity about the unknown. That's Kaido's weapon, the Kanabo. Someone nearby answered in a low voice, tinged with a hint of apprehension. In an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, several men dressed as samurai stared intently at the iron rod dragged by the Navy soldiers on the execution stage. In their eyes, a flicker of apprehension and shock passed simultaneously. Among them, a tall, stout man with fluffy pink curly hair, wearing a light purple kimono adorned with yellow flower patterns, was trembling slightly. It can't be wrong, that's definitely Kaido's club. The stout man rubbed his eyes, confirming with disbelief in his voice. Standing next to the stout man was a tall samurai with indigo eyes and deep blue long hair, dressed in a light yellow kimono with a chrysanthemum pattern. Despite looking like a traditional beauty of Wano, he spoke with a man's voice, exclaiming, "It seems that monster has really been defeated by the Navy. Lord Odin's revenge has been avenged by the Navy." Another man, with green skin, a bird-like beak, wearing a straw hat, resembling a frog or kappa, also expressed his sentiment. His voice filled with nostalgia for the departed. Sure, that Navy chief is going to speak. As Sakazuki walked onto the execution platform, an imperceptible aura enveloped the vast space, and the scene gradually quieted down. All eyes were focused on the Navy admiral, waiting for his speech, waiting for the judgment of justice. Sakazuki stood on the execution platform, his figure like an insurmountable peak, his gaze sharp and deep like a hawk, seemingly able to see into the depths of the human heart. He slowly began to speak, his voice carrying an irresistible authority, like rolling thunder, shaking the souls of everyone present. People of Wano, today, we are here to deliver a just trial for the crimes of the black charcoal snake and Kaido. For a long time, they have harmed Wano, depriving countless people of happiness and freedom. Today, they will pay for their actions. After Sakazuki finished speaking, the crowd erupted in warm applause and cheers. Like a wave sweeping across the entire square, each person expressing their desire for justice and their hopes for the future in their own way. They knew that this moment was not just a judgment of the criminals, but also a starting point for Wano's rebirth. Since Kaido had already been dealt with in advance, the public execution was now solely for the black charcoal snake. Sakazuki's voice was like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of the people. He pointed to the club in the soldier's hand, his gaze sweeping over the black charcoal snake at his feet, and said sternly, "At 3 o'clock this afternoon, the black charcoal snake will be executed." As the snake's head rolled away, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Many people couldn't help but cry, knowing that justice had finally been served, and Wano's future would welcome a bright new beginning. Sakazuki looked at the excited crowd below, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand slightly to adjust his military hat and announced again, "The old regime of Wano has come to an end, and the policy of isolation will also be terminated. From now on, the policies of Wano will be determined by the Navy, and the people of Wano will be protected by the Navy." In response to Sakazuki's emphatic statement, countless people were stirred. They seemed to see a bright and hopeful future for Wano. But some raised questions. Then who will be our next king? Sakazuki looked down at the person who asked, his sharp gaze making them take a few steps back. Wano will have no king in the future. As long as the Navy exists, no one can ascend to the throne. Sakazuki pointed coldly at the loft behind the execution platform that had once been the throne of the black charcoal snake and previous monarchs. Now, it would become dust in history. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by Sakazuki, a piercing rebuttal suddenly emerged from the crowd. "I disagree." The voice was like a bolt from the blue, instantly freezing the atmosphere of the entire square. All eyes turned to the elderly man slowly stepping out of the crowd. Although he was small in stature, he exuded an undeniable authority. The old man wore traditional Wano attire, with hair, eyebrows, and beard styled like pale blue flames, complemented by small, deep blue glasses with orange frames. His face bore a resolute expression, as if the vicissitudes of life had not extinguished the fire within him. "Who is that?" someone in the crowd curiously asked, puzzled about the old man's identity. "I don't know, but he looks somewhat familiar." Another person chimed in, "Try to recall from memory." "It's him. I can't believe that man is still alive," someone exclaimed, realization dawning in their tone. "So who exactly is he?" a young man pressed, curious about this sudden interruption. "The former boss of the Flower Capital's underworld, Bingo Goro." The older crowd members recognized the speaker's identity after a brief recollection, their voices filled with awe and sentiment. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Bingo Goro from afar, memories of this person flooding back. Bingo Goro, the former boss of the underworld in Wano's Flower Capital, was once a respected figure among the people, known for caring for them, and had the title of hero. He commanded a force of 200 men. His strength was considerable, possessing the high-level armament haki known as Flowing Cherry Blossom, which could project the armament haki outward and penetrate the surface of objects, directly damaging their interiors. He was ultimately captured for refusing to submit to Kaido and the Black Charcoal Snake. What reason could such a principled, unyielding man have to oppose his own opinion? Sakazuki quickly assessed Bingo Goro's intentions in his mind and calmly asked, "May I ask what objections you have, sir?" Bingo Goro at the front of the crowd heard Sakazuki's polite inquiry, and his resolute expression momentarily faltered as a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. However, recalling past promises and the requests of several juniors, he sighed and his face regained its firmness. "Admiral, hello. I'm a friend of Kazuki Oden, Bingo Goro." Bingo Goro's voice carried a sense of steadiness and respect. The justice actions taken by the Navy to defeat Kaido and the Black Charcoal Snake would be remembered by all the people of Wano. Even I escaped because of this incident, and I am deeply grateful to the Navy. Bingo Goro's words were filled with respect and gratitude toward the Navy. However, it was evident that he had deeper reasons for standing up. He continued, "But, Admiral, the future of Wano should be decided by the people of Wano themselves." Hyoguru carefully considered his words and spoke as politely as possible. "The intervention of the Navy has eradicated evil, but if it changes the traditions and autonomy of Wano country, it may cause some citizens to feel uneasy. We do not wish for Wano country to become a vassal of any external force. Rather, we hope it can become an independent, self-reliant, peaceful, and prosperous nation." Sakazuki quietly listened to Hyoguru's statement, his gaze deep and seemingly able to see through all of the other man's thoughts. He did not respond immediately, but quietly analyzed the implications of Hyoguru's words, already aware of the old man's true intentions. Thus, he asked in an undeniably assertive tone, "I suppose this old gentleman has already decided on the next leader of Wano country?" Hyoguru was taken aback by Sakazuki's question. He did not expect the admiral to be so keenly perceptive of his thoughts. But since the conversation had reached this point, Hyoguru knew that avoidance was not a solution. He glanced at the samurai behind him, took a deep breath, and boldly said, "Throughout the long history of Wano country, the Kazuki family has always played an important role. They are the hereditary monarchs of this nation." Hyoguru's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. The Navy leaders present, especially Doberman and Kizuna, who were heavily influenced by Sakazuki's absolute justice ideology, began to show changes in their expressions, revealing dissatisfaction and vigilance. For them, the old order and royal rule had long been synonymous with decay, representing despotism and oppression. At a time when Wano country was on the brink of rebirth, the suggestion to restore this system was undoubtedly a challenge and a desecration of the absolute justice they believed in. Hyoguru noticed the change in the expressions of the surrounding Navy leaders. He knew his remarks might have touched on some sensitive nerves. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and continued. "The former monarch of Wano country, Kazuki Oden, was the victim of a conspiracy by Kaido and unfortunately met his demise. The throne that should have been passed to Kazuki Momonosuke was also taken by Kaido through despicable means." His words were filled with indignation towards the past and hope for the future. Now that Kaido had been defeated, according to Wano country's traditions, the position of the next monarch naturally fell to Kazuki Momonosuke, the son of Kazuki Oden. Hyoguru's voice carried conviction, based on his understanding of Kazuki Oden. He believed that his son, Kazuki Momonosuke, will be the best candidate to lead Wano country towards prosperity. Kazuki Momonosuke would bear the heavy responsibility of restoring the glory of the Kazuki family and leading Wano country to prosperity. After Hyugaru finished speaking, he let out a heavy sigh, filled with complex emotions. Normally, he would not take the initiative to involve himself in such matters, but he was swept along by the tide of history to this position. As soon as Hyugaru's words ended, several samurai behind him stepped forward. They were retainers once loyal to Kazuki Oden, including Kinemon, Ashura Doji, and Kawamatsu. We are retainers of Lord Oden. The throne of Wano country must be given to young Master Momonosuke. The people of Wano will not submit to the tyranny of the world government. The voices of the samurai were filled with passion and determination, their eyes shimmering with resolve and faith. We will protect Wano country in our own way. The samurai shouted passionately, their voices echoing like thunder across the square. Before their words had faded, some of the crowd behind them began to respond as well. The atmosphere in the square gradually became tense, and a sense of unease spread among the crowd. As the situation appeared to be spiraling out of control, Sakazuki timely unleashed his domineering presence. The terrifying conqueror's haki swept through the entire square like a hurricane. Under Sakazuki's deliberate control, the people of Wano began to calm down. They were awed by Sakazuki's powerful aura, and the anger in their hearts gradually subsided. Seeing that everyone was subdued by his physical power, Sakazuki's expression turned cold, and he spoke with righteous authority. We, the Navy, are here to protect the people of Wano country, to safeguard the peace and freedom of this land. We do not interfere with the culture and traditions of Wano country, but we will not allow anyone to harm the people of Wano again, nor will we allow anyone to push Wano country into darkness. Your future will be created by yourselves. Afterward, we, the Navy, will orderly withdraw from Wano country. Upon hearing this, the samurai were filled with excitement, and then they heard Sakazuki continue. But before we withdraw, we must eliminate all obstacles hindering Wano country's progress. We will assist Wano country in establishing an effective defense mechanism to ensure its safety. At the same time, we will help the people of Wano elect a leader who can represent your will and meet our Navy's requirements, to ensure that Wano country's future can develop steadily. Sakazuki's words struck everyone like a heavy hammer. There were no threats, no oppression in his words, only a commitment to justice and a desire for peace. At that moment, the entire square fell silent again, as people began to reflect and think about the future of Wano country, considering their own responsibilities and missions. In that moment, the sky over Wano country seemed to be enveloped in the radiance of justice, every corner filled with hope and light. And all of this began with a single sentence from Sakazuki, with the steadfast belief of the Navy, with everyone fighting for justice. The future of Wano country would be written by them, while the Navy would serve as guardians, witnessing and protecting it all. Then this trial and discussion will come to an end. As Sakazuki's words fell, the atmosphere in the square gradually calmed down, and tens of thousands of people began to leave in an orderly manner. However, Sakazuki's mission in Wano country was not yet completely over. He cast a glance at Hyugaru, who was still lingering in front of the square, and after giving Doberman a few instructions, walked towards the back of the pavilion. After receiving the instruction, Doberman quickly approached Hyugaru and tried to soften his fierce demeanor, then hoarsely said, "Then please, Mr. Hyugaru and all the samurai, move to the conference hall. We will further discuss whether Kazuki Momonosuke is fit for the position of monarch of Wano country." In the evening, the sunset was blood red, dyeing the clouds at the horizon and reflecting on the seas 1,000 miles away from Wano country. A small boat raced across the surface of the sea, cutting through the waves and leaving a long white trail, as if eagerly heading towards its destination. Several figures on the boat, dressed in samurai attire, stood on the deck, gazing towards the direction of Wano country, their expressions a mix of anticipation and worry. "Young master, we are almost to Wano country." A middle-aged man, dressed in a light kimono that was black and orange on the left half and plain on the right half, looked at the gradually familiar waters. A surge of indescribable emotions welling up in his heart, and he could not help but shed tears. He was Kinemon, a loyal retainer of the Kazuki family of Wano country, and now also the personal bodyguard of Momonosuke. The young master referred to by Kinemon was none other than Kazuki Momonosuke, a samurai who appeared to be a child. His head was completely shaved except for a bun at the back, and he wore a pink kimono with a pair of wooden sandals. At this moment, he was lying between two maidservants, playfully frolicking, with his head resting on one maidservant's chest and his feet on the thigh of the other. A blissful smile on his face, exuding an air of carefree joy. "Young master?" Jin Wyman looked into the distance, but heard no response. He turned his head and saw the indulgent posture of Momonosuke, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, as if he wished he could take his place. To reduce his jealousy, he raised his voice to interrupt Momonosuke's dreamy reverie. "Young Master Momonosuke, we are heading home." The rough voice echoed across the deck, startling Momonosuke. He rubbed his flushed, mischievous face and reluctantly crawled down from the curved body of the maidservant, looking at the reddened Jin Wyman with dissatisfaction, saying, "Ah, I got it. Jin Wyman, why are you shouting so loudly?" His words carried a hint of complaint, as if he was displeased that Jin Wyman interrupted his enjoyment. Jin Wyman looked at Momonosuke's carefree demeanor and couldn't help but sigh, secretly blaming himself for not educating him to be more mature and composed. "Young master, you're going back to inherit the position of shogun. Don't you feel nervous?" He tried to make Momonosuke realize the responsibilities and pressures he would soon face. However, Momonosuke nonchalantly replied, "Aren't you all here?" His words revealed trust in Jin Wyman and the other loyal retainers. Besides, Kaido and Orochi have been dealt with by the Navy. We don't have any enemies left, so what is there to be nervous about? Momonosuke's words exuded a sense of ease and confidence, as if he was ready to face whatever was to come. Upon hearing this, Jin Wyman felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he was comforted by Momonosuke's optimism. But on the other hand, he knew well that as the future leader of Wano, Momonosuke had much to learn and grow. Just as Jin Wyman was about to speak, he was interrupted by the voices of several samurai nearby. "With us protecting the young master, there won't be any problems." Ray Eyes, one of the 9 red scabbards, scratched his crab-like hairstyle, grinned widely, and spoke confidently. He put his arms around Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, his tone full of pride. "Besides, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi are here with us. Along with a few brothers from Wano, the 8 of us are enough to control the situation after the war in Wano." As soon as Ray Eyes finished speaking, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi nodded, their eyes shining with determination. The mild-mannered Inuarashi looked at his 2 comrades beside him and suddenly sighed. What a pity for Kanjuro. I never expected that guy was actually a spy sent by Orochi. I really trusted him too much. They had once been the formidable 9 red scabbards, but now, aside from the traitor Kanjuro, only 8 remained. Inuarashi's words were filled with regret for the past. Meanwhile, the hot-tempered Nekomamushi immediately scolded upon hearing Kanjuro's name. That bastard, the son of a dog, secretly provided so much funding and information to Orochi. It would have been too easy to kill him. Inuarashi frowned at Nekomamushi's angry words, secretly cursing him for being such a madman. Seeing that Inuarashi's expression seemed off after hearing Nekomamushi's words, Jin Wyman quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Thanks to Lady Tsukiyaki's wisdom in sending us to the future, enduring countless hardships, we finally let the young master reach today." Jin Wyman's words were filled with gratitude and admiration for Lady Tsukiyaki. Upon hearing Jin Wyman's words, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi couldn't help but express their admiration for Lady Tsukiyaki's greatness. When faced with the persecution from Kaido and Orochi, Lady Tsukiyaki wisely used her abilities to send Momonosuke, Jin Wyman, Ray Eyes, and Kanjuro to the future, which is now this era, in search of a method to defeat Kaido that Oden spoke of. Originally, Momonosuke, Jin Wyman, and Kanjuro had planned to set sail together to Zou. However, they encountered a maritime disaster and drifted to Dressrosa, where they were pursued by enemies led by Don Quixote Doflamingo. After Doflamingo was captured by the Navy, they successfully reached Zou, met Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, and stopped their fighting. Later, the group discussed plans to defeat Kaido and Orochi, but before they could come to any conclusions, they received news that Wano was surrounded by the Navy. They hurriedly set off from Zou to Wano, only to receive astonishing news along the way. Kaido and Orochi had been killed by the Navy. It turned out that within half a day after Akainu killed Kaido, the news gradually spread in the surrounding waters, and it wouldn't be long before the entire sea would be in an uproar. This news was undoubtedly shocking to Jin Wyman and the others. After discussing with several red scabbard samurai from Wano through a special communication method, they unanimously elected Momonosuke to be the ruler of Wano. After all, as the legitimate heir, Momonosuke was willing to leave his homeland and cross the ocean to avenge his grandfather and father, to defeat Kaido and Orochi, and to save the people of Wano. This determination and resolve were enough to prove that he was qualified to lead Wano toward a bright future. Everyone looked at Momonosuke, who was gradually shedding his childishness as he spoke of Wano and smiled with relief. They knew that the future of Wano would be written by Momonosuke, and they would be his most loyal guardians, accompanying him on this journey. Speed up. Let us try to reach Flower Capital by tomorrow morning. The ship continued onward, the sunset casting a golden glow on the sea, sparkling like diamonds. Momonosuke, Jin Wyman, and the other retainers on the ship stood together on the deck, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future, ready to face any possible challenges. At that moment, in the heart of Wano's Flower Capital, an intense conversation was taking place in the conference room of the attic. Akainu's voice echoed in the silent meeting room, each of his words striking like a hammer on the hearts of everyone present. The Kazuki family, although once a pride of Wano, is now a thing of the past. His words carried an undeniable authority, like waves crashing against rocks, firm and powerful. The future of Wano should be decided by the people of Wano themselves, not inherited by any family or individual. We, the Navy, respect the history and culture of Wano, but we respect the will of the people of Wano even more. The future of Wano should be democratic and free, allowing every citizen the right to participate in the governance of the country. Akainu's words acted like a wake-up call, plunging everyone present into deep thought. 2 seconds later, Hyoguru took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "Your Excellency, you are right." His words contained agreement with Akainu's viewpoint, but also his own unique perspective. The reason I mention the Kazuki family is not to restore the old order, but to hope that Wano can have a stable and strong leadership core. The Kazuki family, although having weathered storms, has love and responsibility for Wano flowing through their veins. If we can allow the descendants of the Kazuki family to continue serving the people of Wano, perhaps we can still bring new hope to Wano. The words of Binger caused a flicker of disdain to pass over the faces of the Navy generals present. They held a strong opposition to any attempts to restore the old order through indirect means. Sakazuki looked at the stubborn old man and shook his head inwardly, truly obstinate. "Where's the descendant of the Kazuki family you mentioned? Kazuki Momonosuke. Let me see if he has that capability." Remembering the cowardly and lecherous little brat in his memories, a glint of cold light flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. What kind of heavy responsibility could such a person bear? The young master will arrive tomorrow, and once he does, we can hold the succession ceremony. Before Binger could speak, several samurai spoke up first. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki nodded silently. Although he did not understand why Momonosuke and the others could arrive in Wano so quickly to reap the fruits of victory, it did not hinder him from clearing away the remnants of feudalism tomorrow. Just as Sakazuki was about to respond perfunctorily, the phone bug in his pocket suddenly rang. Buru-buru. A dull sound broke the silence in the conference room. Sakazuki glanced at the phone bug without revealing any expression. It was a call from the Gorosei. He put it back in his pocket and glanced at Binger and the other samurai across from him, saying coldly, "Then tomorrow, please bring Momonosuke here to undergo our Navy's assessment." After saying this, he stood up and left, instructing Doberman to see the guests out. Sakazuki already had a plan in mind for the next steps, preparing to face the impending questioning from the Gorosei. In the innermost office of the attic, Sakazuki sat leisurely on the sofa, his fingers gently tapping the desk, the rhythm steady and measured. He looked at the phone bug on the desk that kept ringing, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes, as if weighing some important decision. On the day he arrived in Wano, Sakazuki was well aware that the impact of this operation was significant and that it was impossible to completely conceal his whereabouts. Therefore, he had made meticulous preparations in advance, instructing the distant Kizuru at Navy headquarters to have his impersonator, Von Goal, quietly withdraw. This was to create the illusion that he had come to Wano from Navy headquarters without anyone noticing. The situation in Wano, occupied by the Beast Pirates, was different from that in Tado Land, which was occupied by Big Mom. The former required more complex matters to be handled by the Navy. Because Sakazuki needed to make a high-profile appearance, he made this risky decision. However, even if the higher-ups in Marineford discovered that he had used a decoy, Sakazuki could find a reasonable excuse to brush it off. After all, he was only using the decoy to facilitate his mission to eradicate pirates, and had not directly harmed the interests of the world government. But in Sakazuki's plan, Von Goal was an extremely important piece. If possible, he would prefer not to expose this piece too early. Sakazuki looked up at the calendar hanging on the wall. It clearly read December 25th, 1521, in the C Circle calendar. In a few days, it would be the new year. There were still 6 months until the Quadrennial World Conference and 1 year until the Triennial Celestial Dragon Hunting Game. At present, The Navy had not yet reached the point of a complete rupture with the world government. Therefore, Sakazuki silently reminded himself not to be impatient, to be patient, and to wait for the best opportunity to arise. Taking a deep breath of the fine cigar he had acquired from Smoker, Sakazuki finally answered the call. He picked up the phone bug, his voice calm. "This is Sakazuki. What is the matter, gentlemen?" The first to speak from the other end was the bald elder, the Justice War God, Saint Vacheli, who questioned angrily. "Sakazuki, what is going on in Wano? Why are you not properly stationed at Navy headquarters and instead fighting the beast pirates? Who gave you that authority?" Sakazuki calmly gazed at the grotesque face simulated by the phone bug. Once Vacheli finished shouting, he pretended to be puzzled and asked, "The beast pirates have been committing atrocities in Wano for so many years in collusion with Kaido. Is it not only reasonable for me to lead the Navy to eliminate them? Defeating an Emperor-level pirate crew requires a lot of effort, resources, and finances from the Navy. Why is the world government questioning us instead of providing some economic support?" Before the other side could get angry, Sakazuki continued. "Moreover, I'm also considering the interests of the world government." Hearing this, Vacheli immediately interrupted. "What nonsense are you going to say next?" The financial war god, Saint Nasashir, holding a katana, added, "Sakazuki, do not repeatedly challenge our bottom line." Sakazuki listened to the noisy voices coming from the other side, coldly laughing inwardly. Yet on the surface, he maintained enough patience and explained, "Gentlemen, think about it. Wano has historically maintained a closed-door policy, even when the world government personally invited them to become a member state. They looked down on it. Isn't that a contempt for the authority of the world government? This time, we can use the defeat of Kaido and Orochi to save Wano as a pretext to openly enter Wano, intervene in its internal affairs, and even directly control Wano. After all, Wano is an excellent place for producing sea prism stone weapons, and we can fully take this opportunity to extract their value. I am seeking benefits for the world government." Sakazuki spoke earnestly, and his words plunged the Gorosei into a brief silence. After a moment, it seemed that the Gorosei reached a consensus, and Vacheli spoke to Sakazuki, advising, "Sakazuki, how many times have we said this? Do not interfere too much in the new world. The sea is only just stabilized, and the balance of power among major factions is the most beneficial for world peace. Sengoku did a great job during his tenure. Can't you learn from him?" Sakazuki felt disdain in his heart for the words of the Gorosei, but on the surface, he continuously agreed. He knew that in such situations, outward obedience often avoided unnecessary trouble. "By the way, Saint Vacheli, what is the situation with the Revolutionary Army? Has the Knights of God found their stronghold?" Sakazuki suddenly recalled that after defeating Kaido not long ago, Kazan had mentioned to him that he encountered the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army in the waters surrounding Wano. So he took the opportunity to inquire about the situation of the Revolutionary Army. After all, he was the one who had exposed their location to the Gorosei, so he should care a bit. However, upon hearing Sakazuki mention the Revolutionary Army, the other side became surprisingly quiet. After a long while, Vacheli replied, "The Revolutionary Army is very cunning, but the Knights of God are not to be underestimated. After a fierce battle and a naval chase, the Revolutionary Army has fled in large numbers. Additionally, unexpectedly, the Devil's Child, Nico Robin, is also in their hands. But she was successfully captured by the CP organization during this battle and sent to impel down nearby. You Navy should continue to monitor the intelligence on the Revolutionary Army and report promptly if there are any discoveries." Sakazuki was not surprised to hear about Nico Robin. This was because Law, who was responsible for hunting down all members of the Straw Hat Pirates, had already informed him that Robin had joined the Revolutionary Army. He just could not understand why the Revolutionary Army would regard Robin as the lamp of revolution. Is it just because she can interpret historical texts? The Revolutionary Army is not focusing on innovation, but rather chasing after things from 800 years ago. It seems that Dolag is confused about certain ideological concepts. Unable to find answers himself, he wants to seek solutions from the historical truths of 800 years ago. Additionally, from the evasive response of Vacheli Saint, Sakazuki deduces that the Knights of God have not gained much advantage over the Revolutionary Army. What they claim is a retreat of the Revolutionary Army is merely a cover-up for failing to capture the main leaders of the Revolutionary Army. While Sakazuki is pondering this, Vacheli Saint finishes his last sentence and hangs up the phone. Finally, "Sakazuki, you should handle the matters in Wano country as soon as possible. Arrange for the person in charge there, and firmly grasp the allocation of resources. What needs to be submitted should be submitted, understand? This kind of thing is not to be made a precedent. After it's settled, come back to the Navy headquarters immediately. You become a marshal. Yet you're still wandering around the sea all day. What kind of decorum is that? Let's leave it at that for now. At this time, in Mary Geos, in the conference hall of Panga City, the four elders, symbolizing the highest authority of the world government, finish their phone calls and begin to discuss Sakazuki. Vachely Saint, stroking his two mustaches, says angrily, Sakazuki is becoming more and more unreasonable. Previously, he attacked the Bigmon pirates without our orders. And now he's gone to Wano country to fight Kaido on his own, as if he doesn't take us seriously at all. It seems the military expenses need to be cut back for them. The other three warriors nod in agreement. Suddenly, Nasu Shuru Saint, stroking his katana, asks, by the way, how did Sakazuki get to Wano country so quickly? Just a day before the war, informants saw him busy with official business in the Navy headquarters office. Regarding this question, the blonde elder furrows his brow and expresses his speculation. Could it be that the Navy recruited a user of a space-type devil fruit during the conscription period? He remembers there was a member of CP9 who could use the door fruit to achieve long-distance transmission. Ma Saint, with his long white hair, shows a hint of contemplation in his eyes and cautiously says, I always feel that Sakazuki is different from Sengoku and even from previous generations of Navy marshals. But I can't quite pinpoint what's different. Vachely Saint dismisses Ma Saint's words with confidence and disdain, saying, what waves can a pet dog raised by the master stir up, even if it has a few more thoughts? However, if you're worried, you can plant more informants at the Navy headquarters. Let us see if Sakazuki is secretly engaging in any rebellious actions behind our backs. Hearing this, Ma Saint temporarily sets aside his doubts and nods. Okay, then let us talk about the preparations for the World Conference in a few months. In the conference hall, the four elders continue to discuss the preparations for the World Conference and the Navy's military budget for the new year. Although they are dissatisfied with Sakazuki's actions, they are well aware of the Navy's importance in maintaining world stability and securing aristocratic interests. Therefore, even with some restrictions, they will not excessively cut the Navy's budget. After all, the Navy still needs to ensure the safety of the kings of various member nations during the World Conference in a few months. As dawn breaks, the first rays of sunlight pierce through the clouds, shining on the land of Flower Capital, bringing new hope to the city. However, behind this hope lies a storm that is about to unfold. According to reports from his subordinates, the samurai of Wano country have already arrived early at the conference room with Mamano Suk, and Sakazuki is also ready. He has changed into a brand new Navy uniform, donned the justice coat symbolizing the Navy Marshal, and is preparing to meet the descendants of the Kazuki family. Palyasalino has already flown ahead to the Navy headquarters to carry out other tasks. Marshal Sakazuki, are you really going to let the Kazuki family continue to rule Wano country? Smoker, smoking 2 cigars, suddenly asks as he walks down the wooden corridor. His tone carries a hint of doubt and indignation, seemingly worried about the old order being maintained in Wano country. What are you thinking? The Marshal 1T allow the remnants of feudalism to act recklessly in front of our Navy. Doberman is the first to respond, his tone filled with determination. Onizuka also chimes in, don't worry, the Marshal 1T let these people run wild. A cold smirk appears at the corner of Sakazuki's mouth as he looks towards the conference room, his eyes filled with extreme coldness. Without looking back, he responds, since they are remnants of the feudal era, they should all be swept into the dust of history. His words convey an undeniable determination. As they speak, the group has arrived at the door of the conference room, where 2 people are approaching from the opposite direction, Drake and Yamato. Drake is the highest authority for the G52 branch that Sakazuki plans to establish in Wano country, and Yamato, a powerful individual with no dark past, has been successfully persuaded by Drake to assist him in managing Wano country. Marshal Sakazuki. Drake respectfully greets Sakazuki, and Yamato, beside him, also greets him cautiously. Facing the man who personally killed her father, Yamato feels no resentment. On the contrary, she admires this powerful Navy officer. Although Sakazuki killed her friend, Ace, more than a year ago, it is only natural for the Navy to kill pirates. Ace went out to be a pirate and was prepared for the possibility of dying at any time, so there is no one to blame. Therefore, Yamato has nothing to say to scold Sakazuki. Sakazuki nods to Drake and Yamato, and he will soon promote Drake to the rank of Rear Admiral and grant Yamato the position of a trainee seaman to facilitate their more legitimate takeover of the Navy's branch in Wano country. As for the sword unit, they can be disbanded, Their mission has been completed, and future covert tasks can be handed over to Kazan-in-law. The group strides into the conference room, where Kin Iman, a retainer of Kazuki Odin, and other retainers, Denjiro, Kiku, Reizu, Ashuradoji, Komatsu, Inuarashi, and Momonosuke, are already seated at one side of the desk, sitting upright. Upon seeing the Navy enter, they all stand and greet. Sakazuki nods indifferently at them, then prepares to take a seat with everyone. The atmosphere in the conference room feels somewhat oppressive, with each person harboring their own thoughts. Sakazuki sits at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his eyes revealing an undeniable authority. "Gentlemen," Sakazuki's voice echoes in the conference room, his words concise and powerful. "Our Navy has always been committed to maintaining world peace and order, and Wano country is no exception. We cannot tolerate any form of oppression and exploitation, as they will hinder Wano country's development and even threaten the peace of the entire sea." Sakazuki pauses, his peripheral vision landing on Momonosuke, his eyes carrying a sense of scrutiny. However, at this moment, Momonosuke's gaze is filled with the sight of the Gion seated next to Sakazuki, his eyes sparkling with pink stars and a lewd smile on his lips as he softly murmurs, "Wow, a beautiful big sister." As a great swordsman, Jiyuin naturally possesses keen insight and formidable strength. Her gaze, like lightning, instantly captured Momonosuke's line of sight. Even without using Kinbunchiko Haki to sense, Jiyuin could clearly feel the lascivious intent in Momonosuke's eyes. She couldn't help but furrow her brows, pondering internally. Could this seemingly 8-year-old boy really harbor such wicked thoughts? However, Jiyuin was an experienced and composed person. She did not immediately show displeasure or anger. Instead, she nodded at Momonosuke in a relatively friendly manner, indicating politeness and acknowledgement. She wanted to observe Momonosuke's reaction through this approach and determine whether he was truly just an innocent child. Seeing that the tall and beautiful Jiyuin had noticed him, Momonosuke took the opportunity while the samurai were conversing with Sakazuki, and his eyes darted around before he unconsciously crawled under the desk toward Jiyuin's seat. He thought to himself, "Hey, long legs." Under the table, Momonosuke spotted the spider tattoo on Jiyuin's thigh, and his excitement grew. His little hands couldn't help but reach up, but suddenly he felt a shift in perspective. He realized his body was lifted, and he was instantly exposed to the light. "Ah!" Momonosuke looked bewildered as Jiyuin held him up with one hand, her eyes filled with coldness. "What are you doing, little warrior?" "Young master, where are you going?" Kinemon, seeing Momonosuke being held up by Jiyuin, asked anxiously. Momonosuke was at a loss. He hadn't expected Jiyuin to be so unyielding. After all, he was just a child. Couldn't he have a little privilege? As Jiyuin was about to express her anger at the resentment in Momonosuke's eyes, she was interrupted by a voice. "Wow, are you the direct descendant of Lord Odin?" At that moment, Yamato, who was sitting with Drake, seemed to have just noticed Momonosuke. A hint of curiosity appeared on her face as she looked at the small figure. Momonosuke, who had been focused on Jiyuin, brightened at the attention from Yamato. His chubby little hands struggled to break free from Jiyuin's grasp, and he happily bounced over to Yamato. His little face was flushed with joy and anticipation. He quickly reached Yamato and unceremoniously jumped into her arms. His little face pressed against Yamato's ample chest, feeling the soft touch, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. At that moment, Momonosuke wore a blissful smile. Even a drop of drool trickled down the corner of his mouth, clearly satisfied with Yamato's embrace. However, Yamato did not show much surprise or displeasure at Momonosuke's actions, seemingly indifferent. Sakazuki, seeing Momonosuke matching the image he had of him, felt an even greater glare in his eyes and questioned Hyoguru in a slightly disdainful tone. "Is this the Momonosuke you mentioned yesterday? He doesn't seem suitable to be the leader of Wano." Hyoguru showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. He expected that the son of Kazuki Odin, who had no interest in women, would turn out like this. However, since he had promised others, he had to do his utmost to fulfill that promise. "Your Excellency, Momonosuke is still young and doesn't understand much, but I believe that with our guidance, he can become a qualified ruler." Hyuguru's tone carried a hint of helplessness, as if he had little confidence in his words. However, the 8 retainers were full of confidence. Kinemon loudly added, "Young Master Momonosuke will definitely become a great ruler. That's right, the bloodline of Lord Odin will surely achieve greatness." Other retainers echoed, fully demonstrating their trust and recognition of Momonosuke. Sakazuki shook his head at their words, his gaze fixed on Momonosuke with a hint of coldness and disdain. He slightly raised his hand, indicating to Doberman to take Momonosuke down from Yamato's embrace. Doberman's mouth twisted into a sinister smile as he stepped forward with heavy strides, like a fierce beast, toward Momonosuke. He extended his arm, as hard as steel, and forcefully grabbed Momonosuke's head, yanking him down. Momonosuke felt a sharp pain in his head, and his vision blurred instantly. Before he could react, he was roughly pulled away from the warm and safe embrace. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his little mouth opened slightly, as if greatly aggrieved. This sight stirred pity in the hearts of the samurai present, who clenched their fists, ready to rush in to protect their future leader. However, at that moment, Sakazuki spoke. "Let's assess the leader you have high hopes for." His voice was cold and firm, carrying an undeniable authority. This statement struck like thunder in everyone's hearts. Suddenly, everyone fell silent, quietly watching Momonosuke, waiting for the upcoming test. Momonosuke felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, and he struggled to calm himself. But deep down, he was filled with fear and unease. Faced with such a situation, he didn't know how to respond and could only silently pray that he would pass this test smoothly. Sakazuki shot a cold glance at Momonosuke and sternly asked, "How much do you know about the people's livelihood in Wano? Wano will no longer be closed off. How do you plan to facilitate communication between the people of Wano and the outside world? What are your plans for Wano's development in the coming year?" Sakazuki's questions were like sharp swords, mercilessly stabbing at Momonosuke's heart. With each question he posed, Momonosuke's face grew paler. "Uncle Hyuguru Kinemon." Momonosuke's eyes reflected helplessness as he cast a pleading look at Hyuguru and the other retainers. However, they chose silence, seemingly unable to provide a satisfactory answer. Sakazuki felt dissatisfied with Momonosuke's reaction, letting out a cold hum before turning to Drake beside him. After exchanging glances, Drake immediately understood Sakazuki's intentions. He quickly exited the room, pretending to answer a phone call, and then returned, saying to Yamato, "Yamato, it seems there's been some trouble in Kuri. We need to hurry over and handle it." Upon hearing this, Yamato's smile vanished instantly. She hurriedly grabbed Drake's hand and shouted as they walked out, "Then let's set off quickly. Kuri is Lord Odin's territory. We can't let those despicable thieves ruin it." After saying that, she left the room without looking back. "Is there chaos in Kuri? Do we need help?" Hyoguru, who was pondering, seemed to finally react and asked nervously. Just as they were about to get up, Sakazuki raised his hand to stop them. "Just a small riot. The Navy can handle it." After Drake and Yamato left, Sakazuki coldly said, "By the way, what were you just saying?" Bing Wulong thought Sakazuki was going to continue the previous topic, so he repeated, "I said that after Momonosuke fully grows up." Before he could finish his sentence, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Sakazuki. "You really have some nerve." As Sakazuki's words fell, an overbearing and chilling aura filled the entire office. Like a fierce beast opening its bloody maw, revealing sharp fangs that sent shivers down people's spines. The samurai who were originally sitting in their chairs suddenly felt their bodies become heavy. They struggled to stand up, but their legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Some turned pale, with cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. Others breathed rapidly, their chests heaving violently, while some tightly closed their eyes, not daring to meet Sakazuki's indifferent gaze. Bing Wulong's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. He never expected that this admiral, who had spoken so calmly the day before, would be so ruthless, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement. Sakazuki was too lazy to waste words with his group. He gently raised his arm and struck fiercely. In the terrified eyes of the samurai, the scorching magma was about to engulf Momonosuke in an instant. The magma lunged toward Momonosuke like a fierce beast, its temperature high enough to melt steel, distorting the very air around it. The samurai panicked. Some tried to block the magma with their swords, while others rushed toward it, attempting to save Momonosuke. However, all of this was in vain. They couldn't even get close to the magma. "Hey, stop! Quickly! Use all your strength to protect the young master." As the scorching magma was about to completely engulf the dazed Momonosuke, Bing Wulong made the choice to sacrifice himself at the last moment. He tightly embraced Momonosuke, bracing himself against Sakazuki's magma attack with his back covered in flowing cherry blossom haki. However, he underestimated the terrifying, penetrating power of the magma, which was strong enough to pierce through any defense. With a loud boom, like the collapse of heaven and earth, Bing Wulong's body was instantly pierced by the magma. The force unrelenting, pushing toward Momonosuke. Hiding in Bing Wulong's embrace, Momonosuke felt the breath of death approaching, finally snapping out of his panic, letting out two desperate screams. He then rolled on the ground, tried to evade the deadly attack. Wah! In a life-and-death moment, Momonosuke felt a heat above his head, as the high-temperature magma scorched his scalp, leaving his face twisted and horrific, resembling a demon from hell. Momonosuke rolled helplessly on the scorching floor, his cracked lips opening as he let out a painful wail, filled with despair and helplessness. His skin was burned black, his body convulsing in intense pain. Momonosuke, young master. The retainers of Odin saw Momonosuke, burned beyond recognition by the magma, and their hearts ached as if cut by knives. They all wanted to rush forward to rescue him, but were easily subdued by the vice admirals, unable to move. What do you old remnants of the past want to do? Doberman held a sharp blade tightly against Kinemon's neck, his tone cold and authoritative. Damn Navy, you are untrustworthy. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi let out furious roars. They had originally been living a peaceful life in Zou, coming to Wano country to see Kazuki Momonosuke take over the throne, but never expected all of this to be a trap set by the Navy. How could they not be enraged? Enough talking. Onamaru's hair stirred slightly as he swung a sword straight into the belly of the viper, blood instantly gushing out. The samurai were momentarily stunned by Onamaru's ruthlessness. Witnessing the fall of their comrade, their hearts filled with anger and sorrow. In the chaos, Momonosuke rolled twice on the ground, his cries gradually weakening. He struggled to roll to a spot not tainted by magma, awkwardly raising his head. Using his last bit of strength to glance at the assistant retainers who had been completely subdued by the Navy. Then he focused his gaze on Gion, a glimmer of pleading in his eyes. He trembled his lips, tried to evoke maternal sympathy from the only woman present. Navy sister. Momonosuke's voice was weak and trembling, filled with despair. However, the moment he uttered those words, a surge of magma suddenly erupted from the floor, instantly engulfing him. In an instant, Momonosuke's figure completely vanished from the world, leaving only a trace of ash rolling in the fiery magma, eventually merging with the scorching magma, disappearing without a trace. Sakazuki remained deaf to the anger and protests of the samurai. He withdrew his right hand, which had just unleashed the destructive magma, his indifferent gaze resting on Bing Wulong at his feet, an old man whose life was about to extinguish. There was no flicker of emotion on Sakazuki's face, indifferent to Bing Wulong's heroic act of sacrificing himself to save his master. Because just yesterday, this old man had, with the support of some of the Wano citizens, proposed to restore the hereditary monarchy of Wano country. In his eyes, this was already an unforgivable crime. Admiral, what do you mean by this? Bing Wulong struggled, spitting out a mouthful of black blood mixed with the smell of burning, his voice filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why his loyalty and sacrifice for Wano country had resulted in such an ending. Sakazuki's gaze was sharp as a blade, carrying an undeniable authority, his voice cold and firm, each word seeming to be carved from ice. Rulers under the hereditary monarchy often pride themselves on being mandated by heaven, claiming to possess a sacred and inviolable status. However, this so-called mandate is merely a man-made myth, an excuse to cover up the irrationality and unfairness in the succession of power. Under such a system, the voices and wishes of the people are ruthlessly suppressed, and social progress and reform are needlessly hindered, all to maintain that illusory royal power. Sakazuki's words were like a sentence, declaring a ruthless critique of the feudal hereditary system. However, after hearing these words, Bing Wulong felt his life force rapidly extinguishing. His consciousness began to blur. Sakazuki's subsequent words seemed to turn into distant echoes. He could no longer hear clearly, only seeing that stern face swaying before him. Bing Wulong's eyelids slowly closed, his gaze gradually dimming, finally weakly shutting his eyes, his body thudding to the ground, as if following Momonosuke's footsteps, stepping into eternal rest. The loyal retainers of Kazuki Odin could not escape the judgment of fate, one by one heading towards the path of the underworld. In the afternoon, Sakazuki had a brief conversation with Drake, instructing him to carefully build the G-52 branch. Once everything calmed down, he led his troops aboard the ship returning to the Navy headquarters, embarking on the journey home. On January 1st, 1522 of the sea calendar, this marked the beginning of a new chapter. On this day, Sakazuki stood on the live broadcast platform of the Navy headquarters, extending New Year greetings to naval soldiers worldwide and to the people of various ethnic groups, officially announcing the complete collapse of the Beast Pirates. This news spread rapidly, attracting widespread attention globally. So powerful the Navy has once again taken down a Yonko-level pirate crew. The public expressed their astonishment at the Navy's formidable strength in discussions. 3 years of slaughtering 4 emperors. Admiral Sakazuki's promise is real. The Red Hair pirates have been almost completely weakened, and both the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates have collapsed. Now, only the Blackbeard pirates remain. Many people are amazed by the Navy's brilliant achievements in recent years. It's truly exhilarating. Joy and pride are evident on people's faces. Although the Yonko have been eliminated one after another, new pirate forces continue to emerge. Some people remind everyone that while the era of the Yonko seems to be coming to an end, new threats are still emerging. Ah yes, the newly established Cross Guild led by Crocodile, Moria, and Barrett cannot be underestimated. People have begun to discuss these emerging pirate forces, especially the Cross Guild, whose members are all notorious former pirates, which raises concerns. Furthermore, since the Golden Lion returned last year and caused a stir in the Holy Land, he has also been very active at sea recently. It is said that a few days ago, someone seemed to have seen former Navy Admiral Kuzan mingling with the Golden Lion. This news has shocked people. The Golden Lion is an extremely dangerous figure. As one of the former sea overlords, his return has raised widespread concerns. And Kuzan, as a former Navy admiral, left the Navy after failing to become admiral. And now he is actually traveling with the Golden Lion, which undoubtedly adds complexity and uncertainty to the situation. Huh, is that so? Kazan is truly a disgrace to the Navy. Many people express disappointment and anger at Kazan's actions, believing that he has betrayed the justice principles upheld by the Navy all along. Kazan was once an outstanding figure in the Navy, and his current behavior is hard for many to accept, especially those who once respected him, including Navy soldiers and civilians. Even if he didn't become the admiral, you shouldn't just give up, right? Moreover, Admiral Akainu is inherently stronger and more capable. How could Kazan not see that and do such a thing? Some people still find it hard to believe, trying to find reasonable explanations for Kazan's behavior, but they're ultimately just deceiving themselves. Thus, negative comments about Kazan at sea are increasing. People begin to question his loyalty and sense of responsibility, believing he has betrayed the Navy's training and trust. Some even compare him to pirates, saying he has strayed from the path of justice. Navy Headquarters, Admiral's Office. Uncle Sakazuki has already had Morgan send out the newspapers as we requested. Hibari placed a stack of documents on Sakazuki's desk, then quickly walked through the glass door of the balcony and stood beside Sakazuki, softly saying. After finishing the live broadcast, Sakazuki lit a cigar for himself, leaning against the balcony railing, gazing at the distant horizon, with a glint in his deep eyes, as if plotting some unknown scheme. Hearing Hibari's voice, Sakazuki exhaled a puff of white smoke and casually replied. Remembering his previous threat to Morgan's, he raised the corner of his mouth and asked nonchalantly, "Is that Birdman behaving himself lately?" Hibari chuckled softly and replied, "That guy is relatively obedient, but he always wants to get more information from us. He's such a greedy guy." Sakazuki took a deep puff of smoke, nodded, and said, "As long as he can follow our instructions, it's fine to leak him some insider information. But if he dares to pull any tricks behind the Navy's back, we absolutely won't let him off the hook." Sakazuki's words revealed an undeniable firmness. He understood the nature of people like Morgan's, whose greed and restlessness were their norms. However, as long as they could be used to serve him, they were undoubtedly useful tools. Yet, once Morgan's crossed the line, Sakazuki would not go easy on him. Hibari stood beside Sakazuki, agreeing with his attitude. She knew well Sakazuki's methods and determination and understood that in the current complex situation, every detail must be ensured to avoid mistakes. She softly said, "I've arranged for personnel to closely monitor Morgan's movements. If any suspicious behavior is detected, we will handle it immediately." Sakazuki nodded, satisfied, and lit another cigar, taking a deep puff. He continued to gaze at the distant horizon, strategic images floating in his mind. He knew that the world government had begun to suspect him and had increased the number of spies to monitor the Navy's actions. But he was not surprised. If his actions had not raised the concerns of those high-ups by now, Sakazuki would think they were too foolish. Hibari, the cleaning work at Navy headquarters has been a bit slack these days. The square has become so dirty, Sakazuki said, his eyes suddenly glancing toward the corner of the bay square ahead. There, 2 soldiers dressed as maintenance workers were apparently inspecting the cannon. Hibari frowned slightly, instantly understanding the implication of Sakazuki's subtle expression. She glanced at the corner of the square and replied coldly, "It is indeed a bit dirty. I will urge the Sanitation Management Department to clean up the garbage properly." Sakazuki nodded, no longer standing on the balcony, but walking indoors. Once Abari followed him in and pulled shut the glass door that emitted a strange glow, he sat on the sofa and said, "How is Vinsmoke's situation now?" Hibari recalled the changes of that person and revealed a confident smile as she replied, "After this period of subtle influence, coupled with Granny Tsuru's fruitability, he has been mostly cleansed." Sakazuki patted the ashes from a cigar that had fallen onto his military uniform, chuckling lightly. "Good. The time when we truly need him is approaching. Make sure not to expose anything." As the only one currently aware of the insider information, Hibari nodded heavily and replied firmly, "Understood." After that, the two left the office together, heading towards the residential area behind the administrative building. Not to mention the events quietly occurring at Navy headquarters. Due to Sakazuki's live broadcast and the World News Agency's coverage of the Wano Country incident, many kingdoms, both overtly and covertly, have focused their attention on Sakazuki, the iron-blooded admiral who dares to break the balance and strike hard against the Yonko forces. The German kingdom in the North Sea is one of them. This country is quite special. It does not have fixed territory, but is composed of dozens of snail ships. These ships usually operate separately, but when they gather, they form a complete kingdom. The national soldiers make up a fearsome army, Germa 66. The Vinsmoke family sits at the pinnacle of the nation's and army's rule, with their leader, Vinsmoke Katakuri, being both the commander of the Germa 6 army and the king of the Germa kingdom. At this moment, he is anxiously pacing back and forth in the central palace of a main ship. He tightly clutches today's freshly issued newspaper, which prominently reports the destruction of the beast pirates and the Navy's arrival in Wano country. Katakuri's eyes are bloodshot as he stares fixedly at the shocking words on the newspaper, crumpling it up and throwing it to the ground, cursing damn. The Navy is really crazy. As the leader of the Vinsmoke family, which has a 300-year-long history, Katakuri has always harbored a dream to restore the family's former glory. However, Judge is well aware that the power he currently holds is far from sufficient to achieve his goal of unifying the North Sea. Therefore, 2 years ago, he began planning to leverage the strength of the Big Mom pirates by establishing a blood relationship. However, he was unwilling to sacrifice his 3 powerful sons, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji, as they are the core combat power of Germa 66. Thus, he thought of his son Sanji, whom he regarded as a failure. Although Sanji is the 3rd son in the family, his gentle personality and lack of interest in fighting made Judge look down on him. To fulfill his conquest plan, Judge decided to use Sanji as the family's living sacrifice and marry him to Big Mom's 35th daughter, putting to establish a blood relationship. He had already tracked down Sanji, who had joined the Straw Hat Pirates. However, before the Germa army could take action, the Straw Hat Pirates angered the Celestial Dragons in Sabati Archipelago and were sent flying to an unknown place by Bartholomew Kuma, making it difficult for the Germa army to locate them. Based on the clues provided by Sanji's life paper, they underwent a long tracking process, only to receive shocking news. Sanji had been killed by the pirate Trafalgar D. Waterlaw in the land of the Mink. This made Judge feel like vomiting blood, not out of sorrow for his son, but because he regretted losing a valuable sacrificial pawn. A man who could survive against a marine admiral and a warlord of the sea in Sabati Archipelago actually died at the hands of a pirate supernova. It was a complete failure of an experiment. Nevertheless, despite this unforeseen situation, Judge did not abandon his plans. Without Sanji, he still had Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji to utilize. Although losing a promising son was regrettable, gaining the support of the Big Mom pirates was still worth it. Just as Judge was planning to use his second son Niji for the marriage alliance, the damned Akainu unexpectedly dispatched former Marine Admiral Zifa and the new Marine Admiral Fujitora, leading 100,000 Marines to launch a large-scale attack, completely defeating the Big Mom pirates. This left Judge utterly bewildered. His meticulously crafted plan had gone down the drain. After a long period of calm and reflection, Judge finally recovered. He told himself, "It's fine, the Big Mom pirates are gone, but there are other Yonko pirate crews, like Kaido of the Beasts, who also has a daughter. Perhaps there could be an opportunity there as well." Thus, Judge began to plan a new marriage alliance, this time targeting the Beast Pirates. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on him. Just as Judge had gained initial recognition from Kaido through Germa Kingdom's advanced technology, Sakazuki once again took action with the Marines. As a result, the fate of the Beast Pirates met the same catastrophic blow as the Big Mom Pirates, and Judge's plan fell through once more. Judge looked at the crumpled newspapers at his feet, which seemed to vaguely depict Sakazuki punching Big Mom and stepping on Kaido. He couldn't help but let out a low growl. Is that Akainu insane? Just then, a crisp shout broke the silence. Father! A young woman walked in with a respectful expression. She had a left-spiraled eyebrow, wore headphones, tied a white silk scarf, had a cape shaped like butterfly wings, sported specially made black gloves, and had the Germa 66 emblem on her legs, wearing technologically advanced shoes with explosive jumping and jet propulsion functions. It was Reiju. What is it? Judge let out a heavy breath. He was quite satisfied with his capable eldest daughter. Report to father. Yanji and Niji encountered some problems in the battle on Broccoli Island in the New World and need support. Reiju replied. Upon hearing this, Judge's brows furrowed. The Broccoli Kingdom was a very weak non-member country, and with the strength of the Germa army led by Yanji and Niji, they should be able to easily resolve the situation. Logically, with their involvement, they could conquer the Broccoli Kingdom in a few hours. Father, it's the Marines. Reiju hesitated slightly, but still explained the reason. Sure enough, hearing that the Marines were involved made Judge even more furious, and he couldn't help but roar. The Marines again. They want to interfere in the affairs of the Yonko pirate crews, and now they want to meddle in non-member countries too. They might as well replace the world government. Father, be cautious with your words. Reiju hurriedly stopped him from continuing. She knew that if such remarks were leaked, it could bring even greater trouble to the Germa kingdom. Facing Reiju's restraint, Judge snorted disdainfully. However, he honestly refrained from mentioning the world government topic again. After all, even though the Germa kingdom did not have fixed territory, it remained one of the member countries of the world government and was one of the 50 decision-making countries that could participate in the World Conference. Therefore, there were many spies planted by the world government within the country. Currently, as the World Conference approached, the activities of these spies had become more frequent. In this situation, it was indeed unwise to provoke unnecessary trouble for the sake of a moment's impulse. Judge frustratedly shook his hand and returned to his throne, gazing towards the distant horizon outside the palace, unwillingly saying, since the Marines have already intervened, let's temporarily avoid their edge. After saying this, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Ever since Akainu became the fleet admiral, the Marines have truly turned the entire sea upside down. Reflecting on the various actions of the Marines over the past 2 years, Judge felt increasingly worried about the future of the Vinsmoke family. He knew that the iron-blooded admiral, Sakazuki's hometown, was in the North Sea, which meant that his ambition to dominate the North Sea would face unprecedented obstacles. If he chose to confront the Marines head-on in the New World at this time, the Vinsmoke family would truly be on the brink of extinction. He would never naively believe that Sakazuki would show mercy just because the Vinsmoke family was a top family among member countries. Therefore, the most important thing now was to plan ahead to avoid the fate of the Bigman pirates and the Beast pirates, who were wiped out without warning. Both of these pirate crews were once sea overlords, but now, due to the Marines' strong intervention, they were heading towards destruction. Judge clearly understood that to ensure the Vinsmoke family could stand firm in the turbulent sea, they must adopt a more cautious strategy. This meant avoiding direct conflict and finding alternative ways to protect the family's interests and development. Perhaps they could establish alliances with other forces or leverage Germa Kingdom's advanced technology to strengthen their defensive capabilities. In any case, the current situation demanded they be more careful and vigilant to ensure the safety of the family and future prosperity. Then I'll go notify Ichiji and the others to retreat. Reiju glanced at the shattered newspapers on the ground and said to the troubled judge on the throne before preparing to leave. However, just as she turned around, Judge suddenly called out to her. Wait! Gaji looked at Lei Jio's back as she turned to leave and suddenly spoke up. His voice carried a hint of excitement and anticipation. Lei Jio stopped in her tracks, turned her head back towards Gaji with a puzzled expression, waiting for him to continue. Gaji's eyes sparkled as if he had just discovered something important. He said, slightly excited, according to the intel, Akainu seems to have saved a little girl when he returned to the North Sea over 20 years ago and adopted her as his daughter. Lei Jio frowned, trying to recall this detail. After a moment, she nodded and replied, that is indeed the case. But Akainu protected her so well that we don't even know what that girl's name is. However, Gaji waved his hand dismissively, a glimmer of brilliance flashing his eyes as he said, low and firm, it's fine, as long as this person exists, there are infinite possibilities. His tone was filled with confidence and determination, as if he had already found a new breakthrough. After saying that, he turned to Lei Jio and continued to ask, moreover, later on, Akainu also took on an apprentice on some island in the New World. Seems to be called Jones? Lei Jio had an inkling of what her father was planning and coldly replied, yes, Jack Jones, who is now a vice admiral in the Navy. Codename Blackbat. With Lei Jio's confirmation, a hint of joy spread across Gaji's face. He thought to himself, since Akainu has both a daughter and an apprentice, and I have a son and daughter then. Gaji secretly mused, unable to hide his smug expression. Gaji's gaze fell upon Lei Jio as he looked her up and down, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He contemplated that if he could arrange a marriage with Akainu's adopted daughter, it would be the best choice. But if he couldn't find her, he still had a daughter to utilize. This daughter was not only beautiful, but also exceptionally strong. If she could marry Akainu's apprentice, it would be a perfect match. Gaji thought that if Akainu were a bit younger, he would even be willing to become his father-in-law. However, considering that Akainu was already over 50, he probably wasn't very interested in marriage. So he turned his attention to establishing a connection with Akainu's apprentice. Such a marriage could not only strengthen the Vinsmoke family's status, but also leverage Akainu's influence to ensure the family's safety and development. Gaji believed that this arrangement was an excellent opportunity for the Vinsmoke family to solidify their foundation in the turbulent seas. Lei Jio, what do you think of Vice Admiral Blackbat? Gaji asked. Lei Jio felt her father's gaze and slightly furrowed her brows, but she quickly regained her composure and said, I will do as you command, father. She understood her father's intentions and recognized the importance of family interests. Although she felt reluctant inside, as a member of the Vinsmoke family, she had to obey her father's arrangements. Seeing Lei Jio so obedient, Gaji couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, feeling cheerful all of a sudden. He knew that Lei Jio would certainly follow his plans, and this sense of control over everything brought him immense satisfaction. He firmly believed that through this marriage, the Vinsmoke family would surely become even more powerful. After all, Akainu was from the North Sea, a fellow countryman. He shouldn't mind the idea of familial ties, right? With this thought, Gaji was filled with anticipation for the future. Lei Jio, first handle the matters at hand. Soon it will be time for the World Conference to convene. At that time, come with me to Marineford. Gaji said firmly. Lei Jio silently nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Like a Chiji and Niji, Lei Jio also possessed a superhuman physique due to the genetic modification of the lineage factor. However, she was different from them because she still retained some human emotions. Yet, due to the genetic program within her, Lei Jio was unable to defy Gaji's orders. Gaji had once been an excellent scientist, and in his youth, he was part of an illegal overseas research group alongside Dr. Vegapunk, the world's #1 scientist currently affiliated with the Navy Science Unit. During that time, Dr. Vegapunk discovered the tremendous research results of the lineage factor, which completely changed the landscape of biology. However, the good times didn't last long as Dr. Vegapunk was eventually arrested by the world government and forced to join the Navy Science Unit, while Gaji escaped from the government's pursuit. After escaping, Gaji did not abandon his scientific research, but continued to conduct experiments on replication and modification on his own. These studies not only revitalized the German kingdom, but also made him its leader. Under his leadership, the German kingdom initiated a shocking massacre of the 4 kingdoms of the North Sea, during which the monarchs of the 4 kingdoms were beheaded. Gaji aimed to achieve dominance over the North Sea through this. However, at that time, due to the presence of the Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo, a dark force occupying the North Sea, Gaji was always unable to realize his ambitions. Thus, Gaji planned to strengthen the country through indirect means, wanting to emulate Charlotte Linlin and produce powerful offspring to help himself conquer the North Sea. Although he did not have strong genes to pass on, he had technology. Therefore, Gaji married his wife Sora, and their first child was Vinsmoke Lei Jio. Before Lei Jio was born, Gaji modified her lineage factor, giving her an extraordinary physique from birth. When Lei Jio was 3 years old, Sora became pregnant again, and this time it was a rare quadruplet. Gaji once again modified the lineage factors of the soon-to-be-born children and attempted to remove their emotions. However, Sora disagreed with Gaji's methods, so she secretly took medication that could affect the lineage factors. As a result, only Sanji among the 4 children did not gain superhuman physique and retained his emotions. As for the other 3 children, although they obtained extraordinary physiques, they were inherently violent. Reflecting on Gaji's actions, Lei Jio shook her head inwardly as she walked towards the palace exit. Lei Jio knew that her father would never give up on his ambitions, but she did not believe that Gaji could successfully achieve his goals. This head of the family, this king, who had fallen into obsession, was always immersed in memories of past glory, constantly thinking of enhancing the country's strength through some crooked means. For instance, He fancied the idea of strengthening the country through arranged marriages, from the Big Mom pirates to the Beast pirates, and now to the Navy. Did he want to become the king of marriages? Lei Jiu quickly walked out of the palace doors, feeling quite speechless in her heart. She thought that no matter how much Gaji stirred things up, the Germa kingdom, which had lost its territory, was destined to become dust in history. Even if Gaji could recreate the past glory, it should be noted that even at its peak, the Germa kingdom only ruled over the North Sea for 6 days, which is why it was called Germa 66. Now, the Germa kingdom drifts aimlessly on the sea, like a restless, wandering soul. Even if the scientific knowledge and technology passed down through generations provided solid support. So what? A kingdom that has lost its roots is destined for destruction. Lei Jiu was well aware of this, but she also knew that as long as Gaji was alive, he would not give up any opportunity to revive the family's glory. As a member of the family, she could only follow in her father's footsteps, despite harboring deep doubts and resistance in her heart. The flowers bloom at both ends, each expressing its own branch. Donghai Windmill Island. The sunlight spills over the azure sea, shimmering like a vibrant and colorful painting. The calm waves gently lap against the rocks on the shore, producing a crisp and pleasant sound, as if nature is playing a symphony. The waves continuously wash over the moss-covered rocks, making them appear fresh and green. White seagulls soar in flocks at low altitudes, their graceful figures and agile wings giving a sense of freedom. The seagulls occasionally dive toward the sea, hunting for small fish and shrimp, then quickly return to the sky to continue enjoying this beautiful time. The entire Windmill Island is enveloped in this tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. There is no hustle and bustle, only the company of waves, sea breeze, and seagulls. As the most peaceful sea among the 4 seas, Donghai often experiences fewer disputes than other regions. The residents of this area make a living through fishing, leading a simple and happy life. Windmill Island, being the hometown of former Vice Admiral Karp, is even more filled with a strong atmosphere of harmony. Due to Karp's influence, Windmill Island has become a place of great respect. No one would easily invade this island, as they know a legendary figure resides here. The people on the island take pride in this, striving to protect the peace and beauty of their land. The tranquility and peace of Windmill Island are intoxicating, seeming to be far removed from the turmoil and conflicts of the outside world. Here, time appears to stand still, allowing people to forget their worries and immerse themselves in the embrace of nature. At this moment, a medium-sized warship is docked by the shore of Windmill Island, and the passing villagers find it unremarkable. Although Vice Admiral Karp has retired, this warship does not belong to him. However, his reputation precedes him, so it is not unusual for other naval officers to visit. After all, Karp's status and prestige are there, making such occurrences commonplace. Not far from the entrance of Windmill Island, at a secluded cliff, 2 gray-haired men sit cross-legged on the ground. One is Karp, and the other is Sengoku. Before them lies a pile of snacks, including sunbae and donuts, resembling a feast. Both Karp and Sengoku have their mouths stuffed with senbei, their cheeks puffed out like balloons. Yet their hands continue to shove more snacks into their mouths. Sengoku, how could you possibly be my match? Just admit defeat. Karp swallows the last bite of senbei, lets out a satisfied burp, and then bursts into hearty laughter. His laughter echoes along the cliff, as if to taunt Sengoku. Seeing Karp's smug expression, Sengoku feels quite unconvinced. He glares at Karp and roars, "Damn it, Karp. Look at the way you're eating. You must have stolen plenty of food from my office in the past." Sengoku's voice carries a hint of anger and helplessness, seemingly deeply dissatisfied with Karp's behavior. However, Karp pays no mind and continues to munch joyfully, relishing the pleasure of this food battle. Once they finish off the snacks, they finally begin to discuss serious matters. "Sengoku, since you're here, why not stay a few more days? I'm quite bored all alone," Karp says, nonchalantly picking his nose. After nearly 2 years, he has regained some of his former spirit, and his smile has grown increasingly radiant. Hearing Karp's invitation, Sengoku gently shakes his head. This time, he has come to Windmill Island as the Navy's chief inspector, happening to patrol the East Sea, so he stopped by to see his old comrade. While declining Karp's invitation, Sengoku pulls out a crumpled newspaper from his pocket and tosses it to Karp, then gazes out at the sea, letting out a long sigh as he slowly says, "With the red-haired pirates' tragic defeat and the complete destruction of the Big Mom pirates, now the Beast pirates have also collapsed. This sea is becoming almost unrecognizable to me. 3 of the former Yonko are dead, leaving only the red-haired one. However, even if the red-haired is not dead, he can only cling to life with 1 arm and 1 leg, relying on his celestial dragon status. Not only has the Yonko structure been shattered, but the Shichibukai has also become history. The world's greatest swordsman Mihawk has been killed, Bartholomew Kuma has been transformed, Don Quixote Doflamingo is imprisoned, and the pirate Empress Hancock and Jinbei have been placed on the world government's assassination list. Crocodile and Moria have fled to the New World to form a cross-union. This world is becoming increasingly strange. At least Sakazuki has not gone back on his previous vows. Carp remarks, glancing at the latest news on the newspaper. Since leaving Marineford and returning to Windmill Village, he has not been very concerned about the state of the sea. He never expected that even Kaido, that hard-to-kill guy, had his base taken down by Sakazuki himself. Isn't that a good thing? Besides, you've already stepped down as admiral. Why worry so much? Carp asks casually after quickly skimming through the newspaper. You're still the same, but I don't want to deal with these matters now. I just want to rest well. With that, Carp lies down on the grass, closes his eyes, and seems ready to doze off. At this moment, the sunlight is perfectly shining on Carp, making him appear very content. Behind him, Windmill Village remains as calm as ever, as if nothing has changed. But in reality, the entire world has undergone tremendous changes. However, for Carp, these no longer matter. Sengoku glances at Carp with helplessness, secretly lamenting how Carp can always be so carefree, as if everything is unrelated to him. Yet, Sengoku knows that things are not that simple. He gently strokes his signature braided beard, his face showing a serious expression, and speaks in a low and solemn tone. Sakazuki is taking too many risks. His steps are far too large. If there's any slip-up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sengoku is well aware that since his retirement, the world situation has changed dramatically. The delicate balance he once carefully maintained has been completely shattered. Now, Sakazuki's series of actions leave Sengoku confused. He does not understand why Sakazuki established the G51 branch after defeating the Big Mom pirates. Similarly, why he stationed forces in Wano and set up the G52 branch after defeating the Beast Pirates. This approach is completely different from the strategy Sengoku had previously advocated. Additionally, with decades of interaction and understanding of Sakazuki, he feels that Sakazuki has other plans. Sengoku takes the newspaper back from Carp and focuses intently on the reports about the Navy's deployment in Wano and the establishment of the G52 branch. His brows furrow even tighter, filled with doubts and concerns. Faced with such a situation, Sengoku cannot help but fall into deep thought. Wano, located in the extremely dangerous waters of the New World, with its advanced technology and unique geographical position, has become the core location for producing sea prism stone weapons. Sea prism stone, as a special material capable of restraining devil fruit abilities, has an extremely complex production technique. However, the technicians of Wano country are able to process sea stone very finely, making small objects like nails. In addition, Wano country has mastered the exclusive technology to make bullets from sea stone, a technology that even the world government and the Navy cannot grasp. Now, with Sakazuki attacking Wano country, it undoubtedly greatly enhances the Navy's equipment strength. But will the world government really allow the Navy to continue growing like this? Sengoku couldn't help but worry. With his understanding of the world government's nature, he feared that those old men were already thinking of ways to curb the Navy's development. He knew well that there was a delicate balance between the Navy and the world government. Although the Navy is an important part of the world government, responsible for maintaining order in the world, if the Navy's power becomes too strong, the world government might worry that the Navy could threaten its authority. Especially considering Sakazuki's hardline style, this concern is not unfounded. If Sakazuki continues like this, it could very likely provoke a major conflict, even escalating tensions between the world government and the Navy, which would bring great disaster to the entire world. Sengoku understood the stakes. He could not sit idly by. Sakazuki would really lead the Navy into the abyss. Sengoku thought anxiously. No, I need to go to the Navy headquarters. Sakazuki is out of control. And I don't know what's going on with Zifa and Kaku. They should be advising him, not letting him go wild, Sengoku said with a serious expression. After saying that, he immediately stood up and hurried towards a warship. Sengoku decided to personally go to the Navy headquarters to confront Sakazuki and stop him from continuing his reckless actions. Sengoku quickly left, leaving Carp alone in the grass, silent. He lay there quietly, watching Sengoku's departing figure, feeling helpless. He knew Sengoku was right, but he could not accept Sakazuki's methods. For Carp, he preferred to believe in justice and kindness, rather than solving problems through violence and killing. However, reality is so cruel that it left him feeling incredibly frustrated. For now, there is no need to discuss Carp's complex and contradictory psychological state. Nor is there need to dwell on whether he has the desire to participate in high-level Navy decision-making. In any case, the order of this world is like that giant gear that never stops, and it will not cease to operate due to individual will. Just like now, what Karp never expected was that his beloved grandson, whom he had been worried about for more than a year, would, under the careful guidance of the legendary Shanks, have made tremendous progress and stepped into a terrifying new realm. In the vast and turbulent waters of the New World, there is a particularly special and little-known deserted island, located right on the edge of the dreaded doldrums. This deserted island is surrounded by countless sea kings, and its interior is devoid of human presence, silent and desolate, with only a dense, almost impenetrable primitive forest silently growing. However, within this seemingly peaceful forest, there are intermittent, heart-stirring roars of beasts and mournful cries. These sounds rise and fall, intertwining, as if the entire island is shrouded in an indescribable fear. The beasts emitting the roars and cries seem to be enduring some extremely cruel and inhumane torture. Suddenly, accompanied by a deafening roar, several gigantic beasts, towering about 10 meters high, burst forth from the depths of the forest like wild horses. The jungle overlords, who usually exude majesty and instill fear in other creatures, are at this moment filled with panic and anxiety. They run with all their might, at the limits of their speed, with only one thought in their minds: to escape the core area of this forest as quickly as possible. In an instant, these giant beasts vanished without a trace. But the thunderous roar continued to echo. Looking in the opposite direction of the fleeing beasts, two astonishing storms were gradually converging and taking shape in the center of the forest. These two storms, like two ferocious dragons, entangled and spiraled upwards. Black and red lightning crisscrossed like a spider web over the towering ancient trees of the primitive forest, casting an eerie glow across the entire sky. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated through the clouds, as if it were going to tear apart the entire world. At this moment, the two powerful forces clashing had already reached their peak, like two ferocious beasts fighting desperately, refusing to give in. In an instant, a heart-stopping thunderstorm erupted in the sky, its power unimaginably vast. The surging energy poured out like a flood breaking a dam, resembling a hot sun hanging in the sky, radiating dazzling light. On this deserted island, that endless light ruthlessly pierced through the clouds, illuminating every corner. The many creatures residing on the edge of the island had their faces clearly reflecting the terror they felt. Meanwhile, the few pirates watching from a distance also had their astonished expressions fully exposed under this brilliant glow. Luffy's progress is too fast. Now even the captain has to get serious to suppress him. Yeah, truly deserving of the good seed chosen by Captain Shanks. So amazing. I'm starting to believe Luffy can become the Pirate King. The remaining small cadres of the red-haired pirates gathered together, discussing Luffy animatedly. At this moment, Luffy, as if all his strength had been drained, collapsed exhaustedly among the rubble. He opened his cracked lips, gasping for breath, as if every breath required all his strength. His once bright eyes could only barely open a slit, yet the steadfast light within them continued to shine brightly. Ha ha ha, Luffy, you've really pushed me to my limits this time. Well done. Suddenly, from the lingering dust and fog that refused to dissipate, a hearty and cheerful laughter emerged. Following that, a strong and powerful arm slowly extended, standing before Luffy like an indestructible mountain. Seeing this, Luffy did not hesitate to grasp this large hand tightly. Then with all his might, he struggled to support his body and stood up unsteadily. Shanks, I never realized you were this strong, Luffy exclaimed in surprise, looking at the familiar yet strange man before him. For Luffy's remark, Shanks paid no mind, only laughing heartily in response. Only when one becomes stronger can they truly understand the terrifying power of those top-tier strong ones. After all, you were once too naive and immature. Oh, hearing this, Luffy couldn't help but murmur in agreement. He actually understands very well that when he first stepped out of Windmill Village, his strength was indeed insignificant, and compared to now, he seems like a completely different person. Ha, let us go drink and celebrate. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, Shanks waved his hand boldly and strode towards the resting camp. Seeing this, Luffy casually brushed off the dust on his clothes and followed closely in Shanks' footsteps, stepping towards the resting camp one step at a time. When they arrived at the resting camp, several pirate subordinates who had been waiting there greeted them warmly, and then a lavish feast began. This revelry continued until the deep of night before gradually coming to an end. After everyone was full and satisfied, Shanks leisurely half lay on the ground, then turned to look at Luffy, who seemed to be deep in thought, and asked, "Luffy, what's wrong? Are you puzzled about the intense battle we just had?" In fact, ever since a year ago, after experiencing a fierce battle, Shanks would review and summarize the lessons learned from the fight with Luffy, which had become a tacit routine between them. However, this time Shanks noticed that Luffy was frowning, as if his mind was filled with countless question marks, which piqued his curiosity. After all, the current Luffy was no longer the naive boy who could hardly compete with the pacifista robots. After more than a year of rigorous training, Luffy had begun to show his potential and successfully entered the ranks of top powerhouses. If he had to give a precise assessment of Luffy's current strength, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was fully capable of competing with the famous former commander Katakuri, with a winning chance of over 70%. Shanks, just now, when I used all my strength to fight you, it felt as if there was a mysterious and exceptionally powerful force surging within me. Not only that, but deep inside my heart, there seemed to be a series of clear and loud sounds, like the ringing of bells or the beating of drums. This incredible feeling is an entirely new experience for me. Luffy steadied his iconic straw hat with one hand while scratching his hair with the other. Beneath his usually carefree face, a hint of deep contemplation quietly emerged. "Ha, what bells and drums? I say, Luffy, you're not seeing things because you drank too much, are you? Hey. Before Shanks could respond, a few pirates sitting nearby could no longer hold back their excitement. They casually enjoyed their drinks while teasing Luffy, completely unaware of the obvious strange expression on Shanks' face at that moment. "If you guys don't talk nonsense. I'm very sober right now." After Luffy muttered unhappily, he turned his gaze directly to Shanks and eagerly asked, "Shanks, do you know the reason behind this? Please tell me." Faced with Luffy's straightforward and earnest inquiry, Shanks was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and adjusted his emotional state. At the same time, the tension on his face instantly relaxed, revealing the cheerful and open smile he usually wore, and he replied excitedly, "Wow, haha, that's great. Luffy, in my opinion, this is clearly a sign that you are about to awaken your powers. That is truly something to celebrate." "Huh? Is that really a precursor to the awakening of my fruit powers?" Luffy's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. After such a long time of adventures and training, he was no longer the innocent boy who knew nothing about the world. He had a certain understanding of the various knowledge related to the awakening of devil fruits. Upon receiving a definite answer from Shanks, Luffy's excitement grew even more intense. "Then I must work even harder to train." Luffy clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. Seeing Luffy's high spirits and enthusiasm, Shanks couldn't help but feel very pleased. "But don't be too anxious. We still have over half a year." However, Luffy shook his head vigorously and responded in a low but resolute tone. "Shanks, you should know, I really want to enhance my strength." At this point, familiar figures kept flashing through Luffy's mind. Ace, Zoro, Sanji, Robin. Even Beckman and Uncle Rayleigh appeared one by one. He felt a pang of regret. If he had been strong enough back then, perhaps many tragedies could have been avoided. As he thought of this, Luffy's mood grew heavier, if it weren't for my weakness. "No, it's not your fault." Shanks quickly interrupted Luffy's thoughts. He absolutely could not let Luffy fall into such negative self-doubt, because in Shanks' mind, Luffy was always that sunshine-filled, optimistic, and joyful boy. And this character is one of the essential qualities to become the Pirate King. Besides, Joy Boy was also a joyful boy. Luffy fell silent for a moment, seemingly trying to calm the turbulent emotions within him. Then he suddenly stood up, facing Shanks, and shouted in a bold and powerful voice. In short, "Shanks, please believe me from now on, I will never lose another battle again." This declaration was like a thunderclap, echoing in the air and lingering long after. After saying this, Luffy immediately threw himself into his training with fervor. Shanks quietly watched Luffy's distant figure as he headed towards the training ground, the faint smile that had been on his lips gradually fading with the passage of time. When Luffy's figure completely blended into the endless dark night, as if swallowed by the depth, and could no longer be seen, Shanks slowly came back to his senses. He tilted his head slightly, reached out, and gently picked up the wine jug placed beside him, carefully pouring the murky wine into the empty bowl in front of him. As the sound of the liquid flowing into the bowl echoed, under the illumination of the blazing bonfire, one could clearly see the wine in the bowl reflecting Shanks' face, which looked particularly uncertain and filled with conflicting emotions. "Joy Boy, What kind of mysterious existence are you? Shanks pondered silently. Captain Roger, the person you have been waiting for should not go wrong this time, right? After murmuring to himself a couple of times, he unhesitatingly lifted the bowl filled with strong liquor and drank it all in one go. The spicy and stimulating taste instantly filled his mouth. But this did not make Shanks frown or show any signs of discomfort. On the contrary, he seemed to savor a certain indescribable flavor from it. At the end of the first half of the Grand Line, the Navy headquarters, this independent and sacred island stood like an indestructible steel beast, quietly towering beneath the red Earth continent, setting sail from the East China Sea on a medium-sized warship. It took over a week to cross the doldrums and finally arrive at the destination. As the warship smoothly docked at the inner port, Sengoku slowly walked out of the cabin, his gaze fixed on the newly renovated, grand buildings ahead, along with the imposing, dark, and shiny cannons and incredibly sturdy fortifications. He squinted slightly, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. After all, as the former highest authority of the Navy, this place should have felt familiar and endearing to him. However, since that thrilling top-level war, especially after his smooth retirement, Sengoku had gradually developed an indescribable, subtle resistance to this land of the naval headquarters. Even he couldn't precisely explain the reason. Perhaps it could only be attributed to the justice ideals held by the current admiral that were in stark contrast to his own. Gazing towards the direction of the admiral's office, Sengoku shook his head gently, trying to shake off the clutter of thoughts in his mind. He needed to have a good talk with Sakazuki and persuade him not to let the Navy run amok. With such thoughts, Sengoku quickly descended the warship with firm and powerful steps, heading straight towards the administrative building emblazoned with the distinctive Navy emblem. Along the way, he stood tall like a pine tree, exuding an imposing and solemn presence, seemingly regaining the confidence he had when he served as the admiral. Sengoku Inspector, Great Inspector. The soldiers on duty and patrol along the way, upon seeing Sengoku, all called out in unison and saluted him in standard military posture, showing their respect for the former admiral. Sengoku responded with a meticulous nod to each of them. However, despite such frequent interactions with the soldiers, his pace remained steady and quick, showing no signs of slowing down. When Sengoku arrived at the towering monument located in the center of the bay square, his originally hurried steps suddenly slowed a bit. This solemn monument stood like a silent giant, quietly witnessing the historical years during which countless brave soldiers fought and sacrificed. In fact, it wasn't just Sengoku who slowed down here. Even the other soldiers, regardless of rank, would unconsciously soften their movements when passing by this sacred place, as if fearing to disturb the resting place of their comrades who slept here. Stepping into the shadow cast by the monument, Sengoku gradually came to a stop. He first nodded slightly to the Navy soldier standing next to the monument's base as a greeting. Then, he raised his head and, in a solemn posture, paid a respectful salute to the towering monument. After completing this series of actions, he slowly shifted his gaze to the pit not far from the monument's base. In the pit lay several remarkable items. The massive naginata wielded by Whitebeard, the sharp saber hanging from Rayleigh's waist, Napoleon, which Big Mom was famous for, the black long sword cherished by Mihawk, and the kanabo, Budgerong, the one used by Kaido. These weapons, once belonging to the sea overlords, now lay quietly in this pit, as if narrating the thrilling stories of past wars. Sengoku was well aware of the brilliant achievements of the Navy under Sakazuki's leadership over the past year. However, when he truly witnessed these captured trophies, a ripple of emotion stirred deep within him. He couldn't help but recall the ambitious dreams he once held in the past, yearning to achieve something earth-shattering like now. Yet, time flew by, and since becoming the admiral, he realized that maintaining balance was more important than instigating war. That youthful ambition seemed to drift further away. Sengoku gently stroked his graying braided beard and sighed deeply. Although he had reservations about Sakazuki's excessively hardline approach, he had to admit the excellence of the results before him. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his slightly turbulent emotions. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and strode confidently towards the entrance of the administrative building. Oh, look who it is. It's the great Inspector Sengoku. It's been a while. You really are a busy person, even unable to find time to visit us old comrades from back in the day. Just as Sengoku stepped into the building, a loud and cheerful laugh erupted from behind him. Hey, he has been busy all day like a spinning top, traveling everywhere. When would he have the leisure to pay us any attention? Almost simultaneously, another gentle and warm voice chimed in, filled with teasing. Sengoku didn't even need to turn around to recognize that it was Zephyr and Crane, whom he hadn't seen in a while, standing behind him. He slowly retracted the step he had taken. Then he turned around, meeting the eyes of his two old friends walking towards him. A helpless smile appearing on his face as he responded without a hint of embarrassment. Haha, I was just thinking of visiting you all as soon as I'm done with my business here. Seeing this, Zephyr hurriedly stepped forward, lightly punching Sengoku's shoulder, then turned to Crane with a grin, teasingly saying, "Hey, look at Sengoku, still as cunning as ever, his mouth is still as eloquent as always." However, faced with Zephyr's derogatory remarks in front of Crane, Sengoku showed no sign of anger. Instead, he straightened his posture and replied seriously, "Oh, Crane, you know me best. If anyone is to blame, it should be Sakazuki for giving me this troublesome job that keeps me so busy." As he spoke, Sengoku's gaze shifted slightly to Zephyr's now strong arm, no longer a heavy mechanical one, then to his face beaming with a cheerful smile. And an involuntary sigh of emotion surged within him. It had been a long time since he had seen Zephyr so joyfully display such a happy expression after enduring those two horrific tragedies. At this moment, Sengoku thought to himself, perhaps serving under Sakazuki gives Zephyr a stronger sense of mission and drive than working under me. With this thought, Sengoku couldn't help but glare at Zephyr, causing Zephyr to feel confused by this sudden action. "All right, you're here to see Sakazuki, right?" Zephyr asked. Sengoku nodded lightly, and then replied seriously, "Yes, speaking of this, I have to ask, what on earth are you all doing? Why didn't you stop Sakazuki from doing those ridiculous and dangerous things?" The stern questioning from Sengoku directly triggered confusion in both Zephyr and Tsuru. Sengoku gazed at their bewildered expressions, feeling increasingly pained in his heart, as if thousands of fine needles were piercing his heart. This is the bitterness of being misunderstood by friends. At this moment, Sengoku felt a sense of being the only sober one among a crowd of drunkards. His once resolute and steadfast face was now filled with endless sorrow and anger, muttering to himself, "The balance of this vast ocean has been ruthlessly destroyed by Akainu. Back in the day, we fought side by side, defeating the Rocks Pirates, Roger Pirates, and other maritime overlords, enduring countless hardships to maintain the fragile peace. Yet now, because of Akainu's obstinacy, it is crumbling. This world has once again fallen into chaos and turmoil. Do you not perceive this at all?" As Sengoku spoke, his eyes widened, seemingly ready to burst with fury, and his intense gaze pierced like a sharp sword towards his two old friends. He yelled loudly, gesturing wildly with his arms, as if he were trying to recreate the calm and harmonious maritime scenery from years ago. However, when Zephyr heard Sengoku's passionate speech, he couldn't help but be taken aback, his brows furrowing tightly. "Sengoku, what exactly do you want to do by confronting Akainu?" As he spoke, Zephyr subtly removed his hand from Sengoku's shoulder, placing it quietly behind his back. In truth, Zephyr was well aware of the intricate personal entanglements between Sengoku and Akainu. On one hand, Sengoku was a close partner with whom he shared life and death. On the other hand, Akainu was a promising student he valued highly. Zephyr sincerely hoped they could set aside past grievances, shake hands, and work together to uphold fairness and justice in the world. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. If this were in the past, Zephyr would have certainly prioritized Sengoku's thoughts, as the title of wise general was not just for show. However, since that night of heartfelt conversation and all-night drinking, after deeply appreciating Akainu's grand vision and foresight, his perspective on Sengoku had undergone a tremendous change. At this moment, Sengoku seemed overly cautious and obstinate in his eyes. This visit was likely just to create trouble for Akainu. Yet Sengoku remained oblivious to Zephyr's internal shift. Hearing Zephyr's question, he became enraged, indignantly shouting, "Balance! Balance! I have mentioned this countless times to Akainu, yet why can he never grasp its profound meaning? Just 2 years ago, I was forced to take action against the Whitebeard pirates due to the pressure of the global situation. Everyone knows the painful price we paid to ensure Whitebeard was permanently left here. But Akainu, that guy, despite making no progress in other areas, is only enthusiastic about attacking the Yonko, completely disregarding." Wait. Just then, seeing that Sengoku was about to launch into a long-winded speech, Zephyr immediately interrupted him. "Sengoku, in my opinion, we should find a more suitable place to calmly discuss this. How about we go to my residence?" As Zephyr spoke, he looked around. After all, they were currently in front of the administrative building, and Sengoku's loud outburst would inevitably have negative repercussions. "Zephyr, If Sengoku still couldn't see Zephyr's true stance after hearing these words, then his years as a fleet admiral would truly have been in vain. However, Sengoku did not easily compromise. No, I must go confront Akainu right now. He snorted, resolutely raising his foot to stride towards the building's interior. However, Zephyr quickly moved in front of him, blocking his path, and earnestly said, Sengoku, I sent it a good thing to enjoy your semi-retired life. Why involve yourself in these troubles? With that, Zephyr couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, his face showing endless helplessness. At that moment, Tsuru, standing nearby, also spoke up to advise, Sengoku, Zephyr's words make sense. Let's find a quieter place and talk slowly. Sengoku glared intensely at Zephyr and Tsuru, his expression growing heavier and colder, like the dark sky before storm. Those once close partners who fought alongside him had chosen to part ways with him at this moment. This sudden change left Sengoku with mixed feelings that were hard to express. Very well. Do you think I will become a stumbling block on the Navy's path forward? Or do you all plan to blindly follow Akainu down this dark road? Sengoku questioned furiously, his voice filled with disappointment and anger. Then he shouted loudly, Today, I will confront Akainu face to face and see what kind of magic he has cast on you to make you so bewitched. Before his words fell, Sengoku decisively pushed past Zephyr, striding purposefully towards the Admiral's office. Zephyr and Tsuru exchanged glances, both revealing endless helplessness and sighs. They understood that Sengoku's transformation was fundamentally influenced by Steelbone Kong. For a long time, Sengoku had become accustomed to acting according to the orders of the world government, adhering to the fixed pattern of maintaining balance. It was not that he had lost the ability to think independently or judge right from wrong, but rather that he had lost the courage and determination he had when he first joined the Navy. However, faced with Sengoku's emotional outburst, they couldn't bear to use force to stop him, only following closely behind, hoping to prevent any potential conflict and disputes. Akainu, I entrusted the position of Admiral to you. But is this how you lead the Navy? At this moment, Akainu, who was in his office discussing matters with Kiji, clearly heard Sengoku's thunderous questioning voice coming from the specialized communicator. He glanced toward the office door, feeling surprised. According to his memory of Sengoku, after the conclusion of the Marineford War and shedding the burden of the Admiral's position, he should be living carefree like Garp, even somewhat cynical. Yet why was this former Admiral, who should be enjoying a leisurely life, here confronting him? After pondering for a moment, Akainu lightly waved his hand towards Kiji. Meanwhile, the guards at the door received instructions from Kiji and, under Sengoku's furious gaze, slowly pushed open the tightly closed office door. Akainu, do you really need to put on this official air in front of me? With a furious shout, Sengoku strode into the room. He glanced at the Lark standing beside him, then took determined steps towards a sofa positioned to the right front of Sakazuki, and sat down heavily. What brings you, the great inspector of the Warring States, to my place today? Sakazuki merely cast a faint glance at the Warring States who had just walked in, continuing to sort through the mountain of documents on the table with a calm and unhurried tone. Even when facing the powerful old guards of the world government, Sakazuki had always been able to remain composed and fearless. Moreover, the person before him was merely the semi-retired Warring States. At that moment, Zephyr and Crane also entered the room. Zephyr's gaze shifted back and forth between Sakazuki and Warring States. Sakazuki nodded slightly to them and pointed to the empty sofa beside him, indicating that they should sit down first. Teacher Zephyr, Admiral Crane, since both of you are here, we could discuss matters regarding the Ministry of Education and the advisory group later. Sakazuki turned to Zephyr and Crane and said. Crane nodded slightly, glancing at Warring States, her deep eyes calm as still water, as if nothing in the world could stir a ripple within. Then she leisurely moved to the sofa directly opposite Warring States, sat down slowly, and turned to Zephyr, saying softly, sit down with us two old guys watching. What conflict could arise? Hearing this, Zephyr shook his head, no longer hesitating, and walked towards the seat where Warring States was sitting, settling down steadily next to Crane. Once both were seated comfortably, Sakazuki skillfully took out a thick cigar from his pocket, lit it, took a leisurely puff, and exhaled a dense cloud of smoke. He then turned his gaze to Warring States, the corners of his mouth slightly raising, continuing, It seems that Inspector Warring States has come to find me for something quite important. However, in response to Sakazuki's indifferent and aloof attitude, Warring States' emotions steadied instead. He asked in a serious tone, Sakazuki, what are your thoughts on the situation in Wano? Don't you worry about the world government. At this point, Warring States suddenly stopped speaking, quickly glancing towards the balcony and the door. After confirming that there was no anomaly around, he locked his gaze firmly on Sakazuki again, lowering his voice and stating word by word, "You should understand what I mean, right?" His words subtly hinted at an indescribable pressure and warning. Observing Warring States' cautious demeanor, Sakazuki's mouth slightly curled into a smirk, tinged with contempt. However, he did not rush to respond. Instead, he leisurely took another deep puff of his cigar. Then he leaned back slightly, allowing his entire body to rest against the comfortable chair back. At the same time, he casually lifted his right foot and placed it on his left knee, casually crossing his legs in front of Warring States. "Just say directly, this office has already been specially treated," Sakazuki said in a calm tone. Faced with Sakazuki's composed and relaxed demeanor, Warring States couldn't help but feel doubtful, his gaze scrutinizing Sakazuki back and forth. Out of caution, adhering to the principle of ensuring safety, Warring States decided to use his powerful observation haki to scan the surrounding area within a radius of 100 meters. With the keen perception of his advanced observation haki, Warring States clearly sensed that this office was vastly different from when he served here. It seemed to be enveloped by several faint, invisible, net-like ripples, akin to an impenetrable barrier tightly wrapping the entire space. This must be the handiwork of Sakazuki's now-renowned apprentice, Rear Admiral Blackbat, right? The ability to employ such exquisite defensive measures shows his mastery of devil fruit powers has reached a new level. Remembering his own past working here, Warring States couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for himself. Back then, he was always alert, handling every matter with extreme caution to prevent confidential information leaks. He even raised a goat to shred documents. During those days, he had to deal with various complex situations carefully, as any misstep could plunge the Navy into a quagmire. Warring States silently mourned his past self, then withdrew his outwardly released observation haki, fixing a sharp gaze on Sakazuki, and said sternly, "Sakazuki, do you really want to play games with the world government in the dark? You should know that the world government has always consciously restricted the Navy's development. If we conflict with the world government, it would bring unpredictable, catastrophic blows to the Navy. Can you bear the consequences of such an outcome?" Warring States' voice was filled with authority and warning. He understood Sakazuki's character, but this incident concerned the entire future of the Navy, and there could be no room for carelessness. He had to make Sakazuki understand the stakes involved to avoid making the wrong decision. Warring States' words echoed in the room like thunder, conveying the deep worries and tension within him. Warring States, the times have changed, yet you have not grasped this. Zephyr looked at the aggressive and pressing Warring States before him, frowning slightly, just as he was about to speak in Sakazuki's defense. He was gently stopped by Sakazuki's wave of his arm. With an indifferent expression, he said, "Inspector Warring States, I must say, your vision and mindset remain so narrow." Sakazuki paused, then ruthlessly criticized, "It is precisely because you are obsessed with maintaining that seemingly stable maritime structure that the entire world's interests have become increasingly imbalanced. The current situation is entirely different. Your outdated and stubborn governance strategies can no longer adapt to this turbulent new era. Over the past year, we have assigned you to inspect various places around the world. Haven't you noticed the many flaws in your management?" At this point, Sakazuki couldn't help but click his tongue in disappointment regarding Warring States' work over the past year. "I can hardly imagine if the Navy were still under your control and continued to develop. What a tragic consequence that would be for the entire Navy system, for this vast world, and for the billions of people living within it." Sakazuki's originally calm eyes suddenly became piercingly sharp, as if two beams of cold light were shooting straight at Warring States' slightly astonished face, mercilessly attacking his actions and decisions during his tenure as Fleet Admiral. "Look at what you have done. You only know how to stick to the rules, pursuing so-called stability, yet never considering to exert every effort to promote change. To put it plainly, isn't this just a typical case of dereliction of duty and ineptitude?" Sakazuki's words felt like a heavy hammer, striking hard at Sengoku's heart, causing his eyes to twitch involuntarily. Soon after, a raging fire of anger rapidly rose within him. In Sengoku's view, the formation of the Four Emperors structure and the rise of the Seven Warlords of the Sea were precisely his most outstanding achievements during his tenure. It was through his tireless efforts to maintain the delicate and fragile balance between the Navy, the Four Emperors, and the Seven Warlords of the Sea that the entire world was able to enjoy a hard-won moment of peace and stability. Moreover, just before stepping back from the front lines, he successfully eliminated the powerful Whitebeard pirates, Indeed, due to various factors, this operation caused significant losses to the Navy. However, overall, the merits far outweighed the faults, right? Who could have anticipated that at this moment, Sakazuki would dare to completely overturn everything Sengoku had done during his tenure as admiral? How could this not infuriate him? Sengoku, sitting on the sofa in the front right, suddenly raised his hand and slammed it down on the armrest next to him. In an instant, the wooden armrest cracked, revealing numerous fine fissures. In his fury, Sengoku ignored this and directly shouted at Sakazuki. Nonsense. I'm narrow-minded? I'm lazy and inactive? Sengoku's lips curled into a cold smile, a surge of indescribable anger and helplessness rising within him. He felt as if this anger was going to amuse him. But more than that, it was deep disappointment and dissatisfaction with Sakazuki. Well, this is just wonderful. If I'm inactive, then you, Sakazuki, are truly accomplished. Sengoku's voice dripped with obvious sarcasm. You disregard the lives and deaths of tens of millions of Navy soldiers, and with your personal will, dare to go against the world government, selfishly dragging the entire Navy into that endless darkness, into a hopeless abyss. The more Sengoku spoke, the more agitated he became, suddenly standing up from the sofa, pointing his finger directly at Sakazuki's nose, and continuing to roar uncontrollably. What are you talking about, reform? Oomph. Do you think you can become a great hero, saving lives? As someone who has been through it, as an elder, I solemnly advise you. The so-called hero is utterly vulnerable in front of the overwhelmingly powerful world government. No matter how you struggle and resist, in the end, you will only meet a tragic end. Sengoku ruthlessly scolded. At this moment, he was already red with rage, like an enraged lion, bombarding Sakazuki with accusations. However, in the face of Sengoku's storm-like scolding, Sakazuki remained silent. He simply gazed quietly at the emotionally unstable old man in front of him, his deep and cold eyes revealing no ripples, sending a chill down one's spine. This calm demeanor instead made the atmosphere around them even more tense and oppressive, to the point where others felt that the currently quiet Sakazuki was far more terrifying than the enraged Sengoku. Meanwhile, Zephyr and Crane, sitting on the sofa in the front left, exchanged a glance as if they shared a silent understanding. Just this brief exchange of glances seemed to allow them to comprehend each other's innermost thoughts. Then, they simultaneously shifted their bodies slightly, beginning to adjust their physical states. Fully focused and on high alert, they were ready to step in at any moment to try their best to prevent a conflict that could lead to serious consequences. In such a suffocating atmosphere filled with a strong smell of gunpowder and a murderous intent, Sengoku continued to rant. The primary mission of the Navy is to crush pirates and all other illegal forces, to safeguard the peace and stability of the seas, and to strengthen the regime controlled by the world government, not to allow you to practice so-called personal heroism. You, Sakazuki, attempt to push the entire Navy toward reform with just your own power. Have you not considered what immense disaster this could bring to the world? How much blood and sacrifice of innocent lives would it cause? Sengoku's finger heavily pointed in Sakazuki's direction a few times in the air, and then he continued to scold. You not only want to become a sinner of the Navy, but also a sinner of the world, a sinner of history. At this point, Sengoku's tone grew heavier, filled with sorrow and rage. Just thinking about how Sakazuki was gradually leading the Navy toward collapse and destruction made Sengoku unable to suppress the surging anger within him. His eyes, hidden behind his frog glasses and originally dignified, suddenly widened, resembling two shining golden lanterns, instantly bursting with intense and fierce light. In an instant, a long silent, dazzling golden power erupted from Sengoku's body like a volcanic eruption, accompanied by an unparalleled, overwhelming pressure. In a flash, all the objects in the office began to shake without warning, as if being manipulated by an invisible giant hand. That terrifying aura rapidly spread to every corner of the office, coalescing into an incredibly solid core of Conqueror's Haki, like an arrow released from a bow, rushing straight towards Sakazuki. However, just as Sengoku's astonishing Conqueror's Haki was about to reach Sakazuki, an even more magnificent, grand, and unmatched force erupted from Sakazuki's location like an insurmountable, towering giant peak, carrying an overwhelming oppressive force that left everyone present shaken to their core. When facing this overwhelming red power, the three elderly men, all over 70, couldn't help but recall the nearly invincible sea overlord from decades ago. Rocks. How broad and boundless must one's heart be to bear such vast and infinite Conqueror's Haki? Zephyr and Crane also witnessed Sakazuki's unrestrained release of Conqueror's Haki for the first time, sensing that Sakazuki was about to take action, and they hurriedly stood up, fully focused on Sengoku and Sakazuki. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, sitting firmly in the main seat, slightly moved his body, and his expressionless face, resembling a sculpture, began to show subtle changes. He slowly stood up from his office chair, accompanied by a wave of hot air rolling around him, like a volcano about to erupt. His sharp eyes, like ice blades piercing through the cold winter, seemed to possess a tangible, penetrating power, shooting straight at Sengoku, causing Sengoku's eyes to involuntarily feel a sharp pain. Sengoku, it seems that you, who have long occupied a high position, have already drifted far away from the vast world and the common people. At this moment, Sakazuki completely disregarded any feelings and directly shouted the other's name without concealment. You know nothing about the living conditions of the people at the bottom of the world, nor do you understand what they truly desire, and you are even oblivious to the actions they expect from the Navy. You are confined to this ivory tower of the Navy headquarters all day, thinking that you are faithfully fulfilling your duties and strategizing, believing you can control the situation of the entire world. But in reality, you have never truly paid attention to the practical interests and demands of the common people. Unknowingly, you have quietly stood on the opposite side of the masses. Every word that Sakazuki utters strikes like a heavy hammer against Sengoku, and the powerful aura emanating from him continuously rises with his words. By the time the last word falls, that overwhelming pressure surges forth like a flood breaking through a dam, completely shattering Sengoku's originally strong and domineering force, dissipating without a trace. Sengoku can only manage to say this one word before being forcefully pushed back 2 steps by the suffocating power. His body involuntarily leans back, his feet leaving deep marks on the ground. However, even so, Sengoku still endures the surging blood and energy within him, his eyes wide open as if he wants to say something to refute the other. But at that moment, Sakazuki does not give him any chance and directly shouts in a tone full of authority. What face do you have to stand here and act like an elder? Accompanied by Sakazuki's resounding words, the iconic frog glasses on Sengoku's face suddenly emit a harsh creaking sound. In the next moment, fine cracks appear on the lenses and quickly spread. Ultimately, the glasses cannot withstand the immense pressure and instantly shatter into countless tiny fragments, cascading down onto the cold ground. Sengoku, filled with anger, reaches to touch the empty frame above his nose, his heart filled with shame and indignation. Then, he slowly lowers his head, his gaze falling on the shattered lenses on the ground, his expression growing increasingly grim, as if he could scrape off a layer of frost. Feeling utterly humiliated, he instantly loses his reason and shouts angrily at Sakazuki. Sakazuki, how dare you be so bold, offending your superior? In the face of Sengoku's reprimand, Sakazuki merely snorts coldly, seemingly completely dismissive of him. He leisurely raises his left hand, takes a puff from the cigar in his hand, then exhales a cloud of smoke from his nostrils, responding disdainfully. Sengoku, open your eyes and see clearly. I am now the fleet admiral. As Sakazuki speaks, he points to the admiral's coat draped over him. Upon hearing this, Sengoku trembles with rage, his eyes fixed on Sakazuki. He never expected that the subordinate who once executed his orders decisively would now become so arrogant. What chills him even more is that Zephyr and Tsuru, standing beside him, are actually signaling him not to act impulsively, urging him to back down. Seeing these 2 former comrades in arms being so cold and indifferent, a deep sense of disappointment wells up in Sengoku's heart. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire room becomes eerily silent. The silence lasts for several seconds, and just as Sengoku grits his teeth, preparing to say a few more harsh words before turning to leave, the office door is suddenly pushed open again by his guards. Everyone turns to look, and they see 2 tall, handsome young men walking in slowly from outside. They're dressed in crisp vice admiral uniforms, exuding an air of authority and solemnity. The man in front walks with his head held high, his steps firm and powerful, his face radiating confidence and pride. His sharp gaze seems to suggest that nothing in the world can stop his advance, giving an impression of unparalleled dominance, as if he is the number 1 in the world. The other person following behind him forms a stark contrast to the former. Although he wears a slightly reserved smile, a careful observer can detect the cunning and slyness hidden within. His seemingly gentle and harmless eyes occasionally flash with a glint of slyness, making one instinctively wary. It is as if beneath this humble exterior lies a treacherous and vicious heart. Just as the two step through the door, still not fully grasping the current situation, they suddenly raise their voices and shout, "Sakazuki-sensei!" Their voices are deafening, echoing throughout the room, showing their extreme respect or fear for the person referred to as Sakazuki-sensei. Sakazuki's eagle-like sharp gaze swiftly scans the two in front of him, and then a slight smile appears on his lips as he nods gently at them. Immediately afterward, his gaze lightning fast shifts to the corner where Kiku stands. When he sees Kiku nodding in response, Sakazuki has already gained a rough understanding of the intentions of the two men coming here. At that moment, a hearty laughter suddenly rings out. "Yahaha, Kiku, we're back." A man holding a golden rod that sparkles with brilliant light strides towards the seats. At the same time, he does not forget to wave at Kiku with a flamboyant smile on his face. "Hey, mind your image. Zephyr-sensei and Tsuru Admiral are here." A companion entering with him, holding a sharp axe, reminds him in a low voice. Hearing this, the burly man with long ears seems to finally notice the presence of others in the room. He abruptly turns his head, and his gaze lands on the old man with purple hair, revealing a look of surprise. So Zephyr-sensei is also here to see the boss." Saying this, he hurriedly reaches to scratch the back of his head, awkwardly greeting Zephyr and Tsuru. At this time, Zephyr furrows his brow, crossing his arms over his chest, his eyes fixed on Enel, sternly reprimanding him. "Enel, this is the office. Act more formally." However, in the face of Zephyr's stern reprimand, Enel merely waves his hand dismissively, still wearing a grin, responding nonchalantly. "Oh, come on. We're all friends here. No need to be so serious, right?" Then, as if he suddenly remembers something, Enel quickly turns around, his face filled with excitement. "Boss, you don't know how cunning that Blackbeard Pirates group is." Enel eagerly begins to recount his thrilling battle experience with the Blackbeard Pirates to Sakazuki. But at that moment, his gaze inadvertently sweeps over Sengoku, who is confronting Sakazuki. In an instant, he stops mid-sentence as if struck by a spell. Enel keenly perceives the gloomy expression on Sengoku's face, which seems almost ready to drip water, and the empty glasses frame above his nose. All of this makes Enel instantly understand the indescribable subtle atmosphere between the two at this moment. Consequently, he immediately suppresses the impulse to share and begins to scrutinize Sengoku carefully. Soon his brows furrow, and his eyes reveal an unabashed vigilance and suspicion as he loudly questions. "Hey, old man, what do you want to do? Planning to rebel, or something?" While speaking, Enel unhesitatingly raises the golden rod glimmering with brilliant light high in the air, pointing its sharp tip directly at Sengoku. Jones, who was half a step behind Enel, was a seasoned figure who had been through many battles in the Navy. He was well aware of the entanglements between Sengoku and his own teacher. Without hesitation, he took a solid step forward, gripping the imposing axe in his hand as if he intended to cleave the person before him in two. At the same time, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Enel, showing no fear as he resolutely met Sengoku's gaze. Moreover, Jones maintained the appropriate decorum, greeting Sengoku respectfully yet with a hint of mockery. "Old Sengoku, you should be enjoying your leisurely retirement in peace. What brings you to this place to stir up trouble and act confused?" His seemingly casual words carried a profound meaning, drawing attention from those around. Sengoku, facing the two, glared at the audacious Navy subordinates who dared to raise their weapons against him. His expression was dark, like a sky overshadowed by storm clouds, threatening to burst into a torrential downpour at any moment. Even Sakazuki, known for his iron will, would not dare to act against him easily. Yet what gave these two the courage? Sengoku's anger burned fiercely within him. He suddenly ripped off the empty glasses from his nose, clenching them tightly in his hand. Then, with a violent motion, he threw them down onto the ground. With a crisp shattering sound, the frames scattered. Immediately, Sengoku widened his eyes and roared angrily at Sakazuki, who was not far away. "Sakazuki, look at the soldiers you've trained. They are utterly disregarding military discipline and acting recklessly." It was hard for Sengoku to believe that just under 2 years after stepping down from the rank of Fleet Admiral, Navy soldiers were so openly turning their weapons against him. The thought that these two were trusted disciples of Sakazuki only intensified his rage. There was no doubt that Sakazuki was recklessly cultivating his own faction, attempting to establish a dictatorship within the military. Such behavior severely violated the discipline and traditions of the Navy, posing a tremendous threat to the unity and stability of the entire force. Sengoku would not allow such a thing to happen. In response to Sengoku's impotent and furious roar, Sakazuki wore an extremely contemptuous smile, letting out a dismissive snicker. He then gestured lightly to Enel and Jones, indicating that they should remain calm and not act impulsively. After making this gesture, Sakazuki leisurely returned to his spacious and comfortable office chair, adjusting himself into a relaxed posture as if everything was under control. At that moment, Sengoku's eyes, already red with anger, seemed as if they would burst into flames. Yet, Sakazuki appeared completely unfazed by Sengoku's rage. He casually retrieved a fine cigar from his drawer, lit it with his fingers, took a deep puff, and then exhaled a thick and acrid cloud of smoke. After doing all this, he slowly responded, "Sengoku, one must not be so narrow-minded. Look at these vibrant and powerful young people before us. They're the hope of our Navy and undoubtedly the emerging elite force." Moreover, they had just experienced an incredibly fierce battle, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Blackbeard pirates in the treacherous calm belt, ultimately returning victorious. Isn't such an achievement worthy of our recognition and praise? Therefore, they are the great contributors to our Navy. How can you say they're disregarding military discipline and acting recklessly? Upon hearing Sakazuki's obviously dismissive remarks, Sengoku was nearly driven to jump up and explode again. However, just as he prepared to launch another attack on Sakazuki, he suddenly noticed the last half of Sakazuki's statement. In an instant, Sengoku felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, freezing in place, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. After a couple of seconds, he snapped back to reality, his voice trembling as he asked, "WH, what? You actually engaged the Blackbeard pirates again? Are you planning to take action against the other Yonko pirates next?" Sengoku looked at Sakazuki, who was reclining against the back of his chair, in utter disbelief, as if a storm was raging within him. He never expected that just after eliminating the beast pirates, Sakazuki would so quickly become entangled with the Blackbeard pirates. What is happening in this world? Is there really no one who can stop this madman? Sengoku couldn't help but question internally, while also feeling deep concern and fear about Sakazuki's possible actions. "Oh man, it's just a mere Yonko. In the past 2 years, our Navy has taken down several. What's there to be so alarmed about?" Enel remarked with a hint of disdain, his tone filled with contempt and mockery. To Enel, the so-called Yonko were merely a group of bluffers, all show and no substance. However, Sengoku did not take Enel's casual demeanor lightly. He well understood the seriousness of the current situation. Sengoku furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze sharp as he looked at Sakazuki. The latter appeared particularly calm and unruffled, even shrugging nonchalantly, indicating that he did not mind the conflict with the Blackbeard pirates. Seeing Sakazuki's attitude, Sengoku could no longer remain silent. He raised his voice sharply, shouting, "This is outrageous. How can such a thing be allowed to happen?" His voice thundered through the air, as if to make everyone understand the severity of the issue at hand. Sakazuki looked at Sengoku, who was flailing and agitated and was already filled with annoyance and impatience. He frowned, his eyes revealing displeasure, and then he abruptly raised his large and powerful hand, mercilessly issuing an eviction order. "Enough. Sengoku, I must once again solemnly declare to you that the current fleet admiral is me, not you. If you truly wish to contribute to our great Navy, then please return to your position and diligently complete the tasks that are yours to handle," Sakazuki stated emphatically, his gaze piercing, as if he could see through Sengoku's heart. After saying this, he turned to Zifa, his tone slightly softened but still carrying undeniable authority. "Teacher Zifa, please help escort him out." Seeing that Sakazuki showed no reaction to his words, completely disregarding him, Sengoku couldn't help but take several deep breaths to calm his surging emotions. However, he was unwilling to waste more words at this moment, and simply left with indignation. Fine. Since that's the case, I won't say any more nonsense." He then gritted his teeth and added, "Sakazuki, one day you will surely regret what you have done today." As soon as the words fell, Sengoku turned around angrily and left, his imposing figure quickly disappearing at the office door. "Sakazuki, you know Sengoku's temperament. I'll go and persuade him." Zephyr glanced at Sakazuki and then hurried after Sengoku. Sakazuki nodded indifferently, as he wouldn't take Sengoku's nonsense to heart anyway. TCH, what an ungrateful old man. Inaru clicked his tongue and sat down heavily on the sofa where Sengoku had just been sitting. "Shoo, quiet down." Jones sat beside Inaru and nudged him with his elbow, gesturing toward the chief of staff Crane across the room. After all, these old men were comrades who joined the military at the same time. and openly discussing their partner in front of others was indeed not very proper. Crane's two juniors exchanged glances, feeling a bit speechless in their hearts. She gently shook her head, then cleared her throat to attract everyone's attention. In her deep, well-like eyes, a trace of nostalgia flashed by, as if recalling the past years and experiences. Ahem, that guy Sengoku actually once had grand ambitions like the current Sakazuki, filled with ideals and passion. But as time passed, and especially after he took the position of admiral, his understanding of the world government deepened, and his analysis of the world situation became more thorough, leading to more concerns. Crane looked at Sakazuki, her eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions. If it weren't for the convincing evidence you provided, I too would have doubted your decision. But the facts are before us, and I can no longer hesitate. Crane sighed after speaking. She knew all too well that the sea had changed dramatically, with order becoming increasingly turbulent and the lines between good and evil becoming more blurred. In this context, the Navy, as a force to maintain peace, bears great responsibility and pressure. The new era still needs newcomers like Sakazuki, who can lead the Navy with new ideas and in new ways to maintain world stability and the interests of the people. Sakazuki, Sengoku's worries are not without reason. Having been an admiral for many years, he has experienced countless storms and knows the complexities and dangers involved. Our current situation is like walking on a tightrope. Any misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss. Therefore, we must remain highly vigilant, take cautious steps, and never let our guard down. Crane's voice was low and firm, resonating like a steady bell in everyone's ears. Her gaze was deep and wise, as if she could see through time to both the distant past and the unknown future. Over the long years, she had witnessed too many changes and vicissitudes, accumulating endless experience and wisdom. In this turbulent and unpredictable era, the thoughts and actions of politicians are quietly changing. They're no longer satisfied with the status quo, but pursue greater power and interests. Those who are ambitious will stop at nothing, attempting to overturn the existing order and establish their own rule. Faced with such a situation, the Navy finds itself in a dilemma. Moreover, Sakazuki's previously expressed thoughts are tantamount to being at odds with the entire world. We must be aware of these changes and prepare countermeasures in advance. Otherwise, if the enemy seizes the opportunity, the consequences will be unimaginable. Crane's tone was serious and earnest, her eyes filled with concern. She knew that this war was not just a military struggle, but also a political game. Only by maintaining absolute clarity of mind and overwhelming strength can we stand undefeated in this storm. What are we afraid of? Our boss not only has a strong fist, but also thinks hundreds of years ahead of this world. Inaru dismissed Crane's statement, saying it while resting the golden staff on his shoulder and smiling proudly, as if he were Sakazuki himself. Jones beside him gave him a disdainful glance, then cleared his throat and respectfully said, "The strength of our teacher, the far-sightedness of his vision, and the depth of his thoughts are unmatched in all the seas and the entire world. It is truly a blessing for the Navy and the people that we can develop and progress under the leadership of our teacher. As long as our teacher is here, this world will surely move towards a brighter direction." After speaking, Jones looked reverently at Sakazuki, his eyes full of respect. "Two sycophants. Uncle Sakazuki doesn't need you to evaluate him." Yin Xiao, while pouring tea for Sakazuki and Crane, looked down on the way Inaru and Jones talked. Sakazuki ignored the quirky duo, taking a deep puff of his cigar and slowly exhaling the smoke. The smoke filled the air, creating a hazy scene, as if shrouding the once clear and foreseeable future of the world in a layer of mist. He quietly enjoyed this moment of tranquility, seemingly forgetting everything around him. Suddenly, he sharply drew the end of his cigar and tossed it to the ground, extinguishing it. Then, he reached for the teacup Yin Xiao handed him and took a gentle sip. The warmth of the tea flowed down his throat, bringing a soothing sensation. Sakazuki's gaze fell on the few people in front of him. Crane's face was filled with seriousness and solemnity, while Inaru, Jones, and Yin Xiao appeared relaxed and carefree, clearly confident in their mindlessness. After a few seconds of quiet contemplation, he finally set down the teacup. Then, Sakazuki slowly stood up, his movements decisive and confident. His towering figure, over 3 meters tall, commanded a sense of authority. At that moment, the sunlight outside streamed through the window into the room, illuminating his figure and making him appear even more dazzling. Sakazuki raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, with eyes under the brim of his hat flickering with a keen light. His eyes scanned everyone, finally resting on Crane. What happened to the once great kingdom? His voice was light and low, yet it sounded like a thunderbolt in the ears of everyone present, carrying an immense power that made their hearts tremble. Without waiting for Crane to respond, Sakazuki continued speaking. How glorious the once great kingdom was. It was unimaginable that it would face destruction. As he spoke, he walked to the center of the office, turning his back to Crane and looking at the Navy flag hanging on the wall, his eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions. The struggles of 800 years ago were truly magnificent. Some stood atop others through strength or luck, becoming rulers. It was truly a sight to behold, where a single word could determine life and death, with power being supreme. But it also came with endless risks. Once balance was lost, it could lead to turmoil or even ruin. Sakazuki turned back, his sharp gaze cutting through the eyes of everyone present. Looking back at nearly a century of history, the world government's ruling position seems to be increasingly challenged. Evidently, they have lost control of the situation. Crane looked seriously at Sakazuki, who stood at the center of the office, her eyes occasionally flashing with thoughts and insights. Ainalu, Jones, and Tsuru sat upright on the sofa, listening intently to Sakazuki's brilliant speech. In the tumultuous and profound waves of this ocean, time flowed like water, with each era, each kingdom, and even every individual having its own unique story and legend. The rise and fall of dynasties is as inevitable as the changing of the seasons. It is a law of history and an inevitable result of human social development. Now, the world government led by the Celestial Dragons has already shown signs of decline and corruption, its ruling status facing unprecedented challenges. Sakazuki raised his hand, pointing in the direction of Marineford, a cruel smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Amid internal corruption and escalating conflicts, brave individuals must stand up, unite, and lead the people to resist, using the strength of the whole world to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons. Sakazuki's impassioned tone and sharp words stirred the fiery emotions of everyone present. In this era filled with uncertainties and challenges, everyone must make a choice, either go with the flow or stand up and fight for freedom and justice. Regardless of the outcome, this grand history of bloodshed and sacrifice will become an important chapter in the world, forever remembered by future generations. Finally, Sakazuki concluded decisively. At this moment, Tsuru's face revealed a barely perceptible emotion, deeply agreeing in her heart. Indeed, Sakazuki was more ambitious, courageous, and determined than the warring states. Compared to the warring states' various concerns about the world situation, their wariness of the upper powers, and their suspicions of the unknown, Sakazuki was filled with confidence and determination for the future, inspiring his comrades. Good. With more than 10 million Navy personnel guided by such comprehensive and advanced thinking, if we all fail, it would mean this world is beyond saving. A terrifying gleam flashed beneath Tsuru's glasses, seemingly solidifying her resolve to fight to the death against the world government. Subsequently, Sakazuki and Tsuru discussed a series of matters regarding the Navy staff. Based on his experience and the actual situation of this world, Sakazuki made important instructions on how to reasonably assign chiefs of staff to various legions and how to deploy talent across the seas. They discussed in detail the characteristics and needs of various sea areas and legions, as well as suitable candidates for chiefs of staff. Sakazuki emphasized the need to fully leverage everyone's talents and strengths, ensuring that every legion receives the most suitable guidance and support. At the same time, he mentioned the importance of talent deployment, believing that only by allowing more people to have opportunities to train and grow in different positions can the overall strength and quality of the Navy be improved. After 2 hours of discussion and deliberation, Tsuru greatly benefited, filled with confidence and anticipation for future work. She felt her thoughts were clearer and her goals more defined. Finally, Tsuru left the office satisfied, filled with gains and motivation. After watching Tsuru's figure disappear beyond the door, Sakazuki turned his attention to the 2 fools under his command and casually asked, how did it feel to fight alongside Yasub and the Blackbeard pirates? Yahaha, thrilling. It's still the old man's brilliant strategy. Knowing in advance that Blackbeard's target was Hancock, so we set up an ambush. We caught the Blackbeard pirates off guard. When mentioning the battle with the Blackbeard pirates, Ainalu instantly perked up, excitedly launching into a barrage of words. Especially that sickly sniper. He wanted to sneak attack me, but he couldn't hit me at all. Ainalu laughed heartily, his words filled with mockery and disdain for the enemy. So impressive. Why couldn't you capture Blackbeard then? At this moment, Yin Xiao interjected unexpectedly. Hearing Yin Xiao's question, Ainalu seemed to choke, awkwardly laughing twice. He secretly glanced at Sakazuki's expressionless face, cleared his throat lightly, and then said with a look of regret, "Blackbeard himself is very cunning and tough. Neither we nor the blind uncle could take him down. But we did manage to take out 2 of their small cadres. Right?" Ainalu said, shifting his gaze to his companion, trying to get him to back him up. Jones scoffed dismissively but nodded nonetheless. Although the Blackbeard pirates couldn't compare to the established Yonko pirate crews, their overall strength shouldn't be underestimated. Moreover, it is worth noting that Blackbeard's physique is very strange. In addition to the power of the dark fruit, he has mastered another extremely powerful ability. Jones began to analyze this ambitious figure known as Blackbeard. For the first time, Jones felt inferior regarding Blackbeard's dark character. Listening to Jones's analysis of Blackbeard, Sakazuki slightly nodded, his mind beginning to conjure the image of Blackbeard. Lurking for 20 years, remaining inconspicuous, he transformed into an emperor once the storm arrived. Killing his brother and betraying his captain, it can be said that he has endured hardship and experienced the myriad aspects of life. After Jones finished speaking, Sakazuki narrowed his eyes. After taking a deep breath of his cigar, he added, "Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. He is an extremely complex and ambitious man." Sakazuki's gaze suddenly became sharp and profound, as if he could see Blackbeard's figure through time and space. He continued, "Blackbeard lurked in the Whitebeard pirates for 20 years, concealing his strength and ambition, waiting for the right moment. This level of patience and endurance is truly astonishing. However, once the opportunity arose, he immediately demonstrated decisiveness and resolution. He killed his captain, Thatch, seized the dark fruit, and betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. This series of actions reveals his ruthlessness and willingness to do anything. However, it is inaccurate to simply define Blackbeard as a mere villain. Every step he takes is filled with careful consideration and strategy. He knows how to exploit others' weaknesses and desires to achieve his own goals while skillfully hiding his true intentions. More importantly, Blackbeard has an extreme thirst for power. He wants to become the pirate king and rule the entire world. For this, he is willing to pay any price. His ambition and determination ensure that he will become a highly threatening figure, not only to the Navy but to the entire world as well. In summary, Blackbeard is a complex and dangerous character. When facing him, one must always remain vigilant because no one knows what astonishing move he will make next. After Sakazuki finished speaking, the air fell silent for a few seconds. Everyone was surprised that Sakazuki would give such a high evaluation of Blackbeard, even if it was a negative one. Jones was silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something. Finally, he gently shook his head and sighed. Blackbeard is truly a formidable opponent. As Jones was lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by Ainalu. "Blackbeard is indeed tricky, but speaking of you, kid, you usually look timid. Yet this time you actually took on one of Blackbeard's big moves. Quite rare," Ainalu exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, both Sakazuki and Yinxiao couldn't help but look at Jones a little more closely. Noticing the white gauze wrapped inside Jones's military uniform, Sakazuki's eyes flickered with an unnoticed glimmer. However, he casually asked, "What has gotten into you, kid? Going head-to-head isn't your style." In response to Sakazuki's inquiry, Jones shyly scratched the back of his head and answered somewhat awkwardly, "Hee, teacher, I just want to improve. Look at the new guy, Uncle Ishiao, he's already a general. And that wild rancher got the position of a candidate general. And I'm still just a vice admiral." Jones wanted to say more, but Sakazuki waved his hand to interrupt. "You're only in your 30s, what has the rush? The youngest person in naval history to be promoted to admiral is Zephyr, who was only 38 at the time and broke the record. But teacher, the position of the third admiral can't stay vacant forever, can it? When will I get my candidate admiral position?" Jones was unaware that the third admiral position had always been reserved for Kazan and was thick-skinned enough to press on. Sakazuki didn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of these young people, so he said, "There will be opportunities. This year we must eliminate the Blackbeard pirates. And the World Conference in June is a very good opportunity." Sakazuki and others began discussing in the office how to utilize the world government's organization of the World Conference to eradicate the cancer that was the Blackbeard pirates. Meanwhile, far away from the administrative building, in a remote area several kilometers away, there was a wide space, which was the location of the Navy Headquarters Military Academy, Marineford Academy. This renowned officer training school on the sea carries endless glory and brilliance and is hailed as the cradle of naval stars. Every student who successfully completes their graduation assessment here shines like a star, illuminating the skies of various naval branches and even the headquarters, becoming a pillar of strength. Over the past few decades, Marineford Academy has been a hall that nurtures heroes, training countless outstanding officers for the Navy. Among them are the current fleet Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Borisellino, candidate Admiral Gyon, Kaji, and elite Vice Admirals Doberman, Spider, and Fire Mountain, all of whom are alumni of this academy. Even Sakazuki's personal disciples, Enel and Jones, have undergone brief training here. Each of these naval stars shines brilliantly, illuminating the entire Navy of this era. Most of these achievements are attributed to Zephyr, an instructor skilled in teaching. 30 years ago, Zephyr voluntarily applied to resign from the position of admiral. Although he felt deeply disappointed in the contemporary Navy, he had high hopes for the future Navy. This senior officer, known as the Kind Admiral, retreated to a secondary position as the chief instructor of the academy. With his excellent teaching philosophy and selfless dedication, he has trained batch after batch of outstanding naval talents. Today, most of the Navy's leaders are his proud students. At this moment, the academy grounds were as lively as ever, full of vigor and vitality. The military students were engaged in various training and exercises. Some were running with weights, some were sparring, and others were studying the 6 styles and hockey. Everyone was fully focused on their training tasks, striving to enhance their strength. In this place that gathers elites from around the world, one can feel a strong atmosphere of competition. They compete with each other and progress together. Everyone strives to showcase their talents, seeking to become future naval stars. In the distance, some instructors stood high up, observing the students' performances. They occasionally issued commands, correcting students' mistakes or offering suggestions. The entire academy was filled with a tense yet orderly atmosphere. Here, everyone was tirelessly working towards realizing their dreams of becoming naval heroes. "This is our youth," an old man exclaimed. In an unnoticed corner around the training ground, in the shadows where sunlight couldn't reach, 2 figures stood quietly. Their gaze was intently focused on every military student training hard in the grounds. Time seemed to stand still. The 2 didn't speak for a long time, silently watching everything before them, with endless emotions surging in their hearts. They seemed to return to the past, recalling the days they spent here in their youth. Back then, they were just like these young military students, full of passion and dreams, tirelessly pursuing higher goals. At this moment, they wanted to use this quiet moment to reclaim the youth and fervor that once belonged to them. They reminisced about the grueling training, fierce competition, and endless challenges, feeling an indescribable emotion stirring within. This period not only shaped their character, but also cultivated their indomitable spirit. Although time had left its marks on their faces, the passion buried deep in their hearts seemed to remain undiminished. Indeed, 50 or 60 years really pass in the blink of an eye, another old man echoed. In this quiet corner, the 2 figures stood silently, their thoughts drifting far away, immersed in memories of the past. "Let us go, sit in my office." After a long while, Zephyr turned his head and said to the lost in thought Sengoku, "Sure, I still have a lot to ask you, you rascal." Sengoku snapped back to reality and took the lead in stepping forward. The daylight in January always feels particularly short. The sun seemed unable to withstand the encroaching darkness, beginning to slant westward early, casting the sunset's afterglow over every corner of Marineford. The entire island was enveloped in this golden light, creating a warm and tranquil atmosphere. As the sun gradually sank, the figures of Zephyr and Sengoku elongated on the ground, eventually disappearing beyond the training grounds, leaving only the golden training field bathed in sunlight, and those students still striving hard. Teacher Zephyr, you're here." As Zephyr walked into the military academy office area, the officers approaching him greeted him warmly. Their faces were lit up with sincere smiles, their eyes sparkling with respect and admiration for Zephyr. Zephyr smiled in response to everyone's greetings, his authority and approachability perfectly blended, evoking respect from all. As the chief instructor of the Navy's highest military academy, Zephyr had spent over 30 springs and autumns here. His experience, wisdom, and leadership skills had long been ingrained in people's hearts, making him an object of admiration. Here, he was not just an excellent instructor, but also a role model in the eyes of the students. Many young officers took pride in receiving guidance from Zephyr, and he was always generous in imparting his knowledge and experience to them. 2 years ago, when Sakazuki was promoted to Fleet Admiral, Zephyr was entrusted with the important role of concurrently serving as the president of the military academy. This appointment further elevated Zephyr's status within the academy. Whether nominally or actually, he has become the highest authority here. Inside the military academy, in the office of the principal and chief instructor, Zephyr poured a cup of tea for Sengoku, whose face still showed signs of anger, and then casually sat down opposite him. "Sengoku, It's been a long time since you came to my place, Zephyr said, sipping a cup of hot tea and smiling. Sengoku, still simmering with anger, snorted coldly. However, although the inner flames of anger still burned, Sengoku gently took a sip of the tea on the table. After speaking so much in the marshal's office earlier, he indeed felt a bit parched. Closing his eyes, Sengoku savored the aroma of the tea spreading in his mouth, gradually calming his emotions. He took a deep breath and then slowly opened his eyes, the anger in his heart suppressed. Sengoku slightly raised his head, his gaze falling on the purple-haired old man in front of him, and asked in a calm yet authoritative tone, "Why?" These simple 3 words contained countless questions and confusions in Sengoku's heart. He did not understand why this purple-haired old man would make such a choice, why he would go against the principles and beliefs they had upheld all along. Sengoku hoped for a reasonable explanation, a reason that could persuade him. Before Zephyr could answer, Sengoku pressed further, "Zephyr, what on earth are you thinking to stand together with Akainu? I remember when Akainu was still a student here, you mentioned that with his performance, his future strength would surely surpass the seas. But he is only fit to be a good general in battle, not suitable to command the whole situation as a marshal. Why are you now so firmly supporting him?" Sengoku was baffled. When Zephyr retired to the second line to serve as the chief instructor of the Marine Academy, Akainu was among the first batch of students he taught. At that time, Akainu's performance was undoubtedly the most impressive, which attracted the attention of the Navy's higher-ups, leading to multiple discussions about his development. As the person who had the most contact with Akainu, whenever discussing Akainu's future potential, Zephyr would always say that this kid would definitely become a great general. Everyone agreed with Zephyr's assessment. However, the dovish faction advocating stability unanimously believed that a general is just a general. Yet this child acts too aggressively with dangerous thoughts, lacking depth and strategy. He is focused on small battles and neglects the bigger picture. He does not possess the demeanor of a marshal. Moreover, Zephyr, who initially advocated benevolence without killing, had privately spoken to Akainu several times, hoping to change his mindset, but to no avail. He could only shake his head in regret. If it were suitable, he would undoubtedly assist Akainu in becoming the Navy's marshal, but if it were unsuitable, he could not aid in wrongdoing. Now, 30 years later, Zephyr's choice left Sengoku confused. He stared intently at Zephyr, his sharp gaze trying to see through the other man's black sunglasses to understand his thoughts. Could it be that Akainu's bold military order issued on the day he took office changed your stance? Hearing Sengoku's question, Zephyr couldn't help but recall that sleepless night of conversation. That night, every word Akainu said was deeply engraved in his heart, never to be forgotten. Of course not. How could I be so superficial? Zephyr chuckled lightly, seemingly finding Sengoku's speculation somewhat rash, and couldn't he help but shake his head helplessly. He did not rush to respond to Sengoku, but slowly took a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket, his movements unhurried. Then he pulled out 2 cigarettes. One hand put one cigarette in his mouth, while the other hand offered the other to Sengoku. However, Sengoku waved his hand, indicating refusal. At this moment, he was eager to hear Zephyr's thoughts and had no mind for smoking. Zephyr didn't mind, casually withdrawing his hand. Next, he lit the cigarette in his mouth and took 2 deep puffs. Compared to those meticulously crafted cigars, he preferred the slightly rougher cigarettes. The smoke produced by this product, made from shredded tobacco leaves with added nicotine, provided him with a stronger stimulation. This was different from the experience of just holding the smoke in his mouth and then exhaling a billowing cloud of white smoke when smoking cigars. After passing through his lungs, wisps of bluish-white smoke drifted from Zephyr's mouth and nose, gradually spreading into the surrounding air. These smoke clouds seemed to be given life, slowly swirling around his weathered yet vibrant face. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, bringing a touch of warm and soft light to the entire space. This sunset glow appeared to be a backdrop specially prepared for Zephyr, reflecting the brilliance and vivacity of his expressive face even more vividly. I am an incompetent teacher. After a long time, Zephyr let out a heavy sigh. In Sengoku's puzzled gaze, Zephyr continued, I pride myself on knowing the strength and character of my students well, yet I found I never truly understood Akainu. It was only after he reached the pinnacle that I realized that all these years, his perseverance in hardship, unwavering determination, broad-mindedness to benefit the world, and the ambition to change the world were all extraordinary. Zephyr's voice gradually grew louder, his tone increasingly passionate, as if the enthusiasm in his heart could no longer be contained. His body trembled slightly, as if enduring an indescribable emotional impact. And the eyes behind those sunglasses now emitted a dazzling light, like a brilliant star shining with endless hope and desire in the darkness. It was a longing for the future, a pursuit of dreams, and a steadfast belief in justice. At the same time, his weathered face also revealed a distinct look of yearning. The marks of time had not diminished his longing for beautiful things. Instead, they deepened and made this yearning more genuine. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile as if looking forward to a bright tomorrow. For many years, the higher-ups of the world government believed they had a thorough understanding of Akainu. At this moment, Zephyr slowly extended his weathered hand towards the distant horizon. Far away, Marineford, the magnificent building symbolizing the world's highest center of power, shimmered with a cold and solemn brilliance under the glow of the setting sun. Like an indestructible fortress standing in the world, the towering palace seemed to overlook everything, both majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if, no matter how turbulent the world became, it always maintained that unreachable sense of control. The sunlight reflected a golden halo on its walls, imparting an irresistible sense of power. Even Admiral Akainu, Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru, of course including me, all thought Akainu was just like us, and most a Navy attack dog with a tougher approach. Then, Zephyr's finger slightly turned, shifting from the distant Marineford to Sengoku, sitting opposite him. His gaze fixed intently on Sengoku, revealing complex emotions. However, over time, I gradually realized that this self-righteous understanding of Sakazuki was merely the tip of the iceberg. In the end, Zephyr's hand rested on his chest, and he patted it twice with force. These two strikes seemed to not only land on his chest, but also struck the corners of his heart that had been intentionally or unintentionally neglected and forgotten. The series of decisions he made after becoming a marshal proved that his depth and persistence far surpassed our imagination. Zephyr's voice was deep yet filled with power, as if declaring an undeniable fact. Under the suspicious gaze of Sengoku, Zephyr did not put on airs. Instead, he took a deep breath from the cigarette in his hand. The wisps of blue smoke swiftly entered his mouth with his inhalation, then spread recklessly within his oral cavity, filling the entire space with the pungent scent of nicotine. After a brief pause, he spoke again. The goal he pursued was by no means limited to the trivial glory of an individual. Deep within Sakazuki's heart lay a grander vision, that of the entire world. He desired to bring genuine peace and a stable living environment for all beings in this world through his own efforts. He was not one to focus solely on power and status. Every solid step he took and every military action he led contained profound meaning, all aimed at opening up a brand new world, an ideal world filled with endless beautiful possibilities shaped by his own hands. In Zephyr's originally deep-set eyes, a brilliant and dazzling light now flickered. This light burned like a raging flame, making Sengoku feel a heat even through his sunglasses. His vast and boundless heart and lofty aspirations forced me to abandon my past perceptions and reassess him with caution. It was through this deep observation that I caught a glimpse of a Sakazuki I had never truly understood before, a great leader who would guide all the people of the world toward freedom and liberation. When Zephyr's words slipped from his mouth, Sengoku's heart surged with shock like a raging tide, the degree of which was almost indescribable. It was known that, with his profound understanding of this old comrade he had known for many years, Zephyr would never easily praise a student so wholeheartedly. Unless this student had already reached a lofty realm that could only be looked up to, even making a respected teacher like Zephyr involuntarily admire his outstanding achievements. Zephyr, you. Sengoku widened his eyes, looking incredulously at this old friend who had once fought side by side, but now felt like a stranger. His lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but those words were swallowed back down. Sakazuki, Sengoku spoke again, his voice tinged with hesitation and confusion. His previously resolute face now appeared somewhat pale and powerless, as if he had lost his former confidence and decisiveness. Sengoku couldn't help but recall past experiences, the iron-blooded brutality, violent ruthlessness, and extreme cruelty of Sakazuki's law enforcement methods still vivid in his mind. However, at this moment, listening to Zephyr's description, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have never truly entered Sakazuki's inner world. The true thoughts and feelings of Sakazuki were so unfamiliar to him. Just as Sengoku's heart was filled with mixed emotions, a slight noise broke the suffocating silence. Creak! The door slowly opened with a dull sound, particularly jarring in the still air. Immediately after, a clear and rhythmic sound of footsteps approached, the sound of leather shoes striking the ground, each step resonating like a heartbeat in Sengoku's chest. As the footsteps grew closer, a deep and aged voice entered Sengoku's ears. Sengoku, it is time for you and Sakazuki to reconcile. Though the voice was slightly hoarse, the wisdom contained within it was impossible to ignore. Sakazuki was leading the Navy into an unprecedented new era, which could very well be an unparalleled political reshuffle worldwide, a war of unprecedented scale and extreme brutality. The speaker's deep and weighty voice seemed to unfurl a dark painting interwoven with blood and tears before the two of them, making them shudder involuntarily. However, the next moment, she shifted her tone. But isn't this the most noble ideal buried deep in the hearts of the Navy throughout the ages? We have always harbored a persistent pursuit of justice, bearing the sacred mission of maintaining world peace and order. Now, at this unprecedented time of great change that has not occurred in hundreds of years, the Navy's responsibilities and missions have reached an unparalleled elevation at this critical moment. This sweeping revolutionary wave is not merely the affair of Sakazuki alone. It concerns every person who harbors justice and upholds their beliefs. In the face of such a great historical mission, no one can escape it, nor can they shirk this undeniable responsibility. The determination in her words flowed like a torrent, impacting the hearts of everyone present. And it moved Sengoku, who was already shocked, even more deeply. Kong, you are here too. Zephyr couldn't help but smile with enthusiasm upon seeing his assistant appear. At this moment, he couldn't help but ponder. If Sengoku could steadfastly follow them forward and continue to fight side by side, just like they did decades ago when they united to resist the Pirate Alliance, with their hearts and efforts aligned, that would surely be an incredibly wonderful thing. I knew you brought Sengoku here. Kong walked steadily towards Zephyr. Upon approaching, she slightly nodded to Zephyr and Sengoku. Then she casually found an empty seat beside Zephyr and slowly sat down. Ah, you have no idea. Just after you left, I was once again subjected to Sakazuki's endless preaching. Kung si ged softly. Although my life experience is a full 20 years more than his. When it comes to insight and judgment regarding the relationship between war and politics and the laws of human social development, I am far from his depth and clarity, which is truly embarrassing. A hint of helplessness seeped into her words. However, strangely enough, despite her words of embarrassment, there was not a shred of expression on her face that matched that sentiment. Upon hearing Kong's words, Zephyr couldn't help but laugh heartily a couple of times. Then cheerfully said, ever since Sakazuki became a marshal, I have lost count of how many times I've been preached at in this past year. I've just gotten used to it. At this point, a trace of emotion flickered in Zephyr's eyes, as if recalling past events. He continued, but why didn't I notice that Sakazuki could talk so well before? It's as if he has become a different person. He must have been holding back, waiting until he became a marshal to reveal his true self. As Zephyr spoke, he couldn't help but shake his head, seemingly surprised by Sakazuki's transformation. Then he said, no wonder he is the most proud student of mine. Who can match this level of forbearance and perseverance? Zephyr smacked his lips, a proud and satisfied smile appearing on his face. Crane glanced at the self-satisfied old man and couldn't help but chuckle, but still nodded in agreement, saying, I also feel that ever since the Marineford War, Sakazuki has become quite different from before. I don't know if he was always like this or if something has influenced him. Crane compared the changes in Sakazuki before and after the Marineford War in her mind and continued. However, Sakazuki does indeed have great patience and wisdom. I think if it weren't for his firm belief in justice, he might have given up long ago. Upon hearing this, Zephyr snorted lightly and stubbornly said, that guy is just stubborn. Once he sets a goal, he won't easily change it. But that's good too. At least we know he will keep insisting. Crane pondered for a moment, her gaze deep and resolute. 2 seconds later, a spark of spirited brilliance appeared on her weathered face, and she said softly, that kind of determination and spirit to shake the sun and moon, to change the world, really makes one unable to hesitate in following him. Her voice was filled with emotion and admiration, moving those who heard it. After Crane spoke, she looked at Zephyr, her eyes shining with sincerity. The two shared a smile that contained the storms and rains they had experienced together over the years, along with a deep trust and recognition of each other. Their camaraderie and political beliefs became even more unbreakable under Sakazuki's influence. However, this scene made Sengoku, who was sitting across from them, feel very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but interject, You too. Sengoku's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and disappointment. He seemed to feel the loneliness of being excluded, Only then did Crane turn her head, looking calmly at Sengoku. There was no impurity in her gaze, only a firm belief and persistence. She said, Sengoku, Zephyr is absolutely right. We once fought together for justice, but now we must face reality and make the right choices. Looking at Sengoku's gradually pained and conflicted expression, Crane carefully chose her words, continuing, I know you have always been very cautious and careful, which is also your strength. But sometimes we need to take some risks and make decisions to push things forward. The plan proposed by Sakazuki, although it has certain risks, if successfully implemented, will bring unprecedented light and hope to the Navy and even the whole world. Sengoku fell silent, still contemplating Zephyr and Crane's words. Compared to Sakazuki's words, the words of these two old comrades were obviously more persuasive. He knew that they were all driven by the pursuit of justice. But Sengoku really couldn't easily give up his stance. Sengoku, we are all getting old, Zephyr added softly at the right moment. We don't have much time to waste. But I can't let the Navy go down the wrong path. I can't assist in evil, Sengoku retorted, his voice carrying a hint of anger. Sakazuki's actions may be unacceptable to you, but in the long run, it will bring more hope to the world, Zephyr replied calmly. Sengoku remained silent for a long time before finally lifting his head. He looked at Zephyr and Crane, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. I will carefully consider your words, Sengoku finally spoke, but this will take time. I will seek answers in my own way. With that, Sengoku turned and left, leaving Zephyr and Crane sitting quietly on the sofa. Zephyr and Crane exchanged a glance, knowing that Sengoku needed time to think and find his own answers. And they believed that Sengoku would ultimately make the right choice. They were willing to give Sengoku that time. The tumultuous sea, with its ebb and flow, resembled the ups and downs of life. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, day after day. Time flew by rapidly amidst the interplay of waves and sunlight, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. No matter how arrogant and overbearing the Blackbeard pirates, led by Marshal D. Teach, became in the latter half of the New World, constantly swallowing other forces and expanding their territory, or how actively the Cross Guild, led by Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Douglas Bullet, expanded and attempted to challenge the Navy and the world government's authority, or how frequently the Revolutionary Army operated in the first half of the Grand Line and the remote areas of the Four Seas, attempting to overthrow the existing regime. However, the Navy maintained its own rhythm, undisturbed by the external clamor. They carried out their tasks methodically, developing their military strength. Countless undercurrents surged in unknown corners. Meanwhile, the world government remained immersed in its 800-year-long dream, seemingly oblivious to the impending storm. They were complacent in their rule, believing everything was under control. As the time for the World Conference drew closer, officials of the world government were busy preparing various matters. At this moment, at the world's center, Mary Geos. Amidst the power struggles, the four great warlords of the sea, Saint Shuri, Saint Pet, Saint Wokuli, and Saint Maz, gathered together. With only 1 month left until the World Conference, their frequency of meetings had increased significantly compared to previous times. In the grand, solemn, and austere Hall of Power, the walls were adorned with exquisite reliefs, every detail shining under the light, as if recounting glorious histories. Beneath the high dome, several massive crystal chandeliers hung, their light illuminating the central golden seats that symbolized supreme power, reflecting a resplendent brilliance. The finance warlord, Saint Shuri, sat leisurely in the central golden seat of the hall, gently stroking the ancient dagger in his arms. The patterns on the scabbard shimmered with a cold luster under the light, as if ready to unsheathe and drink blood at any moment. As the only one among the four wielding glasses, Saint Shuri did not give an impression of scholarly elegance or bookishness. On the contrary, the glasses seemed merely a part of his indifferent image. Through the lenses, his calm and emotionless eyes revealed a disdain for money and even life itself, as if everything was but fleeting smoke in his eyes. Have all 50 countries' representatives been confirmed? He did not look up, his voice calm and carrying an undeniable authority, seemingly uninterested in the answer, yet making it impossible for anyone to be careless. The only handsome man standing in the room, the Secretary General of the Power Struggle, Tom Smith, immediately replied respectfully, reporting to you, all representatives have been confirmed. His tone carried a hint of tension, clearly in awe of the finance warlord's authority. They are the representatives from the Great Sea Routes, Alabasta Kingdom, Nefertari, Cobra, Dressrosa Kingdom, Riku, Dold 3, Luculia Kingdom, King Seiki, Sakura Kingdom, Dalton, North Sea, German Kingdom, Vinsmoke Judge, Bollywood Kingdom, Hamburg. South Sea, Black Iron Bucket Kingdom, Walpo, Sorbet Kingdom, Cornus, East Blue, Flower Country, Myanmar, Elusia Kingdom, Shunda Lucas, East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Steri, Rashawan Kingdom, Bill 6. Representatives from these 50 countries will embark on their journey at the end of this month, under the strict escort of the Navy fleet. To Mary Geos, preparing for the World Conference next month. Smith diligently and swiftly completed the handover of work, then respectfully waited for further instructions from the dignitaries. Nasujer's expression was calm as water, merely nodding slightly to show his approval of this arrangement. His deep-set eyes were tranquil, yet his hand gently caressed his long knife, as if the sharp, glimmering blade had already merged with him, becoming a symbol of his supreme authority. Beside him, the environmental martial god, Maz Saint, stroked his long goatee thoughtfully, looking towards Smith, and added in a serious tone, "This matter is of utmost importance, and we must not have the slightest negligence. The Navy must select the most elite commanders for this escort mission, ensuring the safety of these representatives' journey without any mishap." After saying this, he detailed a few key points to Smith. Once all instructions were given, Maz Saint lightly waved his arm, indicating that Smith could leave. With the Secretary General respectfully exiting the room, only the four of them remained inside. Without any outsiders present, their conversation became frank. "Remember, we must handle the subsequent matters properly for those countries attending the meeting. Especially after the kings depart, we must order the CP organization to be on high alert, maintaining vigilant against illegal forces from both inside and outside." The legal martial god, Vacheli Saint, spoke while instinctively stroking his distinctive handlebar mustache. Over the past few decades, during the time of the World Conference and its aftermath, there have always been a few restless individuals unable to suppress their desire for power, stirring up trouble. They foolishly believe they can seize power through some underhanded means while the world government is focused on preparing for the conference, which is simply a delusion. At this point, Vacheli Saint couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh, as if mocking those ants who overestimate themselves, thinking they can climb the heights of power without the necessary strength or wisdom, only to meet a tragic end. Ants are still ants, no matter how they struggle. They cannot create any significant waves. The agricultural martial god, Peter Saint, a man with striking golden hair, also wore a slight, cold, and disdainful smile. That said, we must remain cautious of forces like the Revolutionary Army quietly infiltrating. After all, a 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an ant's hole. Any slight negligence could bring us unexpected troubles. The ever-cautious Maz Saint couldn't help but gently advise. Upon hearing the name Revolutionary Army, everyone present turned serious. One person frowned and said, "The Revolutionary Army is indeed an extremely unstable factor. During the last few world conferences, they caused various incidents and disturbances, catching us off guard every time." Another added, "Especially after the fierce battle on White Soil Island last time, we still don't know where they escaped to. They might be hiding in some dark corner, plotting new schemes. Therefore, we absolutely cannot let our guard down against the Revolutionary Army. We must remain highly vigilant and give them no opportunity to exploit." Someone firmly agreed. Finally, Nasujer nodded in agreement, saying, "Well, I think we should assign Lucci to lead the CPO to handle this matter." Everyone nodded in agreement. Since the previous CPO leader met with misfortune alongside Satan Saint on Fishman Island, the responsibility fell to the new CPO leader, Rob Lucci. Just then, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Vacheli Saint suddenly said, "Everyone, there is another crucial matter." His tone turned notably serious. Upon hearing this, everyone focused their attention on Vacheli Saint, waiting for him to continue. Vacheli Saint took a deep breath and slowly said, "Although we still cannot calmly accept the news of Satan's passing, the key position of the scientific defense martial god cannot remain vacant for long." Mentioning Satan Saint's name caused a ripple of emotions among those present. It wasn't so much a deep bond they shared with Satan Saint, but rather a sense of sorrow at the loss of a fellow comrade. After a moment of silence, Vacheli Saint looked around and continued in a low, serious voice. "His Excellency intends for Vegapunk to take over the duties left by Satan." Upon finishing, the room fell silent, with only the sound of breaths being heard. Vegapunk? Nasujer, who had been stroking his sword, paused slightly, as if time had frozen. He slowly raised his head, indicating the importance he placed on Vegapunk. "He is an extremely proud and arrogant man," Nasujer said softly, with a hint of emotion in his tone. The lenses on his glasses reflected a cold glint. revealing a tall figure with crescent-shaped hair. This person was Vegapunk, whose presence was both imposing and mysterious. Whether during the thrilling battle at God's Valley or at the critical moment of executing the celestial dragons, he displayed remarkable strength and decisiveness. Every move he made left a lasting impression, as if he were a king standing at the pinnacle. The former 5 elders had previously agreed that within the celestial dragon community, his existence was akin to Sakazuki in the Navy. He was equally cold, ruthless, decisive, proud, confident, and possessed unmatched strength. Vacheli Saint glanced at Nasuja, pondered for 2 seconds, then added, with Vegapunk's qualifications, "He indeed meets the conditions to serve as the scientific defense martial god." Moreover, just as Vacheli Saint was about to say more, Nasuja waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, "Since it is His Excellency's will, we shall comply." Vacheli Saint nodded gently. "Then we will announce at the World Conference that Satan will step back, and Vegapunk will take over his original duties. Well, if there's nothing else, shall we leave it at that?" After a few people reached a consensus, they stood up, preparing to get back to their own tasks. At this moment, a hint of contemplation flashed in Maz's eyes, and he suddenly asked, "By the way, it seems like Sakazuki hasn't come to report in a long time." Peter, who stood beside him, agreed, saying, "After the last warning, Sakazuki has indeed been quite well behaved these past few months, not doing anything out of line." Vacheli, however, was not too concerned, waving his hand and saying, "As long as he fulfills his duties as a marshal honestly and doesn't provoke trouble, that's enough. Everything else is not a big deal. He has to come by the end of the month." According to tradition, during the World Conference, the Navy Marshal must remain in the Holy Land of Marineford with a Marine Admiral, as it is their duty. Nevertheless, Maz seemed to have deeper worries and considerations. He privately pondered that Sakazuki's personality was extreme and ruthless. Although he had always been loyal to the Celestial Dragon's rule, one could not rule out the possibility of him having some extreme thoughts and actions. After all, the greater the power, the easier the desires become inflated. With this in mind, Maz decided to give Sakazuki a good talking to at the end of the month, so he could understand his identity and position and refrain from making any reckless moves. At the same time, he needed to closely monitor his movements to prevent any unexpected situations. As Maz thought about this, he expressed his concerns to the other 3. "I always feel that Sakazuki hasn't fully inherited the essence of Kong and Sengoku. I really don't know how they taught him in terms of ideology and politics. Compared to that reckless Sakazuki, I am now more worried about him suddenly going silent and not causing trouble." Hearing this, Nasuja made a cold snort, expressing his disdain. What could he possibly be plotting? What could he do? We all know what Sengoku's ideals were in the past, but in the end, he still had to yield to reality. This military organization that has existed for hundreds of years has a completely solidified system. No matter who holds power, it is impossible to stir up any significant waves. After saying this in an unquestionable tone, Nasuja took the lead and left the conference room. This also meant that the discussion of this meeting had come to an end. Maz quietly gazed at Nasuja's receding figure, and an indescribable, subtle emotion surged in his heart. He gently sighed, as if that sigh could carry away the gloom in his heart. But he knew deep down that this was merely self-comfort. Vacheli and Peter, standing nearby, keenly noticed Maz's hesitance. They exchanged glances, both understanding the inner turmoil and unease of their usually cautious colleague. Thus, Vacheli took the initiative to comfort him, saying, "Don't worry too much. Under our supervision, for hundreds of years, and through dozens of generations of Navy marshals, there's never been any major issues. We need to have confidence in ourselves." Peter followed up, "Yes. Moreover, over the years, we have been secretly monitoring Sakazuki. If he truly harbored any ulterior motives with the capabilities of the CP organization, we would have likely already noticed some signs." After speaking, the 2 shook their heads helplessly and then turned to leave in succession. Watching their departing figures, Maz hesitated for a moment. In the end, he took heavy steps and slowly walked toward his office. With each step, the thoughts in his mind surged like tides. Those thoughts about the World Conference, the Celestial Dragons hunting games, the future, the Navy, and Sakazuki intertwined, making him feel that the future situation was becoming increasingly precarious. At the same time, in the first half of the Grand Line, there's a place adjacent to the calm EC. This is the edge of the mysterious and awe-inspiring doldrums. Over this sea, a beautifully charming island, resembling a heart shape, floats quietly. This enchanting island has a very alluring name, Peach Blossom Island. The seawater here is as clear as crystal, with high transparency. One can clearly see the colorful coral reefs and the happily swimming sea creatures beneath the surface. The white and soft sandy beach wraps around the entire island like a long silk ribbon. Just a glance makes one feel the gentle caress and embrace of the sand grains. On this island lies a unique nation, the Kamabaka Kingdom. This country is famous not only for its picturesque natural scenery, but also for the new humans and the residents of the human-animal community living here. Because of this, it also has another nickname, the paradise of new humans and human-animal hybrids. In the eastern region of the island, several brand new buildings are quietly hidden deep within the undulating mountains. The red-tiled roofs of these buildings shimmer with dazzling light under the sun, resembling burning flames. The sturdy stone walls stand like loyal guardians, silently protecting everything inside. The Ryukyu-style gates are solemn and elegant, showcasing the owner's extraordinary taste. And the spacious front yard is filled with colorful flowers, with a gentle breeze bringing a wave of floral fragrance that intoxicates one. Entering the main building, one sees an extremely spacious conference room bustling with people. Individuals from different races and varying statures gather together. Some are tall and robust, while others are petite and delicate. Some have dark skin, while others are as fair as snow. But regardless of their outward differences, they share a common identity, important cadres in the Revolutionary Army. Since Sakazuki reported the hidden location of the Revolutionary Army's deep-laid stronghold to the Gorosei, the Gorosei wasted no time in issuing orders to dispatch the Knights of God. This fearsome guardian army of the Celestial Dragons swiftly struck with overwhelming force, completely destroying the Revolutionary Army's former headquarters, Baltaigo. However, the flame of revolution did not extinguish. Instead, it burned even brighter. The Revolutionary Army decisively relocated and established a new headquarters in this secret place. At this moment, the atmosphere in the spacious and bright conference room was heavy. Monkey D. Dragon sat steadily at the head of the table, his resolute and profound gaze sweeping over everyone present. Below Dragon sat the core figures of the Revolutionary Army in succession. First, there is the resourceful and talented Chief of Staff, Sabo, whose sharp eyes and demeanor exhibit a steadiness and calmness that belies his youth. Next is the Grand Line Army Commander, Ambassador Ivankov, a tall and flamboyant figure who, despite looking somewhat comical, exudes unmatched charisma. Then there is the Eastern Expeditionary Army Commander, Bello Betty, who is beautiful and resolute, her flag symbolizing endless courage and belief. The Southern Expeditionary Army Commander, Lindbergh, whose mechanical gear showcases the power of technology. The Western Expeditionary Army Commander, Mori, wielding a giant axe, commands great presence. The Northern Expeditionary Army Commander, Crow, whose black wings resemble a night curtain, ready to envelop the enemy at any moment. Additionally, there is the Deputy Commander of the Grand Line Army, Lightning, along with the Deputy Commanders of various expeditionary armies, all sitting solemnly nearby. At the same time, officials from other important departments have gathered here, each carrying heavy responsibilities and missions. Comrades, next month, the highly anticipated 4-year World Conference is about to commence. Drago spoke passionately first, his voice filled with strength and determination. However, this World Conference is unlike any before. After years of relentless effort, our Revolutionary Army has gradually grown stronger. The time has come for us to showcase our strength in Mary Geos. In recent years, the development of the Revolutionary Army has been unstoppable, seizing the moment while the world government struggles to address various crises. With a navy preoccupied by the 4 emperors and numerous powerful pirate crews, the Revolutionary Army has taken the opportunity to expand its influence. They have basically controlled most of the non-joined areas of the East Blue, a small part of the South Blue, and even large areas on the eastern edge of the first half of the Grand Line have fallen into their hands. Now, this large army of millions can no longer be satisfied with the secretive operations of the past. They are eager to engage in a bold and direct confrontation with a lofty world government. Great! A thunderous cheer erupted from the assembly, the sound seeming to pierce the sky, resonating throughout the conference room. Finally, the day has come. Others shouted excitedly, their voices filled with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. Chief, whatever plans you have, just say them. We will not be afraid. A tall and resolute man stepped forward first, looking intently at Drago with unwavering determination. Following suit, other officials echoed, "Yes, we are not afraid." They were all eager, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Drago looked at his passionate subordinates, feeling a warm surge in his heart. These people have fought alongside him through life and death for many years, each one so brave and fearless, so steadfast. They share the same ideals and beliefs, tirelessly working towards that great goal in their hearts. At this moment, a look of warm and eager smile gradually appeared on Drago's face. He knew that it was because of this group of like-minded comrades that they had come this far, that they could welcome this long-awaited moment. And next, they would continue to forge ahead together, embracing more challenges and creating their own glory. Of course, Drago was not impulsive enough to command the army to charge directly into the Red Earth continent for a frontal assault. This operation plan will still primarily rely on secret infiltration as the leading strategy. Their goal is not only to confront the seemingly unshakable giant, the world government, directly, but also to gather all possible evidence of the heinous crimes committed by the celestial dragons. Only in this way can they fully expose the brutal acts of the world government and the celestial dragons to the light of day, allowing the masses to see the hideous faces hidden behind their hypocritical masks. By revealing these shocking atrocities to the world, it is bound to stir a strong dissatisfaction in people's hearts regarding the current dark situation. This dissatisfaction will spread rapidly like wildfire, attracting more righteous and like-minded individuals to join the great cause of the Revolutionary Army. In this way, the power of the revolution will inevitably grow stronger, and one day, they will be able to overthrow this decaying rule and bring true fairness and freedom to the world. After careful consideration and weighing the pros and cons, Drago finally made his decision. He slowly raised his head, his gaze firm and serious, surveying the crowd, and then spoke in a deep yet powerful voice. After careful consideration, I believe it is most appropriate for Sabo to take the lead in this operation, and he will serve as the overall commander for this mission. As soon as the words fell, Sabo sprang up like an arrow released from a bow. He stood tall like a pine tree, his eyes bright like stars, with no hint of hesitation on his face. Instead, he revealed a determination and courage that was unwavering. All eyes were focused on him. He gracefully and smoothly raised his right hand, gently pinching the edge of his exquisite top hat, slowly removing it from his head. Then he took a step forward, smiling and leaning slightly forward, bowing deeply to everyone present in a standard and elegant manner. This bow was so profound that it seemed to convey his sincerity and humility to every individual without reservation. After completing this gesture, he stood up straight, his spine as straight as a pine, radiating an aura of confidence and steadiness. He surveyed the expectant faces around him and then responded solemnly in a loud and clear voice. Thank you all for your trust and expectations. I, Sabo, will do my utmost and not fail the mission. His words echoed in the air like a resounding bell, evoking respect. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, in the first-floor conference hall of the administrative building, a solemn and serious atmosphere permeated the air. This conference hall is grand in scale, with magnificent internal decorations that embody justice and authority. The ceiling hangs high above, with a dazzling crystal chandelier casting soft and bright light, illuminating the entire space. The walls are painted in a subtle beige color, giving a sense of tranquility and comfort. The floor is covered with thick, soft carpet, making no sound as one walks on it. The conference hall is lined with rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs, all of which are now occupied by officers from the Navy headquarters. Each of them is dressed in snow-white military uniforms, their sharp lines outlining their resolute figures. The wide and heavy justice coats draped over their shoulders symbolize their steadfast commitment to maintaining world peace and justice. Every general's brow reveals an air of seriousness and gravity, focused intently ahead, waiting for the meeting to begin. Amidst the sea of white uniforms, figures in black suits occasionally weave through the crowd. These are the specially dispatched officials from the world government. Looking at the spacious and bright conference hall, at the front of the stage that resembles a platform bearing supreme glory, one can see a row of neatly arranged tables and chairs, all carefully draped in vibrant red ceremonial cloth, exuding an air of solemnity. At this moment, seated upon those tables and chairs are none other than the highest-ranking leaders of the Navy headquarters. Some have stern and serious expressions, while others appear thoughtful. Each person emanates an imposing aura without needing to be angry. Sakazuki, as the Fleet Admiral, the highest commander in military and political matters of the Navy, sits in the center. To his right are the Chief of Staff, Admiral Kazuru, Admiral Porcelino, Rear Admiral Shiryu, and to his left are the Director of the Political Department, Marine Academy Principal and Chief Instructor Zephyr, Admiral Akiji, and Rear Admirals Kaku and Akiji. Colleagues, I have an important announcement to make. The World Conference scheduled for next month will, as usual, last for 2 full weeks. During this period, we must ensure that every agenda item proceeds smoothly and that the safety and order of all participants are guaranteed. Sakazuki stands at the podium with a serious expression. His deep and powerful voice echoes in the spacious conference room. After this brief opening statement, he takes a shallow breath and continues. After careful consideration, I have decided to have a Rear Admiral lead the Brigadier Generals and Colonels to carry out the escort mission for this World Conference. However, just as Sakazuki finishes speaking, a wave of uproar rises from the audience, especially among the officials from various government departments. They whisper among themselves, discussing with looks of astonishment and dissatisfaction on their faces. The leading representative from Marineford, seated in the front row, furrows his brows deeply. He stands up without hesitation, directly interrupting Sakazuki's speech, and loudly questions, "Respected Admiral, this arrangement of yours seems rather inappropriate." After a pause, he adds, "According to the long-followed World Conference security plan, for such a large-scale and significant international conference, at least a Vice Admiral-level officer should be responsible for the escort. Moreover, for representatives of several major countries that hold important political positions globally, it is essential for an elite Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters to personally lead the escort. Is the Navy planning to ignore these established rules? I hope Admiral Sakazuki can strictly adhere to the relevant regulations to ensure that this World Conference goes off without a hitch." The leading representative firmly expresses his opinion and receives unanimous support from the other officials from Marineford. Yes, we ask Admiral Sakazuki not to arbitrarily change the established rules. Please have the Navy adhere to the regulations set by the world government. As is well known, the world government has specially formulated a comprehensive and rigorous security assurance plan after careful consideration and meticulous preparation, ensuring that large and critically important international conferences like the World Conference can proceed in an orderly manner, while fully safeguarding the life and property of every participant and effectively maintaining good order throughout the conference. This Security Assurance Working Group is indeed formidable, composed of a series of experienced and exceptionally skilled members. Among them, the Fleet Admiral will undertake the crucial role of overall responsible person, coordinating and commanding the entire security assurance work. Additionally, there are admirals, the Navy Scientific Defense Forces, and the captain of the Marineford Guard holding various important positions, each fulfilling their duties and cooperating closely to ensure the security of this World Conference. What are you all shouting about? The Admiral hasn't even finished speaking, and you guys dare to interrupt. At this moment, Enel, also seated in the front row, suddenly stands up. His sharp, lightning-like gaze, glaring and filled with contempt, sweeps across the group of officials from the Holy Land like a cold, fierce wind. The disdain in his words is almost palpable. The leading representative, seeing that the person on stage hasn't spoken yet, is suddenly confronted by someone daring to speak to him this way, and a look of anger immediately appears on his face. They are officials from the Holy Land, and wherever they go, they are treated with respect and awe. But now, someone dares to openly challenge the authority of the Holy Land in front of so many people. This is truly intolerable for him. However, when he focuses on the insignia on Enel's shoulder, he quickly recognizes this person's identity. He is indeed a rising leader in the Navy, recently gaining much attention and seen as having great potential for promotion. Yet so what? Just a Rear Admiral, even if he may eventually grow into an Admiral. At this moment, he is not worth considering in the eyes of the leading representative. Thus, he chooses to ignore Enel's presence entirely, his eyes, like sharp blades, firmly lock onto Sakazuki on the high platform. Then, his gaze slightly shifts to Sengoku, who is not far from Sakazuki. At this point, the speaker slowly begins. Admiral Sakazuki, back when Inspector Sengoku was in office, he truly excelled in this responsibility. After saying this, he slightly raises the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. He then turns to Sengoku, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, intentionally giving Sengoku a look. This look seems like a silent hint, suggesting that Sengoku should quickly step in to help put pressure on Sakazuki, urging him to correct the decision he just made. It is known that in the minds of those officials from the Holy Land, Sengoku has always actively cooperated with the work of Marineford. No matter what kind of tasks and requests he encounters, Sengoku has always executed them without hesitation, never shirking or delaying. Therefore, they see Sengoku as a very competent and loyal cadre. Thus, the representative naturally believes that if Sengoku is willing to step up and apply pressure, Sakazuki will certainly be compelled by the situation to change his previous decision. However, at this moment, Sengoku is deeply lost in thought, concentrating on pondering the profound implications hidden behind Sakazuki's actions. He has no time to pay attention to the inquiries and insinuating looks from the representative below. Under Sakazuki's overwhelming military suppression, the number of pirates is dramatically decreasing. Consequently, during the upcoming World Conference, the Navy is fully capable of mobilizing enough strong candidates at the Vice Admiral level to take on the escort mission. However, what is puzzling is that Sakazuki has not chosen to do so. Instead, he has dispatched those officers with relatively less combat power to Marineford. Could it be that he plans to use the occasion of the World Conference to send these more powerful leaders to carry out some more crucial and important missions? The problem is, what could possibly be more crucial than holding a world conference in a vast ocean right now? Sengoku couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, and his mind began to operate like a high-speed machine, quickly delving into a comprehensive analysis and contemplation of the global situation. His thoughts first set off from the calm East Sea, extending all the way to the turbulent and challenging Grand Line, then crossing the towering, seemingly insurmountable Red Earth continent, finally reaching the mysterious and powerful New World. Suddenly, like a lightning bolt cutting through the dark night sky, a sharp glint flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Sengoku was not a fool. In that fleeting moment, a thought surged into his mind like a sudden revelation. At this point, a chill involuntarily rose within him. Seeing Sengoku merely frowning slightly while keeping his lips tightly sealed and silent, the representative from the Holy Land felt a flicker of confusion in his heart. He had expected Sengoku to express some opinions or views on this matter. However, the silence from the other side left him somewhat at a loss. Thus, the representative could only turn his gaze helplessly toward Akainu. At this moment, Akainu wore a cold expression, seemingly indifferent to the reactions of those around him. He crossed his arms, leaning back casually against the chair, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Facing the representative's gaze, he slowly spoke. Regarding the security of the World Conference, you all need not worry. The rear admirals and brigadiers I personally selected and arranged are all seasoned soldiers with extensive experience. Each of them possesses exceptional combat abilities and strong will. They are truly the elite among the elite. It is no exaggeration to say that these rear admirals and brigadiers would not be at a disadvantage even against ordinary vice admirals, and might even surpass them. But the representative below seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Akainu's words and wanted to interject. However, Akainu waved his hand to stop him from speaking again. If you still feel uneasy or worried about not being able to report back to your superiors, then I can consider granting them temporary vice admiral positions during the World Conference, so as not to put you in a difficult position. Hearing that Akainu had already gone this far, the representative gritted his teeth but could only endure for the time being. At this moment, a young rear admiral from the headquarters stood up, saluted Akainu, and said, "Marshal, even though we are experienced, there are many unknown threats facing this World Conference. Should we devise some special response strategies?" Akainu glanced at him and slightly nodded in acknowledgement. "During the conference, you must strengthen patrols, especially in checking suspicious individuals. Those pirates or spies with ulterior motives may take advantage of the situation to cause trouble." When Akainu said this, he particularly glanced at the representatives from the Holy Land, seemingly implying something. Everyone responded in unison, understood. After Akainu nodded, he leaned slightly forward, his cold gaze sweeping across the officials dressed in black suits. "If anyone makes a mistake during this period, regardless of the reason, they will face severe punishment from the Navy's disciplinary authority afterwards." His words were chilling, causing the officials present to feel a shiver in their hearts. The leading representative then subtly extended his hand, gently pressing down the brim of his hat. This seemingly casual action was intended to prevent those around him from noticing his current expression and demeanor. However, beneath the lowered brim, a pair of eyes flickered with obscure light, like a venomous snake hiding in the grass at night, making it hard to discern its true intentions. I want to see just how capable those rear admirals under you, Akainu, are at this crucial World Conference, if they fail to escort properly." Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up in a barely perceptible cold smile, already determined in his heart. Once the opportunity arises, he would definitely report to the Gorosei, returning the disdain he felt today in full, seemingly sensing the malicious gaze from the other party. The stern-faced Akainu suddenly turned his head sharply, his eyes like sharp blades sweeping directly toward that representative. In an instant, An invisible pressure filled the air, making it hard to breathe. The representative felt his whole body tremble, as if his heart had been gripped tightly by a cold hand, an unprecedented fear washing over him. Faced with such a piercing gaze, he dared not meet it, hurriedly lowering his head even further, fearing that one more glance would completely engulf him in that powerful aura. All right, the security work for this World Conference is thus decided. The specific personnel arrangements will be handled by Admiral Tsuru. Akainu exchanged glances with Tsuru, both having already discussed their strategies in advance, and they nodded in tacit agreement. Sengoku, who was still pondering Akainu's thoughts nearby, couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling increasingly distant from the higher echelons of the Navy. Although he had grown weary of administrative duties, the current global situation was completely beyond his control and prediction. Being a vague observer in such circumstances still left him feeling somewhat unwilling. Putting aside Sengoku's mindset for now, Admiral Tsuru cleared her throat and began to arrange the Navy's security matters for the upcoming World Conference. Marineford is located at the peak of the Red Earth continent, surrounded by a desert of red soil. Although it serves as a natural barrier, it is also susceptible to ambushes, while the core area, being a densely populated urban zone, requires defense against infiltration and chaos. Therefore, this time the security personnel will be divided into 3 teams, and I will now assign the specific personnel and tasks for each team. Under the curious gaze of everyone, Tsuru calmly and methodically introduced the detailed strategic deployment. The first team, composed of Admiral Akainu and a team of Navy Rear Admirals, is responsible for protecting key targets and controlling the core area. For escorting, the Celestial Dragon's exclusive passage will be guarded throughout by Ikiku's elite, utilizing gravity to suppress aerial and underwater assaults. The routes of the attending representatives from allied nations will be escorted by a rear admiral squad, setting heavy fire traps along the way for counter-sniping. As for the defense of the core area of Marineford, the main entrance of the Panga City Conference Hall will be overseen by Akainu, with a gravity field covering the entire area to sense abnormal vibrations in real time. The Celestial Dragon residential area will be guarded in shifts by a rear admiral, ensuring that key intersections are sealed off. The second team, composed of Admiral Kaido and a team of Navy Brigadiers, is responsible for outer blockade and ecological defense. First, the construction of a defensive line in the Red Soil Desert surrounding Marineford will be overseen by Kaido, who will promote the growth of giant thorn forests at the desert's edge to hinder potential ground assault forces. The Brigadier Squad will control the plant network created by Kaido to sense the movements of intruders. In terms of patrolling and counter-infiltration, Kaido will generate flying plant vehicles carrying snipers to monitor the dynamics of the desert. Additionally, the route network will cover beneath the red soil, intercepting ground-type abilities like those of the Revolutionary Army's Mori. The third team consists of CP0 leader Lucci and core agents, whose responsibilities include intelligence suppression and the elimination of dark elements. In terms of intelligence monitoring, agents disguise themselves as attendants and implant listening devices into various national delegations. Lucci personally reviews the files of accompanying personnel. For covert operations, the CP0 assassination unit is responsible for secretly dealing with potential threats and suspicious individuals. Additionally, they focus on espionage infiltration, with agents posing as revolutionaries to lure internal informants and create false intelligence to mislead the enemy. Upon hearing the meticulous deployment arrangements from Advisor He, those below nodded in agreement. As expected of the Navy's top think tank, this arrangement takes full advantage of the geographical features of Marineford, effectively combining the characteristics and capabilities of each team to achieve an almost foolproof level of security. To analyze simply, Isho, as a Marine Admiral and a user of the Gravity Fruit, is suitable for large-scale control and can be responsible for escorting important figures and securing core areas. On the other hand, Aramaki, who wields the Nature-type Force Fruit, excels in control and regeneration, making him more suitable for peripheral defense, such as patrolling and establishing defensive lines. As for CP0, being experts in intelligence and assassination, it is only reasonable for them to handle intelligence monitoring, internal investigations, and emergency responses efficiently. In this way, the 3 teams have established a 3-dimensional defense network in Marineford. Isho's gravity field covers the sky, Aramaki secures the ground and underground, while CP0 fills in the blind spots of urban surveillance. If an invasion is detected, the second team will intercept first. If they break into the urban area, the first team will suppress them, and finally, CP0 will eliminate the remnants. Whether it is infiltration by the revolutionaries, large pirate groups, other reactionary alliances, or internal coups, they're fully capable of handling it, creating a very complete crisis response chain. Seeing everyone's approving expressions, he was not surprised. Maintaining her composure, she stated, "The command hierarchy for the entire security task force is as follows. Marshal Sakazuki oversees the overall situation. I will adjust tactics in real time with the staff. And the captains of the 3 teams will report directly to the top in real time. This concludes the complete deployment before and after the meeting." Finally, Sakazuki, seeing no objections, summarized briefly, "For the security work of this World Conference, our Navy will cooperate with the Holy Land, maximizing the unique characteristics of the 3 units through the triple insurance of gravity control, ecological defense, and intelligence warfare to ensure that the World Conference proceeds under absolute order." The meeting thus concluded. Everyone left with various emotions, having clearly understood the strategic deployment just formulated. Some took on the heavy responsibility of carrying out tasks externally, while others remained to defend the headquarters. Thus, the vast machine of the Navy operated continuously and methodically like a precise clock. However, unlike others, after returning to his office, Sakazuki did not pay much attention to the upcoming tasks for the World Conference. He had participated in such events multiple times before and was already well aware of the dirty exchanges filled with hypocrisy and power deals behind the glamorous facade. He calmly lit a cigar, took a leisurely deep puff, and casually tossed aside the documents regarding the World Conference that were placed on the desk. In an instant, wisps of smoke rose and gradually spread, obscuring the surroundings. In this haze, Sakazuki slightly squinted, lost in thought. He then slowly reached into the pocket of his neatly tailored coat, rummaged for a moment, and pulled out a completely black, encrypted phone book. Introduction. In the pirate world, during the Marineford War, Lin Jin traverses to become Marine Admiral Akainu. The gears of fate slowly turn, and the future begins to change. Dreams and reality, magma and flames, light and darkness. The 4 emperors, the 5 elders, and Emu. The bloodthirsty rose on his chest is a withering red tear. Rather than condemning evil, it is better to uphold justice. Suddenly looking back, Sakazuki sees the strongest navy he has built step by step. The broad cloak of justice billows with the winds of time, and the absolute justice in his heart finally has a stage to realize.